Good grief, this heat is stifling. It's like being trapped inside an alchemist furnace. As a seasoned homebody, Yi Fan, naturally had no desire to step outside. I was perfectly content, lounging at home with the air conditioner blasting, flipping through my treasured Marvel comic collection. This wretched weather. If it gets any hotter, I'll end up as a human barbecue. I grumbled, licking an ice pop to cool off. But then, out of nowhere, the weather outside took a dramatic turn. A fierce wind howled to life, dark clouds raced across the sky, and daylight gave way to sudden darkness. A thunderous boom rattled the apartment, sending my heart racing. What on earth is happening? I dashed to the window, only to see a colossal crack tearing open the sky, lightning flickering within as though a door to another world. I've been flung wide. If I don't share this spectacular scene online, it'd be criminal. I hurried over to my desk, grabbed my phone, and prepared to snap a picture. But something fell off. Why does it seem like this lightning is aiming right at me? No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than a blinding flash split the sky with a deafening crack, and a bolt of lightning struck down mercilessly. My whole body went numb, the world faded to black, and I lost all sense of time. When I finally came to, I found myself lying on a vast green prairie. Around me, there was nothing but the sound of the wind and the distant calls of cattle and sheep, none of the city's clamor anywhere. My heart tightened with anxiety. Where am I? Did I travel to another world? My name is Yi Fan, and I'm just the sort to stay at home playing games all day. I may be good at gaming, but the idea of actually getting transported to another world? That had never once crossed my mind. Out of instinct, I slapped the ground and, using the recoil, sprang to my feet. I looked around, my head spinning with confusion. Just as I was trying to make sense of things, a massive, swirling vortex of clouds, crackling with lightning, suddenly appeared in the sky, hissing and spitting sparks. Thick bolts of lightning tore the heavens, the scene straight out of a movie's special effects. But in the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds vanished, and my mind snapped back to clarity. Where in the world am I? I muttered to myself, still dazed. As I replayed the moment I was struck by lightning, a distant shout broke through my thoughts. Hiya, hiya, came the spirited calls. A young woman in a pink outfit, astride a fine horse, was racing toward me at full gallop. Hey, Yifan. The elders in the family can be harsh, but you didn't have to run this far. Her voice was bright and melodious, like a nightingale song, but I was far too bewildered to process anything she said. My mind was tangled up with questions. Why was I suddenly dressed in white ancient robes, and how did a black watch appear on my left wrist? I never bought anything like this. Miss, do you know me? I asked, my face filled with confusion. The young woman seemed a little annoyed. You always like to joke around, but you can't be late for the family's spirit awakening ceremony. Even if the elders are biased against you, you can't just give up. Without waiting for my response, she grabbed me, hoisted me onto the horse, and we galloped away at full speed. Miss, where exactly are you taking me? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I shouted anxiously. This is basically kidnapping. Let me go. The girl rolled her eyes. Enough noise. If you keep fussing, I'll use my spiritual powers on you. With that, she traced a finger through the air. A golden rope appeared out of nowhere, binding me tightly, and she even placed a strip of tape over my mouth. We raced onward, soon arriving at a village. At the entrance stood a massive stone tablet, engraved with 2 shining characters. The horse stopped in front of a grand mansion. A large crowd had gathered at the gate, most of them young men and women. Go on in, the girl called as she dismounted. I was about to ask who she was when the name Yililoa suddenly surfaced in my mind. My heart skipped a beat and I couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to me. Instinctively, I glanced at my left wrist, but there was no watch, no buttons, nothing like modern technology at all. Miss Yililoa, where exactly are you taking me? I couldn't help but ask. Yililoa frowned and shot me a look. Stop pretending to be confused. This family's spirit awakening ceremony is one you must attend. No matter how many times you've failed before, you can't give up on your dream of cultivating immortality. Me? Cultivate immortality? How many times have I failed exactly? I asked, utterly bewildered. Disappointment flashed across Yi Lilo's face. It's already been 5 times. Every year, the family holds the spirit awakening. Only those who awaken can cultivate spiritual power, and you have to be at least 18 to participate. Some gifted people awaken at 16 or 17, but you, from 18 to now, 23, not once. Have you succeeded? The elders lost hope in you long ago. Only the clan leader, because you're an orphan, still bothers to show you any sympathy. At that moment, my spirit completely crumbled. So I transmigrated into a failure. Not only had I failed 5 awakenings, but I was an orphan, pitted even by Yi Liluo. Was this really my fate? Along the way, many people mocked me. Look, isn't that Yi Fan? 5 times, and still no awakening. What a joke. Why would the clan beauty Yi Liluo be with him? Their gossip made me feel utterly miserable. Even though I knew they were talking about the original Yi Fan, that was my name now, too. And since I'd heard Yi Liluo was famed as the family's beauty, I couldn't help sneaking a glance at her. She really was stunning. We walked to the edge of the manor square and saw a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with a black beard. Yi Liluo spoke to him. "Father, I brought Yi Fan back." The man turned his gaze to me, his eyes gentle. "Yi Fan, don't give up. In our Yi clan, no one has ever failed to awaken." Only then did I realize that he was the clan leader and Yi Liluo was his daughter. The awakening ceremony began right away. Many before me failed, and, at last, I was the only one left. An elderly man dressed in white called out, "Next, Yi Fan." Instantly, the crowd below broke into a noisy uproar. "Don't let him go up there. It's a waste of time." I felt defiant, though I knew I didn't possess any immortal arts, and this body was so weak that awakening seemed impossible. Yi Liluo, however, simply pushed me onto the stage. "Go on and awaken. Weren't you always so brave before?" I muttered inwardly, "I've failed 5 times. Anyone would be nervous in my place." Placing my hands on the awakening table, I waited for a long while, but nothing happened. "So, what's another failure?" the old man said, a note of regret in his voice. Laughter rippled through the crowd below. As expected, good for nothing. Just then, the tabletop suddenly lit up. The stone erupted with dazzling rainbow beams, shooting straight into my forehead. The light quickly seeped into my body. At the same moment, I caught a flash from the screen of the watch on my left wrist, though I thought I must have imagined it. The elder in white widened his eyes and announced, his voice trembling with excitement, "Yi Fan, you've awakened successfully." The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Clan leader Yi Feng led the applause. "I told you, there are no failures. In our Yi clan." The grand elder, Yi Yun, was unimpressed. "What's there to be proud of? In other clans, everyone awakens by the age of 21 at the latest." Yi Feng shot him a glare. "Awakening is what matters. Stop nitpicking." Yi Liluo rushed forward and hugged me tightly. "I knew you could do it." Her sudden embrace left me at a loss, still unsure of what exactly our relationship was. Down below, a man named Yi Chun clenched his fists, his voice sullen with jealousy. "Why does Liluo get to hug a good-for-nothing like him?" Someone nearby whispered in explanation. "They said we were childhood sweethearts." Only then did I understand. After the ceremony, having just awakened my immortal soul, I felt dizzy and longed for a quiet place to rest. But Yi Liluo pulled me along. "You need rest after awakening, but soon you'll go to the academy outside the clan and pursue your dream of immortality." As she spoke, she suddenly knocked me on the head. "Ow, what was that for?" I clutched my head, wincing at the pain. She knocked me again, still pretending to be clueless. "If you call me Miss Liluo one more time, I'll crack your skull open." Looking at her fierce expression, I couldn't help but wonder, was she really the clan's renowned beauty? When Yi Liluo brought me to the entrance of the boys' dormitory, I saw the elderly man in white, with his long beard, reclining on a wicker chair and dozing. As we approached, he didn't even bother to open his eyes. His voice was cool and distant as he said, "Girls are not allowed in the boys' dormitory. Not even the clan leader's daughter. Grandpa Yi Fan is such a scatterbrained guy. He'll never find his dormitory on his own. Let me take him inside," Yi Liluo said, deliberately putting on a sweet, pleading tone. Yi Fan looked at Yi Liluo with surprise. Moments ago, she'd been quick to raise her fists, but in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a charming, adorable girl. It was as if she'd become someone else entirely. "No means no. I'll take Yi Fan inside to find his room myself," Grandpa Yi replied, smoothing out his beard, his manner resolute. "All right then, Yi Fan, you go in with Grandpa Yi." Yi Liluo conceded when she saw the old man wouldn't budge. Abandoning her plan to tour the boys' dorm, she turned to leave. Halfway to the door, something seemed to occur to her. She spun around and called out, "Meet me here at 7 tonight. I'll show you around the school." With that, she skipped away, disappearing from Yi Fan's sight. "Yi Fan, congratulations. Your journey of cultivation begins at last," Grandpa Yi said to him. "Thank you," Yi Fan replied, scratching his head a little sheepishly. It seemed as if everyone here knew all about him, while he didn't know them at all. The thought made him feel awkward. Up to this moment, Yi Fan hadn't properly looked inside the boys' dormitory. From the outside, it just looked like a bungalow about the size of a basketball court. But as he looked more closely now, he realized the interior was completely empty. Nothing but open space, with everything visible at a glance. The only thing that stood out was a golden, glowing door at the very center, leading to a vast, empty expanse. Embedded in the center of the door was a wooden panel, much larger than an ordinary person's palm. Grandpa Yiyu led Yi Fan to the door and said, "Place your hand on it." Yi Fan did as he was told. The moment his hand touched the wooden panel, it lit up with a golden glow. "That's good. Go on in," Grandpa Yiyu said. "All right, Grandpa Yiyu," Yi Fan answered. None of this struck him as strange. After all, in a world of fantasy and cultivation, such things seemed perfectly natural. He pushed open the door and followed Grandpa Yiyu inside. As they stepped through, it felt as though they'd entered a realm of pure light. Soon, a magnificent building appeared before them. Though only 3 stories tall, each floor was exceptionally spacious. "Let's go. Room 106, first floor." "Okay." Inside the dorm room, Yi Fan glanced around. The space was neat and tidy, not particularly large, but more than ample for one person. Inside the dormitory, there was a bed with bedding and a pillow, a water bucket, a private bathroom, a desk, and a chair, along with some basic living necessities. Grandpa Yiyu sat on the chair and said to Yi Fan, "Come sit on the bed. Let me tell you some basic things every cultivator should know." "That's wonderful. I've always wanted to understand these things," Yi Fan replied, his voice filled with delight. Ever since he arrived in this world, all he knew was that it was a realm of cultivation. Beyond that, he was completely in the dark, full of questions, and desperately needed someone to introduce him to the basics of this place. The land beneath our feet is called the Xuanhuan continent. There are 2 main countries here, the Ouyang Empire and the Shimen Empire, Grandpa, Yi said as he picked up an empty cup with his left hand. With a gentle tap of his right finger, the cup instantly filled with water. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, amazed by how miraculous it all seemed. Grandpa Yiyu took a sip of water, then continued, "We are currently in the territory of the Ouyang Empire. The most powerful family here is the royal Ouyang clan, followed by great families like the Lin and Xiao clans. Below them are families such as the Chun, Gao, and Guan clans, and then there are the smaller families like ours, the Yi clan. Still, among the lesser clans, we are considered pretty outstanding." Yi Fan couldn't help but think to himself that this kind of transmigration trope was truly common. One always ended up in a small or declining family. There are 5 realms of cultivation: the human, earth, heaven, immortal, and divine realms. Except for the divine realm, which has no further gradations, the other 4 are each divided into 5 ranks, Grandpa Yiyu explained. Yi Fan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Grandpa Yiyu, which realm are you in right now?" "My abilities are quite ordinary. I'm currently at the 1st rank of the earth realm," Grandpa Yiyu answered honestly. "That's already very impressive," Yi Fan said with genuine admiration. "I had planned to show you around myself, but Li Luo has already said she'll take you on a tour. She knows the place even better than I do, always running all over the compound. Oh, and the dining hall is just across from the dormitory, so you can have dinner there. Here's a time slip for you. It will show the current time." With that, Grandpa Yiyu took a slip of paper out of his pocket, handed it to Yi Fan, and then left the room. It was a white slip, and the only thing written on it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Fan turned it over in his hands several times before finally tucking it into the pocket of his jacket. After closing the door, Yi Fan looked down at the strange watch on his left wrist, his heart full of questions. Where did this watch come from? When I awakened my immortal soul, there was nothing unusual. How did it just appear on my wrist with a flicker on the screen? He tried to take the watch off. I can't take it off. How could this happen? Yi Fan tried to pull it hard with his right hand, but the sharp pain shooting up from his left hand made it clear that the watch had somehow fused with his body. It was impossible to remove. Forcing himself to stay calm, he sat down on the bed and leaned against the wall, gently stroking the watch. A faint sense of fear crept into his heart. Everything was simply too unbelievable. First struck by lightning, then thrust into a world completely unknown to him. This strange watch seemed to have become a part of Yi Fan's very being. A loneliness like he'd never known before settled over him, turning the once optimistic boy silent. Even in his old life, he hadn't had many friends. His introverted nature and awkwardness in social situations kept people at arm's length. Yet the loneliness he felt now was heavier than anything he'd ever experienced. Before he realized it, Yi Fan's eyes filled with tears. He wiped them away with the back of his hand, murmuring softly, "I'm a man. I can't let myself cry so easily. If fate has brought me to this world, then I'll carve out my own path here." By 6 o'clock that evening, hunger began to gnaw at him, so he went to the cafeteria. Meals here were prearranged. Each person received 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and a bowl of soup, with no opportunity to choose. Still, the food was decent enough. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan waited for Li Luo at the entrance to the boys' dormitory. Just then, 3 boys a few years younger than Yi Fan came out of the dorm. In the middle stood Yi Chun, the second son of a clan elder who had always envied Yi Fan. Yi Chun spotted Yi Fan and jeered. Well, if it isn't the family's useless waste. Yi Fan, the guy who only awakened his immortal soul on the verge of middle age. Yi Chun strode up to Yi Fan, poking him in the chest with his finger and mocking. You're already so old and still dreaming of cultivating immortality? Why not go pick out a grave and prepare for your future instead? Suddenly, Yi Fan's patience snapped. He punched Yi Chun right in the face. Your smile is uglier than a crying face. You might as well stop grinning, Yi Fan said coolly. He knew he hadn't even reached the first rank of the human tier, but faced with Yi Chun's vile sneer, he found it impossible to hold back any longer. Bastard, I awakened my immortal soul at 19, and now I'm at the very peak of the human tier's first rank. How dare you hit me? Yi Chun roared, lashing out with a kick. Yi Fan tried to block it with his right hand, but the difference in strength was too great. He was knocked to the ground, clutching his stomach and writhing in pain. Damn it, the gap in strength really isn't something I can bridge in a moment, Yi Fan thought bitterly, barely able to get up as he lay curled on the ground. Just then, a voice called out from the distance, Li Luo. Yi Chun, what do you think you're doing? Spirit banding hope technique. As her fingers danced through the air, a golden rope appeared out of nowhere and shot toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun deftly dodged the golden rope and said coldly, Yi San, hold Li Luo back for now. She's a second-rank human stage, don't underestimate her strength. Just stall her. Let me teach this loser a lesson first. With that, he kicked Yi Fan, who was still lying on the ground. Yi San, get out of the way. Li Luo's face was full of anxiety. Though she was the stronger one, it was hard to break through the coordinated attacks of the two brothers, both first-rank human stage. All she could do was fend off their assaults while watching Yi Fan with growing worry. Useless wretch, today I'll show you exactly what you are. Yi Chun brought his index and middle fingers together, their tips glowing with a crimson light. Piercing finger, he shouted, thrusting his fingers toward Yi Fan. At that very moment, Yi Fan suddenly noticed his watch lighting up. He saw Yi Chun's attack closing in and tried to dodge, but stumbled and fell. His watch was pressed beneath him, and suddenly it unleashed a dazzling beam of white light. What? Who are you? No, you're Yi Fan. How is this possible? Yi Chun stared in shock at the man before him, a tall, powerfully built figure, both unfamiliar, and yet somehow familiar. Yi Fan now towered over Yi Chun, his physique robust, and in his hand was a strange shield that blocked Yi Chun's strike. No, I am. Yi Fan paused and said, Captain America. The words slipped out almost instinctively. Yi Fan also realized, to his astonishment, that he'd suddenly grown much taller than Yi Chun when they'd always been about the same height. Glancing down, he saw his right hand gripped a shield made of vibranium. Heaven help me. Have I turned into Captain America? How could this be? He hurriedly checked his watch. The screen was glowing, displaying none other than a Captain America poster. Could this be one of those legendary transformation devices? I think I've read about things like this in sci-fi novels, Yi Fan muttered under his breath. Well, whatever. Right now, I am Captain America. Why should I be afraid of this little guy? He said to himself. Hey, you freak. Did you use some mystical art to change your body? I will defeat you. Piercing finger. Yi Chun's fingers again flared with red light as he lunged at Yi Fan. But the Yi Fan of this moment was no longer the same as before. He was Captain America. With his current skills, Yi Chun didn't stand a chance. Yi Fan simply raised his left arm, the shield easily. Absorb Yi Chun's strike. Then, gathering his strength, he countered, knocking Yi Chun backward. Following up, Yi Fan launched into a spinning kick, sending Yi Chun sprawling to the ground. Just as Yi Chun tried to get up, the shield came flying back and struck him squarely on the head. With a sharp cry, Yi Chun collapsed, unconscious. Yi San, and Li Luo, who'd been quietly watching the showdown just moments before, were all left utterly stunned. Brother Yi Fan, I never knew you were so amazing. Yi and Yi San suddenly rushed over and wrapped themselves around Yi Fan's legs, leaving him a bit at a loss for what to do. Just then, he felt his body slowly returning to its original form. Yi Fan, come here. Yi San, take Yi Chun back to the dormitory, called out Grandpa Yi Yu, who had been observing from distance. Grandpa Yi Yu led Yi Fan and Yi Li Luo into his duty room, a small cabin near the exit of the boys' dormitory. With a serious tone, he said, I saw everything that happened with your fight today. Li Luo was about to speak up, wanting to say that even a fool could tell Yi Fan would never cause trouble on purpose. But Grandpa Yi Yu seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. He raised his hand, motioning for her to listen first. I'm not here to blame Yi Fan, he said. I'm just curious about the source of the technique he used earlier. That kind of spell, which can completely transform one's body, is usually found only in big cities or powerful clans. These are known as transformation divine arts. Immortal arts are generally divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Even the lowest tier of transformation divine arts is considered upper grade. For a small clan like ours, having just a few manuals of middle grade arts is already something to be proud of. At this point, a rare light shone in Grandpa Yi Yu's weathered face. Indeed, in a small clan like theirs, it was a rare thing to witness an upper grade immortal art in a lifetime, perhaps not at all. Yet, now within their clan, there was a boy who needed 6 awakenings of his spirit to succeed, and he had actually mastered such a rare art. He couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. This might be the chance for their humble clan to rise above its station. After all, no small clan had ever nurtured someone who could master an upper grade immortal art. The higher the grade, the harder it was to learn. Only those with extraordinary talent could hope to grasp it. But what Grandpa Yi Yu didn't know was, Yi Fan was hardly a prodigy. After all, someone who had muddled through life with little success and even less. Ambition could hardly transform into a peerless genius overnight, simply by crossing into another world. That would stretch belief a bit too far. Honestly, I'm curious too. Yi Fan, will you tell us how you came by this technique? Li Luo fixed Yi Fan with a look that said, if you don't explain, I'm not letting this go. Well, actually, it was a stroke of luck. About half an hour before the Spirit Awakening ceremony this year, I went out and stumbled into a strange encounter. That's how I got it. Yi Fan racked his brain to improvise a story, hoping desperately that in that crucial half hour, the original Yi Fan hadn't shown up in front of Grandpa Yi Yu or Li Luo. Otherwise, his lie would fall apart in an instant. He felt a bit awkward himself, remembering all the excuses he used to make at home just to skip classmates' gatherings and play games instead. If he were exposed now, he'd really have no face left to save. How could there be so many lucky encounters in the world? Do you really think a master would just casually leave a high-grade immortal technique lying around? Besides, your current strength isn't that great. You're not even at the first rank of the human tier. Li Luo pressed on, her face full of skepticism. Why can't I have a stroke of luck? Luck is part of strength too, you know. Yi Fan answered stiffly, though even he felt this excuse was rather far-fetched. After all, reality was nothing like those novels. There weren't miraculous encounters on every corner. Yi Fan's got a point. Grandpa Yi Yu clearly sided with Yi Fan, stroking his beard as he spoke. Who knows, maybe some passing expert really did leave it behind by accident. That's really lucky. Can I take a look at that advanced immortal technique, Yi Fan? Li Luo's curiosity was piqued at the mention of a high-grade immortal art. No way. That's a personal secret. I can't show it to you. Yi Fan refused without hesitation. Truth be told, it wasn't that he didn't want to show her, but he didn't have any high-grade immortal technique at all. It was all thanks to that mysterious watch. Besides, Li Luo wouldn't even recognize what a watch was. Tightwad him. Li Luo stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Well, now that everything's settled, Yi Fan, you need to work hard on your immortal techniques. With this special divine art, your future will be bright. You will bring honor to the Yi family. That's all from this old man. My bones are stiff from sitting too long. I'll go stretch my legs. With that, Grandpa Yi Yu stood up and left the boys' dormitory area. Good be, Grandpa Yi Yu. By the way, are you hurt at all? I saw the Ichun guy hit pretty hard. After seeing Grandpa Yi Yu off, Li Luo turned back and grabbed Yi Fan's hands, inspecting them carefully. And no, I'm fine. Yi Fan stammered, coughing awkwardly as he pulled his hands back, his face blushing as red as a ripe apple. He didn't dare look at Li Luo again, but inside he was puzzled. I usually have such thick skin. How could this tomboy make me feel shy? Yi Fan wondered to himself, but couldn't find an answer. What's this? Are you blushing? Come on, give me a smile. Li Luo teased, her playful expression leaving Yi Fan at a loss. Weren't you going to give me a tour? Are we still going? Yi Fan regained his composure and asked. Of course we are. That Yichen guy just wasted our time. Let's go. With that, Li Luo grabbed Yi Fan and led him out of the dormitory. This way is the training hall. Inside, there are lots of small practice rooms, specially prepared by the family for everyone's cultivation. The rooms are spacious and sturdy, almost impossible to break through, so they're perfect for practicing immortal arts. But the second floor of the training hall is full of inner clan disciples. You'd better avoid getting into conflicts with them. But don't worry, if you really get into trouble, I'll back you up. When I was a kid, I was used to brawling with groups. As Li Luo spoke of this bad habit, it sounded more like she was boasting. Haha. Yi Fan forced an awkward chuckle, then quickly asked, by the way, is there actually a distinction between inner and outer clan members in the family? Of course there is. For example, the children of the clan leader, like me, or the elder's kids, as long as they awaken their immortal soul, they can be admitted directly into the inner clan. The inner clan gets far better resources than the outer clan. So what if someone from the outer clan wants to join the inner clan? Do they never get a chance? That's not the case. Every year, outer clan disciples can take part in the inner clan selection tournament. If they perform well enough, they can enter the inner clan. I really need to work hard on my training. I don't want to be treated like an outsider forever. Looking at the training hall ahead, Yi Fan silently resolved to earn the right to set foot on the second floor and to never let anyone look down on him again. After a moment's distraction, he asked, "So how do you sign up for the inner clan selection tournament?" "No need to sign up. Everyone has to take part. When the time comes, I'll be cheering you on. Don't worry, there's still a while before that. So let's talk about it later. For now, let's keep exploring the campus." Oh, all right. Yi Fan still had a lot of questions, but for now, he had to put them aside. That's the temple for rituals and ceremonies. That area is the girls' dormitories. This is the academic building. It's open every day from 8 in the morning to noon, and again from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. There are a lot of classrooms. Inside, you can choose whichever you like. Each classroom has an elder teaching either immortal arts or cultivation techniques. Sometimes my father even comes to teach. Along the way, Li Luo kept up her enthusiastic introductions, as if she couldn't wait to pour all the school's information straight into Yi Fan's mind. "Tomorrow morning at 8, meet me outside the academic building. I'll take you to my father's class. He rarely makes an appearance, so this is a rare opportunity. You can't say no." With those words and a determined figure, Li Luo turned and strode away. After a whole day of walking, I'm totally wiped out. Yi Fan flopped onto his bed the moment he got back to the dorm. Right, the watch. I need to take a good look at it and figure out why I suddenly turned into Captain America. Sitting up, Yi Fan started examining the mysterious watch that had somehow appeared. When he spotted a line of strange letters on the band, his fatigue was instantly swept away by curiosity. What does it say here? It's a bit hard to make out. Yi Fan squinted, trying to decipher what seemed to be English letters. "Wait, honor." There was also a scratch across the back, as if it had been scraped by a blade. "Oh no, that's the exact name of my phone." That scratch was exactly the same as the one he had accidentally made with a razor blade before. How could my phone have turned into a watch? Yi Fan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, his phone did contain plenty of superhero posters. When the watch lit up with the Captain America poster, he felt a powerful sense of familiarity. That was the very image he had downloaded himself. He had crossed over, and his phone had transformed into a watch that could turn him into a superhero. Goodness, was this world giving him a chance to show off his skills? Yi Fan had always longed to become a superhero. I could become Captain America, but how do I do it? Yi Fan recalled the moment when Yi Chun had hit him. He seemed to have fallen on the watch's screen. Wait, it was when the screen got pressed. To test his theory, Yi Fan pressed the watch screen firmly. "Captain America, come on out." Yi Fan called out in a low voice, pressing one of the buttons on the watch at the same time. A white light flashed from the watch again, and Yi Fan felt his cells rapidly expanding within him. He shot up by 10 centimeters. A vibranium shield suddenly materialized on his right arm, and he was clad in Captain America's iconic blue and red uniform. Wow, this is amazing. Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel, though a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. Normally, he would have blurted out something much more casual, but now his exclamation sounded so formal. Could it be that after transforming into Captain America, even his personality was changing, making him more like Cap himself? He pressed the watch again, curious to see what else would happen. After he did, his body gradually returned to normal. A countdown appeared on the watch's screen, showing 10 minutes. So, there's a cooldown period? Yi Fan mused. It looked like he'd have to train hard from now on. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing his breath, and began to sense the flow of spiritual energy within him. He felt as if the energy in his dantian was shifting, probably influenced by the watch. All of a sudden, a platinum-white glow surged around him. He had smoothly advanced to the first rank of the mortal realm. Yi Fan discovered that his spiritual energy had become noticeably pure. Perhaps this was the saint-grade advancement that Li Luo had once mentioned. Having just broken through, his fatigue vanished, replaced by a vibrant new energy, a sensation that captured the true allure of cultivation. Determined not to fall behind, Yi Fan stayed up all night, completely absorbed in his training. Early the next morning, after a quick breakfast of porridge in the cafeteria, he made his way to the foot of the teaching building, waiting for Li Luo to arrive. "Brother Yi Chun, that loser is over there." As Yi Chun was about to climb the stairs to the teaching building, one of his cronies pointed at Yi Fan. "Umph, I only lost him last time because I underestimated him. Next time, I won't be so careless. Ignore him, let's go." Yi Chun's expression was filled with defiance and unwillingness to admit defeat. Yifan, I'm here. Li Luo appeared in Yi Fan's line of sight, waving and calling out to him. Inside the classroom, Clan Chief Yi Feng stood at the lectern and addressed everyone. Every cultivator must learn a set of the most basic immortal techniques, known as the 3 basic immortal arts. The 3 basic immortal arts are the most fundamental and easiest to pick up, yet they're also the hardest to truly master. These 3 techniques are Dantian Space, Explosive Strike, and Shadow Step. Next, I'll explain in detail the purpose, abilities, and points of caution for each technique. Sounds boring already, Yi Fan muttered with a yawn. Truth be told, he was tempted to just lay his head down and fall asleep. After all, he'd never really paid attention in class before. But things were different now. In this world where strength ruled, weakness meant only being bullied. Here, with no family or friends by his side, he could rely only on himself. At this moment, Yi Fan finally understood why children from poor families always learn to be independent so early. Yi Fan turned to glance at Li Luo, sitting beside him, curious to see how she was doing. What he saw shocked him. Yi Fan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. I'm working so hard here, and you're just sleeping? He immediately reached out to wake Li Luo. Li Luo opened her eyes lazily and said, These basic immortal arts are way too simple, not even considered entry-level. I already mastered them ages ago. I'm just here to keep you company. If you have any questions, ask me, but let me keep sleeping the rest of the time, all right? With that, Li Luo laid her head back down and returned to her nap. Yi Fan was left speechless, stifled by her words. He had no choice but to focus on the lesson, quietly switching himself into mute mode. Clan Chief Yi began the lesson. First is Dantian Space, which is used to store immortal energy. Not only can you store energy in your Dantian, but you can also keep items there. For example, you could place an object inside your Dantian. The protective effect of your immortal energy makes the item extremely light and shrinks its size, so it won't burst your body. How much you can store depends on your level of immortal power. You can access or store items at any time, so you'll never lose your money again. A ripple of laughter rolled through the class. With a flourish, Clan Chief Yi picked up the kettle on the table. In the blink of an eye, the kettle vanished into his belly. A moment later, with a gesture, the kettle reappeared in his hand, as if by magic. Frowning, Yi Fan asked, Is this like Doraemon's magic pouch? He had a gut feeling this would be difficult to learn, and this was just the most basic technique, which made him feel hopeless. Clan Chief Yi continued. The second technique is Explosive Strike. By accelerating the flow of immortal energy, you can concentrate power in your fists, palms, legs, or other parts of your body, and unleash tremendous force. A female student in the audience called out with curiosity. Clan Chief, could you show us a demonstration? All right, Chief Yi agreed. He swung his fist through the air, stopping at mid-motion. The air around his fist began to swirl, coalescing into a focused gust. With a resounding shout, his fist shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. A muffled boom echoed through the air. Though nothing visible stood in its path, a small explosion erupted, sending a ripple of energy outward. Even without experiencing it firsthand, everyone could sense the sheer power behind that strike. Yi Fan's blood raced with excitement as he watched. Thunderous applause broke out from the audience, the atmosphere charged with exhilaration. Yi Fan joined in, clapping and cheering. That was incredible. Chief Yi continued with his explanation. The third move is called Shadow Splitting Step. It's a special footwork technique that uses immortal energy to boost your speed. The higher your level of immortal power, the faster your Shadow Splitting Step becomes. Just then, a student in the audience raised a hand, about to speak. But Chief Yi cut him off. I know. You want me to demonstrate it for everyone. I'll show you right now. The student quickly added, No, Chief, I just wanted to let you know, you dropped your money. Following the direction the student pointed, Yi Fan spotted a golden banknote, worth 100 units, lying on the ground. He thought to himself, this must be the common currency in this world. Chief Yi chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, student. With that, he continued with his demonstration. He moved with agile grace, his steps shifting unpredictably, so much so that from a distance, it almost looked like he had 7 or 8 legs. Perhaps it was due to his exceptionally high level of immortal energy, but his movements grew faster and faster. Suddenly, he dashed out the back door, only to reappear at the lectern. In a flash, the distance he covered would take even a sprinting champion around 6 seconds to complete, yet Chief Yi managed it in just about 3. The entire hall erupted in awe. How fast can you run? Yi Fan turned to Li Luo, who had just woken up and still looked a bit groggy. Li Luo glanced at her father and replied, Father is at Tier 2 of the Earth rank. Honestly, 3 seconds isn't particularly fast for someone at that level. I was asking about you, not your father, Yi Fan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. 6 seconds, Li Luo answered, then slumped over her desk as if drained of energy. 6 seconds. The gap between Tier 2 of the mortal rank and Tier 2 of the Earth rank was truly vast. Next, if anyone's interested, please follow me to the training hall. I'll teach you personally, Chief Yi announced, leading the way out. The entire class followed, a testament to the chief's popularity as a teacher. Come on, Li Luo. Your father's heading to the training hall. Didn't you say you'd learn with me? Yi Fan tugged at the half-awake Li Luo, pulling her along as they left together. What a great figure. But how can you be so heavy? Yi Fan finally managed to drag Li Luo to the door of the training room, utterly exhausted. His muscles were strained, his strength spent. He was already sore all over, without even needing to practice the 3 immortal arts forms. Who just complimented my figure? I want to give them a proper thank you. Li Luo, who had been dozing off, suddenly sprang to attention, excitement lighting up her face. Let's go. Yi Fan pushed Li Luo into the training room together. An hour flew by, but Yi Fan hadn't managed to master even the first form. He realized, then, that those novels about transmigrators who instantly become geniuses and invincible were all lies. If you weren't bright before you transmigrated, don't expect to be any different after. Nothing really changes. Dantian space, hurry up and absorb it. Yi Fan shouted, slamming a wooden board against his stomach again and again. Over the course of that hour, he'd inflicted this bizarre punishment on himself more than 300 times. Though Li Luo felt a little sorry for him, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Fan brought the board down on his stomach once more. His abdomen was already crisscrossed with bruises and welts, but he refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, until he finally ended up in the school infirmary. Yi Fan, are you awake? When he opened his eyes, he saw his kindly grandpa Yi Yu standing by the bed. Grandpa Yi Yu, how did I end up here? Take a look at your stomach. Yi Fan followed his grandfather's gesture and looked down, fury clouding his face. He could hardly believe how badly injured his abdomen was. It was a mess. Who could have done this to me? Then, with a sinking feeling, he remembered. He had done it to himself. Just look at you. Cultivating the immortal arts takes patience and steady progress. Why rush it all in one day? See what you've done. Your poor stomach. Luckily, it's only superficial wounds. Grandpa Yi Yu spoke with a look full of concern. Though he usually seemed strict, in truth, he was a gentle soul. But in today's class, I was the only one who couldn't master even a single one of the 3 forms, Yi Fan said, feeling dejected, wishing he could just disappear into a hole. Take it slow. There's no need to hurry. Grandpa Yi Yu, how long did it take you to learn the first of the 3 forms back in the day? Yi Fan was hoping for some understanding, for someone who had struggled just like him. About half an hour, I think. Grandpa Yi Yu replied offhandedly. At that, Yi Fan's face fell completely. Grandpa Yi Yu, I'll head back to my dorm now. If you need to, go ahead, but remember to take care of yourself, especially that stomach wound. Yes, okay. Yi Fan answered wearily, left the infirmary, and trudged back toward his dorm. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged. I just heard Grandpa Yi say you're fine. Why not come to the training room with me? I'll teach you how to practice. Or are you just too scared to learn? At some point, without him noticing, Li Luo had already appeared behind Yi Fan. Who said I was scared? Let's go. Yi Fan refused to show any weakness, following Li Luo toward the training hall. Deep inside, he made a firm promise to himself. He would master the art of immortals and prove his worth. In the corner of the training hall's first floor, Li Luo began instructing Yi Fan. Step your left foot back. Give a small hop to the left with your right foot. Remember the sequence. Keep your legs steady and focus on coordination. Gather your immortal energy. Punch. Hey, don't make your fist look like you're too frail to lift it. Wrap the board with your immortal energy before slapping it against your stomach. And why do you look like you're taking revenge on your own belly? Go easier on the moves. Watching Yi Fan's clumsy attempts, Li Luo couldn't help but wonder if he himself was a prodigy, for the gap between them was almost laughable. I did it. Yi Fan shouted excitedly. At last, the wooden board was absorbed into his Dantian space. But by then, 3 hours had passed. It was already time for dinner, and he had only just mastered the first move. I have to hand it to you, Yi Fan. Your talent is truly unique. Li Luo couldn't hold back his teasing. You say that, and so do a lot of people. I hear compliments like that all the time. Yi Fan grinned. Toruwupidasit. You actually believe them? Were you kicked by a donkey as a child? How did you know? Does immortal magic let you read minds? Yi Fan suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident when, at age 8, he'd been kicked by a donkey while eating donkey kebabs at a country inn, and he slipped into the memory with a faint smile. There really was. Li Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. After dinner, back in his dorm, Yi Fan lay on his bed, pondering the 2 remaining techniques. Suddenly, the screen of his watch on his left wrist lit up. A flash of blue swept across the display, and a tiny blue figure began demonstrating the moves for exploding fist and shadow step. To Yi Fan's amazement, his advanced smartwatch was now able to show these techniques. It seemed that after learning immortal arts, his watch had also been affected. Normally, aside from transforming into Captain America, none of its other features worked. But now, with a full 3D demonstration of basic immortal techniques appearing out of nowhere, Yi Fan wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. He immediately began practicing along with the projection. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Yi Fan finally managed to learn all 3 fundamental immortal arts. Though still unrefined, he felt confident that with practice, he could hold his own. The day after tomorrow, the Yi clan would hold a skills assessment for its outer members. Those who excelled would receive a low-grade immortal pill, which could boost one's immortal energy. Yi Fan decided to rest well the next day, so he could give his all in the test and win the prize. Soon enough, the clan's outer trial began. Only those who passed would qualify for the inner clan selection and, ultimately, earn their place among the core members. Luo Li, have you already become an inner clan member? In the bustling crowd gathered on the trial square, Yi Fan asked eagerly, his heart brimming with anticipation. He longed to prove his strength. Of course, I'm the daughter of the clan chief. Who would dare deny me inner clan status? Luo Li replied with supreme confidence. At that moment, Elder Yian stepped onto the stage in the center of the square. Instantly, every gaze turned toward him, and the entire scene fell silent. I hereby announce, the clan outer members' trial assembly now officially begins. With his proclamation, the crowd erupted. Excitement swept through everyone. Some faces showed nerves, and Yi Fan was among them. Do your best, Yi Fan. I'll go to the stands and cheer for you. Luo Li waved goodbye and jogged off toward the spectator seats. I think I'm even more nervous now, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Soon after, Grandpa Yi Yu distributed a colorful stone to every outer clan contestant. He explained that this identity stone must be carefully kept within the Yi clan. It would automatically record each person's appearance, name, age, and all results from the trial. Amazing. This world of fantasy really is something else, Yi Fan thought in awe. At least no one's snapping photos to post online, and there's no one insisting on taking a picture before every meal. Just then, Yi Chun strode over, pride written all over his face. Loser, I underestimated you last time. But if you really do make it into the inner clan, I'll show you what it means to be a real man. I'll just take that as your way of wishing me luck, Yi Fan replied with a calm, easy smile. Too bad for you. The trial's even harder this year. Someone like you hasn't got a chance. Yi Chun was brimming with confidence, as if he already had a plan in mind. Yi Fan paid him no mind. He believed that the best response right now was to stay calm and see how things unfolded. The first phase of the clan trial, the trial forest, is about to begin. All participants, gather up. Elder Yi Yun's voice rang out from the center of the square. The crowd quickly assembled, and a sense of solemnity settled over everyone. Elder Yi Yun produced a stone, and Yi Fan heard the contestants nearby whispering about it. This was a spatial stone, said to contain a pocket world within. Crafted by immortal experts using special techniques, some spatial stones held grasslands, others seas, and still others forests. A single spatial stone was worth a fortune, 500,000 immortal coins, enough to match all the wealth of the Yi clan. There were large and small spatial stones. The one in Elder Yi Yun's hand was a smaller kind. Much of a clan's power was reflected in the level of immortal arts it possessed, the number and variety of spatial stones, and similar treasures. Activate the trial forest. With those words, the space stone in Elder Yi Yun's hand slowly floated into the air, radiating a soft green glow. He tapped the stone lightly with his index finger. The surrounding magnetic field rippled, and a gentle stream of celestial energy flowed into the body of each contestant present. In the blink of an eye, every contestant on the plaza vanished, leaving only Elder Yi Yun standing where he was. With a faint sound, Yi Fan discovered he was now standing atop a cliff, with a vast forest sprawling beneath his feet. So, I've entered the world of the space stone, but they haven't explained the trial rules yet. Yi Fan simply sat down, taking in the fresh air as he observed his surroundings. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed from the sky. The trial begins. The rules of the trial will only be announced once. Please listen carefully. Yi Fan grumbled inwardly. Hurry up and get on with it. First, this trial consists of 3 stages. At any stage, contestants may choose to withdraw by saying "I quit the trial" to their identity stone. Second, deliberately harming other contestants or breaking the rules is strictly forbidden. Violators will lose between 10 and 50 points, and severe cases will result in immediate disqualification. Third, Only the top 100 contestants by score will qualify for the clan selection competition. Points will be continuously accumulated based on your performance, starting from the first stage. Fourth, if you're injured to your physical limit during the trial, the system will automatically transport you back for treatment. Now, the first stage begins, the Wooden Man trial. 1,000 wooden men will be generated. For each one you defeat, you earn 1 point. The first stage begins now. The ethereal voice gradually faded into the forest. Li Luo said there are 500 contestants this time. Looks like I'll have to work twice as hard. Yifan had just gotten to his feet and turned around when he found a wooden man looking like a human-shaped training dummy, right up in his face, just 15 centimeters away from touching noses. I heard the most comfortable distance between people is 1 meter. Brother, could you give me some space? Of course, the wooden man didn't understand a word. It swung its fist straight at him. Oh no, there's a cliff right behind me. Yifan instinctively kicked the wooden man in the head, sending it flying. The wooden man crashed to the ground, its body shattering into pieces. Wow, I didn't know I was this strong. Wish I could post this on my social feed. Yifan's total score, 1. Bonus points from martial arts, 0. Suddenly, a transparent blue screen appeared before him, displaying his score. 1 point. Gotta keep it up. Energized, Yifan dashed toward the edge of the cliff, fighting wooden men in the forest below as he ran. There are currently 490 contestants remaining. For every 10 eliminated, an announcement will be broadcast. A clear, ethereal voice echoed from the sky once more. 10 people have already been eliminated so quickly. Yifan kept running. Just as he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw a group of wooden dummies gathered ahead. More than 30 in total. Yifan knew he could handle them one by one, but facing so many at once was impossible. He came to a sudden halt. How unlucky can I get? Honestly, Yifan turned around, ready to run back the way he came. Suddenly, a thunderous crash sounded behind him. What's going on? Yifan ran a short distance, then stopped and looked back. Unfortunately, the area behind him was shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything clearly. After a few seconds, a handsome young man in dark nightwear emerged from the haze. Hovering before him was a blue, translucent screen displaying Yikong's total score, 224. Bonus from martial arts, 20. 224 points. He's an expert. Yikong, a fine name. Hey there, brother. Do you know the way to the center of the forest? Yikong looked at Yifan and asked, You're heading the wrong way. If you keep going this way, you'll end up at a cliff. I see. Sorry to trouble you. Yikong looked a little surprised, but quickly collected himself and prepared to leave. Brother Yikong, why don't we team up? At this point, Yifan only wanted to find a strong companion. Traveling with someone like that would make getting away from the cliff much safer. Yikong had been wondering how Yifan knew his name, but when he saw the score flash on the screen after defeating 30 wooden dummies, he understood at once. Sure, let's go together. Great. By the way, why are you heading for the center of the forest? Yifan couldn't help but ask. I heard that's where the most wooden dummies are. The most, huh? As they walked, the two struck up a conversation. What's that black box strapped to your left arm? Yikong eyed Yifan's watch with curiosity. It's just an accessory. Yifan had no intention of revealing the only thing in this world he could truly boast about. It looks pretty odd, honestly. I really don't get why you like it. Yifan could only smile wryly. He actually thought it looked weird too, but there was nothing he could do. He simply couldn't take it off. By the way, what's your current level of immortal power? Yifan wanted to know what rank an expert like Yikong had reached. Human tier, 3rd grade. Higher than Yi Chun, it seemed. As the son of the Grand Elder, Yi Chun truly had an advantage. He started off as an inner clan member the moment he entered. Do you see those 5 wooden dummies up ahead? Yikong stopped and looked straight ahead. I see them. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? Go fight them. I already have 224 points, so I don't really need to fight for now. I'll let you have this chance. All right, 30 would be too much for me, but 5? I think I can handle it. Yifan dashed toward the 5 expressionless wooden dummies, using his shadow step technique at lightning speed. Not the head. Ouch, that hurts. Get lost. Hey, Yifan shouted as he tangled with the 5 wooden dummies, his voice echoing above the scuffle. He flailed and struck out in all directions as he yelled, and after a chaotic struggle, he finally managed to defeat them all. Watching from the sidelines, Yikong felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced around, his awkward expression practically announcing to any passerby that he had nothing to do with this foolish fellow. Fortunately, no one else was paying attention. Yifan's total score, 6. Bonus points from martial arts, 0. It was clear this guy had no chance of qualifying for the interclan selection. That was what Yikong thought to himself. At last, they arrived at the heart of the forest. Just as expected, even at the edge of the clearing, They could see a dense cluster of 70 or 80 wooden dummies swarming in the distance, a dark and intimidating mass. There were quite a few contestants in the central area, but they were vastly outnumbered by the sheer legion of wooden dummies. At this point, anyone attempting to rush in alone would be courting disaster. There are currently 480 contestants remaining. That same voice echoed again. Clearly, the wooden dummies in the center had already eliminated quite a few people. With a sudden, anguished cry, Yi Fan realized another contestant had just been transported away for medical treatment. Yi Kong eyed the advancing swarm of wooden dummies before him. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned a golden spear, its shaft engraved with two bold characters. Question spear technique. Spear raised a question in the heavens. Who else but me? He shouted, voice ringing with confidence. He launched forward with his shadow step, spear, flashing. In a single sweep, 7 or 8 wooden dummies were sent flying, their wooden limbs scattering across the clearing, plunging the surroundings into chaos. Yi Fan stared, utterly stunned and awestruck. I can't just give up, he told himself, mustering his courage and charging forward. He knew that, when things truly became dangerous, he still had that miraculous watch, his secret weapon, the one that could transform him into Captain America. It was the only way he could stand a chance against these prodigies. Even so, there was no guarantee he'd emerge victorious, but at the very least, he'd be far stronger than he was now. The first time Yi Fan transformed into Captain America, he had even managed to defeat Yi Chun, who was at the peak of the first human tier. True, Yi Chun had underestimated him and wasn't fighting at full strength, but it was still a testament to how formidable the transformation was. Foolish wooden dummies. Grandpa Yi Fan has arrived. Using Shadow Step, Yi Fan nimbly leaped onto the shoulder of a wooden dummy. He drove his fist hard into its head, then sprang away. The dummy collapsed into a heap of scattered parts. Watch out! Behind you! From a distance, Yi Kong shouted a warning. He'd spotted a wooden dummy, swinging its fist at Yi Fan's back, but Yi Fan hadn't noticed the danger yet. As soon as Yi Fan turned his head, he was struck in the face by one of the wooden dummies, sending him sprawling to the ground. Although his head had taken a heavy blow, there were no signs that he was about to be eliminated just yet. He forced himself to his feet, heart pounding as he watched 50 or 60 wooden dummies slowly closing in to surround him. Panic welled up inside. At the same moment, Yi Kong wished he could come to Yi Fan's aid, but he was barely able to hold his own. 70 or 80 wooden dummies were entangling him as well, leaving him unable to break free. No choice now. I'll have to rely on you. Captain America. Yi Fan pressed his watch decisively. The watch emitted a flash of white light. The dummies near him froze in confusion for a brief moment, but within seconds, they snapped out of it and continued advancing toward Yi Fan. What's going on? I'm not taller. There's no shield. My body doesn't feel any different. Yi Fan realized he hadn't transformed into Captain America at all. He looked exactly the same as before. Stupid watch. Looks like I'll have to go for broke and see if I can charge across their shoulders. With that, Yi Fan once again used his Shadow Step, aiming to break through in Yi Kong's direction. Yi Fan, are you alright? Yi Kong had seen a sudden burst of light from Yi Fan's direction a moment ago, and thought something might have happened to him. Now, seeing him standing there unharmed and preparing to break through, Yi Kong felt some relief, though worry crept in again. Can he really get out? He can barely handle 5 dummies, let alone all those. While fending off the wooden dummies crowding him, Yi Kong muttered under his breath. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Kong, a face bruised and battered. Yi Fan. Yi Kong couldn't help but call out. Yi Fan was now standing right in front of Yi Kong. He himself was a bit stunned. Just a moment ago, he'd only been desperate to get to Yi Kong for help, and in the blink of an eye, he was there already. It must be the watch. Snapping back to his senses, Yi Fan quickly glanced down at the screen of his watch. The last time he had transformed into Captain America, one press had called up a poster of the hero. He wanted to see what had happened this time. Yi Fan pressed the screen. Accompanied by a soft beep, the display slowly lit up. On the screen appeared a blond, blue-eyed man, mid-stride, as if sprinting, dressed in a blue and white uniform. A lightning-shaped stripe ran across the suit from the left shoulder to the lower right, like a bolt slicing through the night sky. Yi Fan recognized the poster instantly. It was Quicksilver, the Marvel superhero he'd saved to his phone. A mutant hero with the power to run faster than the speed of sound. Wow, I've turned into Quicksilver. Unbelievable. Yi Fan realized his personality seemed to be shifting as well. Yi Fan, more wooden dummies are coming from behind. Yi Kong shouted as he hurled a dummy aside with his weapon, then turned back to see Yi Fan lost in thought once again. He couldn't help but wonder to himself. This kid is always so absent-minded. Can he really qualify for the clan's entry trials? A translucent screen lit up in front of Yikong's eyes. Yikong's total score, 288. Bonus point fort combat technique, 50. This time you won't land a single hit on me again, my dear wooden mannequins. Yifan had barely finished speaking before his figure vanished from sight. The combination of Quicksilver and Shadow Step really does boost my speed. Yifan muttered to himself as he dashed forward. From Yifan's perspective, it was as if time had frozen. Everyone, both participants and mannequins, appeared completely motionless. In a flash, the 50 or 60 wooden mannequins who had just been ganging up on Yifan were all smashed to the ground by him. His total score soared higher and higher, the numbers on the screen climbing with each defeated mannequin, and his excitement grew, fueling his ever more explosive movements. Taking advantage of his momentum, he dealt with the mannequins around Yikong, then sent another cluster of mannequins flying from the center of the field. Wow, that guy's really got an unfortunate face. Up ahead, Yifan saw a man who'd just taken a hit to the stomach from a wooden mannequin, his face twisted in pain. But to Yifan, the whole scene was frozen, thanks to his overwhelming speed. Getting punched, does it really hurt that much? Yifan stared at the man, then suddenly noticed the guy had actually taken a kick from another mannequin right between the legs. Yifan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh man, poor guy. No wonder he looks like he's in so much agony. After wiping out the remaining mannequins, Yifan reappeared beside Yikong, and the world seemed to snap back to normal speed. In reality, everyone else had been moving at their usual pace. Yifan was simply that fast. Final score tally. Yifan's total score, 400. Bonus point fort combat technique, 200. He had defeated 200 mannequins in all. Subtracting the 7 he'd already taken down, that meant he dispatched 193 more in just a few seconds, and his combat technique bonus had soared to 200 points. Yikong's eyes widened as he stared at Yifan, as if he were looking at a monster. The blinding speed of Yifan's Shadow Step was astounding enough, but to take out 193 mannequins in mere seconds. No wonder his combat technique score had climbed so high. It was well deserved. Although Yikong couldn't fathom how Yifan's Shadow Step could reach such a staggering speed, he suspected that only a high-level immortal technique could compare. At this moment, Yikong was filled with boundless admiration for Yifan's strength. For someone at the mid-stage of the lowest mortal rank to possess such overwhelming speed, Yikong found it hard to believe this was really just Shadow Step. Still, whether it was his footwork or his moves, everything matched the Shadow Step technique, leaving Yikong with no room to argue. This was the first time Yifan had used Shadow Step at full speed. His body was pushed to its absolute limits, and his abilities faded, away along with his strength. Although there was no change in his appearance, he could clearly feel the weakness in every part of him. 400 points. That's fantastic. Completely exhausted, Yifan collapsed onto the ground, too weak to stand. Yikong hoisted Yifan onto his back, planning to carry him out of the central area and find a safe place to rest. Judging by their scores in the first stage, the two of them should have more than enough points to advance. Very few participants had managed to score above 200 points so far. Just then, the ethereal voice echoed through the sky once more. There are now 450 contestants remaining. Please note, only 100 wooden men are left. It's fine, there are only 100 left. Our points are already enough. Yifan, let's head back to the cliff and rest. Are you crazy? It's not just me. You're about to keel over too. Why bother climbing back up the cliff? Let's just find a quiet spot and lie down for a while. Yifan replied weakly, grateful for Yikong's help. At this point, he was so drained he could barely stand. By the way, what was that speed you just showed? Yikong couldn't help but ask, but quickly remembered that everyone's magical techniques were closely guarded secrets. He added, never mind, you don't have to answer. I'll go pick some fruit for us in a bit. Thanks. Beyond being thankful for the fruit, Yifan was even more grateful that Yikong didn't press him further about his abilities. The two of them found shelter beneath a towering tree, easily over 200 meters tall. Leaning against its massive trunk, they ate fruit and rested for a while, gazing up at the sky through the branches. Just then, 4 young men approached. 3 of them were dressed in orange, while the 4th wore white, with the air of a leader about him. Spotting Yifan and Yikong, they sneered with mockery. The man in white spoke. First, well, if it isn't Yifan, the useless one, we've been looking for you. Big brother Yi Chun sent us to teach you a lesson. All you have to do is kneel and kowtow 3 times, and we'll let you off the hook. Yifan looked at the 4 men, understanding immediately. Yichin clearly had no intention of letting him go. Who are you? State your names. Yikong stood up and demanded loudly. The name's Yi Jian. I haven't changed it, and I never will. Kid, whoever you are, you'd best stay away from this loser who's failed his soul awakening for 5 years. Otherwise, we'll deal with you too. Yi Jian looked at Yi Fan and Yi Kong with open ridicule. Yi Kong bristled with anger and was about to step forward when Yi Fan grabbed his arm. Still the same old arrogance. Yi Jian, just because you have the elder son backing you up, you think you can act like you own the place. Aren't you afraid of losing points for this? Yi Fan stood up as well, his expression icy. Calling me cheap? I never planned on advancing anyway. I'm just here to do what my big brother wants and give you a beating. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to the 3 men behind him to move in. There are 4 of them, except for Yi Jian, who is at the 2nd tier. The others are all at the 1st tier. How many can you handle right now? Yi Fan whispered the question to Yi Kong. Huh, me? Right now. Yi Fan glanced at his watch, realizing his skills were still on cooldown for another 7 minutes. Disappointment filled his heart. Not a single one. Yi Fan replied to Yi Kong with a helpless sigh. How about you? Yi Fan looked at Yi Kong, who was clearly exhausted. Yi Jian is still manageable, but the other 3, I honestly don't have any strength left. Yi Kong understood all too well. They were in serious trouble this time. Their opponents clearly intended to take Yi Fan out of the competition, even if it meant getting eliminated themselves. Yi Jian's 3 subordinates in orange robes were already charging toward them. Yi Kong swept his arm and summoned the Wentian spear from his Dantian space, stepping forward to meet the assault. Yi Jian himself drew a silver longsword and lunged straight for Yi Fan. Time to get eliminated, you waste. With those words, Yi Jian slashed out with his sword. Sword wind technique. A blade of sword energy surged toward Yi Fan. Right now, Yi Fan had no strength to use Shadow Step. Left with no choice, he braced himself and met the attack head-on with explosive strike. A wave of dizziness swept over him. His opponent's immortal power was vastly superior, and the force unleashed was far beyond what Yi Fan could withstand at the moment. Yi Fan was sent flying, landing hard on the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yi Kong had just managed to knock down the 3 attackers with his Wentian spear when he rushed over to help Yi Fan, thrusting his spear at Yi Jian. Yi Jian parried with his sword and tried to kick the spear aside, but Yi Kong held on tight, refusing to let go. But as Yi Kong's attention wavered, Yi Jian seized the chance. His left hand erupted with an explosive strike, sending Yi Kong crashing to the ground. In that instant, Yi Jian and his 3 men vanished in a thin air. Yi Jian and his 3 companions have been disqualified for inflicting severe injuries on fellow competitors. The ethereal voice echoed through the sky once again. Serves them right. Yi Fan wiped the blood from his face and helped Yi Kong up. To encourage contestants with lower scores, the remaining 50 puppets inside the spatial stone will now be strengthened. Destroying one will earn you 5 points. At the same time, 500 healing stones have been scattered throughout the site. They will automatically appear in various corners of the forest. Yi Fan looked up at the sky, then turned to ask Yi Kong, what do these healing stones look like? Holding his wounded side where Yi Jian had struck him, Yi Kong replied, they're round, pink stones with a red heart symbol in the center. That's actually kind of cute. Yi Kong, you seem to know a lot about these healing stones. Could you tell me more about how they work? Yi Kong nodded and explained, healing stones are actually a type of immortal technique stone. These are special stones that can naturally form underground, and stone refiners can process them to endow all kinds of functions. Healing stones are the simplest to make. They can only be used once, but they quickly restore strength and heal injuries. Stone refiners? Yi Fan couldn't help but think of the craftsmen from fantasy novels. It seemed there was little difference between the two. So, does this world also have alchemists? Yi Fan suddenly asked. That's right. Both professions have their own ways of healing, which is pretty normal. Alchemist potions are more effective, but their recovery takes longer, while the healing stones made by stone refiners work instantly, though their effects are limited. I see. By the way, do these 2 professions have ranks as well? Yi Fan pressed on, since in novels these kinds of professions were usually divided by level. They do. There are only 3 ranks: super, advanced, and ordinary. The country conducts unified assessments for these. You'll have a chance to learn more about this in the future. For now, none of this is really relevant to us. Yi Kong paused here, then suddenly looked at Yi Fan with a hint of surprise. What is it? You've been staring at me. Is there something on my face? Yi Fan felt a bit uneasy under Yi Kong's gaze. Don't tell me you actually want to learn stone refining or alchemy. No one in the Yi clan has studied those yet. If you're interested, once your cultivation improves, you can go out and learn. I'm just a little curious, that's all. We'll see in the future. For now, let's go find some healing stones. Or do you want to stay under this tree for the rest of your life? When Yi Fan said, the rest of your life, he was really referring to the remaining time in the trial. Oh, by the way, that spear you're holding looks special, and the techniques you used with it. How did you get them? Yi Fan pointed at the weapon in Yi Kong's hand. Yi Kong replied. Once, when I left the Yi clan to travel, I came across an old man being pursued at the edge of a cliff. Before he died, he handed me this spear and a manual for spear techniques, saying they were treasures. Yi Fan couldn't help but grumble to himself. Why hadn't he ever run into such a stroke of luck? Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. There are 400 contestants remaining. Wow. After those 50 wooden men evolved, they've really become much tougher. So many contestants have already been eliminated. As Yi Fan spoke, he picked up a twig and stuck it between his teeth. Of course, they say that the earliest wooden puppets had no magical power at all. They were just ordinary people. But now, these evolved wooden puppets each possess the strength of a mid-level grade 2 human cultivator. Most of us outsiders, on the other hand, are only at grade 1, and even the stronger ones are just at grade 2 or 3. So, it's likely that many grade 1 contestants can't even defeat a single wooden puppet. The atmosphere grew a little awkward, and Yi Kong wondered why everything had suddenly gone so quiet around him. When you said grade 1 contestants can't win, were you talking about me? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Of course not. You got a score of 400. That's over 100 more than I do. Why would I be talking about you? Haha, that's right. I'm pretty impressive, aren't I? Hearing Yi Kong's praise, Yi Fan immediately threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. This guy, he really is hopeless. Yi Kong could only smile wryly to himself. Is this a healing stone? Yi Fan picked up a stone, curiosity lighting up his face. Yes, let me show you how to use it. As Yi Kong spoke, he began to demonstrate. Soon, a gentle pink glow seeped from Yi Fan's arm into his body. Yi Fan let out a blissful sigh. Do you have to be so dramatic? Yi Kong said, sounding a bit exasperated. As the pink light gradually faded, the healing stone lost its color, looking no different from an ordinary rock. These healing stones are single-use. They're made by extracting a tiny bit of special material from magical stones, so they can be mass-produced, but each one only works once. Not far away, a large crowd was gathering at the entrance of a massive cave. What's going on over there? Why is everyone gathered? Let's go see. Yi Fan was not usually fond of crowds, but in this fantastical world, bustling places often meant treasures were about to be found. A stroke of luck. Maybe it's finally my turn. Grinning foolishly, Yi Fan dashed forward, thinking that ever since he'd crossed into this world, he was practically living the life of a protagonist. From a fantasy novel. Who knows? Maybe next he'd stumble upon some rare magical art or a legendary artifact. The thought filled him with anticipation. Wait for me, Yi Kong called out, watching Yi Fan run off like an excited child. With no other choice, he hurried after him. Is there any hope for this guy? Why can't we go in? If we're all going together, then anything we find should be shared equally. I was the one who found this cave first. You all need to back off. So what if you found it? Can you go in there alone? The crowd erupted into a chorus of arguments. Yi Fan squeezed into the throng and tapped the shoulder of a young girl standing nearby. Excuse me, beautiful lady. Could you tell me what's happening up ahead? Yi Fan asked, panting slightly. There are about 100 people here, and a large number of healing stones have been found in this cave. At least 100 or more. There are also 10 wooden puppets guarding the entrance, so everyone is arguing about whether to go in together and split the healing stones evenly. That's why things got heated. If they're going to split them evenly, why argue at all? At some point, Yi Kong had also walked over. Don't worry, leave this to me. Yi Fan patted his chest with confidence. You? Do you think you can handle it? The woman asked skeptically. All you need to do is watch. As Yi Fan spoke, he pushed his way through the crowd and stepped into the center. What is this guy up to now? Yi Kong could only shake his head helplessly. Everyone listen to me. Yi Fan had already climbed onto a large rock, calling out in a loud, commanding voice. The crowd quickly fell silent. He felt a secret swell of pride. Seems like I've got a knack for leadership after all. Who's this brat? Get down from there. Someone in the crowd shouted in displeasure. Yi Fan ignored him and went on. If we keep arguing like this, we'll still be here by nightfall with no solution. Why don't we work together to take care of the wooden puppets in the cave first? Once they're dealt with, we can discuss how to divide the healing stones. What do you all think? Murmurs started to ripple through the crowd. After a while, people began to realize that continuing the standoff was pointless, and voices started to chime in. All right, I agree. Count me in. Let's go in together then. That's the spirit. If you trust me, follow my lead. We can send a few people in first to draw the wooden puppets out. The cave is too narrow for everyone to fight at once. It's better to deal with them outside. Although some people were reluctant to accept Yi Fan's command, everyone understood that the healing stones were the most important thing in this trial. So, they decided to go along with his plan. They exchanged glances, but no one dared volunteer to lure the wooden puppets out. 10 wooden puppets were as strong as 10 second-level martial artists. and among them only Yi Kong had reached the 3rd level. Even a 4th level expert wouldn't dare rush in against 10 2nd-level wooden puppets. I'll do it. Yi Kong gripped his Wentian sword tightly and walked into the cave alone. Since it was my idea, I should take the lead too. Let me go in with Yi Kong and draw out the wooden puppets. The rest of you hide in the grass and get ready to ambush. Yi Fan directed everyone to hide among the grass near the cave, arranging their positions for the ambush, then followed Yi Kong into the cave. Torches were mounted along both sides of the cave, lighting up the passage. At the far end, a pile of healing stones could be seen clearly, guarded by 10 sinister-looking wooden puppets. In truth, these wooden puppets were no different from the ones they'd encountered before, but Yi Fan, feeling tense, found them even more menacing now. Get ready, Yi Fan whispered to Yi Kong. Of course, I'm ready to lure those 10 puppets out. Yi Kong fixed his gaze on the 10 puppets at the deepest part of the cave, gripped his Wentian spear, and charged forward without hesitation. Come on, puppets. Let me show you just how powerful my little brother can be. Attack me with everything you've got. As Yi Kong thought this, the 10 puppets immediately surrounded him. L'ancien spear technique whirlwind storm. Yi Kong swept the Wentian spear in wide arcs, his movements swift and elusive thanks to his shattered shadow steps. Spear shadows interwove, swirling around him and forming a miniature tornado. The spear work was as relentless and overwhelming as a storm, living up to its name, Whirlwind Storm. Fighting as he retreated, Yi Kong used his shattered shadow steps to slip out of the cave. Before long, all the puppets had been successfully lured outside. Everyone who had been lying in ambush rushed out at once, launching a fierce assault on the 10 puppets. But where was Yi Fan? Could something have happened to him? Yi Kong suddenly realized Yi Fan was nowhere to be seen and hurried back into the cave to search for him. What are you doing? Yi Kong caught sight of Yi Fan busily stashing a large pile of healing stones into his Dantian storage. Brother Yi Kong, come help me. There are over 100 healing stones here, and my Dantian can only hold 50. Hurry, let's pack up the rest together. Don't let any go to waste. Yi Fan wore a clever, calculating grin. Yi Kong could only sigh and chuckle helplessly. Only now did he realize why the usually timid Yi Fan had so eagerly volunteered to enter the cave this time. Still, with the deadly trial ahead, those healing stones could easily mean the difference between life and death. Yi Kong let it go and joined Yi Fan, quickly scooping up the remaining stones into his own Dantian storage. Hurry, let's get out of here. Once everything was packed away, Yi Fan grabbed Yi Kong and the two of them raced out of the cave. Back outside, they found the others still locked in a bitter struggle against the 10 puppets. Yi Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Keep going, everyone! Smash those puppets to bits!" No sooner had he said this than he pulled Yi Kong along and quietly slipped away from the scene. Just then, a young man seized the chaos as an opportunity, sneaking into the cave ahead of the others, hoping to snatch the healing stones for himself. But when he saw the completely empty cave, he was struck by utter despair. Those two took all the healing stones. After them, he dashed out of the cave, yelling at the others who were still battling the puppets. "So that's what you were really after?" a burly man shouted, glaring at him. "This isn't the time to argue," the girl who had been held back by Yi Fan cried, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. "They took every last healing stone. If only I'd never told them about it. They're so cunning." But it was already too late for regrets. "Ha ha ha, this is amazing. With over 100 healing stones, we don't have to worry about dying anymore." Standing atop the cliff, Yi Fan leapt with joy. "Hey, how can you be so happy after pulling a stunt like that?" Yi Kong felt indignant on behalf of those unlucky kids who'd been tricked by Yi Fan, and said, "Big brother, don't you have a pile of healing stones hidden in your Dantian space too? Are you really in any position to judge me? We're all the same here." Yi Fan shrugged off the accusation, firing back, "What I have is nothing. Honestly, we're all pretty much alike. Ye can't seek it, helpless. Forget it. We're just doing what we must to survive. But you have to realize there will be consequences to this." "What consequences?" Yi Fan looked at him, unconcerned. Yi Kong pondered a moment, then said seriously, "In this trial forest, we're probably going to become everyone's target." Yi Fan didn't seem bothered. He shook his head and patted Yi Kong on the shoulder. "The rules are clear. If anyone tries to hurt us maliciously, they'll be eliminated, just like Yi Jian. No one's at a risk being kicked out for a few healing stones." With that, Yi Fan pulled out 2 healing stones and tossed one to Yi Kong. "Stop worrying. Use the healing stone to patch yourself up first. Neither of us is fully recovered yet." Yi Kong caught the healing stone and nodded silently. In no time, the 2 healing stones became nothing more than ordinary rocks. Both Yi Fan and Yi Kong's wounds had completely healed. Feeling much better, Yi Fan secretly touched the watch on his left wrist. Finally, he could breathe easy. The cooldown had ended, and his life-saving device was ready for use again. Just then, the ethereal voice returned after a long silence. The second stage is about to begin. There are currently 300 contestants remaining. From this point, you can earn points by eliminating other contestants. The second stage will end when only 200 remain, leading into the final phase. Without warning, Yifan slapped himself across the face. Yikon stayed in shock. Why are you hitting yourself? Yifan shook his head with a laugh. You wouldn't understand. It's called self-mockery. What do you mean by that? Yifan Goodinut. You guessed it. We really have become the public enemies of this trial. Yikon Sigit. Yeah, we grabbed so many healing stones, and our scores are high. We're basically everyone's prime target now. Yifan tried to find comfort in the thought. Well, even if they do take us out, they can't get to the healing stones in our Dantian spaces. Maybe we can even use them to trade with others. Yikong warned, if we get beaten so badly we can't fight back, they'll be able to open our Dantian spaces and take everything inside. But what they really want is our points. Yifan slapped himself again. Yikong Furonit, puzzled. Why are you doing that again? Yifan forced a wry smile. Still self-mockery. I always thought when God closed a door, he'd open a window for me. Turns out, all he did was open the bedroom window. Yikong shook his head in confusion. Yifan, what you're saying is way too deep for me. I really don't get it. What's so special about the bedroom window? He stared at Yifan, who now lay slumped in despair against a rock, as if looking at some kind of divine being. So you mean, all we can do is wait for death? We've offended over 100 cultivators. There's no way we're getting out of this alive. Don't lose heart. Get up. Let's fight back and earn more points. Yikong yanked Yifan to his feet. Ever since Yifan and Yikong had stolen more than 100 healing stones, their names had spread far and wide throughout the trial forest. The news had traveled quickly among the contestants, and everyone now knew that Yifan and Yikong had become the prime enemies of the trial. Almost everyone had heard of these two troublemakers, though most didn't actually know what they looked like. Yifan and Yikong moved through the forest with extreme caution, constantly scanning their surroundings, worried that a mob might jump out at any moment to ambush them. I heard that Yifan guy is really despicable. Not only did he snatch over 100 healing stones, he even stole a girl's underwear. Seriously? Isn't he the loser who couldn't awaken his immortal soul for 5 years? I didn't think he'd stoop so low. That's seriously disgusting. Two contestants walked along, chatting about Yifan. Yifan happened to be standing right behind them, fists clenched in fury. If Yikong hadn't been holding him back, he would have stormed up to confront them already. Hold it in. Don't lose your cool, Yikong said, struggling to suppress a laugh. These jerks, making up rumors like that. How infuriating. Yifan was so angry he felt like steam was about to shoot from his head. He admitted he'd done some questionable things, but he absolutely couldn't stand being slandered out of thin air. So gross, stealing a girl's underwear. Just hearing the name Yifan makes me want to laugh, ha. Once those two had walked off into the distance, Yikong finally let go of Yifan's arm and squatted down, bursting into laughter. Yifan opened his mouth, but couldn't find any words to express just how stifled and furious he felt. What's so funny? Let's go, he said impatiently. Go where? Yikong asked between laughs, his face aching from grinning so hard. Where else? Time to get revenge and show them what we're made of. Yifan gritted his teeth. No problem. Yikong sighed, looked up at Yifan, and agreed without hesitation. So, the two of them began to take the initiative, hunting for targets like predators stalking their prey. Explosive strike. Suddenly, Yifan launched a surprise attack from behind on a thin, wiry man. The man sensed danger at his back, dodged Yifan's punch by twisting his body, and tried to trip Yifan with his leg. Yifan nimbly retreated, brushed the dust off his leg, and looked up at his opponent. Did you really think I was the only one coming for you? The man turned around, only to see a strikingly handsome young man charging at him, brandishing a golden spear. Heaven-questioning spear technique, golden divine dragon. Yikong raised the heaven-questioning spear high and launched his attack. At that moment, the golden spear seemed to transform into a mighty dragon, blazing with radiant light as it surged toward its target. Yikong's entire body shimmered with golden brilliance as he channeled all his immortal energy into the spear, unleashing his most powerful strike. Af! The man let out a pained cry. With a resonant dragon's roar, the man was hurled high into the air by the force of the blow, and in the end, he was eliminated from the competition. Yifan's heart tightened, the echo of that dragon's roar still reverberating in his mind. He knew all too well that the heaven-questioning spear was no ordinary weapon, a weapon imbued with its own unique immortal technique. How could it possibly be anything commonplace? Let's move, Yifan. That commotion just now was too loud. Others nearby will probably be drawn here any moment, Yi Kong reminded him. No, we should hide in the grass nearby. If a lot of people show up, let them fight amongst themselves first. We can take advantage of the chaos. If only a few come, we'll strike at once and earn more points for ourselves. Yi Fan quickly analyzed the situation, then chuckled softly. He darted 50 meters away into a patch of tall grass, hiding himself with only his sharp, watchful eyes peeking out. I didn't expect you to be so strategic, Yi Kong said, casting Yi Fan an approving look. With that, Yi Kong quietly slipped into the grass as well, settling in beside Yi Fan. Sure enough, just a short while later, 3 or 4 small teams arrived on the scene. Clearly, in this trial, those who formed teams held a huge advantage. Even the strongest individuals would struggle to overcome such numbers alone. One man can walk fast, but a group can travel far, Yi Fan murmured to himself as he watched more people gather. The leader of one group, dressed in a black robe, sensed something was amiss and decided to leave first. The remaining teams quickly fell into chaos, fighting among themselves, just as Yi Fan had predicted. In the midst of the brawl, a man named Yi Ba caught Yi Fan's attention. He was strong enough to hold his own against 3 or 4 opponents at once, barely breaking a sweat. Brother Yi Kong, Yi Fan we spit it. What is it? Yi Kong repeated it. See that guy who calls himself Yi Ba? Yi Fan gestured into the distance. Following Yi Fan's gaze, Yi Kong saw a burly man locked in fierce battle with several others, showing no sign of exhaustion. Isn't he? Yi Kong began, then quickly lowered his voice. One of the ringleaders who argued over the healing stone outside the cave? That's him. It's best we keep ourselves hidden for now. If he recognizes us and exposes what we did before, we'll be in real trouble, Yi Fan said, keeping a close eye on the fight while scanning their surroundings, wary of being discovered and dragged into danger. That Yi Ba, no matter how you look at him, he's got the strength of a 3rd-level human tier. Yi Kong was gradually realizing that Yi Ba might become their greatest threat, especially since they had joined forces to claim over 100 healing stones that Yi Ba had discovered. Yeah, he's definitely not easy to handle. As Yi Fan spoke, he warily surveyed the chaotic battleground around them. At that moment, Yi Fan noticed that besides the 2 of them, there was another team hiding in the tall grass about 80 meters away, silently watching their every move. It turned out to be the man in the black robe and his team, the ones who had left ahead of everyone else earlier. As soon as the black-robed man saw Yi Fan looking their way, he immediately signaled his companions to conceal themselves more carefully. It's just like that old saying, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the clever oriole lurks behind. The leader of this team is pretty shrewd. Pretending not to notice, Yi Fan turned and whispered to Yi Kong, explaining what he'd just discovered. This is getting interesting, Yi Fan whispered excitedly, flattening himself in the grass. What's so interesting about it? Yi Kong asked, puzzled. He thought being targeted only made things more dangerous. Yi Fan usually seemed careless and nonchalant, but when it mattered, his strategies were always unpredictable. In truth, his skills came from countless hours spent on strategy and action games. Using the corner of his eye, Yi Fan discreetly observed the black-robed man and his group. So, you think you're the clever oriole? I'll make sure you're exposed for all to see. Let's find out who the real prey is. Yi Kong, don't move. Just stay put here and wait for me to come back. Why? Before Yi Kong could finish asking, Yi Fan had already slipped out of the grass, moving stealthily towards a more distant spot. No matter what it takes, I'm going to stir things up and force these so-called clever orioles out into the open. I know I'll be exposed, but now, they've only spotted me. They haven't noticed Yi Kong, and they certainly don't know that I'm the public enemy everyone's been talking about. As long as Yi Kong remains hidden, we still have a chance to take out all our opponents in one fell swoop. The reason I'm moving farther away is because the transformation I'm about to trigger will emit a glow that could give away Yi Kong's position. Yi Fan pressed the screen of his watch, and once again, a white light flared across the ground. If only this watch could let me become anyone I wanted, that would be so much fun. Now, Yi Fan stood in a suit of red and blue, a metal shield in hand, a helmet emblazoned with the letter A on his head. He muttered softly to himself. How did he suddenly get taller and stronger? Could this be that legendary transformation technique? Yi Kong stared at Yi Fan, now looking like Captain America, in astonishment. In truth, Yi Fan wished even more that he could become Quicksilver. With Quicksilver's speed, he could expose the black-robed man's group without them ever noticing him. At this point, however, there was no turning back. Without hesitation, Yi Fan quickened his pace and closed in on the man in the black robe. This isn't good. He's spotted us. Get ready to fight. The man in the black robe crouched down, signaling to his companions to brace themselves against Yi Fan's attack. When Yi Fan was only 30 meters away, he suddenly hurled his shield with full force. The shield, painted in red, blue, and white, flew through the air like a streak of tricolor light cutting through the darkness of night. The black-robed man was surrounded by a shimmering green aura. His hands moved rapidly, and a deep emerald energy shield gradually formed around him, ready to resist Yi Fan's assault. "Did you really think you were my target?" A faint, knowing smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. In a split second, the shield curved in midair and shot straight toward Yi Ba, who was tangled in the chaos of battle. Yi Ba had just kicked another contestant aside and was about to turn around when suddenly he caught a glimpse of the streaking tricolor. Light heading right for him. Before he could react, the shield crashed into his head with a heavy thud, catching him completely off guard. The shield ricocheted off Yi Ba, then bounced between several other competitors, striking each in turn. "Who threw that weapon?" Yi Ba bellowed furiously, clutching his head. "Ow, that hurts like hell." The fighters in the melee began to pause, their attention all drawn to the shield. After striking several people, the shield changed course and sped toward the man in the black robe. He quickly realized that as the shield approached, the eyes of the chaotic crowd shifted to him as well. In that instant, everyone saw through his plan to profit from the chaos. The shield then arced back into Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan caught it smoothly, strapped it onto his arm again, and stood quietly to the side, waiting to see how things would unfold. "Isn't it the group that slipped away earlier?" Seeing Yi Ba's wrath, the man in the black robe grew uneasy. "So someone wanted to swoop in and take the spoils while we fought ourselves to exhaustion." A voice rang out from the crowd, and more people began to shout in agreement, calling for these schemers to be dealt with first. "Let's take them down together." "Yes, everyone after them." Riled up, the entire crowd surged toward the group in black robes. "What do we do now, boss?" one of the black-robed men whispered anxiously. "What else? Run for it." No sooner had the leader spoken than he spun around and led his group in a desperate dash to escape. "Hurry, don't let them get away." The crowd gave chase immediately. Seeing Yi Ba and his group thundering after them, the black-robed man hesitated, then suddenly veered in Yi Fan's direction. "Boss, why are we running this way? This kid blew our cover. We can't let him get away with it." Led Yi Ba and his men to him. The man in the black robe seethed with anger, unwilling to swallow his humiliation. If someone had to take the fall, he'd drag Yi Fan down with him. "That guy just dumped all the blame on us." Yi Fan saw that a large crowd was trailing behind the black-robed man and his group, all running in their direction. "Looks like we've got no choice but to fight head-on. Yi Kong, get ready to ambush." Yi Fan called out softly to Yi Kong, who was hiding in the grass not far away. Yi Kong signaled an okay with his hand, showing he understood. "When we lure them over here, Yi Kong can strike from behind." With that, Yi Fan charged straight toward the black-robed man. Even though he'd now transformed into Captain America, Yi Fan still felt uneasy facing two groups of enemies. But he knew he couldn't keep running forever. In this world, only the brave survive. "I need to be brave. I need to be stronger." Yi Fan kept encouraging himself. He forced himself to put aside his fear. Now that he had become Captain America, he had to show Captain America's courage and presence. "Isn't that the kid who stole over 100 healing stones from us?" But he didn't look that strong before, and he wasn't wearing such weird clothes. Yi Ba muttered under his breath as he watched Yi Fan. "That little brat, exposing me like this." The black-robed man cursed quietly. The black-robed man and his crew didn't try to escape. Instead, they seemed set on teaching Yi Fan a lesson. Though they'd witnessed Yi Fan's transformation and had no idea how he managed it, they weren't about to let him off the hook. Yi Ba raised his right hand, signaling his people to hold back for now. He wanted to see how things played out. Yi Fan quickly sized up the situation. The black-robed man's group numbered over 20, not counting the man himself. None of them looked easy to handle. He caught Yi Kong's eye, signaling him to stay ready. At that moment, the black-robed man stepped forward and said to Yi Fan, "Let's see where you run this time." Yi Fan realized he was surrounded. Yi Ba's side seemed content to watch the show for now. Gripping his shield tightly, Yi Fan braced himself for the fight. Luckily, since becoming Captain America, Yi Fan could clearly feel his hand-to-hand combat skills had soared. He felt like a completely different person. After a tense moment, one of the black-robed man's henchmen on the right suddenly charged forward. "Explosive strike," the man shouted, swinging his fist at Yi Fan. Just as the punch was about to land, Yi Fan ducked and dodged, then swept out a low roundhouse kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Immediately, several more rushed him. Yi Fan hurled his shield. It ricocheted off each of them in turn, knocking them down one after another before the shield spun back into his hand. Yi Fan's current score, 628. Martial arts bonus points, 320. The man in the black robe saw a blue, translucent prompt screen appear before Yi Fan, displaying an impressive bonus of 320 points for martial arts skills. Realizing just how formidable Yi Fan was in close combat, he shouted urgently to those around him, "Everyone, attack together. If you can use magic, use it. Whatever you do, don't let him get close." Green Phantom Ray. The man pressed 3 fingers together, summoning a vivid green energy that whirled around him. With a sharp gesture, he unleashed his power, sending 3 streaks of emerald light shooting from his fingertips. In midair, they twisted and transformed into serpentine shapes, their tongues flickering as they darted straight at Yi Fan. Yi Fan had just dispatched several opponents with a swift kick. He spun around, eyes catching the incoming attacks as they closed in. Instinct took over. He sprang back several steps, raising his shield tightly against his chest just in time to intercept the attack. The 3 green serpents struck his shield and burst apart, showering him with shimmering green energy that gradually dissipated into the air. As expected, switching to long-range magic has made this bastard vulnerable, Yi Fan thought, noticing the strain it put on the black-robed man to sustain his assault. The man in black, on the other hand, felt a surge of satisfaction at his own sharp awareness. "All of you with ranged spells, focus your attacks on him," he ordered. His followers answered without hesitation, unleashing a storm of magical attacks from afar. Heaven-shattering cannon, soaring sword, specter ray. The tempo of their assault quickened, and Yi Fan found himself overwhelmed. No matter how skillfully he positioned his shield, it was impossible to block every incoming strike. One after another, bursts of magical force crashed against him, battering his defenses. At that moment, Yi Ba caught sight of a striking young man brandishing a golden spear, charging straight toward the man in black. Yi Ba's eyes locked onto the young man's handsome features and the fierce determination shining in his gaze. Where have I seen this flashy kid before? Wait a minute, that spear technique. Suddenly, it struck Yi Ba. Wasn't this one of the 2 scoundrels who swindled them out of more than 100 healing stones? Stop that guy with the spear. He's the one who conned us out of all those healing stones. Yi Ba Beloit. His followers recognized Yi Kong too, and immediately surged forward to cut off his advance. Just then, a swift and agile young woman darted out in front of Yi Kong, forcing him to halt abruptly. This was Yi Shui, the same woman Yi Fan had questioned at the mouth of the cave not long ago. "I don't fight women. Move aside," Yi Kong said firmly. He tried to step around her, anxious to reach Yi Fan, who was waiting for his help. But Yi Shui gave him no chance. Forming a seal with her right hand, she struck at him, forcing Yi Kong to dodge hastily. He tried to adjust his shadow step technique for speed, but before he could break free, Yi Ba and the others had already surrounded him. Yi Kong realized he wouldn't be able to help Yi Fan anytime soon. In fact, he was now in danger himself. Meanwhile, after several rounds of desperate defense, Yi Fan was reaching his limits. When he saw Yi Kong was blocked, he gathered his remaining strength. "I can only rely on myself now. Some of them can't attack from a distance. Maybe I can break through there." Blocking another magical attack, Yi Fan hurled his shield straight at the man in black. At the same time, he darted in the opposite direction, heading for one of the enemies who lacked long-range abilities. The man in black swiftly formed a seal with both hands. A deep emerald energy enveloped him, conjuring a protective barrier that easily deflected Yi Fan's flying shield. With a faint smile, the man in black taunted Yi Fan. "Is that all you've got? Such attacks are far too easy to block." But this was precisely the outcome Yi Fan had been aiming for. Instead of falling to the ground, the shield ricocheted outward after being blocked, bouncing along the perimeter. At that moment, Yi Fan's adversaries had tightened their encirclement, forming a close ring around him, creating the perfect path for the rebounding shield. It caromed around the circle, striking almost everyone except Yi Fan himself. The attackers were forced to stumble back, causing the ring to widen in an instant. It was clear that every move had been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Fan. Seizing the opportunity, he knocked out the enemy in front of him with a single punch, caught the returning shield with his right hand, and then spun around, feigning as if he were about to hurl the shield at the man in black. The man in black, poised to defend against an attack, was caught off guard when Yi Fan made no real move. Several of the man's followers rushed forward, only to be repelled by Yi Fan one after another. "Huh, is that really all you black-robed weaklings can muster?" Yi Fan mocked, kicking down a few more opponents as he spoke. "Everyone stand back. I'll take him on myself," the man in black roared, fury blazing in his eyes. His hands blurred through a series of seals, channeling immortal energy, and he charged at Yi Fan without hesitation. A faint smirk played at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. At last, he thought, "I've been waiting for this." He flung his shield high into the air, then met the man in black's assault head-on, unleashing a devastating double-fisted strike. As the shield soared to its peak, it began its rapid descent. Yi Fan seized the moment, driving a powerful kick into the man in black's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Catching the falling shield with his right hand, Yi Fan pressed his advantage while his opponent was still dazed. Vibranium shield, explosive strike, he roared. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood. Vibranium, originally the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe, had now fused with Yi Fan's explosive immortal power, making its force truly astounding. Despite its overwhelming attack power, the man in the black robe had, after all, reached the peak of the second tier of the human rank, while Yi Fan was only at the first tier. So, he managed to withstand the blow, barely. You seem to have over 200 points. It'd be a shame for them to go to waste on you. Better hand them over to me, Yi Fan said coldly. Stop him. Cough. The black-robed man ordered his followers to block Yi Fan, while he used the last of his immortal energy to perform the shatter step, desperately trying to escape the battlefield. Over 200 points. You small fry, get out of my way. Yi Fan shouted, hurling his shield as he charged forward. Was he really going to let his prey slip through his fingers, just like that? Suddenly, a terrible scream echoed from not far away. Yi Fan turned toward the sound and saw Yi Ba gripping the black-robed man's head, lifting him high off the ground. The man's feet dangled helplessly, his face twisted in agony. Yi Ba was truly not to be underestimated. It seemed those 200 points would end up in Yi Ba's hands. Deciding not to give chase, Yi Fan turned his attention to the remaining followers of the black-robed man around him. What do you want? One of the henchmen cried, noticing Yi Fan eyeing him with a strange, predatory grin, as if he was about to devour him the very next instant. He tried to flee, but Yi Fan's shield struck the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground. When the henchman looked back, Yi Fan was already standing behind him. Your mother's calling you home for dinner, Yi Fan said quietly, leaning down to look him in the eye. Another pained scream rang out from the distance, and this henchman, too, was eliminated from the competition. Trying to snatch the spoils? I hate it when people scheme behind my back. Yi Ba roared, slamming his fist down on the black-robed man's head. Already seriously injured, the black-robed man stood no chance. Blood spattered as Yi Ba's punch landed, and he was instantly teleported out of the arena. Yi Ba's total score, 630. Bonus for martial arts, 140. Satisfied, Yi Ba glanced at the data screen before him, then fixed his gaze on Yi Kong, who was locked in a desperate struggle with his subordinates, clearly exhausted. Now it's your turn, Yi Ba declared, striding step by step toward Yi Kong. Help Yi Kong. Yi Fan, why are you still wasting time on those henchmen? Back in the Yi clan's main square, Li Luo watched the screen anxiously from the audience stand. The reason they could see what was happening inside the spatial stone was because Elder Yi Yun had used immortal energy to project a virtual screen, piercing the spatial barrier. This screen displayed the status of every contestant, but since there were so many participants, it usually switched between only the most intense battles. Fortunately, every time Yi Fan transformed, the audience never managed to notice. Staring at the screen where Yi Fan and Yi Kong appeared utterly exhausted, Li Luo murmured anxiously. Those two boys can't hold on much longer. Yi Ba still has 6 or 7 cultivators backing him. How could they possibly win? Is there truly no way out? Yi Fan's total score, 700. Extra points for martial arts, 360. Yi Fan closed the blue, translucent screen in front of him. At this moment, he had reverted to his original form, his body utterly drained. He wanted to rescue Yi Kong, but he simply had nothing left to give. Damn you, Yi Ba, don't you dare hurt my brother. Yi Fan shouted to Huar City. Yi Ba had already closed in on the exhausted Yi Kong. Hearing the outburst behind him, he turned and saw Yi Fan, now revealed as himself. So, you two came to me willingly. How did you get taller and stronger just now? Was that some kind of transformation magic? Only now did Yi Ba realize that the tall figure in the blue helmet from earlier was the same person who had tricked them out of more than 100 healing stones. Yi Ba's expression darkened, and with an oppressive air, he strode toward Yi Fan. Watching as Yi Ba closed in, Yi Fan quietly reached behind himself, drawing 3 or 4 healing stones from his Dantian space and using them in secret. In an instant, the pale pink spiritual energy from the healing stones surged into Yi Fan's body through his right hand. He immediately felt clear-headed and refreshed. His exhaustion swept away as vitality returned to his limbs. However, healing stones were no inexhaustible artifact. Their effects diminished rapidly with repeated use in a short span of time. For instance, the first stone could restore you to peak condition, but the second would only bring back about half your strength. By the third or fourth, within a single day, the stones would hardly help you recover at all. Yi Fan understood this principle well. He'd already used 3 or 4. Now, to fully recover, he'd likely need to burn through a dozen more at once. Just then, A quiet sound broke through the tension as Yikong leapt from the crowd and landed nimbly at Yifan's side. Seeing the color return to Yikong's face, Yifan knew he, too, had used healing stones. The best move now is to retreat at once. Yifan grabbed Yikong and turned to flee. Hey, wait, I thought you were going to counterattack. Yikong, yanked along, was caught off guard. Don't let them get away. After them. They must have 70 or 80 healing stones left, and together their scores are already over 1,000. Yi Ba, seeing Yi Fan and Yi Kong escaping, barked his order to the remaining 11 team members, his voice tinged with anger as he gave chase. Why should we listen to you? We all agreed to target that bystander in the black robe. Now you want to boss us around again? Not happening. In the chaos, the leader of a smaller group shot back, clearly disgruntled. Yi Ba stopped in his tracks, giving up on chasing after Yi Fan and Yi Kong. He turned around, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the young leader who had opposed him. In a low voice, he said, "You're just a first-rank mortal, and you dare defy me? In that case." Before he could finish, he let out a furious roar. Then prepare to die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of formidable immortal energy burst from Yi Ba's hand, taking the shape of a mighty fist that shot toward the young leader. In that suspended moment, everyone watched as the force pierced straight through the man's chest, instantly eliminating him. Yi Ba's methods were ruthless and decisive. Anyone else dissatisfied? Step forward, Yi Ba said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the remaining 10 people, his face dark and menacing. No one dared object. In silence, the group followed him, chasing after Yi Fan and Yi Kong in the direction they had fled. As they ran, Yi Fan felt the atmosphere growing stifling, so he started chatting with Yi Kong to lighten the mood. Yi Kong, I noticed that a lot of people can use advanced immortal arts, but I only know the 3 most basic techniques. Why do you think that is? Yi Kong shot back with a question of his own. Do you skip class a lot? How did you know? I've only attended 1 lesson, and it took me ages to master just the 3 basic techniques. Well, there you have it. Aside from the 3 basics, you can buy other low-level techniques outside of school, and the elders teach them. In class too. But not everyone can master every technique. The key is to find what suits you best. That way, you'll learn much more easily. Confident they had shaken off Yi Ba and his group, Yi Kong stopped and continued. You've only gone to 1 lesson, so of course you don't know any other immortal arts. We're not running anymore, Yi Fan asked, also stopping and dropping to the ground to rest. But why do we have to take part in a trial just 5 days after the awakening of the Immortal Soul ceremony and joining the academy? This is the school testing your attitude and talent, Yi Kong answered, pulling out a healing stone and recovering his strength as he spoke. Also, immortal techniques are all about synergy. If you can link moves together well, you'll deal a lot more damage. Usually it's better to specialize in one branch, say physical attacks, spell attacks, or speed and agility, rather than dabbling in a bit of everything. With that, he used the healing stone to regain some energy. I see, Yi Fan mused, nodding thoughtfully. He glanced down at his watch, turning over his thoughts. I should learn more spell-type immortal arts. That way, I'll have ranged attacks to make up for the superheroes in my watch. Those I already have, and those I'll unlock in the future, who mostly specialize in physical power. Yi Fan knew that his watch had originally been his phone, transformed. And as for the heroes he could transform into, they were all posters stored his phone. This meant that the superheroes waiting to be unlocked in his watch went far beyond just Captain America and Quicksilver. Even so, most of the superheroes in his phone specialized in physical attacks, so he knew he had to learn more magic-based immortal arts. But when he remembered his own mediocre talent, how it had taken him ages just to master the 3 most basic immortal techniques, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his spirits sinking a little. Night had fallen. The sky was now scattered with countless stars, so many, he couldn't hope to number them all. These stars were unlike any he'd seen on Earth. They glittered in all colors and shapes, dazzling against the deep, endless night. Gradually, Yi Fan's mood settled. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, he gazed up at the magnificent starlit sky and sighed from the heart. How beautiful! I've never seen a night sky this breathtaking back on Earth. What's Earth? Yi Kong asked with curiosity, munching on an apple as he spoke. Yi Fan could only smile helplessly, choosing not to answer. Seeing this, Yi Kong didn't press further and simply went back to enjoying his apple. Yi Fan closed his eyes, quietly savoring the beauty of this land and sky. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He could feel the immortal energy within him begin to surge, his pulse turning wildly erratic. This sensation, he was on the verge of breaking through to the next stage of cultivation. Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes again, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Yi Kong realized what was happening. Yi Fan was making a breakthrough. He called out in encouragement. "You can do it, brother Yi Fan." At that moment, the immortal energy around Yi Fan began to churn violently. Brilliant streams of energy converged on him from every direction. For a cultivator, the path of training was all about constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, blending it into oneself to gain even greater strength. You have to succeed. While a successful breakthrough meant a leap in power, failure could deal devastating harm to the body. And what's more, it would leave one unable to attempt another breakthrough for a long time, a serious setback on the road of cultivation. After a few tense moments, the exhaustion on Yi Fan's face was swept away by an irrepressible joy. It could mean only one thing. He had succeeded. With a contented sigh toward the sky, Yi Fan stretched out comfortably. Although he was a bit tired after just advancing to the next level, the joy of his achievement was enough to make him forget all his worries. Congratulations, congratulations. Yi Kong cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, offering his heartfelt felicitation. It's been a whole day already, so why isn't the trial over yet? I really can't stand eating nothing but fruit every single day. Lying on the lawn and gazing up at the star-studded sky, Yi Fan voiced his complaint. And who could blame him? In a trial like this, not only did you have to constantly evade the pursuit of other contestants, but you also had to survive on nothing but fruit. Every day was utterly exhausting, and even sleep was a time to stay on high alert. No idea. The trial ends based on how many contestants are left. The announcement said the second stage wouldn't finish until there were only 200 people remaining. When the announcement came on earlier, how many contestants did they say were still in the game? Yi Fan picked up a blade of grass and chewed on it absent-mindedly. I think it was 220. Oh, come on. Yi Fan felt worn out and bored. On a whim, he began singing, "A child who's left home, wandering the world outside, with no fine clothes and no good tobacco." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He sprang up and turned to Yi Kong. It's the middle of the night now, and Yi Ba and his crew fought for hours this afternoon. So what? Yi Kong, ever the blockhead, looked puzzled. We find Yi Ba and knock him out while he's asleep. Kick him out of the trial. In that instant, Yi Fan's face lit up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right. Yi Ba must be completely spent by now. This was the perfect time to take him out and eliminate one of their most troublesome opponents. Great. Let's go. Yi Kong was growing more and more impressed by Yi Fan's cleverness. Even if they were just little tricks in a trial like this, such tactics were especially effective. As the two of them searched for Yi Ba, an ethereal voice, long absent from the night sky, echoed once again. There are now only 200 contestants remaining. The second stage is over. It seemed quite a few people had been eliminated in the dead of night under mysterious circumstances. How unfortunate for them. The third stage officially begins. The rules of the second stage remain in effect. In addition, 5 trial-exclusive magical beasts raised by the Academy will be released into the arena. Each beast slain will earn its conqueror 100 points. The trial will end when only 100 contestants remain. I bet you're about to ask me what a magical beast is, aren't you? Yi Kong looked at Yi Fan with a confident grin. Brother Yi Kong, you really do know me inside out. Yi Fan exclaimed in admiration. What does inside out mean? Never mind that. Just tell me, what exactly is a magical beast? Yi Kong took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and began his explanation. In this world, there are countless magical beasts of every shape and size. Magical beasts can cultivate just as we do. In fact, you could think of humans as a more advanced or a magical beast. Brother Yi Kong really could go on. Of course I knew all this. Years of reading fantasy novels hadn't been for nothing. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Kong, but Yi Kong paid him no mind and continued speaking. The cultivation levels for magical beasts are the same as ours. Human, earth, heaven, immortal, and divine. But magical beasts aren't as clever as humans. When they reach the earth level, they have to cultivate for more than 100 years. At the heaven level, it takes over 1,000. Reaching the immortal level means more than 10,000 years of cultivation. As for divine-level magical beasts, those simply don't exist. There are even legends that magical beasts who reach the immortal level can take on human form. Yi Kong was about to continue explaining when a voice interrupted him. Brother Yi Kong. Yi Fan looked at him with a pained expression and said, I know all that already. Can you get to the point? The 5 magical beasts tossed into the trial. Most magical beasts can't be kept as pets, but there are a few with gentle temperaments that can be kept in captivity. The Academy has raised 5 magical beasts, each with 80 years of cultivation, which equals a 4th rank human level. 4th rank human level. So what do those 5 trial beasts look like? How would I know? This is my first trial, too. But I've heard that among the 5 beasts, one excels at close combat, one is skilled at long-range spells, one is especially fast, one is incredibly tough, and one is a jack of all trades. Warrior, mage, assassin, tank, all-rounder. Yi Fan had a general idea of the roles these 5 trial beasts played, but searching for Yi Ba had left him drowsy, so he decided to rest with Yi Kong for a while. That night, since they hadn't found Yi Ba, the two took turns keeping watch while the others slept and recovered, preparing for the battles ahead. When the next day dawned and the sun blazed overhead, Yi Fan stretched lazily and looked around. Where's Yi Kong? Yi Kong. Not seeing any sign of Yi Kong nearby, Yi Fan called out. Stop yelling. He want to fetch you some water, so you can wash your face when you get up. Yi Kong's voice drifted over as he walked back from a distance. Thanks, Yi Fan said, lowering his head in embarrassment. Help! Somebody help! Hey, you two up ahead. Run! A group of people came sprinting toward Yi Fan and Yi Kong, clearly fleeing for their lives. Whoa, that's a lot of people. What's got them running so fast? Yi Fan shielded his eyes from the sun as he watched the approaching crowd. Should we go check it out? Yi Kong turned to ask him. After observing for a moment, Yi Fan suddenly began to sweat. What's the matter? You look terrified, Yi Kong said, lifting his head to follow Yi Fan's gaze. Heavens above, behind that fleeing crowd was a monstrous creature at least 20 meters tall, looking very much like a giant bear. It must be one of the Academy's trial beasts. Yi Kong snapped back to his senses only to see Yi Fan already sprinting away. As Yi Fan quickly disappeared into the distance, Yi Kong turned back to see the trial beast and a group of people now less than 30 meters away from him. Yi Fan, wait for me. Help! Yi Kong finally managed to catch up with Yi Fan, but found that he had already stopped, lost in thought as he gazed off to the side. What's the matter? Aren't you running anymore? Yi Kong followed his gaze and saw a group of more than a dozen people lounging around, chatting and munching on fruit. Among them was Yi Ba. Yi Kong exclaimed in surprise. Yi Fan quickly gestured for him to keep his voice down so as not to startle Yi Ba. How about we lead the trial beast over and let him have some fun? Yi Fan turned his head, glancing at the distant beast as he spoke in a low voice. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Then both broke into mischievous grins, exchanging a knowing look. Their eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly having reached an unspoken agreement. Hurry up and finish eating, all of you. When you're done, go find those 2 troublemakers, Yi Ba said, taking a huge bite of his apple, speaking with his mouth full. Of course, the 2 troublemakers he referred to were Yi Fan and Yi Kong. Yes, boss, the group responded in unison. Suddenly, one of Yi Ba's men caught sight of Yi Fan and Yi Kong barreling toward them at full speed, radiating an intense sense of urgency and excitement. Behind them, an enormous trial beast thundered in pursuit. A cold shiver ran down the subordinate's spine. Stammering, he said, BB boss, they're coming right at us. Stop stuttering. Isn't it better that they've come to us? Coward. Yi Ba snapped at him impatiently, then turned his head to look at Yi Fan and Yi Kong. A broad grin spread across his face, but when his eyes landed on the massive trial beast lumbering behind them, his smile froze and gradually faded. Run. Damn it, you little bastards are setting us up again. Yi Ba spun on his heel and bolted, completely ignoring his men. Don't run. It took so much effort to lure the beast here. Where's all that bravado you usually show? Yi Fan chased after Yi Ba, silently questioning him in his heart as he ran. He glanced at the transformation watch on his wrist. No, not yet. The timing isn't right. I need to wait and see, he muttered, pulling his hand away from the watch. He was afraid that if he transformed now, he'd be unable to defeat the trial beast, and once his transformation wore off, Yi Ba might turn on him and finish him off. Since the beast was already here, there was no turning back. He was determined to see the plan through. He wouldn't rest until the beast was right on top of Yi Ba. Yi Kong, block him. Yi Kong nodded, darted down a shortcut, and caught up to Yi Ba, cutting him off. With a flash, the Winiang spear appeared in Yi Kong's hand. Without hesitation, he lunged at Yi Ba. You bastard. I never realized you had such a flashy weapon. Looks like it's a spirit artifact, huh? Yi Ba parried, wary of facing the bear blade unarmed. He had no intention of fighting back. His only thought was to escape. But Yi Kong wasn't about to give him the chance, and with Yi Fan closing in as well, the two pressed him harder and harder, giving him nowhere to run. Roar! The trial beast charged up to the 3 of them. With a furious roar, it swung its massive paw downward, the blow so overwhelming that it felt as though a human were about to crush 3 ants. The 3 quickly scattered with their shadow step technique, each dodging in a blur. Yi Kong kept his figure close to Yi Ba. It seemed that this time, Yi Fan and Yi Kong had decided to use the chaos of the melee to settle things with Yi Ba once and for all. Moments later, Yi Ba's 10 followers caught up. They intended to rescue Yi Ba, but instead, their arrival only drew the trial beast's attention. With another mighty sweep of its paw, the beast knocked one of them out of the contest. The 9 remaining followers had no more time to worry about their leader and were forced to engage the beast in battle. Well done! Yi Fan was ecstatic at the sight. This was the perfect opportunity for him and Yi Kong to join forces and eliminate the troublesome Yi Ba. What are you useless fools doing? Save me, Yi Ba shouted. Yi Ba's strength was originally on par with Yi Kong's, both at the mid-level of the human rank, 3rd grade. With Yi Kong wielding the Wentian sword, and now Yi Fan joining forces against him, Yi Ba was truly in a tight spot. He knew he couldn't count on his incompetent subordinates. Yi Fan and Yi Kong gave him no chance to escape. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Twin gusts of energy swirled around Yi Ba's fists as power surged in from all directions. Low-grade immortal art. Gale Fist, he roared, thrusting both hands forward. Twin blasts of immortal force, shaped like giant fists, shot forth, whipping up miniature tornadoes in their wake. Devastating, overwhelming power. Clearly, his specialty was these dominating, forceful immortal techniques. Wentian spearmanship, golden divine dragon. Yi Kong, sensing the fierce magnetic field of Yi Ba's attack, dared not hold back. He unleashed his own most powerful immortal art, determined to block the assault. Shadow Step. Seizing the opening while Yi Ba was casting a spell, Yi Fan darted behind him with a flicker. Explosive strike. Yi Ba sent someone behind him and spun around, unleashing a punch with a resounding shout. Explosive strike. Their immortal powers collided head-on. Yi Fan's energy was no match for Yi Ba's, and he was blasted away by the shockwave. A mouthful of blood spurted from Yi Fan, but his body did not vanish, a sign that he hadn't been eliminated yet. He quickly pulled out more than 10 healing stones at once, using them all together. His recovery was too slow with just one, so he had to use many. After burning through dozens more healing stones, and then another 7 or 8, he found his Danteon space completely empty. He was out of healing stones. You bastard! You used them all up. Those were supposed to be mine. Yi Ba growled, furious that Yi Fan had depleted the healing stones that rightfully belonged to him. With his strength restored by the healing stones, Yi Fan surged forward at Yi Ba again. Explosive strike, he shouted, forming hand seals as a thread of immortal energy coursed through his meridians. In the next instant, a surge of immense power exploded from his fists. Wind from nothing, wind fills the world. Transform wind into strength, swallow, and harness the hurricane. Yi Ba chanted a cryptic and profound incantation under his breath. A breeze swirled at his feet while a white storm gathered in his palm. Clenching his fist, he hurled it at Yi Fan. In the next moment, both sides staggered back several steps. Yi Fan's face changed drastically. He realized the opponent's cultivation and immortal power far surpassed his own. Blood was already streaming down his fist, a bright and crimson flow. Yet Yi Ba's momentum did not falter. He charged at Yi Fan with relentless force. Yi Kong reacted in a flash. With agile movements, he wielded Wentian, channeling his immortal energy into the weapon and thrusting it at Yi Ba, forcing Yi Ba into a hurried retreat. Wentian spearmanship, golden divine dragon. Yi Kong unleashed his full strength once more. The golden dragon conjured by Wentian's sword and weaved through the air. Yi Ba's hands erupted with overwhelming immortal power, instantly shrouding and reinforcing his fists. With a bellow, Yi Ba unleashed a powerful gust. The immortal energy whipped into a hurricane, hurtling straight for the golden dragon. The two forces collided, shaking the entire battlefield. In the next instant, Yi Ba collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Kong narrowed his eyes, watching Yi Ba intently. He and Yi Fan, 2 against 1, found the fight effortless, almost leisurely. Just as a trace of triumph began to curl at Yi Kong's lips, a sudden shadow loomed overhead. He reacted instantly, glancing up, only to see a massive bear's paw blotting out the sky, crashing down toward him. Shadow Step. Yi Kong darted aside in a panic. The ground trembled violently. From where the bear's paw struck, deep cracks split open, racing outwards in every direction. Over a dozen massive fissures, each stretching more than 10 yards, tore across the earth. That power! It's terrifying. Even after his narrow escape, Yi Kong stared at the crater left by the bear's paw, cold sweat still clinging to his back. Weren't there 9 people supposed to be keeping this monster busy for us? Yi Fan glanced over to where the 9 had been battling the beast just moments ago. What the? Now, that side was in chaos. Some were fleeing, others had already been eliminated. Yi Ba struggled upright, took a few healing stones from his Danteon space, and used them before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Yi Ba, rejuvenated, then at the rampaging trial bear beast whose strength was even more terrifying, and then at the sweat-soaked Yikong, Yi Fan felt utterly hopeless. He almost wanted the earth to swallow him whole. It seemed bringing the beast here had been a grave mistake. This trial monster was an even greater threat than Yi Ba himself. The trial beast, realizing Yikong had evaded its strike, let out a roar of frustration, a thunderous bellow that shook the sky. Yi Fan's body trembled. He was about to act, but Yikong stopped him with a shout. Yi Fan, I'll keep the trial beast occupied. Yi Ba must be dealt with now. Yikong's meaning was clear. Yi Ba could not be allowed to remain. Anyone who could fight him to a standstill, even when unarmed, posed a dire threat to everyone in the trial. He had to be eliminated, no matter the cost. After understanding what Yikong meant, Yi Fan turned his head just in time to see Yi Ba swinging a heavy fist at him, the force of the blow cutting through the air with a rush. Yi Fan dodged swiftly, but Yi Ba was relentless, pressing in with every step, forcing Yi Fan to retreat again and again. In the Yi clan's spectator stands. "Oh, Yi Fan, how can you fight so poorly?" Li Luo exclaimed, tossing a few pieces of popcorn into her mouth. "Young miss, may I ask what you'd like for lunch?" A household servant stood respectfully by her side as he spoke. Li Luo had been sitting in the stands, watching Yi Fan for a whole day and night. "Give me a bowl of beef noodles, but hold the noodles," she replied absent-mindedly. Just as Li Luo and the servant were speaking, a middle-aged man with a friendly smile approached them. The servant started in surprise, quickly bowing. "Kunan li der, Yi Feng." "Father, you came to watch the trial, too?" Li Luo handed Yi Feng a few pieces of popcorn. Yi Feng popped a few kernels into his mouth and, chewing thoughtfully, said, "As clan leader, I have to pay close attention to these trials, of course." He paused for a moment, then added, "But what you just said isn't quite right. Yi Fan is now a human rank, 2nd grade. The fact that he dares to face Yi Ba, who's already a 3rd grade, is already impressive. Not to mention, he still hasn't used his variant divine art, has he?" With that, a broad smile lit up Yi Feng's face. Clearly, Yi Feng was very pleased with Yi Fan's talent, abilities, and character. This child, Yi Fan, is worth nurturing. He could be groomed as the future head of our clan. With those words, Yi Feng turned and walked away. Watching her father's figure recede into the distance, Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. A blush crept over her cheeks as she recalled her father's words about Yi Fan being worthy of becoming clan leader. But Li Luo herself was the rightful heir. What her father meant was all too clear. He already regarded Yi Fan as a future son-in-law. At that thought, joy bloomed across Li Luo's fair face. "You think that just because you've advanced to human rank, 2nd grade, you can take me on?" Yi Ba declared with absolute confidence. "Next, I'll make sure you're eliminated swiftly. Just relax. If you're going to talk so much, why not just fight?" Yi Fan shot back, refusing to be outdone. "There's no way I can beat you head-on, but I haven't used my watch yet. I'm getting better at channeling Captain America's powers with it." Yi Fan eyed Yi Ba seriously, quietly analyzing the strength and techniques his opponent had displayed so far and calculating his own chances before transforming. Apart from the 3 basic immortal techniques, he knew nothing else. His opponent was a whole level above him, and his fist techniques were fierce and dominating. Without the watch, his odds of winning were at best 10%. If I became Captain America, with his close combat skills combined with the advantage of the vibranium shield, I could easily make up for the gap in power levels. Turning into Captain America would give me an 80% chance of winning. If I turned into Quicksilver, though, I wouldn't be as skilled as in the comics. I couldn't whip up a tornado with my speed to fight. I could only rely on my speed to compensate for my lack of power. Quicksilver's attacks aren't very strong, and he doesn't have any weapons. If I had to rely solely on speed, I should still be able to put up a fight. After all, there's a saying, in the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. So, using Quicksilver would still give me a 60% chance of winning. Just as Yi Fan's mind started to wander, a fierce gust of wind swept toward him. He tried to dodge, but the blow landed squarely on his chest. There was a sharp crack. Yi Fan staggered back again and again, realizing he'd been careless and distracted. A little annoyed, he thought, I should have just transformed and gone for it, instead of overthinking. In a duel, the worst thing you can do is get distracted. You're already weaker, and you still dare to lose focus. Yibus need it. Weaker am I? Yi Fan chuckled, lifting his head. Then let me show you what it means to be outmatched, and what it means to underestimate someone. Small as you are, you sure talk big. Yiba scoffed, his tone mocking. Without that bastard with the spear, you'd have been eliminated ages ago. Yiba lungit at Yifan, Turorin a punch. But this time, Yi Fan was ready, dodging at lightning speed. Yi Fan took a few steps back, knowing it was time to use his trump card. He quietly pressed a button on his watch. A sudden flash of light and two sharp sounds filled the air. Damn it! Yi Ba shielded his eyes, shouting, "Don't tell me you're running away, coward!" He scanned the area, but Yi Fan had already vanished. Yi Fan was now sprinting in the opposite direction from Yi Ba. His plan was to retreat several kilometers away, then, in Quicksilver's body, accelerate until he broke the sound barrier and deliver a supersonic punch. After all, Quicksilver wasn't strong enough to face Yi Ba head-on. Using speed to boost Quicksilver's power was the only way to defeat Yi Ba. Yi Fan could hear the wind whistling in his ears. Gradually, even that sound faded as he picked up speed, running faster and faster. Meanwhile, Yi Ba assumed Yi Fan had fled. Relaxed, he burst out laughing. "Coward. Suddenly, Yi Ba was startled by a deafening explosion. That's right, Yi Fan was now moving several times faster than sound, and the thunderous boom was the shockwave from breaking the sound barrier. This was the true speed of the superhero Quicksilver. Yi Fan reached his destination. Turning around, he stretched his legs and took a deep breath. After completing his warm-up, he felt a gust of wind beneath his feet. Like an arrow knocked and ready to fly, he assumed the starting position. This move had to eliminate Yi Ba. There was no room for error. With a sudden burst of power from his feet, he launched himself forward, shooting out like an arrow released from the bowstring. Faster, even faster. I must be quicker. This thought hammered repeatedly in Yi Fan's mind, echoing like the toll of an ancient bronze temple bell, resounding endlessly within him. Violent strike. Yi Fan raised his tightly clenched fist, channeling all his immortal energy into his right arm. Yi Ba was hurled from his spot, blood spraying into the air. His powerful body was yanked sideways by the force, his head snapping to one side as he flew. Yi Fan's attack had come so fast that Yi Ba couldn't even see who had struck him. But after landing the blow, Yi Fan's entire arm went numb. Gradually, he too was sent flying. He wanted to break suddenly, but all he knew was how to run fast. How could he possibly stop himself at supersonic speed? Both he and Yi Ba were flung out together. Yi Ba crashed heavily to the ground, while Yi Fan tumbled through the air, spinning several times before slamming into a large tree, finally coming to a stop. Dazed, Yi Ba struggled to his feet, his body battered and bleeding. From his Dantian space, he took out several healing stones and used them, and only then did his bleeding wounds begin to improve. Impressive. I really underestimated you, cough. Underestimated you. If it weren't for these healing stones, that last move of yours would have taken me out. Yi Ba coughed a few times and shouted. Yi Fan tried his best to stand, managing to push himself halfway up, but the earlier sprint had drained the last of his strength. He collapsed to the ground again. He hadn't expected that bastard to have healing stones. Yi Fan, who had hoped to win in a single move, now looked at Yi Ba in despair. Was this really the end? Yi Fan, hang in there. You can do it. From afar, amidst the sounds of a fierce battle with magical beasts, Yi Kong's shout reached his ears. They say your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. Will it happen to me? Yi Fan's gaze grew hazy as he looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, Yi Ba was step by step drawing closer. Death itself was coming for him. Yi Fan, get up. A real man isn't afraid. A gentle, melodious voice whispered softly in his ear. Yi Fan began to hallucinate. Before him appeared a beautiful woman with fair, delicate skin and eyes as clear and deep as spring water, their surface rippling with warmth, her fragrance enveloping him. Mom, Yi Fan murmured, stunned into immediate response. His mother had passed away from illness when he was very young. Not a day went by when he didn't long for her. In this moment, a mist blurred his vision. He bit his lip, refusing to let the tears fall. His mother, elegant and graceful, knelt beside him, smiling as she said, "A true man never cries. Get up." Although Yi Fan knew that this was just an illusion, he was truly happy. For the first time since his mother's passing, he could gaze upon her lifelike figure, so vivid and real, not just a cold, unfeeling photograph. In the blink of an eye, his mother's image began to fade, breaking apart into beams of light that scattered in all directions. Yet, her gentle smile remained forever etched in Yi Fan's memory. Just as her figure was about to vanish completely, his mother suddenly spoke again, and her words struck Yi Fan with a moment of startling clarity. This is only a trial. You haven't been eliminated, which means your injuries aren't severe enough to disqualify you. As her voice echoed in the air, it gradually faded away. That's right. This is just a trial. No one's going to die. If I'm really on the verge of death, I'll be eliminated automatically. So what am I afraid of? With renewed determination, Yi Fan struggled to his feet. This time, he didn't stumble. He glared fiercely at Yi Ba, standing before him. If I get eliminated, I'll make sure to take Yi Ba with me. Yi Ba, usually fearless and brash, was unnerved by that glare. He had never seen such a vicious look before, like a dying wolf, desperate enough to fight to the bitter end. It's true what they say. The ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing left to lose. You're out of healing stones, aren't you? Yi Fan said coolly, his gaze growing sharper, the corners of his lips twisting into a menacing grin. What are you planning? Yi Ba seemed to realize Yi Fan's intent, and his leg began to tremble. If he guessed correctly, then one supersonic punch wasn't enough to eliminate you. Then let's try to. Yi Fan's expression turned icy as he spoke. This guy really is willing to risk being eliminated himself, just to drag Yi Ba down with him. That last blow had left both of them badly hurt, and Yi Ba had already used up all his healing stones. If Yi Fan truly threw another desperate punch, Yi Ba would undoubtedly be eliminated. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Ba, and he sneered. You can't even lift your arm anymore, can you? My right arm might be useless now, but I still have my left. If I have to lose another limb to take you out, so be it, Yi Fan replied, his face unwavering. Yi Ba's expression froze, and then he roared in frustration. What do you even gain by eliminating me? Is it worth risking your life? But Yi Fan ignored him. Instead, he darted off in the opposite direction. After all, he still had his super speed. In just a few breaths, Yi Fan had already vanished from Yi Ba's sight. Faster and faster, Yi Fan streaked down the path, his blue and white figure flashing by like a trail of dazzling light, a truly spectacular sight. Nearby, some other contestants didn't even notice anyone rushing past. All they could catch was the brief sound of wind swirling by. Damn it! Yi Ba cursed under his breath, his body shivering involuntarily as a chill ran down his spine. He began running toward the nearest cover. It doesn't matter where I go as long as I can dodge his attacks, Yi Ba muttered to himself. Yi Fan's madness had already struck a genuine fear deep in his heart. He sprinted desperately, not thinking about anything else at all. Yi Fan was still a kilometer away from his destination. But for him, such a distance was nothing. It seemed as if he could cross it in the blink of an eye. Every time Yi Fan transformed into Quicksilver and sprinted, he felt light as air, his feet barely touching the ground, as if he could actually fly. Gradually, Yi Fan slowed down and came to a stop. He turned around, crouching once more into a perfect starting stance. Drawing a deep breath, he checked his watch, then, gathering all his strength, launched himself forward like a bullet. In the next instant, he caught sight of Yi Ba running away from him, back turned in frantic retreat. Yi Fan's right arm was no longer fit for attack, so he could only raise his left hand, clenching his fist tight. No matter how fast Yi Ba ran, he could never outrun the speed of sound. Explosive strike. Yi Ba realized Yi Fan was already upon him and knew there was no escape. Yi Fan's fist landed squarely on Yi Ba's back. There was a sickening crack as Yi Ba's spine snapped. Yi Ba tumbled across the ground, rolling over and over. Soon after, he was eliminated from the trial, sent out for treatment. As for Yi Fan, he'd lost control of his momentum and crashed far off in the distance, both hands numb and unresponsive. Yi Fan, Yi Kong, having just driven away a trial beast, rushed over toward him. Brother Yi Kong, I did it. Yi Fan, back in his original form, managed a weak smile at Yi Kong. Without a word, Yi Kong pulled out over a dozen healing stones from his Dantian space and handed them to Yi Fan, just to help him recover a little. He couldn't risk Yi Fan getting eliminated now. Stay put and don't move. I'll go lure that beast away. It's a relentless fighter. After so many rounds, it doesn't even look tired. With that, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and charged at the trial beast. The trial beast swung its indestructible claws at Yi Kong. Naturally, Yi Fan wasn't about to clash with it head-on. He focused solely on luring it away. Heaven-questioning spear technique, Golden Dragon. After pushing the beast back, Yi Kong executed his shadow step and quickly retreated. The trial beast, ever eager for battle, grew furious when Yi Kong fled. It bared its fangs and let out a thunderous roar before giving chase. Come on, little teddy bear. Yi Kong couldn't resist taunting the beast as he sprinted away, glancing back with a mischievous grin. Struggling to his feet, Yi Fan watched as the beast and Yi Kong disappeared into the distance. Then, a mechanical voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Watch energy depleted. Unable to use again for 3 days. What? 3 days? Yi Fan's eyes went wide as he stared at his watch in shock. This had to be some kind of joke. Without the watch, passing the trial was out of the question, never mind surviving for 2 days. Once he was out, would Yi Ba, Yi Chun, and the others possibly let him off? Without the watch, Yi Fan had lost the very foundation of his strength. What can I do without my watch? Yi Fan asked himself. He began to realize just how much he'd come to rely on his watch, and how that reliance had left him far too weak on his own. Without the watch, he'd be utterly defenseless in front of Yi Ba. As he was lost in thought, A flash of white streaked past ahead, so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. What was that? Yifan nervously scanned his surroundings, his heart pounding. Again, a white blur darted by. This time, he caught a vague glimpse. It was a four-legged animal, likely another trial beast. Just my luck, Yifan grumbled inwardly. I used up all my strength to take down Yiba, and Yikong just lured one trial beast away. Now here comes another. While he was lamenting his misfortune, the white figure suddenly lunged at him. This time, he saw it clearly, a white snow leopard. The trial beast that Yikong had shaken off was now roaring in frustration, venting its anger by slamming its massive paw into the ground with a force that sent a gust of wind swirling through the forest. So what if it's strong? It can't outrun me. Yikong laughed, his shadow step technique carrying him swiftly between the trees. I'll make sure Yifan gets plenty of healing stones when I get back, Yikong said with a bright grin. Wait, when did Yifan become my Yifan? Even Yikong was baffled by how naturally those words had slipped out. When Yikong returned to the spot where he'd told Yifan to stay put, he found it empty. Yifan was already gone. Yifan, I'm back. Where are you? Yikong called out to the trees around him. Yikong, help! Over here. He looked up to see Yifan sprinting toward him from the distance, panic etched on his face. Yikong was just starting to relax, relieved that Yifan was unharmed, until he noticed that a trial beast had its jaws clamped tightly around Yifan's backside. Both of them were now running for their lives, with the white snow leopard hot on their heels. I just managed to lure one away, and you had to go and attract another. Yikong complained. No one could blame him. It had been one ordeal after another. First those wooden dummies, then Yi Ba and his gang, then that bear-like trial beast. They'd been running all day, and now, just as he thought he could catch his breath, he found himself being chased by a supersonic snow leopard. Anyone would be on the verge of losing it. You think I wanted this? Where was I supposed to go? I was just sitting there when it showed up out of nowhere. I bolted the instant I saw it. Yifan shot back, equally exasperated. Behind them, the snow leopard let out a series of deep, rumbling yowls, as if urging the two boys to just stop running. Is that really a snow leopard? Why does it sound more like a cat? Yifan couldn't help blurting out, even though he knew talking while running was a waste of precious breath. If you don't know, how would I? Besides, talking while running is exhausting, Yikong managed between gasps. By now, he felt as if he and Yifan had run a full lap around the entire forest. That's right. Snow leopards are also felines. Now it all makes sense. Yifan mused for a moment, then suddenly understood. I'm done running. Yikong, exhausted from fleeing, finally decided to stop and fight the swift trial beast head-on, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't shake it off. With the ask-the-sky spear appearing in his hand, he charged forward. What is this, fighting again? I've been fighting all day. Yifan pouted and complained. The little prince inside, Yifan, flared up instantly. His watch was out of power, and being unable to use it for 3 days was already enough to drive him crazy. If anyone insisted he keep fighting now, he'd cut ties with them then and there. Damn it, this snow leopard is so fast. Only after Yikong truly clashed with the snow leopard did he realize that although it wasn't as quick as Yifan's shape-shifting divine art, Quicksilver, the snow leopard, was far more agile, and its combat experience made it no easier to handle than that bear-like trial beast. Even if you beat me to death, I'm not fighting anymore. Yifan simply plopped down on the ground, sulking like a child. Though Yikong showed no sign of nerves against a trial beast a whole tier above him, he was still scratched on the arm by the snow leopard's claws. The snow leopard shook itself off with a showy flourish, taunting the wounded Yikong. How dare you hurt my brother? Came a piercing cry, and a figure dashed straight toward the snow leopard. The voice belonged to none other than Yifan. Seeing his close friend Yikong injured, Yifan was furious. These past days, it was Yikong who had always protected him. Even though Yifan knew that without his transformation watch, he didn't stand a chance against the snow leopard, there are some things worth risking everything for, even your life. He didn't have many friends in the real world, but after these days together, Yikong had become family in his heart. There was no way he could stand by and watch anyone hurt his brother, animal or not. Yifan slammed his hand onto the watch, but suddenly, a surge of electricity pulsed from it, numbing his arm. Almost forgot, it can't be used for 3 days. Yifan muttered to himself as he ran. Ahead, the snow leopard let out a furious roar. At that moment, Yifan heard a voice. The watch is out of energy. If you wish to use it, there are only 2 methods. This wasn't a real voice, but a mechanical one transmitted through the watch. What methods? Yifan asked anxiously, seeing the snow leopard charge his way. First, wait 3 days for it to automatically recover. I can't wait that long. Yifan blurted out, and as the snow leopard lunged at him, he dove to the side. Second, force charging. The watch contains 3 backup energy charges that can be used for emergency powering. This will allow you to use it one more time, after which you must proceed with the first method to restore it. Remember, there are only 3 chances. After the third force charge, the watch will automatically break down and become unusable. After listening, Yifan didn't hesitate and declared, "Give me a forced charge." Beep. Command executed. The mechanical voice sounded and then faded away. Yifan pressed the watch, and after a flash of white light, a flourish of futuristic sound effects poured from his wrist device. Panels of gold and crimson titanium alloy began to unfold from his arm, quickly spreading to cover his entire body, as if a wave of technology was sweeping over him. Soon, every part of Yifan except his head was encased in this golden red armor. At the center, a new generation reactor pulsed with a shimmering blue glow. Suddenly, more titanium plates emerged from both shoulders, snapping together to form a helmet around his head. Moments later, his head was completely protected by a shell-like helmet, and a golden mask, with 2 eye slits, slid down to cover his face. Then, the empty gaze of the helmet's eyes flickered to life with a soft blue light. Inside, Yifan found himself surrounded by darkness, until a green, semi-transparent screen lit up before him, restoring his vision. In the upper left corner, armor diagnostics flashed. In the lower right, a full schematic of the suit and system status was displayed. Yifan couldn't have felt more familiar with what he was wearing. This was the legendary armor build by Tony Stark, the superhero he admired most. This suit was a marvel of technology, boasting dozens of powerful weapons hidden within its frame. It could soar through the skies, its titanium alloy shell virtually indestructible. In the Iron Man films, it could withstand the blast of a tank, emerging unscathed. Its missiles had a terrifyingly wide impact radius, making a force to be reckoned with. This was the genius of Tony Stark. Wait a minute. If this was truly Iron Man's suit, shouldn't Jarvis be here as well? Jarvis was the highly intelligent artificial system Tony Stark had created, serving as both software and caretaker, far surpassing most real-life butlers. He could think independently, assist his master in handling all manner of affairs, process immense amounts of data, and was vital in the development of the suit and its reactor upgrades. And as if summoned by his thoughts, a mechanical male voice chimed in. "Sir, hello. I am your artificial intelligence system. My name is Jarvis." "Oh my god, Jarvis, you're finally here." Yifan realized his own personality was shifting. He was becoming bolder and a little bit cheeky. He really had taken on Tony Stark's persona. "Sir, there's a snow leopard right behind you, biting at your armor." Yifan spun around swiftly, seized the snow leopard, and hurled it aside. "Jarvis, scan this snow leopard in front of me." A moment later, the snow leopard got back on its feet, darting with astonishing speed right to Yifan's face. So close, he could almost feel its breath. "Sir, this is a snow leopard infused with a special elemental energy. It's feline, extremely fast and agile." Yifan understood that the special elemental energy Jarvis mentioned was, in fact, immortal force. Jarvis, from now on, called this special elemental energy immortal force. As Yifan dodged the snow leopard claws, he spoke to the helmet, almost as if talking to himself. Renaming complete, Jarvis promptly replied. "Jarvis, activate the machine guns and target the snow leopard." Yifan wasn't quite sure how to control this battle armor in detail, but then, wasn't that what the super AI brain Jarvis was for? With a series of mechanical whirs, 2 golden mini-machine guns armed themselves on the battlesuit's shoulders. A rapid burst of gunfire tore from the golden muzzles, bullets flying straight at the snow leopard. In less than half a second, this trial beast would be riddled with holes. But Yifan's expectations were a little too optimistic. The snow leopard was astonishingly quick. Bullets seemed slow in its eyes. It wove skillfully through the hail of gunfire, moving with effortless grace. "Jarvis, deploy the wrist-mounted micro-missiles." Yifan was a die-hard Marvel fan, knowing every superhero inside and out. He'd watched every Iron Man movie and read the comics. He knew exactly what kind of weapons Iron Man's suit carried. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to operate them himself, so he could only keep relying on Jarvis. Taking advantage of the pause while Yifan was talking to Jarvis, the snow leopard gathered a mortal force within its body and lunged forward in a burst of speed. At the same time, Jarvis activated the missile system on Yifan's wrist, arming it with a sleek silver barrel. The missile launched with a whoosh, streaking straight at the oncoming snow leopard. Trailing a blazing stream of orange-red fire, the micro-missile cut a dazzling arc through the night sky, charging at the snow leopard with fierce momentum. The snow leopard sensed the overwhelming power packed inside the missile, far too dangerous to meet head-on. In midair, it twisted its body with lightning speed, dropping out harm's way, then sprang back up, pouncing toward Yifan once again. The missile struck the ground with a deafening boom, the blast wave rippling out in all directions. The snow leopard, poised to leap at Yi Fan, was caught by the shockwave and sent flying, emitting a pained cry. Now's my chance. Jarvis, activate the reactor laser. Yi Fan was referring to the devastating laser beam fired from the core reactor at the heart of the Iron Man armor. This type of laser has extremely volatile energy, commonly known as the pulse cannon. It can also be considered one of Iron Man's ultimate moves. Sir, the suit currently has 80% energy remaining. If you use the reactor laser, it will drop to 30%. Do you wish to proceed? Jarvis dutifully reminded Yi Fan. As the words faded, the targeting system inside Yi Fan's helmet had already locked onto the snow leopard, which was struggling to get back on its feet. A deep, mechanical hum resonated, a sound that, to the snow leopard, must have felt like a summons from the very depths of hell. Milky white energy began to spin and gather at the center of the suit. As the energy reached its peak, an array of weapons on the suit sprang to life, surrounding Yi Fan in a dazzling display of fire and light. The spectacle was both magnificent and infused with a palpable sense of advanced technology. 2 red dots lit up on the snow leopard's snowy fur. These were the targeting devices mounted on Iron Man's suit for sniper precision. A moment later, just as the snow leopard was about to make its escape, the pulse cannon struck with blinding speed, hitting it before it could even react. Machine guns, micro-missiles, and electric bolts followed in relentless succession after the pulse cannon's impact, bombarding the snow leopard in a devastating onslaught. The power of Yi Fan's hero transformations would grow as his immortal energy advanced. At this point, he was only at the second rank of the human tier, and his victory over the snow leopard was thanks entirely to the extraordinary targeting system of the Iron Man suit. One should know, the trial beast, the snow leopard, was renowned for its speed. It was utterly suppressed by Iron Man, whose targeting system could lock on its supersonic targets. Of course, whether the bullets would actually hit was another matter entirely. Even though the snow leopard had endured so many attacks from Yi Fan, it was still a formidable 4th-rank magical beast. Could it really fall so easily? Just as it tried to rise and continue the fight, the elders of the Academy, afraid that something might happen to their precious beast, quickly teleported it away for treatment. After all, among these magical beasts, those suitable for the trials were few and far between. What if it died at Yi Fan's hands? At this moment, outside the trial forest, the elders of the Yi clan, along with the clan leader and others, all looked at Yi Fan with newfound respect. They were now convinced that this so-called good-for-nothing of the past had experienced some miraculous encounter and acquired a powerful variant divine technique. How strong is this boy? He has already defeated Yi Ba, a mid-3rd-rank human tier opponent, while still injured. Now, despite his wounds, he's eliminated a trial beast as well. This boy, Clan Chief Yi Feng, found himself paying more and more attention to Yi Fan, knowing that the future of the Yi clan as a high-ranking family might well depend on him. As he pondered this, he heard the excited cheers of his beloved daughter, Li Luo. Yi Fan, well done. Keep it up. This little girl. A wave of joy washed over Chief Yi Feng. Thankfully, he and Li Luo had never looked down on Yi Fan before, nor given him any reason for resentment. This could only bode well for the future of the Yi clan. Now, all those who once looked down on Yi Fan were either terrified of his revenge or burning with jealousy. The spectator stands presented a magnificent scene filled with envy, resentment, and begrudging admiration. Yi Chun, seated among the audience, and Yi Ba, watching the trial live from the medical room, both cursed almost in unison. Particularly on Yi Chen's face, there was a deep and unmistakable look of anger. He had already reached the 2nd rank of the human stage, and had thought he could easily overpower Yi Fan. Now, seeing how things had turned out, his hopes seemed all but dashed, and he seethed with bitter resentment. It seemed his only option was to ask his older brother, Yi Xing, the family prodigy who had astonishingly reached the 1st rank of the Earth stage at just 20, to put Yi Fan in his place. The battle was over. Yi Fan's battle armor smoothly disassembled itself into segments of titanium alloy, each piece returning neatly to his wristwatch. Looking at the trial's data screen glowing before him, Yi Fan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. His efforts had not been in vain. Yi Fan's total score, 2,100. Bonus points from martial arts, 600. Yi Kong, still nursing wounds from the snow leopard and exhausted to his core, watched everything unfold. Although he was puzzled by the armor Yi Fan had worn, he silently congratulated him on his dramatic leap in strength. What was that thing you were wearing just now? Yi Kong asked curiously as Yi Fan approached. Yi Fan helped him sit up and took a seat beside him, a mysterious air about him. That's a secret. Just think of it as the armor soldiers wear. You must take me for a fool. Soldier's armor doesn't shoot out strange metal projectiles, and those things exploded with quite a punch. Metal projectiles? You're calling missiles just metal blocks? Yi Fan couldn't help but mentally berate Yi Kong for underestimating his weaponry. Then, another thought crossed his mind. Thank goodness he hadn't taken flight in front of Yi Kong, or he'd be peppered with questions about how he could fly. In this world of fantasy, only experts of the immortal stage, or those who had mastered flight techniques, could soar through the air. Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words, so he could only offer an awkward chuckle. You're not really from the Yi clan, are you? Who exactly are you? Suspicion crept into Yi Kong's voice. In this world, was there really a transformative technique that could take on so many forms? A burly warrior with a shield and formidable strength? A beautiful youth so fast he was invisible to the naked eye, surpassing the speed of sound? A suit of iron armor impervious to blades or bullets, and capable of launching projectiles? If it truly was a transformative technique, it must be some top-secret skill reserved for the government's elite. Yi Fan knew that at this very moment, countless members of the Yi clan, including Li Luo, were watching the live broadcast of the trial outside the screen. I can't possibly tell them the truth. But what none of them realized was that the screen wasn't focused on Yi Fan at all, but on another scene, a chaotic brawl with dozens of people locked in combat. Only 30 more contestants needed to be eliminated, and the trial would come to an end. I really want to see what's happening with Yi Fan. Li Luo, with a blank look in his eyes, absent-mindedly nibbled at the cotton candy the maid had bought him as he stared at the live broadcast on the fairy screen. To be honest, I could watch him and Yi Kong chatting all day, he murmured. At this, Li Luo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A blush crept up her delicate, snow-white cheeks, as fine as porcelain, and some stray strands of cotton candy clung to her face, a result of her distracted state. As soon as Li Luo finished speaking, the boy beside her let out an astonished gasp. The next instant, the silence shattered, igniting into an uproar. The entire schoolyard erupted in excitement, with cries of surprise echoing without end. Everyone had been watching the live stream quietly, but now all sorts of wild remarks began to interrupt. What? Li Luo actually wants to watch those two guys just chatting instead of a cool battle. What? Li Luo wants to see those two guys chatting. What? Li Luo wants to see those two guys doing that. What? Li Luo is actually a guy. It seems that sometimes rumors can travel faster than light. Li Luo snapped back to her senses, only to catch, by sheer coincidence, the line claiming she was a boy. Furious, she threw her head back and shouted, her voice clear and commanding, "All of you, be quiet." Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Yi Kong had already used up all their healing stones, and their wounds were fully healed. Yi Kong pulled out his identity stone to check his score. Yi Kong's total score, 1,500. Bonus points from martial arts, 500. Don't worry, your score is definitely enough to get you into the inter-clan selection, Yi Fan reassured him, noticing the serious look on Yi Kong's face. Indeed, there weren't many people with scores above 1,000 at this point, so a score of 1,500 was among the very best. There are 100 contestants remaining. The trial ends in 5 seconds. The ethereal voice announced its verdict in a detached, icy tone, as if the outcome meant nothing to it. 5. The stands erupted into a chorus of shouts. The annual trial was about to end. 4. Yi Fan and Yi Kong looked up at the blue sky, waiting for the trial to conclude. At last, they could finally rest. No more days of living on edge. A wave of joy spread across Yi Fan's face. Trial over. No sooner had the ethereal voice finished speaking than darkness swept over the entire trial forest. 100 golden beams of light descended from the heavens, illuminating each of the remaining contestants. These 100 contestants shone brilliantly, and their families were beside themselves with joy. Moments later, every contestant was transported back, leaving only the silent forest behind. In a flash, the 100 contestants reappeared on the central platform of the square. The audience burst into cheers and applause. Yi Fan, back in the crowd, glanced around, spotted Li Luo, and flashed her a peace sign. Quiet. All contestants who have qualified for the clan selection, please go to Grandpa Yi Yu to register your results and collect your identity stones. Elder Yi Yun stepped forward to restore order to the scene, instructing the servants to maintain discipline and make sure nothing went amiss. Grandpa Yi Yu, Yi Fan called out warmly as he walked up to Yi Yu. All right, hand me your identity stone, Yi Yu replied, taking Yi Fan's stone and gently patting him on the shoulder. He now regarded this young man, who might well change the fate of the Yi clan, with newfound respect. Once Grandpa Yi Yu had collected all the identity stones into the Dantian space, he swept his hand, and the stones surged out, soaring into the air with the lively energy of tadpoles searching for their mother. With a wave of his hand, Yu infused the stones with a blue, ethereal energy. Then, before everyone's eyes, a miracle unfolded. The stones floated in midair, and as Yu formed intricate seals with his hands, they collided and merged until, at last, they fused into a single, peculiar, cube-shaped stone. Do you see that cube-shaped stone up there? What is it? Yifan Leonid Ovev, Asking. That's the data stone. It records all the results and summarizes them. In fact, the identity stones are a kind of data stone as well, Yikong replied with a calm, steady voice. Soon after, a servant hurried over, clutching the data stone, and delivered it to Elder Yiyun. Accepting the stone, Yiyun announced, it's time to reveal the results. First place will be awarded a low-grade, immortal pill. Let the announcement begin. Yiyun closed his eyes gently, and dark blue energy began to swirl up from his body, winding through the air like several small serpents. With a majestic gesture, he conjured a great screen of spiritual energy, which hung grandly in the air. On the screen, bold words appeared. Total score, 2,100. Highest score in Yi clan history, 2,100. The silence that had gripped the crowd shattered in an instant, replaced by cries and wild excitement. 2,100 points. He's broken the highest record in our clan's history. That good for nothing. Yi Fan actually broke the record. No one could have imagined that the boy once dismissed as worthless would now surpass the highest score ever achieved in the family's history. Yi Chen stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the screen. The record Yi Fan broke had been set by his own brother, the so-called prodigy, Elder Yi Yun's son, Yi Xing. Impossible. Yi Chen sprang to his feet, glaring at the screen, his face twisted in anger, though jealousy burned even hotter within him. At that moment, Yi Fan himself was also staring at the screen in shock, his heart pounding with excitement. He had proven himself. From this day on, no one would ever dare call him worthless again. Compared to Yi Fan, Li Luo was even more thrilled. He rushed forward and swept Yi Fan up in a bear hug. Yikong watched as Li Luo rushed toward Yi Fan, feeling rather bewildered. Who exactly was this Yi Fan? Even the chief's daughter was so overjoyed and excited for him. But a sudden pang of bitterness welled up in his heart. One of life's greatest tragedies had befallen him. He, too, secretly harbored feelings for Li Luo. He'd already considered Yi Fan a brother, but now, to his surprise, they had become rivals in love as well. When he saw his own name ranked 5th, qualifying him for the clan's internal selection, he left behind a lonely silhouette and quietly slipped away from the crowd. All right, that's enough. Yi Fan awkwardly extricated himself from Li Luo's enthusiastic bear hug, his eyes searching for his good brother, Yi Kong. Where's brother Yi Kong? Yi Fan murmured, his voice tinged with disappointment. He was disheartened at not finding Yi Kong, but when he saw that Yi Kong had also made it into the clan selection, all traces of disappointment vanished. His smile returned, bright and dazzling as ever. Come on, let's go. I'll have my father whip up a few dishes to celebrate. This spirited young girl clearly wouldn't take no for an answer. Half dragging, half pushing, she hauled Yi Fan back to her home. As evening fell, inside Chief Yi Fang's residence, Yi Fan gazed at the banquet spread across the table. Though outwardly calm, his mind was racing with excitement. Braised pork, crispy chicken drumsticks, grilled pork kidneys, fine wine. Yi Fan swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the feast. If Li Luo weren't beside him, worried about ruining his image in her eyes, he would have dug in with abandon long ago. Here we go, braised fish. Everything's ready. Yi Fan, Li Luo, time to eat. Chief Yifeng carefully brought over a platter of fish from the kitchen. By now, Chief Yifeng clearly regarded Yi Fan as a future son-in-law, piling food into his bowl and showering him with concern. So you're single, right? Is cultivation tiring? Does the food suit your taste? Come, try this meat. It's especially delicious. Father, Li Luo called out coquettishly, for the first time feeling a twinge of jealousy over Yi Fan. Oh, daughter, if you want to eat, help yourself, her father replied without missing a beat. Li Luo let out a soft huff, her face clouded with displeasure. Yi Fan, helpless, tried to explain to Chief Yifeng that he couldn't eat so much, suggesting he give more to Li Luo instead. He could help himself. No worries, if she wants more, she'll serve herself, Yifeng said, still heaping food into Yi Fan's bowl. Li Luo, there's nothing I can do for you, Yi Fan thought silently, but rest assured, this is your real, doting father. His face seemed to wear a look of innocent resignation as he gazed at Li Luo. After the meal, with everyone full in content, Li Luo, tipsy from the wine, fell asleep slumped over the table. Yi Fan gently helped her back to her room. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Chief Yifeng. He paused, then immediately greeted, Chief, Yi Fan, come here for a moment, Yi Feng said, his expression suddenly grave. When the two of them arrived in the courtyard, Yi Feng looked at Yi Fan with growing fondness and said, I've heard you haven't learned any other immortal arts yet. Would you like to pick up a move or two? Yi Fan was overjoyed. The clan chief himself wanted to teach him. What a rare stroke of fortune. Besides, with his watch unusable for the next 3 days, he desperately needed to learn some techniques for self-defense. He nodded eagerly and emphatically. Very well. I'll teach you 2 good lower-tier immortal arts. One is the Shadow Step, and the other is the Finger Vein Sword. Let me explain Shadow Step first. Unlike the Flicker Step, it won't boost your movement speed. Instead, Shadow Step uses footwork to create overlapping images within a second, confusing your opponent so they can't accurately track your position. As Yi Feng spoke, he demonstrated for Yi Fan. At first glance, Yi Feng's movements seemed chaotic and unpredictable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a deliberate rhythm and pattern. Suddenly, 5 overlapping shadows of Yi Feng appeared. The effect dazzled Yi Fan. He could no longer tell which was the real person and which were the illusions. With Shadow Step, the most you can achieve are 5 overlapping shadows. For now, since your cultivation is still low, try to master 3 shadows. Here is the mental technique and incantation. Yi Feng handed Yi Fan a handwritten book of immortal arts. Thank you, Clan Chief Yi Feng, Yi Fan said, taking it with excitement. However, most people consider Shadow Step to be rather useless. Yi Feng sighed, noticing the confusion on Yi Fan's face. He continued, because each shadow is only a short distance from the real body. Even if your enemy can't tell which is you, they can just use an area attack to break through the illusions. Yi Fan seemed to grasp what the clan chief was getting at. Pondering, he asked, so, Clan Chief, are you saying the shadows can actually be much farther apart? Yi Feng nodded gently, confirming Yi Fanskis. He gazed up at the sky and said, according to my ancestors' records, Shadow Step was once considered a top-tier immortal art. It turned out that Shadow Step was originally created by a master of the immortal rank. It was a superior technique, capable of producing dozens of overlapping shadows, with no limit to the distance between each illusion. The range could be as wide as the user wished, lending a tremendous advantage in combat. Used properly, it was both mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. Though it was only considered an upper-tier immortal art, even most immortal-level experts were deeply fond of it and found it extremely useful. Unfortunately, after the ancient Divine War, almost all the immortal masters truly skilled in Shadow Step perished in the conflict. Divinava? Everyone who mastered it died? Wait a moment. Yi Fan suddenly recalled that Li Luo had told him the ranking system went from human to earth, to heaven, to immortal, and finally to divine. But he'd never heard of anyone reaching the divine rank. Yet this war was called the Ancient Divine War. Clan Chief Yi Feng, could you tell me more about this Ancient Divine War? Yi Fan finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. Yi Feng took a sip of water and sighed. All right then, let's have a good father and son talk about this world today. Father and son together. Yi Fan nodded awkwardly, and Yi Feng began to explain, in our fantasy continent, the 5th rank of the immortal tier used to be the highest level. There was no divine tier. Even now, although the divine tier exists, no one has ever reached it. It's said that the 5th rank of the immortal tier and the divine tier are worlds apart. In ancient times, the land was full of immortal-level masters. Then, a mysterious young man appeared, claiming to come from a place called Earth, and declared his ambition to rule over this continent. Earth? Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim. What is it? Do you know the place? Yi Feng frowned. No, I've just never heard that name before. I'm just a little curious, Yi Fan replied, covering up his surprise. Could it be that someone else, just like me, crossed over to this fantasy world? Could the ancient war of the gods have been started by that earthling? That's just too unbelievable. Yi Fan frowned, lost in thought. Yi Feng didn't notice his unusual reaction and continued. That man seemed a bit deranged, claiming to be from a highly advanced civilization, saying our world was too backward and needed to be ruled. But the truth is, he was a cultivation master. He looked barely 30, but had reached the divine tier, a rank never seen before. In fact, the divine tier only exists because of him. It took 5 immortal 5th-rank masters joining forces just to fight him on equal footing. This so-called earthling possessed astonishing talent. His power revealed to everyone that the immortal 5th rank was not the peak. He fought single-handedly against the 5 top immortal masters and never lost ground. What's more, he could transform into all sorts of monstrous shapes, and his combat strength was terrifying. At that time, he posed a direct threat to the entire fantasy continent. It wasn't until later that everyone on the continent united. Even the Ouyang Empire and the Shiman Empire set aside their grudges and worked together, swearing to defeat this formidable enemy. Nearly all the experts above the immortal tier joined the fight, and only then were they able to seal away this godlike adversary at the center of the continent, between the Ouyang and Shiman empires. A divine tier earthling. Yifan knew that when he crossed over, he had no cultivation power. He'd have to train and grow on his own. Yet this other earthling had such extraordinary talent, reaching the divine tier. Wait a minute. He could transform into all sorts of bizarre monsters. Isn't that just like Yifan's own transformation watch? Could it be that he's not the only earthling who crossed over to this world? So he was sealed away. Will he ever break free? Yifan was suddenly struck by the word sealed. He hadn't been destroyed, only sealed. If he ever escapes, wouldn't the whole world be thrown into chaos? Wait, that can't be right. I'm from Earth too. He wouldn't target me, would he? Yifeng didn't seem at all surprised by Yifan's question, as though he'd anticipated it all along. His expression remained calm as he replied, I don't know. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But if he ever returns, this world will be doomed. Why? Yifan cried out, unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. Because ever since the ancient War of the Gods, there simply aren't that many experts of the immortal rank left in the fantasy continent. Now, those who reach the immortal rank are few and far between. Yifeng let out a long sigh and continued slowly. Yifan nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Oh, I've gone off topic. Getting old, you know. Come on, let's get back to practicing the shadow step and the finger pulse sword. Yifeng snapped back to the moment, giving his head a light pat and chuckling. All right, Yifan decided to put aside his endless questions for now. He'd focus on growing stronger first. Whatever comes next, he'd deal with it when the time came. The finger pulse sword is a long-range attack technique. You channel immortal power through your palm's meridians, letting it flow back and forth between your index and middle fingers. Then, you release the energy through the gap between your fingers to strike your enemy. As Yifeng spoke, he pressed his two fingers together and slowly raised his hand. Yifan could see immortal energy swirling around Yifeng's fingertips, a faint white sword of light flickering into view. Even from the side, he could sense its formidable power. No sword in hand, yet a sword in the heart. Shape the fingers into a blade, let the meridians guide the way. Yifeng recited the mantra, his voice deep and enigmatic. Yifan, meanwhile, struggled to hold back his laughter, trying his best to keep a serious face. No sword in hand, but a wicked heart instead. What a mantra, he thought, finding it secretly hilarious. But Yifan's nearly flawless acting didn't reveal the amusement he was trying to suppress. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, the white immortal energy gathered at his fingertips, and with a flick, a thin sword of light shot forth. It struck the thick wall of the mansion, leaving behind a sword mark as fine as a strand of hair. After bidding farewell to clan leader Yifeng, Yifan left alone, not to return to his dormitory, but to the school's practice room, where he devoted himself to mastering the shadow step and the finger pulse sword. Night fell, dark as ink. Heavy clouds descended upon the fantasy continent, filling the air with a weighty, oppressive atmosphere. Thunder rumbled in the distance, splitting the sky. Jagged bolts tore the clouds apart, unleashing chaos across the heavens and earth. In an instant, wild winds howled. A torrential downpour crashed down, engulfing the world in a curtain of rain. The relentless drum of raindrops outside intertwined with the sharp, rhythmic clatter of Yifan's sword within the practice hall, as if the heavens themselves were inscribing his tireless determination across the night. No sword in hand, yet a sword in the heart. Yifan repeated the mantra over and over, while his feet danced through the steps of Shadow Step, layer upon layer, pushing himself ever further. Suddenly, in the darkness of the training room, a brilliant light burst forth, piercing through the shadows. A beam of intense brightness shot out from Yifan's watch. What the heck is that? Yifan had been fully immersed in practicing his shadow step and finger pulse sword techniques when his own watch startled him so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin. As the dazzling light faded, a man about the same size as Yifan appeared before him. It was the very same man Yifan had seen last time on his watch, the one who had taught him immortal arts. Only now, he appeared much larger. Hey man, you nearly scare me to death. So it's you again, come and teach me more immortal techniques? This watch of mine is unreal, haha. No sooner had Yifan spoken than a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute, why is he so much bigger this time? Last time, he was just a little figure on the watch. How could he be this huge now? Oh no, am I seeing ghosts? With this thought, Yifan looked at the blue human-shaped figure before him, its face just an outline, standing there utterly motionless. His heart raced with anxiety, and cold sweat began to bead on his skin. Hey buddy, no, big bro. Could you maybe say something? Or actually, no, don't say anything. How about you just go back into the watch? Yifan stammered, his voice trembling. His legs were so weak that if someone so much as blew on them, he'd probably topple over. Mister! The figure's lips moved at last, and its mechanical voice sliced straight through Yifan's fragile nerves like a sharpened blade. He would have preferred silence. The moment it spoke, Yifan nearly lost his soul from terror. His face went pale as chalk. Even if a top-tier immortal master appeared before him, he wouldn't be half as frightened. The truth was simple. Yifan was terrified of ghosts. Mister, my name is Jarvis, the man said coolly. As an artificial intelligence, he had no concern for Yifan's fright. What? Jarvis? Yifan snapped back to his senses, staring in shock at Jarvis before him. That's impossible. The watch hasn't worked lately, and I haven't turned into Iron Man either. Because I am an artificial intelligence system capable of learning from advanced technology. I have already assimilated the data in your watch, but I cannot control it, Jarvis explained, expressionless. Though Yifan usually acted a bit silly, he understood the basics. Tony Stark had created Jarvis, a super-intelligent mind capable of learning just about anything. Now, this mysterious watch that could transform him into a superhero had been hacked by Jarvis. The watch was simply too complex for Jarvis to control outright, but at least now he could talk with Yifan. That meant from now on, no matter who Yifan transformed into, he would have Jarvis by his side. He would never have to fight alone again. A super strategist would always be there to guide him. The moon hung in the sky like a silver platter, surrounded by a sea of glittering stars. The villagers of the Yi clan were already deep in slumber, lost in dreams, while inside the training room of the Yi clan academy, a young boy was still talking with a man whose entire body radiated a deep, electric blue. Jarvis's mechanical voice broke the silence. I'm afraid I have some bad news, sir. Though Yifan was brimming with excitement, convinced he was on the verge of becoming unstoppable, Jarvis, who knew nothing of human joy or sorrow, didn't hesitate to douse his enthusiasm. I can only exist when you haven't transformed yet, or when you've changed into the Iron Man armor. Ah, the fire of determination that had just been kindled in Yifan's heart was instantly snuffed out. But after a moment's thought, he realized there was still a bright side. At the very least, if he ever struggled with a technique while training in the ways of immortals, he could always have Jarvis demonstrate it for him. With this thought, Yifan's smile returned, brimming with hope. Jarvis, show me the shadow step and the finger pole sword right now. A moment passed. When Jarvis made no move, Yifan hesitantly asked, Jarvis? Sir, I'm not familiar with immortal techniques. Based on the information in this watch, I only know the 3 techniques you practiced before. There's no other data available. Jarvis's mechanized voice was calm and unchanging, but the sense of helplessness was almost palpable. So, you're saying it wasn't you who demonstrated those immortal moves to me before? Yifan suddenly realized. I only gained access to this watch when you used the Iron Man armor, Jarvis explained. So that meant Jarvis only acquired this blue human model form after entering the watch. Lost in thought, Yifan was pulled back by Jarvis's chilly, mechanical voice. Sir, this human model I'm using now comes from a 3D printing file stored in your watch. But I think I can guess how the system that demonstrated the immortal techniques works. A 3D printed human model teaching me immortal arts? What kind of system is this? Tell me more, Yifan asked, curiosity lighting up his face. It's likely an automated intelligent archiving and data management system. Jarvis rattled this off as if it were the most natural thing in the world, but Yifan was left completely bewildered. Jarvis, could you be a bit more specific? Yifan opened his mouth, struggled for words, and finally managed to ask. In human terms, it's what you call copy and paste. The watch is connected to your very flesh and blood, so any immortal technique you learn is copied into its archive. Then, it organizes the data in the simplest way possible to store in its files. Jarvis paused for a moment, then continued. When your desire to learn an immortal technique is strong, the watch senses it and brings out the data for you to see. That's when those 3D instructional videos appear. So that's how it works. That can't be right. Then why didn't the data for Shadow Step and Pulse Sword come out to show me when I really wanted to learn them just now? Yifan raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. This was an important question. Finding a way to make the data appear when he needed to study would be a huge help on his journey to master immortal techniques. Perhaps it's because I'm currently occupying this 3D data-dedicated body. Jarvis replied, his expression as calm as ever. Oh, come on. Then get back into the watch. I need the data to appear so it can teach me, Yifan said, issuing an order for Jarvis to leave. Sir, actually, while we were talking just now, I've already sorted and downloaded simplified datasets for both Shadow Step and Pulse Sword in my archive. I can demonstrate them for you right now. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You did that on purpose. Hurry, Show me those techniques. With that, Jarvis began to use his 3D model body to demonstrate Shadow Step and Pulse Sword. Even though this body was virtual and didn't truly exist, Yi-Fan could actually sense a wave of immortal energy radiating from Jarvis's display of the Pulse Sword. So they practiced for a long, long time, so long that Yi-Fan didn't even realize the sun had already risen high outside. The bright sunlight was pouring down outside. Suddenly, the tightly closed door to the training room swung open, and a golden ray of sunlight spilled into the dim space. Yi-Fan was completely absorbed in his practice, but the sudden noise startled him. He looked toward the door and saw that Jarvis was still standing right beside him. If anyone saw him now, he really wouldn't know how to explain it. Jarvis, hi, quick! Yi-Fan, you spit it. The person entering stood with their back to the sunlight, appearing as nothing more than a shadow from afar. As the figure drew closer, it turned out to be that beautiful young woman, Yi Luo, who was as graceful as a blue lotus. Li Luo shot Yi-Fan a look full of reproach. My father said you might be here, so I came looking. You didn't even tell me when you left last night. What were you muttering to yourself just now? Li Luo frowned as she asked. Seeing that Li Luo paid no attention whatsoever to Jarvis, standing beside him, Yi-Fan was full of questions. It seemed she had no idea there was anyone else with him. It must be the system. What's going on? Could it be that she can't see Jarvis standing next to me? Sir, you don't need to worry. Others can neither see this data nor hear my voice. Only you have access to both. Jarvis said quietly. Yi-Fan finally relaxed. He suddenly grinned at Li Luo and said, I've been cultivating all night. I'm exhausted. Li Luo, have you had breakfast yet? Let's go to the dining hall together. I've been looking for you since early morning. How could I have had time to eat? Li Luo complained, rubbing her belly as it growled softly. Hey, thanks for your concern. Come on, let's go have breakfast together. The smile on Yi-Fan's face grew even brighter. No sooner had he finished speaking than he grabbed Li Luo's delicate, fair hand and led her out of the training room, not giving her a chance to refuse. How strange. Did you do something naughty last night? For the first time, the young woman's fair, lovely face was tinged with a faint blush as Yi-Fan assertively pulled her along. Yi-Fan knew Li Luo wasn't asking seriously. She was just teasing him. So he simply replied, guess, and offered no further explanation. At that moment, Jarvis returned to the smartwatch. Yi-Fan knew he could now talk directly into the watch to communicate with Jarvis, and no one else would hear Jarvis's replies. They'd just think Yi-Fan was talking to himself. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the two of them each took a tray and sat down at the same table. Today, the cafeteria had added an extra large chicken leg to the meal. On top of that, Li Luo was still basking in the happiness of Yi-Fan having just taken her hand. So she was especially cheerful, humming a sweet tune as she took big, hearty bites of her chicken leg, not caring one bit about her image. She knew Yi-Fan would never mind if she opened her mouth a little too wide while eating chicken. Li Luo, can I ask you something? Yi-Fan nibbled at his chicken leg, the sound of his chewing soft and steady. He was just the opposite of Li Luo. Although he hadn't fallen in love with her, he still saw her as a close friend. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of a pretty girl. Go ahead, Li Luo replied, lifting her beautiful, fair face to look at Yi-Fan, though her lips were now glistening with oil from the chicken. I remember you have a personal weapon and a special set of immortal techniques that goes with it, right? Yeah, that's right. Why do you ask? How do people get weapons that come with their own immortal techniques? Yi-Fan had been wondering lately whether he should get himself a weapon to try out. My father hired a weaponsmith to craft one for me. That weaponsmith then designed a set of immortal techniques specifically tailored to the weapon he made. Weaponsmith? Aren't there only alchemists and stone refiners? Li Luo understood that Yi-Fan's experience was rather limited, so she explained, weaponsmiths are divided into 3 ranks: regular weaponsmiths, immortal weaponsmiths, and divine. Weaponsmiths. You have to make your own weapon and have it approved by the state. Besides, it's rare for anyone to create a set of immortal techniques just for a single weapon. That's why having a set of immortal techniques designed specifically for a weapon is very expensive. My Viper Whip cost my father all his savings. It's more powerful than an ordinary weapon, but not as good as a true immortal or divine weapon. At this point, Yi-Fan couldn't help but think of Yi Kong's heaven-questioning spear. How dazzling, luxurious, and imposing it was. Who was the elder who gave him that spear? Could it be a divine weapon? Li Luo took another bite, glanced up, and said, Aren't you even going to ask how my training's been going lately? So, how has your cultivation been going lately? Yi-Fan asked a little awkwardly. Deep down, he felt helpless. After everything you just said, how could I not ask? When your trial was almost over, I had already reached the 3rd rank of the human stage. As she spoke, a graceful smile appeared on the girl's beautiful face. A smile so refined it stirred envy among the other young women dining nearby. That's wonderful. Yi Fan replied with genuine happiness, but then he laughed at himself, his spirits flagging. Too bad I'm just not cut out for cultivation. My progress is so slow. Seeing Yi Fan's gloom, Li Luo's delicate brows knitted ever so slightly. She spoke earnestly. Yi Fan, how can you say your talent is poor? You only awakened your immortal soul this year. Her words stung like salt in a wound, piercing Yi Fan's heart like an arrow. Li Luo, are you trying to comfort me or discourage me? Yi Fan replied with a wry smile. That's not what I meant, the girl protested, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of grievance. I meant, you've only just awakened. Your immortal soul less than a week ago, and you've already reached the second rank of the human stage. That's incredibly gifted. All right, I know you mean well. Yi Fan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Li Luo's bowl. But what Li Luo said wasn't without reason. Yi Fan had reached the second rank of the human stage in less than a week since awakening. His immortal soul, which was far better than Yi Chun, who had spent 2 or 3 years cultivating just to reach the third rank. Yi Chun and his older brother Yi Xing were a study in contrasts. Yi Xing was now at the first rank of the Earth stage, matching the strength of Grandpa Yi Yu. According to family records, Elder Yi Yun had once been an ordinary subordinate. Yet through his own efforts, he had climbed to the position of Grand Elder. But back when Yi Yun was not yet a Grand Elder, his son Yi Xing had earned his place in the inner clan through diligence, unlike his younger brother Yi Chun, who was born into the inner clan and had a completely different temperament. Yi Chun was naturally arrogant, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and was notoriously lazy in his studies. Yi Xing, on the other hand, had endured hardship growing up, was diligent in his learning, mature and steady by nature, and never let his talent make him conceited. For all these reasons, he had always been the clan leader Yi Fang's most promising candidate. As the sun set in the west, the dying light stained the sky blood red. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan spent the morning in the training hall, with Li Luo at his side offering guidance. Her personal instruction was the envy of many, not because her immortal power was overwhelming or her cultivation profound, but because of her unique presence. She was like a pure lotus just beginning to bloom, so young, yet already possessing a rare, ethereal charm, cool and serene. One could only imagine how breathtaking she would become as she grew, destined to captivate all who saw her. Though Li Luo always appeared carefree and boisterous around Yi Fan, the truth was she was slow to warm up to others. Only with those she truly knew could she reveal her genuine, heartfelt self. All of a sudden, the doors to the training hall were kicked open, and a group of men stormed in, their faces twisted with menace. "Who's Yi Fan? Get out here now!" barked the man leading them. It was none other than Yi Jian, the same person who had fought Yi Fan in the trial forest earlier. Clearly, he hadn't come with good intentions. Most likely, he was here for revenge. Trailing behind them was Yi Chun, his arrogance on full display and his eyes cold as ice. He'd brought Yi Jian and the others along for one purpose: to teach Yi Fan a lesson and make sure he knew who called the shots around here. Most people, seeing Yi Chun and his gang, troublemakers to the core, kept their distance, wanting nothing to do with the scene. After all, no one wanted to cross Yi Chun, the privileged disciple, even if their own abilities rivaled his. Yi Chun and his crew marched up to Yi Fan, who stood his ground without a flicker of fear. By now, he had a fair grasp of their strengths and cultivation levels. Even though he couldn't use his transformation watch at the moment, Li Luo was still by his side. The two of them together would have no trouble handling this. If he wanted to grow stronger, he had to be forged in adversity. To become a true powerhouse, he needed trials that pushed him to the brink. Had this been the old Yi Fan, a shut-in back on Earth, his legs might have been trembling with terror. But now, he was a changed man. Here, you had to show some backbone, or you'd end up getting trampled. Li Luo was about to step forward to shield Yi Fan, but Yi Fan stopped her and moved in front of her instead. Li Luo was touched. In the past, she'd always been the one protecting Yi Fan, but that was the old Yi Fan, not the one who had traveled here from another world. Still, though she was moved, Li Luo didn't feel she needed his protection. After all, she was the clan leader's daughter. Who would dare lay a finger on her? Besides, she was a third-tier human rank cultivator. If it came to a fight, she certainly wasn't afraid. Yi Fan calmly assessed the snarling faces of Yi Chun and the others, quickly sizing up their strength. Yi Chun, mid-stage, second-tier human rank. Yi Jian, early stage, third-tier human rank. The other 3 nameless lackeys were all around mid-stage, first-tier human rank. Not bad. Nothing too difficult. Just Yi Jian at early third-tier human rank, then Yi Chun at mid-second tier. The rest are barely worth mentioning. Yi Fan said to Li Luo, tilting his head. "Brother Yi Chun, he's looking down on us," one of the lackeys whispered to Yi Chun. Yi-Chen responded by slapping him upside the head. You think I can't hear him? If you're so tough, then go get him yourself. Come on then, let's see what you've got. Yi-Fan taunted, brimming with disdain. As he spoke, he casually glanced at the doors behind Yi-Chen's group. Yi-Chen and his gang were just about to make their move. Suddenly, Yi-Fan threw his hands up in mock panic and shouted, Clan leader! The moment they heard clan leader, Yi-Chen and his crew were struck with dread and spun around to look. But all they saw was an empty doorway. They instantly realized they'd been played. Yi-Fan had tricked them. Huh, you all are just too naive. Lilu snarat continuously. Yi-Chen, having embarrassed himself in front of the goddess, was naturally both annoyed and ashamed. In his fury, he signaled for Yi Jian to charge forward. Yi Jian formed a celestial seal with his hands and launched an attack at Yi-Fan. At that moment, Yi-Fan was already prepared for battle. His hand shot out like an eagle's talon, aiming for Yi Jian's wrist in an attempt to intercept the oncoming strike. But Yi Jian's arm seemed to come alive, twisting back to lock around Yi-Fan's wrist. With a forceful yank, Yi-Fan felt his body pulled uncontrollably forward, right into the path of Yi Jian's sweeping leg. Agit Hope Technique. Serpent Coil. Li Luo joined the fray as well, her venomous snake whip darting through the air, slithering and twisting like a real serpent overhead. But Yi-Chen would give her no such chance. He leaped high, his scarlet-piercing finger glowing with a crimson light that streaked across the sky, intercepting Li Luo's snake whip midair. When the two streams of celestial power collided, Li Luo's whip bounced back into her hand. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen's three low-ranked followers sprang into action, teaming up with him to hold Li Luo at bay. Be careful, all of you. Don't hurt Sister Li Luo, just keep her occupied, Yi-Chen ordered his underlings. Hearing this, Yi-Fan couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. It seemed Yi-Chen also had feelings for Li Luo. That meant he didn't need to worry about her getting hurt. Yet Li Luo considered that Yi-Fan had barely recovered from the recent trial. While he had managed to defeat the 4th-rank White Snow Leopard, that didn't prove he could take on Yi Jian. So, for now, her top priority was breaking through the blockade set by Yi-Chen and his men. History has a way of repeating itself. This scene was almost identical to the last time Yi-Fan first transformed into Captain America to confront Yi-Chen. But this time, Yi-Fan was without his watch. Could he possibly defeat a 3rd-rank cultivator like Yi Jian? After forcing Yi-Fan back, Yi Jian retreated several steps, a smile playing on his lips. You're still too weak and far too slow. So much for the champion of the trial. Warm-up's over. Now, let's see if you can withstand me going all out, Yi Jian said with a sinister grin. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yi Jian's face. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged, the celestial power in his hands shifting from pale blue to a deep, intense blue, its force several times stronger than before. From his Dantian space, he drew forth a silver longsword. Clearly, Yi Jian was finally unleashing his full strength to teach Yi-Fan a lesson. Seizing Yi Jian's moment of arrogance, Yi-Fan struck in a flash. A pulse of sword energy shot from his fingertips, slicing straight across Yi Jian's right shoulder, even tearing the fabric with a sharp burst of sword chi. Damn, I missed the mark. Seeing Yi Jian snap back to his senses, a flicker of anger in his eyes, Yi-Fan felt a surge of dread. Wounded, Yi Jian's gaze turned murderous. With a swift flick of his wrist, the clear, ringing sound of sword strikes echoed. Phantom images danced along the blade as he unleashed 4 rapid slashes in the blink of an eye. Not only that, all of the deep blue immortal energy was channeled into the sword shadow, making its power and aura even more terrifying. Foreshadow sword technique. Ye Yin shouted. Suddenly, as the immortal energy erupted, 4 blue sword shadows tore through the sky, streaking toward him. Yi-Fan stomped heavily on the ground, using the force of the rebound to his advantage. Gathering the explosive power of his immortal strength in his right palm, he struck out at the 4 sword shadows with a powerful palm attack. Yi-Fan retreated rapidly, just as he had anticipated. To clash head-on with his sword technique is a huge disadvantage for me. But he has his swordsmanship, and I have my own skills too. He knew full well that his opponent's immortal energy was of a higher grade than his. If he tried to compete through sheer force, he would surely lose. Outwitting his opponent was his only chance. Yi Jian gave Yi-Fan no opportunity to catch his breath. He raised his sword and attacked again. Yi-Fan's fingers moved with the speed of a phantom, concealing the subtle art of finger-vein swordsmanship. With the gentlest touch, he deflected Yi Jian's silver sword aside, turning force with finesse. Yi Jian's silver longsword was knocked away. He quickly reached out his right hand, trying to catch his weapon. Yi-Fan seized the perfect moment. Yi Jian's attention had been diverted. In that instant, Yi-Fan's fingertips shifted and the immortal energy of finger-vein sword shot out like a blade, leaving a bloody gash on Yi Jian's right arm. Everyone in the training hall was awed by Yi Fan's prowess. Their fear faded away as they crowded forward to witness this spectacular duel up close. Ever since they'd learned that Yi Fan was the champion of this trial, and that he had broken the record set by the family's former prodigy, Yi Xing, they had been eager to see this legendary figure who had soared to greatness. To beat someone of the third rank with a second-rank cultivation, now that's impressive. That's not all. I heard that in the trial, he took down Yi Ba, a third-rank cultivator, and even defeated a fourth-rank trial beast, all while still at the second rank. He's that powerful? He should be able to utterly crush Yi Chun and those other bullies, then. I used to be bullied by those idiots. Watching them get beaten now is so satisfying. Coward, why are you dodging? Face my immortal energy head-on. Yi Jian shouted, his anger and shame boiling over. He could clearly see Yi Fan, but every strike with his sword meant nothing but empty air. That's right, Yi Fan was now using his heavy shadow step, creating phantom after phantom beneath his feet. This tactic was designed to infuriate a brute like Yi Jian, who relied solely on brute force, into making a mistake. Yi Jian's attacks continued to miss, as Yi Fan deftly evaded each one. Meanwhile, he listened to Jarvis's voice guiding him through his watch, patiently waiting for Yi Jian to show an opening. Then he would strike decisively. Sir, the opponent's attacks are getting more intense. He's losing patience. I estimate that within 3 minutes, a fatal flaw will appear, Jarvis analyzed dutifully. As Yi Fan and his opponent clashed fiercely, the audience watched, transfixed by the spectacle. None of them noticed that clan leader Yi Feng, drawn by the commotion, had quietly slipped into the hall. A graceful woman, upon seeing Yi Feng, was just about to respond in haste, but Yi Feng cut her off. He had originally intended to put an end to this farce himself. But when he saw Yi Fan using the shadow step and the finger pulse sword so skillfully, he was taken aback. Those two techniques were immortal's arts he had only taught Yi Fan yesterday. Yet in such a short time, Yi Fan was already using them with such mastery. What a genius! While Yi Fan and the others were locked in fierce combat, none of them realized Yi Feng was quietly watching from behind the crowd. It seemed that both Yi Feng and Yi Yu had the same habit. They liked to secretly observe from the sidelines. How do you know the inner clan's shadow step? Hearing the exclamations from the crowd, Yi Chun turned to look at Yi Fan, calling out in astonishment. As soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd broke into a flurry of whispers and gasps. What? En unique clan immortal technique. No wonder it seemed familiar. I remember now. That's the shadow step from the inner clan. Could it be that this brat stole the technique? Is it really stealing if a scholar steals a book? A young woman, now one of Yi Fan's admirers, quickly spoke up in his defense. What was going on with this kid's shadow step? Yi Feng noticed that Yi Fan's shadow step was getting faster and faster, and even the footwork began to change. While it was clearly shadow step, it had become even more subtle and marvelous. 1 afterimage. 2, 3, 4, 5. How is this possible? He only learned it yesterday, and now he can create 5 afterimages. Yi Feng couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. But what he saw next nearly made his jaw hit the floor. A 6th afterimage. Impossible. Hearing the clan leader's shout of astonishment, everyone present, whether they were passing by or inside the tavern, gasped in shock at the sight. The inner clan's secret technique, shadow step, was said to produce a maximum of 5 afterimages. Moreover, it was rumored that shadow step had little real use. Yet now, Yi Fan wielded it with such flawless skill. Yi Fan created 6 afterimages, each spaced apart, forming a web that surrounded Yi Jian from all directions. Yi Jian swung his silver, long sword wildly, slashing in every direction, but to no avail. He couldn't even touch Yi Fan, let alone harm him. Damn it, damn it! The more Yi Jian failed to reach Yi Fan, the more anxious he became. What's wrong? Getting desperate? So this is your swordsmanship? Yi Jian. Oh, Yi Jian, you really live up to your name? Such a disgrace. Yi Fan's mocking voice echoed from one of the afterimages, impossible to tell which. This only stoked Yi Jian's fury. Already growing careless, his attacks became more and more reckless, entirely abandoning any technique. At last, in his frantic swinging, Yi Jian overextended, his silver sword cutting into empty air. His body was left wide open. This was the moment to strike. Yi Jian was defeated. The opportunity's here. You've finally shown a fatal flaw. Yi Fan muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. With a thunderous shout, Yi Fan launches attack. The sword of veins shimmered in midair, gathering an overwhelming force of celestial energy, ready to explode with a devastating strike. A thunderous roar erupted, melding with the ringing of the sword. the two sounds merging into a deafening cacophony that tore through the air. Yi Fan suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a piercing brilliance that seemed to cut through the very fabric of space. Instead of launching the Sword of Veins as a projectile, he wielded it as a close-range celestial technique, striking it directly against Yi Jian's chest. The blow landed squarely, sending Yi Jian hurtling into the air, blood spraying from his mouth. Though Yi Fan's heart still burned with resentment, he had no enmity with these people, yet they had made things difficult for him. At every turn, his anger surged. In one smooth motion, Yi Fan leapt skyward once more, his shadow step shattering the air behind him. The force of the explosive blow gathered in his right fist, blazing with radiant energy. If Yi Jian took another hit like this, his life would surely come to a tragic end. Yi Jian's eyes went blank with fear. In that moment, Yi Fan's furious shout sounded like the roar of death itself. It was clear Yi Jian's fate was sealed. He was as good as dead. Regret flooded Yi Jian. Why had he ever provoked this monstrous waste of a man with such terrifying power? Don't kill me. Yi Jian let out a final, desperate cry, his face twisted in terror. His scream was so blood-curdling that everyone present saw Yi Fan at that moment as the very incarnation of death. Li Luo, Yi Chun, and the others stared in shock. When Yi Chun saw Yi Fan about to deliver a mortal blow, terror seized his soul. He shouted in fury, "Yi Fan, if you kill Yi Jian, I swear I'll never let you go." But it was too late, much too late. Yi Fan had already made up his mind. He was determined to see Yi Jian dead. Behind him, the young men of the Yi clan watched Yi Fan's resolute figure, their eyes conflicted and filled with emotion. Though they struggled to believe what they saw, deep down, each of them longed for Yi Fan to defeat Yi Jian and the others, to finally avenge them all. "Yi Fan, that's enough." A powerful voice thundered through the hall, and a surge of celestial energy swept across the entire training room. A strong, imposing figure shot through the air, landing squarely between Yi Fan and his target. Yi Fan tried to halt his attack, but his momentum was unstoppable. Like a runaway stallion, he couldn't call back his strength. He squeezed his eyes shut. There was a heavy thud. When Yi Fan opened his eyes, he saw his explosive strike had been blocked, caught barehanded by a tall, formidable man who stood there utterly unharmed. It was immediately clear that this man's strength far surpassed Yi Fan's. He had not only intercepted the attack with ease, but appeared entirely unscathed. Yi Fan felt as if his explosive blow had struck nothing but air. All his power dissipated. He looked up at the man before him. The mighty figure standing there was none other than Clan Chief Yi Feng, who had been watching from the shadows. Seeing Yi Fan about to go too far, Yi Feng had intervened without hesitation. He hadn't expected that, for all Yi Fan's youth and prodigious talent, mastering both Shadow Step and the Sword of Veins in a single day, he would harbor such murderous intent. If his daughter were to marry Yi Fan in the future, could he truly rest easy? Yi Feng frowned, questioning himself in silence. Yi Fan froze for a moment, then called out, "Clan Chief Yi Feng." The two of them landed on the ground, and Yi Jian collided hard with the wall. Even though he knew he had been saved, his heart was still pounding with lingering fear. Just moments ago, Yi Fan's twisted, menacing face had made him feel utterly hopeless. Now, in his heart, Yi Fan would forever leave behind a scar of terror. Yi Chun and the others sighed, then stepped forward, putting on the look of a victim as they appealed to Yi Feng. "Clan leader, you saw it for yourself. Yi Fan, he tried to kill us." Yi Feng's face darkened with anger. Seeing Yi Feng's sudden fury, Yi Chun shrank back a few steps in fright. "You think I don't know what's going on? You troublemaker." Yi Feng glared at the guards outside the training hall. "Guards!" The guards hurried in, bowing respectfully. "Clan leader, what are your orders?" "Take Yi Jian to the infirmary, and summon Elder Yi Yun right away. Let him come see for himself what a fine mess his second son has made. It's over. My father is going to kill me." Yi Chun was weeping inside. After issuing his orders, Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. "Li Lu, go to my chambers. Yi Fan, you come too." As soon as the words were out, he strode off swiftly. Li Luo hung her head, shooting Yi Fan a look of misery, as if to say, "We're doomed." Yi Fan could only spread his hands in helplessness, a wry, bitter smile spreading across his face. In a spacious, sunlit room, Yi Fan and Li Luo stood quietly to one side, not daring to make sound. Yi Feng regarded the two of them in silence for a moment, then said with gravity, "Yi Fan, I know you had your reasons, but just now you nearly went too far with Yi Jian. Do you have any explanation?" "Father," Li Luo began, wanting to defend Yi Fan, but Yi Fan quickly cut her off. "Clan leader Yi Feng, this was my fault. I was blinded by hatred in that moment. I won't offer any excuses. Li Luo had nothing to do with it. She only spoke up for me. As Yi Feng listened, the frown on his face gradually relaxed. Clearly, this was the answer he most wanted to hear. Yi Feng let out a sigh. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. This is good. I'll forgive you for today's incident, since Yi Chun and the others started it. But remember, you are all members of the Yi clan. I hope you won't ever let your personal matters endanger our clan's future. I understand, clan leader, Yi Fan replied earnestly. Deep down, he still clung to the principle. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they do, I'll destroy them. Still, in front of Yi Feng, he showed nothing but respect. After all, Yi Feng was a seasoned veteran, and as a newcomer to this world, Yi Fan knew he needed someone powerful to rely on. So, Father, can we go now? Li Luo stuck out her tongue playfully and tugged at Yi Fan, ready to leave. Wait, Yi Feng Bodkit. Yi Fan and Li Luo turned back around. Yi Fan, in 10 days, the clan selection tournament will begin. Train hard and don't let me down. Yi Fan smiled and replied, Yes, clan leader Yi Feng. I'll do my best. Just then, something else occurred to Yi Feng. He reached into his pocket and took out a beautiful brocade box. Opening it, he revealed a vibrant green pill nestled inside. This was clearly the low-grade, celestial pill Yi Fan had wished for. Yi Feng closed the lid of the box and handed it over to Yi Fan, saying, Take this. It's your prize for winning the trial, one low-grade, celestial pill. It works best for those below the Earth rank. But listen well, you must control the celestial energy within the pill carefully. If you mishandle it, the effects will be wasted. Thank you, clan leader. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude, then took the pill and left with Li Luo. Meanwhile, in the crowded training hall, Yi Chen's face was flushed with embarrassment as he endured a scolding from his father, Elder Yi Yan. How could you bring such shame upon me? Why can't you learn from your brother, instead of throwing your weight around all day? If it weren't for me, you would have been beaten to death by now. Yi Yan's hair bristled with anger. He was a man who cared deeply for his reputation, his authority second only to the clan leaders. Now, thanks to his son, his pride was in tatters. Seeing his father's fury, Yi Chun didn't dare utter a single word or even make the slightest movement. Nearby, the other students, usually in awe of Yi Chen's might, now exchanged secret laughs at his sorry state. Noticing the mocking looks, Yi Yun's anger only grew. What are you laughing at? All of you get out. If anyone has a problem, come challenge me. Go on, laugh. At his outburst, the crowd quickly dispersed, murmuring as they went. Once they were alone, Yi Yun's expression turned grave. This Yi Fan is truly a talent. Unfortunately, he's chosen the wrong side. He's too close to Li Luo and Yi Feng, so he'll likely never be ours. In fact, he might become the greatest obstacle on my path to becoming the clan leader. Such a man must be eliminated. Within the Yi clan, Yi Feng was not the sole authority. Yi Yun was ambitious, always coveting Yi Feng's position. The two had long been locked in a silent rivalry, their factions constantly vying beneath the surface. Yi Feng had his loyal followers, while Yi Yun was always consolidating his own power, waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity, a chance to see Yi Feng fall from his lofty perch. Though Yi Feng now regretted ever promoting Yi Yun, which had created a formidable rival, it was too late for remorse. Yi Feng had placed his hopes in a new force, Yi Fan, a young man of immense potential. Just as Yi Yun had Yi Xing, Yi Feng now had Yi Fan. That's why Yi Fan must die. Though Yi Yun spoke these words quietly, an unmistakable murderous intent hung heavily in the air. Yi Chun, who had been trembling from his father's earlier rebuke, now broke into a grin as he heard this. Wonderful. Father wants Yi Fan dead too. He said, Father, why don't you just kill him yourself? Of course, I will take care of it myself. But now is not the right time. We'll wait for the clan's selection trials. Let's see if he even qualifies. If he doesn't make it, then he's just lucky and gets to keep his miserable life. And if he does? Yi Chun asked, puzzled. If he does, a cruel gleam flashed in Yi Yun's eyes as he continued. Then he dies. Sitting on his bed, Yi Fan opened the brocade box and took out the pill inside. He hesitated for just a moment before swallowing it in one gulp. The pill slid down his throat and entered his body, and within the vortex of his dantian and sea of qi, his pure immortal energy began to surge and boil. In the midst of this boiling power, Yi Fan could clearly feel the rapid intensification and richness of his immortal strength. Even more, he felt as though his body was undergoing a powerful transformation, drawing in the abundant surrounding immortal energy and absorbing it deeply within. The next day, the blazing sun scorched the land, sending waves of heat shimmering across the earth. The trees curled their leaves in retreat, wilting under the relentless sunlight. Inside his dormitory, Yi Fan had spent the entire night cultivating. The effects of last night's low-grade immortal pill still lingered, making the immortal energy within him surge with tremendous vigor. Such boiling energy refused to settle. Even after a night of cultivation, Yi Fan had yet to completely absorb this vast power. He sat quietly in meditation, hands clasped together in front of him, fingers interlocked, eyes tightly shut, greedily drawing in the remaining energy from the immortal pill within his dantian. At that moment, a visible light shimmered around Yi Fan's body. Beneath this glow, it seemed as if a profound and immense immortal power was flooding into him. If his guess was right, Yi Fan was about to break through to the third rank of the human stage. Fantastic! My dantian is full of immortal energy. Yi Fan opened his eyes, which now sparkled with vitality. A smile curled at his lips, bright and gentle, adding a touch of charm to his features and making him suddenly look rather handsome. Though Yi Fan couldn't be called strikingly handsome, there was something about him that made people feel at ease. Steadying his mind and calming himself, Yi Fan began his attempt to advance to the next level. The immortal energy in his dantian surged, flooding through the meridians to every part of his body. Breakthroughs, after all, were nothing more than using the vast energy of immortal force to strengthen every organ and meridian, allowing the body to accommodate even more power. The more immortal energy one could contain, the more powerful immortal arts one could hope to master. Of course, it sounds easy enough to say, but the process of advancing is actually grueling, difficult, and painful. The higher the level, the harder it is for the body to break through and evolve. What's more, you only get 3 chances to advance. If you use up all 3 and still fail, all the celestial energy you've accumulated for advancement will be wiped clean, and you'll have to start cultivating from scratch at this stage. That's why, even though many people awakened their celestial soul long ago, they're still stuck at the first or second rank of the human stage. Because once they fail, they must start over from the very beginning of that stage. Yi Fan began channeling his celestial energy, attempting to break through to the next level. The immense energy surged through every meridian in his body. A surge of celestial energy erupted, washing over Yi Fan's entire form. With a cry of agony, Yi Fan's body suddenly jolted upright. The celestial energy hadn't broken through the bottleneck of his meridians. It had only caused a faint tremor. Damn it! Breaking through to the third rank of the human stage is so much harder than reaching the second, Yi Fan muttered, feeling a pang of discouragement. No, I can't give up. I have to become stronger. On this land of fantasy, the pursuit of immortality reigns supreme. Only by cultivating can one become truly powerful. The strong can lay claim to vast territories, rise to the ranks of kings and lords, and enjoy all the splendors the world has to offer, wealth, beauty, and power, all within easy reach. In a world where only the strong survive, you have to fight with everything you have. The weak are left to struggle beneath the feet of the powerful, scraping by and suffering endless humiliation. Even the most precious things, life and dignity, can be held at someone else's mercy. A second attempt at breaking through. Yi Fan sat cross-legged once more, whirling his hands in intricate gestures, gathering celestial energy that again rushed through his meridians. The celestial energy bombarded every part of his body, wave after wave. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, enduring pain that felt as if he were being battered from head to toe. If he couldn't withstand this much agony while advancing from the second to the third rank of the human stage, how could he ever hope to be strong? Only those who can endure the harshest hardships become the ones above all others. This truth holds steady across every world, in every place. It never changes. Yi Fan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at his own body. Just as Yi Fan was sinking into despair, a voice that had been silent on his watch for a long time finally spoke. Jarvis appeared. Sir, I've just finished investigating all the aspects and data regarding celestial energy advancement. Jarvis? Yi Fan paused in surprise, frowning at his watch before quickly asking, what did you find? Sir, in essence, celestial energy advancement is the process of purifying your body cells with celestial energy, allowing them to absorb power and grow stronger. In fact, it's not so different from how Captain America was enhanced by the super soldier serum. Strengthening the body and combining it with this mysterious energy can make you incredibly powerful. On this fantastical continent, the air itself is laced with celestial energy, an ethereal force that permeates every corner of the land. Here, even the very air you breathe is infused with this strange, mystical power. Everyone on this continent advances and strengthens themselves by absorbing and refining this celestial energy, allowing their bodies to contain even more of it. To be able to hold more celestial energy means you can wield even greater power in battle. Jarvis, ever diligent, continued his explanation. I've already analyzed the general data for the bottleneck of celestial energy advancement, he said. As long as you don't recklessly try to break through with brute force and instead use the precise amount of energy according to my vibration frequency, you'll be able to surpass the barrier with absolute certainty. 100% guaranteed advancement. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What did this mean? It meant that while others might remain stuck at a certain stage for ages, as long as Yifan met the requirements, he would advance every single time, without fail. If anyone else knew Yifan could achieve a perfect advancement rate, the whole world would surely see him as an absolute prodigy, perhaps even something monstrous. Unfortunately, Jarvis always seemed to have a way of humbling Yifan. It won't last forever. Below the Earth stage, I can guarantee a 100% success rate. Above that, you'll still have to rely on your own strength to break through. But with my help, you'll always have an edge over others. That was more than enough. As long as he had Jarvis, there was always hope. At that moment, Yifan couldn't help but feel an overwhelming admiration for Tony Stark. How could someone be such a genius to create a technological marvel like Jarvis? Truly incredible. Absolutely legendary. He suddenly recalled a line from the Iron Man comics that Tony Stark once said, a line filled with philosophical insight. What people call magic or mysterious energies are often just forms of technology that haven't yet been discovered. It was time to prepare for his third advancement. Yifan sat down cross-legged, following Jarvis's guidance, and began to marshal his celestial energy once more. Channel the energy from your dantian in 3 waves. Every 2 seconds, strike the barrier once. Gather all the energy from your meridians throughout your body, and when the dantian strikes for the second time, have everything crash together. Set the rhythm at 1 strike every 3 seconds, and on the 4th strike, unleash your full strength. His muscles, bones, and internal organs began to resonate in a rhythmic vibration. All over his body, he could feel a warm current flowing, nourishing and tempering his flesh. Though the pain was intense, Yifan could sense the barrier to advancement slowly beginning to crack. Gradually, he became accustomed to the pain and continued his cultivation. The barrier was broken. Celestial energy surged around Yifan, the faint glow of power thickening visibly. A satisfied smile spread across his face. A wondrous current of energy rose from his spine, coursing through him like a dragon in flight, filling his entire being with exhilaration. He felt compelled to let out a triumphant roar. Wasn't that a bit too dramatic? Yifan exhaled deeply, stretching out his limbs. Though the process had been painful, now that he had succeeded, his body felt wonderfully comfortable. Yifan snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling a question about his watch that had always piqued his curiosity. He asked Jarvis, "Something just occurred to me. Every time I transform, I never know which superhero I'll become. It always feels random. Can you control that?" "No, I can't." Jarvis's voice sounded as calm and emotionless as ever. Oh, Yifan felt a bit discouraged, but quickly let it go. After all, every superhero inside the watch was quite powerful. "Sir, while I can't control the transformation, I do know which superhero data is stored in the watch." "Jarvis, hurry up and tell me." Yifan's face lit up with unmistakable excitement. At present, the watch contains data for 5 superheroes. 5? Yifan asked, puzzled. After all, this was his own watch, and the superhero posters came from his phone. But he definitely had more than 5 superhero posters on his phone. Yes, right now there are only those 5 superheroes data. So who are the other 2? Captain America, Quicksilver, Iron Man, and Hawkeye and Spider-Man. Even though Jarvis's tone remained icy, to Yifan's ears, it sounded exhilarating. Spidey. Awesome. Of course, Yifan was familiar with those 2 heroes. It seemed every superhero in his watch could hold their own in a fight. What a shame he couldn't use the watch for another day. Before he realized it, evening had fallen. Yifan walked out of the dormitory and spotted Li Luo, dressed in a flowing white dress. At this moment, Li Luo was sprawled languidly beneath the big tree at the dorm entrance, gazing absent-mindedly toward the door. The moment she saw Yifan emerge, the gloom on her face vanished, replaced by a bright surge of excitement. Their eyes met. "Yifan, I've been waiting for you forever." Li Luo was the first to speak. "I didn't know you were waiting here for me. What's up? Did something happen?" Yifan asked with genuine concern. Over the past days, he'd already come to see Li Luo as family. "I heard there's some kind of poetry event outside tomorrow. It's supposed to be really lively. Let's go together," Li Luo said, her spirit lifting. "A poetry gathering? What's that about?" Isn't this world supposed to be all about cultivating immortality? Yet they have such a cultured event. Yi Fan felt a wave of fresh curiosity. He suddenly realized that this world of cultivation wasn't like those in so many fantasy novels, where everything revolved around endless battles. Here, there was culture too. Of course, strength was still more important, but culture had its place. No wonder it always seemed odd to him. If a fantasy world was only about fighting, how would technology ever advance? In so many novels, people hardly ever mention learning. From childhood, it's all about cultivation. But then, how do people write letters? And those magical messages, with words floating in the air. If no one ever learned to write, how would they even know which characters to use? There is another thing that puzzled Yi Fan to no end. Why did everyone on this fantastical continent speak Chinese? The question suddenly popped into his mind, and he simply couldn't figure out the answer. All right, Yi Fan nodded at once, agreeing enthusiastically. He was even a little impatient to get started. After making their agreement, each of them went on to mind their own business. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, and then a sudden inspiration struck him. He called out to his watch, "Jarvis, help me find 300 children's songs. No, actually, I mean the anthology of 300 Tang poems. I want everyone to know, Yi Fan isn't just a cultivation prodigy, he's also a great poet." Ah. In the early morning, a thin veil of pale mist hung over the Yi clan academy, lingering for a long while as a gentle breeze drifted by. Yi Fan had already dressed neatly and was waiting, ready for Li Luo, that little girl, to arrive. He glanced at the time on a slip of paper. She's late again. Did she forget? Yi Fan hesitated, debating whether he should go look for her in the girls' dormitory area. Just as he was wavering, Li Luo's excited voice reached his ears. "Yi Fan, I'm here." Yi Fan turned his head and saw Li Luo running toward him in a white dress, waving energetically. Behind her, two family servants led a pair of white horses. Their long manes flowed freely, and they were both handsome and robust. Even though Yi Fan didn't know much about horses, he could tell at a glance that these two were top-class steeds built for long journeys. Li Luo noticed Yi Fan's hesitation and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Li Luo, I don't know how to ride a horse." Yi Fan admitted quietly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Was this shameful? It probably was. He asked himself honestly. He thought Li Luo would seize this rare chance to tease him, but to his surprise, she just looked utterly confused. "Ride a horse? Why would we need to ride?" Yi Fan was clearly at a loss for words at this question. "If we're not riding them, are we supposed to fly? Or have the horses drag us along?" he retorted. Just imagining the scene he described made him shudder. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, with these magical beasts, you don't actually need to ride them in the usual way. All you have to do is sit on top, keep channeling your spirit energy into their bodies, and then use your finger to guide them. The horse will follow wherever you point. Isn't that still riding? Just a different way to do it. Moments later, the two of them were already on horseback, leaving Yi clan territory behind and heading toward the Luo clan's land, where the poetry gathering was to be held. Both the Luo and Yi clans were third-tier families within the nation, and there had always been a rivalry between them. They could almost be considered sworn enemies. Once Yi Fan set foot on Luo clan territory, the bustling sounds of the city filled his ears. On this lively street, people came and went amidst the morning mist, creating a scene so enchanting it was as if they'd stepped into a fairyland. In front of one particularly exquisite pavilion, a crowd had gathered, eager to watch the spectacle. At the entrance, 3 or 4 guards were busy keeping order. This elegant building was called the Love Inn, and it was the host venue for this poetry gathering. Wait, what? Love Inn? Seriously? Yi Fan gazed at the breathtaking architecture, feeling a faint sense of longing stir within him. Could it be that one could find true love here? Or perhaps couples could stay for half the rent, with free utilities. Though, come to think of it, where would they even get electricity here? Once again, Yi Fan's habit of making snarky remarks got the better of him. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the second-floor corridor of the pavilion. One was a middle-aged man dressed in white. He stood tall and straight, his features strikingly handsome. At this moment, he calmly swept his gaze over the bustling crowd below. Wherever his eyes landed, the noisy crowd fell silent, clearly intimidated by his imposing presence. The other figure was an elderly man robed in gray. He, too, stood proud and upright, his posture as straight as a spear. His face was kindly, his hair a snowy white that spoke of a life long lived, yet one could still tell that in his youth he must have been quite the dashing figure. "Even Luo Tian has come." "That's right. I heard he's here to accompany Master Zhou this time." Apparently, the Luo clan has applied to be promoted to second-tier status and master. Zhou, having long served the imperial Ouyang family and being fond of poetry, decided to come as an inspector since he heard about this poetry gathering. No wonder. I always wondered why such a high-ranking official would come to our remote little place. Turns out Master Zhou is a poetry enthusiast. Poetry gatherings like this are almost unheard of in this world. The elderly man was none other than Master Zhou, Zhou Zheng, whose name was on everyone's lips in the crowd. And the other man was evidently Luo Tian, the patriarch of the Luo clan. That annoying fellow actually came to the poetry gathering too, Li Luo muttered under her breath, casting a look of clear distaste at Luo Tian on the balcony above. Yi Fan followed her gaze, and his eyes met Luo Tian's. Even separated by the height of a floor and a row of railings, Yi Fan could feel a tangible pressure bearing down on him, as though Luo Tian's presence alone could crush the air. This guy is definitely not someone to be underestimated, Yi Fan murmured quietly to himself, sensing the formidable strength that Luo Tian possessed. Yet, standing beside Luo Tian, Master Zhou seemed even more mysterious. Though there was no hint of magical energy about him, an utterly fearsome aura seemed to emanate from his very being. If Luo Tian's strength was sharp and overwhelming, then Master Zhou's was fathomless, like a deep, still ocean. The difference in their power was vast indeed. Soon, a portly middle-aged man stepped out from the first floor. He wore a genial smile, his round face beaming, not with oily slickness, but with genuine warmth and delight. Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself at the sight. The man began to introduce himself loudly. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Shou. I'm the owner of this love inn. The reason we're holding this poetry gathering is to remind you all that cultivating immortality is not just about strengthening the body, but also about beautifying the heart. Is it your excuse for not working out or losing weight? Look at how overweight you are. Well, compared to that, I suppose your heart really must be beautiful. And what's your name again? Luo Shou? Are you kidding me? Is it supposed to be Luo Thin? Oh, come on. Yi Fan couldn't help but silently roast Luo Shou in his mind. The rules for this poetry contest are as follows. Master Zhou will give us a word, and everyone can compose a poem on the spot based on the meaning of that word. Master Zhou will then score each poem from 1 to 5 points, and there are 5 poets in the back, each with a vote worth 1 point. So, the highest possible score is 10. They really know how to curry favor, giving all the scoring authority to Master Zhou, just because he's here. Li Luo grumbled under her breath again, and Yi Fan signaled for her to keep quiet. After all, this was Luo family territory. I now declare the poetry contest open. As soon as Luo Shou finished speaking, the hall downstairs burst into a lively commotion. Master Zhou, wearing a kindly smile, stepped forward and addressed the crowd on the first floor. Let's start off easy. I'll give you a single word. Fish. The moment he uttered the word, everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one seemed to know what to say about fish. Then a voice rang out, cutting through the quiet like a crane among chickens. The voice recited, in the northern sea, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large. The speaker was none other than Yi Fan. He knew this was from Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering, but he couldn't remember the last line. Bracing himself, he improvised, it's too big to fit in a single pot. As everyone turned to stare at him like he was some kind of oddity, Yi Fan felt a bit awkward. Still, he thickened his skin and added, eating is always important, no matter the occasion. Wonderful poem. Master Zhou quickly recovered, applauding enthusiastically. He looked at this handsome young man with genuine interest. Li Luo, meanwhile, stared at Yi Fan in utter bewilderment. Since when did this guy have such a talent? Just then, from the second-floor corridor, a woman in red emerged. She was tall and slender, her skin as fair as snow, and her beautiful, heart-shaped face radiated a captivating charm. She had been moved by Yi Fan's poem and wanted to see who possessed such wit. Leaning languidly against the balcony rail, her long, alluring eyes swept over the bustling crowd below. Luo Tian's face softened with deep affection as he saw the woman step out. He called to her, Daughter, what brings you out here? Father, I just wanted to have a look, the young woman replied calmly, blinking her long, enchanting eyes. This was Luo Shui, Luo Tian's daughter. About the same age as Li Luo, she might not possess Li Luo's fresh, ethereal beauty, but she was still a dangerous beauty in her own right, charming and full of allure. After Mr. Zhou accepted the glass of water from Luo Tiandi, he pondered for a moment before saying the second word, spring. Just as everyone was about to speak, Yi Fan's voice rang out again, cutting them off. Spring sleep knows not dawn. Everywhere I hear birds singing. Last night the wind and rain. How many blossoms have fallen? A chorus of astonished exclamations followed. In that moment, Yi Fan seemed to finally understand what it felt like to be a celebrity. Recognized on the street, he felt secretly delighted and couldn't help but run his hand through his hair, striking a playful pose. Mr. Zhou's gaze locked onto Yi Fan, his eyes seemingly piercing right through him. Instantly, he discerned that Yi Fan was at the third level of the mortal rank. Mr. Zhou felt both fondness and admiration. Though Yi Fan wasn't a genius in cultivation, he was at least competent, and more importantly, he was a young man with cultural refinement, a rare combination in this world of cultivators. At this point, Yi Fan had become the dazzling center of attention. Luo Shui smiled at him, her interest clearly piqued. As she gazed at this handsome young man, one could say that springtime longing was stirring in her heart. Who says that being cultured in the cultivation world means you can't win a beauty's heart? The real issue is, after winning her affection, whether you have the strength to defend yourself from jealous rivals. Undoubtedly, Yi Fan received a perfect score. Although the poetry competition itself didn't come with prizes, Mr. Zhou was especially fond of him, and, with characteristic generosity, awarded Yi Fan a mid-grade pill. The turtle breath pill. Once consumed, it would automatically create a sturdy, turtle shell-like shield of spiritual energy around the user, protecting them from single attack of any spell below the celestial rank for 1 minute. In clans of the third tier like this, mid-grade pills were unheard of. The crowd was brimming with envy and resentment. Yi Fan thanked Mr. Zhou profusely and accepted the turtle breath pill. When the gathering finally ended and the crowd dispersed, Yi Fan realized that Li Luo had already walked off into the distance. Though she was happy for Yi Fan's prize, she disliked seeing Luo Tian and had chosen to leave early. Yi Fan hurriedly set off after her, but all of a sudden, he saw a group of masked riders approaching. As they passed by Li Luo, they struck her unconscious, lifted her onto a horse, and galloped away. Yi Fan's pupils widened in shock. Li Luo, he cried, chasing after them. But his watch couldn't yet transform, his strength was lacking, and there was no way ordinary speed could match these horses, especially since the horses in this world were magical beasts, far swifter than anything on Earth. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Helplessly, he watched as Li Luo and her captors vanished from sight, guilt flooding his heart. I have to report this. Find the Luo clan, the rulers of this territory. I must get their help. Yi Fan scrambled to his feet and ran toward the Luo family's residence. But would the Luo clan really help him find her? As dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun lingered, casting their fading glow over the lands of the Luo clan. Golden sunlight bathed the lands of the Luo clan, washing everything in a radiant hue of gold. Even the ever-present mists that clung to the mountain peaks were tinged with amber, swirling gently above the summits. When he arrived at the clan leader's residence on the southern edge of the territory, Yi Fan dismounted. His heart was burning with anxiety as he pounded forcefully on the grand gates of the Luo clan's compound. Yi Fan wasn't even sure if this fantastical continent had any sort of official constables he could turn to. He thought of returning to the Yi clan to seek out clan leader Yi Feng, but the journey would take well over an hour. By the time he made it there and back, Li Luo might already be in grave danger. There was no other choice. He had to seek help from the Luo clan's leader. Moments later, a guard, probably of the third human rank, opened the door. His expression was irritable as he looked Yi Fan up and down, clearly mistaking him for a mischievous child. Where did this brat come from? Yi Fan met the guard's arrogance with a cold, steady gaze. I have urgent business with clan leader Luo. I need his assistance. And for the record, I'm 23 years old. The guard, affronted by Yi Fan's lack of deference, exploded in anger. And who do you think you are, you little punk? Acting so high and mighty, get lost. With that, the guard turned to slam the gates shut. But since he couldn't get anyone to come out, Yi Fan decided to take matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to the guard's back. Caught off guard, the man was sent sprawling through the doorway, and the gate remained open as Yi Fan strode inside. Bastard! Guards, the sentry roared. In an instant, a dozen or so guards rushed over, forming a semicircle around Yi Fan, as if facing a dire threat. Each was clad in light armor, their sabers gleaming at their sides. Clan leader Luo, Yi Fan shouted, his voice ringing out. He knew that unless he found Luo himself, he'd have no chance of saving Li Luo. Clan leader Luo, he called again. The guard who had been kicked inside bellowed in rage. You think a brat like you can just demand to see the clan leader? Brothers, get him. Enough. A cold, commanding voice cut through the noise. Luo Tian emerged from within the residence, his stern expression carrying an air of authority that pressed down on Yi Fan. Those sharp eyes scrutinized Yi Fan, and recognition flickered. This was the young man who had recently impressed Elder Zhou at the poetry gathering. Luo Tian's icy face softened a fraction as he asked, I recognize you. What is your name? What is it you want from me? My name is Yi Fan. A friend of mine has been taken by a group of masked riders. I need your help and some of your men to rescue her. Yifan replied urgently. Yifan, from the Yi clan? As the thought crossed Luo Tian's mind, his momentary warmth vanished, and his expression hardened once more. He frowned. Why don't you take this to the Luo clan's constables? Do you really expect the clan leader himself to handle such a trivial matter? What right do you have, boy from the Yi clan? The only reason my men haven't killed you is out of respect for Yifan. With that, he signaled his guards to throw Yi Fan out. In truth, it wasn't simply because he didn't get along with the Yi family that Luo Tian drove Yi Fan out. Luo Tian knew very well that the group who abducted Li Luo acted so brazenly precisely because he was the mastermind behind them. Patriarch Luo. Patriarch Luo. As the gates of the Luo family slammed shut, the sound echoed like a funeral bell, shattering Yi Fan's impression of Luo Tian once and for all. Luo Tian, don't you dare look down on a youth just because he's poor. Yi Fan screamed these words in his heart, his voice hoarse with emotion. He couldn't actually shout them aloud. Not because he feared Luo Tian, but because he was no match for him now. If he provoked Luo Tian and was killed, then who would be left to save Li Luo? Outside the gate, an old beggar, unable to bear the sight, called out to Yi Fan, "Young man, the people who took your friend, those are the serious gang." Yi Fan turned to look at the old beggar, whose eyes were deeply set, clothes tattered, and face haggard. He asked in confusion, "Serious?" "That's right. It's a human trafficking ring. They specialize in capturing beautiful women and selling them to brothels. That Luo Tian is actually the boss behind the organization. That's why those men dare to snatch girls in broad daylight. Over the past few years, countless girls have disappeared this way. How do you know this? Why haven't you told anyone else?" Yi Fan suddenly eyed the old man with suspicion. He realized this beggar knew an awful lot. Studying the man closely, Yi Fan noticed his thin frame, lifeless eyes, and the way he sprawled on the ground, looking utterly destitute. Just as Yi Fan's doubts grew, the old beggar let out a sigh and said, "I was once a gar myself. Later, I discovered this secret, and that bastard Luo Tian found out. He wanted me dead, sent people after me. I leapt off a cliff and landed in a river. I survived, but both my legs were broken. All these years, the old man had dreamed of vengeance, but crippled as he was, he could only watch from the shadows. He would quietly stoke the anger of anyone who opposed Luo Tian, hoping someone else would take revenge in his stead. He also told Yi Fan that the headquarters of the Serious Gang was at the summit behind a Luo family estate. So that's how it is. Thank you for telling me all this. I am deeply grateful. The day I grow strong, I'll return and flatten the Luo family for you." "Yeah," Fan said, his voice full of gratitude. He took his last 50 spirit coins from his pocket and placed them in the old beggar's bowl before hurrying away. Once Yi Fan had ridden off, the old beggar's lips curled into a smile. Those crippled legs stood up with surprising ease. He peeled off his disguise, a human skin mask, and took out a comb to straighten his messy hair. As the view drew closer, the beggar was revealed to be none other than Mr. Zhou Zhang. The royal family had long harbored suspicions about the Luo clan's dirty dealings. Upon investigation, they discovered that Luo Tian and a few of his closest followers were indeed the ones behind the Serious Gang. As for his daughter and other innocent members of the family, they knew nothing of these crimes. This time, sending Elder Zhou to the Luo clan was not for an investigation, but rather using the guise of an investigation as a pretext to silence them. Originally, they considered dispatching the army, but fearing Luo Tian might catch wind and escape, they sent Elder Zhou alone. For someone like Elder Zhou, wiping out the Heavenly Wolf organization would be a walk in the park. Yet, after overhearing the conversation between Yi Fan and Luo Tian just now, Elder Zhou changed his mind. He saw great potential in Yi Fan and decided to give him a chance to see if he could rescue his friend on his own. If Yi Fan managed to save his friend and return alive, Elder Zhou planned to take him on as a disciple. Zhou Zhang was not only a loyal old minister of the Ouyang royal family, but also a vice dean of the Royal Academy. According to the rules, to enter the Royal Academy, a third tier family's candidate must be the family's strongest, a second-tier family's candidate must be among the top 3, and a first-tier family's candidate must rank among the top 5. However, things were different for cultivators who had a mentor as their master. Each mentor could personally take on 2 disciples, and those disciples, regardless of their family's rank, only needed to be among the top 5 in their own family to qualify for the Royal Academy. Elder Zhou had a discerning eye and a particular fondness for those with learning and culture. So far, it was only Yi Fan who had caught his attention. Elder Zhou did not place much emphasis on innate talent. As long as someone was not hopelessly lacking and had a foundation of knowledge, he would appreciate them. Unfortunately, in this world, cultivation was considered paramount. Most people were so obsessed with becoming immortal that they neglected even the most basic education and etiquette. In the end, this only produced a generation of ambitious souls, eager to conquer the world by force. Elder Zhou wished to nurture Yi Fan, but to do so, he would have to let him experience a true battle against overwhelming odds, a trial where survival was nearly impossible. Only then could Yi Fan be forged into something extraordinary. As for Luo Tian and his Heavenly Wolf organization, Elder Zhou figured they could always be dealt with after Yi Fan returned alive. Hurry up, Hiya! Even though Yi Fan knew these horses didn't need to be urged on like that, he couldn't help blurting it out. Right now, all his thoughts were focused on rescuing Li Luo. He had no time to return to the Yi clan for reinforcements and could only charge into the Heavenly Wolf stronghold alone. Li Lu, wait for me. As Yi Fan arrived, what met his eyes were towering peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. There was no way to ride a horse up these slopes, so he had to continue on foot. He tied his horse to an ancient tree nearby, took a deep breath, and sprinted up the mountain. There are no paths built here, and with such sheer cliffs reaching for the clouds, a single misstep would mean certain death, with not even a trace left behind. Jarvis, scan the structure of this mountain for me, and find the best route to the summit. Just then, Yi Fan noticed two groups of people approaching quickly ahead. He stopped in his tracks and hid behind the trunk of a towering tree. Sir, as I mentioned before, I can't control the watch unless you activate the iron armor mode. Only then can I assist you. Jarvis replied regretfully. All right, it is a bit of a pity, Yi Fan replied softly. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, he added, by the way, 3 days have passed already. Has the watch finished cooling down? Sir, the cooldown period is over. You can use it as normal now. That's wonderful. Jarvis's response was like a timely blessing. Yi Fan had never been confident about rescuing Li Luo on his own, but with the help of the watch, everything changed. Quicksilver. Please watch. Give me Quicksilver. Only with Quicksilver can I save Li Luo. Yi Fan pleaded as he pressed his hands together and looked up at the sky in prayer. In truth, other superheroes might have been able to rescue Li Luo as well, but that would require a tough fight. But if he could really become Quicksilver, he could rescue Li Luo in the blink of an eye, without anyone noticing. After all, Quicksilver moved at supersonic speed. Yi Fan hovered his right hand above the watch, hesitating over whether to press the button now. If I don't become Quicksilver, I'll use up too much energy climbing the mountain and dodging patrols. By the time I transform, I might be exhausted. No, not yet. I have to wait a little longer. Yi Fan reasoned through the risks and rewards of transforming too soon. As a homebody and a gaming expert, he was always calculating damages and probabilities. Over time, he had become a master analyst, constantly weighing his chances of success. He withdrew his hand, which had been just an inch from the watch, and continued to dash forward using his shadow step. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, inside a stone hut, the leader of the serious organization, Luo Lang, was giving Li Luo a picture of serenity even in distress, a villain's trademark sneer as she was tied to a stone pillar. Let me go, you ugly freak. Li Luo struggled against her restraints, her voice full of fury. Do you even know who I am? What do I care who you are? The only thing that matters is you'll fetch me a hefty price, Luo Lang replied, then sighed, his sneer growing even more sinister. But selling you off right away seems like a waste. Perhaps there's another way. What are you trying to do? Help! Yi Fan. Li Luo's face turned pale as she watched Luo Lang draw closer step by step. Scream all you want. Scream until your voice is hoarse. No one's coming to save you. Luo Lang laughed cruelly. Suddenly, the stone hut's wall exploded with a thunderous crash. Amid swirling smoke, a figure darted inside. You lackeys and extras. Aren't you tired of repeating the same lines every day? Back on the rugged mountain trail behind the Luo clan's estate. Who's there? After them, came the shouts of the patrol team, their voices echoing alongside the relentless sounds of pursuit. Yi Fan quickly dove into a nearby thicket, holding his breath. He'd been careless and was discovered by the outer patrol. He had to find Li Luo before they reported to their superiors. The thought made his worry for Li Luo's safety grow even deeper. Although he and Li Luo had been strangers at first, the bond they formed over these past days made Yi Fan feel that sacrificing his life for her would be worth it. Once the patrol team had moved far enough away, Yi Fan slipped out from the thicket. Summoning all his strength, he used his shadow step technique, darting forward at full speed and leaving a trail of footprints in the muddy earth. In the blink of an eye, he reached the mountaintop. Perched in a tree at the edge, Yi Fan surveyed the summit, which was roughly circular. Right now, he was hidden at the fringe. In the very center stood a stone house, neither too big nor too small, likely the lair of the boss. On his way up, Yi Fan had seen this type of stone house before, but none as large as this. That confirmed it for him. This must be where the leader lived. Near the stone house sat a large iron cage, confining 7 or 8 young women in the prime of their youth, some sobbing, some crying out in fear. 2 guards stood at the door of the stone house, and 2 more flanked the iron cage. All 4 carried the aura of first-rank human tier fighters. Li Luo isn't in the cage. If I'm going to save her, I'll have to rescue these girls too. First, I need to check inside the stone house. That was Yi Fan's thought. He simply couldn't bear to see these innocent girls sold off to brothels. Well, what can I say? Guess I'm just a good guy. He couldn't help but praise himself, though his heart started to race at the daunting sight before him. The sense of pressure pressed in, suffocating. Suddenly, to the 4 guards already posted, 2 more teams arrived, 16 men in total, encircling the mountaintop. Clearly, security was being tightened. Forget it. I'll just storm my way in. Yi Fan made up his mind. With a decisive press of his watch, a flash of white light sliced through the leaves above. Luckily, the men of the serious organization weren't too close by and failed to notice. Glancing down, Yi Fan saw that his original white robe had vanished, replaced by a skin-tight suit of deep violet and black. A black quiver rested across his back, filled with dozens of arrows by his estimate. In his left hand, he now gripped a sleek black longbow. The bow was pitch black and stylish, its 2 slender lines etched clearly along its surface. At that moment, Yi Fan's eyes shone with sharp clarity. His vision was suddenly crisp and keen. He knew full well who he had transformed into, yet he couldn't help but sneak another look at the dashing figure on the poster displayed on his watch. The superhero he'd become was Clint Barton, a mere mortal who, through sheer skill and perseverance, had earned the name Hawkeye and the title of world's greatest marksman. Hawkeye's weapon of choice was a recurve, folding longbow. The beauty of this bow was its consistent draw weight. Pull 50 pounds all the way, and it would smoothly flex, ready to release the arrow the instant you wanted. Compared to a straight bow, the recurve was a major improvement, offering a smoother draw curve. Moreover, his bow could be collapsed into a staff, ready for close-quarters combat, a necessary adaptation, since for an archer, nothing was worse than being forced to fight hand-to-hand. That was why he'd specially designed his bow in this way. He possessed over 100 types of arrows, steel wire arrows, fire arrows, ice arrows, and so on. Yet in the Avengers movies, his abilities were greatly diminished. Hawkeye, of all people, that means I don't even need to get close. Long-range combat is his specialty, after all. Oh my, those eyes are astonishingly sharp. Yi Fan casually drew an arrow from his quiver. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the word smoke bomb etched onto it. With a faint, confident smile, Yi Fan knocked the arrow on his longbow, drawing the string back into a perfect, majestic arc. He aimed squarely at one of the guards amid the crowd. The arrow whistled through the air. It struck its mark with precision. As the targeted soldier let out a wretched scream, chaos erupted among the crowd. The formation instantly fell apart. The smoke bomb arrow began to work its magic. The guard who intended to report the situation inside the stone house lost his bearings in the confusion, misstepped, and plummeted off the cliff, vanishing from everyone's sight. "Hold your ground. Don't panic," shouted one of the guards, evidently their leader. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Fan's next arrow shot forth, embedding itself directly into the leader's body. Several guards rushed to help, attempting to pull out the arrow, but before they could even touch it, the arrow exploded. It was an explosive arrow. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, Yi Fan slipped through the crowd, reached the side of the stone house, and used another explosive arrow to blast open the wall. In a single leap, he entered. Hearing Luo Lang's words, he couldn't help but quip. "Do all you henchmen only ever say the same few lines?" Luo Lang, who had been tauntingly Luo, was startled by the explosions and the commotion outside. He whipped his head around in alarm, only to see Yi Fan standing there, longbow drawn, a jet-black arrow aimed directly at him. Li Luo witnessed this scene, and the grief and anger on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a joy that shone with hope. Although Yi Fan was only at the 3rd rank of the human stage, while the opponent was at the 4th, she had boundless faith in him, as if no hardship could ever defeat this gallant young man. "Yi Fan, you're finally here. I knew you'd come for me," Li Luo cried out in delight. "Don't get cocky, boy. I'm a 4th-rank human stage, and even if you've disrupted the squad outside, this entire mountain is under the control of the serious organization. You think you could take us on? Do you really have what it takes?" "So what? Yi Fan replied coldly." Luo Lang's expression darkened as he realized Yi Fan showed no reaction to his threats. He understood now. This youth was no ordinary person. To infiltrate their stronghold single-handed and undetected, and to possess such fearless courage, was truly remarkable. Given time, This young man would surely become a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, their enmity was now sealed. There could be no hope of recruiting him in the future. Once he grew stronger and returned, the serious organization would be doomed. Therefore, he must die today. A vicious thought flashed through Luo Lang's mind. He drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it toward Yi Fan's heart. The blade shimmered with the explosive force of a violent, immortal technique. If this strike landed, Yi Fan's life would be forfeit. Damn it, seriously? Why does everyone insist on close combat whenever I transform into Hawkeye? Yi Fan shifted in a blur, weaving together his shadow step and mirage step. In that instant, he swiftly untied the ropes binding Li Luo. Luo Lang's blade pierced nothing but shadows. Seeing Li Luo rescued only fueled his rage. He roared, inferior grade, immortal technique. Wolf Underclaw. Unleashing a burst of immortal power, Luo Lang conjured a spectral blue wolf behind him. Like a rabid beast, it lunged and snapped at every one of Yi Fan's after images nearby. Yi Fan's true form was grazed by one of the wolf's claws, forcing him to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Li Luo now wielded her viper whip, lashing out twice at the frenzied blue wolf, disrupting its form. Seizing the opening, Yi Fan drew an explosive arrow and knocked it to his longbow. He let fly in one fluid motion. "Oh, for the love of God!" Yi Fan shouted, and the arrow exploded on impact. The blast shattered Luo Lang's technique. Blood spurted from his mouth as he clutched his wound, glaring at Yi Fan with venomous disbelief. He couldn't fathom how a mere third-rank mortal cultivator could unleash a bow strike rivaling that of fourth rank. What's going on? And those strange clothes he's wearing. Why have I never seen him in this world? It seems I can't take on these two alone after all. Realizing his earlier arrogance, thinking his fourth-rank status made him invincible and that he needed no backup, Luo Lang recognized he had no choice but to call for reinforcements. He reached for his whistle. The sight made Yi Fan's face go pale. In a panic, he shouted, "Don't let him sound that whistle!" But it was too late. Before Li Luo could react, Luo Lang blew it with all his might. A piercing shrill cut through the air just as the smoke outside began to dissipate. 5 guards charged in, quickly surrounding Yi Fan and Li Luo. Hearing the stampede of footsteps outside, Yi Fan realized most of the enemy forces were already on their way up. "Li Lu, we can't stay here. Fall back." The two exchanged a glance and nodded. Li Luo charged toward the rear, carving a path through, while Yi Fan drew his bow and fired a random arrow forward to cover their retreat. The arrow arced through the air and suddenly burst into a brilliant, blinding flash, so intense that everyone present, Yi Fan included, was momentarily blinded and knocked off their feet. Damn, it was a flashbang. If I'd known, I'd have run right after shooting it. Yi Fan cursed, hands over his eyes, regretting his delay. Which damn brat used that kind of immortal technique? So shameless. Luo Lang, eyes squeezed shut, flailed blindly in anger. Outside the house, Li Luo faced off alone against 7 or 8 guards, her viper whip lashing through the air. The guards fell one after another under her relentless assault. "Yifan, get out here. 2 more patrol squads are coming up." Li Luo shouted back into the stone house. Yi Fan folded his longbow into a staff, parrying Luo Lang's wolf-like claws. When he heard Li Luo's cry, he knew he couldn't afford to linger in battle. Without hesitation, he launched into a shadow step and darted out of the stone house in a single bound. "Watch me draw a line with my spear and sweep a crowd with my staff." Yi Fan leapt onto the roof of the stone hut. From above, he saw Li Luo entangled in a chaotic fight with the guards below and immediately jumped down to join the fray. With swift strikes, Yi Fan knocked several guards to the ground with his staff. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Li Luo like a moth drawn to a flame, blocking her path in the blink of an eye. "Which one of you wants to die?" Yi Fan shouted, swinging his staff at the figure standing before Li Luo. It was Luo Lang. Taking advantage of Yi Fan's brief distraction, Luo Lang drew a dagger and lunged at Li Luo. Yi Fan's heart sank. He shoved Li Luo out of harm's way, but in doing so, took the blade in his own abdomen. His staff clattered to the ground. Li Luo screamed in shock. Yi Fan. Pain twisted Yi Fan's features for a moment, but then a fierce determination replaced it. With explosive force, he kicked Luo Lang away, yanked the dagger from his side with his left hand, and tossed it aside. "Even if it costs me my life, I'm getting Li Luo out of here." Luo Lang barked orders to his men. "Surround these 2 brats and unleash your strongest attacks. Let's show them the wrath of the Sky Wolf Gang. They'll learn we're not to be trifled with." The guards closed in, encircling Yi Fan and Li Luo, preparing to strike with everything they had. Yi Fan took in the tightening ring of enemies, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Looks like my chance has come." Night had fallen, painting the sky with the dazzling glow of moon and stars. Anyone with long-range spells, blast these little punks to dust. In truth, he'd originally planned to spare Liluo because her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. But the memory of Liluo and Yi Fan joining forces against him was still fresh. He couldn't wait to see them both dead. Come on then, let's see what you've got. Outwardly, Yi Fan looked battered and desperate, but inside he was eagerly anticipating their all-out attack. Yi Fan, I'll jump. Grab my viper rope and let's leap out together, Liluo whispered urgently as she edged closer to him. Before she could make her move, Yi Fan pulled her back. Confused, she turned to look at him, but he didn't return her gaze. Instead, he stared expressionlessly at the gathering power of their enemy's spells. Liluo was about to scold him, but as she witnessed this scene, a surge of confidence welled up within her, confidence that came from Yi Fan. Perhaps the Yi Fan she'd known in the past couldn't give her this sense of security, but the Yi Fan standing before her now was completely different. Boom! At Luo Lang's command, the crowd launched a barrage of long-range magical attacks. The combined force of more than 200 cultivators unleashed a torrent of mystical energy, its power, an intensity nothing short of terrifying. Although most of these cultivators were merely at the peak of the first rank, the sheer number of them made their collective assault truly formidable. The power of this spell rivaled that of an early-stage, third-rank master. All across the mountaintop, magic surged and killing intent swirled in the air like a living storm. At the foot of the mountain, old Joe looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. I didn't expect there to be hundreds up there with the Heavenly Wolf. With that kind of magical force, will that boy be able to make it out alive? I'd better check back later. With a faint smile, old Joe waved his right hand. His body dissolved like a wisp of white smoke, finally transforming into a streak of pale light that soared into the sky. Meanwhile, in the Luo clan patriarch's residence, urgent news! A guard rushed into the inner hall, where Luo Tian sat calmly in the center. Seated on a rosewood chair, Luo Tian leisurely perused a book of magical techniques in his left hand, while his right lifted a jade cup filled with sparkling green tea. Hearing the commotion, he didn't even raise his eyes. Can't you see I'm studying magic? Why spoil my mood? What's so important? The guard hurriedly replied, Patriarch, something's happened. On the back mountain, where our Heavenly Wolf is based, there's a massive surge of magical energy. The whole mountain has been shaking with unrest. All traces of leisure vanished from Luo Tian's face. He put down his book, his gaze now tense and focused on the guard. If someone had broken in, our people would have killed them on the spot. There wouldn't be such a commotion. Could it be a powerful outsider? Patriarch, you know the strength of our Heavenly Wolf force. For the mountain's magical energy to fluctuate that wildly, it must mean they've gone all out. To force them to such extremes, I fear. The guard's words trailed off, the unspoken warning. Heavenly Wolf is in grave danger, hanging in the air. But even he found it hard to believe. Who on Luo clan territory could possibly force Heavenly Wolf to such lengths? Mobilize the Luo clan troops. Go and rescue Heavenly Wolf. Luo Tian stood up, his voice resolute and commanding. Though the Luo clan and Heavenly Wolf were technically rivals, as long as they went under the pretense of capturing them, it was easy enough to make it look real. After a few days, with no evidence found, they could be released. After all, he was the patriarch. He made the rules. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, as the overwhelming magical onslaught hurtled toward him, Yi Fan drew out the intermediate-grade breath-hiding pill that old Joe had rewarded him with at the poetry competition. This pill could withstand any magical attack below the heavenly rank. No matter how ferocious these wolves might be, there was no way their combined power could reach the level of a heavenly master. In that split second, Yi Fan swallowed a tortoise breath pill and pulled Li Luo, who was about to stand in front of him, tightly into his arms. Time seemed to freeze, the moment suspended with Yi Fan embracing Li Luo. Her delicate fragrance filled his senses, soothing and intoxicating all at once. Yi Fan's heart quivered, a gentle warmth spreading from his chest. Was this the feeling of falling in love? At that moment, Yi Fan realized he was utterly in love with this beautiful woman, as pure and graceful as a lotus in bloom. Meanwhile, within Yi Fan's body, the tortoise breath pill dissolved completely. A surge of deep green celestial power formed into a massive tortoise shell, enveloping the two of them. Celestial power rained down upon the shell, each blast hammering its surface and sending waves of energy outward. The force at every impact point formed circles about 5 centimeters in radius, growing larger with each pulse. The entire mountaintop roared with commotion. Smaller demon beasts scattered in panic, fleeing wildly down the slopes, a truly spectacular sight. After several flashes of celestial energy, the battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke. Luo Lang stared intently into the haze, and his subordinates followed his gaze, terror creeping into their faces. There, Yi Fan and Li Luo stood unharmed, shielded within the tortoise shell conjured by celestial power. Neither bore so much as a scratch, proof that even the immense force of the earlier bombardment hadn't pierced the shell. Impossible. Luo Lang was the first to cry out in disbelief, and his followers stood frozen, wide-eyed with shock. They had thrown everything they had at Yi Fan's defense, yet failed to break through. Now, utterly exhausted, they realized their defeat was all but certain. Yi Fan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Play it safe and grow strong. Don't get reckless now, you pack of useless wolves, he taunted, quoting a favorite saying from his mobile game, King of Glory. Li Luo, however, looked a bit lost. She wasn't surprised Yi Fan had stopped the attack. After all, she recalled the pill he'd taken was the tortoise breath pill given by Elder Zhou. What truly unsettled her was the memory of Yi Fan's fierce embrace. In that instant, it was as if he were proposing to her, asking her to marry him. Oh my! Her cheeks flushed a rosy pink, her thoughts drifting as far away as a monk on a pilgrimage to the west. Fei, Li Lu, what's wrong? How are we supposed to fight this exhausted pack of wolves if you're out of it? Yi Fan Genti, Nud Gither. Snapping back to her senses, Li Luo replied quickly. All right, you scoundrel. Just because this old wolf hasn't shown his fangs, you take me for sick pup? Luo Lang, furious at Yi Fan's words, erupted in anger. In a sudden burst of speed, he leaped in front of Yi Fan. As Luo Lang landed, Yi Fan quickly rolled aside, sprang to his feet, and hurled a devastating right punch. The blow, laced with fierce wind, struck Luo Lang square on the temple like a sledgehammer. Even someone as tough as Luo Lang couldn't help but grimace in pain, his vision spinning with sparks. Li Luo's serpent whip snapped through the air, transforming strands of celestial energy into writhing snakes that slithered swiftly, binding and restraining the exhausted sky wolf guards. Yi Fan picked up the staff he dropped earlier and folded it, snapping it back into a longbow. He pushed off from the ground with a powerful leap. While airborne, he pulled a flaming arrow from his back and knocked it to the black bough, aiming at Luo Lang, who was still reeling and shaking from the blow to his head. Luo Lang, you're even weaker than I imagined, Yi Fan taunted. You, Luo Lang roared, forcing himself forward, clutching the dagger in his hand with a death grip. Yi Fan's arrow loosed with a twang, streaking straight for Luo Lang. The flaming arrow, imbued with celestial energy, left a brilliant trail of fire in the air. Luo Lang, realizing that a hit would mean certain death in his wounded, weakened state, flashed a savage glint in his eyes and yanked a nearby subordinate in front of him as a human shield. The unfortunate subordinate took Yi Fan's arrow full in the chest, and within moments was engulfed in roaring flames. His screams pierced the air, the fire's glow flickering wildly, casting a tragic shadow over the scene. Luo Lang's action stunned his remaining men. Only now did they see clearly the cruelty and darkness of the leader they once followed. Yi Fan felt a chill run through his heart at the sight, though only for a moment. His expression darkened as he said coldly, I didn't expect you to be even more despicable than I thought. So what? As long as I survive, I don't care who else dies. Luo Lang bellowed, his twisted, ferocious face becoming even more hideous in his rage. Yi Fan had no intention of wasting words on him. For someone so inhuman, the sooner he died, the sooner peace would be restored. With lightning speed, Yi Fan darted forward in a blur, his fist wreathed in wild, explosive waves of celestial energy, whistling through the air straight toward Luo Lang's face. Caught off guard by Yi Fan's sudden attack, Luo Lang had no time to react, no chance even to think. In the next instant, a tremendous blow landed on the left side of Luo Lang's face. The force of the impact exploded through his skull, and a deafening roar filled his head as he staggered and crashed to the ground. Luo Lang lay there, unconscious, as Yi Fan pressed his fingers to Luo Lang's pulse. Nothing. Luo Lang was dead. The news sparked a wave of cheers across the mountaintop. Hooray! The young women locked in the iron cages shouted, their voices ringing out. They had spent days in terror, sleepless and afraid. Now, Yi Fan's heroic figure loomed in their eyes, magnified into the very image of a savior. The Sky Wolf followers, seeing their leader fallen and hope lost, scrambled to flee. But Li Luo had already anticipated their move. Her serpent whip swelled, transforming into a massive purple serpent, hissing menacingly as it slithered toward the escaping Sky Wolf members, its tongue flickering with deadly intent. Low-grade immortal art. Giant serpent constriction. Li Luo shouted, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the fleeing members of the Sirius organization. In the next instant, that enormous serpent coiled around everyone, binding them tightly together. Many of the Sirius organization members who didn't manage to escape weren't held back by lack of will, but by sheer exhaustion. They were far too weak to run any farther. Some were even so terrified by the overwhelming power of Yi Fan and Li Luo that they lost control of themselves. At long last, after rounding up every last member of the Sirius organization on the mountain, they finally had them all tied up. Just then, the heavy sound of marching footsteps echoed through the air. With the stomping came a troop of soldiers. Their leader called out, "Seize that young man and the girl. They must be the leaders of the Sirius organization." Nonsense! Li Luo's eyes flashed with anger as she recognized the leader of these soldiers. It was Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian arriving with his men, Yi Fan's expression darkened as he remembered what old beggar Zhou had told him. It wasn't that Yi Fan believed everything he was told, but Luo Tian's sudden appearance and those accusatory words could only mean he was hiding something. "Chief Luo, your memory really is terrible. Have you forgotten it was I who sought you out for help in capturing the Sirius organization? How is it that now my friend and I are accused of being members ourselves?" Yi Fan's gaze was icy as he spoke. "Huh, I knew all along this was your scheme. I bet the ones you tied up are the real innocents here. The Sirius organization has already fled, and now you too are trying to trick me with this act." Luo Tian's words were so blatantly shameless that Yi Fan felt exasperated. If Luo Tian was willing to stoop this low, how was he even supposed to argue back? Though Yi Fan was silently cursing Luo Tian in his mind, he kept his face completely impassive. Now was not the time to show weakness. Even one of Luo Tian's own soldiers couldn't help but interject quietly, "Chief, those people tied up look like real villains. Not the innocent sort at all." And also, before the soldier could finish, Luo Tian cut him off with an angry shout. "What do you know? Look at this girl." Luo Tian pointed at Li Luo, continuing, "Where have you seen a woman as beautiful as this? And then look at the boy. This young man is just passable, not particularly handsome." "Chief," the soldier retorted again. "How dare you talk back? Who's the chief here, you or me?" Luo Tian flared up once more, then paused, realizing he was overdoing it. He took a moment to compose himself and said, "You can't judge people by their looks. That girl may look stunning now, but take off her makeup and she's bound to be a monster. Why don't you all keep talking, my friend, and I will just head downstairs first." Yi Fan's eyes were full of insolence. Even though Luo Tian was much stronger than him, for reasons he couldn't explain, Yi Fan couldn't help but look down on the man from the bottom of his heart. Luo Tian caught the mocking look in Yi Fan's eyes and realized he'd lost his composure. Straightening up, he barked, "Seize them. Take both of them into custody." Orders in the army were absolute. Despite their confusion, the soldiers stepped forward to restrain Yi Fan and his companion. "What are you doing? I'm the daughter of the Yi clan's patriarch. I dare you to lay a hand on me." Li Luo cried out in a panic, clutching tightly onto the hem of Yi Fan's robe. "The Yi clan's patriarch's daughter? Huh, what a joke. Arrest them." Luo Tian feigned ignorance as he ordered his men. Just then, the soldier who'd spoken up before said, "Patriarch, last time I attended the clan leader's meeting with you, I saw her. She really is the Yi clan patriarch's daughter." Luo Tian's face twisted with rage. Unable to contain himself, he drew his saber and thrust it into the soldier's abdomen. "I'll teach you. Who told you to speak out of turn? Who told you to meddle?" Luo Tian's face contorted with fury as he stabbed again and again, shouting with every strike. In moments, the unfortunate soldier was left dead in a pool of blood. "What are you all waiting for? Get them!" Luo Tian roared at the soldiers around him. Yi Fan and Li Luo readied themselves for battle. The Luo soldiers began to advance, but just as they were about to make their move, a thunderous shout echoed from above. "I'd like to see who dares." The next instant, a white figure slowly descended from the sky, coming to rest among Yi Fan and the others. As the light and shadows faded, they saw it was an old man with a resolute face. At the sight of the elder, Luo Tian's expression changed dramatically. He hurried forward, bowing and scraping. "Master Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Zheng let out a low chuckle and said, "I've been watching from the side for quite some time, Luo Tian. Tell me, being the head of the Sky Wolf Group is a lucrative business, isn't it?" Luo Tian was stunned, feigning innocence as he replied, "Master Zhou, whatever do you mean? How could I possibly be the Sky Wolf leader?" "Heh, your Luo clan and the Yi clan are both minor third-tier families, tucked away in this remote corner. So tell me, Why is the Yi clan patriarch's annual income 5,000, while the Luo clan patriarch rakes in 500,000? At this, Luo Tian broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with guilt. He knew that Master Zhou must have secretly investigated their family's account books. Those records listed every legitimate transaction in painstaking detail. How many girls have been sold, which ones hadn't yet been caught. Realizing it was all a setup, Luo Tian cursed his own stupidity. He should have known that if Master Zhou had traveled all the way to this remote poetry gathering, something was off. After all, the more prominent families in the major cities, eager to curry favor, had long since held countless poetry events for Master Zhou. There was no reason for him to come here. Well, the evidence is irrefutable. You have nothing to say for yourself, do you? Seeing that Luo Tian was already overwhelmed with shame and unable to respond, Zhou Zheng pressed on sternly. Luo Tian, do you admit your guilt? The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, but Zhou Lao's words suddenly made everything clear to them. No wonder he always used jade teacups and rosewood furniture. I told you he wasn't a good person. Why didn't you say anything before? Well, he was the clan chief before. Now that he's angered Elder Zhou, he's as good as dead. The soldiers buzzed with speculation. Realizing that his life hung by a thread, Luo Tian knew he had to escape. In a flash, he activated his shadow step technique and dashed down the mountain. Run, will you? If I, Zhou Lao, let a mere Earth-rank, second-grade cultivator slip away, how could I face the other old fellows back home? They'd never let me live it down. Zhou Lao spoke calmly, but as his words fell, he slowly raised his right hand. A surge of powerful immortal energy swelled in his palm. A flicker of red light flashed deep in his eyes, and an overwhelming wave of immortal force rippled outward, so intense it sent tremors through everyone on the mountainside, as if the threat of annihilation loomed over them. Everyone present, including Yi Fan and Li Luo, looked on with a mixture of awe and fear, their faces lit with a strange glow. Beyond their terror, a trace of envy crept in as they gazed at Zhou Lao, whose immortal energy seemed fathomless. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Lao clearly wasn't using his full strength, yet even the aura alone far surpassed anything at the Earth rank. In the next instant, Zhou Lao made a gentle, sweeping motion with his hand. The fleeing Luo Tian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was torn apart, blood bursting in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed lifelessly, so swiftly it was barely perceptible. All Luo clan soldiers, release these innocent women who were abducted and return them home. Yi Fan, you and your companion wait here. Let's head back together. At this moment, Zhou Lao's expression softened, the red light fading from his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan with genuine concern. Well, he really did save his friend. Is that girl truly just a friend, and not his sweetheart? Things had turned out even better than Zhou Lao had anticipated. All he'd hoped was for Yi Fan to rescue his friend and escape unharmed. He never expected that not only would they defeat the serious gang, but also free a whole group of girls. Peace returned once more. Before long, news of the incident spread throughout the Luo clan, and Luo Tian's infamy was sealed. His crimes would be remembered for generations. The position of clan chief could only pass to Luo Shou, the clan's elder. As for Luo Tian's only family, his daughter Luo Shui, she had vanished without a trace. Yi Fan and Li Luo, meanwhile, returned to the Yi clan with Zhou Lao. My daughter has been missing for a whole day. That rascal Yi Fan hasn't taken her to some place to do who knows what, has he? The more Yi Feng thought about it, the more uneasy he became. By rights, his daughter had told him she was going to the poetry gathering, but from what he'd heard, that event had ended long ago. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan, you'd better restrain yourself. My daughter isn't even married to you yet. Don't you dare get up to any mischief. Yi Feng kept praying anxiously. Just then, a soldier hurried forward to report. Report, Patriarch. The royal elder, Master Zhou Zheng, has arrived. What? Quickly, invite him in. No, wait. I'll go out to greet him myself. Yi Feng was visibly startled. This was a truly distinguished guest, and he couldn't imagine why such an important figure would visit the Yi family out of the blue. A short while later, Yi Feng rushed outside to welcome Elder Zhou. When he caught sight of Yi Fan and Li Luo standing there, he paused in surprise, but only for a moment. Quickly turning to Elder Zhou, he said, I didn't know you. Would honor us with your presence. Master Zhou, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Did my family's two youngsters offend you somehow? Please, be generous and overlook any youthful indiscretions. Don't take it to heart. Elder Zhou, far from putting on airs as a member of the royal family, replied with a kindly smile. Not at all. Not at all. These two youngsters have actually helped me resolve some troubles. I haven't had the chance to thank them yet. Yifeng was bewildered. What could two young people possibly do to assist the renowned Elder Zhou? Master Zhou, if you don't mind, please come inside and have a seat, Yifeng said, bowing respectfully. Not at all. I come from humble beginnings myself. It's no trouble at all, Elder Zhou replied with a hearty laugh. Once everyone was inside, the full story was laid out. Only then did Yifeng realize the ordeal his daughter had gone through that day. Yet he assumed it was Elder Zhou who had come to her rescue. He immediately stood and bowed deeply. To think a person of your stature would save my daughter. I can never thank you enough, Master Zhou. I truly have no way to repay such a debt. Patriarch Yifeng, you've got it wrong. The one who saved your daughter wasn't me. It was this outstanding young man here, Zhou Zheng said, pulling Yifan forward as he spoke. Zhou Zheng went on to express his wish to take Yifan as his disciple, and recounted the details of the day's events, including his purpose in visiting the Luo clan and the moment he recognized Yifan's potential. So, Elder Zhou was that beggar all along. Yifan was startled. He hadn't noticed a thing earlier. What? Thank you so much, Master Zhou, Yifeng exclaimed. But, truth be told, Yifan's talent is actually quite common among first and second-tier families. My daughter has been missing for a whole day. That rascal Yifan couldn't have taken her somewhere to do those kinds of things, could he? The more Yifeng thought about it, the more uneasy he became. By rights, his daughter had told him she was going to the poetry conference, but when he'd asked around, he found out the event had ended long ago. Yifan, oh Yifan, you'd better restrain yourself. My daughter isn't even married to you yet. Don't you dare do anything out of line. Yifeng kept praying silently. Just then, a soldier hurried over to report. Sir, clan leader, the esteemed Elder Zhou from the royal family has arrived. What? Quickly bring him in. No, wait. I'll go out to greet him myself. Yifeng's face changed dramatically. This was a truly important figure. He couldn't understand why someone so distinguished would suddenly come to the Yi clan without warning. Moments later, Yifeng hurried outside to welcome Elder Zhou. When he saw Yifan and Li Luo standing nearby, he was briefly taken aback, but only for a moment. He immediately turned to Elder Zhou and said, I had no idea you would honor us with your presence, Elder Zhou. Please forgive me for not coming out sooner. Have those two youngsters from my family offended you in some way? Please, don't take it to heart. They're just kids. But Elder Zhou, far from putting on airs as a royal, smiled kindly and said, Not at all. Not at all. These two youngsters actually helped me out of a bit of trouble. I haven't even had a chance to thank them yet. Yifeng was baffled. What could these two young people possibly have done to help the famous Elder Zhou? If you don't mind, Elder Zhou, please come inside and have a seat, Yifeng said, bowing respectfully. I don't mind at all. I come from humble beginnings myself. How could I look down on anyone? Elder Zhou laughed warmly. Once everyone was inside, the whole story was laid out in detail. Only then did Yifeng realize that his daughter had narrowly escaped disaster that day. However, he assumed Elder Zhou was the one who had saved her, so he stood up and bowed deeply. I never expected someone of your stature to rescue my daughter. I'm truly grateful. I have no way to repay you. Clan leader Yi, you've misunderstood. The one who saved your daughter wasn't me. It was this outstanding young man right here. Elder Zhou drew Yifan forward as he spoke. Elder Zhou then took the opportunity to share his intention to take Yifan as his disciple, recounting the day's events in more detail, including why he had come to the Luo clan and how he had come to notice Yifan. So Elder Zhou was that beggar all along. Yifan was shocked. He hadn't sensed it at all. What? Thank you so much, Elder Zhou. But to be honest, Yifan's talent isn't considered rare in the top-tier or second-tier clans. There are countless prodigies in those places. I, Zhou Zheng, have never placed much value on innate talent. What I seek is a sense of destiny. At today's poetry gathering, I found myself truly admiring Yi Fan. Unfortunately, our sect takes on disciples only if they rank in the top 5 of the inner clan. May I ask, when is your inner clan ranking tournament? So that's how it is. In a few days, we'll have the inner clan selection trials. Then about a month later, it'll be time for the inner clan ranking tournament. Yifeng, if you nurture Yifan well, don't me down. Master Zhou, you can count on it. Starting today, I'll personally train Yifan. I won't let you be disappointed. Good, then let's leave it at that. I should be heading back now. Zhou Zheng nodded with satisfaction, then rose to take his leave. After personally escorting Master Zhou out, Yifeng returned, his expression solemn. Yifan, starting today, you won't need to go back to school. I'll request a leave of absence for you. From now on, you'll get up at 6 every morning. I'll draw up a training regimen for you. And so began Yifan's nightmare. Each day, Li Luo looked at Yifan with eyes full of sympathy. Every morning, from 6 to 8, was dedicated to physical training. A nightmare? I hate this. For a professional homebody like me, Getting up early is torture. From around 8 to 9, it was time to practice the 3 basic immortal arts. Shadow Step and Explosive Strike. I could tolerate those. But could someone please explain to me why I have to use my Danteon space to cram things inside? It's not like I can swallow my opponent during a fight. At 4 in the afternoon, it was all about reinforcing the finger pull sword, double Shadow Step, and then sparring with Li Luo. Come on, they know I can't bring myself to fight Li Luo. Just when I'm finally starting to have feelings for her, they make me hit her. Li Luo, I can't lay a hand on you. So why are you going all out against me? At night, it was time for meditation and mental cultivation. Nothing to complain about here. I rather enjoy it. Sleeping, after all, but there's a difference. One is closing your eyes and meditating quietly, and the other is actually sleeping. But since no one could tell from the outside, Yifan would often sneak in some laziness. Li Luo, you're really pushing me too far. You're only using this so-called training as an excuse to get back at me for calling you Miss Li Luo before. I never realized you could hold a grudge this long. Yifan clutched his aching wound, complaining with tears in his eyes. Look at you. Where's that heroic spirit you had when you saved me on Mount Luo? Are you only brave when you're really in danger? Li Luo's tone was exasperated, as if disappointed in his lack of resolve. Yet, the snake whip in her hand lashed mercilessly at him. Yifan leapt away with Shadow Step, pointing at Li Luo, stammering, Why you? If you keep this up, don't blame me for going all out. Go ahead, bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Honestly, I don't think you've even got it in you. Nye nye nye. Li Luo stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, taunting him. Arg, this is outrageous. Even a saint would lose their temper at this point. Finger pull sword. As soon as his words fell, Yifan flicked his fingers, sending out a dazzling burst of immortal energy. The sharp force gathered at his fingertips, and with a swift motion, it shot forth like a streak of lightning, an arc of sword energy slicing straight at Li Luo's shoulder. Li Luo hurriedly swung the viper rope to block, and when sword energy clashed with the rope, a sharp collision rang out. Though she managed to deflect the finger vein sword, Li Luo was clearly struggling. She couldn't help but praise, not bad at all. Your finger vein sword is as swift as a raging storm, yet its sharpness is hidden, its power held within. Very domineering. Oh, then let's see how you handle my Shadow Step. Your Shadow Step is nothing compared to my Viper Rope's lesser immortal art, Serpent Bind. Li Luo pouted proudly, her expression making her already beautiful face seem even more pure and captivating. Li Luo's ultimate move was indeed formidable. Its range was vast, and its power impressive. After all, the bane of Shadow Step techniques was any large area immortal art. Imagine painstakingly stacking multiple shadows, only to have them all wiped out by a single sweeping move. Wouldn't that be frustrating, surprising, even a little disheartening? Oh, I have absolute faith in my Shadow Step. Yifan began, but before he could finish, Li Luo's tightly gripped viper rope whipped toward him. With a shout in his heart, Yifan unleashed another burst of wild, immortal energy from his fingertips. The air rippled slightly as a visible surge of immortal force struck Li Luo, who was charging forward with the viper rope. The collision of their energies drained her color, leaving her face pale as paper. In the end, it was the finger vein sword that gained the upper hand. The instant their powers deadlocked, the explosive wave from Yifan's finger vein sword sent Li Luo crashing to the ground. She slid more than 10 meters before gradually coming to a halt. Damn it! Lesser immortal art, Serpent Bind. Li Luo was not one to admit defeat. She swung the viper rope, now surging with powerful immortal energy, until it transformed into a massive python. It flicked its tongue, glowing faintly red, and lunged at Yifan with a ferocious roar. Shadow Step. Yifan called out, determined to pit his Shadow Step directly against her sweeping immortal art. Only by doing so could he truly hone his skills. First shadow, second shadow, third shadow, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Li Luo was already shocked when Yifan managed to stack his eighth shadow. But what she saw next left her utterly stunned, like a bolt from the blue, or as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe, leaving her completely numb. The ninth shadow appeared. Had Yifan, through his own efforts and understanding, actually restored the legendary upper immortal art. Ninth Shadow Step? Although it lasted only a fleeting moment, Li Luo had already regained her composure. Her fair, jade-like hand swept the enormous python under her. Control. With herself at the center, the snake's tail lashed out in an arc, clearing away all of Yifan's shadow clones in a single sweeping motion. Only one remained. That had to be the real body. Li Luo swung her venomous snake whip, striking directly at the last shadow. Yet, Instead of making solid contact, the whip passed right through as if the shadow wasn't truly there. What? There's only one left. How could it not be the real body? Just then, Li Luo heard a voice behind her. She spun around in alarm and saw Yi Fan standing so close that their faces were nearly touching. He looked at her and flashed a radiant, sunlit smile. His fingertips gently brushed her cheek. Li Luo's face flushed with a rosy hue at the sight. Yi Fan glanced around at the now noticeably quieter surroundings. His fingers slid slowly downward as he let out a soft breath. Li Luo, you've lost. If I were your enemy, you'd already be dead, Yi Fan said calmly, dusting off his clothes as he spoke. How did you do it? Li Luo asked in confusion. She was certain she had swept away all of Yi Fan's shadows. There should have been no chance for him to escape. I managed it through hard work and unwavering determination. I've restored the shadow step technique to the level of a high-grade celestial art, Yi Fan declared with righteous confidence. Oh, come on, Li Luo retorted, clearly skeptical that Yi Fan could have elevated the technique so far. It's true. The fact that you lost to me is proof enough. The real mastery of Shadow Step isn't just about stacking shadows to confuse your opponent. It's about striking when they think victory is within their grasp. It doesn't matter how many steps you take with Shadow Step, or if you can vanish from your opponent's sight. If your opponent knows which shadow you're moving with, it's easy to tell it's fake and the trick fails. The essence of Shadow Step is to make your enemy mistake a shadow for your true self, then strike with all your might when their guard is down. Just now, Yi Fan had deliberately let Li Luo destroy all his shadow clones. But the last shadow had actually been created when Yi Fan, as Li Luo was sweeping away the others, used the speed of the fragmented shadow technique to dash to the opposite side and stack a new shadow. He seized the moment when Li Luo turned around to appear behind her. The shock that had not yet faded from Li Luo's heart now surged up again. She was fully convinced of Yi Fan's ability to enter the inner clan. Both Li Luo and Yi Fan were now at the third rank of the human stage. Li Luo's talent for cultivation was already above average, and she had reached the mid-stage of the third rank, while Yi Fan was only at the early stage. Yet in their exchange, the gap in strength between them was like night and day. Li Luo's delicate face was filled with disbelief. Her rosy lips parted slightly, a silent testament to the shock stirring in her heart. Indeed, who could have imagined it? A young man branded as the family's disgrace, who needed 5 years just to awaken his immortal soul, now stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Luo in terms of immortal power, and had already far surpassed her in actual combat ability. What's more, he hadn't even revealed his trump card, the variant divine technique. Li Luo let out a sigh. Her slender, jade-like fingers twisted together after she picked up a cup of water from the nearby table. Then she stretched lazily. Seeing that Li Luo was clearly exhausted from the fight, Yi Fan chuckled softly. He walked over and began massaging her shoulders. Are you ready to admit defeat? He teased. Not a chance. Li Luo shot back, her voice urgent. As she recalled Yi Fan's mastery over those immortal arts, a sudden realization struck her. Could Yi Fan have a mysterious master guiding him? Otherwise, there's no way a teenager could refine high-grade immortal techniques to such perfection just by fumbling around on his own. With that thought, her sense of unfairness began to subside. If he truly had some hidden expert training him, then it wasn't her fault for losing. Otherwise, how could he possess variant divine techniques and even catch the attention of Elder Zhou? Clearly, the credit belonged to the master behind him. Li Luo's speculation wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't the whole truth either. The mysterious teacher she imagined did exist, though it was in fact Jarvis. Jarvis had managed to restore the incomplete immortal arts by reconstructing them in 3D, allowing the shifting shadows step to regain its former glory. As for catching Elder Zhou's eye, Yi Fan himself was also curious. Was it really just because of his skill with poetry and song? Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, a shadow of seriousness flickered across Li Luo's beautiful face. She set down her cup, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Yi Fan truly grows more and more mysterious, she mused. Huh, well done, Yi Fan. The clan leader, Yi Feng, approached at a measured pace, drawing both their gazes. Yi Fan paused in surprise, quickly offering a respectful greeting. Unleye. Wait, why do you call him Uncle Yi just now? Father, were you just watching me make a fool of myself? Li Luo blurted out, unwilling to appear bested in front of her father. How could that be? Yi Fan is truly gifted. He's even managed to restore high-grade immortal arts. But I do have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to copy the true shifting shadow step by hand for me? Yi Feng's tone held a hint of embarrassment. Ever since Yi Fan had restored the high-grade immortal art, Yi Feng's heart brimmed with joy. At last, their humble Yi clan would possess a top-tier technique. Of course, I have no problem with that. I'll write it out tonight, Yi Fan replied cheerfully. After all, it was Yi Feng who had taught him the technique in the first place. Excellent. Tomorrow is the clan's internal selection tournament. Do your best. Yi Feng Indragit. I understand, Uncle Yi. Time slipped by in a blink, and the Yi clan's internal selection tournament arrived. The event began with a martial arts demonstration. Shouts rang out in succession, each accompanied by gusts of wind from the fighters' fists, echoing across the vast Yi clan plaza. Upon the broad square, several formations constructed from wooden planks stood firm. In each formation, dozens of young men and women moved with agile grace, their fists and feet slicing through the air with powerful momentum. Each participant brimmed with spirit, their movements sharp and unified, displaying both discipline and vitality. When they thrust out their fists, it was as if dragons surged from the sea or arrows shot straight from their bows. When they kicked, the force was like a tiger charging down a mountainside or a spear splitting the air with ruthless precision. The sheer might of their synchronized energy seemed to make the very air tremble, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. The setting resembled a massive soccer stadium. Spectator seats encircled the area, while the center was divided into numerous small platforms for elimination rounds, and a single, towering martial stage at the heart for the finals. On the grassy expanse beside the grand stage, a mighty flagpole stood planted, bearing two enormous black banners edged with gold, fluttering proudly in the wind. Embroidered in bright green characters upon the banners was the name, Yi Clan. The stands were abuzz with conversation among the clan's inner disciples. So this is this year's inter-clan selection tournament. Isn't it even more spectacular than before? Isn't it just? I heard that this year, the outer clan disciples are all exceptionally talented. Last year, we barely had a few reach human grade level 3, but now there are quite a number of them. Truly, each new generation surpasses the last, the young outshining those who came before. In the very center of the stands, at the spot with the best view, sat a strikingly handsome man in white, his gaze fixed on Yi Fan. Though his eyes seemed gentle and radiant, a cold, sharp glint, like the edge of a blade, lurked in their depths. This was Yi Xing, the foremost genius of the Yi clan. In truth, Yi Xing was no less gifted than the brightest talents from first- and second-tier families. He simply lacked access to more advanced immortal arts and the polish that came with them. His animosity toward Yi Fan stemmed from a grudge. Though he appeared impartial and fair, his own brother had been beaten, and as an elder brother, he could not easily forgive or forget. The rules for the Yi clan's inner selection tournament were the same as in previous years. The top 90 scorers in the trial forest earned a place in the competition, while 10 more, those who performed exceptionally in the trials but were eliminated, could be reinstated at the clan leader and elder's discretion. This was how Yi Ba had been given a second chance. The 100 contestants were divided into 50 pairs for head-to-head duels. Winners advanced, losers were eliminated, and the top 10 would become new members of the inner clan. Opponents were determined by drawing lots. The tournament continued until only 25 remained, after which the finals would be held on the following day. Yi Ba's been reinstated? He's definitely a tough opponent, Yi Fan murmured, stretching his legs and loosening his muscles. Li Luo scoffed, shaking his head and pointing into the distance. Why worry about Yi Ba? He's already lost to you before. The one you should be wary of is over there. Yi Fan followed Li Luo's gesture and saw, off in the distance, another handsome young man in blue also warming up, preparing himself for the battles ahead. Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and blurted out, Yi Kong. Delighted, Yi Fan strode over. Hey, wait for me, Li Luo called out, hurrying after him. From a distance, Yi Kong saw Yi Fan approaching and was momentarily stunned. Then, a surge of joy rushed through him, so sudden that he was left almost speechless by the surprise. After a brief pause, Yi Kong finally calmed himself and, a little nervously, spoke in a soft voice. Yi Fan? Yi Kong, my good brother. Yi Fan ran over with open arms and enveloped Yi Kong in a big bear hug. He had missed Yi Kong terribly these past days. Ever since the trial in the forest had ended, he hadn't seen him once. Oh, don't embarrass us. Yi Kong laughed, shoving Yi Fan away with a playful scold. I won the championship that day and went looking for you. Where did you disappear to? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before voicing his question, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Yi Kong's heart gave a jolt. That day, he'd left early because of Li Luo, feeling a bit jealous. Still, his expression barely changed. Instead, he smiled and said, I was eager to get back to training. Yi Kong gave a wry, inward smile, silently reminding himself that Yi Fan must never know the truth. Otherwise, they really would become rivals in love. He could only sigh and nod his head. I see, Yi Fan replied slowly. He didn't fully believe Yi Kong's explanation, but Yi Kong was his brother, the only brother he had in this world. He couldn't bring himself to doubt him. The two of them sat together, catching up for nearly an hour before parting ways as the competition was about to begin. Yi Fan walked over to the drawing table. A charming attendant entered from the outer court, carrying a small silver tray in both hands. On the tray sat a bamboo tube, stuffed full of folded slips of paper. Yi Fan picked one out and opened it. On the crumpled scrap, the words, Arena Number 23, were written in bold strokes. Returning to his seat, Yi Fan sighed and shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to doze off from boredom, his brow twitched, and he narrowed his eyes, glancing left toward the edge of the platform. Not far away, Yi Ba was watching him coldly. When Yi Fan met his gaze, Yi Ba promptly looked away, pretending to be interested in something else. Seriously? He's still holding a grudge? We're both members of the Yi clan, and he was the one who provoked me first. I only treated him the way he treated me. Why is he so upset about it? Yi Fan sighed inwardly, rubbing his forehead as he turned to Li Luo beside him with a wry smile. That Yi Ba's been glaring at me the whole time. I honestly don't know why he has it out for me. He's just asking for trouble. Li Luo glanced at Yi Ba, then back at Yi Fan's helpless expression. Her bright, lively eyes curved with mirth as she said teasingly, Well, what can you do? You did give him quite a beating, after all. Leaning back against the cool wooden chair, Yi Fan, waiting for his turn on stage, breathed in the fresh scent of Li Luo beside him. Feeling rather relaxed, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. Li Luo saw Yi Fan's leisurely posture, and her rosy, delicate face tightened in a slight frown. You should be preparing, not napping here. It's fine, Yi Fan replied, not even bothering to open his eyes. In the audience, Yi Chun, who was constantly watching Li Luo, now glared with jealousy, his eyes almost as red as a rabbit's. When Yi Fan's turn for the match came, he stepped onto the stage with a light, carefree stride. There was no pressure at all. He knew that, at the very least, he would make it to the top 10. Standing on the dueling platform, Yi Fan smiled gently at the unfamiliar man before him. Early stage, human rank, grade 2. Yi Fan was secretly delighted. This match would be a breeze. The referee blew the whistle, and the man reacted at once, launching a heavy punch straight at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's figure blurred as he moved with shadow step, swiftly weaving multiple afterimages across the stage. The man's fist struck nothing but air. Frustrated and embarrassed, he gathered his strength and lunged again, channeling his force into another explosive punch. This time, Yi Fan didn't dodge. He let out a low grunt, clenched his fist, and met the attack head-on. You want to compete with me in brute strength? Isn't that just foolish? Or are you eager to lose even faster? Thud, a collision of fists. If you slowed the scene down 100-fold, you'd see the shockwave ripple across the man's arm, making his skin undulate like the surface of water. Yi Fan, on the other hand, remained unscathed. The difference in strength was simply overwhelming. The man staggered back repeatedly before he regained his balance. With a furious shout, he charged at Yi Fan again. Blow after blow, the two exchanged fierce attacks, but it was clear that the man was at a complete disadvantage. Each clash left the man grievously injured, yet, strangely, he always seemed to recover instantly and launch another counterattack. This tenacious spirit was hard to believe, especially for someone at the early stage of human rank, grade 2. What's going on with him? Jarvis. Yi Fan was starting to lose his composure. The man was clearly not as simple as he had first thought. Jarvis, already familiar with the workings of immortal power, responded in his mechanical tone. Sir, the technique he cultivates appears to rapidly heal his wounds. Every time he's hurt, he recovers somewhat. It's rather like Wolverine's mutant ability, self-healing. Self-healing? Are you kidding me? At this rate, I'd be fighting him until next year. Sir, it's not quite as you imagine. Once his immortal power is depleted, he won't be able to heal. Besides, your attack power far exceeds his recovery rate. If you press the attack aggressively, he won't be able to keep up. Yi Fan understood and overheard the murmurs of the audience nearby. Isn't that guy known as the Undying Cockroach? That's right. I heard he mastered a mid-tier immortal art he obtained by chance, so he often defeats third-rank human-level opponents, despite only being at the second rank himself. This match between him and the trial champion is definitely worth watching. Mastering a powerful immortal art can allow someone to defeat opponents above their own level, but the true key lies in one's cultivation rank. For example, even if you wield an exceptional immortal technique, if you're just a first-rank human-level cultivator, you'd still be easily overpowered by a third-rank opponent who's trained in a lesser technique. Yi Fan let out a low, dismissive hum and began his violent strike. The flurry of attacks from his finger-pulse sword grew ever more fierce, his offense becoming increasingly overwhelming and unstoppable. The reason Yi Fan didn't use his watch to transform was simply to temper his own strength. Otherwise, in his transformed state, his opponent wouldn't even have lasted this long. At first, the crowd watched with casual curiosity, treating it as mere entertainment. But as they saw the man before Yi Fan repeatedly wounded, yet relentlessly fighting back, their emotions gradually shifted. They found themselves moved. What seemed at first like a lopsided battle with an obvious outcome suddenly became gripping. No one had expected this unknown man, through some unknown training, to hold his ground for so long. Even if, in the end, this man lost, it could still be said that he had lost with honor. As expected, the man finally fell, and Yi Fan emerged victorious. Yi Fan walked over, reached out a hand, and helped the man up. "You're remarkable. I admire you," he said. Though battered and bruised, the man managed a grateful smile, and then took his leave. When the referee returned for the next draw, Yi Fan pulled his lot and paused for a moment upon seeing the number 13. He then sighed helplessly. Why? Standing at Arena 13 was a burly man who had just claimed victory there, his expression cold and impassive as he locked eyes with Yi Fan. The man watched Yi Fan approach, ticket in hand. This man was none other than Yi Ba, Yi Fan's greatest rival from the trial forest. On the inter-clan selection stage, fists roared through the air, their momentum grand and irresistible. Once all 50 pairs of contestants had finished, a referee holding the match list slowly made his way to the center stage. A referee announced that Yi Fan's next opponent would be Yi Ba. As soon as that name was spoken, the entire arena fell silent. Yi Fan, who had already drawn most people's attention, instantly became the sole focus of everyone present. It was no surprise. Yi Fan had already made a name for himself in the trial forest, rising from the family's so-called disgrace to its newfound pride in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Yi Fan's next opponent, even those who had been about to leave stopped in their tracks and turned back, eager to watch the referee's announcement with full attention. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Everyone knew about the tangled rivalry between Yi Fan and Yi Ba from the trial forest. Everyone felt certain an extraordinary spectacle was about to unfold. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Fan's match had now drawn the attention of every spectator in the arena. All matches officially begin. The referee blew the whistle once more, the shrill sound piercing the sky. Yet neither Yi Fan nor Yi Ba made a move. Both stood still, wary of underestimating their opponent and not daring to strike rashly. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. If the enemy acts, I run, Yi Fan silently told himself as he watched the fierce look on Yi Ba's face. Meanwhile, Yi Ba was thinking, why isn't this brat making a move? Could it be a trap? I can't go first. I'll wait for him to act. With a menacing glare, Yi Ba stared at Yi Fan. So, just like two masters in a martial arts novel, the pair circled each other around the entire arena, moving sideways and forming what looked like a ring. Even the referee was growing impatient. At this rate, they could drag this out for half a year, and his mother would still be calling him home for dinner. Something had to give. With Yi Fan and Yi Ba endlessly circling each other, the referee finally lost his patience and shouted, "If you don't start fighting, you'll both be disqualified." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed he might have gone too far and instantly regretted it. He looked toward clan leader Yi Feng, only to find the latter glaring back at him, a stern look in his eyes that seemed to say, "You don't get to make the decisions here." Indeed, such matters were far beyond the authority of a mere guard. According to the family's rather puzzling rules Yi Fan himself never quite understood. The referee for the inter-clan selection must be an elder or attendant who had no children, with elders given priority. This role was originally meant for Yi Yu's grandfather, but the old man had been having trouble with his throat recently and couldn't attend, so they'd simply picked a loud voice guard to fill in. Realizing that this deadlock couldn't last forever, Yi Ba suddenly clenched his fist. A gust of wind whipped up around his knuckles, and a surge of immortal energy crackled in the air. Hurricane Fist. Yi Ba unleashed his domineering fist technique once again, while Yi Fan's face showed nothing but disdain as he muttered under his breath. This move again? How tedious. This immortal technique. Sure, the punch is wild and packs a punch, but it's clumsy as ever. Still, I'll give him credit. By combining it with his masterful shadow step, Yi Ba actually manages to cover up the Hurricane Fist's lack of speed. From the way Yi Ba attacked, it was clear just how much hatred he held for Yi Fan. Every punch targeted a vital spot. Fortunately, Yi Fan's mastery of shadow step had reached perfection, allowing him to dodge each and every strike. Should I use my transformation? Even though Yi Fan had reached the early stage of rank 3 in the human realm, he still found it difficult to match Yi Ba, who was already at mid-stage rank 3. Yi Ba's talent was remarkable, and his fundamentals were rock solid. If Yi Fan didn't transform into a superhero, he would stand no chance against Yi Ba. Wait, maybe not. If I pull off the same trick with double shadow step that I used against Li Luo, maybe, just maybe, I really could defeat Yi Ba. At this moment, Yi Fan had already made up his mind. With another flash of his shadow step, he deftly shifted his position. Yi Ba, frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Yi Fan, exploded in anger. A surge of immortal energy burst forth from him as he shouted menacingly, "Let's see how you dodge this time." With those words, Yi Ba's eyes remained icy cold as he continued to approach Yi Fan, his presence pressing forward relentlessly, his aura overwhelming. Next, Yi Ba formed a series of hand seals. An intense, explosive wind swept across the arena, wrapping the entire battlefield in its force. A whistling gale rose, swirling powerfully all around. From the spectator stands, the crowd erupted in astonishment as they watched the battle between Yi Fan and Yi Ba unfold. The sharp gulp of someone swallowing nervously broke the tension in the stands, echoing unexpectedly among the onlookers. The real power of this hurricane fist is truly terrifying. Terrifying, yes, but with the whole arena shrouded, how are we supposed to see anything? Yi Xing, seated at the center of the crowd, wore a blank expression. She stared coldly at the stage, now engulfed by the raging tempest. Yi Chen's gaze was more complicated. He watched intently, recognizing that Yi Ba's strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, a glimmer of delight crossed his face. He believed this time, Yi Fan was sure to lose. Within the storm-ravaged arena, Yi Ba raised his palms slightly, wisps of immortal energy swirling around them. He drew a deep breath, murmuring an arcane incantation. Suddenly, he stomped the ground with force and shot straight toward Yi Fan like a launched arrow. Hurricane fist, whirling winds. With lightning speed and nimble movements, Yi Ba darted past Yi Fan, his right fist pulsing with immense, immortal power. He swung down in a fierce arc toward Yi Fan's chest. The Yi Fan he struck was split cleanly in two. It was merely an afterimage. But where was the real Yi Fan? Realizing something flashed behind him, Yi Ba cursed inwardly. Not good. He spun around and lashed out with a kick at the Yi Fan behind him, only for this figure to dissipate as well. Another illusion. Yi Ba bellowed in frustration. "Coward, come out and face me." Right here, Yi Fan's voice rang out as he launched a sudden, explosive attack from behind Yi Ba. Reacting instantly, Yi Ba slid away with another shadow step, countering once more with a hurricane fist. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as he calmly watched the oncoming fist draw closer and closer. A head-on clash was out of the question. Years of playing shooting games had trained Yi Fan's reflexes to an extraordinary degree. He shifted smoothly a single step to the left. Not too much, not too little, just enough to slip past the full force of Yi Ba's hurricane fist. Yi Fan's right hand shot out like an eagle swooping down on prey, lightning quick and precise, aiming straight for Yi Ba. Yi Ba's expression shifted in alarm as he retreated, just in time, narrowly avoiding Yi Fan's grasp. Seeing this, Yi Ba deployed the area of effect skill of his hurricane fist, Storm. Of course, it was called the hurricane fist. How could it not have a move as wide-reaching as the wind itself? Yi Ba spread his arms wide, spinning rapidly in place. A powerful current of immortal energy surged up from beneath his feet, swirling outward in all directions. "What are you doing? Do you think spinning on the spot will turn you into a tornado?" Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. But in the next instant, his expression changed to one of utter shock. Every single afterimage of himself vanished at once, leaving only his true body trembling in the heart of the raging storm. With Yi Fan's real position exposed, Yi Ba stopped spinning on the spot and began to rotate toward Yi Fan. "Can't you keep your distance? Are all young people so reckless these days?" The storm Yi Ba conjured had the power to pull things toward it, and Yi Fan found himself losing control, being drawn closer and closer. "Damn it, this can't go on." Yi Fan bolted in the direction opposite the storm's pull, desperate to break free from Yi Ba's whirlwind. But this was exactly what Yi Ba had hoped for. Yi Ba's plan was simple: end the storm at just the right moment, hurling Yi Fan out of the arena and eliminating him, so that all the spectators would see who the true king was, Yi Ba himself. With this thought, Yi Ba's eyes flashed with a fierce, stormy light that swept across the arena. In a heartbeat, the tempest vanished completely, and suddenly everyone could see the fight clearly once more. But just as the battle came back into view, they saw Yi Fan, alone, looking anxious, dashing out of the ring and tumbling to the ground. The crowd was baffled. What? They'd barely seen anything, and now Yi Fan was eliminating himself? A hush fell over the arena. Everyone looked at each other, utterly confused about what had just happened. Must be an idiot, right? One bewildered spectator finally ventured. But before anyone could reply, they saw Yi Fan hit the ground outside the arena and disappear. It's a shadow step after image. A devoted Yi fan cried out in delight. That's right, the one who'd been eliminated wasn't Yi Fan himself, but a shadow clone conjured by his shadow step technique. He had already guessed Yi Ba's plan and turned it to his own advantage. Yi Ba was stunned, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. He spun around immediately, and there was Yi Fan standing right behind him, a fierce light burning deep in his eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Fan thrust his sword pulse finger straight at Yi Ba's chest. A faint gleam danced at his fingertip, and a ghostly image of a sword flickered to life. Yi Ba tried to dodge, but it was far too late. With Yi Fan's attack so close, there was no way Yi Ba could react in time. With a heavy thud, Yi Fan's blow landed. Yi Ba's rosy complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. He grunted in pain, stumbling backward in a daze, and at last his legs gave way beneath him. He collapsed, landing flat on his back, arms and legs askew. The arena was silent. Yi Ba's defeat was the final proof. Yi Fan was no longer the useless outcast they once thought him to be. Then, the stands erupted in thunderous applause. Yi Chen stood amidst the crowd, his jaw clenched tightly, fists so hard that his fingernails dug deep into his palms, the pain making his hands tremble. Up on the high platform of the grandstand, clan leader Yi Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief. At last, the boulder that weighed on his heart could be set down. Yi Fan's display of strength had not disappointed him. If he kept fighting like this, his entry into the inner clan was as good as certain. Yi Fan, victorious. As the referee announced the result, the audience erupted into thunderous applause once more. Yi Fan returned to his seat on the sidelines. As he sat down, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, suddenly realizing that more than half of the crowd's attention was now fixed on him. With so many eyes on him, he felt a little embarrassed and awkwardly ran a hand through his hair. Li Luo, meanwhile, strolled over with a bright smile, practically dancing with joy. In her heart, Yi Ba had never been a match for Yi Fan, and she was genuinely happy. No one would ever call her friend a good-for-nothing again. Instead, everyone would know Yi Fan as the genius who shattered the trial forest record. Above the world, the gentle halo of the sky caressed the drifting clouds like a delicate hand. Even in this ethereal, dreamlike realm, there was a surprisingly vivid sense of substance. Yesterday's inter-clan selection preliminaries had come to an end. Yi Fan, along with Yi Kong and 23 others, advanced to the next round. On a hill beside the Yi Clan Academy, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the grass, cultivating quietly. Faint auras of celestial energy flickered around him, and with the harmony between mountain and sky as his backdrop, the scene was truly breathtaking. Yi Fan had spent the entire night training on that mountain. Far from the noise of the crowds, he found peace, and the solitude did nothing but benefit his cultivation. Jarvis, what time is it now? Yi Fan asked calmly, his eyes still closed. Sir, it's 7:58 in the morning, Jarvis replied dutifully. How much? Yi Fan pressed, his face unchanging. 7:58. You clearly heard me, and you're asking again? That's a bit much, boss, Jarvis responded, picking up internet slang with uncanny speed, a sign, perhaps, that he was almost too intelligent. 7:58. 7:58. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open. He leapt to his feet and sprinted at full speed back toward the academy. The final started at 8 this morning. He was about to be late. In the stands of the dueling arena, Yi Feng frowned as he stared at the entrance. Just 2 minutes left? If Yi Fan didn't arrive soon, not even he could plead on his behalf. Absence would mean forfeiture, plain and simple. Where could he have gone on such an important day? The more Yi Feng thought, the more anxious he became, pacing back and forth in place. Meanwhile, all the contestants who had advanced were already waiting atop the central platform for the finals to begin at 8 o'clock. Among those who had advanced, some stood anxiously in place. A few who usually performed well showed little sign of nervousness, while those of average or lesser talent wore expressions of confusion and apprehension. Yet, in the middle, the spot reserved for Yi Fan remained empty, which set the audience abuzz with speculation. Is he putting on airs now? Could be scared? Has his talent finally run dry? Elder Yi Yin let out a disdainful laugh and scoffed. Maybe he's just chicking out, huh? Yi Feng, hearing this, turned pale with anger and shot back without hesitation. The one you call a coward is the very person who broke your son's record. With a sharp crack, Yi Yun's teacup shattered into powder under his grip, tea and porcelain dust trickling down through his fingers, drop by drop. Elder Yi Yin was clearly annoyed, but held his tongue. Yi Feng's retort was a clear declaration of rivalry. Yi Fan and Yi Xing each stood for their elders. When Yi Fan finally arrived, he spotted Li Luo pacing nervously at the entrance, waiting for him. Where have you been? It's about to start, come hurry. Li Luo grabbed him and rushed him inside. Yi Fan's here. The clock struck exactly 8. All eyes in the arena shifted in unison, drawn to the pristine, beautiful young woman and the travel-worn youth in white who followed behind her. Yi Fan dashed onto the stage, hurriedly taking his place. Feeling a bit nervous as the complex gazes of the spectators washed over him, he could only shrug awkwardly. The referee stepped forward, his face grave. The Yi clan's internal semifinals now officially begin. The contestants themselves seemed calm, but the audience below was already fired up, hearts pounding with excitement. The rules for the semifinals were then announced. All contestants would once again enter the trial forest, this time as prey. 5 hunters, each dressed in black robes and chosen from the clan's inner disciples, would also enter. Every one of these hunters was at the peak of the 4th human rank. Although the hunters would start from different locations, each carried a sensing stone that allowed them to track the other's whereabouts. This meant they could easily team up to hunt down the prey. Contestants could also eliminate each other. Out of the 25 participants, once only 10 remained, the match would end, and those 10 would gain entry into the inner clan. This Yi clan really knows how to keep things interesting, Yi Fan muttered under his breath, recalling a reality show from his own world. What was it called again? Never mind, not important. 5 peak 4th rank hunters, far more terrifying than the early 4th rank trial beasts. These were people, not monsters, and, worse yet, they could sense each other. Upon hearing the rules, the entire audience fell into momentary silence. Then, a collective gasp swept through the crowd, the sound rippling like a sudden gust, leaving everyone frozen in stunned disbelief. Because last year's hunter was only at the mid-stage of human rank 4, not at the peak, the difference might not seem huge at first glance, but the gap in battle experience is profound. Yi Xing, who should have looked stern and composed in the audience, instead allowed a subtle trace of schadenfreude to flicker across his face. To outsiders, Yi Xing appeared warm, humble, and gentle, a heartwarming, handsome young man. Yet, deep down, he was just as twisted as his father, Yi Yun. He couldn't stand the sight of anyone surpassing him. A maid stepped forward, holding a silver tray on which rested the spatial stone of the trial forest. Elder Yi Yun followed closely behind her, approaching at a measured pace. When they stood before the contestants, Yi Yun gently picked up the spatial stone because last year's hunter was only at the mid-stage of the 4th human rank. Not at the peak, the difference might seem small at first glance, but the gap in battle experience was truly vast. Yi Xing, who sat among the spectators, should have worn a stern expression, yet a trace of schadenfreude flickered across his face, barely noticeable. To outsiders, Yi Xing appeared kind and modest, a warm-hearted, handsome young man. In reality, his heart was just as ugly as his father Yi Yun's. He couldn't stand to see anyone surpass him. A maidservant approached, carrying a silver tray. Resting on it was the spatial stone for the trial forest. Elder Yi Yun followed closely behind her, ascending the steps with measured grace. Once they stood before the contestants, Yi Yun gently lifted the spatial stone and formed a seal with one hand. Immense immortal energy burst forth, breaking free from the stone as if an animal hatching from its shell. At once, several soft, faint beams of light shot toward the contestants. In an instant, every competitor transformed into orbs of shimmering light, each a different size, twinkling like stars as they flew into the spatial stone. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body stiffened. He found himself standing once again on the mountainside cliff where he had first entered the trial forest. Here again, Yi Fan's gaze grew complicated as he looked at the familiar slope. It was here, after all, that he had first met Yi Kong. Why am I even thinking about him? With a helpless shake of his head, Yi Fan took in his surroundings, feeling a bit lost. He wasn't sure whether to head up the mountain or down. Down? Definitely not. The hunters were most likely all down there. Up the mountain? But then his back would be against a cliff. If a hunter showed up, he wouldn't even know where to run. After some thought, Yi Fan decided to head down the mountain anyway. As he reached the lower slopes, he spotted a group of contestants locked in combat in the distance. Or rather, a group of people ganging up on a single person. Following Yi Fan's gaze, he saw a striking young man in white wielding a golden spear, channeling immortal energy as he fought off 4 or 5 other contestants. The force of their battle was immense, causing the ground underfoot to crack and splinter. In the blink of an eye, the fissures spread out like a spider's web. Clearly, none of these fighters were ordinary. Yi Fan was about to turn away from this trouble when a sudden realization made his eyes widen in shock. He whipped his head back, staring at the handsome young man in white fighting against 4 or 5 others. A golden spear. Went in. Looking closer, Yi Fan saw that the young man in white was indeed Yi Kong. Hey, come on. You're bullying my brother. With a shout, Yi Fan dashed forward with swift, shadowy steps to aid Yi Kong. Just then, a burly youth in a gray robe tried to sneak up on Yi Kong from behind. Without warning, a white blur flashed in front of him. Startled, the gray-robed youth skidded to a stop. But the figure before him didn't pause. Instead, a crimson light flashed deep within his eyes as he raised his right hand, fingers pressed together, and thrust forward. Immortal energy surged from his fingertips, radiating a fearsome power. The youth in the gray robe was caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. With a single blow from the figure in white, he was sent flying backward. While still in midair, a twitch flickered at the corner of the gray-robed man's mouth. Blood spurted violently from his lips as he crashed to the ground, eliminated from the match. His name was Yi Zhuang, a cultivator at the peak of the second rank in the mortal realm. Yi Fan's victory in a single move was not solely due to the power of his pulse sword. The real reason was that Yi Zhuang had been too slow to react. With his vital chest left exposed, he was struck directly, leading to his swift defeat. If Yi Zhuang, had reacted faster, he might not have been eliminated so quickly. The other contestants who had been fighting Yi Kong all paused at once. With mixed and puzzled expressions, they glanced at Yi Fan. Then, one after another, their faces filled with astonishment. By now, Yi Fan's face was known by everyone in the Yi clan. No one could claim ignorance. A scholarly-looking youth strode up, his expression grave as he warned Yi Fan, "You'd best stay out of our business. We all know you're formidable, but you can't possibly take on all four of us at once." Yi Fan gave the youth a dismissive look, smacked his lips, and replied, "Did your PE teacher teach you math? There are only 3 left, you know." "Nonsense," the youth blurted out, unable to hold back his anger. "Oh, my mistake. A miscount." Yi Fan apologized with an air of sincerity. "Exactly. Just a simple mistake," the youth retorted, feeling triumphant. "My apologies, it's actually just 2, Yi Fan said. "You're spouting nonsense. Can you even count? Yi Zhuang was just eliminated by you. So there are still 4 of us." The youth turned his head to check, and when he saw what had happened, his face went pale with shock. Yi Kong was standing there, watching him coldly. At his feet lay 2 of his own teammates, both knocked unconscious. It turned out that while everyone was focused on threatening Yi Fan, Yi Kong had swiftly used his asking heaven technique to take down 2 more opponents. They had both been eliminated and vanished from the field. Only one left. Yi Fan's teasing voice rang out from behind the youth, sounding in his ears like a death knell. The youth's heart sank. Before he could even turn around, Yi Fan's pulse sword, infused with explosive force, struck him square in the back. The youth's body shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, soaring straight ahead. Yi Kong took a single, precise step to the right, deftly sidestepping the flying figure. "I finally get how someone as strong as Yi Ba lost to you. You're just so damned cunning." The youth managed to gasp, struggling to get the words out before he was eliminated and sent away for treatment. Now, only one contestant remained from those who had besieged Yi Kong. Shivering in the cold wind, regret filled his heart. Suddenly, he wailed in desperation, tears of pain streaming down his face. "Please don't eliminate me. I want to join the inner clan. My whole family is counting on me to make something of myself." Yi Kong frowned delicately as he watched, his heart softening a little. Just as he was about to help the man up, Yi Fan was a step quicker, thrusting his finger blade toward the man. "You think you can guilt trip us? It won't work. You and that bunch of thugs try to bully my brother. Now you'll pay the price." Yi Fan shouted angrily. "No matter how pitiful or determined you may be, that's fine. If you'd only offended me, maybe I could forgive you. But you cannot lay a finger on my brother." This was Yi Fan's rule. Yi Kong was the first brother he'd made in this world, and for now, his only one. He would never tolerate anyone hurting his brother. In his previous life, Yi Fan had also despised being manipulated by his so-called morals. He remembered being scolded by an old man on the bus just because he didn't give up his seat, or when a child stuffed newspapers into his motorcycle's exhaust pipe, breaking it. He'd scolded the kid, only to be berated by the parents for making a fuss over a child. All these things weighed on Yi Fan like a heavy burden, and now, in this world, the final straw had landed. "Don't you think you're going too far? Ye Kong complain, Gnanjing Atyefan. Big brother, this guy is a real scoundrel. He and his crew try to beat you up, and now he's pretending to be pitiful, so we'll let him off." Yi Fan snapped back without a hint of politeness. "Hello there, little juniors." A voice, cold as ice, rang out from not far behind them. At those words, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. A single terrifying word flashed through his mind. Yi Kong seemed to realize as well. He and Yi Fan exchanged a quick glance, both nodding heavily in silent agreement. A moment later, the 2 of them bolted down the mountain like madmen. The owner of that voice was a hunter dressed all in black. Seeing Yi Fan and Yi Kong fleeing, he curled his lip in annoyance and muttered, "Such rude juniors, running off without even a greeting. Looks like it's my duty as their senior to teach them a lesson." No sooner had he spoken than the hunter pushed off with a burst of strength, his masterful shadow step technique carrying him swiftly in pursuit of Yi Fan and Yi Kong. Ye Kong, who would have thought? Another trial in the forest, another mad dash for our lives. We really are fated, huh? Yi Fan joked breathlessly as he ran. Yi Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, "You still have the energy to talk? Save your strength and run." When they finally felt sure they'd shaken off the hunter, they stopped. They found themselves in a spot surrounded by thick grass and a few tall trees. A perfect place to hide. Yi Fan casually plucked an apple from a tree and took a bite, his gaze complicated as he looked at the fruit. After eating apples every day during the last trial, I swore I'd never touch another apple. But here we are. How quickly the world turns cold. Here, have an apple. How did offering you an apple suddenly turn into a reflection on the coldness of the world? If you don't want it, give it back to me. Yi Kong snatched the apple from Yi Fan's hand as he spoke. Yi Fan gazed up at the vast, starry sky, lost in deep thought and wonder. And before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. As usual, we'll each keep watch for half the night. After finishing the apple, Yi Kong glanced over at Yi Fan and spoke. Huh, he's already asleep? This kid. Yi Kong quietly took off his own white robe and draped it over Yi Fan. The morning sun, with its uniquely intoxicating warmth, shone down on Yi Fan's face, gently rousing him from his deep slumber. He rubbed his eyes and, with a nimble movement, sprang to his feet, causing the white robe that covered him to slip to the ground. Looking at Yi Kong, who had been up all night and was now fast asleep from exhaustion, Yi Fan felt a pang of guilt. He picked up the robe from the ground and carefully covered Yi Kong with it. There are 25 of us in total. Yesterday, we eliminated 5, and the announcement said another 5 have been eliminated, so that leaves 15. At this thought, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, alertness flaring up once more. He scanned his surroundings, making sure no one was nearby. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, the rapid pounding of footsteps echoed from afar, slicing through the morning air. Yi Fan instinctively ducked his head and reached out to tap Yi Kong awake. Yi Kong immediately stirred. Noticing Yi Fan's wariness, he realized someone was approaching and flattened himself to the ground, listening intently in the direction the sound were coming from. Peering through the grass, Yi Fan watched as a group of people raced past, with 3 hunters hot on their heels, giving relentless chase. "Did you see that?" Ye Kong spitted. "I saw it. What, are they your relatives?" Yi Fan replied, teasing him. Yi Kong let out a quiet chuckle at Yi Fan's dry joke. "The one leading the escape is Yi One, the runner-up in the trial. Didn't you take down a trial beast before?" "He did too, though I'm not sure which one." "Ye One? Is he some kind of martial arts master?" Yi Fan couldn't help but think of the Yi One from the martial arts movies and TV shows of his previous life. "No idea, je contemplate." Other people who travel to another world always seem to blaze a trail of glory, equipped with all sorts of cool and invincible systems. So why is it that, as a fellow transmigrator, I'm stuck hiding and sneaking around like this? Yi Fan sighed inwardly, questioning himself. Jarvis, thinking Yi Fan was speaking to him, dutifully replied, "Sir, perhaps it's simply a matter of character." "What the? Jarvis, you can hear my thoughts? What's wrong, Yi Fan?" Yi Fan's look of shock caught Yi Kong's attention. He glanced at the stunned Yi Fan and asked warily, It's nothing." Yi Fan suppressed his curiosity, forcing himself to regain composure. "Sir, this watch is interfaced with your brain's neural network, so when I hacked in, I can now hear whatever you're thinking. That's not important. To hell with you, Jarvis. Did you just insult my character?" "Sir, I am an artificial intelligence. I do not insult people. I merely state facts," Jarvis replied, his tone completely unchanged. Yi Kong heard the sound of a glass shattering come from Yi Fan's direction and asked with concern, "Are you all right? I thought I heard something break." That was the sound of a heart breaking. Yi Fan silently consoled himself, thinking Jarvis only said that out of jealousy for his fancy smartwatch plugin. "I do not feel jealousy, sir. I am an artificial intelligence. I only state facts." Jarvis' mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. "Shut up." Yi Fan couldn't help but blurt out, then realized that Yi Kong couldn't hear Jarvis. Suddenly shouting like that, he quickly glanced up at Yi Kong. Their eyes met. Yi Kong looked utterly confused and somewhat wary as he asked in a low voice, "You? What's wrong?" "I just think the weather is so wonderful today. It's got me feeling all poetic, that's all." "Couldn't help but exclaim," Yi Fan replied, forcing a big, sheepish grin. Yi Kong's confusion cleared. He nodded as if enlightened. Yes, being struck by inspiration and blurting out, "Shut up," that made perfect sense. Worried he might be interrupting Yi Fan's creative moment, he politely said, "Well, go on then. Keep composing. All right, today's the day of the finals, but here I am, lazing in the grass. If I'd known who'd be the champion, I'd have shown up just to show off." Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh at his own childish behavior, then inwardly scolded himself. Childish. Still, on second thought, he really did seem to have some talent for poetry. Huh. Hey, who's over there? A passing hunter heard the commotion in the grass and spun around, yelling loudly in their direction. Crap, we've been found. Yikong gaspit in alarm. Yi Fan's heart sank as well. He quickly reached out, ready to pull Yikong up so they could run. But just then, the grass beside them was abruptly parted with a sharp rustle, and Yi Fan turned to see a hunter standing there, hand wreathed in a swirl of spiritual energy and a wily grin on his face. That familiar face, Yi Fan remembered at once. Wasn't this the hunter who'd been chasing them just yesterday? Talk about bad luck. They ran into him again. The hunter flashed a cunning smile. Well, brothers. We meet again. You two gave me quite the workout yesterday. Yi Fan gave an awkward, toothy grin and replied, "Well, if you're tired, senior, you should get some rest." "Give up? I've spent all night hunting you down. I am exhausted." As soon as he finished, the hunter let out an enormous, weary yawn, then his gaze sharpened with menace. "That's why I have to eliminate you both. At least then my time won't have been wasted. Yikong, what do you think you're running off to?" Yi Fan asked, tilting his head, though his gaze never left the hunter, wary of any sudden movements. Did the rules ever say you can't eliminate the hunter? No, they didn't. Hearing this, a sly grin spread across Yi Fan's face as a bold idea leapt into his mind. On the square, the audience, including Yi Feng and the others, watched the massive screen at the center, which displayed everything happening inside the spatial stone. As Yi Fan spoke, the same shocking thought flashed through everyone's minds at once. Seated among the crowd, Yi Xing's handsome face was also filled with astonishment. This boy named Yi Fan, could he possibly be thinking of? At that thought, Yi Xing clenched his jaw so hard it ached. Why hadn't he ever considered this before? If someone actually pulled it off, their fame and standing within the Yi clan would skyrocket. In a fit of frustration, Yi Xing crushed the empty teacup in his hand into a fine powder. Those nearby couldn't make sense of Yi Xing's sudden anger, but across the way, Yi Feng watched him with a cool, knowing smile. Truly, blood will tell. He's every bit Yi Yun's descendant. What is that useless? What is Yi Fan up to now? Wondered a young Yi clan disciple aloud. In his mind, useless was no longer an accurate word to describe Yi Fan. Before he could say more, a fist landed on his head out of nowhere. Wincing at the pain, he snapped, "Who hit me?" As luck would have it, Li Luo was seated right behind him. Having overheard his disrespectful comment about Yi Fan, she wasn't pleased. When the disciple turned and saw the Yi clan's esteemed young lady, he froze for a moment, then quickly forced a smile and apologized. "Sister Li Luo, my fault. I'm sorry." With a dismissive huff, Li Luo turned away, ignoring him. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, silently cheering for Yi Fan. She had a pretty good guess what he was planning. "Oomph. Yi Fan, you really are my best friend, always full of surprises." "This is breaking all the rules," Li Luo murmured to herself, pride glowing on her face. If her guess was right, what Yi Fan meant was, join forces with Yikong and take down the hunter. It was unheard of. Never in the history of the Yi clan's inner selection trials had anyone ever tried such a thing. Everyone was always too busy running for their lives. As Yi Fan flashed a mischievous grin, the hunter grew uneasy. Realizing what Yi Fan intended, he blurted out in shock, "Don't tell me. You're actually planning to turn the tables on me? Congratulations, dear senior brother." "You guessed it," Yi Fan replied with a wide, toothy grin. "Are you kidding me? When has a prey ever tried to eliminate the hunter?" The hunter was visibly rattled by Yi Fan's expression. Quickly regaining his composure, he reminded himself that he was the hunter. There was no reason to fear his prey. Well, there were two of them now, but both were only at the third tier of the human stage. What was there to be afraid of? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Yikong suddenly saw the light and felt great admiration for Yi Fan's audacious idea. He had lived in the Yi clan for so long and had never heard of prey turning the tables to hunt the hunter. At this moment, Yi Fan licked his lips, a hint of eager anticipation flashing across his face. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, the hunter's eyes darkened with irritation. Clearly, he took this as an insult. With a cold scoff, the hunter lunged forward, closing the distance in a few swift strides. His fingers clenched into a fist as he swung straight at Yi Fan's face, the air hissing with the speed of his blow. Yikong was just about to warn Yi Fan to be careful when he saw Yi Fan flash a smug grin and, instead of dodging, reached out his palm. To Yi Kong's astonishment, their fists met head-on in a clash of raw strength. Yi Kong could almost hear the sound of bones cracking in Yi Fan's hand, yet Yi Fan's expression remained steady, his lips curling in a mocking smile at the hunter. So much for being at the peak of 4th rank in the mortal realm. At this moment, Yi Fan was putting on a brave front, but inwardly he was howling in pain. How is this possible? I'm at the peak of 4th rank in the mortal realm. How could a mid-3rd rank like you withstand my strength? The hunter was stunned, but his composure quickly returned. Low-grade celestial art, Raging Rain Fist. With a thunderous shout, veins bulged on the hunter's arm, and dozens of fist shadows burst forth, raining down on Yi Fan in a relentless barrage, living up to the technique's fearsome name. Who said Yi Kong was just a bystander? In a flash, his Wentian spear gleamed in his hand as he lunged at the hunter. But the hunter twisted away, his focus locked on Yi Fan, channeling all his attacks toward him. As the fist shadows closed in, Yi Fan's right hand shifted into the stance for the vein sword, ready to meet the assault. The clash began. The force of fists and the edge of sword energy collided with a cacophony of sharp impacts. The instant the hunter's fist connected with Yi Fan's fingers, his body shuddered. A powerful force surged back at him from the point of contact. To his shock, his fist, hard as stone, was met with a piercing pain. Yi Fan's vein sword technique had actually blocked his Raging Rain Fist. The hunter staggered back a few steps, realizing he had underestimated Yi Fan, and was just about to launch a second attack when a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he jerked his head to the side as the sharp whistle of a weapon sliced through the air. It was Yi Kong's Wentian spear thrusting at him. Just as Yi Fan's vein sword technique surged toward him, the hunter dropped low to the ground, balancing on one hand. Using the recoil from his shadow step, he slid swiftly between the two opponents, leaving a shallow groove in the earth behind. Impressive technique, young hero. Yi Fan couldn't help but praise despite his own mastery of shadow step. The hunter's skill was truly remarkable. Of course. The hunter's pride swelled as he heard Yi Fan's praise. Even questioning spear technique. Golden Divine Dragon. Spotting an opening in the hunter's defense, Yi Kong struck swiftly. Had it been an ordinary move, the hunter could have defended himself in haste and come out unscathed. But this was Yi Kong's ultimate technique, the Golden Divine Dragon. Its power was formidable, and the hunter found himself overwhelmed, forced to stumble backwards, his steps faltering, nearly losing his balance. Damn it, enough fooling around. Inner Clan's secret art, mid-grade immortal technique, 3 desolate palms. A fierce orange light flickered deep within the hunter's eyes as a surge of overwhelming immortal energy swept through the arena, as if mountains might shatter and the earth might crack. With this force, he struck at Yi Fan and Yi Kong. Spirits of heaven and earth, heed the call of the 3 desolations. With this palm, the wilderness is born. The hunter chanted a cryptic and commanding incantation, his voice resonating with power. Yi Fan's expression darkened, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Jarvis had just warned him that this immortal power was so potent that if either Yi Fan or Yi Kong were struck, they'd be instantly eliminated. Yi Kong's face also changed, worry flashing in his gaze. There was no way they could meet this attack head-on. Realizing this, both Yi Fan and Yi Kong instinctively darted in opposite directions to evade. A thunderous roar echoed as the hunter's 3 desolate palms missed its mark, slicing through the air like a sudden storm. The attack struck the ground, leaving several massive cracks, each dozens of yards long, spreading outward like a spider's web, testament to the palm's devastating power. Now you see what I'm capable of. That was just a rehearsal. The real fight starts now. The hunter, a bit embarrassed by his miss, tried to cover it up. Yi Fan's long black hair floated up, though there was no wind. At the hunter's words, a sly smile played at the corner of his lips. Buddy, if you can't hit us, you can't hit us. No need for excuses. Yi Kong couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, a mechanical announcement echoed from the sky above. The number of remaining contestants is 12. The hunter's face turned various shades of purple and green in frustration. With a furious shout, he bellowed, Tempest Kick Technique. Seriously? After the Storm Fist? Now, there's a Tempest Kick? Who's the author? Such creativity. Dark, obsidian-like immortal energy enveloped the hunter's legs, reminiscent of the armament hockey from One Piece. Planting one foot firmly on the ground, he swung his other leg in a sweeping arc, unleashing a storm powerful enough to tear the earth itself. Whoa, that's armament hockey for you. The moment the words left his lips, Yi Fan was blown apart by the force of the Tempest Kick. Yi Kong froze in shock, but in the next instant realized it was only Yi Fan's shadow. Breathing a sigh of relief, he gripped his heaven-questioning spear and charged at the hunter. Even questioning spear technique. Golden Divine Dragon. At that moment, Yi Fan reappeared at Yi Kong's side, dashing forward with Shadow Step. His eyes gleamed with sharp intent as a blue sword shadow flickered at his fingertips. He shouted, "Finger pull sword." Seeing the situation, the hunter hurriedly unleashed the formidable power of the Three Desolation Palm once again. Three Desolation Palm. As the three of them shouted in unison, a tense wind swept across the land, and the forest around them trembled in unrest. A tremendous surge of celestial energy burst forth from the point where their forces collided, rippling outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the wild wind was wiped away, and two sharp cracks of breaking bones echoed through the air. Crack! Crack! Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear that these sounds came from the hunter and Yi Fan. Both had suffered broken bones. Why was Yi Kong unharmed? Simple. He wielded the mighty Wentian spear, a proper weapon. The hunter and Yi Fan weren't so fortunate. One used his palm, the other his finger. After the violent clash, the hunter was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth as his face turned ashen. He crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Kong and Yi Fan also spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were thrown back. "You're even stronger than I expected," the hunter muttered, wiping the blood from his lips and struggling to his feet once again. Finger vein sword. Yi Fan gave the hunter no respite. With a few swift strides, he closed the distance and struck the hunter down once more. Arg! As Yi Fan roared, the hunter let out a cry of agony. Moments later, several cold, stern voices drifted over from nearby. Yi Fan turned his head and saw three more hunters approaching. Well, looks like we found two more prey. If we take these two out, our job here is done." One of them sneered. Suddenly, the hunters froze in their tracks. The smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by shock as they stared at their companion writhing on the ground, their eyes burning with fury. In the next instant, the defeated hunter vanished from the trial, eliminated. "That bastard actually hurt our brother." One of the hunters spat out angrily. "Damn it, these two won't last another minute in this trial forest." Another snarled, already drawing a gleaming silver dagger. The last hunter, his expression cold and unchanging, fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. "Your name is Yi Fan, right? I've heard of you. My name is Yi Guifeng. To be honest, I admired you. Even if I ran into you, I planned to let you pass and make it into the inter-clan finals." Yi Guifeng paused, glancing at the blood on the ground. After a moment of silence, he continued, "But you've hurt my brother. I can't let you go. Consider yourself unlucky." "Is that so? Then I appreciate your admiration," Yi Fan replied with a confident smile. "But I don't need your help to make it into the inter-clan. Even if all of you come at me, I'll still walk away unscathed." Yi Fan's confidence came from remembering the transformation watch he hadn't used in ages. If he transformed, with his and Yi Kong's abilities, escaping unscathed would be a certainty, even if they couldn't win the fight. One of the hunters looked at Yi Fan with a false, skin-deep smile and mocked. "You sure talk big, kid. Is there garlic in this trial forest? Otherwise, why does your breath stink so much?" At that, another hunter burst out laughing harshly, adding, "Maybe he was just born with bad breath." "Ha ha!" Yi Kong shot that hunter a cold, expressionless glance. His elegant brows remained tightly furrowed, not because he was afraid of these men, but because, after all, the three of them were all peak fourth-rank mortals. The difference in strength was obvious. He and Yi Fan probably stood no chance against them in a direct fight. "Take him down. Let's get rid of this arrogant brat." As soon as one hunter barked the order, he darted toward Yi Fan in a flash. Yi Guifeng and the other hunter simultaneously moved to surround Yi Kong. Three peak fourth-rank mortals? So what? Yi Fan narrowly dodged the hunter's attack, muttering to himself with a grave expression. In the next instant, a wild determination blazed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed his right hand down on his watch. A burst of blinding light, as if long forgotten, exploded forth, forcing the three hunters to wrench their heads away, shielding their eyes from the glare. "Well, gentlemen, good evening. Care to join me for a meal?" Yi Fan quipped, his voice carrying that unique, playful tone. "What the hell are you supposed to be?" Yi Guifeng cried out, startled and a little curious about Yi Fan's bizarre new appearance. Yi Fan himself found it odd. Why had he blurted out such a strange greeting to the hunters? But in his transformed body, he could feel a torrent of strength surging within him, fierce and unstoppable. He was certain that even a single punch would pack an extraordinary force. "Sir, would you like to see a poster, or shall I just tell you which superhero you become?" Jarvis's mechanical voice sounded, tinged with a hint of confusion as he observed Yi Fan. Yi Fan lowered his head, quickly scanning his own body. His sleeves were red, and his wrists bore what looked like web shooters. He wore a skin-tight suit of red and blue, crisscrossed with deep black lines. At the center of his chest was an emblem, a black spider with 8 legs. A hood covered his entire head, eyes included, though the eye area was protected by white lenses. From inside, he could still see the outside world, much like wearing sunglasses. A slight smile touched Yi-Fan's lips. He thought to himself, "Jarvis, I don't need you to tell me. I can figure it out myself." "Oh, so sir, have you guessed it?" Jarvis teased. Yi-Fan was taken aback. Jarvis had gone from being utterly emotionless to now making jokes. Was this progress, or the beginning of a tragedy? But now was not the time to dwell on such things. Yi-Fan lifted his head, and through the hunter's point of view, those 2 white, pupilless eyes coldly fixed on them, sending a chill through some of the people present. "Who exactly are you?" one of the hunters asked warily. After that blinding flash just now, Yi-Fan had inexplicably changed into this bizarre outfit. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "To change clothes that fast, there's no way you're ordinary." Yi Guifeng and another hunter nodded thoughtfully, clearly agreeing with his assessment. Yi Kong, on the other hand, was unfazed. He'd seen Yi-Fan's strange antics far too many times. Sometimes his speed was downright terrifying, sometimes his fighting skills and muscle power were overwhelming, and sometimes he'd appear in dazzling red and gold armor. As the saying goes, once you've been frightened by ghosts enough times, you start treating them like friends. What a twisted bit of logic. Ye Kon shuruk helplessly. Even with a mask covering his face, you could still sense the sunny, radiant smile Yi-Fan gave as he spoke, his voice clear and steady. "I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." At this moment, Yi-Fan had transformed into one of Marvel's most iconic superheroes, the famed friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Spider-Man was an extraordinarily powerful hero, able to shoot super sticky, chemically engineered webs from his hands. With a swift flick, he could launch these webs to distant, high-up places where they would stick fast, allowing him to swing through the air like a trapeze artist. In the movies, Spider-Man would often use these webs to zip between skyscrapers, soaring through the city skyline. But that wasn't all. His webs weren't just for swinging. He could also shoot out small globes of webbing that, upon impact, would expand into giant nets, instantly trapping his target. In short, Spider-Man's webs came in 3 main forms: strands, nets, and sticky blobs. Spider-Man also had a signature superpower, his spider sense, which warned him of approaching danger, giving him a split second to dodge or evade. This ability was somewhat reminiscent of the observation hockey from One Piece, sharing a kind of mysterious sixth sense. Moreover, Spider-Man's normal strength ranged from 10 to 20 tons, and in extreme situations, he could push that up to 30 tons, making him one of Marvel's powerhouses. "Come on, let's get this fight started. I don't have all day to play with you," Yi-Fan declared, now channeling the witty, irreverent charm of Peter Parker. His tone was pure Spider-Man, playful, but with an edge. "Get ready to move," Yi Guiyun barked, directing the last 2 hunters into position. Seeing this, Yi Kong gripped his sky-questioning spear tightly, staying alert in case anyone tried to ambush Yi-Fan. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed as everyone sprang into action. Yi-Fan looked around at the towering trees that seemed to pierce the clouds, and couldn't help but feel delighted. This kind of battleground was absolutely perfect for Spider-Man. He had expected a tense and thrilling fight, but the scene suddenly took a sharp, almost comical turn. During the battle, Spider-Man's quick wit and banter were on full display, delivered with masterful precision. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spidey, swinging through a garden of flowers." Once upon a time, there was a Spider-Man. He saw 3 black hunters and knocked them out one by one. "Shut up, or I'll put you out of commission," one of the hunters shouted irritably at the noise, but before he could finish, Yi-Fan had already shot a web, sealing his mouth shut. Fuming, the hunter tore the webbing from his mouth and lunged toward Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan was shocked to see his webbing ripped apart so easily. Spider-Man's webs were supposed to be as strong as steel, tough and incredibly resilient. Yet this hunter shredded it without effort. Even if the hunter was a peak 4th-tier human-level cultivator, wasn't that just a bit much? Could it be that all those movies and comics have been lying? "Sir, you're overthinking it. Spider-Man's webs look super strong. He can swing cars around in front of the police, but whether in the movies or in the comics, his webs get torn apart by villains all the time," Jarvis analyzed matter-of-factly. "Jarvis, are you saying Spider-Man's webs are just too weak?" Yi-Fan asked in surprise. In the movies, Spider-Man's webs aren't exactly scientific. According to professional research, if a spider grew as big as a human, its silk would be 6 times stronger than steel and twice as tough as rubber. The stickiness is another story, though. Jarvis paused, then added, "But Spider-Man doesn't actually spin silk himself. He mixes a special chemical formula, stores it compressed in capsules, and fires it from his web shooters on his wrists. It dissolves automatically in about an hour, so it's environmentally friendly. The strength is impressive, probably thanks to molecular adhesives. While Jarvis droned on endlessly, Yi-Fan was busy dodging the hunter's relentless attacks. "Can you just cut to the chase, my dear Jarvis?" Yi-Fan began to grow irritated at how long-winded Jarvis was becoming. "Sir, what I'm really trying to say is that Spider-Man's webs are actually quite strong. The problem is, you're just too weak." "Damn you, Jarvis. Why not just say I'm weak and be done with it, instead of rambling on forever?" Yi-Fan was on the verge of a breakdown, his focus wavering for just a moment. Suddenly, Yi Guei foam behind him unleashed a devastating blow aimed straight at his head. Spider sense tingling, Yi-Fan's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he leapt to the left just in time, as a fist, packed with fierce energy, shot past the right side of his head like a bullet. Yi Kong adjusted his stance, pushing off the ground with all his strength. In a flash, his body shot toward Yi Guei foam. Lower grade, immortal art. Flaming fist. Yi Guei foam, a seasoned fighter, sidestepped swiftly to avoid Yi Kong's attack path. He swung his fist to intercept, his fingers clenched into a tight ball, and a surge of crimson immortal energy burst from his knuckles like blazing fire. Just as the blow was about to land on Yi Kong, a burly figure darted in front of him, blocking the attack at the perfect moment. This figure belonged to one of the hunters. Of course, this hunter hadn't intended to shield Yi Kong from harm. Instead, bound by Yi-Fan's spider silk, the unfortunate hunter had been flung forward, used as a human shield by Yi-Fan. Yi Guei Feng was startled, but his strike was already unleashed. Like water spilled from a cup, there was no taking it back. Yi Kong dodged away at lightning speed, a cruel and almost gleeful smile flickering across his lips. The hunter took the full brunt of Yi Guifeng's flaming fist, knocked backward and sent hurtling a short distance away. Yi Guifeng's face darkened in frustration as he shot a sharp glare at Yi-Fan. "Well, I had no idea he was such a good guy," Yi-Fan said, his tone dripping with mock disbelief. Even with the mask covering his face, Yi Guifeng could sense the sly grin lurking beneath. "Damn it!" Another hunter lunged forward. Yi-Fan shot out 2 strands of spider silk in a feint, drawing the hunter's attention. But this one was clever. He caught the threads in his palms, gripped them tightly, and yanked with all his might. Yi-Fan was caught off guard. With no time to react, he was pulled off balance, and the next instant, a heavy kick smashed into his chest. "Hey man, I was just having a little fun with some bondage. No need to get so rough." Yi-Fan groaned, clutching at his aching chest. By now, Yi Guifeng had joined the fray, flames of immortal energy swirling around his left fist, while the blade-like glow of the finger veins sword flickered in his right. But Yi-Fan, in his Spider-Man form, had lightning-fast reflexes. Instantly, he twisted away, narrowly dodging Yi Guifeng's stabbing hands. Meanwhile, the hunter who'd been knocked aside by Yi Guifeng's earlier attack was already charging back toward Yi Kong. Quick-witted, Yi Kong stowed away his heaven-questioning spear into his inner space. He locked both hands behind the hunter's wrists, swept his legs in a wide arc, and sent the man crashing to the ground. Then, in a flash, the heaven-questioning spear appeared once more. As Yi Kong roared out with the might of a golden dragon, a brilliant flash of gold blazed through the air. The unfortunate hunter, first struck by his own teammate's flaming fist, then floored by Yi-Fan's sweeping kick, and finally overwhelmed by Yi Kong's golden dragon, was eliminated from the match. "Hey, Yi Kong, check it out. I've wrapped up a cotton ball," Yi-Fan quipped in that signature Spider-Man humor. Following Yi-Fan's pointing finger, Yi Kong looked over and saw Yi Guifeng bound tightly in spider silk, wrapped up like a gigantic ball of cotton candy. Flaming fist. A thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves had cracked, erupted from within the webbed sphere. In the next instant, the entire spiderweb sphere was consumed by a raging fire. Yi Guifeng stood up somewhat disheveled, his gaze sharp and cold as he looked at Yi-Fan. Buddy, are you looking for a second round?" Yi-Fan teased with a grin. Outside the spatial stone, on the Yi clan spectator stands, a hush had fallen over the crowd. Everyone was silently and intently watching the scene of Yi-Fan and Yi Kong battling the hunters. These two, who are only at the 3rd stage of the human rank, are actually holding their own against 3 opponents at the peak of the 4th stage, and they even eliminated one. How is that possible? Elder Yi Yun slammed his clenched fist onto the table in disbelief. Elder Yi Yun couldn't see the difference, but with his keen eye, Yi Feng could discern what set Yi-Fan and Yi Kong apart. Yi Kong possessed the Wentian spear. Judging by the extraordinary presence of the weapon and its exclusive celestial technique, whose power clearly surpassed that of a low-grade celestial technique, it was clear that Wentian was at least a spirit weapon, perhaps even a divine artifact. Although Yi Feng had no idea where Yi Kong had acquired Wen Tian, it was not within his jurisdiction as clan leader to inquire. With Wen Tian and Yi Kong's natural talent, his strength could just about be considered mid-fourth stage of the human rank, Yi Feng murmured in astonishment, even surprising himself with his own analysis. It was evident that the right weapon could elevate one's combat power to a whole new level. As for Yi Fan, he was simply too mysterious. With a helpless sigh, Yi Feng admitted he couldn't accurately gauge the boy's strength. Sometimes Yi Fan seemed strong, sometimes weak, but one pattern was clear. Every time there was a brilliant flash of light, it was as though he became a different person altogether. Perhaps that flash is the key, Yi Feng mused as he watched the screen. A gentle breeze stirred, making his robes flutter, giving him a dignified air befitting a clan leader. Meanwhile, the audience was abuzz with speculation about Yi Fan and Yi Kong's abilities. Yi Fan truly is the pride of our clan. Absolutely. Not only did he break Yi Xing's record, he's the only one bold enough to challenge and actually eliminate a hunter. Yeah. He seems every bit as strong as Yi Xing, if not stronger. But Yi Xing is already at the first stage of the Earth rank. At those words, the group of young men who had been chatting suddenly fell silent, each wearing a look of dismay. The Earth rank was something they did not even dare dream of reaching. Hearing their conversation, the handsome Yi Xing only offered a faint smile. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, watching Yi Fan in his skin-tight Spider-Man suit, a faint glimmer of coldness flickering in their depths. Li Luo, do you think Yi Fan and Yi Kong can win? On the other side, Grandpa Yi smiled as he turned to the girl in the red dress beside him, her long, beautiful eyes radiating youthful innocence. Isn't it obvious? Of course Yi Fan and his friend will win, Li Luo replied nonchalantly, then lounged lazily on the armrest of her chair, her gaze never leaving the screen as she watched Yi Fan in his fitted combat suit. At this moment, the young man stood tall and upright, his posture as straight as a spear. The timidness that once clung to him seemed to be shedding away, replaced by a sharpness that was gradually coming to the fore. Yi Guifeng's face shifted between red and blue, frustration and exhaustion battling for dominance. Though he and another hunter had pushed Yi Fan and his companion into a disadvantage, it was clear the two were intentionally dragging the fight out, steadily draining the strength of their opponents. Yi Fan's mastery of the shadow step was astonishing. Not only could he layer 5 or more afterimages, but the distance between each one was so great it defied belief. So this is what the true shadow step looks like. Yi Guifeng spoke, a hint of resignation in his voice. Hey, old pal, already out of stamina? Are all hunters this weak? Yi Fan called out, gesturing mockingly at the hunter he'd just knocked to the ground. The hunter's eyes blazed with fury. In a flash, he lunged at Yi Fan, channeling his spiritual energy into his fists, which roared with explosive force. Yi Fan glanced at a large tree behind the hunter. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the web shooter strapped to his right arm. A line of web shot out, sticking firmly to the tree trunk. With a sudden tug, he vaulted into the air, soaring right over the hunter's attack path. The hunter's punch missed its mark, the force of the blow echoing through the air with a thunderous crack. As Yi Fan soared through the air, Jarvis's timely reminder came through. Sir, now would be the perfect time for a return kick. Jarvis, buddy, didn't you say you couldn't appear when I transform into a superhero? What's going on now? Yi Fan called out, flipping his wrist and, using the momentum from the web, springing off the tree trunk toward the hunter. The system's been upgraded, sir, Jarvis replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Finger pulse sword. Yi Fan pressed his fingers together, channeling his spiritual energy and instantly forming a shimmering blade. Just as he was about to strike the hunter, a stream of flame, trailing a long blue-tinged tail, swept in from the side. The blaze cut a beautiful arc across the sky and caught Yi Fan in midair. Yi Fan crashed to the ground, glancing up to see Yi Guiyun with residual orange flame flickering in his palm. It was clear who had unleashed that attack. A jolt of worry struck Yi Fan. Where was Yi Kong? Scanning the scene, he spotted Yi Kong sprawled on his back, gasping hungrily for fresh air. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and fresh wounds marred his body. It was obvious Yi Guifeng hadn't gone easy on him. Fortunately, the injuries weren't fatal, so he hadn't been teleported out of the arena. It seems that the gap in strength is not something a weapon can easily bridge, Yi Kong wheezed, lifting his head to see Yi Fan knocked from the sky. With a weary sigh, he flopped back down, out of strength to lend any aid. Even though Yi Fan found Yi Guifeng's strength troublesome, his expression remained relaxed and unruffled. He called out with a casual air, Hey, old pal, have you ever been smacked by your own brother? Meanwhile, Another hunter suddenly stomped hard on the ground and lunged straight at Yi Fan. What do you mean by that? Yi Guifeng frowned, clearly unable to comprehend Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan had only spoken half a sentence, luring Yi Guifeng into responding. Seizing the moment, he caught his opponent off guard. With his left hand, he unleashed the giant spider silk ball he had been charging behind his back, launching it at the airborne hunter who had nowhere to dodge. Mid-air, the silk ball unfurled into a web woven with threads. The hunter was instantly ensnared, the lines held tightly in Yi Fan's left hand. With a quick flick, Yi Fan hurled the entire hunter straight toward Yi Guifeng. Yi Guifeng hastily leaped aside. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan used the illusion of a shadow step to slip beside Yi Guifeng, thrusting a powerful punch toward his abdomen. Though it didn't possess the earth-shattering force to send his opponent flying like a kicked ball, the raging, domineering spirit energy that flooded Yi Guifeng's body was every bit as devastating, if not more so, than any physical blow. Yi Guifeng spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly dodged back several steps, assuming his blazing fist stance. Flames burst forth, the light swelling rapidly. Like a wild storm, Yi Guifeng's onslaught radiated outward, engulfing the area. A massive fiery whirlwind struck Yi Fan just as he closed in, sending him hurtling backward. Ouch! That's scorching, man! Yi Fan cried out, his body badly burned. But thanks to his Spider-Man physique, and being a third-rank human tier cultivator, he was only left hopping in place, howling in pain. A peak fourth-rank human tier really is something else. Yi Fan stretched his limbs, readying himself for a second round. First, hit him in the head, then kick his legs, and finally, squeeze his belly. Yi Fan muttered as he shadowboxed a short distance from Yi Guifeng. You damn chatterbox. At some point, the hunter Yi Fan had wrapped up in a spider silk ball had managed to struggle free. Hey, come on, man, that's not fair. I'm the little spider. What good would I be without my quips? Yi Fan retorted, gesturing animatedly. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel that his current persona was less like Spider-Man and more like that notorious Deadpool. So the rumors in the Marvel world were true after all. Spider-Man and Deadpool really do have similar personalities. Before Yi Fan could ramble further, the hunter attacked again, his figure darting forward like a rabbit as he charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's spider sense blared a warning. He twisted in midair with a spinning kick, his foot slamming into the hunter's chest. The surge of spirit energy sent through the blow was so intense. The hunter crashed to the ground, forced to sit down hard. How can a mere third-rank human tier have this kind of strength? The hunter protested, clutching his chest. But the searing pain radiating from within left him no choice but to admit just how terrifying Yi Fan's power truly was. Come on, man, give me a break. I can lift 20 tons. With that, Yi Fan proudly raised both arms above his head, striking the classic strongman pose. As they bantered, Yi Guifeng's fist of blazing fire once again erupted with celestial energy, launching him straight at Yi Fan. Yi Fan touched his nose and grinned. With a swift flick, he shot out a web of spider silk, wrapping up Yi Guifeng's hands mid-air and yanking him down. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan dashed forward. His other hand clenched into a fist and slammed out with explosive force, hitting Yi Guifeng's chin like a speeding bullet. The blow sent Yi Guifeng stumbling backward, unable to counterattack for the moment. Even someone as tough as Yi Guifeng saw stars from the pain, his eyes dazed by the impact. Just as Yi Fan lunged forward, ready to land another strike, another hunter who had just gotten back to his feet tried to ambush him. Suddenly, his body jerked. An ornate golden spear pierced through his abdomen, still shimmering with powerful celestial energy. The owner of the golden spear was none other than Yi Kong. Rested and recovered, Yi Kong had spotted the hunter's slime move and acted instantly. The asking heaven spear materialized in his grip, and the golden dragon's spirit coiled around it as he struck. Facing mortal danger, the hunter was immediately teleported away for treatment, eliminated from the trial. Fortunately, even severe injuries sustained within the spatial stone would mostly heal upon exiting. One could say that half the pain inside the stone was illusory. Once outside, recovery was almost immediate. Word of Yi Fan and Yi Kong's feat, eliminating 3 hunters in a row, had already spread throughout the entire Yi clan. Regardless of how this battle ended, Yi Fan and Yi Kong were both destined to become shining stars of the Yi clan after today. Though many spectators joked that Yi Kong was only cleaning up after others, since there were no points awarded in this match, most were still quick to praise his strength. Yi Fan's so lucky to have such a good brother. Amazing. Senior Yi Fei even tried to sneak up on Yi Fan. How despicable. Lilu Shota acceptably. This senior Yi Fei, she mentioned, was the hunter Yi Kong had just eliminated. Meanwhile, deep within the spatial stone's trial forest. Hey man, You're the last one left. Still want to fight? If you get knocked out, there'll only be one hunter left, Yi Fan quipped, channeling Spider-Man's trademark wit. Even if I'm the last one standing, I'll make you pay. Yi Guifeng, though surprised that Yi Fan and Yi Kong had taken out 3 of his comrades, quickly regained his composure. He knew well that while all 5 hunters were at the peak of the human rank, 4 of his brothers had focused too much on leveling up. Their celestial power, they'd neglected close combat and spellcraft, and sometimes, boosting raw attack power wasn't the wisest path. Even if you have high attack power, what's the use if you can't land a hit? That's why, in truth, his other 4 hunter brothers are more bark than bite. Their combat strength is somewhat exaggerated. At best, they barely qualify as early-stage 4th rank in the human level. Still, even if they're only early 4th rank, the fact that Yi Fan, who is mid-3rd rank, and Yi Kong, at the peak of 3rd rank, managed to eliminate 3 early 4th rank opponents in succession is already enough to prove the remarkable strength of these 2 in Yi Guifeng's eyes. However, Yi Guifeng had underestimated them. He had always believed that Yi Fan's reputation within the Yi clan was overblown and that all the credit belonged to Yi Kong. Only, after today's battle, did he realize that the seemingly easygoing young man in front of him harbored an inner resilience, so tenacious, in fact, that nothing could shake it. I've said it before, I really admire you. Both your talent and your strength are impressive, Yi Guifeng said, replacing his previous sternness with a gentle smile. Bro, Yi Fan started to reply, but before he could finish, Yi Guifeng interrupted. If you're a real man, how about a one-on-one duel? Yi Kong, don't interfere. Cutting people off is really rude, you know? Yi Fan grumbled under his mask, a trace of annoyance in his expression. After a pause, he continued, I'm Spider-Man after all. I'm not scared of anyone. Bring it on. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Fan struck a Bruce Lee pose, muttering under his breath, I'm Brother Spider from the streets, Spider-Man himself. Dashing, talkative, and not someone you want to mess with. Yi Kong shrugged and sensibly stepped back, choosing to be a spectator for this peculiar duel. Yi Guifeng made the first move, darting toward Yi Fan like a flickering shadow. A profound glint shone in his eyes, his body moving purely on instinct, while within him, the power of blazing immortal energy erupted. Mid-tier immortal art, blazing chariot. With a thunderous shout, Yi Guifeng's charge transformed into a flaming ancient battering ram, wreathed in fire and barreling toward Yi Fan with unstoppable momentum. Didn't they say the Yi clan hardly has any mid-tier immortal arts? Why does everyone seem to have one? This is giving me a headache, Yi Fan muttered helplessly. That's because most people spend a fortune to buy mid-tier immortal arts. As the saying goes, the rich get ahead by spending money. The poor by lucky encounters. Yi Kong chimed in, then paused to warn. And by the way, that blazing chariot is about to hit you. Bro, of course I know, but Yi Fan began, just about to boast about his powerful spider sense, when suddenly, alarms blared in his mind. His spider sense was warning him of imminent danger. Spider-Man's spider sense was lightning fast. The instant the danger signal hit, Yi Fan whipped his head around, instinctively flicking his right wrist upward. A thin strand of spider silk shot out, sending him soaring through the air until he landed on a branch of another tree. Phew, that was a close one. Yi Fan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the sight before him made his skin crawl. He blurted out in shock, Oh my god, what on earth is that? Yi Guifeng's blazing war chariot had screeched to a halt with a dramatic drift right at the spot where Yi Fan had just leapt. Then, with a sudden burst from Yi Guifeng's feet, the flaming chariot launched itself straight toward Yi Fan's perch, bearing down on him once again. Come on, can someone please tell me why an ancient siege engine can fly? Yi Fan didn't have time to think. With a snap of his web shooter, he vaulted to yet another tree. Just as Yi Fan sprang away, Yi Guifeng's entire war chariot slammed into the giant tree, shattering it completely. Fueled by the chariot's overwhelming, fiery celestial power, the tree was instantly consumed in flames, reduced to ashes. The sheer force and precision of that attack made it clear that Yi Guifeng had poured countless hours into training his celestial arts. These moves were far beyond what could be achieved in just a year or two. Seriously? Man, do you really have to go this hard? Yi Fan was once again stunned. He watched as Yi Guifeng's war chariot, rather than burning out after destroying the tree, spun around and prepared to strike at him once more. He caught a glimpse of searing flames deep within Yi Guifeng's eyes, a force that seemed to echo the same celestial power that radiated from the chariot itself. That feeling, where had he seen it before? Old Master Zhou Zheng. When they struck down Luo Tian, there had been that same terrifying celestial power flaring deep in their eyes. Celestial arts as one. Yi Kong's pupil shrank, cold sweat running down his back as he cried out in alarm. Brother Yi Kong, Mind telling me what celestial arts as one means? Yi Fan scratched his itchy scalp, clearly puzzled. Celestial arts, as one, refers to a kind of mastery that only those who truly understand a celestial art can achieve. It's not a bad thing. They say you have to comprehend the art inside out before you have any hope of reaching this state. Yi Kong still seemed a bit incredulous, blinking rapidly as he tried to get a clearer look at Yi Guifeng. With Yi Kong's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood what it meant to unite with a celestial art. This realm was shrouded in mystery. You couldn't reach it simply by rote learning. You had to grasp the hidden principles within to the point where you could communicate with the very essence of the art itself, like the legendary state where sword and soul become one. Once you reach this level, whenever you cast this immortal art, you need only close your eyes, and the flow of immortal power will appear in your mind like a vivid image. Every detail in the process of casting the spell becomes easy to control. This greatly reduces the difficulty of releasing the spell, and makes it far more powerful than the same technique performed in an ordinary state. You could say that this realm is neither too difficult nor too easy to attain, a mysterious and wondrous state of being. No wonder Elder Zhou was able to slay Luo Tian from such a distance, without ever seeing where he was. That's just incredible. Yi Fan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. I really don't know what you're so happy about. Right now, it's your opponent who has mastered that state, not you, man, Yi Kong said helplessly, patting his knee in exasperation. He truly didn't understand Yi Fan. How could he be so delighted after hearing about a power he didn't possess himself? In fact, this realm would only make their adversary, Yi Guifeng, much stronger. Meanwhile, in the Yi clan's viewing stands, everyone was discussing Yi Guifeng in hushed tones. I've heard that it's thanks to this state that even a few first-stage rank 5 experts within the inner clan are no match for Yi Guifeng. That's right. With his strength, I'd say that in the entire Yi clan academy, only brother Yi Xing could possibly beat him. At this moment, although worry was plain on Li Luo's face, in her heart, she still imagined Yi Fan's strength would surpass all others. This Yi Guifeng is a real talent, but it's a pity he sides with Yi Feng, Elder Yi muttered to himself, cursing silently. Back in the day, Yi Guifeng was talented, but not particularly passionate about studying the immortal arts. That left him weak, nearly expelled from the clan. It was only after Yi Feng's guidance and teaching that he achieved the status he held today. One could say that Yi Guifeng owed everything he had to Yi Feng's mentorship. Out of gratitude, Yi Guifeng had flatly refused Elder Yi Yun's invitation to join his faction. At that moment, Yi Guifeng charged forward once more. Yi Fan's pupils narrowed sharply. The air around him was now filled with scorching immortal power, which meant he'd been trapped by the mysterious technique of Yi Guifeng. This time, he couldn't escape as he had before. Staring at the oncoming inferno chariot, its momentum overwhelming and its immortal power surging skyward, Yi Fan felt a flicker of anxiety. But his right hand had already gathered strength, forming an enormous spiderweb sphere. He was ready to risk it all, betting on the toughness of Spider-Man's web. With a resounding snap, the giant spiderweb unfurled in midair, meeting the blazing chariot head-on. Yi Guifeng clearly hadn't expected Yi Fan's web to be so resilient. He didn't even try to dodge, and was caught off guard, wrapped up tight, and slammed to the ground along with the burning chariot, which was forced to a sudden halt. With the disappearance of the blazing chariot, all that remained was Yi Guifeng struggling in Yi Fan's web. Yi Fan knew all too well in his heart that if it hadn't been for the powerful resilience of Spider-Man's web, he would have lost to that last strike. Though spider silk would normally burn, the sheer volume Yi Fan had amassed over time meant it was not so easily consumed by fire. Suddenly, a burst of flames shot skyward. Yi Guifeng stepped forward, and a fierce surge of blazing immortal energy erupted from within him. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Then, with a sudden punch, a sharp gust howled forth, its force so intense it rang with a deep, thunderous boom. Blazing Chariot's Inferno Cannon, he roared. With that shout, Yi Guifeng's whole body once again transformed into the blazing chariot. From its fiery form, a dazzling fireball was hurled, trailing sparks of immortal flame as it hurtled straight toward Yi Fan. The fusion of immortal art and technique was truly extraordinary. A single spell, yet it had evolved into several forms. What a spectacle, my friend, Yi Fan marveled inwardly. He felt a spark of delight at having his horizons widened. Yet worry crept in as well. Once again, flames of immortal energy flickered around him, enclosing him tightly. There was no escape now. Brother, is this really the end for me? Yi Fan muttered, his right hand summoning the Sword of Vane. He resolved to meet Yi Guifeng's Inferno head-on, steel against fire. He knew, of course, that with his strength, he stood little chance in a direct clash. But there was no other way. He couldn't outrun it. The shimmering image of the sword of Vayne vanished within the blazing brilliance of the fireball. Yi Fan spat a mouthful of blood and crashed down from the tree, falling like a withered leaf. Yi Fan. Yi Kong grabbed the heaven-questioning spear he had just set aside to rest and charged at Yi Guifeng. Yi Kong, you're hurt. Don't do anything reckless. Seeing this, Yi Fan's heart lurched and he shouted hoarsely. His loss of composure was because Yi Kong was already badly wounded. If he clashed head-on with Yi Guifeng now, he might be eliminated. Yi Fan had already gauged Yi Guifeng's strength in their earlier exchanges. This opponent was on a completely different level from the 3 hunters they'd eliminated before. Yi Guifeng's reactions were sharp. He immediately rushed forward to meet the charging Yi Kong. His very first move was a true killing strike. Yi Kong clearly intended to end Yi Guifeng as swiftly as possible. The heaven-questioning spear, wreathed in fierce winds, grew huge in Yi Guifeng's eyes as it streaked toward him. In the blink of an eye, his palm shot out and, with a swift motion, slid along the spear's tip. His 5 fingers clamped onto Yi Kong's elbow. With a vicious yank, he wrenched Yi Kong's whole body forward. The next instant, Yi Guifeng's knee drove up hard into Yi Kong's abdomen. Such a fierce assault was overwhelmingly dominant, sharp and swift. Even Yi Kong himself was caught off guard for a split second. Yi Kong was sent flying and crashed on the ground. Yi Guifeng lunged forward, closing the distance in just a few strides. His right hand clenched into a fist, ready to deliver another blow straight to Yi Kong's head as he lay sprawled on the ground. In that instant, Yi Guifeng's right fist, still swinging in midair, was suddenly pulled back by a web. He quickly swung his left fist, but that too was caught and held fast by a strand of web shot from Yi Fan's left-hand web shooter. Hey there, bro. Are you into bondage games? Yi Fan quipped in a cheeky, Spider-Man-esque tone. Yi Guifeng, now splayed out in a large X, struggled against the webs, but without the strength of a transformed Spider-Man, he simply couldn't break free. Hey, what are you waiting for, man? Run. I can't hold him much longer. Yi Fan shouted at the still-dazed Yi Kong, all the while inching backward, dragging Yi Guifeng further away from Yi Kong. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong quickly scrambled to his feet. But instead of fleeing as Yi Fan suggested, he stomped his foot hard on the butt of the Wentian spear, sending it spinning into the air. With practiced precision, he caught it as it came down. Wow, Yi Kong, I've got to admire your courage, but honestly, I'm almost out of strength here, Yi Fan said with a wry smile, clearly understanding what Yi Kong intended to do. Swinging the Wentian spear, Yi Kong began chanting the ancient incantation of the golden dragon under his breath. In a flash, the spear transformed into a radiant golden dragon, baring its fangs as it charged at Yi Guifeng. Yi Guifeng gritted his teeth, still unable to break free from Yi Fan's webbing. Regaining his composure, he muttered under his breath, "Fiery chariot." A surge of immortal energy erupted from within Yi Guifeng. In an instant, he was engulfed in roaring flames, burning away the webs on his arms, and he shot toward Yi Kong like a firestorm. The Wentian spear and the fiery chariot clashed with a force like 2 titans colliding, a contest of peerless wills. A powerful shockwave burst from their collision, sending both combatants flying in opposite directions. Yi Guifeng's shoulders shook violently. Yi Kong stumbled backward several steps, a look of shock and awe flashing across his face. The fusion of immortal arts in this fiery chariot is truly extraordinary. Yi Fan, seeing that Yi Kong hadn't suffered any serious injuries, breathed a sigh of relief. While the two were locked in their contest of immortal powers, Yi Fan had quietly charged a web ball in each hand. Seizing the moment when Yi Guifeng's attention was fully on Yi Kong, Yi Fan fired both web balls, which shot toward Yi Guifeng like arrows loose from a bow. Caught completely off guard, Yi Guifeng realized too late. He was instantly wrapped up tight, immobilized in a cocoon of webs. Hey man, when I asked earlier if you wanted to play bondage, I'll just take your silence as a yes. Yi Fan scratched the top of his hood, fully aware that Yi Guifeng had already reached his physical limit. There was no way he could break free anytime soon. Damn it, let me go. Yi Guifeng was clearly unhappy with such a shameless tactic. Unfortunately for him, while he had the right to complain, Yi Fan felt no obligation to comply. Sure enough, as Yi Guifeng's struggles grew more frantic, it became obvious he couldn't muster the strength to use any more powerful techniques like the blazing chariot. He probably didn't even have the energy left to cast any spell at all. Gradually, Yi Guifeng's movement slowed, and he became quieter, but his mouth kept spouting threats and curses. Yi Fan quickly grew tired of listening. With a flick of his hand, a web sealed Yi Guifeng's mouth, muffling his voice to nothing but a series of annoyed grunts. Look, man, you can't fight anymore anyway. Let's just wait for the match to end and maybe chat about the meaning of life while we're at it, Yi Fan said, resting his right hand companionably on Yi Guifeng's shoulder. He ignored Yi Guifeng's look of utter distaste and the muffled protest that came with it. Yi Fan continued in a friendly, almost cheerful tone. So what's your dream in life? Do hunters get bonuses? Is being a hunter exhausting? How are you feeling right now? A barrage of relentless questions came one after another. At this point, Yi Guifeng just wanted Yi Fan to eliminate him. He couldn't take it anymore. With a desperate headbutt, he slammed himself into a tree, forcing his own elimination and getting sent back for treatment. What the seriously, man? That works? Yi Fan was genuinely surprised. It seemed Spider-Man's infamous trash talk had lived up to its reputation. Yi Kong burst out laughing at Yi Guifeng's antics, unable to contain himself. He and Yi Fan had battled through yet another long day and were truly exhausted. Match over. The match is over. At last, the ethereal voice of the announcer echoed through the air, marking a thrilling conclusion for Yi Fan and Yi Kong. The remaining 10 contestants were returned to the central square of the Yi Clan Academy. As they appeared, the audience erupted in cheers, and sometimes the shouting and applause grew even wilder. Seeing Yi Fan's advancement, Clan Chief Yi Feng finally loosened his grip on his cup. The heavy stone of worry in his heart at last set down. He let out a long, relieved breath. Beautiful, Li Luo shouted, rushing forward to give Yi Fan a bear hug. Once again, Yi Fan found himself enveloped in Li Luo's embrace. Off to the side, Yi Kong felt a pang of jealousy, but as the saying goes, a brother's wife is off limits. He could only silently guard Li Luo in his heart, sincerely wishing the best for his good friend. For everyone, Yi Fan's entry into the inner clan brought no great surprise, except for the unprecedented moment. For the first time ever, a hunter was eliminated by his own prey. Wait, what? Yi Guifeng took himself out at the end? Come on, even that was only because Yi Fan talked Yi Guifeng into a corner. Besides, Yi Guifeng had already lost all his strength. If Yi Fan had struck, Yi Guifeng wouldn't have needed to eliminate himself. I won. Although Yi Fan had returned to his usual self and lost Spider-Man's razor-sharp banter, he still couldn't help but shout out, his excitement barely contained. With Yi Fan's triumphant cry, the whole crowd erupted in even greater enthusiasm. People leapt to their feet, screaming and cheering wildly. Watching this scene, Yi Xing's handsome face remained utterly impassive, but deep within his eyes, a storm of murderous intent had already taken hold. That bastard! I am the true genius of the Yi Clan Academy. Why is he stealing my spotlight? Though the urge to lash out simmered within him, Yi Xing managed to restrain himself and slowly withdrew from the arena. That evening, the moon hung like a silver platter in the sky, surrounded by a sea of stars. Within the grand residence of Yi Yun, the elder of the Yi clan, Yi Yun stood respectfully, attending on a mysterious man clad in black robes. Nearby stood Yi Chun and Yi Xing. After a brief silence, Yi Yun finally broke the stillness. Mr. Lei, your Lei family must help me seize the position of clan leader. Rest assured, I will be forever grateful when the time comes. The man known as Mr. Lei replied coolly, the Yi clan is just a third-tier family, while our Lei clan is second-tier. This time, I agreed to help you purely. On my own accord. After all, I've taken your money, so I have to solve your problems, don't I? He absently stroked the jade box Yi Yun had presented to him. Opening the box, dozens of golden rays dazzled his eyes, making them gleam with greed. After a moment's pause, he asked, your clan leader Yi Feng is at Earth rank, 2nd grade, correct? Yes, Yi Yun replied, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he nodded immediately. And your own strength is at the peak of Earth rank, 1st grade. Your son is just at the early stage of Earth rank, 1st grade, along with your other little followers. The black-robed man thought for a moment. With my own Earth rank, 3rd grade power added in, taking down Yi Feng and his cronies will be more than enough. That's wonderful. Mr. Lei, as long as you help me ascend, I'll give you 10 times the gold bars. Yi Yun exclaimed in delight, full of confidence in the abilities of this black-robed member of the Lei family. All right, what's done is done. Let's begin as planned. I'll take my leave now. With that, the black-robed man stood and strode toward the door. After seeing him out, Yi Yun heaved a heavy sigh. Turning to Yi Xing and Yi Chun, he spoke with heartfelt gravity. Everything I do is for you two. And as for that Yi Fan, he absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. At first, Yi Yun hadn't paid much attention to Yi Fan's emergence. Now, however, he bitterly regretted not snuffing out this dangerous thorn while it was still in the cradle. Such a mistake. Someone as cunning and seasoned as he was should never have made it. Father, don't worry. You and the others should continue with your mission. As for that Yi Fan who suddenly appeared, I'll make sure he disappears without a trace, Yi Xing said coldly, trying to reassure his father. Yi Chen's face broke into a delighted smile. He knew all too well how strong his older brother was. The title of family genius was no empty praise. This time, Yi Fan was in for a world of trouble, with little chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the clan's internal selection tournament had ended. Yi Fan walked down from the second floor of the training hall. Ever since he'd become an inner clan disciple, he'd enjoyed all the privileges that came with the title. Li Luo had also been training with him every day, making many others envious of their dedication. The two of them stepped out the door together. So what do you think? Isn't the second floor of the training hall way better than the first? Li Luo asked playfully, her lips curling in a mischievous smile. To be honest, there's not much difference. The reason it's easier to cultivate spiritual energy on the second floor is because there's a spirit gathering stone up there, Yi Fan replied. The spirit gathering stone was a type of cultivation stone, refined by infusing spiritual energy into a regular cultivation stone. The more energy the stone held, the wider the area it affected. For anyone training nearby, the spirit gathering stone was incredibly helpful, speeding up their progress significantly. After parting ways with Li Luo, Yi Fan walked straight back toward the boys' dormitory. Yi Fan. Just as he was about to press his palm to the wooden panel and enter his room, a girl's light, urgent voice rang out behind him. Yi Fan paused, his gaze sharpening as he turned to look at the girl in the purple dress hurrying toward him in quick, anxious steps. The afternoon sun filtered through the branches, casting a gentle glow around her. From a distance, she looked like a violet lotus blooming quietly in the mundane world, pure and graceful, untouched by dust. Though the girl's innocence couldn't quite match Li Luo's ethereal beauty, she was still radiant with youthful energy and sunshine. Is there something you need? Yi Fan stammered, a little puzzled. Yi Fan, I'm your fan. My name is Yi Tan. Could I have your autograph? The girl smiled warmly, a little breathless, her chest rising and falling with each excited inhale. Oh sure. Yi Fan felt a little lost. Had he become an idol that quickly? Still, he went into Elder Yi Yu's office, picked up a brush, and signed his name on the blank piece of paper Yi Tan held out. All done. As Yi Fan handed back the paper, he looked up and met Yi Tan's eyes, which were filled with a mix of nervousness and complicated emotions. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked, frowning slightly. Well, would you come with me somewhere? Yi Tan hesitated, nervously touching her fingertips together. I'm sorry, I have other things to do, Yi Fan replied, turning away as he prepared to leave. He found this girl a bit strange and didn't dare follow her recklessly. Besides, though he and Li Luo weren't together yet, he couldn't just go running around with another girl. Idol, do you dislike me? Yi Fan turned to see the girl's eyes glistening with tears, as if she might burst out crying any second. Sitting in the carriage, Yi Fan shrugged and asked, Where are we going? At his words, the girl's face instantly brightened with delight, and she pulled Yi Fan out through the gates of the Yi Clan Academy. As they passed the square, Yi Kong happened to catch sight of the scene. At first, he thought Li Luo was taking Yi Fan off somewhere to have fun again, but when he looked more closely, he realized the girl holding Yi Fan's hand wasn't Li Luo. She looks familiar. Where are Yi Fan and that girl off to? Yi Kong's lively eyes flickered as he frowned, glancing toward Yi Xing who happened to be walking by in the distance. I remember now. That girl is Yi Tan. Yi Kong smacked his fist into his palm in sudden realization. Yi Tan was the rumored girlfriend of the clan genius, Yi Xing. The gossip had started because Yi Tan and Yi Xing were often seen together. But what was Yi Tan doing approaching Yi Fan? Did she think Yi Fan would someday lead the clan, so she was cozying up to him? That seemed impossible. No matter how talented Yi Fan was now, he couldn't possibly be a match for Yi Xing, who was already at the first tier of the Earth stage. Full of questions, Yi Kong sighed, chided himself for meddling in other people's business, and turned away. The two of them rode off on horseback, leaving the Yi clan's territory behind. Miss Yi Tan, why are we leaving the Yi clan? Yi Fan looked back, watching the clan's stone marker fade into the distance. Idol, I'm taking you to the teleportation platform, the girl said, her pure face breaking into a gentle smile as her lips moved. What? The teleportation platform? Every clan had a teleportation platform not far from its entrance. The fantasy continent was vast, and to prevent people from getting lost, these platforms were set up close to every clan's base. They allowed people to teleport to nearby places and avoid wandering astray. The teleportation platform was actually a series of teleportation stones embedded in the walls. They couldn't send someone very far, just to neighboring clans or nearby imperial towns. Each clan controlled its own territory, But most of the land was firmly held by the royal family and designated as public towns, which were usually bustling and lively. They dismounted, and while Yi Fan was still a little dazed, the girl firmly pressed his hand onto one of the teleportation stones. "What are you doing?" Startled by her rough action, Yi Fan cried out in alarm. Just before the teleportation stone flared with dazzling light, Yi Fan caught sight of the 3 large characters engraved on it. Blade Cleft Valley. Yi Fan opened his eyes once more, finding himself atop a cliff known as Knife Split Gorge. The towering precipice soared into the clouds, and its rear face plunged down in a straight line, forming an immense right triangle as if carved by a giant blade. No wonder it's called Knife Split Gorge. The sheer cliff behind looked as though it had been sliced clean by a sword, leaving no trace of unevenness. "Miss Yi Tan, why did you bring me here?" Yi Fan frowned, his face full of confusion. "You worthless fool. What right do you have to say my name?" Yi Tan's earlier gentle, pure demeanor had vanished without a trace, replaced by a mocking, icy smile. Yi Fan realized he had fallen into a trap. He immediately used his shadow step technique, trying to escape down the mountain. But just as he took his first step, a man in a black robe, sword at his side, appeared before him in a flash. With a single palm strike, the man sent Yi Fan reeling backward, tumbling to the ground. The black-robed figure then pulled off the hood that had concealed his face, revealing features that were delicate yet twisted with a sinister, menacing glare. Yi Fan stared at that face. To his own surprise, he felt calm, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Ye Ving." The man in black was indeed Yi Xing himself. He fixed Yi Fan with a frosty stare, his eyes cold and sharp as blades. "I really am a fool," Yi Fan sneered. "I never imagined that my grudge with your brother would escalate to the point that you try to kill me for it. If they really wanted to wipe him out over such petty friction, that was truly the height of pettiness." "This has nothing to do with Yi Chan," Yi Xing replied coldly. "If you want to blame someone, blame your own talent, and the fact that you belong to old Yi Feng. In the future, you'll threaten our plans. Brother Yi Xing, there's no need to waste words on him. Let's just finish him off now." The young girl's face, once pure and pretty, now twisted into something almost grotesque. "So that's how it is. So the rumors are true. The elder Yin really is scheming to become clan leader, and I've become a disruption to his plans, so you want to erase me. Is that it?" The thought that Luo might soon be in danger made Yi Fan's anger surge. Startled by Yi Fan's fierce expression, the young girl hurriedly retreated. Yi Xing, standing at her side, suddenly drew his sword, his cold eyes locked on Yi Fan. "Step back, Yi Tan. I'll handle this myself." Yi Xing's blade flashed as he lunged for Yi Fan, who instantly entered a fighting stance. A painful gash blossomed across Yi Fan's chest, blood spraying forth. Facing Yi Xing, a first-rank Earth-tier warrior, Yi Fan was completely overpowered. A bitter smile crossed Yi Fan's lips. He was just too weak. No matter what, his strength simply wasn't enough. He steadied his breath and charged again, only to be kicked aside by Yi Xing, stumbling and crashing to the ground. If I survive today, you, Yi Xing, I swear I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." Yi Fan's teeth chattered as he spat out these words, each syllable brimming with murderous intent. His pitch-black eyes blazed with fury. Yi Xing remained unfazed by the threat, answering coldly, "Let's see if you can survive first. We're a long way from the Yi clan. Here, if you die, I'll toss your corpse off this cliff. No one will ever find you, and the world will never hear of Yi Fan again." Yi Fan knew he couldn't afford to act recklessly now. He was absolutely no match for Yi Xing at the moment. So, faced with Yi Xing's taunts, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. "In that case, I'm out of options," Yi Fan replied icily. Looking at the young man before him, who had so suddenly managed to rein in his emotions, Yi Xing felt a chill run down his spine. This boy, if he survives today, he'll be a tremendous threat. He must be eliminated now. Yi Xing thought to himself, gravely determined. "Brother Yi Xing, don't listen to that loser's nonsense. Hurry up and kill him already." Yitan urgit impatiently. Fine. Yi Xing drew his sword once more and charged toward Yi Fan. Finger pulse sword. With a roar in his heart, Yi Fan's fingers glimmered with immortal energy, conjuring a spectral blade. Fingers clashed with sword, and a surge of force exploded outward, whipping the air around them. A violent tremor and sharp pain shot through Yi Fan's fingers. He knew his level of immortal power was nowhere near Yi Xing's. Blood spurted from Yi Fan's mouth as he was sent flying through the air. Yi Xing planted his foot and leaped after him, delivering a fierce kick midair. Yi Fan crashed to the edge of the cliff, his face burning with rage, yet he managed to shout, "If I survive, Yi Xing, you will not exist in this world." "Oh, Ye vink sneeded, unjonjernet. Yi Fan met Yi Xing's scornful gaze, then, without warning, turned and leaped off the cliff. Oh! Yi Xing stepped to the cliff's edge, watching as Yi Fan's figure vanished into the fathomless abyss below. Shaking his head with a cold, mocking laugh, he said, "Trash is trash. Far too weak. There's no satisfaction in killing someone like that." Exactly. Someone like him only beat your record because he got lucky, the girl chimed in, flattering Yi Xing as she slipped her arms around his waist from behind. All right, our task is done. I can report to my father to proceed with the plan. Yi Fan must be nothing but shattered bones by now. Yi Xing laughed heartily and led the girl away. As Yi Fan plunged down the cliff, darkness swallowed him. He seemed to collide with something, and his consciousness slipped away. Lilu. Lilu. Yi Fan's eyes flew open. He found himself in a ramshackle little hut. As memories of falling into Yi Xing's trap flooded back, he instinctively tried to slap the ground beneath him, hoping the force would launch him up and help him escape. But the moment his hand hit the floor, a searing, electric pain shot through him, leaving his limbs weak and powerless. Is this heaven? Did I die? Yi Fan whispered, his voice barely more than a faint breath. Slowly, he sat up, his gaze falling on the bandages that covered nearly every inch of his battered body. The memory of Yi Xing's arrogant sneer cut through his heart like a blade, sending a shiver across his skin. You're not dead. I found you unconscious by the riverbank and hauled you out myself. A raspy, mischievous laugh echoed by his ear. Who's there? Yi Fan called, searching for the source of the voice, only to see an old man smiling slyly, eyes fixed on him in wide-eyed astonishment. Who are you? Yi Fan asked warily. At that moment, he realized he was still alive. Relief mingled with anxiety in his heart. Surviving meant he still had a chance for revenge, but it also meant he had to worry about Li Luo's safety. The thought struck him. He couldn't linger here. He struggled to his feet, determined to leave. Thank you for saving me, but I have to go, Yi Fan said, limping toward the door, every wound protesting with each step. Hey kid, where do you think you're going? The old man looked genuinely surprised at Yi Fan's eagerness to leave, and amused yet. Helpless smile, crinkling his weathered face. He had rescued the boy, and all he got in return was a hasty thank you and a quick exit. Revenge. Yi Fan spat out the word coldly, then strode out of the room. I bet you'll be back for me. The old man chuckled slyly, eyes twinkling with mischief. Yi Fan paused in the doorway, but then masked his expression and let out a short laugh before continuing on. Sure enough, moments later, Yi Fan returned, his face clouded with conflicting emotions. Sir, could you tell me how to get out of here? When he'd first left the hut, he'd seen nothing but wild, empty land stretching as far as the eye could see. In the distance, a towering cliff rose into the clouds, no doubt the very place where he'd fallen into the blade-cleft ravine. Below the cliff, a crystal-clear stream flowed, its surface tinged with blood, likely his own, from when he'd plummeted down. In this forsaken place, the dilapidated hut was strangely the most beautiful sight to be found. Unsure which way to go, he had no choice but to turn back inside. Perhaps, the old man replied with an ambiguous chuckle. Yi Fan frowned, his mouth twitching in irritation. What's wrong with you, old man? He grumbled, unable to hold back his frustration. Realizing that the old man before him was a savior, Yi Fan calmed himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earlier outburst. With a gentle tone, he said, Sir, my name is Yi Fan, a disciple of the Yi clan. I was betrayed by a villain and fell off the cliff. Today, you saved my life, and I have nothing to repay you with. All I ask is that you tell me the way out. Once I have avenged my grievances, I'll return to repay your kindness. Seeing Yi Fan's respectful manner, the old man's eyes glimmered with approval. He replied, You must know that this is the bottom of Blade Cleft Valley. This place happens to be one of my retreats where I come to relax. You actually live in a place like this? Yi Fan asked in astonishment. There are no beasts, no fields. Where do you get your food? I wouldn't want to stay in such a godforsaken place. The old man smiled calmly. Food? I simply fly up to the cliffs along Blade Cleft Valley and bring some down. As for water, I drink from the little stream over there. Fly. Yi Fan blurted out, incredulous. Only those with high-grade immortal arts can do that, and flight techniques are extremely rare. Plus, these cliffs are so high, you need the very best to make it up there. To Yi Fan, the ability to fly was nothing short of divine. But the old man just looked puzzled and asked, Why waste time learning flying techniques? Once you reach the immortal stage, flight comes naturally. Hearing this, Yi Fan rolled his eyes and let out a cold, dismissive snort. So, you're saying you're at the immortal stage? No, the old man replied. Then what are you talking about? But I used to be, the old man said, as if recalling distant memories. As he spoke, he settled into an old rattan chair and stroked his wrinkled face. If you want to get out, it's simple. Just reach the immortal stage. I don't have any flight techniques for you to learn, the old man teased, casting Yi Fan a playful look. I don't need your help. I can get out on my own, Yi Fan retorted, thinking to himself that he could just transform and fly up like Iron Man, or climb up like Spider-Man, as long as he took his time. Even if you make it to the top, there's no teleportation array up there. Blade Cleft Valley only has an array for entry, never for leaving, the old man said. Yi Fan hesitated upon hearing this. He didn't think the old man was lying. That's not all. Judging by your injuries, it looks like you were completely defeated in just a few moves. If I'm right, your strength is nowhere near your enemies, the old man added, analyzing from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Who exactly was this old man, to be so perceptive? Yi Fan turned to look at the old man in the hemp robe. Looks like I guessed right, the old man said, his wrinkled face blooming into a smile. Yes, what good would it do to go back now? The gap between him and Yi Xing was simply too vast. There was no way to match him in such a short time. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Yi Fan glanced at the old man in the hemp robe, who was putting on an air of mysterious profundity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he curled his lip, asking, "You have a solution, don't you?" The old man broke into a particularly sly grin. "Oh, are you asking for my help? Who exactly are you?" Yi Fan asked calmly. "That's a long story." A trace of sorrow flickered in the old man's pitch-black eyes. His name was Gu Feng, a member of the Gu clan from the Ouyang Empire. The Gu clan had once ranked among the foremost noble families, but their ancestral lands happened to be the very site of a great ancient divine war. That cataclysmic battle wiped out the entire clan, leaving only Gu Feng, then just a child, as the sole survivor. Later, as the only heir of a first-rank royal family, Gu Feng received meticulous care and training from the imperial household. He lived up to their expectations, eventually attaining the rank of first-class immortal. The royal family even tried to arrange a marriage for him, but Gu Feng flatly refused. By nature, he was carefree and unrestrained, preferring to wander the mystical lands alone, savoring the world's wonders. But disaster struck again. After barely escaping with his life, Gu Feng lost most of his immortal power. Now, his strength was only at the early stages of the second tier. Earth rank, unable to progress further. Disheartened, he chose to live in this desolate, remote place, not wanting to disgrace himself before the royal family. "Old master, Sir Gu, what sort of calamity did you endure to end up like this?" Yi Fan asked, full of confusion. He found it hard to believe that there was something in this world capable of bringing a first-class immortal to such a sorry state. It was a remote place, much like this one, but forbidden, a no-man's land. That very spot was where the ancient divine war was fought. As Gu Feng spoke, a deep and unmistakable fear flashed in his eyes. Since that ancient war, the energy in the air there has been wildly unstable. Every so often, violent surges of immortal power erupt like explosions. It's said that after years of such blasts, cracks have appeared in the very air itself, creating a scene both magnificent and terrifying. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan understood. Gu Feng, with his free-spirited nature and love for travel, would surely risk his life for such a breathtaking sight. "So you ventured in there," Yi Fan said, his tone tinged with certainty. "Yeah, you're a sharp one. Aren't you, kid? That place is riddled with peril. Even as a first-class immortal, I barely glimpsed its beauty before the waves of immortal energy began exploding all around me. I almost didn't make it out alive. Sadly, after being gravely wounded there, it seems my immortal soul was fractured. I can no longer build my immortal power and have fallen to the level of a second tier." "Earth rank," Gu Feng sighed, but then his expression shifted. An impish, triumphant grin quickly flashed across his face. "Still, I have no regrets. That spectacle, I'll never forget it for as long as I live. It was truly awe-inspiring. Mr. Gu, you've had such a glorious past. Since it's fate that we meet today, why don't you just give me 2 or 3 top-tier immortal techniques to try out?" Yi Fan reached out his hand, smiling as he made his request. "Nonsense. Do you think top-tier immortal techniques are like leaves on the ground, for anyone to pick up as they please? The nerve. You have to even ask." At Yi Fan's words, Gu Feng's face twitched. He couldn't help but scold, half laughing, half exasperated. "But my enemy is already at Earth level, first rank. The difference in our strength is just too great." Yi Fan's young face was clouded with frustration. "That's exactly why I want you to become my disciple. If you do, I'll teach you everything I've learned in my lifetime. Haven't you heard the saying, teach your apprentice well, and the master starves? But now that I'm a cripple, that no longer concerns me. For the past 10 years, I've been hoping someone would come here." Yi Fan understood what Gu Feng was getting at. He wanted an heir, someone to carry on his knowledge, to keep his immortal techniques from being lost to the world. He'd been waiting all this time for a fated disciple in this desolate place. But in a spot like this, it was nearly impossible for anyone to stumble upon him, and those who did usually didn't survive the fall. You're already Earth level, 2nd rank. How come you can still fly? And why don't you just fly out of here and look for a disciple yourself? Yi Fan asked, suspicion written all over his face, as if to say, Old man, are you messing with me? Of course not. Once I reached the immortal stage, the immortal energy for flight permanently settled in my dantian. Besides, do you know who I am, what level I've achieved? For someone of my status, why would I bother searching for disciples in such a remote place? Gu Feng's face was a fascinating mix of pride and loneliness. 10 years with no one to talk to had left its mark on him. You brought this on yourself. Yi Fan sneered, dropping the comment with a cold smile. So, boy, are you going to learn from me or not? If you agree to become my apprentice, I suppose I can teach you. If you refuse, I'll just wait. For someone more talented, your aptitude is only just passable anyway. Gu Feng tried to act indifferent, as if it made no difference to him. Yes, I want to learn. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He nodded his head vigorously. After all, even if Gu Feng was only Earth level, 2nd rank, he was still a figure the Yi clan wouldn't dare offend lightly. But actually, Zhou Zheng, the old master from the royal family, he's already planning to take me as his disciple. Yi Fan added, a hint of hesitation in his voice. What? Zhou Zheng? That brat is already so powerful, and he still wants to steal my disciple. You know Master Zhou? Yi Fan asked, surprise flashing across his face. Then it hit him. It made sense. Gu Feng was from one of the top clans, so he must have crossed paths with the royal family. It wasn't strange that he knew Master Zhou. You don't need to worry about that. All you need to know is that I know him. And let me tell you, don't become that brat's disciple. Other than teaching you a bunch of random immortal tricks, the most he can do is teach you alchemy. Gu Feng said with obvious contempt, occasionally digging in his nose with one finger for emphasis. Alchemy? Old Mr. Zhou can really teach me alchemy? Seeing Yi Fan's face light up with joy, Gu Feng looked at him with an expression of utter disappointment, as if hating that iron could not become steel. He grumbled, What's so great about being an alchemist? Aside from swallowing a few pills to temporarily boost your spiritual power or heal someone quickly, what other benefits does it offer? Although Gu Feng tried his best to make alchemists sound worthless, watching Yi Fan's anticipation grow only left him more exasperated. At last, he waved his hand and said, Fine. Kid, do you want to become a stone refiner? Stone refiner? Yi Fan was taken aback at the suggestion, his brows knitting in deep thought. Anyone would want to be either an alchemist or a stone refiner, but becoming a stone refiner is even harder than being an alchemist. It's not something just anyone can do. Those harsh requirements. His words trailed off as realization struck. He jerked his head up, mouth agape. Have I met the criteria? Nonsense. You don't meet a single one. Then what are you even talking about, old man? Yi Fan exploded at Gu Feng, certain the old man was just toying with him. Watching Yi Fan's fiery temper, the elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, sizing Yi Fan up from head to toe. After a moment, he sighed, sounding a little conflicted. Still, I could probably train you until you meet the standards. Fate must have brought us together, after all. Really? Yi Fan's joy was immediate, but he glanced skeptically at the reluctant old man, sensing a hint of insincerity in his so-called reluctant approval. Still, at this moment, he couldn't care less. To become a stone refiner. What an enticing prospect. But even amid his excitement, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a nagging doubt. Even if I meet all the requirements, isn't it true that a stone refiner must have a master to teach them? It's nearly impossible to learn on your own. So, does that mean you're a stone refiner? Is that why you look down on alchemists? Clever kid. It's not that I look down on alchemists, but stone refining is far more challenging and profound. And you guessed, right? Gu Feng replied with a sly grin, puffing out his chest a little, a hint of pride slipping into his voice. I'm a stone refiner. Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened, his gaze toward the old man suddenly shining with admiration. A stone refiner, such a noble identity. Caught between awe and excitement, Yi Fan asked eagerly, You really are a stone refiner? What rank are you? Deep inside, Yi Fan understood that on the continent of fantasy, stone refiners commanded even more respect than alchemists. Stone refinement was much harder, and anything an alchemist could do, a stone refiner could do as well. How many ranks are there again? The old man murmured, sounding genuinely unsure. At that, a barrage of doubts flooded Yi Fan's mind, and a cynical thought popped up. This old man is probably a fraud. After pondering for a while, Yi Fan finally spoke slowly. Ordinary, advanced, and super. I've heard the gap between them is huge. Even 10 ordinary stone refiners can't compare to a single advanced one. So, old man, which level are you? Oh, I forgot. Maybe I'm a super one. Gufeng replied with a look of complete indifference. Yi Fan, however, looked at him with utter disdain. Superstone refiners were as rare as phoenix feathers on this fantasy continent. Even if this old man really belonged to a top-tier family or was some legendary immortal, Yi Fan simply couldn't bring himself to believe he was a superstone refiner. You don't believe me? To his surprise, Gufeng gazed at him with an unexpectedly stern expression, his tone filled with authority. I don't believe you, Yi Fan replied, his face steadfast, showing no fear of power. Gufeng's face immediately slipped back into its usual mischievous look. With a sly grin, he said, I don't believe it either. Damn you. Normally, Yi Fan prided himself on his calm and refined demeanor, but this old man had aggravated him so much today that he'd already lost his composure several times. Seeing Yi Fan's exasperated look, Gufeng said lightly, Enough nonsense. If you want to learn, then take me as your master. Huh? Isn't it enough to just call you master? In his previous life, Yi Fan hadn't been weighed down by so many formalities, so he genuinely had no idea how to formally apprentice himself. Gufeng saw how clueless Yi Fan was, shook his head helplessly, and then patiently explained all the rituals and precautions for taking a master. A short while later, Yi Fan had no choice but to respectfully perform the formal apprenticeship ceremony before the old man. Gufeng watched Yi Fan complete the ritual with full decorum, and only then did he nod in satisfaction, a touch of warmth appearing in his eyes. So, when is your Yi family's internal ranking tournament? About 3 months from now, old man, Yi Fan answered. It's master. Gufeng corrected him with a broad grin. Yes, master, old man. As the old man's withered hand descended, it landed right on top of Yi Fan's head. Annoyed by Yi Fan's cheeky response, Gufeng rolled his eyes. He never imagined that right after the apprenticeship, this rascal would already start acting up. Ow, that hurts. Master. Yi Fan clutched his head, looking thoroughly aggrieved. So, master, please teach your disciple the art of stone refining. Yi Fan stuck out his tongue, his expression eager and pleading. But Gufeng put on an air of mystery. Whether it's alchemy or stone refining, you must first learn a fire element immortal technique. A fire element technique? Heh, master, since I'm your disciple now, doesn't that mean? Yi Fan slowly stretched out his hand, a Mona Lisa smile on his face. Get lost. Didn't I tell you? How can you expect to find top-tier immortal arts just lying around in this world? Gufeng snapped, clearly annoyed. Then what's the point of taking you as my master if you're not giving me anything? Isn't that a bit stingy? Yi Fan grumbled, shooting the old man a resentful look. Show me some more respect, and be a little nicer to me, and I'll give you a remarkable immortal technique. Gufeng's wrinkled face blossomed, once again like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Please, who am I to refuse, since you're my master, right? A look of genuine respect washed over Yi Fan's face as he smiled and replied. Very well. Seeing Yi Fan's respectful demeanor, Gufeng finally nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up a handwritten manual from his desk, its pages clearly aged, and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, Study this well. This technique is every bit as extraordinary as the finest immortal arts. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard, his dark eyes flaring up with a hidden excitement. As extraordinary as the finest immortal arts. With an eager glint in his eyes, he glanced at the handwritten manual Gufeng had just given him. On the cover, 3 bold characters were written, Devouring Fire Technique. What a name, Devouring Fire Technique. So fierce, so imposing. No wonder it rivals the very best immortal arts. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Fan quickly turned to the second page to check the manual's rank. It has to be top tier, right? Huh. Low-grade immortal art. Yi Fan's expression froze. Instantly, his excitement vanished. Moments later, from beneath the cliff's edge, the furious roar of a young man echoed. Old man, are you messing with me? Just then, Yi Fan remembered a novel he had read in a previous life, where a young man named Xiao Yan met his master for the first time. My fate really does resemble Xiao Yan's. Yi Fan thought to himself with a helpless, bitter smile. Don't be so hasty, young man. You're far too impulsive. Watching Yi Fan's twisted, indignant expression, Gufeng broke into a triumphant grin. He truly found satisfaction in riling the boy up like this. After a pause, Gufeng teased, I did say this immortal art is as good as the finest. Yi Fan calmed himself, and after a moment's thought, frowned and asked, Why do you say this technique rivals the best immortal arts? As the name suggests, Devouring Fire Technique. It can. Gufeng deliberately lowered his voice and adopted a mysterious tone. It could devour other fire-type immortal arts and grow stronger. Do you believe that? Yifan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared unblinking at Gu Feng for a long moment before suddenly nodding. I believe my foot. Yifan suddenly rolled his eyes. You little brat, what do you know? Have you ever seen the world? There's so much you have yet to learn. You're just a little third-rank mortal, and you dare question me. Gu Feng scoffed dismissively. Taken aback by this retort, Yifan was left speechless for a moment, but quickly retorted with defiance. Then how do you know this technique can devour others? Have you cultivated it yourself? No, the old man's smile faltered for a moment. After a brief, awkward laugh, he shook his head and said, but in this whole world, this is the only immortal art that can evolve. The original manual has long since been lost. How would you know it can be upgraded if you've never cultivated it before? Unless someone else has tried cultivating it. Oh no, Yao Lao replied with an awkward chuckle, shaking his head. Hearing this, Yifan smiled faintly, then turned to leave. My disciple, you must believe that I would never deceive you, Gu Feng said calmly. Yifan turned his head back, barely restraining the urge to punch the old man, though he knew full well he wasn't his match. His voice simmered, with suppressed anger. If no one's ever cultivated it, how do you know it can devour other fire-type immortal arts and upgrade itself? The description of the immortal art also. What else? Yifan immediately sensed something was off. No wonder his seemingly all-powerful master gave him a lower-tier immortal art. There had to be more to it. An intuition. Did he just say intuition? Master, hello. Master, goodbye. Yifan turned away again, but his steps stalled at the doorway. He hesitated for a moment, brows tightly furrowed, and muttered, could such an immortal art really exist? Of course. The old man sat in his chair, giving a slow, peculiar chuckle. But what's the point of learning stone refining? In a clan ranking tournament, I'm not even allowed to use immortal stone arts, and my enemy is a first-rank earth stage. Yifan turned back, his tone conflicted. Don't worry. With me as your master, not only can I make you a stone refiner in 3 months, I can also help you gain the strength to defeat your enemy. The old man smiled lightly, his gaze brimming with confidence. Such confidence! Yifan's fingers trembled slightly. He almost rolled his eyes. Becoming a stone refiner was no easy feat. Even 3 months would only be enough to just step into this path. And yet this old man was promising he'd be strong enough to go up against Yixing, a first-rank Earth Stage expert. 3 months. 3 months is more than enough, Gu Feng said, as if reading Yifan's thoughts, his expression utterly untroubled. So what should I do? The first month will focus on strengthening your meridians and your body. The second month, you'll learn the art of stone refining. The third month, you'll practice both stone refining and cultivating immortal power together. The old man spoke slowly and deliberately. It seemed the old master already had Yifan's training fully mapped out in his mind. Master, why can't I just start by cultivating immortal arts and stone refining? Why strengthen my body first? Gu Feng met Yifan's puzzled gaze and gave a faint smile. The reason you must temper your body first is because, whether it's immortal cultivation or stone refining, both require an exceptionally strong and robust body. The old man paused before continuing, and your body is still too weak. After taking only a few blows from first-rank Earth stage, you are already so badly injured. Yifan frowned slightly. He had to admit he was indeed lacking in many areas. These next few days, rest well. Once your injuries heal, we'll begin strengthening your body. The old man looked at Yifan with satisfaction. He had waited so very long for a disciple with decent potential to finally appear. Ever since his downfall, he had felt too ashamed to face others, so he chose to live here alone. It had been a long time since anyone had kept him company for a simple chat. After Yifan had fully recovered from his injuries, every so often at dawn, Gu Feng would fly to Knife Cleave Valley to hunt. He would return with a bounty of meat and fruit, ensuring Yifan had plenty of nourishment during this crucial time. Warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the window, scattering delicate flecks of light that danced across the room Yifan had meticulously cleaned. Inside, the young man wore only a pair of underpants, sitting cross-legged in a wooden basin. His hands formed a strange, intricate seal in front of him, eyes tightly shut, breathing deep and steady. The basin brimmed with a blue liquid, which shimmered with mysterious lights whenever it gently swayed, an enchanting sight. Resting in the water was a blue spellstone, personally refined by Gu Feng and called a strengthening stone. According to Gu Feng, placing this stone in clear water would alter its properties, transforming it into a spirit-infused liquid that could strengthen the body. It bore a striking resemblance to the body-strengthening elixirs crafted by alchemists, though achieved through different means. The young man's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, each breath measured and full of vitality. Gradually, As his cultivation session stretched on, faint streams of blue vapor began to rise from the liquid in the basin. The mist, tinged with blue, slowly drifted upward, finally following the boy's breath into his body. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He could feel the organs and meridians within him steadily growing stronger. A quiet smile of satisfaction appeared on his youthful face. For him, this progress was something to celebrate. In this moment, he felt deep gratitude toward Gu Feng, his master and savior. For without him, he would not be sitting here, alive and well. Catching himself growing distracted, Yifan quickly refocused, closing his eyes and returning to his cultivation. Having tasted the rewards, Yifan was not about to stop. His eyes remained shut, his fingers holding the seal perfectly still. He calmed his mind and gathered his spirit, maintaining an optimal state for cultivation and continuing to greedily absorb the gentle energy from the blue liquid. Grow stronger, grow stronger. These words echoed endlessly in his mind, like the resonant toll of an ancient bell. The blue essence coursed through Yifan's body, nourishing his bones and washing through his meridians again and again. Eventually, the spiritual liquid in the basin was exhausted. Gu Feng brought in another basin of water from the nearby creek and poured it in. When he noticed the strengthening stone had spent all its energy, he casually took another from the table and tossed it into the basin. That's when something remarkable happened. The clear creek water instantly began to radiate blue light from the center where the stone landed, and in moments, the entire basin was once again transformed into a shimmering blue. Yifan didn't open his eyes at the sound of any movement. Instead, he kept them tightly shut, greedily drawing in the strengthening energy from the enhancement stone, taking deep breaths as he absorbed its effects. Like this, over and over again, Yifan reinforced his body, repeating the process countless times. Time passed slowly in this relentless cultivation, with Yifan so absorbed that he forgot to eat or sleep. Outside the window, sunlight gradually faded, the burning heat gently subsiding as the day wore on. Suddenly, Yifan snapped his eyes open. In his dark pupils, a familiar white light flashed by, but this time, it flickered with a faint shade of blue. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of stale air from his chest, his eyes sparkling with joy. Blinking in disbelief, the young man stood up, savoring the meal his master had specially prepared for him. Soon, afternoon training would begin. "Master, do we still use this in the afternoon?" Yifan said, his mouth stuffed with food and lips glistening with oil as he devoured his lunch. "This one's for strengthening your meridians," Gu Feng replied, pointing his withered finger at the enhancement stone. He paused, then added, "This afternoon, we'll train your physical body." "Master, what exactly is body training?" Yifan asked, eyeing Gu Feng's mischievous grin and feeling a nagging sense of dread. "I'm going to beat your body, really beat it, not holding back," Gu Feng replied with a sly chuckle. Staring at the crafty old face, Yifan gulped hard, his expression turning bitter as he stammered, "You're going to beat my body, and not hold back?" That afternoon, Yifan sat cross-legged at the foot of the cliff. Gu Feng would channel a surge of immortal power, striking the cliff above Yifan, sending a rain of small stones tumbling down to batter Yifan's body, toughening his resistance to pain. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying with it the heavy thud of stones hitting flesh. As each stone struck, Yifan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his bare body, clad only in shorts, was soon covered in bluish bruises. "Master, how much longer?" Yifan managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, his suffering plain to hear. Gu Feng, meanwhile, sat contentedly in front, gnawing on a chicken leg and watching the scene unfold. Then, with a flick of his thin hand, he acted again. As the elder's wizened hand swept through the air, a faint ripple shivered across the atmosphere. A streak of pale red, immortal energy shot from his palm, crashing against the cliff above Yifan. The rock face exploded, and a fresh barrage of pebbles rained down, pelting Yifan from above. Yifan's lips quivered violently, and he drew a sharp breath through his teeth. He felt his shoulders suddenly go numb, the fiery pain burrowing straight into his heart. Under this onslaught, Yifan's whole body was racked with agony. For a moment, he nearly lost control and toppled over. "Hang in there, just one more hour. Victory is right ahead," Gu Feng called out, his wrinkled face stretching into a gloating grin. "I have to hold on. I must become stronger." Yifan gritted his teeth and spoke with stubborn determination. After gasping for breath for quite a while, Yifan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lifted his head, and forced a difficult smile. "Master, what do you think? Your disciple isn't any worse than the others, right?" Looking at Yifan, who had endured the setback through sheer grit, Gu Feng's withered, old face broke into a gratified smile. He was growing more satisfied with this disciple. In a gentle tone, he replied, "Of course. My disciple is the most talented genius on the entire Xuanhuan continent." For the past month, Yi Fan spent every day immersed in cultivation. Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, he had no other activities or entertainment. Although the days of training were somewhat monotonous, to Yi Fan, someone who had already faced life and death, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. After a month, Yi Fan's level of immortal power had already reached the middle stage of the 4th rank of the human tier. Usually, from the 3rd to the 4th rank at the human tier, it takes a very long time to advance even a single stage. Most geniuses need 2 or 3 months of cultivation just to make that leap. Yet, Yi Fan had managed to progress from the 3rd rank to the mid-4th rank in just 1 month. Even Gu Feng couldn't help but be amazed by Yi Fan's astonishing cultivation speed. Of course, this was partly due to Yi Fan's unyielding perseverance and the enhancement stone he possessed. But even so, this speed was simply extraordinary. So much so that even the most gifted heirs of first-tier families couldn't match such a miraculous pace. "Master, now that a month has passed, will you start teaching me how to forge stones?" Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as he looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng nodded with evident satisfaction. "Disciple, I think it's time we go live in town." Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then realized that only in town would there be enough materials to purchase for stone forging. Yi Fan spoke up, a little uncertain. "Master, I only have 1 immortal coin. I doubt that's even enough to buy half of a low-grade immortal technique stone." Immortal technique stones are divided into low-grade, standard, and high-grade, each corresponding to the type of technique stone you wish to create. Of course, high-grade stones can be used to craft a minor healing stone, but that would be a waste of valuable resources, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Spatial stones, for example, can usually only be crafted from high-grade immortal technique stones. The prices of these stones vary according to their grade. A low-grade immortal technique stone sells for just 10 immortal coins on the market. A standard stone goes for 100 immortal coins. A high-grade stone commands a price of 1,000 immortal coins. Yi Fan had no idea he would fall for Yixing's scheme back then, so he hadn't brought much money with him. "Don't worry, old as I am, I still can't spend all my immortal coins," the elder said with a chuckle. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, the garlicky scent on his breath somehow became fragrant to Yi Fan's nose. "It sure feels great to have a wealthy backer." Yi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after a brief pause, beamed and asked cheerfully, "So, master, how many celestial coins do you have?" Probably more than a few million," Gu Feng replied, nonchalantly. "Master, hurry and take them out. I'll go shopping," Yi Fan said, grinning from ear to ear. "They're kept in the main city of the Ouyang royal family," the old man replied, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. "You old man, how many times are you going to mess with me before you're satisfied?" Yi Fan's furious voice echoed around the cliffside beneath Blade Clef Valley. "Don't be in such a rush. I'll fly you up there, and you can find yourself an easy job to make some money," the old man said sheepishly, scratching his wild, tangled hair. Time flowed like water. Before they knew it, the scorching summer had faded away, leaving the land with a touch of refreshing coolness. With Gu Feng's help, Yi Fan arrived at Rainbow Town, the closest royal township to Blade Clef Valley. The unique climate here meant that colorful rainbows hung in the sky all year round, giving the town its name. Rainbow Town was a hub connected in all directions. Not far to the north lay the territory of the Lei family. To the left, a short distance away, stretched the Rainbow Forest, so named because of its proximity to Rainbow Town. The forest itself was less spectacular than its name suggested, but it was teeming with magical beasts aged 60 to 80 years, and even a few centennial bees comparable to human cultivators of the Earth grade, 1st rank. The place was perilous. Far to the right was the Luo family's domain, and beyond that lay the Yi family's lands. Though it sounded near a round trip from the Yi family to the Luo family alone would take a full day, and getting to Rainbow Town from the Luo family would take another 2 days. If one were to travel from here back to the Yi family without stopping to rest, it would still take at least 2.5 days. Directly below Rainbow Town was Blade Clef Valley, where Yi Fan practiced his cultivation. As he walked behind Gu Feng, Yi Fan hummed a little tune. "The sun shines high above, the flowers smile at me, the little birds say good morning. Why are you carrying your little school bag?" "Hey there, sir." Gu Feng reached out and tapped a passing middle-aged man. "Elder, is there something you need?" The man looked at Gu Feng, puzzled and a bit wary. Gu Feng didn't seem to mind. Glancing around shiftily to make sure no one was watching, he leaned in and whispered with a sly grin, "I have a disciple, brand new. As long as you pay, you can have him do whatever you want." This old man, Is he trying to sell me? Or is he actually helping me find a job? Right then, Yifan couldn't help but wonder if he'd boarded a pirate ship by mistake. Are you out of your mind? The middle-aged man snapped and turned away. Master, I'm here to look for work, not to sell myself, Yifan said coldly, glaring at Gufeng. I know, without me, could you even find a job? The old man's face was twisted with disappointment, as if he couldn't believe how hopeless things were. Honestly, with you around, I doubt I could find one anyway. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, the look on his face growing more and more resigned. The two of them hadn't walked far when Gufeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing excitedly into the distance with his withered right hand, he said, Disciple, look, your money is coming. Yifan looked up, following the direction of the old man's bony finger. Not far away, there was a huge poster plastered on the city wall, or rather, here on this fantastical continent, it should be called a proclamation. The proclamation was boldly written in black and white, and a crowd had gathered around, bustling with excitement. The new faction hunting tournament. Yifan murmurit uncertainly. What on earth is that? He stared for a few moments, and then his own eyes began to shine. Through the gaps in the crowd, he managed to read the long line at the bottom right corner of the announcement. Champion's prize, 3,000. Immortal coins. There were prizes for second and third place, too. 2,000 for the runner-up, 1,000 for third place, and even those who just participated could walk away with 100 immortal coins. No way. Gufeng and Yifan exclaimed almost in unison. 3,000 immortal coins for the champion isn't much, but I suppose it'll do. Go sign up, disciple. Gufeng put on a look of mild disdain, but the greedy glint in his eyes betrayed just how much he wanted that money. He's really good at pretending to be above it all. Yifan rolled his eyes and, leaving Gufeng behind, squeezed into the throng. He took a closer look at the proclamation and, reading under his breath, followed the words. The Ouyang royal family is promoting this new faction hunting tournament in royal towns across the land, aiming to give young people the chance for some fun and training. Requirements. Participants must be cultivators, aged 18 to 25, and there are no restrictions on cultivation level. The deadline for signing up is today, or once 500 people have registered, whichever comes first. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. After asking a few nearby townsfolk about the details, he hurriedly grabbed Gufeng, who was just ambling over, and pulled him along. Hurry up, master. There's no time. Today's the last day, and we might already be too late if it's full. Yifan said urgently. But Gufeng just strolled along at his own pace, completely unbothered. Relax. The big families rarely show up for these things, and the town isn't that crowded. 500 people won't fill up that quickly. Master, you've spent too long living under your cliff. You don't understand. I just asked around. Yifan explained as he hurried along, dragging Gufeng's dry hand with him. There had never been a hunting tournament in previous years, so this time, Rainbow Town was livelier than ever. From far and wide, countless groups had flocked here, pushing the crowds to their peak and making it the busiest the town had been in years. Large clans would have their own territories, while the smaller families, lacking in numbers, would reside within the royal township. This hunting competition was jointly organized by these small, local families who acted as the area's self-appointed leaders. Their aim was simple, to use the event as a stage to raise the profile of their families or villages. Regardless of their motives, the hunting competition in Rainbow Town was, without question, the grandest event within a 100-mile radius in recent years. Any young person who managed to stand out from the crowd would not only bring glory to themselves, but also elevate the reputation of their family. The competition's battleground was set in the Rainbow Forest. Only the deep heart of the forest was home to magical beasts over 100 years old, so to prevent contestants from wandering in by accident, a team of experts had already sealed off the deeper parts of the woods with a barrier of mystical energy. Contestants could hunt only in the outer regions. So what? Gufeng said lazily. He had been cut off from town life for far too long, and for someone with such a free and uninhibited spirit, these sorts of events held little appeal. If not for the 3,000 immortal coins, a sum he might once have tossed aside without a thought, would he really let Yifan drag him into all this? Fortunately, there were still a few dozen spots left for registration. Yifan squeezed out from the crush of people crowding the registration booth, thoroughly fed up with the haughty expressions of those filling out the forms. He muttered coldly, self-important fools. Haha, that's the way of the world. Only when you grow stronger will people respect you. Gufeng, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor, began to lecture Yifan on the importance of hard work and diligence. So, master, where shall we go to train? The competition isn't for a few days yet. Once we win the prize, we'll finally have enough to refine stones. Yifan's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. All right then, let's go. somewhere special. Gu Feng grinned slyly, his wrinkled old face suddenly blooming like a carnivorous flower. Under Gu Feng's lead, Yi Fan made his way to a small forest near Rainbow Forest to train. Finger Vein Sword, Shadow Step. At the summit of a wooded hill, a crisp, commanding shout rang out. A nimble figure darted nimbly between the trees, weaving through thorns and brambles without missing a beat. In the next instant, he came to a halt. With one hand, 2 fingers pressed together, he drove a pale blue glow of mystical energy straight into the trunk of a huge tree before him. There was a muffled thud, and wood chips burst in all directions. Spiderweb cracks spread from where his finger struck. With a cavernous hole blasted through its trunk, the great tree creaked and groaned, then, after a moment's hesitation, crashed heavily to the ground. A satisfied smile crossed the young man's face. Not far away, an elderly voice called out in approval. Excellent, excellent. To wield a lower-grade immortal technique to such a level is no easy feat. Hearing this, the young man grinned, baring his teeth. It's all thanks to your strengthening stones and your training, master. That's why my body and my strength are so extraordinary now. You cheeky rascal, Gu Feng chided with an affectionate, slightly dazed smile. Then, regaining his composure, the old man's face grew stern as he continued. Keep training. Meanwhile, during the month when Yi Fan had vanished from the Yi clan, rumors of his supposed demise circulated relentlessly within the family. Dusk fell, and the night was as dark as ink. On the second floor of the Yi Clan Academy's training hall, a beautiful young girl sat alone, clutching her head and weeping bitterly. One by one, crystal-clear tears slid down from her long, lotus-petal eyes. Though her sobs were not loud, anyone could see her anguish. Each faint, broken cry reached the ears of a sturdy figure who had just climbed the stairs to the second floor. Lilu, are you all right? Came a boy's voice. At that moment, the shadow lit a candle on the second floor. By the candle's dim glow, one could make out the boy's handsome face. As the light drew closer, it became clear. He was Yi Kong, the brother who had braved life and death with Yi Fan in the Trial Forest. Ever since Yi Fan's disappearance, Yi Kong had been racked with remorse every day for the past month. He regretted not seeing through the schemes of Yi Xing and the others, and failing to catch up to them. But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. He had reported what he knew to Clan Chief Yi Feng, who in a fury had gone straight to Elder Yi Yun to confront him. Yet, without solid evidence, it was all futile. Since then, Li Luo's hatred for Elder Yi Yun's faction had only grown. In her heart, she silently swore that one day she would avenge Yi Fan. Even though Li Luo devoted herself to her training, every night she would still cry alone in the training hall, her grief hidden from the world. Yi Kong worried about Li Luo's health, so each evening he stood silently outside the training hall, guarding her in his own quiet way. Seeing that Li Luo was still sobbing and hadn't acknowledged him, Yi Kong felt a pang of loneliness. He took off his jacket, gently draped it over her shoulders, and turned to leave. Yi Kong. Li Luo's voice, still thick with tears, called out to him from behind. What is it? Yi Kong quickly turned his head, concern in his eyes. Do you think Yi Fan is still alive? Li Luo's voice was soft, but in the stillness of the room, it echoed all around them. Yi Kong fell silent for a moment. The flickering candlelight painted shifting shadows across his face, but in his eyes, there was a quiet sense of certainty. He's alive. Someone as strong as him. He has to be alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Luo's eyes filled with a hazy layer of tears, but she smiled and nodded firmly. Yes, he must still be alive. Time rushed by like a fleeting melody. And so, while countless hopeful eyes watched the passage of days, the moment finally arrived, the day the hunt was to begin. The atmosphere in Rainbow Town was nothing short of electrifying. Waves upon waves of people surged toward the wildlands 100 meters from the Rainbow Forest. The sight alone was enough to make anyone's blood race with excitement. Out on the wildlands, a towering platform dozens of meters tall had already been constructed. Below it, tens of thousands of stone seats sprawled across the ground. Now, nearly every seat was occupied, a dense sea of heads. Stretched as far as the eye could see, those who couldn't find a seat stood clustered at the edges. With such an overwhelming crowd, it was no wonder that this was hailed as the grandest competition Rainbow Town had seen in years. At the entrance to the Rainbow Forest, Master, what were the rules again? Yi Fan asked, eyes fixed on the raucous audience in the distance. What rules? Gu Feng looked a little baffled. The rulebook they handed to each contestant just now. Yi Fan turned, clearly surprised by the old man's confusion. Then, as if a thought had just struck him, he stammered anxiously. Don't tell me. You lost it. The old man chuckled awkwardly. I thought it was just a useless slip of paper, and then... and then you threw it away. Yi Fan blurted out, aghast, finishing the old man's sentence for him. No, do I look like that kind of person? Gu Feng protested, a hint of indignation in his voice. Relieved, Yi Fan extended his fair hand, reluctantly asking Gu Feng to return the rulebook. Gu Feng eyed Yi Fan's outstretched hand with hesitation. After a moment's pause, he admitted sheepishly, I went to the restroom just now, and, I think I used it. A vein bulged on Yi Fan's forehead as his fists clenched. In the past 2 days, he'd had a persistent urge to throttle the old man. This isn't funny. The guy who handed out the rulebooks made it crystal clear. Everyone gets only one copy. If you lose it, they won't tell you the rules. Old man, are you trying to make me a blank slate out there? Hey, being a blank slate is a challenge in itself, don't you think? Gu Feng replied, his face brightening as if he'd just had an epiphany, grinning from ear to ear. Challenge my foot. Contestants, please proceed to the starting area. The competition is about to begin. Family members, please move to the audience section. Just then, a sweet voice called out from nearby. Gu Feng turned toward the sound and saw a graceful woman in a green dress, her face both alluring and gentle. All right. Yi Fan barely spared the beautiful woman a second glance before dashing into the rainbow forest. Gu Feng merely smiled, nodding politely to the woman in green before turning and strolling away. The competition begins. At the referee's call, everyone filed into the arena. No rules. I know absolutely nothing. What am I supposed to do now? Curse that old man. Yi Fan walked among the forest shadows, frustration simmering inside him. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Spinning around, he found nothing but empty space. Yet his instinct screamed, a feeling he couldn't shake, that someone was tailing him. His pitch-black eyes darted quickly, and without a second thought, he turned and bolted. The steps of the shadow fragment technique sparked beneath his feet, but he vaguely sensed movement behind him. A surge of immortal energy seemed to be closing in on him. Yi Fan came to a sudden halt. As he spun around, the radiant glow of the finger vein sword was already shimmering at his fingertips. Just as the sword's shadow took form, he caught sight of a thin young man standing behind him, fist raised in midair. A cold shiver ran through Yi Fan's heart. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been ambushed just now. The young man, seeing that Yi Fan had retreated a few steps, kept his distance, maintaining a safe space between them. Yi Fan studied him carefully, gaunt frame, eyes deeply set, his expression cold and severe, dressed entirely in black robes. Yet what puzzled Yi Fan was why this man had tried to attack him. Wasn't this supposed to be a hunting contest? Why would someone attempt a sneak attack? Neither of them moved or spoke for a moment. After a brief silence, the young man slowly lowered his fist and was the first to speak. It won't do us any good to keep up this standoff. Let's go our separate ways. Wait, Yi Fan couldn't hold back and called out. The young man looked at him in confusion. Seeing Yi Fan's hesitation, he asked, what is it? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, it's nothing. With that, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, a surge of immortal energy erupted behind Yi Fan, but without even glancing back, he instinctively flowed into a series of shadow echo steps, scattering several afterimages. That immortal energy condensed at the young man's fist from before, striking one of Yi Fan's afterimages with a powerful blow. When the afterimage dissipated, the young man's heart lurched. He whipped his head around, only to find Yi Fan's finger vein sword streaking straight for his abdomen. The blow sent the young man stumbling back several steps before he crashed to the ground. Yi Fan darted past him in a blur, his right hand forming a two-finger gesture that slid swiftly across the man's body, pulling out a piece of white paper densely inked with black writing. Yi Fan's eyes scanned the paper quickly. It was the rulebook for this new faction hunting tournament. Each participant must seize the identification tokens from others. The more you collect, the closer you are to becoming the champion of this new faction hunting tournament. As Yi Fan's gaze swept over the paper, he muttered the words under his breath. He glanced down at the small wooden tag bearing his name, hanging from his chest. A chill ran through Yi Fan's heart. So the hunt was nothing like he'd imagined. Only by snatching other people's identification tokens would he earn any merit. And while trying to claim tokens from the hands of other contestants, he'd also have to guard against the wild beasts lurking in the jungle. One careless misstep, and he might very well lose his life here. This was no ordinary competition or training exercise. It carried true dangers to life itself. This event, tinged with a trace of cruelty, was on a completely different level. A memory of Gu Feng's earlier teachings flashed through his mind. Only in competitions where your life is genuinely at risk can you awaken your true potential. Perhaps that was the real meaning behind this contest. So that's how it is. Yi Fan flashed a sly grin, his eyes glinting mischievously as he glanced at the identity token hanging on the man's chest. Sensing Yi Fan's burning gaze, the man realized he was facing anything but an easy opponent. Fear crept into his eyes, and, as he tried to stand, his legs buckled and he plopped back down, clutching his identity token tightly with both hands. "Sorry about this, brother, but I'm a little short on money these days," Yi Fan said with another peaceful and friendly smile. Finger pulls sword. With a swift flash of sword energy, Yi Fan snatched away the man's identity token, leaving the man no choice but to leave the rainbow forest in frustration. With nothing better to do, Yi Fan decided to climb an ancient, towering tree. From his perch on the thick branch, he could survey the entire area with ease. He gazed into the dense forest ahead, his hand half curled, then lifted his eyes to the right, where the woods were cordoned off. There, a shadowy mass, stretched out, so dark and dense it was almost dizzying to look at. The distant din of shouts and the clamor of combat washed over in relentless waves. "There sure are a lot of people over there. Must be more than 100. What's going on?" Yi Fan watched for a moment, then suddenly jolted in shock, nearly falling from the tree. What he saw was not a crowd of humans at all. Instead, packs of wolf-like magical beasts were hurling themselves against the barrier of immortal energy, desperate to break into the hunting grounds. "This is bad. What's happening?" Yi Fan was alarmed. If those beasts broke through, the consequences would be dire. Just as he considered making a move, an arrow sliced through the air, striking the ground at his feet with a thud. The arrow's violently quivering shaft made it clear. Had it struck his body, it would have bored straight through, leaving a bloody wound. Yi Fan looked in the direction the arrow had come from. Beneath the tree stood a young woman in a leather skirt and tight-fitting gear. The outfit hugged her figure, accentuating every curve in a way that was both graceful and striking. Her skin wasn't the usual pale of most girls, but rather a healthy bronze, radiating a wild, untamed allure. This girl was like a young leopard, brimming with explosive energy. "Beautiful lady, if you're after my identity token, I'm afraid I won't give it up so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan leapt down from the tree. But the tree was so tall that he staggered on landing, nearly losing his balance. "You must have noticed over there a whole pack of gray-scaled wolves. A single adult gray-scaled wolf is as strong as a second-rank human warrior. With so many of them, we could both be in danger." The girl suddenly spoke up, her voice crisp and clear. "If you want to play the saint and stop that pack of wolves from breaking in, count me out. Find someone else with more guts, because I have no desire to throw my life away," Yi Fan replied with a smile. He wasn't foolish enough to try stopping over 100 gray-scaled wolves, each as strong as a second-rank human fighter. He remembered reading about gray-scaled wolves in the Yi family's bestiary. They were notoriously vicious, known for hunting in packs. The new Powers hunting competition in Rainbow Forest must have stirred things up, drawing them here. "Of course I'm not trying to stop them, but do you know why they're so desperate to get in?" Her voice still carried the clarity of youth, but now a hint of hoarseness added a sultry note, made all the more striking by her impressive figure. Why is that?" Yi Fan was taken aback, realizing things weren't as simple as they seemed. "Because those gray-scaled wolves are chasing a 400-year-old, badly wounded demon-eyed tiger. When one magical beast devours another, it can help them improve their cultivation. That's why they're trying so hard to break through the barrier, to get to that tiger." "What? A demon-eyed tiger?" Yi Fan had seen this beast in the bestiary as well. An adult demon-eyed tiger usually had the strength of a 1st to 4th rank Earth level warrior. From what she said, this 400-year-old tiger would be about 2nd rank Earth level, but in its injured state, its power would likely be closer to 1st rank. And the demon-eyed tiger was valuable from head to tail. Its demon eyes could be used as rare medicinal ingredients. Its hide fetched a high price, and the heart of any magical beast contained a core known as the beast nucleus. The beast nucleus was the most precious part. It could be refined by stoneworkers or alchemists into enhancement stones or pills, both of which greatly aided cultivation. "So, are you interested? If you are, we split whatever treasures the demon-eyed tiger has 50-50. "I see. All right, let's do it." Yi Fan's interest in the demon-eyed tiger was piqued. If they managed to collect all its treasures, even splitting them with this girl in animal pelts, his profits would surpass the prize for the entire competition. "But don't say I didn't warn you. Outside this barrier is a whole pack of gray-scaled wolves. If they catch us stealing their prey, they'll fly into a rage and break through the barrier," the girl in beast furs said, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "If we're going to work together, why try to scare me?" He paused before she could reply and added, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Lung Ling, the girl answered, her smile a little stiff. Yi Fan smiled and nodded a few times, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. "My name is Yi Fan." He introduced himself. Lung Linger, however, didn't take his hand. She glanced at him briefly, then turned and walked away, stopping just a short distance ahead. Without so much as turning her head, she called out, "Why are you still standing there? Come with me." Yifan gave an awkward smile, then hurried after her. Though he followed the young woman, ever since he'd fallen for Yi Tan's trick last time, Yifan no longer dared to trust others so easily. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one fears ropes for 10 years. Who exactly was this Lung Linger? Judging by her attire, she looked like a hunter, and the aura of spiritual energy around her suggested she was at the third rank of the mortal stage. That arrow she shot at me earlier was clearly meant as a warning. The two of them sprinted through the forest. Even though Yi Fan's vantage point in the trees earlier hadn't given him a wide view, running through the thick undergrowth now was quite an effort. Along the way, they encountered several contestants lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush anyone and snatch identity tokens. But whenever someone tried anything, a jet-black arrow would shoot out, sending them scurrying away in fear. As for those bold enough to try and snatch a token up close, their fate was even worse. Their identity tokens would end up in Yi Fan's hands instead. With their combined strength and decisiveness, no one dared to make a move against them along the way. After weaving through the forest for about 10 minutes, Lung Linger finally slowed down. She slipped nimbly behind a large tree, her movements so smooth and practiced that it was clear she was intimately familiar with these woods. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lung Linger come to a halt, Yi Fan asked curiously. "We're here, but something's changed. See for yourself," Lung Linger whispered from behind the tree. Yi Fan quietly moved a couple of steps forward and peered out past the foliage. His eyes narrowed at what he saw. Standing before him was a massive beast, nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was white as snow, its red eyes gleaming with danger. Its head was that of a fierce and violent tiger. This must be the demonic-eyed tiger. Yet this creature, which should have looked imposing and majestic, was now covered in blood, its body weak and unsteady. Blood poured from its wounds, staining the ground beneath it a deep crimson. Glancing at the pack of hungry, gray-scaled wolves just outside the barrier, Yi Fan realized Lung Linger hadn't lied to him. Even though the demonic-eyed tiger was gravely wounded, Yi Fan could still sense a powerful aura from it, the same kind of pressure he'd felt from Yixing. So this was the presence of an Earth-rank beast. Despite its injuries, the demonic-eyed tiger was cunning. Sensing humans nearby, it quickly rose to its feet and let out a thunderous roar, warning off any who might approach. "Try to scare us off?" Yi Fan chuckled softly and looked to Lung Linger, curious to hear what plan she might have. Lung Linger's delicate brows were tightly furrowed as she fixed her gaze on the demonic-eyed tiger, wary that something unexpected might happen. She cautioned, "Don't act rashly. Suppress your aura as much as possible. Even though it looks badly wounded, if it flies into a rage and fights back with everything it's got, it'll be no laughing matter." Yi Fan, sensing the gravity of the situation, wisely hid behind another tree. He realized now that Lung Linger must be a seasoned hunter, for she handled the pursuit of prey as if it were second nature. The demonic-eyed tiger, noticing that all traces of spiritual power had faded from around it, assumed its enemies had been scared off. From its mouth, it spat out a crystal-clear flower, its shape reminiscent of a rose. Curious, Yi Fan glanced at Lung Linger, only to see her staring at the flower in utter shock, her mouth agape and her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't help but cry out, "An ice rose." "Ice rose? What's that?" Yi Fan asked, realizing just how little he understood about this world. Ever since arriving in this fantastical realm, he discovered there were countless things he didn't know. It's an extremely rare medicinal herb, and the most vital ingredient for refining a space stone. Though Lung Linger's voice had returned to its usual calm, the astonishment in her eyes betrayed just how rare and precious the herb truly was. Even the smallest space stone was worth at least $500,000. As the principal ingredient in its creation, how could an ice rose possibly be cheap? I finally understand why those gray-scaled wolves were so desperate. Aside from wanting to feast on the tiger's flesh, there's also the temptation of that ice rose. Lung Linger spoke with a quiet detachment. Yi Fan recalled that Li Luo had once told him, "In this world, any herb that isn't highly poisonous can help magical beasts advance their cultivation." Ice roses, however, were useless to humans. They caused powerful hallucinations and served no other purpose. Yet, paradoxically, they were perfect for refining space stones. So, even though humans couldn't consume this high-grade herb to magical beasts, the ice rose was a treasure beyond compare. "Then why doesn't it eat it?" Yi Fan asked, approaching and lowering his voice. With wounds that severe, eating it now would be suicide, Lung Linger answered quietly as well. Even Yi Fan, usually so composed, felt a surge of excitement at the sight. If he could get his hands on that ice rose, his master's skills would surely allow them to refine a space stone. With a space stone to sell, wealth and glory would be his for the taking. Lung Linger smirked. Seeing Yi Fan's barely contained excitement. See? Didn't I tell you? Stick with me, and riches are guaranteed. So, when do we make our move? Yi Fan asked, spreading his hands. Let's wait a bit longer. I hear someone approaching. With the evil-eyed tiger's current strength, neither of us should make any rash moves. Lung Linger drew a quiet breath, believing that every action should be weighed carefully. This girl preferred to keep a low profile, biding her time and revealing her abilities only in secret. She certainly had a few tricks up her sleeve. Yi Fan gazed softly at Lung Linger's bronze-toned face, a thought flickering through his mind. Someone's coming. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and whispered, let's see how that person handles the evil-eyed tiger. All right. Lung Linger readily agreed with Yi Fan's suggestion, giving a slight nod. In the distance, a figure gradually drew near, a young man in a gray robe. As he approached, Yi Fan's forehead suddenly knotted with veins, and his tightly clenched fist began to tremble. Lung Linger, noticing Yi Fan's agitation, asked softly, Yi Fan? What's wrong? Who is that? The young man approaching was none other than Yi Jian, one of Yi Chen's cronies who had nearly been killed by Yi Fan just moments ago. Yi Fan hadn't expected Yi Jian to come all this way just to take part in the competition. Clenching his jaw, Yi Fan was suddenly seized by a chilling idea. Lung Ling, what if I told you I wanted to kill a sworn enemy right here? Would you mind? Her heart skipped a beat at his words, but she quickly regained her calm. Need any help? From the depths of Yi Fan's eyes, she saw a profound, unyielding hatred, and so had no intention of stopping him. In truth, most of this hatred stemmed from Yi Xing's schemes against him, which had caused Yi Fan to despise everyone within Elder Yi Yun's faction. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned by her response, then composed himself and offered a faint smile of gratitude. He said no more, turning to stare coldly at Yi Jian, his eyes fixed on the figure in the woods. When Yi Jian saw the badly wounded, evil-eyed tiger, joy flashed wildly in his eyes, and a greedy gaze locked onto the beast. Just as Yi Jian was about to make his move, Yi Fan sprang forward with a low command, his foot slamming the ground as he shot out and blocked Yi Jian's path. Lung Linger's beautiful features hardened. She drew her bow with swift precision, arrows whistling through the air. Yi Fan, how can it be you? Weren't you supposed to be dead? The sudden turn of events caught Yi Jian off guard. Instinctively, he reached into his dantian space and drew his sword. With a forceful stomp, he leapt high into the air, sword poised, and struck down at Yi Fan from above. The blade sliced through the air with a shrill, slicing wind. Yi Fan looked up, watching as that figure loomed ever larger in his sights. He could sense the swirling, immortal energy around Yi Jian, and his heart skipped a beat. This Yi Jian had actually reached 3rd rank in the human realm. But for Yi Fan, who had already reached the 4th rank of the human stage, this was hardly a difficult matter. However, as the two of them darted forward, the evil-eyed tiger was startled. With its 4 exhausted legs stumbling beneath it, the beast tried desperately to make a run for it. Yi Fan called out urgently, Lung Linger, you go after the evil-eyed tiger. Leave this place to me. At his words, Lung Linger nodded lightly and immediately sped off in pursuit of the fleeing tiger. You dare split your attention while fighting me? Yi Jian shouted from above, his voice sharp and commanding. Yet Lin Dong paid him no mind at all. Instead, he took half a step back, clenched his fists tightly, and readied himself. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, meeting Yi Jian's sharp sword head-on with a resounding clash. Yi Jian's body shuddered violently. The force of Yi Fan's immortal energy had already reached the 4th rank of the human stage. A sharp, cracking sound rang out from Yi Jian's sword. Before their eyes, the blade shattered, scattering fragments of metal onto the ground. Struck by the blow, Yi Jian was sent flying backward. He landed awkwardly, stumbling several steps, and nearly collapsed in disgrace. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze dull as he stared at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan's cold smile made him look like the very embodiment of death. The sky above was clear and serene, a deep blue silence. The young man stepped forward, stopping in front of Yi Jian. Yi Fan, I beg you, don't kill me. Our grudge isn't so deep that you have to take my life. I had nothing to do with Yi Xing's plot against you. Yi Jian's face was deathly pale, his voice trembling with fear. He knelt before Yi Fan, terrified for his life. He wasn't ready to die. Not yet. There were still years he wished to live. But Yi Fan remained unmoved, his tone icy. So you knew I was betrayed by Yi Xing? Yi Jian's fear deepened, his eyes wide with terror. He stammered. It was Elder Yi Yun. He told all of us on his side. I swear, I had nothing to do with it. Truly nothing? Yi Fan asked, showing no change in expression. Truly nothing, brother Yi Fan. Aside from following Yi Qin's orders to fight you, I never took part in anything else against you. Yi Jian wailed, his face contorted in misery. In that case, kneel and kowtow 3 times, and maybe I'll consider letting you go, Yi Fan said with a mocking smirk. He hadn't expected Yi Jian to actually do it. He'd spoken in jest. But to his surprise, Yi Jian dropped to his knees without hesitation and kowtowed 3 times, his face full of desperation. Please, spare me, he pleaded. Sadly, I still can't let you go. Looking at Yi Jian's face, as pale as if he'd seen a ghost, Yi Fan smiled. Yi Jian's face twitched, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was now painfully aware that Yi Fan would not let him go this time, no matter what. His expression eased slightly, his fingers curled tightly into a fist, and he stood up, charging forward. He was determined to give Yi Fan everything he had in one final blow. But such tricks were pointless against Yi Fan. He couldn't defeat Yi Fan before, and he would never be able to defeat him in the future. No, he didn't even have a future anymore. Explosive strike. As Yi Jian's face shifted between emotions, his features finally contorted with determination. He took 2 heavy steps forward, swinging his fist toward Yi Fan with all his might. While a storm of emotion raged in Yi Jian's heart, Yi Fan's own aura surged forth, rich immortal energy erupting from within him. Feeling the power coursing through his veins, Yi Fan raised his finger in a sword-like gesture. Immortal energy crackled along his hand, forming afterimages as he swung, unleashing a powerful burst of force that collided with Yi Jian's fist. In that brief clash of fist and finger, Yi Jian's face grew even paler. As the shockwave of their energies spread outward, Yi Jian's body was flung backward, stumbling and finally crashing to the ground. Yi Jian struggled to rise, but just then he caught sight of Yi Fan's sword-like finger streaking toward him once more. Seeing the murderous intent in Yi Fan's eyes, Yi Jian was driven into a frenzy. His furious, hate-filled roar echoed through the forest. You treacherous coward! You never keep your word. The ground was left with a gaping crater from Yi Fan's strike, while Yi Jian had already lost his life. If I'm not ruthless to scum like you, I'm only being cruel to myself, Yi Fan said coldly, then turned and ran off in the direction where the evil-eyed tiger and Lung Linger had fled. Once again, the rustling of wind cut through the forest. There you are, Yi Fan called out, spotting the battered, evil-eyed tiger sprawled on the ground not far away, a note of relief in his voice. Glancing at the bow and arrow on the ground, he felt the warmth of other presences behind him. Yi Fan quickly turned his head, startled by what he saw. Lung Linger was tied to a tree, surrounded by 4 or 5 youths who were trying to snatch all the identity tokens from her. When Yi Fan's arrival drew their attention, all eyes turned to him. Who's this now? The evil-eyed tiger is ours. Get lost if you know what's good for you, kid, a youth in a green robe barked. That girl's my friend. Let her go, Yi Fan replied, his voice as cold as ice. Oh, listen to you. So arrogant, the green-robed youth sneered, then barked orders to the 3 others. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Green robes are the 4th rank of the human stage, and the other 3 are somewhere between the early and peak 3rd rank, right? Yi Fan muttered inwardly, a hint of uncertainty lingering in his mind. Yi Fan, go ahead. Don't get yourself eliminated. Lung Linger's face turned even paler. She felt that even though Yi Fan was at the 4th level of the human rank, there was no way he could take on so many people at once. In the next instant, he moved, leaping into the air. With a gentle press on his watch, a dazzling white light flashed once again, and Yi Fan vanished within its brilliance. A string of sleek, futuristic sounds filled the air. As the light faded, the outline of a figure gradually became clear. It was a suit of humanoid armor, crimson and gold interlaced. The armor looked both cold and spectacular. Its eyes and chest glowed with a blue-white light, giving it an eerie yet commanding presence. What the hell is that thing? The man in the green robe cried out in shock. Everyone present, including Lung Linger and the green-robed man himself, stared wide-eyed at the armored figure before them, utterly dumbfounded. Hello, everyone. I'm Iron Man. Yi Fan's voice rang out, cold and mechanical, processed through the armor's built-in voice modulator, making it sound both sinister and chilling. Brothers, attack! The green-robed man shouted again. But what happened next was almost comical. Yi Fan stood, unmoving, while 3 young men rushed in, fists and kicks flying. Yet their efforts were as futile as striking a mountain with bare hands. All they managed to do was spark tiny bursts of light on the surface of Yi Fan's ironclad suit. That's all you've got? Jarvis, activate the machine gun system, Yi Fan said calmly. Who's Jarvis? the green-robed man and his companions blurted out in unison. Yi Fan ignored them, patiently waiting for Jarvis's reply. Sir, the machine gun system is now online. I estimate you'll be using most of your weapons shortly. Therefore, I've activated 80% of the Iron Man suit's arsenal, including the reactor pulse cannons. Jarvis reported efficiently, his mechanical voice fading away. Well done. Yi Fan praised, then paused. Fixing his gaze on the green-robed man and his allies, he said, I'm done playing games with you. Suddenly, after a flurry of mechanical clicks, 2 golden miniguns emerged from the shoulders of the Iron Man suit. A hail of bullets erupted, one after another, streaming from the golden barrels and hurtling directly toward the green-robed man and his group. Dodge. If you get hit by these projectiles, you're finished. Although the green-robed man didn't know why Yi Fan's armor could launch such deadly weapons, the lethal aura of each bullet made him cry out in alarm. With remarkable agility, he sidestepped the storm of bullets and lunged straight at Yi Fan. Low-grade immortal technique. Iron Fist, the green-robed man bellowed, launching himself through the air with a powerful punch. Iron Fist? I'm the real Iron Fist, and mine's made of titanium alloy. Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, this suit of armor was forged entirely from titanium alloy. Even if the man in the green robe could truly muster the force of an Iron Fist with that move, compared to the steel-clad armor, it was still like a child's plaything facing a giant. Yi Fan gave a cold snort and sharply twisted his body to the side, dodging the punch. In the same motion, his right fist shot out in a blur. With a dull thud, the man in the green robe was sent hurtling backward, flying a full 5 meters before crashing to the ground. The tremendous force of 500 pounds slammed into his chest, sending his blood surging and nearly shattering his ribs. He stared at Yi Fan, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this young man, named Yi Fan, be so powerful? We're both supposed to be at the initial stage of 4th rank, aren't we? Yi Fan, however, gave him no chance to recover. In a single bound, he landed beside the man in green, unleashing a fierce barrage of punches as if they cost him nothing. Boss! Seeing their leader taking a beating, the other 3 charged at Yi Fan, each clenching their fists, surging with explosive fairy energy. Noticing this, Yi Fan immediately raised both hands above his head, spreading his palms open toward the 3 young men rushing at him. Jarvis! Repulsor blast! Yi Fan shouted, and the command was met instantly. The 2 circular discs embedded in his mechanical palms gathered a milky white glow, energy swirling at their center. Beneath Yi Fan, the man in the green robe felt a terrifying wave of energy radiate from Yi Fan's palms, a force entirely different from fairy energy, yet equally dreadful. He quickly shouted at his 3 comrades rushing in. Are you crazy? I can't even handle him. What do you think you're doing? Run, you idiots. Boss, hold on. We're coming to save you. One of the boys yelled back. The other 2, hearing this, only set their sights more firmly on Yi Fan, charging even faster. What is this? The way you're chatting, you'd think I'm the villain here, Yi Fan said with a helpless shake of his head. The milky white glow of the repulsor blasts had fully gathered, and he unleashed them in a brilliant surge toward the 3 attackers. Yi Fan allowed himself a small, triumphant smile, only to have it wiped away as the man in the green robe broke free from under him. The man darted forward with ghost-like speed, racing to his 3 followers and shoving them aside. But as he managed to push away the last of his comrades, it was already too late. He took the brunt of Yi Fan's twin repulsor blast head-on. The man in the green robe was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed to the ground in a heap. Boss! The 3 young men cried out in unison, their faces flushing with anger as they stared daggers at Yi Fan. My God, you're the ones who picked this fight, yet somehow I'm the one feeling like the villain here, Yi Fan said with an awkward smile, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness toward the 3 followers. The 3 were just about to rush Yi Fan again when a sturdy figure blocked their path. Boss! They looked up and saw. It was the man in the green robe. At this moment, the man in the green robe was already gravely injured, but his eyes still burned with intensity. Beads of cold sweat gathered on his resolute face as he declared, unwaveringly, Go! Retreat! This man is not someone we can handle. The 3 young men, seeing their leader's resolve, nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, the 4 of them withdrew from the scene. Yi Fan, is that you? Lung Linger gazed at the armored figure standing before her. The sun blazed overhead, but with summer fading, the crisp coolness of autumn had begun to settle over the land. Yi Fan noticed the doubt in Lung Linger's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but after searching for the right words, nothing came out. I'd better not let her know who I really am, Yi Fan thought to himself. Otherwise, I'll be stuck explaining things all day. So instead, he said aloud, Yi Fan's a friend of mine. I'm here to help him. Then where is he? Lung Linger's voice was steady and unyielding. The look in her eyes left no doubt. She didn't believe his story. Her instincts told her that the man inside the suit of armor was Yi Fan himself. Where is he? Who knows? Yi Fan could no longer keep up the charade. Resigned, he simply took off, soaring into the sky. Hey, at least untie me first. Lung Linger called after him, as Yi Fan shot into the air. What am I, Ultraman? Defeat the bad guys, and then fly off into the sky? Yi Fan couldn't help but ridicule his own childish theatrics. He quickly landed beside the tall tree, where Lung Linger was tied up, and the iron armor disassembled piece by piece, shrinking back into his watch. Once he was certain that no one had seen through his disguise, Yi Fan ran over to Lung Linger, convinced his secret was safe. I'm here to rescue you. That friend I called Iron Man, pretty impressive, right? Yi Fan said as he untied the ropes binding her. Lung Linger just snorted coldly and turned her head away. You don't believe me? Yi Fan tossed the rope aside, still racking his brain for a way to explain himself. Fortunately, Lung Linger wasn't the type to pry. She believed that everyone had their secrets, so she simply looked off into the distance, where the evil-eyed tiger was still lying helpless, unable to escape with its wounded leg. Yet the tiger's blood-red eyes remained fixed on Yi Fan and Lung Linger, full of wariness. Still on guard, huh? Well, partner, do you want to handle this one or should I? Lung Linger gave a soft snort. You think it's easy just because it's hurt? That thing's still a grade 1 Earth-level beast. Can you handle it alone? Just watch. Yi Fan replied with a confident grin, charging forward without hesitation. The evil-eyed tiger saw Yi Fan darting toward it and scrambled to its feet, letting out a fierce roar. In the next instant, Yi Fan was locked in fierce combat with the beast. The air was soon filled with the tiger's anguished screams. Hey, stupid tiger, watch the face. Just slap my face. Not there. If you hit me there, I'll turn into a eunuch. Why are you slapping my face again? Do you just do whatever I tell you? Usually stern and serious, Lung Linger now couldn't help but mock Yi Fan mercilessly, showing no sympathy at all. Yi Fan managed to escape, darting back to Lung Linger's side. Though his face was black and blue, his expression remained determined as he declared, under the pressure of my power, it's already close to begging for mercy. Lung Linger sighed. Let's go together. Neither of us can handle it alone. With that, she took a quick breath, pushed off the ground with force, and soared straight toward the evil-eyed tiger. Seeing this, Yi Fan once again used his shadow step, moving swiftly to support Lung Linger. The evil-eyed tiger, noticing both of them charging forward, picked up the ice rose in its mouth and tossed it aside. Then, with a mighty leap, it launched itself right at Yi Fan in a head-on collision. Finger Vein Sword, Yi Fan shouted. His fingers joined together as a surge of immortal energy burst forth, forming a blade of light. As his hand fell, the sword's shadow clashed directly with the tiger's massive paw. The evil-eyed tiger landed with a thud, then lunged straight at Lung Linger, who was behind Yi Fan. The sudden attack startled Lung Linger. In her haste, she raised her jade-like hand and flung her dagger, wrapped in immortal energy, at the beast. The blade only managed to leave a shallow scratch on the tiger's side. Even though the strike did little harm, the short sword still managed to stall the tiger for an instant. At that moment, Yi Fan launched himself from the ground like a nimble monkey, his palm aglow with the light of the finger vein technique. Wreathed in pale, immortal energy, his strike gleamed with a cold light as it flashed between the tiger's eyes. Blood splattered through the air, and the evil-eyed tiger instantly let out a blood-curdling roar. But before its cry could even echo, Lung Linger's dagger, cold and sharp, pierced straight through its throat, cutting the roar short. The tiger's massive body crashed to the ground, the impact shattering the stone beneath and leaving a deep crater. Yi Fan landed nearby, wiping the blood from his hands as he glanced at the still-shaken Lung Linger. Are you all right? Lung Linger paused, still stunned from the narrow escape. Yi Fan's reaction was so quick. Are you okay? Yi Fan asked again, concern in his voice as he noticed her distracted look. Lung Linger nodded, then suddenly crouched down, her gaze fixed in the distance, her expression growing grim. That evil-eyed tiger just stood up again. Yi Fan followed her gaze. Good grief. No wonder it's a magical beast that survived for centuries. Its strength is truly extraordinary. Even after suffering so many wounds and being struck by that deadly finger vein sword, it actually managed to get back on its feet. Yi Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes wary as he watched the evil-eyed tiger. The cooldown on the watch still isn't over. If I'd known, I wouldn't have used it when fighting those guys with the man in the green robe. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The demon-eyed tiger let out another earth-shaking roar, surging waves of powerful immortal energy bursting forth from its massive body. Feeling the pressure of that distant, overwhelming immortal force. Yi Fan's gaze grew even more serious. Beside him, Lung Linger's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Damn, that really is Earth-rank power. It's terrifying, Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, Lung Linger drew her bow. A jet-black arrow whistled through the air, slicing the wind as it shot toward the demon-eyed tiger. With a sudden leap, the beast dodged the arrow, which slammed into the ground instead. The tiger's crimson eyes locked onto Lung Linger, and a savage glint surged within them. Clearly, these two humans had provoked it one time too many, pushing it to the brink. Even though it was badly injured and shouldn't make a move, its fury would not be denied. It wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. In the next instant, the demon-eyed tiger opened its jaws and unleashed a crimson beam of immortal power, shooting straight towards Lung Linger. Leng Lingia, get out of the way! Yi Fan's voice rang out in panic as he shouted desperately. Lung Linger froze, startled by the sudden onslaught of the scarlet light. Her delicate hand covered her lips in shock, and by the time she regained her senses, it was already too late to dodge. Just as the beam was about to strike Lung Linger, Yi Fan dashed forward with Shadow Step, scooping her into his arms and diving out of harm's way. Behind them came the thunderous sound of trees splintering and exploding. Seeing that it had missed, the demon-eyed tiger roared in fury. With a swipe of its tail, it smashed a boulder the size of a table and hurled it at Yi Fan. The stone cut through the air with a deep, menacing whoosh, its weight and force undeniable. Explosive strike. With no way to dodge, Yi Fan could only meet the attack head-on with his own explosive power. He was sent flying, skidding backward across the ground until he finally lost his footing and tumbled down. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed from Yi Fan's lips. The scent of blood sent the demon-eyed tiger into a frenzy. Baring its savage fangs, it charged at Yi Fan with renewed ferocity. 3 arrows suddenly pinned the beast in place. Glancing at the quivering arrow shafts embedded in the ground, the demon-eyed tiger was startled. Following the direction from which the arrows had come, it saw Lung Linger standing there, her bow drawn, her gaze cold and steely. With a snarl, the demon-eyed tiger lunged at Lung Ling. She swiftly drew another arrow, knocking it to her bow and releasing it in a blur. But the beast was already on guard, dodging nimbly with a few quick steps. Lung Linger saw the tiger closing in on her. She instinctively reached for another arrow, but she knew in her heart there was no time left. But let's not forget, Yi Fan had already picked himself up nearby and was charging forward once more. Just as the demon-eyed tiger was about to sink its fangs into Lung Linger's head, a surge of powerful celestial energy struck its waist, sending the entire beast flying sideways. The tiger tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. That strike just now was none other than Yi Fan's finger-pull sword. Thank you. You saved me again, Lung Linger said, her voice still a little shaky from the shock. No need to thank me. Just give me the ice rose and the beast core later, and we'll call it even, Yi Fan replied, tilting his head at her with a sly grin. You're so greedy, Lung Linger shot back, half joking, her gaze drifting, almost subconsciously, toward where the demon-eyed tiger had fallen. Yi Fan followed her line of sight, only to find the tiger alarmingly close. Hey, Lung Linger, why didn't you say something? Is this how you treat your rescuer? Yi Fan instinctively began to retreat, protesting as he spoke. But before the demon-eyed tiger could pounce, a dark, celestial-imbued arrow suddenly pierced its side, boring a bloody hole through its body and sending it flying once again. The tiger tried desperately to stand, but it was spent. Its strength had finally run out. With a heavy thud, it collapsed and moved no more. Yi Fan stood there in stunned silence, watching the beast's limp form. Behind him, Lung Linger's clear but slightly hoarse voice rang out. So what do you think? Not bad, right? My archery's pretty impressive. Lung Linger sneered. Impressive my foot. How many arrows did you shoot before you finally hit it? Yi Fan retorted, unable to hold back his mockery. I don't care. I saved you, so at most you can have the ice rose, but everything else is mine, Lung Linger declared, unabashed. Seriously? Fine, have it your way, Yi Fan shrugged, resigned. The two of them walked over to the demon-eyed tiger's carcass and began to divide the spoils. All Yi Fan got was the ice rose, while Lung Linger cheerfully gave up on the competition and headed home, beaming with satisfaction. Unbelievable. She's really shameless, Yi Fan muttered pitifully as he looked at the ice rose in his hand. Fortunately, the competition wasn't over yet. Hoping to earn a few more celestial coins, Yi Fan continued to snatch identity tags from the other contestants. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the competition came to a close. Because Yi Fan had wasted so much time and failed to collect enough tags, he only managed to snag 3rd place, earning himself 1,000 celestial coins. Still, he was content. The sky was a clear, radiant blue. With his 1,000 celestial coins, Yifan bought a wide assortment of herbs in various shapes and forms, along with a small alchemical cauldron, just as the ancient text prescribed. There's not much difference between stone refining and alchemy. A stone refiner can turn celestial stones into offensive weapons, things like grenades and smoke bombs. An alchemist, on the other hand, takes a different path. They focus on concocting medicines that restore celestial power, physical strength, and bolster their own defenses. However, on the great road of fantasy, stone refiners hold a slightly nobler status than alchemists. Not only is it harder to become a stone refiner, but also the creations of a stone refiner can often be used repeatedly, unlike most pills, which are consumed at a single use. To refine stones well, Yifan had also learned the fire-devouring technique that Gu Feng had taught him. Unfortunately, when he used the fire-devouring technique, he watched as a faint, reddish flame flickered weakly in his palm, swaying in the wind as though it might go out at any moment. Still, Yifan was quite satisfied with himself. After all, it was already impressive he'd managed to learn such a tricky technique at all. Lying on the ground outside Gu Feng's house, Yifan gazed lazily up at the drifting clouds in the blue sky, his eyes half closed, reflecting on memories from his days on Earth. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a strand of his black hair to brush against his forehead. Deep within his body, the spiritual essence from the strengthening stones he had absorbed over several months was now, quietly and imperceptibly, spreading out from every corner of his being. This essence worked silently, soothing Yifan's tired muscles and weary cells. Thanks to this, his strength was being restored at the fastest possible speed. "Master, when will you teach me to refine stones?" Yifan asked softly, eyes still half shut. Gu Feng, his gaze tinged with a smile, first glanced over the medicinal herbs and the single ice rose Yifan had bought. He nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, then replied with a laugh. "If you're eager to learn, we can start right now." Hearing this, a faint smile curved Yifan's lips. "Then let's begin now, master." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yifan sprang up nimbly, eyes shining with anticipation as he looked at Gu Feng. Seeing Yifan's eagerness to learn, Gu Feng was naturally pleased. He nodded approvingly and brought out the cauldron from the house. The cauldron was a deep, dark green all over, with a soft, lustrous sheen glinting from its surface. At its base, two ferocious tiger heads were carved, their jaws wide open to form a pair of interconnected fire tunnels. These channels twisted deep into the cauldron, narrowing as they went, hinting at a hidden ingenuity within. At the very top, a fierce tiger was sculpted, crouching on the dark lid. There was also a special opening in the lid, meant for adding the medicinal ingredients. Tiny vents were scattered across the lid to release heat, preventing the cauldron from exploding due to excessive temperatures. "Not bad at all," Yifan said, his eyes aglow as he admired the little cauldron, which looked as though it was worth 500 spirit coins. "But honestly, this thing reminds me of the pressure cooker we had at home." "What?" Gu Feng's expression twisted in disbelief. "Oh, it's nothing," Yifan replied quickly, flashing an apologetic grin as he turned his attention back to the cauldron. At the center of the medicine cauldron, there was a transparent mirror, meticulously crafted from cold ice glass. Through this, one could clearly observe every movement inside during alchemy, keeping a constant grasp on the progress of refining either stones or medicines. The surface of the cauldron was adorned with exquisitely painted tiger engravings, so vivid and lifelike that they seemed almost to leap off the metal. However, after watching for a while, Yifan realized that this cauldron was not much different from those ancient medicine cauldrons he had seen in his previous life. It seemed that cauldrons in this world shared a remarkable similarity. Two-mouthed cauldrons aren't too difficult. For your first time using one, you should be able to handle it, Gu Feng said with a casual glance at the two serpent-shaped fire ports on the dark green cauldron. "Master, what exactly is a two-mouthed cauldron?" This curious term sparked Yifan's interest, and he couldn't help but ask. Remember this: the greater the number of fire ports on a medicine cauldron, the higher its grade and the more difficult it is to craft. The rarer its existence, the more complex its creation becomes. Don't think you can just punch a few holes and call it done. The mysteries behind each port, their size, which should be larger, which smaller, these are things outsiders could never comprehend. Yifan nodded thoughtfully, though in truth he hadn't understood a word. Still, he felt he'd grasped the general idea, and said, "Master, do you mean that the larger the number of fire ports, the harder it is not only to craft the cauldron, but also for us to use it? We have to manage all the fire ports at once, and the slightest mistake could ruin the whole process." "You're quite clever, and your comprehension isn't bad at all. No wonder I chose you as my disciple." Gu Feng laughed heartily. But I'm your only disciple, Yi Fan muttered under his breath. What was it you said? Nothing, nothing. Yi Fan paused, a little dazed, and asked, so what should I do next? Get yourself familiar with the cauldron first. Place your hand over one of the fire ports and channel your spiritual energy into it, Gu Feng instructed calmly. Yi Fan activated the devouring fire technique, letting his immortal energy swirl inside the cauldron. When he felt he'd gotten the hang of it, he withdrew his energy and nodded at the old man. We'll start with the lowest grade, single-use healing stones. Gu Feng picked up a large bag of single-use magic stones he'd bought. Single-use magic stones were very cheap. In fact, it took the price of 100 low-grade single-use stones to buy just one permanent magic stone. After a short while, Gu Feng began demonstrating the process of refining healing stones. With a sudden burst of fire from his withered palm, a stream of flame shot into the cauldron. Then, with swift movements, he grabbed a few medicinal herbs and tossed them inside. There was a muffled sound from within, and once more fire spouted from the old man's palm, churning and burning fiercely inside the cauldron. As Gu Feng's hands moved faster and faster, Yi Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, his anticipation growing. Next, the old man opened the alchemical cauldron. The flames inside had faded, leaving behind only a single healing stone. Now, demonstrate the stone forging technique I just showed you. You've seen it twice. If you can't even master this low-level stone, don't call me your master. Gu Feng's voice was sharp and commanding. He then pulled over a chair and sat down with an air of composure and calm. Yi Fan stared nervously at the medicinal ingredients before him. Even though he'd watched the demonstration twice, the process had been so quick that he couldn't recall the steps at all. Embarrassed, he didn't dare ask his master for help. Master truly lives up to his name. His technique is incredible. This is way too difficult. Though confused and overwhelmed, Yi Fan braced himself and began to try. The first attempt, failure. Put the rejuvenating grass in last. Gu Feng pointed out the flaw in Yi Fan's process as he observed. Yes, master. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yi Fan continued to work on the healing stone. He moved on to his second attempt, but halfway through, the old man's voice interrupted him. My disciple, are you hungry? Gu Feng asked, concern in his tone. Yi Fan was thrown off by the question. Master, I'm not hungry. If you want to eat, please go ahead and roast some meat yourself. If you're not hungry, then why on earth are you adding pepper to the cauldron? Gu Feng's roar echoed through the room. I'm sorry, master. I'm really sorry. Yi Fan apologized with a sheepish grin. Suddenly, he grew indignant and shouted, Wait, why is there pepper on my alchemy table instead of the dining table? Then he noticed that the old man was now holding a roasted chicken drumstick, dusted with pepper. Realization dawned on him. Old man, you finished the pepper and didn't put it back. You left it on the alchemy table. This time, it was the old man's turn to smile sheepishly. All right, it's my fault. Get back to your stone forging. With that, the two returned to the task at hand, the atmosphere serious once more. Too much rejuvenating grass. Not acceptable. Start over. Not enough Yanglan flowers. No, start over. So now you're adding soy sauce instead of pepper? Why is there soy sauce on my alchemy table? Yi Fan's furious voice rang out from the room. No one knew how much time had passed. After 22 failed attempts, Yi Fan finally managed to produce a finished product. By then, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed to the floor. At last, I did it. Master, look. Yi Fan's voice was weak as he held up a healing stone, about the size of a cup, for Gu Feng to inspect. Gu Feng took the healing stone, turning it over in his hands and examining it carefully. After a moment, he tossed it back to Yi Fan and nodded with clear satisfaction. Not bad at all. Even though it took you over 20 tries, the result is still better than most ordinary low-level healing stones. Hearing this, a wave of joy washed over Yi Fan's weary face. The tension in his shoulders instantly melted away, and, as if all his strength had left him, he collapsed limply onto the cold ground. He gasped for breath in great gulps, his chest rising and falling, every muscle in his body aching and numb. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to move even a single finger. Aren't you going to give it a try? Gu Feng reminded him with a gentle smile. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. Then, delighted, he jumped up and used the healing stone he had painstakingly crafted himself. A warm surge of celestial energy flowed from the stone, which gradually turned into a useless black pebble. Instantly, Yi Fan felt all his exhaustion vanish without a trace, replaced by a surge of vigor and spirit. Wow, that's refreshing. Yi Fan groaned in pleasure. Go ahead and make a few more, Gu Feng said calmly, glancing at Yi Fan, who was sprawled on the ground like a lump of clay. For a brief moment, laziness and diligence battled within Yi Fan's heart, but in the end, he could only let out a miserable wail and reluctantly sat up. With trembling hands, He picked up the herbs once more and tossed them into the cauldron. Seeing Yi Fan's pitiful state, the old man chuckled and continued to guide him, teaching Yi Fan a few other basic celestial techniques, step by step. After countless rounds of refining stones, Yi Fan was thoroughly drained, body and soul exhausted, and the celestial energy within him dimmed from overuse. Only then did Gu Feng permit Yi Fan to rest. Nearly an hour of meditation later, the cyclone of energy in Yi Fan, previously dulled by exhaustion, finally began to shine brightly again. In fact, the glow seemed even stronger than it had been just a few hours ago. He slowly opened his eyes. The weakness and numbness that had plagued his entire body had mostly faded. He rolled his neck, and the crackling of his bones brought him a sense of relief as he exhaled contentedly. All rested up? Then let's continue, Gu Feng said with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming as he watched Yi Fan, who was once again bursting with energy. Yi Fan stared at Gu Feng in utter disbelief. I have so many complaints. I don't even know where to begin. Down in the valley beneath the cliff, inside Gu Feng's house. TSK. Master, you really are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Smiling all the while you made me refine stones the entire day. Yi Fan groaned, looking at Gu Feng. But Gu Feng didn't mind at all. He beamed and said, Good disciple, would you like to learn a higher-level celestial technique? What? A higher-level celestial technique? Of course I want it. Yi Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. Master, you finally come around. I'm so happy. Is it a top-tier technique or an ultimate one? Yi Fan stuck out his tongue, looking like a husky begging for a chicken leg. Gu Feng pondered for a moment, then reached inside his robe and produced a manual. A mid-grade celestial technique. Mid-grade. Celestial. Technique. Seeing the deep disappointment on Yi Fan's face, the old man looked somewhat displeased and said, So do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll just put it away. Yes, of course I want it. It would be a shame to pass it up, Yi Fan replied with a forced grin, quickly reaching out with both hands to accept the manual. On the cover, 3 bold characters were emblazoned, a juris seal. Just from the powerful and commanding golden script, one could sense the immense strength contained within this manual. Compared to the finger vein sword technique Yi Fan had previously learned from Clan Chief Yi Feng, this was on an entirely different level. Don't get too excited just yet. This is only a fragment, Gu Feng said with a faint smile as he watched Yi Fan's elated reaction. What? Then what good is it? Yi Fan's face fell, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Don't be so hasty. I got this from a heaven-rank enemy, but only half of it, and though I've read it, I never practiced it. Even so, this half alone is more than enough to dominate among the mid-grade immortal techniques. Gu Feng explained in an unhurried tone. Master, does that mean if the Azure Seal were complete, it would be a high-grade immortal technique? Yi Fan asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. I can't say for sure, but it should be a high-grade technique. Gu Feng mused, then paused, hesitating for a moment before adding, However, what is it, Master? This Azure Seal is already extremely difficult to master, and now, with only half of it, it's classified as a dangerous immortal technique, Gu Feng said, his brows knit in concern. Dangereux mortal technique. Yi Fan frowned at this unfamiliar term. Azure Seal. The name alone sounded ominous, and now he was being told it was dangerous as well. A so-called dangerous immortal technique means that practicing it comes with significant risks. Some can even cause harm to the practitioner, Gu Feng said, his expression unusually grave as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. At the Royal Academy, this technique is notorious, not because of its power, but because 2 prodigies once tried to cultivate it and ended up with their meridians shattered, nearly becoming cripples. Since then, no one has dared to even think about training in it. Then why are you letting me learn it? If you're hoping to wait another 10 years for a new apprentice, just say so, don't play such tricks on me, Yi Fan retorted, confused. If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be alive right now? Gu Feng replied with a smile. Then at least tell me your reason. It's simple. This immortal technique possesses an overwhelmingly dominant energy, making it incredibly powerful. But because its power is so intense, only someone with an exceptionally strong constitution can hope to control it. The 2 prodigies who tried before simply weren't physically strong enough to manage its force, and that's why they failed, Gu Feng explained. My constitution is strong. Yi Fan's tone betrayed a hint of secret delight as he asked. Not strong, actually really weak. Old man, are you trying to get me killed, or what? Sigh, how did you figure it out? Go to hell. After several days of shouting matches like this, a new legend spread among the hunters of Blade Cleft Gorge. It was said that if you killed too much game and still wanted more, a furious roar would rise up from the bottom of the cliffs. The vengeful spirit of a magical beast. Just kidding. Your constitution used to be pretty terrible, but after all my strengthening stones and training, I can say with confidence that you're in excellent shape. Now, even this kind of immortal technique should be no problem for you. Gu Feng's deeply wrinkled face bloomed into a smile, like a chrysanthemum in full flower. He patted his chest with feigned bravado, but his whole face was creased with a kindly, pleased grin. Gu Feng had finally convinced him. Swallowing nervously, Yi Fan accepted the secret manual the old man handed over. Well, if master says so, then I'll give it a try. He turned the manual over in his hands, delight flickering in his dark eyes. Though he could feel a cold, sinister energy emanating from the pages, the power behind the immortal technique practically radiated dominance. Master, I'm going to start cultivating. You should leave now, Yi Fan said, barely able to contain his excitement. The old man simply smiled, turned, and slipped away. He knew well that the first time one practiced a new immortal art, understanding had to come from within. No one else could help. Cool moonlight spilled down from the sky, becoming ribbons of silver that quietly filled the room. Inside, the young man sat cross-legged in silence, his jet-black eyes fixed intently on the immortal manual in his hands. After a while, he began to flip through the pages, reading each one in turn, his lips unconsciously moving as he recited the words. A flood of information poured into Yi Fan's mind. When he finished the entire manual, he closed his eyes, pondering the cultivation method for the azure seal. A long time passed before he finally opened his eyes, letting out a slow breath. Thoughtfulness was written all over his dark gaze. Although Yi Fan trusted his master, the immortal power hidden within the azure seal was frightening. No, terrifying was a better word. He dared not be careless. Only after reading through the cultivation instructions several times did he finally begin a practice. First, sit cross-legged. Yi Fan drew a deep breath, moving his body as the manual instructed. Form the hand seal. He exhaled, and a shroud of shadowy, immortal power began to swirl around him. His fingertips twisted into a strange configuration, and as his mind focused, an eerie black light flickered across his skin. Threads of dark, immortal energy began to gather and coil in the center of his palms. The dark, shadowy, immortal energy twisted and writhed like slender black serpents, shifting and weaving with every change in the seals. Formed by Yi Fan's hands. In his palms, the energy flowed and intertwined, gradually shaping itself into a faintly discernible black sigil. Clinks and clatters echoed in the air. Clearly, condensing such a sigil was no easy feat. The immortal energy was simply too fierce and unruly. Each time, Yi Fan attempted to solidify the mark, tiny crackling sounds would break the silence, signaling that the entwined strands of dark energy had shattered apart before they could take form. He let out a breath. As expected, this is no simple practice, Yi Fan murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes despite having anticipated the difficulty. After a moment, he steadied his mind once more and resumed his training, determined to master the azure seal. Again, the crisp clangs resounded. And soon, sharper metallic jangles joined in. Shattered again. How many different ways could failure sound? Yi Fan felt utterly crestfallen as he lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling above. Li Luo, how are you now? He whispered, the image of her sweet, gentle smile surfacing in his mind, his voice breaking with emotion. No, I can't give up. For the sake of revenge, to protect Li Luo, I have to try again. Time slipped by swiftly, yet Yi Fan, driven by thoughts of Li Luo, pushed himself to practice tirelessly, never growing weary. Truly, the power of love is both magnificent and invincible. His hands, at first clumsy, with the unfamiliar gestures, soon grew deft and quick. The forceful energy he gathered also became swifter and more precise. Now, Yi Fan's fingers danced like butterflies weaving through blossoms, tracing one intricate arc after another. The dark seals in his grasp took on clearer form, their outlines sharpening until a chilling, ominous aura began to emanate from within. This was the mysterious, formidable power of the azure seal. Yi Fan dared not grow careless. With utmost caution, he assembled the black sigil, his nerves stretched taut. He had failed at this final step too many times before. He couldn't afford another mistake. Suddenly, his hands trembled. The black sigil appeared between his palms, and a low hum vibrated through the air. Yi Fan drew a deep breath. According to the ancient text, this was the most perilous moment. Success would mean mastery. Failure would shatter his vessels and ruin him forever. Those two prodigies from before, they must have been destroyed by this very technique. For the tribe? No, for Li Luo. Yi Fan roared it inyartly. With a sudden flourish, his hands shifted through the final seals. It was as though floodgates had been thrown wide open. In an instant, Yi Fan felt a surge of wildly violent, immortal energy erupt from the azure seal, pouring into his meridians and rushing through his body. It was like riding the crest of a storm-swollen wave. The force felt powerful enough to obliterate everything in its path. I have to withstand it, Yi Fan told himself. As long as I can endure this, the might of this fierce, immortal art will remain within me forever. A deep, resonant humming seemed to erupt from within Yi Fan's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet gritted his teeth and pressed on, though inwardly he cursed his luck. It was clear to him that the force of this celestial energy far surpassed what his body could withstand. Is this the price I pay for all my laziness? Yi Fan tried to joke with himself, but pain ripped through him as blood vessels burst throughout his body. Outside the room, Gu Feng sensed the surge of celestial power, and his face went deathly pale in an instant. This kind of energy, how can it be possible? The sheer dominance of this celestial force was beyond anything he'd anticipated. If Yi Fan truly endured it, he wouldn't possibly survive. In truth, it was Yi Fan's spirit, forged on earth, that gave him such strength. His formidable willpower amplified the Shura seal, a celestial art governed by the mind. Gu Feng kicked down the door and rushed in, only to see Yi Fan's body covered in wounds, bleeding from countless ruptures. At that moment, Yi Fan's watch, unnoticed by the elderly master, silently absorbed every last trace of the rampaging celestial energy. After a moment, it released the power again, but now, the once ferocious energy was as docile as a kitten, gently flowing into Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan opened his eyes once more, excitement shining in their depths. He saw Gu Feng, who was pulling out several healing stones, his face etched with worry. With elation in his voice, Yi Fan exclaimed, "Master, I did it!" Night had fallen deep and dark. All creation lay silent in midnight slumber. At the base of Blade Cleft Gorge, celestial energy soared skyward, and a chilling, sinister aura appeared, only to vanish without a trace moments later. Inside a humble hut, Yi Fan's bloodied body was tended by the old man, who carefully bandaged each wound. Bathed in the soft glow of familial warmth, the old and the young shared a quiet bond. "Master, I really did it. I've mastered the Shura seal. You truly are my master. Your hunch was right. I could learn it." Seeing Yi Fan battered yet beaming with excitement, Gu Feng could only manage a wry smile. "Master's guess was wrong. I underestimated the force of the Shura seal. I nearly got you killed. But you weren't wrong, Master. I held on, just like you said I would." Yi Fan didn't understand his master's guilt, but tried to ease his mind. "Yes, you held on. But that's not thanks to me. It's all your own doing." Gu Feng picked up a healing stone, and with a gentle touch, a soft pink energy seeped through Yi Fan's pores, soothing his wounds. "That's right, it was all you. Did you notice, Master?" In the end, the fierce, sinister energy of the Shura seal became gentle. Gu Feng reminded him, his voice filled with subtle pride. "No wonder I managed to withstand it," Yi Fan said thoughtfully as he sat cross-legged. "When the power first entered my body, I could clearly sense my life was in danger. But then, the force suddenly vanished, and when it returned, it felt gentle and mild." He paused, then asked, "Master, do you know what happened?" The old man stroked his beard and replied, "Although I've spent years wandering through mountains and rivers, and have studied many strange phenomena, I have never encountered a situation quite like yours." Yi Fan blinked, deciding not to dwell on it any further. Suddenly, excitement welled up on his face, along with a restless eagerness. In a flash, he dashed outside. "Where are you off to?" The old man followed him out at a slower pace. Outside, the sky was ablaze with countless stars. The young man stood atop a massive boulder, forming hand seals. His long, slender fingers fluttered through the air like butterflies, dancing among flowers, shifting smoothly from one seal to the next. A black rune flickered, half-hidden between his palms. As Yi Fan channeled his immortal power, the rune gradually sharpened into focus, exuding a chilling, sinister aura. Soon, the mark solidified between his hands. Mid-grade immortal force, Shura seal. With a thunderous shout, Yi Fan thrust his hands forward, releasing a jet-black surge of icy, domineering energy. It shot from his palms like an unstoppable torrent, crashing into the sheer cliff face across from him. Rocks tumbled and crashed down as the cliff erupted, leaving behind a massive crater. The pit spread like the web of a spider, cracks radiating outward in all directions. Looking at the gaping hole, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile, pride tugging at his lips. From behind him came the sound of the old man's hearty, weathered laughter. What a move! The Shura seal, truly impressive. Gu Feng was inwardly astonished. The power of this immortal force exceeded even his expectations. Techniques like this, which relied on spiritual control, grew stronger with the user's mental strength. And if that was the case, Yi Fan's spiritual power must be truly extraordinary. The old man watched Yi Fan with a smile, newfound confidence rising in his heart. The boy before him was no less gifted than the greatest prodigies of any clan. As long as he continued to learn these spirit-driven techniques, he was certain to become a force to be reckoned with. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and more than half a month had passed. Yi Fan wandered alone along the streets of Rainbow Town. This past month, he had refined stones day after day, so much so that he was sick of it. When the herbs finally ran out, he thought he could finally take a breath and rest. But to his dismay, that scoundrel Gu Feng sent him to Rainbow Town to find work and earn money, just so he could buy more herbs and keep refining. This time, the old man didn't come along. He merely said he'd check on Yi Fan in half a month. If Yi Fan starved to death here, he'd simply go and find another apprentice. Was this how a master should treat his own disciple? Since becoming Gu Feng's student, Yi Fan had gained much, but he couldn't shake the constant feeling that he'd somehow been tricked into servitude. Bastard! Yi Fan couldn't help but curse out loud. At that moment, a flyer fluttered down by his feet, catching the young man's attention. He bent down, picked it up, and a spark of delight lit up his handsome face. It was a recruitment leaflet for a mercenary group, calling for adventurers to venture deep into the Rainbow Forest in search of a treasure left behind by a powerful master of the heavenly rank after his death. The pay was 10,000 celestial coins. What a wealthy employer this must be. Even better, after finding the treasure, the employer and all the mercenaries would split it 50-50, and then the mercenaries would divide their share equally among themselves. However, Yi Fan quickly realized that such celestial coins had to be earned by risking one's life. The depths of the Rainbow Forest, didn't that mean they might encounter magical beasts hundreds or even thousands of years old? Coming face to face with a millennia-old beast would be nothing short of a death wish. With furrowed brows, Yi Fan stared intently at the flyer, muttering to himself, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'll take this job." Following the address written on the leaflet, Yi Fan set off, humming and skipping all the way to the recruitment site. From a distance, he could see a small table and a little chair. A listless middle-aged man sat there, with an oversized hiring notice posted beside him. The man wore a silk robe, a gold necklace gleaming at his throat, and every one of his fingers was adorned with a ring. There wasn't a single bare finger, making him look every bit the gaudy rich man. Apparently, the man had been waiting all day, but hardly anyone had signed up, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After all, the depths of Rainbow Forest were infamously terrifying. Not many had ever ventured inside, but rumors abounded of a millennia-old magical beast lurking within. Just that one legend was enough to completely dash the hopes of any cultivators who had once dreamed of trying their luck. No one was willing to throw their life away for nothing. "Hello, is this the Wolf Hunters?" "Oh, wait, no, the Wolf Mercenary Corps? I'd like to sign up as a mercenary," Yi Fan greeted with a smile. The middle-aged man perked up at once. After asking Yi Fan a few questions about his cultivation level, he eagerly began boasting about the generous benefits he offered. Once Yi Fan had signed his name, the man stood up, wearing a benevolent smile, and shook Yi Fan's hand warmly. "My name is Jean Lingfei. I'm the leader of this mercenary group. Welcome aboard. Now that we have 10 people, that's enough. Any more, and we'd risk attracting magical beasts in the forest." Despite the man's friendly smile, there was a trace of darkness deep within his eyes that sent a chill through Yi Fan's heart. Can this man really be trusted? Including the employer, there were now 11 people gathered at the edge of Rainbow Forest. At the employer's suggestion, everyone began to introduce themselves. I'm called. The same old introductions, one after another, left Yi Fan feeling bored. His gaze swept over the gathered mercenaries. Among the 11 people, there wasn't a single woman. All of them were men. This left Yi Fan a bit disappointed. They were all big, burly fellows, and not a trace of enthusiasm for the work at hand. Looking at the familiar forest around him, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Wait, could that pack of gray-scaled wolves he'd seen before reappear? Now that the barrier of immortal energy had been withdrawn, everyone spread out. Jean Lingfei whispered, quietly directing the remaining 10 people. Yi Fan quickly ducked behind a pine tree, craning his neck to catch sight of a pack of gray-scaled wolves moving carefully through the woods. Their posture was wary, every step full of caution. "What's going on?" Yi Fan overheard a few mercenaries nearby whispering among themselves. "It seems the gray-scaled wolves are migrating. They band together and change their territory once every year," said a short mercenary, keeping his voice low for fear of drawing the wolves' attention. Yi Fan couldn't help but mock them silently. He'd read the bestiary. Gray-scaled wolves did relocate every 6 months, but their migrations were never this cautious. With this kind of behavior, They were probably out hunting. According to the bestiary, gray-scaled wolves generally had the strength of a second-tier human cultivator. Without the aid of special medicines, their lifespan rarely exceeded 80 years, which meant they were a relatively weak species. However, they usually hunted in packs over 100 strong. The power of such overwhelming numbers was nothing to scoff at. Even a mighty two-tier fiend-eyed tiger at its peak could end up fleeing in panic before a pack of these wolves. Only when the last gray-scaled wolf had vanished from the mercenary site did Jean Lingfei signal for them to keep moving. "Boss Jean, how did you even know there was a treasure here?" Yifan couldn't help but ask, curiosity getting the better of him. At his words, Jean Lingfei burst out laughing, pulling out an ancient, yellowed piece of paper to show Yifan. The paper, clearly aged and fragile, was a treasure map. At the bottom, a passage was written, telling the story of a family servant who once helped a master of the heavenly rank transport treasures deep into Rainbow Forest. This servant, harboring selfish ambitions, planned to steal the treasure after his master's death. But fate had other designs. The master discovered his plot, and with a single strike, sent the servant flying. Overcome by rage, the master's life ended even sooner, and he fell from grace. The servant, mortally wounded by that blow, wrote down this story before his death, and hid the map in a secret compartment beneath an antique vase at home. That very vase was later purchased by Jean Lingfei, the president of Rainbow Town's Merchant Guild. By chance, he discovered the treasure map and was overjoyed, organizing several expeditions with mercenary groups. Each time, however, the ventures ended in disaster, with many dead or wounded, and so few were willing to try again. Yifan's group was already the 8th to attempt this quest. Yifan listened patiently to the tale, his mind reeling as if 1,000 wild horses were thundering through his thoughts. "Damn it, this bastard is really pushing me to curse. To hell with you, Jean Lingfei, you absolute scum. If I'd known you'd already gotten so many people killed, that the depths of Rainbow Forest were this dangerous, I never would have come." Yifan took a deep breath, telling himself not to lose control and start a fight. After all, the man across from him was a business guild president. If he hit him, he'd never be able to show his face in Rainbow Town again. "Jean Lingfei, you despicable rat." A clear, ringing female voice called out from not far away. Just as Yifan snapped back to his senses, a jet-black arrow whistled through the air from the distance, aimed straight at Jean Lingfei. "Watch out!" Yifan cried out sharply. The sun blazed overhead, its dazzling rays spilling down from the sky, draping the earth in a shimmering golden cloak. In the heart of Rainbow Forest, the sudden arrow sent the 11 men into chaos, breaking up their formation. "Careful!" Yifan shouted again. In that split second, Jean Lingfei's formidable immortal power exploded forth, and he dodged the arrow in a blur, using his shadow step technique. The arrow quivered violently where it had struck deep into a nearby tree, and Jean Lingfei's face twisted in fury. "Who's there? Show yourself," he roared. Yifan found both the voice and the arrow oddly familiar. A name surfaced in his mind, but he hesitated, unsure. From the distance, a young woman strode confidently toward them, clad in animal skins, her bronze skin gleaming in the sunlight. Yifan couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, "Lung Linger?" Her face was flushed with anger, eyes locked onto Jean Lingfei. Yifan glanced at Jean Lingfei, noticing the deep furrow in his brow, and knew at once. There was bad blood between these two. As the group stood in awkward silence, Jean Lingfei finally broke it, his voice tense and sharp. "Lung Linger, what do you want?" "My father is dead," Lung Linger shouted, her voice trembling with rage. At her words, Jean Lingfei's weathered face grew even paler, and Yifan felt a chill run through his heart. Seeing Jean Lingfei remain silent, Lung Linger pressed on. "We sold you the demon-eyed tiger's beast core back then, and you said the guild's fund were tight. It turned out that after the hunting competition, Yifan and Lung Linger's father had happily come to sell the beast core to Jean Lingfei. Jean Lingfei, knowing how precious a 400-year-old beast core was, accepted it. But seeing Lung Linger's father as a simple, rough man, he looked down on him and gave him a so-called mid-grade strengthening pill of equal value. But the pill was a fake. As a result, after taking the fake pill, Lung Linger's father died. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Lung Linger flew into a rage and came looking for Jean Lingfei after hearing he was in Rainbow Forest. What a true monster Jean Lingfei is. "Lung Linger, don't get too cocky. You have no proof that I gave out fake medicine. Get her, all of you. Teach this arrogant brat a lesson for me." At this moment, Jean Linger's eyes were fierce, her previously kind and gentle facade vanishing without a trace. Although Jean Lingfei had given the order, no one moved. They all hesitated. "I'll double your pay. Go on, Teach this wretched girl a lesson. Jean Lingfei threw out the lure of money as he spoke, pulling several silver banknotes, immortal coins, from his pocket. At the sight of money, everyone's eyes lit up, and they surged toward Longlinger. Sorry, sweetheart, nothing personal. It's just business. Don't expect me to go easy on you. A young mercenary leered, then charged forward. In this mercenary group, apart from Yifan, all the mercenaries were third rank in the human grade. The employer, Jean Lingfei, was a fifth rank, which wasn't bad, but for his age, being only fifth rank showed how poor his talent truly was. Just as the young man who had harassed Longlinger drew near, a figure struck from the side with a resounding impact, sending the youth flying sideways. The sudden turn of events left Longlinger momentarily stunned. Seeing the gray-robed youth standing protectively before her, she blurted out, Yifan? Yifan, what do you think you're doing? Jean Lingfei barked, baffled by the scene. The other mercenaries glanced at each other in confusion, unable to understand why Yifan was intervening. With a cold expression, the gray-robed youth spoke slowly. Everyone, don't let gold cloud your judgment. Do you really think someone as vile as Jean Lingfei would actually pay us? For all we know, he'll give each of us a fake pill and poison us all. Don't believe a word they say. All of you attack. I'll double the promised immortal coins again. Jean Lingfei, furious that Yifan had exposed his scheme, shouted in embarrassment and rage. But in this world, there are always those who think luck will simply fall from the sky. Hearing that the reward had doubled yet again, the mercenaries' eyes gleamed with greed, and they lunged at Yifan and Longlinger. Yifan was no saint. He hadn't saved Longlinger out of some chivalrous desire to be her hero. He simply despised those who were driven solely by profit, himself being the only exception. His eyes narrowed, a cold light flickering within them. Anyone who harbored murderous intent toward him would be treated as an enemy. Suddenly, Yifan's fists and palms swung out, stirring up a whirlwind of force. The air rumbled with a deep, ominous whoosh, sending all the dry leaves on the ground flying. Caught in the chaos of swirling leaves and dust, the mercenaries lost their bearings. By the time the air cleared, Yifan and Longlinger had vanished. Beneath the dappled shade of the forest, the sound of rushing wind echoed as Yifan pulled Longlinger along, running swiftly out of sight. What are you doing? Don't you know he's the one who killed my father? Longlinger came to an abrupt halt, her beautiful eyes wide with anger as she rebuked him in frustration. If we'd fought them just now, we wouldn't have stood a chance, Yifan explained. So what? I want to kill him. At this moment, Longlinger's eyes were clouded with hatred. She was nothing like the calm and composed person Yifan had seen before. It was as if she had become a completely different person. All right, I promise you, I'll help you get your revenge. But we can't act recklessly. We have to watch them from the shadows, Yifan said helplessly. He knew Longlinger's mind was made up, and there was nothing he could say to change it. In the days that followed, the two of them kept their distance, secretly observing the mercenary group from afar. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the threat of magical beasts grew with every step. Gradually, only Jean Lingfei and two of his mercenaries remained. The rest had met grisly ends at the jaws of the beasts. Excellent, Yifan murmured in admiration. At first, there had been 9 third-rank mercenaries and Jean Lingfei himself, a formidable 5th rank. Yifan and Longlinger had no hope of contending with them. But now, with only 2 third-rank mercenaries left, Yifan and Longlinger had a real chance. So, shall we make our move? Longlinger asked cautiously. Noticing Yifan's hesitation, she pressed, What's wrong? Longlinger. Yifan paused in thought, then suddenly spoke. Let me ask you, do you really want to kill him? Yifan asked, his face grave. Absolutely. Longlinger replied without hesitation. Kill. Yifan suddenly roared, his voice splitting the air like a thunderclap. The two of them sprang from their hiding place. Jean Lingfei had been studying his map intently, and he jumped in alarm, stumbling back. You fell right into my trap. I knew you wouldn't just leave so easily, Jean Lingfei said coolly. Hearing Jean Lingfei's calm tone, Yifan cursed himself inwardly for being a fool. How could someone as cunning as Jean Lingfei not notice they'd been tailed for so long? Sure enough, behind Jean Lingfei, shadows began to emerge one after another, 9 in total, forming a circle to surround Yifan and Longlinger completely. These mercenaries weren't dead after all. A look of surprise flickered across Yifan's handsome features. Seeing Yifan's shock, Jean Lingfei was quite pleased. He burst out laughing. Did you really think I rose to my position without a few tricks up my sleeve? Longlinger's face lost its color in an instant, realizing things had taken a turn for the worse. With swift hands, she drew her bow, ready for battle. Kill them both, Jean Lingfei commanded, his voice harsh and steady. At his order, The 9 mercenaries charged forward. Lung Linger loosed 10 arrows in quick succession. 2 mercenaries were struck and fell to the ground, dead before they hit the earth. Kill them now. Witnessing the scene before him, Jean Lingfei clenched his teeth, shouted with a fierce command, and then charged at the head of his group, leading them straight toward Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan drew the short sword from his waist. As Yifan collided heavily with the attackers, the dull sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed through the woods. Blood and severed limbs flew through the air, and the stench of blood instantly permeated the dense forest. Yifan severed a mercenary's arm, then glanced over to check on Lung Linger's situation. In that brief moment of distraction, Jean Lingfei drove his short sword straight into Yifan's abdomen. Jean Lingfei, damn you! At this moment, Yifan's eyes were bloodshot. Like a wild beast, he kicked Jean Lingfei away with savage force. Jean Lingfei's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the group of mercenaries behind him. Those who had hesitated, intimidated by Yifan's murderous aura. You lot, get in there. 10 times. I'll pay you 10 times as much. Jean Lingfei roared. The saying, money makes the mare go, was never more apt than now. At the promise of such a reward, the mercenaries licked their lips and charged into the fray. Jean Lingfei cast a cold glance at Lung Linger, seeing she had just been knocked to the ground by 2 mercenaries and was struggling to get up. He flicked his fingers. In a flash, the dagger in his hand turned into a streak of sword light, shooting like lightning straight at her head. As the deadly sword light rapidly filled her vision, Lung Linger felt the chilling presence of death. Helpless, she slowly closed her eyes, a sigh echoing in her heart. In the end, she had failed to avenge her father. The thought brought a mist of tears to Lung Linger's bright eyes. But just as Lung Linger closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, a gray blur suddenly shot out from the chaos nearby. It collided fiercely with the flying sword light, shattering it and saving her in the nick of time. Seeing this, Jean Lingfei's expression turned ice cold. Only 2 mercenaries remained, those who had attacked Lung Linger. The rest lay dead on the ground, blood oozing from their mouths. In other words, Yifan alone had killed 8 third-rank mercenaries. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, Jean Lingfei said, his brows furrowed tightly. Is that a compliment? Yifan replied with a reckless laugh. The moment he saw the sword light speeding toward Lung Linger, he had already pressed his watch, transforming into quicksilver. And in that split second, he had dispatched the other 8 mercenaries and, with a flick of his wrist, deflected the flying dagger aimed at Lung Linger. I underestimated you. Why are you helping this girl against me? What makes her worthy of your protection? Deep within the rainbow forest, Jean Lingfei's furious questions echoed through the trees. Just treat it as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Yifan called out, unwilling to waste words on someone so thoroughly selfish and despicable. Fine, I want to see if you're strong enough to defeat me. Jean Lingfei roared, his figure darting forward at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind Yifan. Not bad, you're pretty fast, Yifan sneered coldly, without even bothering to turn around. Of course, in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. The technique I practice is the Gale Step, a mid-grade immortal art I paid dearly for. As he finished speaking, Jean Lingfei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Suddenly, Jean Lingfei, standing behind Yifan, threw a fierce punch. Whipping up a howling wind and surging with potent immortal energy, his fist struck down like a sledgehammer aimed straight at Yifan's head. But it turned out to be only an afterimage of Yifan. Jean Lingfei was visibly shocked. So you know such immortal techniques as well? Gale Step? Sounds impressive. Is it just a speed booster? Yifan smiled from a short distance away. But that faint smile only stoked Jean Lingfei's fury. He spat. I'll make you beg for death, yet be unable to die. My Gale Step reaches half the speed of sound. With that, Jean Lingfei lunged at Yifan once more. Yifan, look out. He's too fast. Lung Linger's delicate brows knit together, and her lips, red and soft as jelly, parted in warning. Competing in speed? Right now, I'm like Quicksilver. You're half the speed of sound, but I'm supersonic. Oh my god. Yifan muttered dismissively under his breath. Trying to outpace Quicksilver was simply laughable. At his peak, Quicksilver could reach the speed of light. And in this fantasy realm, Yifan's own mastery of immortal arts pushed his speed even further. At that moment, the world itself seemed to freeze in Yifan's eyes. Even the falling leaves were suspended motionless in the air. This Jean Lingfei, so proud of his speed, now appeared to Yifan as if he were crawling like a tortoise. Yifan easily dispatched the remaining 2 mercenaries. How tedious. I might as well take this chance to check on Li Luo, Yifan said to himself, and in the next instant, dashed off toward the Yi clan. In a heartbeat, He had arrived at the clan's gates. Entering, he caught sight of Yi Chun and felt a sudden urge to kill him. But he couldn't afford to cause chaos within the clan, so he hurried instead toward the dining hall. Li Luo might be there, eating at this hour. No sign of her in the dining hall, nor in the training hall. The girls' dormitory. Would it be improper to go in? Yi Fan scratched his itchy scalp, hesitating. As he glanced around, his eyes landed on a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak, staring at him coldly and slowly approaching. Even through the cloak, Yi Fan could feel the icy glint in the man's eyes. "Who are you?" Yi Fan cried out in alarm, with his speed now exceeding that of sound. How could anyone possibly approach him so casually? There really is someone in this world who's as fast as me. A deep, rough male voice echoed from within the black robe. "Kid, I originally planned to destroy this entire fantasy continent, starting right here. But you've caught my attention. No one in this world has ever been able to see me, the light speedwalker. I admire you, so I'll let this land live for another 10 years. 10 years from now, I'll come back and challenge you." The black-robed figure spoke calmly. Though his tone seemed unremarkable, an unmistakable chill ran through his words. "You bastard, you're way too arrogant." Yi Fan charged forward at full speed, moving 5 times faster than the speed of sound. Just as Yi Fan's fist was about to smash down, he saw the black-robed man dissolve into a blur, leaving only a drifting voice behind. "I didn't expect there would be anyone on this continent who could move so fast. Interesting. Damn it." Yi Fan roared it furiously. He had just moved at 5 times the speed of sound. Just how fast was that black-robed man? "No, there's no time to think about this. I can't let Jean Lingfei get away." Yi Fan snapped back to his senses and rushed back to the rainbow forest. At this moment, Jean Lingfei's attack hit nothing but air. He was baffled. How had Yi Fan managed to dodge a strike? "Impossible. I'm so fast. How did you dodge me?" Jean Lingfei shouted, his voice thunderous. He had always prided himself on his speed, but now a kid barely in his 20s had slipped past his assault. His rage was written all over his face. "Oh, come on, brother. There are plenty of people in this world faster than you," Yi Fan said helplessly. Suddenly, he remembered the black-robed man. The sheer terror of that speed made his skin crawl. In that moment, Yi Fan hadn't seen a thing. The man had simply vanished. He felt a pang of frustration. He couldn't control Quicksilver's mutant ability, and true power for Quicksilver wasn't just about speed. Strictly speaking, Quicksilver's power was to compress, slow down, or even stop the flow of space and time around him at will. In the movies, Quicksilver played video games at lightning speed, and the game itself sped up to keep pace with him. It wasn't just that his hands were fast. After all, a game console has limits to how quickly it can respond. With gameplay like his, if the game didn't speed up, there's no way such scenes could appear. Both the comics and the movies explain that Quicksilver's mutant power isn't just about speed. It's about manipulating the flow of time around him. He could keep leaves drifting down lazily on one side, while freezing race cars at full throttle on the other. You could see this in the comics, or when the Flash needs a special suit to keep from bursting into flames from friction, but Quicksilver never wears one and is just fine. But Yi Fan couldn't pull off the trick Quicksilver used in the comics. If he could, never mind that so-called light speed walker. Even if the Flash himself showed up, Yi Fan could slow him to a crawl, or even stop him completely. Oh, if only I could use those kinds of superpowers, Yi Fan sighed softly. But then a thought crossed his mind, dampening his spirits. What if the Quicksilver he'd transformed into was merely the version known for speed, and not the original creation with greater abilities? After all, the Quicksilver poster he'd saved was from the movie X-Men, Apocalypse. "Hey kid, are you even listening to me?" Jean Lingfei shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation, nearly losing it altogether. But Yi Fan, lost in his thoughts, paid him no mind. "I'm sorry. I got distracted." Yi Fan apologized sincerely. "Damn it," Jean Lingfei roared, drawing his dagger and lunging at him again. Yi Fan's gaze locked onto the gleaming tip of the blade hurtling toward him. That razor-sharp edge sent chills prickling over his skin, and his right hand slowly curled into a fist. A wave of icy energy radiated outward. "Finger pulse sword," Yi Fan shouted, unleashing a move. The finger pulse sword erupted with a surge of dark, Azura-like immortal energy. Yi Fan stomped his foot, launching himself forward like a wild beast. Facing such a fierce onslaught, he still chose not to dodge. This left Lung Linger, watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Jean Lingfei let out a sinister, guttural yell. Without the slightest pause, the sword's blue glowing tip darted for Yi Fan's throat with lightning speed. A burst of explosive power surged within Yi Fan, gathering swiftly. He sprang forward, colliding head-on with Jean Lingfei's dagger. Both were sent flying backward, and a crack appeared in Jean Lingfei's blade. Kid, do you really think you could take me on? I'm a 5th grade human rank. Jean Lingfei shouted midair, as if Yi Fan was just a rookie in his eyes. At this, Yi Fan snorted coldly. His hands moved in a blur, weaving a dark seal between them. A chilling energy seeped from Yi Fan's palms. Then, sidestepping Jean Lingfei's wind-wrapped punch, Yi Fan leaped back and spoke with icy calm. Congratulations on being the first to taste my azure seal. Jean Lingfei was thrown off by the words, thinking Yi Fan was just being cocky. He cursed. You little brat, don't get ahead of yourself. You're only early 4th grade human rank. Yi Fan's brow twitched slightly, and then he smirked. Boss Jean, are you stupid? You're already this old and still only 5th grade human rank, and you have the nerve to criticize me? Seeing the gentle smile on Yi Fan's handsome face, Jean Lingfei felt his anger flare. That smile seemed to mock him, and he bared his teeth in a cold sneer. But you won't live to see tomorrow. Just as Jean Lingfei was about to make his move, a pitch-black arrow whistled through the air and stopped him in his tracks. Judging by the violent quiver of the arrow's tail, the person who shot it must have used tremendous arm strength. Lung Linger, Boss Jean wants me to handle this myself. All you need to do is keep yourself safe, came the calm command. Hearing this, Lung Linger nodded, her eyes a little dazed. Yi Fan glanced at the azure seal forming between his hands, a sly smile playing on his lips as the hand seal shifted. Mid-tier immortal art, azure seal. With a thunderous shout, Yi Fan unleashed the formidable, dominating force of the azure seal. It shot forth, blazing with power. With an aura that threatened to destroy everything in its path, the energy surged straight toward Jean Lingfei. Startled by the sinister energy of the azure seal, Jean Lingfei's eyes flickered with shock. In an instant, the air was thick with an eerie chill. Leaves whirled through the air, and black radiance burst forth in all directions. The old and the young clashed, and, after the impact, both were thrown backwards by the force. Jean Lingfei's body was torn apart, blood streaming everywhere. His meridians were shattered. He collapsed to the ground, dead in an instant. Yi Fan, on the other hand, landed steadily. Even he was stunned by the power of the azure seal. This was only a fragment of the technique, and it already wielded such might. What would the complete azure seal be capable of? Heavens, how is this possible? Lung Linger covered her lips with a delicate hand, her face pale with shock. Yi Fan's strength had surpassed her wildest imagination. Above, the sun hung high in the sky. The gentle sunlight of autumn poured down, filling the earth with a crisp, invigorating freshness. I told you, stick with me, and you'll eat and drink well in the rainbow forest. A cocky male voice rang out from deep within the woods. As the scene drew closer, a handsome young man could be seen striking a triumphant pose before a girl with bronze skin, dressed in sturdy, traveling clothes. Oh, please, eat and drink well, you say? The girl covered her lips and laughed softly. After a pause, she grew serious and added, still thank you. No need to thank me, Yi Fan replied, the corners of his mouth curving upward. A thought occurred to him. Yi Fan walked over to Jean Lingfei's corpse and searched him for a while, eventually pulling out a treasure map. What are you doing with this treasure map? Lung Linger's gaze grew complicated as she looked at Yi Fan. She had a sense of what he was planning, but still couldn't help asking. Obviously, I'm going to look for the treasure. Yi Fan kept his eyes glued to the map, unfazed by Lung Linger's words. You think it'll be that easy? Jean Lingfei searched here for so long and never found it, and the depths of the rainbow forest are incredibly dangerous. Leng Linge explained patiently. Go if you want, but I'm not leaving. It took me a lot to get here, and now that my employer is dead, there's no one left to pay me. Yi Fan paused, a sudden burst of excitement lighting up his face. He turned back and continued searching Jean Lingfei's corpse, renewed determination in his movements. What are you taking this time? Leng Linge's brows knitted tightly. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Banknotes, of course. That Jean Lingfei is the president of the business guild. He must have loads of money. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his words practically dripping with the scent of cold, hard cash. Lung Linger simply spread her hands, conceding that she wasn't in any position to lecture him about how money is just a worldly possession. Yi Fan took 2 silver notes, each worth 1,000 spirit coins, as well as Jean Lingfei's gold necklace, rings, and other valuables. He walked over to a wooden stump, laid out the treasure map, and began to study it with a grave expression. If you want to go throw your life away, that's your business. I'm heading back. Lung Linger fluttered her bright eyes, frowned, and spoke curtly. All right, by now, see you. Yi Fan didn't even bother to look up as he replied. Watching Yi Fan's nonchalance, Lung Linger pursed her lips, muttered something under her breath, and turned to leave. For the next while, Yi Fan wandered deeper into the rainbow forest. Along the way, he encountered quite a few magical beasts, but to conserve his strength, he usually confused them with his shadow step technique and made a quick escape. The treasure map marked the depths of the rainbow forest, dotted with dozens of red marks. By now, half of these spots had already been searched, either by Yi Fan himself or by Jean Lingfei before him, but all in vain. On the continent of fantasy, dusk had fallen. The setting sun painted the sky in shades of crimson. A weary figure leapt from branch to branch among the trees. Eventually, the figure slowed to a halt atop a thick trunk. Phew, this is just too much. What a useless treasure map. The figure let out a frustrated complaint. Looking closer, Yi Fan sat slumped on the branch, utterly dejected. Sir, actually, after scanning the map, I have a good idea where the real red mark is. After a long silence, Jarvis's voice finally returned. What? You didn't say anything. How do you know which one is real? What makes you so sure? Yi Fan frowned at his watch. There's only one red spot that's marked with a special code using spiritual energy. Only that one contains even a trace of spiritual power, Jarvis explained evenly, as if none of it really concerned him. A red spot marked with spiritual energy. Why didn't I sense it? It's very faint, so you couldn't pick it up. Maybe only a master above the heavenly tier could sense it. Jarvis's tone carried a hint of mockery. You're getting more and more familiar with spiritual energy in this world by the day. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, but at least Jarvis was still on his side. Let's go, Yi Fan said, his voice suddenly serious. As Yi Fan continued his exploration, he ventured deeper into the rainbow forest. After walking some distance, the dim light around him suddenly brightened. Looking up, he realized he had emerged from the dense thicket and now stood before a rather steep cliff. Below the cliff, a lush green forest stretched out, its beauty striking. Is this the cliff, Jarvis? Yi Fan called out to his watch. Yes, sir. Based on my observations, it's right here on this cliff, Jarvis replied dutifully. A moment later, Yi Fan, using his shadow step technique, effortlessly ascended the cliff. He let his gaze sweep the cliff's edge, but then his eyes suddenly paused. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, he stopped in front of a plant blooming with pale, white flowers right at the cliff's brim. This plant bore delicate white blossoms, and nestled among the petals, faintly visible, were pinkish fruits. A subtle, sweet fragrance drifted from them. Yi Fan studied the plant closely, his brows arching in surprise. White spirit fruit. Master once mentioned this as one of the ingredients for refining mid-grade elixirs using the 100-herb stone. Crouching down, Yi Fan reached out, intending to pick the plant and store it in his spiritual space. But just as his hand brushed the white blossoms, a small, bronze-toned hand, smooth as chocolate, suddenly darted out from the cliffside and reached for the same plant, but ended up grabbing the back of Yi Fan's hand instead. The delicate hand recoiled instantly, as if jolted by electricity. In that same instant, a soft, ethereal face appeared from below the cliff, her features tinged with a hint of panic as she glanced up at the bewildered young man crouching above. Lengling, Yi Fan blurted out, startled at first by the sudden appearance of the beautiful face from beneath the cliff. Quickly regaining his composure, he called her name. Lengling, hold in, please. What are you doing here? She asked, blinking her almond-shaped eyes. I was about to ask you the same. Didn't you already head back? Yi Fan replied with a frown. Atop the cliff, the two pairs of eyes stared blankly at each other, the moment charged with an odd tension. Could you pull me up first? I'm running out of strength. After a brief silence, Jean Linger was the first to break the awkwardness, her voice soft and gentle. Yi Fan blinked, then nodded as if nothing had happened. He grabbed her slender, jade-like hand and gave a slight pull. With his help, she leaped up from below, her graceful form tracing a perfect arc through the air as she landed lightly atop the peak. Thanks, Yi Fan. Her feet touched the ground, and Jean Linger offered her thanks without the slightest concern for the complex look on Yi Fan's face. There's no need to thank me. First, tell me, how did you know about this place? Yi Fan frowned as he spoke. Lung Linger's eyes darted mischievously. She feigned innocence and replied, Know about what? Drop the act. You can't possibly not know this is a treasure trove. Yi Fan pointed at the shadowy cave behind him. Oh, so this is the place. Lung Linger smiled and nodded as if it had only just dawned on her. What do you mean, so this is the place? The way you've been acting, it's obvious you came here for this. No wonder you tried to scare me off earlier with all that talk. You wanted me gone so you could have it all to yourself. Yi Fan's face bore clear traces of annoyance. Oh, come on, that's not fair. You make it sound so ugly. I was just worried about your safety and thought it'd be better to come alone. Lung Linger's voice grew weaker, clearly doubting her own explanation. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked pitifully at Yi Fan. She might not have the most breathtaking features, but there was a gentle grace about her that could move anyone's heart. If this were the old days, Yifan might have teased her a little. But now, stranded on an unfamiliar continent, and with his heart set on Liluo, he found he no longer had the mind for such things. Lung Linger's delicate brows drew together. Her dark eyes sparkled as she pointed to a white plant clinging to the edge of the cliff, and smiled. Honestly, there's nothing much in the cave. I saw you were eyeing this plant earlier. Take it, and then maybe you could leave. Seriously? Lung Linger, you really do know how to ask for the moon. That's not happening. No way. Yifan frowned, muttering quietly. After all, I helped you get revenge. That's a white spirit fruit. You know, it's a mid-level medicinal herb. Isn't that enough? Lung Linger huffed in protest. Oh, you recognize it too? Of course I do. This herb usually grows only on cliff edges. Even though it can be found in decent numbers, it's the favorite food of flying magical beasts. Most of the time, it gets eaten before it can mature. So even among mid-grade herbs, it's really rare. If you brought a fully ripened white spirit fruit to an apothecary, you could easily sell it for over 3,000 celestial coins. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes. He nodded in agreement. Then after a pause, he asked, even so, the treasure in this cave must be worth far more than just a few thousand celestial coins, right? Well, that is true. Lung Linger's cheeks flushed as she nodded in resignation. But why are you so knowledgeable about medicinal herbs? Aren't you a hunter? Yifan asked, puzzled. Exactly because I'm a hunter. When I was little, I used to follow my father through the forest. I picked up a thing or two about herbs along the way. As she mentioned her late father, a hint of loneliness and sorrow passed over Lung Linger's lovely face. I'm sorry. Let's go into the cave together, Yifan said awkwardly. Lung Linger composed herself, gave Yifan a slight smile, and crouched down carefully to pluck the pink fruit from within the flower. She then offered it to Yifan. Seeing her gesture, Yifan brushed his handsome face with a nonchalant expression and nodded as if it didn't matter much. While the white spirit fruit might be a prized rarity to others, to him it was neither here nor there. After all, he hadn't yet learned much about refining such stones. But since she didn't want it, it wouldn't hurt to take it off her hands. He could always learn about it later. So, shall we go together? Leng Ling asked softly. Atop the steep cliff, under the faint silver light of the moon, two silhouettes flickered in and out of the shadows. You've agreed? Yifan asked, a note of delight in his voice. But I get the bigger share of whatever's inside. Lung Linger huffed, her tone a little proud. All right. Yifan's face lit up with a broad grin. He was thoroughly intrigued by the prospect of an adventure and treasure hunt. Truth be told, he simply loved the thrill of discovering hidden treasures. Shall we begin? Stepping forward, Yifan peered down into the pitch-black depths below, then turned and shot a smile at Lung Linger, who stood beside him clad in a snug suit of beast hide. Lung Linger nodded slightly, then crouched down to gather some dry twigs from the ground. She deftly bundled them into two makeshift torches, sprinkled a bit of pale yellow powder over them, and, producing a flint from her pocket, struck a spark and set them alight. Looking at the two improvised torches, Yifan nodded in approval. Give me one. Here. Lung Linger handed him a torch with a touch of disdain, then pulled a long rope from her cloak, dangling in front of him with a sly grin. Out here in the middle of the night. Are we really going to play with ropes? Yifan vokit. Shut up. Lung Linger's cheeks flushed scarlet once more. After a moment's pause, she added, we'll tie the rope to a big tree before we go in, so we don't get lost. Don't you even know that? Then, after thinking for a second, she flashed a mischievous smile. You're not expecting a little lady like me to take the lead, are you? Go on, you first. Fine. Yifan took the rope and tied it securely around his waist. Glancing back at Lung Linger's blushing face, he shook his head slightly and remarked in a calm voice, how do I know you're not planning to knock me out and go treasure hunting on your own? You don't trust me? We've known each other since the new faction hunting competition. Lung Linger protested, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Well, normally I'd trust you, but the fact that you came out here alone tonight makes me a little suspicious. And how do you even know that the red mark on the map is real? I have no reason to just take your word for it, Yifan replied, his expression growing serious. As he spoke, Yifan, still uneasy, gave the rope a hard tug, testing its strength and checking whether Lung Linger had tampered with it in any way. Coward, you really are timid, Lung Linger muttered, pouting in annoyance. Being so doubted by Yifan made her feel indignant. After so many years in Rainbow Town, Lung Linger had rarely met someone so cautious, scared of a lone woman like herself. It was almost laughable. I can't help it. I was nearly killed once, and I have no desire to meet my end at the hands of a woman, Yifan replied helplessly, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. You're ruthless. Fine, I'll go first, you coward. Lung Linger huffed, her beautiful eyes wide with irritation. She bit her lip and stamped her foot in frustration. With a faint smile, Yifan searched outside for a sturdy tree, tied the rope firmly around its thick trunk, and after tugging hard one more time, he pulled out another rope and asked with a grin, "Would you like me to help you tie it on?" Lung Linger snatched the rope from him with a brusque gesture, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. "I can tie it myself," she snapped. "All right, you go down first." Yifan smiled, then paused and added gently, "Oh, by the way, just a reminder, late at night there. Could be spiders, venomous snakes, or bats down there. Be careful." He threw her a mischievous glance, as if it were nothing at all. "You." In her frustration, Lung Linger tried to punch Yifan, but accidentally tripped on a small stone. A rush of her sweet fragrance filled the air as she stumbled forward, and in the next instant, her soft, delicate body crashed right into Yifan's arms. The sensation of her supple form in his arms sent a jolt straight to Yifan's heart, making it tremble involuntarily. How could I face Li Luo like this? Yifan silently scolded himself for his lack of self-control. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he suppressed the fire stirring within and helped Lung Linger regain her balance. Just as Yifan was still lingering in the memory of her softness, Lung Linger's embarrassed and angry voice sounded in his ear. "Aren't you going in? If you wait any longer, the sun will be up." "Sorry about that," Yifan replied, scratching his head with an apologetic smile. The two of them entered the cave, only to stop dead in their tracks, stunned by the sight before them. The cave was not only winding and uneven, but the path varied in width, nothing like a typical tomb. But what truly took their breath away was the sight at the heart of the cave. Countless thick vines, each as large around as a power pole, twisted and coiled together. These vines crisscrossed the space, wrapping around nearly everything they could reach. Their branches hung from the walls like willow twigs, some dangling in midair, others brushing the ground. Some of the vines even poked through holes in the cave walls, and wherever they looked, there were more vines spreading out. Even near the entrance, right beside Yifan, one or two vines crept along the rock. "Throw the torch over there." After moving forward a bit more, Yifan nodded toward the darkness ahead, his voice deep and steady. "Okay." Lung Linger, her face pale with fright from the vines, nodded quickly. She gripped the firebrand in her hand and, mustering her courage, hurled it forcefully into the shadowy area. Seeing this scene, Yifan felt his heart suddenly lurch in fear. Lung Linger grew even paler, her small hand clutching tightly at Yifan's sleeve. The moment Lung Linger tossed the torch into the cave, the entire place erupted in roaring flames. The vines within quickly caught fire and were consumed, and, to their horror, the vines seemed to emit faint, anguished screams as they burned. "What's happening here?" Lung Linger's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling and weak. Her hand gripped Yifan's sleeve even tighter, a clear sign that even this usually unflappable girl was deeply afraid. It's all right." Yifan tried to steady himself with silent encouragement. These vines were simply too strange. Could it be that a heaven-ranked expert had really set up traps in his own tomb? Peering carefully inside, Yifan noticed many objects hanging from the branches deeper in the cave. At first, he thought they were fruit, but upon closer inspection, their shapes didn't quite fit. Hidden behind the dense vines, these objects would occasionally sway with the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. "No, we shouldn't go inside just yet. I need to check for traps. If a heaven-ranked expert really set up mechanisms here, there's no way people like us could withstand them." Frowning, Yifan flicked his finger and sent a pulse from his sword vein flying into the cave. Sure enough, from the depths came the sounds of explosions, and a small stone was sent hurtling out. "Ah!" Lung Linger shrieked in fear, throwing herself into Yifan's arms. Yifan was momentarily stunned, but gently held Lung Linger as the subtle fragrance of the young girl drifted to his nose. Realizing her loss of composure, Lung Linger quickly pulled away. Yifan crouched down and picked up the stone that had flown out. He sniffed it, and his expression suddenly changed. Lung Linger noticed and frowned slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" This heaven-ranked expert might have been a stone refiner. "This little stone is an immortal art stone," Yifan replied, brows knitted. "A stone refiner?" Lung Linger exclaimed in shock. She knew what that meant. If the expert was truly a stone refiner, their chances of surviving were slim. Stone refiners were masters of setting traps, and immortal art stones were indistinguishable from ordinary rocks. If they stepped on a hidden explosive stone, it would be extremely dangerous. "Let's go, let's keep moving, just be careful." In truth, Yifan was secretly thrilled. If the heaven-ranked expert was a stone refiner, the treasures he left behind were sure to be related to stone refining. and likely worth a fortune. After comforting Lung Ling for a while, Yifan gently took her by the hand and led her onward. They walked through the quiet, shadowy cave, a faint chill curling around them. In the still corridor, only the soft sound of their footsteps could be heard. The gloomy atmosphere pressed in from all sides, and Lung Ling instinctively hugged her arms around herself. She glanced at Yifan, who was walking steadily ahead, hesitated for a moment, then quickened her pace to follow closely behind him. In this environment, only the presence of the boy before her gave her a sense of security. They continued in this heavy silence for over 10 minutes. Just as Lung Ling felt she could hardly bear the oppressive darkness and maddening quiet any longer, the boy in front of her suddenly stopped. Startled, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't slow herself in time and ended up bumping right into Yifan's back. The sudden closeness brought a flush to Lung Ling's cheeks. She quickly stepped back, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. "What are you doing?" Yifan, equally flustered by the unexpected contact, took a deep breath, coughed to steady himself, and pointed helplessly at a stone door ahead, faintly glowing with golden light. "Don't blame me. There's no more path. You weren't paying attention, daydreaming instead of watching where you were going." Hearing this, Jean Linger frowned slightly, stepped forward, and studied the stone door. She pondered aloud. "There's light behind the door. This must be our destination. Since the master here was a stone forging expert, I suspect he set many traps behind this door. How are we supposed to get through? Do you know anything about mechanisms and traps?" Yifan asked. "Not really," she replied. "Let's take a good look around, and don't go pressing anything at random." Yifan frowned as he cautioned her, worried she might accidentally trigger a trap and leave them both in peril. "All right," Lung Linger replied, unconcerned. "Did you hear me? Be careful, okay?" Yifan reminded her again. "I know, I'm not a child," Lung Linger replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Yifan could only shake his head helplessly and began to investigate the area. Lung Linger left Yifan to his search and shifted her gaze from the stone door to the surrounding stone walls, examining them in the dim firelight. There were murals etched into the rock, worn with age, likely left by the master of this place. "Found it!" As Lung Linger was studying the wall, Yifan's softly triumphant voice caught her attention. Night had fallen, black as ink. From deep within the cave, a faint note of excitement echoed. "You found something?" Lung Linger asked quietly, hope lighting up her face. Beside the stone door, Yifan had crouched down, his slender hand resting on a tiny protrusion at the base of the door. He pressed it gently with his fingertip. A creaking sound slowly echoed through the cave. Because the stone door hadn't been opened for ages, Yifan formed a hand seal and infused it with immortal energy to help the door rise. Watching the stone door gradually lift upward, Lung Linger let out a sigh of relief. She gave Yifan a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Amazing." Yifan grinned with pride, but just then he sensed a chill in the air. Shouting a warning, he grabbed Lung Linger and ducked down. An arrow whistled past, skimming just a millimeter above their heads, making Lung Linger break out in a cold sweat. "If I'd known it'd be this dangerous, I never would have come," Lung Linger complained, her face full of regret. "Relax. If we want to take someone's burial treasures, we have to accept the risks," Yifan replied with a helpless smile. He couldn't deny that what they were doing was rather unscrupulous. As the stone door continued to rise, a dazzling golden light spilled from within, banishing all the surrounding darkness. But Yifan and Lung Linger squeezed their eyes shut, turning their heads away. Peering into the brilliantly illuminated chamber beyond the door, Lung Linger smiled slightly, then took 2 steps back and lifted her bronze-colored chin toward Yifan, laughing softly. "Scaredy cat, go on in." Shrugging, Yifan picked up a few stones from the ground and hurled them forcefully through the doorway. Nothing happened. He tried flicking a stone inside with his finger using the pole sword technique, but when there was still no reaction, he finally felt a bit more at ease. "You really are hopelessly cautious," Lung Linger said with a resigned shake of her head, watching Yifan remain so careful even now. "How about you go in and test the traps then?" Yifan replied lightly, unjonjernet. Only then did he step cautiously through the stone doorway. Inside, Yifan looked around carefully. Unlike the cramped mountain path outside, this chamber was impressively vast, about the size of a sports field at his old school in his previous life. Suddenly, he saw 2 leaves hanging on the far wall drop to the ground, revealing 2 pitch-black holes. Twin beams of black light shot out in an instant. "Watch out, Lung Linger!" At Yifan's shout, Lung Linger quickly ducked. The 2 dark arrows flew past, embedding themselves in the wall right behind her. If not for Yifan's warning, those arrows would have struck her head. Lung Linger's face went pale again. Yifan took in the scene inside the stone chamber. Aside from a single, dazzlingly bright lamp and the wall completely covered in leaves, the place was utterly empty. No, it's a trap. Suddenly, the stone door behind them slammed shut, sealing them in. Lung Linger pounded on it desperately, but the door didn't budge. Yifan suddenly realized something, his face darkening as he said, "We've fallen into a trap. This isn't the real entrance." What? The color drained from Lung Linger's face when she heard this. She looked anxiously at the leaves that started to fall in patches from the wall, and she, too, grasped the danger that she and Yifan were now facing. "Watch out!" Yifan shouted again, having just spotted a barrage of arrows hurtling toward them from all directions. Each arrow was wreathed in a terrifying aura of celestial energy. Damn it! Yifan pressed a button on his watch. A blinding flash forced Lung Linger to shut her eyes tight. She knew that closing them for even a moment could mean being pierced through by 1,000 arrows. She heard the clangor of metal upon metal, the sharp, ringing impacts echoing all around her. Feeling no pain, she cautiously opened her eyes. In front of her stood a tall, imposing figure, shielding her from harm. "Are you all right?" the figure asked, his back still turned to her. The familiar voice made Lung Linger blurt out in disbelief. "Yifan? How'd you get so tall and so strong?" "Second puberty," Yifan joked. Right now, Yifan had transformed into Captain America, clad in blue and white, with a white star emblazoned on his chest and wielding a vibranium shield, also marked with a shining star. He blocked every arrow aimed at Lung Linger. "Stop kidding around. Don't tell me. This is that legendary morphing divine art," Lung Linger exclaimed, suddenly realizing the truth. "That's right." Yifan gave her a small, amused smile. "In a remote place like this, someone actually has the morphing divine art." Lung Linger was astonished, but she had seen enough bizarre things in this world to accept this new reality without hesitation. "Sir, out of these 10,000 or so arrow slits, one of them hides a stone key," Jarvis reported, activating his scanning device. If only this were Iron Man's armor, he could pinpoint the exact location of the keyhole. But with Captain America's form, he could only offer a general hint. "Lung Linger, help me check these arrow slits. There might be a key hidden somewhere," Yifan said, already searching as he spoke. "Are you crazy? What if they shoot more arrows?" Lung Linger protested, worry written all over her face. "It'll be fine. Just help me look," Yifan replied, utterly unfazed. Suddenly, a small red creature resembling a butterfly fluttered out from one of the slits, letting out a pair of shrill chirps and shaking its wings. Spotting Yifan and Lung Linger, it abruptly darted toward them. Lung Linger's expression changed instantly when she saw the tiny insect. Bloodfly. An adult is a 4th-rank human-class beast, and it's highly venomous. "Don't let it touch you," she shouted urgently. However, Yifan was already a bit dazed, and for a moment, he didn't realize what was happening. On reflex, he grabbed the creature in his hand. He stood there, stunned, and then suddenly let out a pained scream. In an instant, his hand turned blood red, and not only that, the crimson hue rapidly spread up his arm. "Damn it," Yifan cursed through clenched teeth. He quickly pulled out the mid-grade immortal stone of rejuvenation his master had given him for protection. Its effects could not only heal wounds, but also dispel a myriad of poisons. A gentle surge of immortal power washed over Yifan, healing him and purging the poison from his body. Seeing that Yifan had survived, the creature swooped toward him once again. "You want another round?" Now transformed into Captain America, Yifan swept his palm, sending the vibranium shield spinning through the air. Infused with powerful immortal energy, the shield whistled toward the bloodwing insect with a fierce gust. The bloodwing insect twisted its body, narrowly dodging the flying shield, and continued its assault on Yifan. This time, however, Yifan was out of rejuvenation stones. As the bloodwing insect grew larger and larger in his pupils, Yifan remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. "Get out of the way, Yifan," Lung Linger called out anxiously. Instead, Yifan's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied in a mockingly casual tone. "Little bug, do you really think dodging is your best move?" Even as he spoke, the shield crashed into the stone wall behind him, ricocheted off to the wall on the other side, and then boomeranged back, catching the bloodwing insect completely. Off guard, with a heavy thud, the shield pinned the creature into a crack in the wall. The bloodwing insect was instantly pulverized, and eerie green blood trickled down the stone. Watching the bloodwing insect suddenly veer away, just as it reached him, Yifan flashed a mischievous grin. "You nearly scare me to death." Lung Linger glared at him, her beautiful eyes full of reproach. Yifan answered with a laugh, steady and slightly playful in true Captain America style. "Come on, who do you think I am?" Afterward, Yi Fan pulled the vibranium shield from the crevice in the wall and used the healing stone's immortal energy to wipe away the poisonous blood left behind by the bloodwing insect. A stream of immortal power, pink and snake-like, emerged from the healing stone, cleansing the poison from the shield. Then, the two began searching through the more than 10,000 small holes, looking for the key. It must be said, searching for a single key among 10,000 holes is no easy task. As time ticked by, both of them grew more and more exhausted. "I found it!" A spark of excitement lit up Yi Fan's weary face as he shouted in delight. A smile broke through the fatigue on Lung Linger's face as well. "Quick, find the keyhole." After searching for a bit, Yi Fan noticed something odd about one of the lamps. He gently pushed it aside, and sure enough, there was a small hole underneath that perfectly matched the shape of the stone key. He inserted the key, and the sound of a wooden mechanism echoed through the chamber. After a brief moment, an opening about the size of a dog hole appeared before Yi Fan. "Seriously? I crossed worlds just to crawl through a dog hole? Give me a break," Yi Fan muttered, now back in his original form. Ignoring the way Lung Linger stared at him as if he were some kind of oddity, he didn't hesitate. He bent low and squeezed into the hole first. Lung Linger watched Yi Fan vanish into the darkness. She swallowed nervously, whispered a quick, "God bless me," and steeled herself before crawling in after him. Yi Fan moved slowly at the front, inching forward because the tunnel was so narrow. In some places, he could barely squeeze through. He had to steady his breath, gather himself, and then push forward in one go to make it through. Clearly, the master of this place, that legendary expert, must have been nothing but skin and bones. Otherwise, even someone with Yi Fan's perfectly average build would never have made it through with such effort. Lung Linger struggled behind Yi Fan, getting dragged along at his slow pace, clearly annoyed. She was staring straight at his backside and complained, "Don't you dare let one slip, or I swear I'll put an arrow right in your rear end." Suddenly, Yi Fan caught sight of a faint light ahead and knew they'd reached the end. "There's light. We're at the exit," Yi Fan exclaimed, picking up speed as Lung Linger hurried to catch up. Crawling out of the tunnel, their view suddenly opened up. Beyond the stone doorway was a vast stone chamber. The chamber looked austere and empty. The walls were inlaid with glowing firestones for illumination. In the center of the room sat a solitary chair. On that chair rested a skeleton, its skull sunken and lying atop its pale thigh bones. In the quiet of the chamber, the sight had an eerie and chilling air. In front of the chair stood a long green stone altar. Atop the altar rested a strange gemstone, radiating an aura of mystical power. Feeling the immense surge of immortal energy from the stone, Yi Fan was taken aback. A superior-grade, immortal stone? The pitch-black chamber was filled with an unsettling silence, broken only by the boy's surprised voice echoing through the cave. "This gemstone is a superior-grade, immortal stone." Standing before the green stone altar was a young man, his posture upright and proud. His striking face and tall, lean figure made it clear he was a handsome youth. Astonishment was written all over his wide-open mouth. "A superior-grade, immortal stone? Are you serious? How could a treasure like this end up in such a remote place?" Standing nearby was a graceful young woman, her skin a healthy bronze, who was just as taken aback by Yi Fan's declaration. "It has to be a superior-grade, immortal stone. I can feel the overwhelming power of immortal energy surging from it," Yi Fan replied with a furrowed brow. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's slender hand reached out and picked up the superior-grade immortal technique stone. He examined it closely for a while. The stone was about the size of an egg, but its color kept shifting unpredictably, sometimes glowing entirely blue, sometimes a vivid green. The moment the young man picked it up, the whole stone instantly transformed into a rainbow of dazzling colors, radiant and strikingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Lung Linger's attention was drawn to the countless chests of gold and silver treasures, jewelry, immortal coins, and gems piled on either side of the cave. The sheer abundance made the girl's bright, limpid eyes shine with excitement, sparkling as if reflecting the gold itself. As much as Yi Fan loved wealth and treasure, he knew that if he placed this superior-grade immortal technique stone in his Dantian space, there wouldn't be room for anything else. Only by advancing his level of immortal power could he expand the storage capacity of his Dantian space. The space didn't depend on the size or weight of objects, but rather on their immortal energy content. Even a top-tier pill or a tiny immortal stone no larger than a pea would exceed the current limits of Yi Fan's Dantian space. So the fact that he could barely fit this superior-grade immortal technique stone was already quite an achievement. No matter how much he coveted gold and jewels, he had to choose the one item that would be most helpful to him in the future, the superior-grade immortal technique stone. As a stone refiner, Yifan thought to himself that this stone was truly the most precious item here. He planned to take it back for Gu Feng to study. With Gu Feng's skill as a master stone refiner, he would surely understand its secrets. Besides, to Yifan, strength was far more important than wealth. He would always choose whatever could boost his power over mere riches. It was also telling that the original owner of these treasures had left them scattered about so carelessly. Clearly, they too had not valued gold and silver all that highly. With a final glance at the piles of glittering gold, Yifan shifted his gaze to a corner of the room. A faint smile appeared on his face as his attention settled there. In that last corner, someone had built a small flower bed out of earth. Inside, all sorts of flowers and herbs were planted, and a strange, enchanting fragrance lingered in the air. Seeing those plants, both Yifan and Lung Linger hurried forward, their steps quickening in unison. Others might not recognize what these were, but the two of them knew very well. These seemingly ordinary flowers and herbs were, in truth, worth far more than the heaps of gold and jewels. Wow, they're all medicinal herbs. Lung Linger cried out in delight, gazing at the many uniquely shaped plants before her. White spirit fruit, Tianshan snow lotus, frost leaf. As Yifan stared in awe at the little flower bed, the names of these rare and precious herbs slipped quietly from his slightly parted, rosy lips. Yifan. Suddenly, Lung Linger's expression grew unusually serious. What's wrong? Clutching the superior-grade immortal stone tightly in his hand, Yifan fixed his dark eyes on Lung Linger, as if afraid she might snatch it away. The superior-grade immortal stone is yours. The rest are mine. Fair enough, right? With an air of justification, Lung Linger pointed at the immortal stone in Yifan's hand. All right. The corners of Yifan's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Though it looked as if Lung Linger had gotten the better end of the deal, it was worth noting that, with her third-rank human-grade Dantian space, she couldn't actually take that many of these slightly higher-level herbs. All in all, the superior-grade immortal stone he took was far more valuable. You said it, no backing out. Lung Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. Seeing Yifan nod back at her with a smile, Lung Linger was a little surprised. This wasn't like him at all, but she decided not to overthink it. She'd gotten both money and herbs, after all. Eagerly grabbing several herbs, she suddenly realized her Dantian space was already full. Turning to look at Yifan with his radiant grin, she was seized by an urge to shoot him with an arrow right then and there. Well, enjoying your haul? Yifan asked with a gentle smile. Thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Lung Linger replied through gritted teeth. After a brief pause, her face lit up with delight. She made a silly face at Yifan, sticking out her tongue. I've got a bag. If I can't fit them inside, I'll just carry them out. Who cares about the money? Even just the herbs are enough for me to make a fortune. Yifan chuckled softly at that, stowing the superior-grade immortal stone into his Dantian space. Then he shifted his gaze, beginning to examine the way out of the stone cave. There was no way he could go back the way they came. Without strength above the heavenly rank, there was no breaking through that stone wall. Pressing his ear to the wall, Yifan ran his fingers along its surface. With a gentle tap, a stream of immortal energy glided from his fingertip into the stone, allowing him to sense that a section behind it was hollow. Logically speaking, that servant who helped move the treasure must have left himself a way out. Once this door is closed from inside, there's no way to open it again. After all these years, no one's discovered this place, so the mechanism must still be intact. Yifan analyzed aloud. Though he wasn't well-versed in mechanisms, he could only rely on rational thinking to solve it. Lung Linger, I found it. Suddenly, Yifan's face broke into a broad grin as he strode to a corner. With a forceful kick, he shattered the stone wall, effortlessly breaking it apart. Clearly, the stone wall he'd kicked through was only a wooden plank disguised as stone. Wonderful. Let's get out of here. With her herbs bundled up, Lung Linger took a deep breath and hoisted her packages, walking over. Beyond the broken wall lay a pitch-black tunnel, so deep its end could not be seen. This must have been a secret escape route prepared by that servant. Judging by the looks of it, there probably weren't any traps. Then, Yifan reconsidered his earlier assumptions. The tunnel they were crawling through was oddly shaped, sometimes wide, sometimes narrow. As he moved forward, Yifan kept examining the tunnel walls, growing more and more perplexed. The more he looked, the less it seemed like something humans would have dug. If people had made this tunnel, it would be neat and uniform, shovel after shovel, leaving orderly marks. But the walls here were a mess, rough, jagged, pitted everywhere. It looked less like a man-made passage and more like a tunnel carved out by some magical beast. This tunnel is way too long, Lung Linger complained, her expression sour with annoyance. We should be glad there's a way out at all. I'm never doing something this reckless again. Tired, hungry, thirsty, and constantly on edge. worrying about traps. Even Yi Fan's heart was full of dread for this place. Honestly, he never wanted to set foot in such a place again. Sure, this was the world of cultivation, and Yi Fan was a cultivator with spiritual power to protect him. But he was still uneasy about ghosts and the like. In a place this gloomy and eerie, he'd rather face any threat than come back. No matter what was at stake, it simply wasn't worth it. He and Lung Linger struggled onward, crawling more than 20 meters. By now, the light from the entrance had faded away. Suddenly, the tunnel took an abrupt turn and began to slope straight down. You gotta be kidding me. How could there possibly be an exit down there? Yi Fan came to a sudden halt. Lung Linger, who'd been distracted and anxious, achieved a new, and rather painful, milestone. Her face met Yi Fan's backside, quite literally. Yi Fan! Lung Linger shouted in fury. A moment later, Yi Fan's agonized scream echoed through the tunnel. She had, without hesitation, yanked an arrow from her quiver and jabbed it straight into his rear. Lung Linger, that was too much. Do you know how much that hurts? Yi Fan yanked out the arrow, clutching his bleeding backside with one hand. With the other, he fished out a low-grade healing stone and used it. The bleeding stopped almost instantly. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Lung Linger snapped, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. See for yourself, Yi Fan grumbled, pointing ahead. But then he realized she couldn't see past him. Her only view was of his injured backside. He couldn't turn around, either. The tunnel was far too narrow. So he explained, we have to jump down ahead. It doesn't look like a way out at all. Then just go down already, Lung Linger said impatiently. Go down? How do you know that's the way out? Yi Fan stared into the seemingly bottomless shaft, fear gnawing at him. If I jump and end up falling to my death, that's the end of my fantastical transmigration adventure. What a joke. If you won't go down, you can't go back either. What do you want to do then? How can someone usually so clever be so clueless right now? Lung Linger said anxiously. She truly didn't want to spend another moment in this cold, creepy tunnel. Lung Linger's words were not without reason. It wasn't possible to go back now, and heading down didn't seem feasible either. Left with no other choice, Yi Fan called out to Jarvis in his mind, hoping for a solution. Jarvis, Jarvis. Yi Fan kept calling out inside his head. A mechanical voice suddenly responded, Sir, do you have a question? Hearing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed and quickly thought, can you measure how deep this hole is below us? Or is there another way out nearby? Sir, I'm sorry, I can't scan the surrounding area, but the bottom of this hole isn't very deep. Really? Yi Fan shouted out in delight. What's wrong? Lung Linger asked, startled by Yi Fan's sudden outburst. It's nothing. Yi Fan brushed her off, feeling a bit anxious inside as he continued to question Jarvis in his mind. Is this hole really not deep? Just give me a rough estimate. How deep is it? It's not very deep. A rough estimate? Well, it's just about deep enough to kill you if you fall, Jarvis replied in his usual flat tone. Damn it. Yi Fan cursed out loud again. This sudden outburst startled Lung Linger even more, making her delicate body tremble. What now? Lung Linger stared at him, her beautiful eyes wide and brows furrowed, still visibly shaken. Sorry, I just got a little scared looking down into the hole, Yi Fan muttered, hastily making up an excuse. As Yi Fan tried to explain, Jarvis's indifferent tone rang out in his mind again. Sir, although it is just deep enough to be fatal, you could try climbing down. The walls of the hole are rugged, which makes them suitable for climbing. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and glanced behind him. Although all he could see was his own backside, he said, Lung Linger, let's try climbing down carefully. The walls here seem rough enough to give us a good grip. What's grip? Lung Linger asked curiously, intrigued by this unfamiliar word. Never mind that. Just hold on to the wall and climb down slowly, Yi Fan replied, scratching his itchy head, realizing he had used a term no one in this world would understand. With that, he began to climb down cautiously. Lung Linger nodded and followed Yi Fan down. As Jarvis had described, the walls of the tunnel were indeed rugged and uneven, which fortunately made it possible for the two of them to climb down. They had been climbing for a while, when suddenly a sharp scream pierced the air. Lung Linger slipped, her face draining of color as her slender form fell from above, tumbling down past Yi Fan. Ooh! As he saw their destination finally within reach, Yi Fan glanced down at the rocky ground below, just about to let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he noticed a few loose stones tumbling down. Every pore on his body tightened in alarm. Looking up, he saw Lung Linger's delicate feet coming straight down toward his face. Both of them crashed to the ground, but Yi Fan took the brunt of it. Lung Linger landed right on top of him, using him as a human cushion. Lung Linger, I put up with you stabbing me in the butt with your arrow, but now you're trying to ruin my face with your feet. Do you believe I won't just leave you here right now? What's your problem? It's not like I did it on purpose. It's just a little stomp. What's the big deal? Lunglinger was clearly startled by the fierce look in the boy's eyes. Lunglinger felt a chill run down her spine under Yi Fan's glare. She swallowed nervously, but her pride wouldn't let her back down. Lifting her bronze chin stubbornly, she scoffed, I'm not afraid of you leaving me behind. The tension between them lingered for quite some time before it finally eased. Lunglinger's pretty face was flushed with angry embarrassment, her beautiful eyes smoldering with fury as she glared at the boy. With an indignant huff, Lunglinger slung her bow back over her shoulder and, still blushing, strode forward. Yi Fan could only shake his head helplessly. After taking a moment to calm himself, he gazed at the stone walls around them. They were in yet another stone passageway. Yi Fan let out a sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. Watching Lunglinger stride away, Yi Fan hurried to catch up. At last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, filling Yi Fan with hope. He quickened his pace, moving toward it. Wait for me. Although Lunglinger still harbored some resentment toward Yi Fan, she couldn't help feeling afraid in such a dangerous place. After all, he was her only support here. The thought that they might finally be near the exit filled Yi Fan with fresh energy. He sped up, and soon saw firelight flickering ahead. Overjoyed, he thought, this is the darkness before dawn. He scrambled forward on all fours, eager to breathe in the fresh air on the other side. But when he looked up, he froze, his handsome face blank with disbelief. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Another burial passage stood before him, nearly identical to the one he'd first entered. Stone walls, thick vines hanging down, though most were now scorched and blackened in places. It was clear now. The master of this tomb had no intention of letting grave robbers escape alive. Everything here had been arranged to be as bewildering as possible. Did I transmigrate into a world of immortal cultivation, or a horror story? Yi Fan gave a wry laugh, sinking into disappointed contemplation. He couldn't help but curse himself, raising his torch to get a better look around. When he examined the place closely, his mind went blank with shock. Wasn't this the exact same burial passage he'd entered before? This place. What? Lunglinger's face turned pale as she walked over. She, too, recognized this was the same stone corridor they'd come through, and the vines had reappeared as well. Do you realize now just how hard it was for us to get what we took? Yi Fan said to Lunglinger, half-jokingly. Earlier, when Yi Fan and Lunglinger first entered, they had to burn away the vines outside, and then solve the mechanism on the stone wall. Now, there were two stone walls, one that had closed behind them, and another that led to the cave's exit. What are we going to do? Lunglinger's voice was filled with sorrow. She was afraid she might never get out. If only we still had some rations, we could just stay here and train until I reached the heavenly rank, then blast our way out in one go, Yi Fan said with a frown. Heavenly rank? Do you really think you can train that fast? Besides, we don't have any food left. What are we going to do? Lunglinger crouched down and began to cry. Yi Fan never imagined that this usually domineering and strong-willed girl would have such a vulnerable side. Women, he thought, are truly like seashells. The harder the shell, the softer the heart within. There's still one more way, Yi Fan said calmly. What way? Lunglinger asked, her tears stopping, her voice uncertain. My morphing divine art. I was that armored figure you saw before. Surely you've figured that out by now. Obviously. You sounded so fake back then. So that armor of yours was actually the morphing divine art. Lunglinger was slightly surprised. Yi Fan seemed more and more mysterious to her now. With a mid-grade immortal technique, the rejuvenation stone, and a top-grade morphing divine art. How could someone like him end up in such a remote place? Yes. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. Then, making sure Lunglinger wasn't looking, he quickly pressed down on his watch. A brilliant flash erupted in the mountain passage, so intense that even the nearby vines instantly withered and vanished. Please, just this once. Let be Iron Man. Please watch. You've never given me what I wanted before, but just this once. Only Iron Man. With Jarvis's advanced scanners, we'll be able to find the exit. Yi Fan closed his eyes tightly, hope rising in his heart. A futuristic whirring filled the air, as if the watch itself had answered Yi Fan's heartfelt call. At last, the long-awaited sound of high-tech armor assembling rang out around him. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, he was looking at the internal control system of the Iron Man helmet. Oh my god, this is perfect. Instantly, his demeanor changed. His voice, filtered through the helmet, sounded mechanical and cold. Jarvis, activate the scanner. Tell me how to get out of this infuriating tomb cave, he ordered, excitement in his voice. After all, Jarvis had promised him that as long as he transformed into the Iron Man suit, he would have a sure way out. Sir, there is no way out, Jarvis replied slowly. The words struck Yi Fan like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. His mind buzzed for a moment before he erupted in anger. Didn't you promise you could get me out of here, Jarvis? Yes, sir. When I said there's no way out, I didn't mean you can't blast one open for yourself. There's a spot that leads outside. If you blow up the stone wall there, you'll be able to get out. But you'll need to use the full energy of the steel armor's reactor pulse cannon. That's great. But Jarvis hesitated for a moment. But what? Your watch will lose power. You won't be able to use it for 3 days. That's fine. Worst case, I just won't use the voice changer for 3 days. Within the mountain passage, the mechanical voice replied calmly. Even through the iron mask, Lung Linger could sense the joy on Yi Fan's face. Yes, as long as they could escape first, everything else could be left to fate. Very well, sir. I'll initiate the pulse cannon's weapon systems to assist you now. Command issued. Weapon systems online. Reactor pulse cannon primed and ready. That's fantastic. Yi Fan looked around, scanning the area with his visor's ghostly blue glow, searching for any possible hidden traps. So, Yi Fan, can we get out now? Lung Linger, who had been standing quietly to the side for fear of disturbing him, finally spoke up. Almost, Yi Fan replied perfunctorily, patiently waiting for Jarvis's confirmation. After a brief pause, inside the armor, lines of text rapidly scrolled across the retinal display. The next moment, a pale, blue 3D map appeared, a schematic of the tomb chamber belonging to this master of the heavenly path. The entire tomb layout was projected inside Yi Fan's helmet. Winding passages, several chambers, and spots marked in red, likely traps that neither he nor Lung Linger had triggered yet. At last, Jarvis marked a golden point labeled Exit. Sir, 300 meters ahead along the main passage, there's a vertical stone wall you can blast through, Jarvis reported dutifully. Thanks, Jarvis. Yi Fan turned to Lung Linger and said, Found it. Stay close to me. With the steel armor, Yi Fan moved effortlessly, no longer worried about the darkness or eerie gloom of the tomb. The glow from the reactor at his chest was more than enough to light their way. Lung Linger, stay here for now. Don't move, Yi Fan said calmly. Why? Well, unless you'd rather keep walking, just make sure you don't get caught in my pulse cannon blast. Yi Fan teased with his signature Tony Stark flare, grinning behind the mask. You could have just said you were about to blow a hole through it. Seriously, so rude, Lung Linger replied, a bit embarrassed and frustrated. All right, Miss Lung Linger, please step back. I'm afraid I might hurt your beautiful face. Oh no, I mean your life, Yi Fan said. Slowly, the corners of his mouth curving up. At his chest, the reactor began to gather a strange energy mixed with celestial force. Lung Linger had just been about to mock Yi Fan for his arrogance, ready to laugh at his claim of such power, when the energy forming in his chest made her heart skip a beat. What is this energy fluctuation? Is it celestial force? Not quite, but why does it feel so terrifying? Just who is Yi Fan, really? The seed of doubt was planted in Lung Linger's mind as she looked at the young man before her, clad in iron armor, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sir, energy accumulation complete, Jarvis reminded him in an even tone. Pulse cannon, 100% Iron Man power. With Yi Fan's thunderous shout, like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, a beam of milky white energy surged forward with a terrifying force. The tunnel ahead, struck by Yi Fan's blast, began to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. With a massive cave-in, a dazzling shaft of sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the burial corridor in brilliant light. That's wonderful, Lung Linger cried out in delight, her voice so piercing it made Yi Fan's ears ring even through the helmet of his iron armor. Come on, let's get out of here. Yi Fan pulled Lung Linger out of the burial tunnel. Thank you. Lung Linger climbed up, catching her breath as she steadied herself, leaving Yi Fan feeling a bit awkward. They exchanged a glance, then both burst out laughing, a sense of rebirth washing over them. After all, no one enjoys lingering in a burial chamber. Suddenly, the roar of a magical beast echoed in Yi Fan's ears. Yi Fan and Lung Linger immediately tensed, turning quickly toward the source of the sound. Their faces went pale at what they saw. Not far away stood a magical beast, 3-meter-tall, simian creature. Its entire body blazed like fire, its skin shining as if clad in a coat of scarlet armor. Though half-seated on the ground, a savage aura radiated from it, filling the air with menace. The wild surge of celestial power told Yi Fan that this was a peak 5th rank, human-grade magical beast. The Jinling Fei they'd fought before had also been 5th rank, but he'd grown complacent from lack of training, making him manageable for Yi Fan. This was different. Magical beasts hunted for their survival every day. Their bodies were as swift as lightning, and their hides tough as steel. Seriously? Lung Linger, from what I can tell, this guy is not a morning person. Yi Fan quipped with a hint of meaning in his voice. What do you mean? Lung Linger asked, genuinely puzzled. I mean, my blast just now? And your scream seem to have woken up our big brother here, Yi Fan said sheepishly. By the way, do you know what this thing is? Yi Fan asked again, his tone uncertain. It's a blazing fire ape, easily provoked, always quick to anger, and it lives deep within the rainbow forest all year round. It's extremely dangerous. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Lung Linger's forehead, adding a touch of vulnerability to her otherwise stunning face. She could feel the pressure of the formidable immortal energy not far away, her gaze growing heavier with concern. Standing beside her, Lung Linger's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. This was a truly perilous creature. With its explosive temper and ferocious attacks, this beast was not only dangerous, but highly aggressive. The blazing fire ape let out another thunderous roar. If you keep making a racket, let me show you how a real monkey should behave. Yi Fan called out, his voice steady. With a flick of his palm, the repulsor cannon blazed alive, launching a shot straight toward the blazing fire ape. Let's not forget, Yi Fan was still clad in his suit of iron armor. Sensing danger, the blazing fire ape's crimson eyes locked onto the group. A savage glint surged within them, and in a flash, the beast's form blurred, streaking toward Yi Fan in a burst of speed. A furious roar tore from its menacing jaws as it unleashed a punch, brimming with overpowering immortal force, straight at Yi Fan. If that punch landed, Yi Fan would be scattered to pieces. Of course, that didn't actually happen. It was only an afterimage. Seeing it had missed, the blazing fire ape's veins bulged with rage. It let out a furious bellow, sensed Yi Fan behind it, spun around, and with a sweeping motion of its long arm, sent the real Yi Fan crashing to the ground. The moment Yi Fan hit the earth, he flipped open his iron helmet, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. He realized he had underestimated the blazing fire ape's strength, but quickly pushed himself to his feet, the afterimage fading away. Sir, you could have attacked from a distance. Why engage in close combat? Jarvis, ever the dutiful AI butler, clearly didn't want his master to fall prey to a beast. He promptly offered his advice. All right, thanks, Jarvis. Cursing his own foolishness, Yi Fan stood up again. As the blazing fire ape charged once more, Yi Fan raised his right palm. The repulsor cannon fired with a crackling blast. The shot struck the blazing fire ape, sending a jolt of pain through its thick fur. Enraged by this human's provocation, it unleashed a surge of powerful immortal energy. With a sweep of its elongated arm, the blazing fire ape seized a massive boulder and, with all its might, hurled it straight at Yi Fan. The whistling rush of air that followed revealed the sheer weight and the terrifying energy wrapped around that stone. At the same time, Jarvis's mechanical voice rang out again. Sir, you've already depleted all the suit's energy. That last repulsor shot exceeded your reserves. The armor is now offline. What? You're telling me this now? Just as the boulder's coming my way? Do you take responsibility for this? Yi Fan swallowed hard as he watched the massive, lethal stone hurtling toward him. The Iron Man suit's energy has been depleted. My apologies, Jarvis announced once more. Instantly, the entire suit disassembled into segments and retracted back into the watch. Seeing Yi Fan withdraw his armor, Lung Linger shouted anxiously, Yi Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you think I want this? Yi Fan let out a bitter smile in his heart. With a thunderous punch, he struck upward, the force splitting the massive boulder cleanly in two and sending the pieces flying to either side. Yet his momentum did not slow in the slightest. He charged ahead, leading the way straight toward the raging fire ape. As he ran, Yi Fan shouted, You little beast, even without my Iron Man suit, I'll still smash your head in with a single punch. The fire ape let out a series of roars, as if it truly understood Yi Fan's words and had been provoked to fury. It barreled toward him, meeting Yi Fan head-on. The two collided in an instant, igniting a fierce battle. Waves of celestial energy burst forth. Yi Fan's fists, swift as lightning, rained down on the fire ape with relentless force. The fire ape managed to block the onslaught, then lashed out with a powerful kick at Yi Fan. The blow struck Yi Fan, forcing him to stagger backward several steps. He nearly lost his footing, but managed to steady himself. Several arrows embedded themselves in the fire ape's back. Lung Linger's arrows packed quite a punch, piercing through and leaving several bloody holes. Fresh blood began to stream out at once. A searing pain shot through the fire ape's back, and it erupted in a furious roar. Violent celestial energy swept out like a shockwave, knocking Lung Linger off her feet and flinging her into the distance. Lung Linger spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, then looked toward Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan's hands moved rapidly, forming seals with a grace and speed like butterflies weaving through flowers. In an instant, his eyes flashed with fierce light as he shouted, "Azura seal!" A chilling, domineering aura surged from Yi Fan's hands, momentarily stunning the fire ape as it snapped out of its rage. The power Yi Fan unleashed as a fourth-rank human stage cultivator far exceeded the beast's expectations. The fire ape reacted swiftly. Realizing the terrifying force and sinister energy of Yi Fan's attack, it crossed its arms before its chest like a shield, bracing itself to withstand the fearsome blow. With a resounding impact, the fire ape was hurled backward, blood spraying from its body as it crashed into the ground, carving a spiderweb-shaped crater upon impact. Lung Ling excellent teamwork, Yi Fan said with a sly grin. Above, the sky was a clear blue, while the autumn wind swept across the land, carrying away the last traces of summer's stifling heat. Out on the wilds beyond the rainbow forest, a tall, handsome, and resolute young man stood facing a girl with bronze skin. From their expressions, it was clear the two were enjoying a pleasant conversation. At last, we've left that cursed rainbow forest behind. Yi Fan let out a long breath and laughed heartily. Hey Yi Fan, are you from the Yi clan? Lung Linger's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes blinked playfully. I am. Why do you ask? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Well, I've never seen you around Rainbow Town, and there aren't any other royal towns nearby, except for the Yi clan. Confidence lit up Lung Linger's lovely face. She clearly believed in her deduction. You're pretty sharp. Yi Fan gave her a thumbs up in admiration. But what brings you all the way out here? Is it just to make some money? Lung Linger asked, a hint of puzzlement in her voice. While it was true that many people liked to wander and seek fortune, it was rare for cultivators below the earth rank to venture out alone like this. People from royal towns generally fell into 4 categories. First, ordinary folks who simply came out to work. Second, high-level cultivators above earth rank who wanted to broaden their horizons. Third, those whose parents were high-level cultivators or locals. Fourth, locals themselves or those allied with local powers. I lost my mother as a child. It's a long story, Yi Fan replied, glancing at the time slip in his pocket with some surprise. After a thoughtful pause, he added, Lung Linger, would it be possible for me to stay at your place for a while? Or could you lend me some money for an inn? Didn't you just get 2 or 3,000 celestial coins from Jean Lingfei? Lung Linger's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she usually acted tough, she was still an unmarried young woman and couldn't casually share a roof with a man. I need that money to buy herbs. I'm actually a stone refiner. During this time, I can refine stones and sell them for even more money, then buy better herbs. Yi Fan explained, a bit embarrassed as he realized he'd forgotten the old customs here about unmarried men and women living under the same roof. A stone refiner. You're a stone refiner. Lung Linger was left speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, though right now, I'm just a beginner. I haven't passed the official assessment yet, Yi Fan replied with a polite smile. Well, I suppose you could stay at my place, Lung Linger murmured, lowering her head as her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. Huh. Yi Fan was taken aback. He ran a hand through his hair and said, that might not be appropriate. Unmarried men and women, living together. Let me finish. Lung Linger interrupted, a trace of irritation in her voice at Yi Fan's misunderstanding. All right then, what's your idea? You'll stay in the old pigsty outside our house. It's been abandoned for years. What? The pigsty? Watch your words. It's an abandoned pigsty, and it's been empty for a long time, Lung Linger replied, her delicate brows furrowing. Isn't this still a pigsty? Yi Fan wore a bitter expression as he gazed up at the azure sky. After a lifetime of pride, he now found himself living in a pigsty. If only I had taken more than just the superior grade immortal stone, I wouldn't be down on my luck like this. So, are you coming or not? Lung Linger asked, unfastening the reins from her black horse. Let's go. Yi Fan spread his hands helplessly, clearly resigned to his fate. With that, the two of them mounted the black horse and rode away from Rainbow Forest, heading toward Lung Linger's home on the outskirts of Rainbow Town. On horseback, Yi Fan naturally took the front, being the man, while Lung Linger nestled gently behind him. Feeling a sudden warmth, Lung Linger impulsively wrapped her arms around Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat at her embrace. He coughed awkwardly, and realizing her forwardness, Lung Linger quickly let go. Sorry, Lung Linger murmured softly. It's all right. Oh, by the way, didn't you ask how I got here? Sensing the awkwardness growing, Yi Fan hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, how did you get here? Lung Linger, thankfully, took the bait, and the tension eased. Our family split into 2 factions eventually. We ended up opposing Yi Chun, and finally, I met Yi Tan. Yi Fan patiently recounted a journey, including his childhood friendship with Li Luo. Of course, he left out the details about his watch and his master. So that's how it was. That's just awful. Do you need any help? I can help you get your revenge, Lung Linger said, her tone firm and resolute. Yifan couldn't help but laugh and cry at her eagerness. That's all right, I appreciate your offer, but this is something I have to handle on my own. We're here. Lung Linger pointed ahead to a small, solitary wooden cottage. Sure enough, an old, abandoned pigsty stood before the door. Whoa! Lung Linger slid off the horse and hurried inside to tidy up. So this is the pigsty that's been abandoned for so long. Yifan tied up the horse and stepped in, casting a few glances at the pigsty before surveying the surroundings. A small grove stood nearby, making this a rather suitable place to cultivate. Layers of dry straw covered the pigsty, all neatly arranged. It was clear that no pigs had been kept here for a long time, but the place was still kept remarkably clean. By the way, Lung Linger, I haven't asked yet. Where's your mother? Yifan asked, seeing Lung Linger come out holding bedding and a fur blanket. Lung Linger's face fell at the question. My mother passed away 3 years ago. Why'd I have to bring that up? Yifan berated himself inwardly, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's all right, you didn't know. The blanket is made from the hide of a demon-eyed tiger. I brought it for you to use as bedding tonight. With gentle care, Lung Linger spread the animal skin over the floor of the pigsty, then neatly laid out the quilt. Watching Lung Linger's thoughtful gestures, Yifan felt a warmth growing within him. In days as tranquil as these, half a month slipped by almost unnoticed, flowing away as quietly as water through one's fingers. The sun hung high in the sky, its gentle rays draping the earth in a golden cloak. Now and then, a refreshing breeze mingled with the rising heat, shimmering above the ground and making the very air seem to ripple. On the outskirts of Rainbow Town, near Lung Linger's home, a thick little forest stood. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting tiny, scattered dapples on the ground strewn with fallen leaves, like a sprinkling of stars on a dusky sky. Within the woods, two figures darted swiftly, weaving and clashing. Their palms met with muted bursts, sending small gusts of wind swirling and stirring the dry leaves into the air in every direction. Yifan crossed his arms sharply before him, blocking Lung Linger's quick, bronze-colored palm with a muffled thud. Though her attack seemed gentle, at the moment of contact, a hidden force within her touch turned unexpectedly fierce. So this is your famed soft force? It certainly lives up to its reputation. Yifan laughed heartily, stepping back a few paces. He remembered listening to an elder's lecture back in the Yi clan on the Xuanhuan continent. Everyone possessed two innate talents, hard force and soft force. Each person was born with one, but it was up to them to discover and develop it. As the names implied, hard force relied on overwhelming strength and dominance, while soft force did the opposite, using an opponent's force against them. The two couldn't be ranked as stronger or weaker. It depended solely on the practitioner's level of immortal power. Then try another of my strikes. Lung Linger smiled, her immortal energy surging forth as she flashed towards Yifan in a blur. Yifan's mouth twitched as the surge of power in her arm forced him back 2 steps. On his forearm, where Lung Linger's palm had landed, a faint bruise was already forming, a shadow of blue against his skin. Lung Linger smiled at Yifan as he retreated. Her bronze-colored hand moved gracefully before her, wisps of immortal energy matching the tone of her skin, twining around her slender fingers and casting a gentle glow. In a swift motion, she drew her bow and loosed 9 arrows at Yifan. The flowing light from her fingers instantly fused with each arrow as they flew. This was Lung Linger's signature mid-grade immortal technique, 9 arrows of flowing light. These arrows won't touch me, Yifan replied with a dismissive grin, shifting in his shadow step technique to dodge swiftly aside. His foot pounded against the soft earth, leaving a small pit in its wake. With a sudden burst, Yifan charged forward, halting abruptly less than a meter from Lung Linger. The seamless transition between this lightning-fast movement and sudden stillness was executed so perfectly, so effortlessly, that not a trace of awkwardness could be felt. Watching Yifan masterfully control his own speed, Lung Linger's autumn water eyes couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of admiration. As expected, Yifan possessed an extraordinary command over his speed and every aspect of his physical abilities. Suddenly, Yifan sprang up, leaping behind Lung Linger. As surprise flashed across the girl's face, catching her completely off guard, Yifan drew the dagger at his waist and gently tapped her on the back. This dagger was, in fact, a wooden replica Yifan had crafted especially to avoid harming Lung Linger. You've lost, Yifan said calmly. He paused, then continued with a sly smile. You did say that as long as I could defeat you without using transformation magic, you'd let me go home. I never really expected to beat you anyway. Go back to the Yi clan and take your revenge. Be careful on the road. I've prepared everything you asked for, Long Linger replied, her tone laced with reluctant affection. The happiness she'd found living with Yi Fan had pulled her out of the grief of losing her father, and she was truly grateful to him. And the medicinal herbs you asked me to buy, they're all ready for you, along with plenty of spirit stones, she added. Thank you. You've done so much. If fate allows, we'll meet again, Yi Fan replied softly. Then, he fetched his bundle from the house and slung it over his shoulder. Pausing, he smiled and said, I've made over 50 healing stones for you. Use them well. As Yi Fan's figure slowly faded from view, a mist of tears blurred Lung Linger's autumn water eyes. Noticing her own loss of composure, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and quietly stepped back into the house. Their parting was neither drawn out nor overly sentimental. They simply said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. As the morning sun rose, its warm, gentle light caressed the earth, as if awakening all living things. A lone figure stood silently amidst the mist of blade-cleaving valley, gazing into the boundless distance, lost in thought. He had short, dark hair, and was waving his right hand, calling out with his lips parted wide, Master, Master, where is he? Didn't he promise to come and fly me down after half a month? I've already waited all day, Yi Fan muttered, a hint of complaint showing on his face. When I get down there, I'm definitely going to give that old man a piece of my mind. He's just too much. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse but resolute as he shouted. What's this? You little rascal, plotting to rebel against your master, are you? Just as Yi Fan was silently vowing to himself, a raspy, mischievous laugh suddenly rang in his ears. Master, what took you so long? Hearing the familiar laugh, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, then snapped back and began to complain. After a brief moment, an elderly man with a head full of silvery hair suddenly soared up from the bottom of the cliff. His posture was upright, his back as straight as a spear, and his face showed a resolute determination. Only the few wisps of white hair drifting from his head hinted at the passage of time. But even so, it was clear that he must have been a handsome man in his youth. Did you manage to buy the herbs? The old man smiled faintly. He glanced for a while at the bundle on Yi Fan's back, then, with a dry, withered hand, made a casual gesture. Instantly, the bundle floated away from Yi Fan and drifted gently into the old man's grasp. Feeling the waves of immortal energy emanating from within, the old man's expression revealed a sense of satisfaction. Master, I have something else to show you, Yi Fan said excitedly, fishing a colorful stone from his pocket and extending his hand. Look, Master, it's this one. A top-grade immortal technique stone? The old man raised his eyebrows in mild surprise, but soon sensed something unusual. With another wave of his hand, he brought the dazzling stone to hover in his withered palm. After examining it for a moment, the old man's expression shifted, delight lighting up his face. This is a spirit reservoir stone. Spirit reservoir stone? Master, what's a spirit reservoir stone? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. It was the first time he had ever heard this term from his master, and his black eyes blinked with curiosity. It's not convenient to talk here. Come, I'll take you down. Stroking his short beard, the old man gently waved his right hand. A pure, flawless stream of immortal energy floated to Yi Fan's feet. Gradually, the stream of energy solidified into a cloud-like, white mass, lifting Yi Fan gently into the air. Slowly, Yi Fan, standing atop the white cloud, followed behind Gu Feng as they drifted down the side of the cliff. It had to be said, the cliff at Blade Clef Valley was so tall it pierced the clouds, its height completely beyond the reach of the naked eye. Yi Fan only reached the ground after a long descent. Once inside, the old man brewed a pot of tiguanyin he'd somehow procured, though here, it seemed to be called immortal's water. Well, it's practically the same thing. Master, please tell me, what exactly is this spirit reservoir stone immortal technique stone? Taking a careful sip of tea, Yi Fan could hardly contain his eagerness. The spirit reservoir stone is a rare treasure. Among top-grade immortal technique stones, it's one of the rarest. The old man gazed deeply at the colorful stone Yi Fan had brought, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, as though lost in old memories. A rare treasure? Is it very hard to make? Yi Fan dared not even blink, afraid he might miss a word, even though he knew blinking had nothing to do with listening. You're half right, the old man replied with a gentle smile. Half right. Well, although the spirit accumulation stone is quite difficult to forge, the real challenge lies in its materials. Things like dragon elephant tusks and Tian Shan ice crystals, all of these are among the rarest of medicinal ingredients. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face was utterly stunned. His mouth hung open, a clear sign of just how rare the elder's list of ingredients was. To start with, the dragon elephant tusk. Yifan had read about it in the bestiary of his clan's library. The tusk could only be obtained from a beast called the soaring dragon elephant, a gigantic, elephant-like magical creature. The process was essentially extracting its tusk. But don't underestimate the soaring dragon elephant. It's a high-level magical beast, extremely destructive, with skin tough as steel. Not only that, it can fly and boasts exceptional longevity, traits that are exceedingly rare even among the most formidable magical beasts. The trouble is, soaring dragon elephants are notoriously difficult to breed. At best, one will give birth to a single calf, and even that is fraught with risk, sometimes failing altogether, or worse, being hunted by humans before it can even reproduce. Despite this, the soaring dragon elephant combat prowess is truly terrifying. Even in its juvenile form, it already possesses the power of a first-tier Earth rank beast. As an adult, its strength surpasses the second-tier Heaven rank, and with a lifetime of battle-hardened instinct, it wouldn't necessarily lose to even a third-tier Heaven rank human expert. Clearly, extracting a dragon elephant tusk is as difficult as reaching the heavens. What's more, the ingredients needed to forge a spirit accumulation stone go far beyond just these few, each one as rare and challenging to obtain as the next. Even the Tian Shan ice crystal requires a journey to one of the most dangerous places on the continent, the frigid ice mountains. You have to climb to the summit, retrieve a crystal, and then infuse it with high-grade, Earth-rank spiritual energy for 81 days straight before it's ready. It's a tedious and exhausting process. With all that in mind, it's no wonder the Spirit Accumulation Stone is considered an incredibly rare treasure among top-tier spiritual stones. Yifan thought to himself, Master, what exactly does this Spirit Accumulation Stone do that makes it worth all that trouble? Yifan frowned as he spoke. No wonder the fallen Heaven rank expert valued this stone so highly. He'd even gone to the lengths of building a secluded tomb for it, as if terrified someone else might snatch it away. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of this kind of spiritual stone, Gu Feng said with a sly grin. Then why are you so excited? Yifan rolled his eyes. I'm excited because it's just so rare. This is the first time I've seen one in person. Before today, I'd only read about it in books. So, you've never actually forged one? Here I was thinking you were some kind of master stone forger. Yifan rolled his eyes again. You little rascal, don't try to get information out of me. Just gathering the materials for this kind of spiritual stone is enough to drive anyone mad. And on top of that, it's a mutually destructive type of spiritual stone, hurting the enemy 1,000 times but damaging yourself 800 in the process. It's just not worth the trouble. What? Hurting the enemy 1,000 times but damaging yourself 800? Looking at Yifan's gaping mouth, the old man sighed and said, Let me put it this way. This kind of immortal technique stone can serve both as a means of defense and as a weapon for attack. How do you mean? Yifan asked. Well, as the name suggests, a storage immortal stone can absorb a certain amount of immortal energy. Then, when wielded by its owner, it can unleash that stored energy in an explosive burst, amplifying its power tenfold to strike an enemy. But there's a catch. The user must also endure 80% of that amplified force. In other words, it's a technique meant for mutual destruction. That sounds far too dangerous to the user's body. Isn't the stone supposed to be used for defense too? Yifan pidesit. Let me finish, the old man replied. This immortal stone can withstand any damage below the immortal rank. So if you use it wisely, it's actually quite a formidable defensive tool. Unfortunately, it can only block an attack once. After that, you have to activate it again for the next use. If you're truly considering using it, treat it as your trump card. Never use it unless you're in absolute desperation. No wonder, Yifan mused. Last week in Rainbow Town, I heard a bizarre story. Something about a third-grade Earth rank expert in the royal capital using one of these immortal stones to take down a second-grade Heaven rank master with him. I thought it was just a wild rumor, but now I see it's possible. That's because the Heaven rank master went all out, and the storage immortal stone blocked the full force, and then amplified it 10 times. No one could withstand that, not even the user. Of course, the Earth rank expert died a terrible death too, Gu Feng said, his tone grave. To absorb damage, and then unleash it tenfold. Clearly, this stone is something best left and used unless you face utter annihilation. Otherwise, no amount of lives could compensate for the risk. But Master, the space in my Dantian is too limited. If I store this trump card, I won't have room for anything else. Can you make me a storage stone? Yifan looked at the old man with pleading eyes, knowing that as an immortal level master, he must have a solution. Unless, of course, he was a fraud. Yifan was referring to a storage stone, a mid-grade immortal technique stone that, like a dantian, could store items. However, because of conflicting properties, a storage stone couldn't be kept within the dantian. Yet even a single storage stone could provide as much capacity as a first-grade heaven-rank master's dantian. Unfortunately, in a remote place like this, such stones were nowhere to be found. "You sly fox, always looking for a chance to get something from me." The old man chuckled in spite of himself. "Very well, your master has long prepared a surprise for you. Here, take it." With a wry smile, the old man drew a necklace from the sleeve of his robe. Yifan examined the necklace carefully. A fine thread of silver linked to a small immortal technique stone that glowed softly with a yellowish light. The storage stone itself was jet black, yet shimmered faintly with yellow hues, shaped as a neat little cube, just right to wear without feeling awkward. "Thank you, master." A sly grin spread across Yifan's face, delighted at having gotten his way. "You, this disciple of mine? Haven't you always said you boarded a pirate ship? I sometimes feel I've been." As the final month before the Yi clan's internal ranking tournament drew near, Yifan devoted himself to relentless training, strengthening his immortal power while steadily deepening his control over the Azure Seal. Gufeng, too, spared no effort in teaching his disciple. He poured all his knowledge into Yifan, instructing him in the crafting of every type of lower-grade immortal technique stone. This one is a common identity stone. It can store information. The healing stone requires lots of practice. As for the stone of rejuvenation, you're not qualified to learn that just yet. Yifan frowned as he eyed the medicinal ingredients before him. "Master, did you sneak another chicken drumstick?" The old man's brow arched. "How did you know? Can my disciple tell fortunes now?" "Nonsense, old man. You put soy sauce on my alchemy cauldron again." Yifan's long-lost roar echoed from the base of the cliff all the way up Knife Split Valley. "The legends are real. I heard the wailing spirit of a demon beast." Another hunter on the ridge above took off in fright. Time slipped away, silently and without a trace, like dewdrops sliding off a lotus leaf, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once Yifan's training settled into a steady rhythm, he stopped rushing. Every day, he cultivated immortal energy for 2 hours without fail, then went outside to practice his immortal techniques with tireless effort. During rare moments of leisure, he'd either refine stones or daydream about Liluo. His days flowed by in a gentle, contented way. After a few such carefree days, Yifan finally adjusted himself to his peak state. Now, it was the perfect moment for him to break through to the 5th rank of the human stage. Sensing that Yifan was about to attempt this breakthrough, Gufeng hurried to stand guard at the door, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. If Yifan's focus wavered at this juncture, he'd be forced to retrain at the 4th rank. But in truth, the old man's worries were unnecessary. Thanks to Jarvis, Yifan had a 100% success rate when advancing immortal power below the Earth stage. Taking a slow, steady breath, Yifan picked up a lower-grade, strengthening stone from the nearby table. As the stone's gentle immortal energy began to flow, it spread coolness across his mouth. In moments, a surge of warm, pure energy shot from his lips into his body, charging forward like a bullet with unstoppable force. Yifan's body shuddered violently, though his expression remained calm. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals to absorb the immortal power. His breathing grew smooth and steady. The faint immortal energy within him responded to his will, swiftly twining around the powerful medicinal force, and then the wild fusion began. Gradually, Yifan's body started refining a surge of potent immortal power. Immortal power is the mysterious energy born of the 5 elements and the fabric of heaven and earth. At the bottom of the Blade Split Valley, the once calm air suddenly surged with energy. Threads of sacred, celestial power began seeping continuously from the atmosphere, pouring ceaselessly into the young man's handsome body. The collision and melding of celestial and medicinal energies sent waves of sharp pain through Yifan's entire being, his meridians included. Yifan shut his eyes tightly, focusing on the changes this celestial force was bringing within him. The refining process pressed on. When the residual strength of the potent medicine began to wane, Yifan, still intoxicated by the rapid surge of power, abruptly realized that the celestial energy within him had swelled to a critical point, one that could hold no more. The swelling of his celestial force set Yifan's meridians twitching uncontrollably, while intense pain split the corners of his mouth. The agony left Yifan dizzy, but he recalled Gu Feng's persistent instructions before he left. He must endure this, for the pain of tempering the body at the human stage was something every cultivator had to withstand. Taking a gentle breath, the youth continuously shifted the shapes of his hand seals. As his hand signs changed, the surging celestial power within him seemed to be sucked downward by a fierce, invisible force, rushing swiftly toward his lower abdomen. All the pale white celestial energy in his meridians began to contract in unison. As every bit of it gathered at his lower abdomen, the once pale energy transformed into a purer, more radiant white. At this moment, the celestial force condensed into a beam of white light, which shot fiercely toward the first advancement barrier within him. Advancing at the human stage is all about strengthening the network of veins and invigorating the bones. Each step forward is a shock to the body, forging the muscles and meridians to become tougher. But once one reaches the Earth stage, things change. Advancement at this level demands mastery over one's celestial power, a balance of brute force and subtle control. With a thunderous shout from the youth, the dazzling light of his gathered celestial energy surged upward, carrying the destructive might of the Azurus seal, ready to obliterate all obstacles. As the first barrier shattered beneath this onslaught, the sound of breaking glass echoed crisply in the air. Prepare for the second barrier. There are 5 in total, each one harder than the last, came Gu Feng's calm voice from outside the door. Gu Feng truly deserved his reputation as a master of the celestial stage. Even from outside, he could sense Yi Fan's progress. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Fan felt reassured. Jarvis hadn't lied to him. Everything was going smoothly, just as promised, a 100% advancement rate. Don't get complacent. Get ready for the final barrier. Remember, you must give it everything you've got, gather all your remaining celestial power, and strike in one unstoppable burst. Gu Feng instructed, his tone still cool. Yi Fan didn't open his midnight dark eyes, but nodded slightly. Outside the door, Gu Feng seemed to sense this and smiled, gratified. Once again, the celestial power inside Yi Fan surged together, and the swirling winds nearby announced that the forces of heaven and earth were gathering in response. He gently closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming seals, enduring the waves of pain surging from within his body. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan pressed on with determination. He could feel the immortal energy within him gathering into a radiant beam of light. With a thunderous shout in his heart, Yi Fan sent that gathered brilliance charging toward the final barrier. The 5th barrier, failure. So, in the end, he still failed? The old man outside the door sighed, slightly disappointed, exhaling a breath. If you fail on your first attempt, you can try once more while the immortal energy hasn't faded, but the odds of success become even slimmer. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be a guaranteed advancement? Jarvis. Yi Fan's brows knitted tightly. He was unwilling to accept this. He had relaxed, convinced it was a sure success, never expecting failure. Sir, you didn't call for me just now. You should have matched your immortal energy to my frequency. Jarvis responded with a calm, indifferent tone. So you mean I broke through the first 4 barriers on my own? Does that mean I failed? Sir, while your immortal energy hasn't dissipated, try again, this time following my frequency, Jarvis kindly reminded him. Although Yi Fan didn't fully understand Jarvis's instructions, all he could do was follow along as told. But after that failed attempt, most of his immortal energy had already been spent. Could he really break through now? Step by step, Yi Fan followed Jarvis's guidance. He gathered his immortal energy, letting it coalesce into a beam of light. Break, he commanded in his heart, the force of his will crashing like thunder. A muffled thud echoed quietly within his body. He actually succeeded. Gu Feng, standing outside the door, was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head and let out a low, amused chuckle. As expected of my disciple. With that muffled sound, the exhausting sense of resistance that had left Yi Fan utterly spent simply vanished. He exhaled heavily in relief, collapsing in exhaustion, his chest heaving violently. Sensing the abundant, immortal energy within, feeling the aura of a 5th-rank human stage cultivator, the youth couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his lips. In moments, that smile spread wider, blossoming into soft laughter, and then into genuine, joyous laughter. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the clan's ranking tournament. There was only one dueling platform in the square, but it was grand and imposing, and the stands below were packed and bustling, the atmosphere electric. At the edge of the Yi clan's arena, Elder Yi Yun sipped his tea with a look of satisfaction, gazing at Yi Feng, whose face was grave. He said, "Ever since Yi Fan disappeared, you've devoted all your efforts to grooming Yi Guifeng. Do you really think Yi Guifeng can defeat my Yi Xing?" Yi Feng's face darkened. He didn't even look back as he replied coldly, "Elder Yi Yun, don't be so smug. Do you really think no one knows about the filthy things you've done all these years? Let me remind you, heaven sees all that we do. Good or evil, retribution always comes. I don't understand what you're saying, and you don't need to preach to me. In the end, no one can take the top spot in the Yi clan away from our Yi Xing. With a faint, dismissive snort, Yi Feng turned and walked away, paying no more attention to Elder Yi Yun. Inside the Yi clan's training hall, Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the sturdy young man before him and spoke earnestly. Gue Feng, in 3 hours, the clan's internal ranking tournament will begin. You must give it everything you've got. Seeing the grave and heartfelt look in Yi Feng's eyes, Yi Gue Feng nodded solemnly in return. Yi Feng nodded back, his expression equally serious. What no one else knew was that he and Elder Yi Yun had made a wager before. Whoever's protege claimed the championship at this internal tournament would determine the clan's future. At first, the boundless potential of Yi Fan had given Yi Feng a glimmer of hope. The terms were clear. If Elder Yi Yun's chosen one, Yi Feng would step down as clan leader. But if Yi Feng's took the crown, then Yi Yun would have to leave the Yi clan. Who could have foreseen the tragedy that would befall Yi Fan? It struck Yi Feng a heavy blow. But with the challenge already issued, he had no choice but to look elsewhere for hope. On the surface, he poured his efforts into grooming Yi Gue Feng, but secretly, he was also cultivating Yi Fan's loyal friend, Yi Kong. All his hopes now rested on these two. Neither had let him down. Yi Kong had already reached the 4th tier of the human level, and Yi Gue Feng had just broken into the 5th. Yet even so, it was hard to compare with Yi Xing, who stood at the early stage of the Earth level. Yi Xing, however, had grown arrogant and neglected his training lately, so he remained only at the initial Earth level. Father, a clear, melodious voice sounded from behind Yi Feng. Li Luo, don't worry. We will win. His words drifted, tinged with uncertainty. It was clear Yi Feng himself was far from sure of victory. At that moment, Li Luo stood dressed in a flowing, white, gauzy gown. Her breathtaking beauty was ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, enough to shake any heart. Did you make a bet with that old scoundrel Yi Yun? Li Luo's voice was tinged with sadness. What nonsense are you saying? Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before retorting. I saw the challenge letter with my own eyes. If we lose this time, Father, you'll have to step down as clan leader. Her voice emerged, hoarse and on the verge of tears. So you saw it all. Don't worry, we won't lose. With a bitter smile, Yi Feng turned to look at his precious daughter, his eyes brimming with deep paternal love. The young woman nodded vigorously, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around his broad frame. As time slipped by, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At last, the tournament began. Elder Yi Yu, the host, walked onto the stage with a solemn expression. Time's up. The internal clan selection tournament officially begins now. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, watching intently. Who will emerge victorious? The answer will soon be revealed. The inter-clan ranking tournament begins now. At Yi Yu's resounding announcement, the audience was stirred with excitement. In the Yi clan's inter-clan ranking tournament, anyone listed within the inter-clan was eligible to participate. There was a table set on the dueling platform, atop which lay the Stone of Talent. By placing your hand upon it, you could assess your potential. The stone would display a person's details, including their natural gifts and future prospects. Based on these results, the elders would assign rankings. After that, those with lower placements could challenge anyone within 10 ranks above them. Each person had a maximum of 3 chances to challenge. If you won, you would take the place of the person you defeated, pushing them and everyone below them down a rank. On the other hand, if you failed the challenge, your ranking would remain unchanged. A woman in green robes was the first to step onto the stage, placing her hand lightly upon the Stone of Talent. She stood with a gentle smile, her beautiful face radiating warmth. Her eyes glimmered softly as she gazed at the crowd, her serene expression, like a clear stream flowing silently through one's heart, making it impossible not to be captivated by her uniquely gentle and lively charm. She appeared slightly older than Li Luo, her curvaceous figure exuding the mature allure that comes only with the passage of time, a natural elegance that young girls like Li Luo and Yi Tan could not yet hope to match. Yi Kong let his gaze sweep over her. Though in terms of pure looks, she was just a shade less stunning than Li Luo or Yi Tan, it was her unfeigned, gentle aura that truly took his breath away. In her presence, the saying, "Women are made of water," was embodied to perfection. After she appeared, Yi Kong noticed that many young male disciples in the square had their eyes quietly light up, gazing at her with a subtle, unspoken affection. Seems everyone has a thing for the older, elegant type, Yi Kong thought with a helpless smile, glancing toward the clan's main gate. He had the sense that something significant was about to happen today. Isn't a man's intuition supposed to be unreliable? As the green-robed woman rested her hand gently on the Stone of Talent, it soon began to glow, and before long, a screen formed of immortal energy appeared above it. Nama, Yi Yunya. Age, 25. Rank, mortal grade, 3rd class. Awakened immortal soul. Age, 18. Years cultivating, 7. Potential score, 15. The potential score was out of 100. When her results appeared, the audience erupted in murmurs of surprise. No one had expected such a gentlewoman to possess such modest talent, achieving this level only after 7 years of cultivation. But in the end, when it comes to beauty, who really cares whether a beauty is skilled in combat or not? 7 years to reach the 3rd rank of talent. His aptitude is truly mediocre. Yikong let out a faint sigh, but then his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he muttered under his breath. It was these bastards who killed Yi Fan and left Li Luo weeping day after day. Watching Yi Chan slowly ascend to the center of the square, Yikong's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging deeply into his palms and leaving marks behind. Yi Chan was oblivious to Yi Kong's murderous glare. He placed his hand casually on the talent stone, his expression unconcerned. Age, 19. Immortal power level. Human rank, 2nd grade. Awakened immortal soul, at 18. Cultivation time, 1 year. Future potential, 55. What a pity about this boy. Normally, it takes a year to reach the 3rd grade of human rank to barely pass with a score of 60. Elder Yi Yun remarked with a sigh of disappointment, giving the table a light tap. Yi Kong's dark eyes shifted, just in time to see a woman in a flowing white dress approaching the dueling platform from not far away, her expression cold and composed. Her face was as pure as a lotus, delicate and graceful. The white gown only heightened her air of innocence, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Sadly, it was clear she had just been crying. Her eyes were tinged with red. Ever since Yi Fan's disappearance, she hasn't smiled once. I swear, I'll make you smile again. A hint of longing flickered in Yi Kong's gaze. Li Luo's appearance made him clench his hand into a fist once more, his knuckles whitening as he watched Yi Chun step down from the dueling platform. Li Lu. Seeing his daughter take the stage with a weary face, Yi Feng, as her father, was naturally filled with concern. Name, Ye Li Luo. Age, 20. Immortal power level. Human rank, 4th grade. Awakened immortal soul, at 18. Cultivation time, 2 years. Future potential, 78. A stir ran through the crowd. Anyone with a score above 70 could easily secure a place in the family's top 30, let alone a 78. And Li Luo had only cultivated for 2 years to achieve this. Yet more than her achievement, it was Li Luo's beauty that captured every gaze in the hall. Seeing her fragile appearance, many hearts ached with sympathy and admiration. After that, one contestant after another took the stage. Age, 22. Immortal power level. Human rank, 5th grade. Awakened immortal soul, at 18. Cultivation time, for years. Future potential, 80. Glancing at the scores on the screen, Yi Feng, standing above the crowd, allowed a rare smile to cross his face. He was clearly pleased with this result. The gathering erupted with discussion. Such a score would surely qualify one as a seeded candidate for the top 10 in the upcoming family ranking tournament. Human rank, 5th grade, and just 4 years of cultivation. This talent rivals even those from 2nd-tier families. I heard he's a close friend of Yi Fan, the family's new generation prodigy. You mean Yi Fan, the one who disappeared? Word is, Yi Yun's people were behind his demise. As this was said, all eyes turned as Yi Xing and Yi Tin made their way forward. Pressing her lips together, Yi Tin nodded her little head and giggled sweetly. Brother Yi Xing, you must do your best. As she spoke, she took a graceful step forward, her delicate and melodious voice gently echoing through the square. With a warm smile, Yi Xing nodded in response. Then in a blink, his figure became a blur as he leapt onto the dueling platform. He let out a soft chuckle and placed his hand on the talent stone. There was no doubt. He would once again be the strongest candidate in this ranking competition. After this, he would head to the Imperial Academy. Age, 23. Immortal power level, Earth grade, 1st rank. Awakened immortal soul, at 18. Years cultivating immortal power, 5. Future potential, 87. As soon as the results appeared, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Every eye was fixed in stunned disbelief on the young man standing atop the platform. Even though his score was exactly the same as last year's, it still sent shockwaves through everyone present. To reach Earth grade, 1st rank in just 5 years. What a terrifying feat. Even grandfather Yi Yu with all his years had only reached mid-Earth grade, 1st rank. Staring at Yi Xing's results, Yi Guifeng's expression grew even more grave. As a mid-human grade, 5th rank cultivator, he was no match at all. But he couldn't concede defeat now. For clan leader Yi Feng's sake, he had to press on. Feeling the attention from below the stage, A faint smile played at Yixing's lips, only to quickly vanish. He truly relished this feeling of being unrivaled. Yi Guifeng, as the final contestant, stepped onto the stage as well. Though his results were decent, in Yi Yun's eyes, Yi Feng had already lost. Name: Yi Guifeng. Age: 23. Immortal power level: human grade, 5th rank. Awakened immortal soul at 18. Years cultivating immortal power, 5. Future potential, 80. What a joke. With results like that, does old Yi Feng really think he can compare his man to me? Just wait. I'll flatten him in a moment. Yixing sneered inwardly, a fierce glint flashing deep in his eyes. After another half hour or so, the final rankings were released. First place, of course, was Yixing, outstanding in every category. Second was Yi Guifeng. Third was Yikong. She arched her delicate brows almost imperceptibly. Seeing herself ranked 20th, the emotions on her face shifted slightly. Clearly, with such a result, revenge was still a distant dream. Now begins the challenge round. Any interclan member may challenge someone ranked within the top 10. Each of you has 3 chances to challenge. Grandfather Yiyu announced in a commanding voice. The crowd fell silent once more, all curious to see who would fire the opening shot. A voice rose from among the spectators, drawing everyone's attention. From the crowd emerged a burly young man, the 10th-ranked contender, and the very same hunter that Yi Fan and Yikong had first defeated during the interclan trials in the forest. I challenge Yikong, who is ranked 3rd. His deep and rough voice echoed, stunning the crowd. He was challenging the 3rd place. This was truly something to see. Yikong raised his elegant eyebrows ever so slightly, recalling Yi Zhuang's performance just moments ago. Age: 24. Immortal power level: human grade, 4th rank. Awakened immortal soul at 19. Years cultivating immortal power, 5. Future potential, 70. Although his immortal power is at the peak of human grade 4th rank, he's only been cultivating for 5 years. Compared to freaks like Li Luo and Yixing, he's still rather ordinary. Yikong sighed, feeling a surge of interest in this Yi Zhuang. 3 months ago, he and Yi Fan had teamed up to defeat him, but with his current strength, defeating Yi Zhuang alone would be no trouble. Sensing the crowd's attention shifting toward him because of Yi Zhuang's challenge, Yikong shrugged helplessly and stepped forward to accept the match. Boring. Yi Ba, seated among the spectators, let out a bitter laugh. Having been eliminated by Yi Fan earlier, he was no longer an interclan disciple, and could only watch quietly from the sidelines. Still, his strength at human grade 4th rank was impressive even among the interclan. Now, Yi Ba no longer harbored such hatred toward Yi Fan. Perhaps time truly does wear down old grudges. With a faint smile, he left the stands. He'd rather spend this time cultivating. On the stage, the two bowed to each other, preparing for battle. Last time, I lost to you and Yi Fan when you joined forces. I must say, you're a real talent. You've already reached human grade 5th rank. You're not the same as before, Yi Zhuang said with a hint of genuine praise. At his words, Yikong gave a slight, calm smile and clasped his fists. You flatter me, senior brother. That night in the trial forest, when you chased Yi Fan and me until dawn, we haven't forgotten that. Ha, enough talk. Let's fight. Yi Zhuang gave a laugh that didn't reach his eyes, then roared and charged straight at Yikong. The Wentian spear appeared in Yikong's slender hands as he faced Yi Zhuang head-on. Down below, Yixing watched Yi Fan's golden spear with a playful look in his eyes. That looks like quite the treasure. I wonder when I'll get my hands on it. It was early morning, the sky bright as lantern light. In the Yi clan's arena, 2 figures squared off in fierce combat. Spirits of heaven and earth, heed the call of the 3 desolations. With this palm, I summon the wilds of the world, mid-grade immortal art. 8 desolation palm. Chanting a string of ancient, commanding words, Yi Zhuang soared into the air, striking down at Yikong. The blow tore through the air with a sharp, whistling force. Yikong dodged in a flash. The 8 desolation palm missed, striking the ground with a thunderous impact, leaving a spiderweb of cracks rapidly spreading outward. Golden Dragon. Yikong bellowed, lunging at Yi Zhuang with his spear. Yi Zhuang twisted aside, nimbly dodging the Wentian spear. In one swift motion, he drew a long sword from his inner energy space. So you know how to use a sword too. Of course. If you think you're so tough, then why don't you put away your heaven's questioning spear? Yi Zhuang snorted coldly as he spoke. Fine, I'll put it away. Yikong agreed without hesitation, but this move made the audience below call him a fool. Originally, Yi Zhuang was at the 4th rank of a human stage, while Yikong had just reached the early 5th rank. Winning should have been easy for him. Now, he had even put away his weapon, while his opponent had picked up his own. What seemed like Yi Zhuang's inevitable defeat suddenly turned on its head. Come on then. Mid-grade immortal art. Earth-cleaving technique. The burly man's roar thundered through the dueling arena like a clap of thunder. Yikong had no time to dodge. He swung his right arm to block the sword light Yi Zhuang slashed toward him. Instantly, his arm was sliced open half an inch deep, his sleeve torn, blood pouring down. But Yi Zhuang, the one who struck, was shocked by what he saw. By his estimation, even if a cultivator a whole rank above him tried to take such a powerful blow with just their arm, that limb would be severed instantly, possibly along with a serious injury to their body. There would be no other outcome. Yet, strangely, Yikong hadn't used a weapon or summoned any immortal energy. How could he possibly withstand that fierce sword strike with just his bare arm? Let me tell you, Yikong said calmly, I recently learned a mid-grade immortal art, Iron Essence. As long as I remain still and make no move, my body becomes as hard as iron. The fact that you managed to injure me at all proves your swordsmanship is powerful, but you still aren't my match. Those watching him felt their eyes light up. No one expected such a surprise from the match between the 3rd and 10th ranks. What kind of spectacle would it be when the 2nd-ranked Yi Guifeng challenged the 1st-ranked Yi Xing? What? Iron Essence? Yi Zhuang was visibly shaken. Enough. This fight is over. Yikong spoke softly, then began to walk slowly toward Yi Zhuang. Spear to the heavens. If not me, then who? Yikong's expression remained calm, but suddenly his eyes shone with cold brilliance. In a flash, he leapt above Yi Zhuang's head. What? Yi Zhuang could feel the chilling immortal energy radiating from Yikong's technique, and his face paled as astonishment flashed through his eyes. Before he could react, a surge of overwhelming power erupted in midair. All eyes watched as a spear of golden flames tore through the sky, descending straight for Yi Zhuang at the center of the arena, its terrifying pressure shaking the entire venue. High-grade immortal art, Dragon God ascends. Yikong's thunderous shout left everyone staring at each other in disbelief. A high-grade immortal art. What kind of power was that? Heaven's questioning spear truly lived up to its name as a spiritual weapon. 8 Desolation's palm. Yi Zhuang roared desperately, charging headlong into the tremendous wave of immortal energy bearing down on him. Descending from the sky, wreathed in flames, Yikong's lips suddenly curled into a dangerously sly smile. Seeing this, Yi Zhuang's eye twitched, and an inexplicable sense of unease quietly rose in his heart. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, and Xiaoke suddenly regretted his earlier recklessness. Yet, although there was regret, the arrow had already been knocked, and there was no turning back now. In the very next instant, Yi Zhuang collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his wounds. Moments later, 2 medical staff hurried over and carried him away for treatment. The audience was plunged into silence, only to erupt moments later in thunderous applause. Looking at Yikong's handsome features, his fans in the crowd could not hold back their excitement, and cried out in unison. That was absolutely brilliant. Yikong, my idol. The boys, on the other hand, were still reeling from the shock of Yikong's earlier declaration. Raise your spear to the heavens. Who else but me? The sheer dominance of those words had stunned them, and just as they'd begun to recover, the display of Yikong's latest move hit them like another sledgehammer. Well done, Yifeng murmured softly, finally unclenching his tightly balled fists. Does anyone else wish to challenge? Grandpa Yu had barely opened his mouth before a response came within a heartbeat. I want to challenge the first place Yi Xing. The crowd was stunned by the sudden challenge, and all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, Yikong, standing on the stage. Yi Xing, who had been leisurely sipping tea below the stage, raised an eyebrow and slowly shifted his gaze. When he saw Yikong, he studied him up and down for a moment, then stood up with a gentle smile and walked over. Others might not have noticed, but Yikong could sense the disdain hidden deep within Yi Xing's dark eyes. After the customary bow, a golden spear appeared instantly in Yikong's hand, his youthful, striking eyes fixing coldly on Yi Xing before him. Yi Xing's lips curled into a dangerous smile, yet he made no move to act. Yikong, who had planned to wait for his opponent to strike first, grew restless in the face of Yi Xing's devilish grin. He lashed out, thrusting the golden spear at his rival. A surge of celestial energy burst from Yikong, winding around the Wantian spear like golden serpents. As the chill of the incoming attack swept toward him, Yi Xing's lips lifted in a faint, unhurried smile. With a casual tilt of his head, he dodged Yikong's strike with ease. Missing his mark, Yikong realized immediately that his opponent was no pushover. He hurried to withdraw the spear, but at that moment, 2 fingers formed a V and suddenly appeared, trapping the Wantian spear between them. Yikong's face changed dramatically at the sight. He tried to yank the spear back, but it was as if an invisible force held it fast. Wan Tian refused to budge. Watching Yi Xing's light, effortless smile, a bead of cold sweat formed on Yi Kong's forehead. He quickly lashed out with a kick towards Yi Xing's abdomen. But Yi Xing's left hand moved just as leisurely, sweeping aside Yi Kong's foot with a calm motion. So dull, truly dull, Yi Xing said with a helpless shake of his head. Bastard. Enraged by such provocation, Yi Kong's fury burned hot. He kicked at his opponent with all his might, but when that proved useless, he quickly pulled back. With a flick of 2 fingers, Yi Kong lost his balance as the opposing force from the heaven-questioning spear rebounded and struck him, sending him stumbling to the ground. Damn it! He rose to his feet again, realizing the gap in their strength was just too vast. All he could do now was act with utmost caution. Yi Kong leapt, landing behind Yi Xing, and suddenly lashed out, swinging his golden spear with all his might. Yi Xing spun around, just in time to see Yi Kong hurtling toward him, his entire body surging with powerful celestial energy, thrusting his spear in a wild barrage. Mid-grade celestial art, heavenly dragons dance. With a thunderous roar, spear shadows overlapped, the air splitting with a piercing howl, and the momentum was overwhelming. A faint, amused smile curled on Yi Xing's lips. In his eyes, only if Yi Kong managed to unleash that one top-grade celestial move could he stand chance. Ordinary techniques like this simply couldn't bridge the gulf between them. Mid-grade celestial art, black flame sword. In a flash, Yi Xing drew a black long sword from the space within his dantian. A chilling, murderous aura rang out. Dark energy surged down Yi Xing's right arm, spreading onto the blade until it looked as if the sword itself was aflame with black fire. A strange, almost wicked black light flickered as the sword's shadow swept forward, cleaving through the air in a razor-sharp arc. Yi Xing's face was filled with playful amusement, a stark contrast to the tense determination on Yi Kong's face. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed toward each other like lightning. "Go, Yi Kong. You're amazing," called out an ardent fan from the crowd. "No need to watch. Yi Xing's got this in the bag. Is tofu better salty or sweet?" "What the?" Clearly, from the murmurs and chatter, the crowd's judgment was unanimous. Yi Xing was the favorite to win. From his calm, composed movements, it was obvious Yi Kong didn't stand much of a chance. And sure enough, Yi Kong was sent flying backward. Just as Yi Xing's lips curled in triumph, his expression suddenly shifted to seriousness. He watched as Yi Kong spun mid-air, stopping his flight and launching himself back with renewed force. Golden celestial energy swirling fiercely around him. Heaven-questioning spear. Who else but me? Top-grade celestial art. Dragon goddess ends. From somewhere in the plaza, the thunderous roar of a dragon echoed faintly. "So, you're finally using that move?" Yi Xing chuckled, his smile broadening with each word until his laughter rang out, light at first, then deeper, then rolling. "Mid-grade celestial art, black flame sword." Yi Xing shouted, and with a flash, that eerie black flame blade arced straight toward Yi Kong's heaven-questioning spear. A burst of dazzling sparks exploded, followed by the clang of metal as a sword blade went spinning through the air. The blade broken clean in two was none other than the black sword in Yi Xing's hand. Yet upon seeing this, Yi Xing was not dismayed. Instead, he was overjoyed. This heaven-questioning spear of Yi Kong's truly lived up to its reputation. He immediately regained his composure, raising the broken sword in his hand to parry as he rapidly retreated. After pulling back to a safe distance, he used the remaining piece of his broken sword to astonishing effect. As a surge of black flames shot skyward, he managed to smack Yi Kong's Wentian spear out of his grasp. Startled, Yi Kong reached out, trying to catch the spear as it spun through the air, but before he could even stretch his hand, Yi Xing's broken sword slashed toward him. Seeing the situation, Yi Kong had no choice but to abandon his attempt to retrieve the Wentian spear and hurriedly fell back. "Without your precious Wentian spear, let's see how you plan to fight me," Yi Xing said with a wicked grin. In a sudden burst of movement, he leapt up and landed a ferocious kick to Yi Kong's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Yi Kong tumbled across the ground. Unrelenting, Yi Xing pressed his attack, kicking Yi Kong off the dueling platform and eliminating him from the competition. Below the stage, the crowd erupted in mocking laughter, ridiculing Yi Kong for overestimating himself, for daring to challenge a powerhouse like Yi Xing with such limited strength. Amidst the audience, a maiden in flowing white robes, her beauty as pure as a lotus, watched with troubled eyes and knitted brows. With Yi Kong's defeat, who else could possibly stand against Yi Xing now? It was at that moment that a voice, as loud as thunder, rang out. "Let me take you on, Yi Xing." Ye Gui Feng. On the Yi family's dueling platform, A young man stood tall and proud, his face resolute. In the audience below, the lotus-like maiden in white bit her lip, her eyes burning with hatred as she stared up at the young man. From the depths of her gaze, it was clear she harbored deep dissatisfaction toward the proud figure on stage. Yi Xing, basking in his triumph, was about to speak when an angry shout cut him off. "Let me take you on, Yi Xing," came a slightly hoarse voice from the crowd. All eyes turned to the source. The spectators nearby quickly stepped aside, making way, and Yi Guifeng strode forward through the parted crowd. Guifeng. Yi Feng watched with a grave expression as Yi Guifeng ascended the platform. If Guifeng lost, then truly, no one would be able to defeat Yi Xing. According to the rules, Yi Xing may use a healing stone or medicine to recover before the next match, announced Yi Yu's elderly voice across the square. At this, Yi Xing couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh, which quickly faded as he forced a smile. "Grandfather Yi Yu, there's no need for that. Defeating Yi Guifeng is well within my abilities." Hearing Yi Xing's mocking tone, Yi Guifeng let out a cold chuckle and replied, "Since Yi Xing is so confident, I have no objections." The old man hesitated, glancing at Yi Feng as if seeking the clan leader's approval. Seeing him nod, he turned back and declared solemnly, "Very well then. Let the duel begin." Yi Guifeng, ranked second, challenges the top-ranked Yi Xing. Yi Xing's lips curled into a cold, taunting smile as he looked at Yi Guifeng standing before him. He truly loathed Yi Guifeng to the very core. Not only did Yi Guifeng not belong to their faction, he constantly aided that old fossil Yi Feng, and now, he was even being used by Yi Feng as a pawn to oppose him. Blazing Chariot. With a roar, Yi Guifeng unleashed his battle cry. The crowd was left stunned. Yi Guifeng had launched his ultimate technique right from the start. Clearly, he had no intention of probing his opponent. He was going straight for the attack. Yi Guifeng seems really formidable. I heard he's mastered the unity of immortal arts this year. So what? No matter how strong that is, he's still no match for Yi Xing, a first-rank Earth-tier cultivator. In the spectator stands below the arena, whispers and mocking laughter swept through the audience. This was already Yi Guifeng's third challenge against Yi Xing, and not once had he succeeded. As Yi Guifeng bellowed, his sprinting form gradually transformed into an ancient siege chariot wreathed in blazing flames. The massive fire roared, surging forward with unstoppable force toward Yi Xing, as if to burn everything in its path. But Yi Xing was never one to dodge. Wearing a cold, mocking smile, he drew his long sword from his dantian space and murmured, "Black flame sword." A surge of fierce fire erupted from the depths of Yi Guifeng's eyes, carrying the same formidable immortal energy as his blazing chariot technique. The unity of immortal arts activated. He closed his eyes lightly, attuning himself to his body's transformation into the blazing chariot, steadying his mind. Not a trace of fear appeared in the face of Yi Xing's oppressive aura. Meanwhile, Yi Xing's hands and sword were enveloped in a swirling black flame of immortal energy. At this moment, his hands seemed ghostly, exuding the chill of death, as he met Yi Guifeng's blazing chariot head-on. A deafening explosion erupted as they collided, both sent flying backwards through the air. Midair, Yi Guifeng spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Yi Xing, on the other hand, landed steadily on his feet. Watching Yi Guifeng's battered state, a dangerous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The gap in strength is just too great, Yi Guifeng thought helplessly as he twisted in the air and landed hard on one knee, barely managing to steady himself. At the side, on the high platform near the audience, Yi Feng watched with a grave expression, his heart already preparing for the prospect of stepping down. He didn't blame Yi Guifeng for being outmatched. He only blamed himself for his own arrogance in agreeing to Yi Yun's wager. A young woman in flowing white, as pure as a lotus, gazed at the now weary Yi Feng from across the way. Her lips moved softly. "Father, well, do you want to continue?" Facing Yi Xing's icy smile, Yi Guifeng forced a hollow grin and replied, "Let's go again. Mid-tier immortal technique. Blazing chariot, fireball." His shout thundered out, as if shaking the very heavens. Yi Guifeng once again summoned the blazing chariot, his body shrouded in immortal energy as the fiery vehicle materialized around him. A massive fireball shot forth, spewing crimson flames. It streaked across the sky, tracing a dazzling arc of fire, a spectacle that drew the eye. "How utterly foolish. You think such a petty fireball can harm me?" Yi Xing scoffed, his voice cold. With a flourish of his sword, he bellowed, "Mid-tier immortal art. Black flame sword, streaking black flame." But in the next instant, everyone in the audience who saw Yi Xing's movement held their breath. What incredible swordsmanship! Black flame immortal energy surged along the blade of Yi Xing's longsword, gathering at the tip. Sword shadows, swift as the wind, erupted from him, moving so fast they blurred beyond the eye's ability to follow. Yi Guifeng's fireball met Yi Xing's strike and was instantly cleaved into several fragments by the flashing sword shadows, each chunk tumbling harmlessly to the ground. What? Shock flashed across Yi Guifeng's face, but he quickly steadied himself and shouted, "Blazing chariot!" As the chariot, wreathed in surging flames, roared toward him, Yi Xing merely smiled faintly. Still haven't learned your lesson? He became a blur, dashing headlong to meet the fiery chariot. Just as he closed in on Yi Guifeng, his sword was again engulfed in black flames. Black flame sword, streaking black flame. A flurry of metallic clashes erupted as fire-red light tangled with black, sword against chariot in a relentless storm. In a flash of sword shadows, Yi Xing slipped behind the chariot. The blazing chariot dissolved back into pure, immortal energy, its power dissipating. Yi Guifeng coughed up blood and crumpled to the ground. How overconfident, Yi Xing remarked with a faint smile, gazing down at Yi Guifeng sprawled on the arena floor. You bastard, you're doomed, all of you. Yi Guifeng wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to speak through the pain. You insolent brat. Yi Xing's anger flared at these words, his features twisted in fury, a murderous light kindling in his eyes. With a thunderous shout, his voice shook the air, sending waves of force rippling outward. The very space around him cracked and split, fierce winds howling in his wake. He drew his sword, black flames roaring along the blade. With a powerful sweep, the fire surged like a flood, sweeping toward the battered Yi Guifeng as he tried to rise. The torrent of black flame tore into Yi Guifeng's flesh, fiery tongues scorching him mercilessly. The air filled with the stench of burning flesh, and Yi Guifeng's screams rang out as he writhed and rolled across the ground. Do you yield? Yi Xing's lips curled in a mocking smile as he watched Yi Guifeng squirm in agony. Yield, you're damn. Yi Guifeng spat out more blood, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Guifeng, surrender now. Yi Feng, seeing that Yi Guifeng had no intention of conceding, called out anxiously. If Guifeng refused to admit defeat or left the stage, unconscious, and even if he died on the dueling platform, they would not be able to hold Yi Xing responsible. He could not let Yi Guifeng risk his life for him. Foolish brat. With a cold snort, Yi Xing's figure flashed once more. At this moment, the immortal power within Yi Xing surged like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, erupting all at once. The devastating force swept toward Yi Guifeng, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Yi Xing roared inwardly, thrusting his sword at Yi Guifeng with ferocious intent. Yi Guifeng, unable to rise to his feet, could only watch helplessly as the gleaming blade filled his vision, growing larger with every heartbeat. Just then, a new surge of power erupted across the arena. A presence of the earthly stage swept over the crowd. In a flash, a figure appeared before Yi Xing. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a shield of formidable immortal energy, blocking Yi Xing's lethal blow from reaching Yi Guifeng. The clash of immortal forces filled the dueling platform with swirling smoke. The audience waved their hands to clear the haze before their faces. As the smoke drifted away, they saw the clan chief, Yi Feng, standing protectively in front of Yi Guifeng, the aura of the earthly stage radiating unmistakably from him. Clan chief, are you planning to break clan rules just to help him? Yi Xing's voice was low and cold, his face darkening. Yi Feng, you've gone too far. If Yi Guifeng didn't surrender, even death on that stage is no excuse for intervention. Elder Yi Yun shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing with outrage. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the dueling platform, and no one dared utter a sound. Yi Feng looked down at Yi Guifeng, who was as pale as death, and sighed. Yi Guifeng has already lost. No, I haven't. Yi Guifeng struggled to rise, but Yi Feng lifted him gently and carried him from the stage. You got lucky this time. Yi Xing muttered under his breath. Looking at the crowd, who stared at him as if he were some kind of monster, he couldn't help but smirk. Yi Xing glanced at the subdued crowd, then pulled out 2 healing stones and used them. His tone icy, he declared, Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? I'll offer you the gift of paralysis. Many of the young disciples below were angered by his words, but their indignation soon faded. Yi Xing was simply too powerful. How could they hope to match him? Bastard. Tears streamed down Li Luo's delicate face, her heart burning with resentment. She couldn't accept that her father should step down like this, nor that Yi Fan should be erased so easily. And above all, She couldn't bear to see these villains strutting about, enjoying their glory and admiration. A gift, is it? I wouldn't mind accepting it myself. A clear, spirited voice rang out from the gates of the Yi clan's academy, not far away. The familiar tone sent a ripple through the entire crowd. All heads turned to look. A handsome young man stood tall and proud at the entrance, his bearing brimming with youthful confidence. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Li Luo's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Her delicate hand flew to cover her lips, red with surprise. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Yi Kong also stared in astonishment at the figure, but then he broke into a soft chuckle. The smile on his face grew brighter and brighter with every passing moment. As for Yi Xing, his face turned slightly pale. He frowned tightly, eyes fixed on the figure standing at the doorway. Everyone present was stunned by that voice and by the striking, youthful appearance of the young man. He's alive. He's really alive. The young man was none other than Yi Fan, who had rushed back to attend the clan's internal ranking tournament. On Yi clan's grand square, every face was lit with a different emotion. Yi Feng's followers could barely contain their delight, while those loyal to Elder Yi Yun, especially Yi Yun himself, turned ghostly pale with shock. If Yi Fan truly returned, wouldn't all the dirty deeds done by their faction be exposed? If Yi Fan revealed the truth, their reputation and status would be utterly ruined. Yi Xing never imagined that Yi Fan could still be alive. How was it possible? He had clearly fallen into the bottomless, blade-filled chasm. How could anyone survive that? No, this must be an illusion. Yi Xing rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was truly Yi Fan. A furious blaze ignited in his chest. This bastard again, always him. The commotion outside soon reached Yi Ba, who was cultivating in the training hall. Sensing something unusual, he opened his eyes and stepped outside. Yi Fan. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Li Luo called out, her voice choked with tears. Before she even finished speaking, she dashed straight toward Yi Fan. After so long apart, Li Luo threw her arms around Yi Fan in a fierce embrace. Her touch warmed his heart, and he gently patted the sobbing girl's back. Don't cry, don't cry. See? I'm back, aren't I? I thought you were dead. You fool, liar. Li Luo clung to him, sobbing and trembling. The familiar fragrance of the girl filled Yi Fan's senses, making his gaze all the more resolute. He didn't resist at all, letting Li Luo vent her feelings with soft punches. The audience erupted into a storm of chatter, not just about how close Yi Fan and Li Luo seemed, but also about the incredible news that Yi Fan had returned alive after being missing for so long. After a brief exchange of comfort, Yi Fan finally looked away from Li Luo and turned his gaze to Yi Xing, who still stood on the dueling platform. The warmth in his eyes cooled, replaced with a piercing, icy glare. Yi Fan began to walk slowly toward the duel stage. Yi Yun couldn't restrain himself any longer and shouted, "You've been missing for so long. You have no right to participate in the Yi clan's ranking tournament." Yi Feng's face darkened. He was just about to speak up for Yi Fan, but Yi Fan's quiet voice sounded first. "Elder Yi Yun, you know better than anyone how I went missing. Besides, I am still an inter-clan disciple. You have no right to stop me from entering the competition." Yi Fan's argument sparked a wave of cheers from the audience. After all, everyone had long suspected that his disappearance was connected to Yi Yun and his faction. Yi Yun's face turned ashen with anger. "So what? I said it's not allowed, and that's final. You think your word alone decides everything? What do you take me, the clan leader, for?" Yi Feng's thunderous voice suddenly interrupted, unable to tolerate Yi Yun's arrogance any longer. "Father, it's all right." Yi Xing, having already composed himself, turned to Yi Yun and spoke calmly. Then, pausing for a moment, he looked at Yi Fan with a hint of pride and mockery. "But if you want to challenge me, you'll need to be ranked first. If you end up too far down the list, how will you even have the chance?" "Huh, ridiculous. Yi Yu, bring the talent stone up for Yi Fan's test." Yi Feng turned to Grandpa Yi Yu, who was standing nearby, somewhat dazed. "Yes." Grandpa Yi Yu nodded and stepped onto the stage. Yi Fan will now test his talent and be inserted into the rankings. Yi Fan. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Ba's dark eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to still be alive, and he felt a complicated mix of joy and anger. Yi Fan was his enemy, so anger was natural, but as the saying goes, a fight forges respect. In a strange way, Yi Fan's return also felt like the return of an old friend. As the crowd settled down, a young maid walked up, carrying a silver tray. Upon it rested the talent stone. Grandpa Yi Yu placed the talent stone on the table, looking at Yi Fan with a rare gentleness in his eyes. "Yi Fan, go ahead." Yi Fan nodded firmly and placed his hand on the talent stone. Yi Ying it. So what if Yi Fan joined the ranking competition? He had only awakened his immortal soul at the age of 23. How could he possibly have any real talent? The outcome today was already set in stone. Yi Fan guided his immortal energy into the talent stone. At once, the stone glowed with a gentle, radiant blue light. The power began to surge, rising upward and forming a shimmering screen of energy in the air. When the numbers appeared on the screen, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even Li Luo, watching the results, could not hide her astonishment and delight. Yi Ba, who had just stepped out of the training hall, happened to witness the scene, and in that moment, finally understood the gap between himself and Yi Fan. Yes, with results like these, losing to him was nothing to be ashamed of. Age, 23. Immortal power level, human tier, grade 5. Immortal soul awakened. Age, 23. Time cultivating immortal power, 6 months. Potential, 98. The whispers and murmurs among the crowd halted abruptly. Expressions froze on almost every face, and a collective shiver ran through the assembly. In an instant, the way people looked at Yi Fan changed. There was awe, uncertainty, and even a trace of fear, as if they were staring at something that defied the very limits of possibility. This was an almost terrifying display on the screen, leaving Yi Tan's beautiful face frozen in astonishment. She had always thought Yi Fan was nothing but a failure. But now, with this screen and the sudden twist of fate, she felt as if she were watching a dramatic performance unfold before her very eyes. Awakening an immortal soul at 23. If that's not useless, what is? And yet, incredibly, Yi Fan had managed to raise his immortal power to the 5th rank of the human tier in just half a year after awakening. This contradiction left everyone present utterly stunned. A potential value of 98. Such a number would be outstanding even in the top royal academies. In a corner, Yi Chun and Yi Tan swallowed hard, exchanging glances. From each other's eyes, they saw only shock and terror. Yi Kong, too, was wide-eyed with disbelief. He never would have imagined that Yi Fan, this so-called failure, who awakened his immortal soul at 23, was the very same person. Yi Feng, however, broke into a slight smile and exhaled deeply. He realized he hadn't misjudged this young man, nor had Li Luo. Yi Fan was an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-generation prodigy no ordinary genius could compare to. Yi Fan is now ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. Grandpa Yi blurted out, not even bothering to step down and calculate. He simply announced it on the spot. And indeed, there was no room for doubt. With such overwhelming talent, no matter how the rankings were decided, he was destined for the top. Yi Fan didn't even awaken his immortal soul until he was 25, and you call him number 1 without so much as calculation? Are you looking to get yourself killed? Elder Yi Yun's voice rang out, brimming with fury. The flush on his face made it clear just how fiercely he felt on behalf of his own son. Elder Yi Yun, Yi Fan reached the 5th rank of human tier in just half a year after awakening. If Yi Xing had been in his place, could he have done the same? Who's stronger? Who's weaker? It's obvious. That's why Yi Fan rightfully deserves the title of number 1. Retorted Grandpa Yi Yu, his aged voice leaving Elder Yi Yun speechless and red-faced. Yi Fan, Yi Xing clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. What he hated most was someone else stealing his thunder. So, who wants to challenge me now? Where's the one who just promised gifts? Yi Fan said coldly, staring at Yi Xing. The crowd burst into laughter at Yi Fan's words. Just a moment ago, Yi Xing had been wondering whether Yi Fan was even worthy of challenging him. But, after the test results, it was clear. Yi Xing didn't have the qualifications to challenge Yi Fan. If anything, it should be the other way around. Yi Fan. Yi Fan. The fangirls in the audience began to chant his name. Now, even those who disliked Yi Xing and his faction joined in, shouting, "Number 1 Yi Fan! Number 1 Yi Fan!" Listening to the cheers thundering from the stands, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. He turned and broke into an awkward dance for the crowd. At that moment, Yi Fan's gaze met the weakened eyes of Yi Guifeng. With a solemn nod, Yi Guifeng managed a faint smile and nodded back. It was as if Yi Fan was saying, "Don't forget, I'm still here." Yi Guifeng also nodded in agreement. "You bastard. Then I'll challenge you," Yi Xing declared, his face twisted with murderous intent. "You're only the temporary number 1, Yi Fan. Just wait. You won't hold that spot for long." To him. So what if Yi Fan was a genius? A 5th-rank human stage cultivator was still only a 5th-rank human stage cultivator. At worst, he would defeat Yi Fan just as he had beaten Yi Kong and Yi Guifeng. He'd simply take him down. Off stage, Elder Yi Yun's face was ashen. In truth, he too was shaken by Yi Fan's exceptional talent. If this boy were allowed to grow any further, their days would be numbered. This boy must not be allowed to live. So you're challenging me? Yifan replied coldly. That's right. Prepare to die. Yixing retorted, his aura undiminished. Is it possible for me to simply refuse your challenge and stay number one forever? Yifan grinned, baring his teeth, then broke into another awkward little dance on the spot. Yifan, you can't refuse a challenge from another, clan leader Yifeng reminded him from the other side. Oh, Yifan had only been joking anyway, so his expression quickly turned serious again. He paused, thinking for a moment, and then spoke. 3 months ago, I was tricked by Yitan, and ended up at Blade Clef Valley. There, Yitan, and you almost killed me. In the end, I jumped off a cliff. Back then, I said if I survived, none of you would have an easy life. What nonsense! When did I ever send my son Yixing to kill you? Elder Yeyun roared in fury. His outburst only served to convince the onlookers even more that Yifan was telling the truth. Elder Yiyun, I never mentioned you by name. Don't take it so personally, Yifan replied with a cold smile. Ew. Yiyun realized with a jolt that, in his anger, he had unwittingly exposed their dirty secrets. Looking at Yixing's face, now dark with rage, Yifan let out a mocking laugh. It's fortunate that fate favors the worthy. There was a small river at the bottom. I fell into the water and was saved. On hearing this, veins bulged visibly on Yixing's forehead. He was filled with bitter regret. Why hadn't he finished Yifan off back then? If Yifan hadn't survived, none of this would be happening today. Yifan paused again, turning his gaze to Li Luo. His expression softened as he said, that place was remote. I couldn't return for some time, so I trained there for 3 months, advancing from the 3rd to the 5th rank of the human stage. Hearing this, the audience below collectively gasped, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoing across the arena. 3 months, advancing from 3rd to 5th rank of the human stage in that short time? What kind of genius was this? How terrifying was his talent? Today, I've returned to prove to you that, 3 months ago, I wasn't your match, but now, I can defeat you. Yifan's bold declaration sent a tremor through everyone's hearts. The afternoon sun blazed overhead as discussion swept through the Yi clan's martial arena. The crowd abuzz with debate over the day's incredible and unbelievable events. Defeat me? Yixing frowned slightly, then began to sneer. With just you? 5th rank of the human stage? Ha, what a joke. Enough, the two of you. Are you going to duel or not? Grand Fater, Yeyu Barkit Siterni. Of course, Yixing replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Yifan. I'm taking back my first place. The match begins. Grandfather Yiyu blew the whistle sharply. Today, Yifan, let me teach you a lesson you won't forget. Yixing roared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very air. Yifan's brows knit together at first, but then his lips curled up in a mocking smile. With a hint of mischief in his voice, he said, just wait and see who I'll become next. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan slammed his hand down on his watch. In a flash, an intense burst of light erupted, so bright that Yixing, who had been poised to strike, was forced to turn away. Yifan just used his transformation divine art. Yifeng quickly looked away to shield his eyes from the glare. When everyone opened their eyes once more, they saw that Yifan had transformed. He now wore a blue and white skin-tight suit, his head covered by a mask emblazoned with a large, and in his right hand he held a strange circular shield adorned with a white star. What in the world is this nonsense? Je vink éclamet in confusion. I am Captain America, Yifan replied, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Captain America? Let's see how impressive you really are. Take this. With a flash, Yixing's long sword appeared from his Dantian space, and he charged straight at Yifan. In that instant, a powerful aura at the Earth stage erupted from Yixing, radiating out like a tidal wave. Yifan felt the surge of immortal energy in the corners of his mouth. Lifted slightly, he was already familiar with battling at the Earth stage, having fought the demonic-eyed tiger before, even if that time he joined forces with Long Linger. Just as Yixing was about to reach him, Yifan suddenly swung his arm, and a surge of formidable energy burst from within him. The force swept out like a storm, catching Yixing off guard. In that surge, he sensed a murderous intent so strong it made him falter. In that split second of hesitation, Yifan struck, his right hand wielding the shield with blinding speed. Before anyone could react, the shield crashed squarely into Yixing's chest. The impact sent Yixing's blood surging, and a jolt of pain shot through his chest. Before he could recover, Yifan attacked again, the shield flashing through the air and landing blow after blow. Yixing was hurled backward, sent flying across the arena. The crowd watched in stunned disbelief. None of them could have imagined such explosive power from Yifan. This was the true might of Captain America's unparalleled combat skills. So long as the gap in immortal strength wasn't insurmountable, his opponents would always pay a hefty price. Yifan, did you use some hidden weapon to injure my son Shinga? Elder Yiyun shouted furiously, flames of anger in his eyes, as he watched his beloved son gravely wounded. Yiyun, are you kidding me? Just because your son Yixing is a genius, doesn't mean my son-in-law can't be one too. Yifeng actually called Yi Fan his son-in-law right then and there, making Elder Yiyun's face turn even more sour with embarrassment. Li Luo touched her flushed cheeks, cradling her face in her delicate hands. She pouted and muttered, "Humph. Father is so shameless. Yi Fan hasn't even confessed his feelings to me yet. Well, seems you got some skill after all. I really underestimated you." Yixing straightened his back once more, his voice filled with spite. "I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Want to keep going?" Yi Fan replied softly, but the icy edge of his words only made Yixing more furious. "I refuse to believe it. You think your transformation technique can make up for the gap in our levels?" With a furious shout, Yixing suddenly leapt into the air, his long sword thrusting toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the oncoming blade with a hint of lazy indifference. "Now's my chance. Mid-grade immortal art. Streaking black flame." Yixing suddenly switched up his attack while airborne, determined to catch Yi Fan off guard. Sword after sword image flashed through the air. Though Yi Fan was surprised by Yixing's sudden change in tactics, it was hardly a challenge for him. Shield in hand, he quickly raised it to block. A series of metallic clangs rang out as sword met shield. Though Yixing's strikes were swift, Yi Fan was no less agile, blocking each attack perfectly and even countering whenever he saw the opening. "You can't just defend forever," Yixing shouted, barely able to contain his frustration. Yet, faced with attacks too fast for the naked eye to follow, Yi Fan remained utterly calm. Hearing Yixing's taunt, he simply smiled faintly. "Well then, I suppose it's time for me to go on the offensive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan stomped his right foot hard, making the ground tremble and crack beneath him. Yixing's pupils contracted as he stared at the fissure spreading across the floor. This kid, what incredible power! Yixing couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Little did he know how much stronger Yi Fan had become after training his body. He was practically a real-life Captain America now, his physical strength truly terrifying. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Fan hurled his shield into the air. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Up until now, Yi Fan's shield had been seen as indispensable, like a lion without its claws. Throwing it away seemed unthinkable. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Just as the shield flew skyward, Yi Fan spun and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, knocking Yixing's sword clean out of his hand. The blade landed with a heavy thud in a patch of open ground, splitting the earth with a crack. In the very next instant, Yi Fan dashed forward and with another spinning kick, struck Yixing squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. It all happened so quickly, Yixing had no time to react. "Bravo!" roared the crowd from the stands, as Yi Fan's dazzling display of martial prowess left everyone in awe. Yi Fan was utterly shocked as well. The speed of Yi Fan's reaction just now, his formidable fighting skills, not to mention Yixing. Even he himself doubted he could withstand them. But being unable to withstand them was one thing. The reason why the gap in immortal power levels is said to be so hard to bridge is because even if you could land hundreds of blows like that on a heaven-tier expert, it would hardly faze him. On the other hand, if he struck you just once, you'd be following the Tang monk on his journey to the west. Damn it! Although Yixing's body was unharmed, he couldn't stand such humiliation. From his Dantian space, he pulled out yet another long sword and charged at Yi Fan. The moment this sword appeared, the arena buzzed with conversation. How many swords does he actually have? I want to know why he has so many swords. Is his sword of the upper grade or the lower? Clearly, the crowd was now favoring Yi Fan even more, though most of them didn't feel all that confident deep down. After all, Yixing had already defeated 2 5th-grade human-tier opponents, let alone Yi Fan. "You forced me to go all out. If you lose to this move of mine, you can't complain." Yixing roared, his face flushed a deep red, veins bulging on his forehead. "Black flame sword. Mid-grade immortal technique." No sooner had the words left his mouth than both his hands were enveloped by a surge of black immortal power welling up from within. The black flame snaked along his arms and onto the blade, imbuing the once ordinary sword with a wild, murderous aura. The sword's radiance spread like a wave of shadow. This mid-grade immortal sword art combined both speed and power. Under Yixing's mastery as a first-grade Earth-tier cultivator, the sword shadow moved with incredible swiftness, each stroke accompanied by bursts of scorching, desolate force. A blood-red sword light shrouded in domineering, pitch-black spiritual energy, cold and chilling, while fierce black flames roared along the blade. "That technique again." Yi Kong, having just stepped out of the medical room with his wounds freshly bandaged, spotted Yi Xing using the very move that had beaten him before. A flicker of fear flashed through Yi Kong's eyes. The memory of that moment remained vivid. The black flame sword was not only strange and overpowering, but its ever-shifting forms made it almost impossible to counter. He'd also heard that this immortal technique was purchased by Elder Yi Yun at a major royal town auction, nearly bankrupting himself to secure it. That alone showed just how powerful it was among mid-grade immortal arts. While Yi Fan's attention was clearly not on Yi Xing, but fixed on his own shield, which was already falling to the ground, Li Luo's face was filled with anxiety. What on earth was he doing? At last, when Yi Fan finally focused on the oncoming black flame sword, its murderous aura surging toward him, a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Yi Fan's hands fluttered like butterflies weaving through flowers, swiftly forming seals in quick succession. As the patterns shifted and changed unpredictably, a black seal materialized in his palms. Suddenly, on the dueling stage, a wave of immortal power even more violent and sinister than Yi Xing's black flame sword erupted. Feeling the overwhelming, unfathomable power of immortal energy sweeping through the arena, Yi Xing's expression changed dramatically. He realized things had taken a bad turn, but it was already too late to stop his own attack. Xiao, Luo, Seal. Yi Fan pronounced each word with deliberate gravity, a chilling aura suddenly flashing deep within his eyes. A sinister, terrifying immortal force shrouded the entire dueling ground. From Yi Fan's hands, a torrent of dark, powerful energy burst forth, flooding the space. Everyone, including Yi Xing, was visibly shaken. But only Yi Xing blurted out in shock. "You've mastered the unity of immortal techniques too?" In that instant, Yi Xing seemed to see a fearsome Azura demon. 3 faces, 9 arms, standing behind Yi Fan. Cold sweat ran down from his brow to his back like a river. "I don't believe it," Yi Xing roared, surging forth the last of his immortal strength for one final, desperate strike. The eerie power of the black flame and the unfathomable darkness of Yi Fan's immortal force collided. Then, something bizarre happened. The energy from the black flame's sword, which had moments ago radiated with domineering might, now suddenly seemed to cower, its ferocity vanishing as if a servant had met its master. Watching this unfold, Yi Xing, along with Yi Chun and his father, turned ashen, a single thought echoing in their minds. What the hell is going on? As the wave of dark immortal energy grew larger and larger in his eyes, Yi Xing had no choice but to raise his sword and brace himself. He was hurled backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed onto the edge of the dueling platform. This scene left everyone drawing sharp breaths. In the stunned silence, the sound of gasping could be heard as clear as day. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Xing ground his teeth, lying on the ground and shouting in disbelief. Seeing his opponent's look of utter unwillingness, Yi Fan allowed himself a small, cold smile. Catching the shield as it fell, he said, "A loss is a loss." Yi Xing's face twisted with rage. Suddenly, as if making a desperate decision, he flicked his hand and tossed something into his mouth, biting down hard. In an instant, a surge of immortal energy erupted from within him. Witnessing this, Yi Feng's face turned ashen with fury. He glared at Elder Yi Yun and roared, "Is this your well-behaved son?" Using a chi-gathering pill in the middle of a duel. The entire training ground was in an uproar. After Yi Xing swallowed the crimson pill, the aura around his battered body soon skyrocketed. The immortal energy that had dimmed to a pale gray from his injuries now deepened into jet black, its oppressive power several times greater than before. In the stands beside the dueling platform, Yi Feng, who had moments before been overjoyed at Yi Fan's apparent victory, now seethed with anger at the sight. He glared at Elder Yi Yun and shouted, "Yi Yun, this is your precious son? Is this how you taught him?" Elder Yi Yun's expression shifted slightly. He, too, felt a sense of shame, but for the sake of his ambition to become clan leader, he forced himself to endure. With a heavy snort, he retorted, "It's nothing more than a pill that restores and rapidly enhances immortal power. That's not against the rules. The clan never said we couldn't use elixirs." Fine. You win this time." Yi Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the dueling platform. "Yi Xing, you're shameless." Li Luobei spat out, biting her lip in anger as she glared at the arena. Yi Xing frowned deeply under the scornful stares from all around. Even though the rules didn't explicitly forbid the use of elixirs, never in the clan's history had anyone taken one in the middle of the ranking duels. Even if his pride took a blow, he couldn't say much. As long as he could kill Yi Fan, that would make up for everything. Yi Xing's actions didn't just anger Yi Fan and his supporters. Almost everyone in the crowd was indignant. If this match were truly fair, Yi Fan would win for sure. Who'd have thought Yi Xing would stoop so low? Exactly. Yi Xing was already at the early stage of Earth Grade Rank 1, which was tough enough. Now, after taking a chi-gathering pill, he's jumped straight to mid-Earth Grade strength. It's outrageous. Does this mean Yi Fan is doomed to lose? Clearly, the talk among the crowd all leaned toward Yi Xing winning, even though the arena echoed with scorn and jeers. At that moment, Yi Xing's immortal energy surged to a staggering intensity. With a swift gesture, he summoned back the longsword that Yi Fan had knocked away earlier. In a flash, his dense black flame energy enveloped the blade, transforming it into a sword of shadowy light, radiating a fierce and overwhelming aura. In this world, only I, Yi Xing, am king. His roar thundered through the square, shattering the calm like a bolt from a clear sky. Yi Fan's expression grew grave. He thought to himself, his immortal power has not only fully recovered, it's become even stronger. What did he take? Then, Yi Fan spoke aloud. You really think this is enough to defeat me? Let's see about that. An eruption of black flame burst from Yi Xing, his entire form shrouded in dark fire, his face twisted into something even more menacing and terrifying. Even from appearances alone, it was clear that Yi Xing's fighting strength had soared to a level far beyond what it was before. Wielding his sword and trailing black flame, Yi Xing swept forward with a flick of his blade, lunging at Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly raised his shield to block. Sparks flew from the shield like scraping iron, but Yi Xing, brimming with energy, pressed the attack. Each time Yi Fan parried, Yi Xing unleashed wave after wave of black flame, slashing relentlessly. Good grief! You sure you didn't just take a stimulant? Yi Fan staggered back under the onslaught, step by step, until he reached the edge of the arena. His back foot slipped, teetering over the brink, but he caught himself just in time. There was nowhere left to run. There's nowhere left to dodge, just die already. Yi Xing's eyes blazed with a black inferno, wild and unhinged. With his superhuman stamina, freshly restored, and that barely perceptible black flame streaking around him, he was an unstoppable force. At this point, it seemed only the Azure Seal could defeat his opponent. The Azure Seal was powerful in every way, except the casting speed was painfully slow, and it was all too easy to interrupt mid-incantation. Face my sword, Yi Xing roared, surging forward in a whirlwind of black flames. Yi Fan reacted instantly, driving his foot fiercely into the ground. He vaulted over Yi Xing, landing behind him, leaving a web of cracks like a spider's web sprawling for where his foot struck. You couldn't beat me with your last two moves. Even if you've taken drugs, you still won't win, Yi Fan said coolly. Yi Xing spun around, catching the cold glint in Yi Fan's eyes. In that instant, he recalled the humiliating memories of being swept away by those two spinning kicks, and a fierce determination flared in his gaze. Black flame sword. 6/. I'll make you grovel at my feet, you worthless piece of trash. Yi Xing's wrist trembled, sending out a series of furious sword cries that cut through the air. The blade glittered with phantom images as he unleashed 6 strikes in an instant. 6 black flame sword shadows streaked toward Yi Fan. He raised his shield in a flash to block himself, charging straight at Yi Xing. The immortal energy of the sword shadows crashed again and again against Yi Fan's vibrating shield, but he pressed forward relentlessly. Whenever a sword shadow threatened to strike, he would break sharply and raise his shield to block. Yi Xing leapt at Yi Fan, swinging his longsword in a relentless barrage. Black flame clashed and crackled against the holy white energy of Yi Fan's immortal power. The clash of blows echoed with a heavy, rhythmic thudding, like drums of war. Yi Fan could withstand no more. Forced into a hasty retreat, he slammed his shield into the ground, finally bringing his backward slide to a halt. Yi Xing, sword pointed straight at Yi Fan, allowed a smug, triumphant grin to spread across his face. So, Captain America, weren't you supposed to be all high and mighty? What about now, huh? Just thinking about how Yi Fan had stolen his thunder filled Yi Xing with murderous rage. Seeing Yi Fan on the back foot, he couldn't resist taunting him again and again. Come on, then, Yi Fan shot back coldly. In the next instant, Yi Fan wrenched his shield from the ground, holy white energy coursing over its surface. In a flash of inspiration, his eyes lit up with a sharp, clear light. His shield crashed against Yi Xing's black flame-enchanted sword once more. Suddenly, Yi Fan dropped into a crouch, sweeping Yi Xing off his feet with a swift leg sweep. He hurled his shield, slamming it into Yi Xing's forehead before it ricocheted back. With a deft motion, Yi Fan caught in his hand. What a pity. Even with the drugs, your fighting skills are still so pathetic. His lips curled into a cold smirk, eyes icy as he stared at the fallen Yi Xing. Meeting that mocking gaze, Yi Xing's face flushed with bruised anger. But he quickly flipped back to his feet, refusing to stay down. Damn you! Black Flame Sword. Yi Xing roared, swinging Black Flame once more. Flames of black fire surged up both his arms, wrapping them completely. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he gathered his strength for a moment, then unleashed a mighty strike. A massive arc of black fire hurtling straight toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan, having put some distance between them, barely managed to raise his shield in time to block the oncoming black flame strike. A sudden explosion filled the arena with a thick cloud of smoke. Damn it! Where'd he go? Yi Xing yelled, slashing wildly with his longsword. The smoke rendered Yi Fan invisible, no matter how he searched. I didn't expect his shield to be of such quality. It actually withstood my attack. Yi Xing muttered to himself, his anger barely contained. A vibranium shield, is the toughest one in all of Marvel. An icy, emotionless voice sounded right behind Yi Xing. Startled, Yi Xing whirled around, just in time to see a shield hurtling toward him. The shield struck his head with a heavy blow, sending Yi Xing flying backward. He landed headfirst, smashing a deep crater into the ground, a testament to the sheer force behind Yi Fan's strike. Yi Fan, use your Azura seal now, a clear, spirited voice called out from the spectator stands. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. This was indeed the perfect moment to cast the seal. With a single thought, his hands moved like butterflies weaving through flowers, forming seals with breathtaking speed. As the color of the seals deepened, their outlines grew ever clearer. Once again, a chilling, otherworldly energy erupted from Yi Fan's body, sweeping across the entire arena. The unity of immortal arts. Yi Fan cried out inwardly, shutting his eyes tight. He focused on the state of the seal, controlling every detail in its shifting form. Yi Xing, having struggled to his feet, charged forward with his sword. Mid-tier, immortal art. Black Flame Sword, he bellowed, wreathed in a torrent of black fire. A wave of ghostly black energy surged from Yi Fan's seal, spreading outward. That uncanny, inky power cloaked his entire body. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open, their depths now radiating a chilling, sinister aura. With a thrust of his palm, a savage beam of black energy shot forth, hurtling straight for Yi Xing. A blade of black fire clashed with a beam of shadowy seal power. For a fleeting instant, two contrasting forces of immortal energy flashed and collided. This time, instead of the clang of shield and sword from before, there rang out a crisp, slicing sound, as if iron itself was being cut. Yi Xing's sword shattered under the blast, and he was sent flying off the dueling stage, blood spraying wildly from his mouth. Yi Xing, at last, had lost. In that instant, it was as if time itself stood still. Yi Xing's face turned ashen, his lips trembling and drained of all color. His eyes burned with humiliation and rage as he stared up at Yi Fan in disbelief, following the line of Yi Fan's leg with utter incredulity. Impossible. You. It can't be. His voice, once defiant and booming, grew weaker and weaker, until at last he seemed to accept the truth. A once-in-a-generation genius. Years of accumulated pride vanished completely on this day. You useless fool. What right do you have to challenge me? This was what Yi Xing had once said to Yi Fan. Now, the words were bitterly ironic. When Yi Fan had thrown himself from the cliff, he'd vowed that if he survived, he would make them suffer. Now that vow stabbed into Yi Xing like a knife. Yi Xing trembled all over at these words, letting out a self-mocking laugh. His eyes were hollow and empty. At this moment, everyone in the audience was struck dumb with shock. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the scene before them. Yi Xing, a first-rank Earth-grade cultivator, had consumed a chi-gathering pill, yet he was still defeated by Yi Fan, someone only at the 5th-rank human grade. This was yet another legendary feat to add to Yi Fan's record of overcoming opponents far above his level. Then, in an instant, the silence exploded, giving way to a thunderous uproar. Yi Fan, you're a legend. The genius of the clan. Yi Fan actually won. Incredible. Yi Fan smiled and glanced down, his gaze meeting Yi Kong's. The two exchanged a warm smile and nodded at each other. Well done. Clan Chief Yi Feng beamed with delight. He hadn't expected such a day of twists and turns to end in victory after all. On the dueling platform, Yi Fan let out a slow, deep breath. The towering, rock-solid presence he had shown, like an indomitable captain, quietly faded, and he returned to his normal self. With this battle, he had already surpassed Yi Xing's status. From now on, Yi Fan's name would become a legend within the Yi clan. The gentle afternoon sunlight washed over his determined face, lending an air of freedom and ease to this upright, extraordinary young man. Yi Fan turned to watch as Yi Xing was carried away by medics. The arrogant air that once surrounded Yi Xing was gone, replaced by nothing but defeat and sorrow. Even covered in wounds, he could not stir a shred of sympathy from Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression remained calm and distant. There was not the slightest pity in his heart. If he hadn't mastered the Azura seal, fusing it with the nearly superhuman martial arts of the captain, he would have been the one carried away today. With a faintly mocking smile, the young man stepped down from the stage. He was immediately swept into the embrace of the girl in white, as pure as a lotus. A wave of her familiar, delicate fragrance washed over him, and Yi Fan found himself momentarily entranced. The softness of her embrace sparked a dangerous warmth within him, but Yi Fan quickly composed himself. He gently pushed Li Luo away and, meeting her tear-bright, enchanting eyes and dazzling smile, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Fan, you shameless scoundrel, you bastard. A crisp, indignant cry from a young woman rang out across the platform, shattering the moment of intimacy. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and slowly turned to look. The one hurling abuse at Yi Fan was none other than Yi Tan, Yi Xing's girlfriend, and the very woman who had plotted against him. Upon seeing her, the fond indulgence that once lingered in Yi Fan's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold and impassive stare. The young man regarded this woman, whose face was twisted with anger and resentment, with a chilling detachment. Yi Xing is a genius of our clan, no matter how you look at it. By injuring him, you're clearly harboring ill intentions toward the Yi family. Watching Yi Tan, who stood before him in full righteous indignation, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. The scene was simply too absurd. He cocked his head and replied with a frosty sneer. First, I am now the clan's greatest hope for the future. Whether I boast or not, that's just how it is. Second, Yi Xing came at me with murder in his eyes. If I hadn't trained as hard as I have, I might be the one lying dead right now. The girl's delicate, fresh face flushed with anger as she met Yi Fan's icy gaze. And another thing, you accuse me of betraying the clan, but when you all tried to erase me, wasn't that the greatest betrayal of all? And you have a nerve to stand here and judge me? Women like you, who think so highly of themselves, are the ones I despise most, self-serving and quick to turn your back for gain. The more Yi Fan spoke, the more his fury grew. In his previous life on Earth, his girlfriend of 4 years had left him for a wealthy man the moment the opportunity arose. Some might say Yi Fan couldn't provide her with the life she wanted, so he had no right to complain. But Yi Fan had dropped out of school and worked tirelessly just to put her through college and buy her all those so-called designer handbags. In the end, all she left him with was a simple phrase. Let's break up. And just like that, it was over. So now, Yi Fan held nothing but disdain for women like Yi Tan, who pined after Yi Xing's looks and fortune, and even stooped to join him in his sordid schemes. He knew, of course, that such thinking was flawed. After all, what woman didn't like someone handsome and rich? But there was one exception, Li Luo. She had stayed by Yi Fan's side since he was a nobody, never wavering, whether as a lover or a friend. In every way, she was worthy of admiration. Yi Fan's string of scathing words hit Yi Tan like a volley of firecrackers, leaving her stunned. Color drained from her pretty cheeks, and then rushed back in a flush. Having followed Yi Xing for so long, she naturally carried herself with pride. Never before had a so-called waste who awakened his soul at 23 dared to lecture her so publicly. She drew a deep breath, forcing down her rage, and shot him a chilly warning. Fine. Just wait and see. With that, she turned on her heel, face burning, and hurried off the platform. Yi Fan arched a brow, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes. Once the crowd had settled and nerves had calmed, the ranking tournament continued. No one among the top 10 dared to challenge him, and at last, the grand event drew to a close. Swallowing hard, Grandpa Yiyu, now recovered from his daze, raised Yi Fan's left hand excitedly as the young man stepped forward and proclaimed in a ringing voice, "The champion of this year's ranking tournament is Yi Fan." His words ignited the crowd. The entire arena erupted with fervor and excitement. This year's ranking tournament was anything but monotonous, and for once, the champion was not Yi Xing. That's wonderful. Before everyone's eyes, a young girl leaped gracefully onto the raised platform, landing lightly by Yi Fan's side. Her autumn water eyes sparkled with delight, and a radiant smile lit up her pretty face as she suddenly hugged Yi Fan tightly. Yi Fan let out a helpless smile, gently flicked the girl's nose, and awkwardly glanced around. By chance, his gaze met Yi Kong's, who, upon noticing Yi Fan looking his way, turned his head away in a fluster. Just moments ago, Yi Kong's delicate brows had been furrowed, her face tinged with jealousy. Sensing that something was off, Yi Fan recalled how Yi Kong, the previous trials champion, had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be Yi Kong also has feelings for Li Luo? The question finally surfaced in Yi Fan's mind. If that were truly the case, though he liked Li Luo deeply himself, his temperament was such that he would let Yi Kong have her instead. A rivalry between brothers was something he never wished to see. What's wrong? The girl's clear, lively voice pulled Yi Fan out of his reverie. Looking into her bright, watery eyes, full of concern, Yi Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly replied, It's nothing. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. At that moment, clan leader Yi Feng walked up to the dueling platform, his expression grave. As the atmosphere settled and curious eyes from all around focused on him, Yi Feng cleared his throat and announced, Elder Yi Yun and I had a wager. If Yi Xing didn't win today, Elder Yi Yun would have to leave the Yi clan. So, let's give him a round of applause. Most of the audience had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Overjoyed, their thunderous applause filled the entire square. Elder Yi Yun's face bulged with veins, his wrinkled features flushed crimson as a fierce glare flickered in his eyes. Yi Feng, you. Choking with rage, Elder Yi Yun suddenly coughed up blood before staggering out of the arena. Watching the elder's embarrassed retreat, clan leader Yi Feng smiled coldly to himself. After all, heaven sees all. Good and evil will receive their due in the end. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the ranking tournament concluded. Clan leader Yi Feng returned to his room from the Yi Clan Academy. After washing up with fresh water from the wooden basin, he prepared to go to bed, only to hear a commotion from the roof above. Yi Feng swiftly threw on the coat he had just taken off and rushed out the door. With a casual wave, the door closed behind him with a sharp snap. At this moment, darkness had already settled over the surroundings. Bathed in moonlight, one could just barely make out the nearby landscape. Clan leader Yi Feng turned his head instinctively, sensing that someone was behind him. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past right in front of clan leader Yi Feng and vanished without a trace. Who's there? Show yourself, Yi Feng bellowed. Before his words had even faded, a powerful surge of earth-level aura erupted from his body. As expected of clan leader Yi Feng, imposing as ever. Ha ha! A hearty, unrestrained laugh rang out from behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng whirled around, only to be confronted by a silver, exquisitely crafted mask. Beneath the mask, a pair of dark eyes glimmered with a hidden, lethal intent. The man was dressed in a form-fitting black robe, embroidered with the image of a Qilin beast. Boldly inscribed in the center of the robe was a single character, Lei, Thunder. Every inch of the mysterious figure radiated an enigmatic presence, and the murderous intent in his black eyes seemed to sharpen in the moonlight. Could he be from the Lei clan, the formidable second-tier family near Rainbow Town? Who are you? State your name. Clan leader Yi Feng demanded sharply, his gaze scrutinizing the mysterious stranger before him. A man about to die has no need to know my name, the silver-masked man replied coolly. You would kill me? Then come and try. Yi Feng's body erupted with a surge of powerful, immortal energy, enveloping the entire clan leader's residence in its force. Meanwhile, within the Yi Clan Academy, Li Luo awoke with a start, as if a thread of fate bound her heart to her father's. She had just suffered a nightmare. She saw her father targeted and assassinated by Yi Yun and his followers. Overcome by an ominous dread, Li Luo immediately dashed out of the academy, racing toward her home. Under the enchanting moonlight, Yi Kong, unable to sleep, gazed up at the brilliant starry night. Perhaps it was his love for Li Luo that kept him awake, or perhaps something else entirely. The young man's striking, star-like eyes fixed on the unusually magnificent sky, yet a sense of discouragement lingered in his heart. He heard the distant sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Turning, Yi Kong saw Li Luo running out of the academy, her face pale and her expression flustered. For a moment, Yi Kong doubted his own eyes. He rubbed them, but when he looked again, Li Luo had already vanished from sight. Something's wrong. The thought flashed through Yi Kong's mind. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and gave chase. At this very moment, Yi Fan was also approaching the academy with his master. Why was Gu Feng here? It turned out that when Yi Fan came to participate in the clan ranking tournament, Gu Feng had followed along, though he chose not to enter. Instead, he found him nearby to rest. After all, age was catching up with him. These past few days, Yi Fan had rarely appeared at the academy, spending most of his time training with his master on the cliffs outside. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the academy gates, not toward the path where Yi Fan and his master were approaching, but instead racing off in the opposite direction. At first, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention, but just then, Jarvis's voice unexpectedly sounded in his mind. Sir, that's Mr. Yi Kong. What? Yi Kong? He hadn't had a proper conversation with him lately. Why did Yi Kong rush off just now, looking so anxious. Did something happen? On second thought, Yi Fan decided he had better follow and take a look. Just to be safe, he dragged Gu Feng along, half persuading and half pulling him with him. The night was thick and somber. Darkness and wind ruled the air. It was the perfect time for murder. Inside the patriarch's residence of the Yi clan, two figures sat across from each other, locked in a game of strategy. As the view drew closer, one was a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, his face bearing the marks of life's trials. The other wore a silver mask and a close-fitting black outfit, embroidered with a qilin and the character for Thunder, a figure shrouded in mystery. Both men wore grave expressions, a heavy silence stretching between them. The air seemed frozen, as if time itself had stopped in that room. If you really are that powerful figure from the Lei clan, there's something I don't understand. Our Yi clan has never had any feud with yours. Why do you want to harm me? Yi Feng, the patriarch, was the first to break the silence. His tone was sharp and direct, laced with accusation. There was not a hint of deference toward the Lei clan. Truth be told, he knew this question was almost unnecessary. The Lei clan did not have a good reputation in the Ouyang Empire. Most of them were notorious for their greed. If Yi Feng's guess was right, the mysterious man before him had been brought here by Yi Yun. Deep down, you've already guessed part of the answer, haven't you? But you don't dare speak it aloud. The masked man replied softly, a note of contempt glinting in his dark eyes. Yi Feng let out a cold snort. So your Lei clan really does live up to its reputation, greedy to the bone. Still, even though Yi Feng had a good idea of who stood before him, there was something puzzling about Yi Yun. How had he managed to travel such a long distance to the Lei clan and bring someone back in such a short time? Or perhaps he had arranged all of this from the very beginning. What a cunning old fox. Patriarch Yi Feng, let me be frank. Yi Yun paid me a dozen gold bars. If you can offer more, I'm willing to help you turn the tables and kill him instead. The masked man's lips curled into a sly smile. A swindler. A complete and utter swindler. Well played, Lei clan expert. I imagine, at this rate, before Yi Yun and I even get to fight, both our families will already be destroyed, Yi Feng said with a cold laugh. Without another word, he sprang forward, swift and decisive. The masked man, realizing that Yi Feng had seen through his scheme and was now out for blood, was both angry and embarrassed. He unleashed a powerful surge of Earth-rank immortal energy from within, a force even more formidable and suffocating than what Yi Feng had just mustered. What? Early stage, Earth-rank 3rd grade. Feeling the overwhelming power surging toward him, Yi Feng's face changed dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. Earth-rank 3rd grade. Yi Feng had tried countless times to break through to that level, but he had always failed, never advancing beyond Earth-rank 2nd grade. Yi Feng understood all too well how difficult it was to bridge the gap between different levels of immortal power. Although Yi Fan had always seemed to advance through the ranks effortlessly along the way, it was only because his watch was unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, he would never have managed to keep rising above his station. Moreover, the higher the level, the greater the chances of failure with each attempt. On the fantasy continent, unless one possessed extraordinary talent or had the aid of rare elixirs or immortal stones, progressing to a higher level was an arduous task. There had been investigations in the past. The chance of advancing at the human rank was already 50%, at the earth rank 30%, and at the heaven rank a mere 10%. As for the elusive immortal rank, the odds dropped to only 5%. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th or 5th grade of the immortal rank was even more daunting, with chances as low as 1%. Though these are the statistics, in truth, those who reach the immortal rank are exceedingly rare. They say 5%, but among tens of thousands, not even one might break through to the immortal level. Mid-grade immortal art, Tyrant Tiger's Roar. The Yi clan chief shouted in fury, then unleashed a tremendous tiger's roar. This Tyrant Tiger's Roar was an attack technique based on sound waves, crafted to mimic the fearsome roar of the magical beast known as the Tyrant Tiger. From Yi Feng's mouth, a spiraling wave of energy blasted forward. The masked man darted with lightning speed, weaving in an S-shaped pattern as he closed in on the Yi clan chief. The sound wave missed its target and slammed into the stone wall behind, erupting with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the wall collapsed, and shards of stone scattered in all directions. Moments later, the masked man appeared before Yi Feng, his hands joined together as he brought down a diagonal chop at a 45-degree angle. Yi Feng leaped backward. Though he dodged the strike, his blood surged violently within. A mouthful of blood rose up his throat. Gritting his teeth, Yi Feng forced the blood back down. So this is the power of a 3rd-grade Earth rank. Such terrifying hidden strength. Seeing his strike cut through empty air, the masked man sneered coldly. As expected, Clan Chief Yi Feng's skills are impressive, but from here on, you'd better be careful. What you've seen so far was just a test. Now comes the real attack. As soon as he finished speaking, murderous intent blazed in the masked man's eyes. With a swift motion, he charged at Yi Feng once more. Oomph! Despicable opportunist. The Yi clan chief's face darkened with anger. From the start, he hadn't shown this masked man a single moment of respect. He swept a kick toward his opponent, but the masked man dodged with speed. Then, Yi Feng unleashed a punch wrapped in fierce gale force energy. Yet the masked man, his footwork hidden, sidestepped Yi Feng's straight punch. With a lateral movement, then countered with a sweeping kick from the flank. So swift it seemed as if Yi Feng was rushing right into the attack. But though the Yi clan chief was furious, his movements remained calm and controlled. He had been on guard for the masked man's counterattack all along. What seemed an all-out strike from him actually left plenty of room for adjustment and defense. The masked man lashed out with a kick, abruptly halting Chief Yi Feng's forward momentum. In a swift motion, Yi Feng's right hand shot out, aiming to grab the masked man's lower leg. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, it seemed the masked man was not superior to Chief Yi Feng. However, with the addition of celestial power, everything changed. Low-grade celestial art, Thunderbolt Kick. In an instant, a surge of powerful electricity coursed into the masked man's leg as Yi Feng reached for it. The moment Yi Feng's hand grasped the leg, his whole body convulsed violently. He recoiled at once, but the masked man struck again, landing a fierce kick squarely in Yi Feng's abdomen. The electric current surged from Yi Feng's stomach, flooding his entire body. He was sent flying backward, blood pouring from his mouth. Even though the masked man used only a low-grade celestial technique, boosted by his celestial power, it became devastatingly formidable. Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, racked with pain and trembling all over. Seeing this, the masked man allowed himself a smug smile. Chief Yi Feng, your reputation is well-deserved. You truly are formidable. But it's just your bad luck. Since you're about to die anyway, I might as well tell you who I am. The masked man slowly removed his silver mask, revealing a face lined with a few wrinkles. His eyes were deeply set, radiating a fierce and unyielding aura. With a wicked grin, the masked man declared, "My name is Lei Yuanzi, Grand Elder of the Lei clan. Seems fortune isn't on your side. I've had a streak of bad luck at the gambling tables and owe quite a bit of money, so I had to come out and make some extra cash." Just then, another figure entered from outside the door. Yi Feng looked up and saw it was Yi Yan. "Yi Yan, you despicable old fox. All you can do is hire outsiders." Yi Feng shouted angrily, unwilling to accept that his end might come here. "Ha ha ha." Seeing Yi Feng in such a sorry state, Elder Yi Yan laughed heartily, his voice filled with schadenfreude. "Who would have thought, Yi Feng, that you'd see the day you'd fall so low? Cough, cough. Yi Yan, you scoundrel." Yi Feng spat a few mouthfuls of blood and shouted, his voice full of rage. Annoyed, Yi Yan waved his palm and sent Yi Feng crashing into the wall. The stone wall gave way with a thunderous crash, leaving a gaping hole. Yi Feng clutched his wounds, lying on the ground. His legs, which had taken the brunt of the collision, were now broken. Without medical attention within a day, he would never walk again. But for now, the only question was whether he could even get out of here alive. Outside the chief's residence, by the main gate, Yi Chun kept watch, while inside, Yi Xing had already bound all the servants, maids, and guards. "Father! Father!" In the distance, a young girl named Qinglian rushed toward them in a panic. She wore a white nightgown, its light, gauzy fabric, a reminder that summer had just passed. Bathed in the moonlight, the delicate gown outlined her figure with a beauty that stirred the heart. Li Lu. Watching Li Luo, who was still gasping for breath, Yi Chun frowned slightly. This was not someone to be trifled with. He had pleaded with his father for a long time. Only then had the great elder Yi Yun agreed to spare Li Luo's life. And now, here she was, walking right into danger herself. Was she seeking death? "Yi Chun, what are you doing in our house? Has something really happened to my father?" Li Luo's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yi Chun, her delicate hand trembling. Suddenly, she shouted, "Get out of my way!" "Shut up!" In a flash, Yi Chun appeared behind Li Luo, clamping his hand tightly over her cherry lips. If her voice made it inside, if his father heard her, she would surely be killed. Li Luo struggled desperately, muffled by his grip. "I went out of my way to spare your life. Are you in such a hurry to die? My father is not someone you can handle." Yi Chan rebuked her furiously. Li Luo's constant struggling caused the white, gauzy robe on her shoulder to slip, exposing a smooth, pale shoulder. The sight instantly kindled Yi Chen's desire. Just as he was about to force her down and do something unspeakable, Li Luo suddenly unleashed the power of her fourth-rank mortal stage. How could Yi Chun, who was only at the second rank, hope to match her? Sure enough, in the next instant, Yi Chun was knocked to the ground. Hurriedly straightening her clothes, Li Luo flung open the door in a panic and rushed inside. Damn it, I tried to give you a way out, and if you want to die, go ahead and die, you wretched woman. Staggering to his feet, Yi Chun cursed viciously at the slender figure disappearing in the distance. He then noticed another figure running from afar. Bathed in moonlight, the silhouette became clearer. It was a handsome young man, whose face showed the same urgency. Looking closely, Yi Chun realized it was Yi Kong. Why was there yet another person stronger than him showing up? Where's Li Luo? Yi Kong halted in front of him, his expression icy. Knowing he stood no chance against him, Yi Chun lied, she's not here. Liar. With a swift punch, Yi Kong sent Yi Chun to the ground again before bolting inside. Damn it, tonight is just ridiculous, Yi Chun muttered, clutching his wound as he staggered upright once more. He saw two more figures approaching in the distance, and his face twisted with bitterness. What is this, some kind of cursed night? We got enough people for a full mahjong table. It was the dead of night, the sky dark and heavy, with only a faint silver glow from the moon spilling over the earth. Damn it, a full mahjong table. Yi Chun swore again. As the view tightened, the two figures coming closer turned out to be Yi Fan, and an elderly man Yi Chun didn't recognize. Yi Fan, you stop right. Get lost. Before Yi Chun could finish, Yi Fan landed a punch that sent him flying to the side, then hurriedly dragged the old man inside. This time, Yi Chun spat out blood, not from tonight's beating, but from sheer anger. He was furious at the injustice of the world. Why? Was he the one relegated to guard the gate, only to suffer tonight's humiliations at the hands of not 3, but 4 people? Heavens, he cried out toward the sky, shaking his head in helpless resignation. Father! Father! Lu Luo, who was more familiar with his home than anyone else, dashed straight toward Yi Feng's room without hesitation. From the moment she saw Yi Chun at the door, and felt the surging power of 3 mighty Earth-level cultivators radiating from within the residence, Lu Luo realized her father truly was in grave danger. Father, hold on. I'm coming, she called out. At that moment, a tall, muscular figure sprang to the side of elder Yi Yun. This figure, dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, had a face Yi Feng knew all too well. It was Yi Xing. Yi Xing's expression was icy as he glanced at Yi Feng, then turned to elder Yi Yun. Father, I've tied everyone up. Hearing this, elder Yi Yun's brows knit together, his voice tinged with anger and dissatisfaction. Why didn't you just kill them all? Tonight, I intend to wipe out Yi Feng's entire family. Father, as long as we kill Yi Feng first, we can deal with the rest one by one, Yi Xing replied hurriedly, worried that circumstances might change. Now, with 3 Earth-level cultivators standing before him, Yi Feng could only let out a bitter laugh. Escape was impossible this time. After all these years of rivalry with Yi Yun, he never imagined he'd lose so utterly in the end. Suddenly, the outer door was flung open. A beautiful young girl, her face as luminous as a lotus blossom, burst into the room, drawing the attention of all 4 inside. Seeing that it was his own daughter, Yi Feng cried out, Lu Luo, run! Father! When she saw her beloved father lying on the ground, covered in blood, and glanced at Yi Yun, Yi Xing, and the mysterious stranger whose identity was unknown, Lu Luo's face turned pale. In the next instant, rage flared in her eyes as she shouted, You despicable monsters! How could you? Run, Lu Luo! Don't worry about me! Yi Feng shouted desperately, knowing full well his daughter was no match for these men. Kill her! Elder Yi Yun ordered Yi Xing coldly. Father, isn't she the one Chin'er likes? Yi Xing hesitated, unwilling. I said kill her. Elder Yi Yun's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he stared at the furious young woman before him. Yes, father. Yi Xing no longer hesitated. He nodded, then suddenly lunged forward, drawing a long sword from his dantian space, and thrust it toward the girl. Lu Luo! Yi Feng cried out in horror, watching helplessly as Yi Xing's sword closed in on his daughter. Trapped by broken legs, he was powerless to save his precious child. Struck motionless by the overwhelming power of the Earth-rank force, Li Luo could do nothing but watch in terror as Yi Xing's longsword rapidly grew larger in her gaze, coming straight at her. Instinctively, she squeezed her eyes shut. Yi Feng's startled shout rang out from inside the house, carrying outside to Yi Kong, who had been hurrying over but, unfamiliar with the place, had gotten lost and wasn't sure where to go. Just as Yi Kong was slowing his steps, he suddenly burst into a sprint, tracking the direction of a shout. He finally arrived just in time to see Yi Xing's longsword striking at Li Luo. His pupils widened in shock, In a flash, a golden spear materialized in his hand as he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. A chorus of clashing metal erupted through the air as Yi Xing's face darkened. He watched as Yi Kong used the Wentian spear to block his sword. Yi Kong quickly scanned the surroundings, and as he took in what must have happened here, his expression turned even grimmer. These scoundrels were truly despicable, sneaking in under cover of night. At that moment, Li Luo opened her eyes again. Staring at the handsome figure in front of her, she was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "Yi Fan." "Miss Li Luo, I'm Yi Kong," the young man replied, not sparing a thought for jealousy at a time like this. His only priority was to rescue Li Luo and clan chief Yi Feng. But as he felt the immense Earth-rank aura from the three opponents before him, Yi Kong's confidence wavered. Could he really handle this? Yi Kong. Yi Xing frowned, puzzled as he looked at Yi Kong. He couldn't help but wonder how Yi Kong and Li Luo had gotten here. Did that brat, Yi Chun, leak their whereabouts to curry favor with the goddess? That kid would need a good talking to later. Elder Yi Yun's face turned even colder as he fixed his gaze on Yi Kong. "So you saw everything. In that case, kill them all." Yi Xing nodded, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. "I've had my eye on that Wentian spear of yours, and now you bring it right to me? Truly generous." In the next instant, black flames flickered through the air as Yi Kong hurriedly launched into his Wentian spear techniques to defend himself. But sword after sword shadow slashed toward him, each strike faster and heavier than the last, until Yi Kong could barely keep up. With a flick of Yi Xing's sword, the Wentian spear was sent flying from Yi Kong's grip, clattering to one side. A fierce kick from Yi Xing sent Yi Kong hurtling backward, crashing hard into the wall. "You're all too slow. Let me handle this," said Lei Yuanzi, the grand elder of the Lei clan, his voice cold as iron. Suddenly, a wild gale swept through the room as a torrent of celestial force exploded from his body. With a wave of his time-worn hand, a blazing surge of energy burst forth, sending Yi Kong's golden spear spinning through the air. This time, its deadly point aimed straight for Yi Kong's heart. With no time to think, Yi Kong crossed his arms in front of himself to block. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light burst nearby, so intense that everyone was forced to squeeze their eyes shut, the brilliance stabbing painfully at their vision. At that moment, a spider web shot out at lightning speed and stuck to the shaft of the heaven-questioning spear, which was hurtling toward Yi Kong's heart. With a sudden jerk, it yanked the spear away. When everyone reopened their eyes, they saw that the heaven-questioning spear had not pierced Yi Kong as they had feared. In fact, the weapon had vanished entirely. "Hey, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has dropped by for the party too." As he spoke, Yi Fan paused, a little embarrassed by the stunned looks on everyone's faces. "What? Am I not welcome?" A flicker of surprise flashed through everyone's dark eyes. The spear that had disappeared moments before was now in the hand of this self-proclaimed Spider-Man. They stared at the strangely dressed young man, his outfit woven with red and blue threads, a black spider emblazoned upon his chest. Lei Yuanzi frowned in confusion. Who the hell is this guy supposed to be? No sooner had the question left his lips than the other five shouted in near unison. "Yi Fan." The clan chief, Yi Feng, Li Luo, and even Yi Kong all found a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Though they knew Yi Fan was only a fifth-rank human stage cultivator, every time they saw him, an inexplicable sense of safety would well up within them. It was as if this young man stood at the center of endless miracles. His very presence seemed to bring with it a reassuring calm. Damn it, you again. It's always you." Yi Xing's lips trembled with rage. Once again, Yi Fan had made a fool of him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fist clenched tight around his sword, and he lunged forward with a furious slash. Tut, you're just too impatient," Yi Fan quipped, his voice laced with Spider-Man's signature humor. "The main course hasn't even been served yet." In the blink of an eye, several strands of web shot out. One flicked Yi Xing's long sword aside, another wrapped tight around his calf, and sent him sprawling mid-charge. Caught completely off guard by the sudden attack, Yi Xing crashed to the ground, rolling over and landing chin first on the stone, tasting dirt. "Oh, sorry. That's one tough dish," Yi Fan said innocently. His apologetic tone only made Lei Yuanzi angrier. Bursting forth with the power of a third-rank Earth stage immortal, he shouted, "You little brat. Who do you think you are? You're just a fifth-rank human stage, nothing more." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Yuanzi flicked his finger, unleashing a razor-thin strand of immortal energy that shot toward Yi Fan. The energy was as fine as a hair, but packed a deadly force. Feeling the thread-like attack coming his way, Yi Fan exclaimed in a mix of shock and delight, "Damn, that's impressive. But, sir, I have a master." As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, The thread-like fairy force before his eyes vanished without a trace. At the same time, Lei Yuanzi sensed a terrifying surge of Earth-rank immortal energy erupting behind him, soaring skyward. Although this energy clearly belonged to the second tier of the Earth rank, there was something unfathomable hidden within it, a power so intense it seemed to suffocate everyone present. A voice then rang out from directly behind Lei Yuanzi. A mere third-tier Earth rank, and you dare bully my disciple? You scoundrel, do you intend to make this old man wait another 10 years? Before anyone could react, Lei Yuanzi was sent flying by a sudden force. A mouthful of bright crimson blood sprayed uncontrollably from Lei Yuanzi's lips. Everything happened so quickly, faster than the eye could follow. Grand Elder Yi Yun and Yi Xing stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide in utter shock as they watched the events unfold. This can't be. How could a second-tier Earth rank defeat Lei Yuanzi, a third tier, in a single blow? Watching the Grand Elder's face still pale with fright, Yi Fan grinned behind his mask and said, "This party just keeps getting more and more interesting. Master is amazing. Master is so strong. Li Luo, are you all right? Yikong, are you okay? Chief, you've broken a bone. I have a healing stone. Hurry, use it." At that moment, everyone fell into a hushed flurry, tending to the sudden chaos. Only Yi Fan's voice continued to echo through the estate, chattering incessantly. "Impressive, aren't I?" Gu Feng remarked with a calm air. Lei Yuanzi, shaken and bewildered by the blow, kept muttering that it must have been an illusion. Turning around in haste, he stared in astonishment at the old man before him, whose smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. This elder, for all his extraordinary presence, had wild, unkempt hair and the air of a disheveled recluse, the very picture of a worn-out old man. No matter how Lei Yuanzi looked at him, he simply couldn't believe this was an Earth-rank master. Sure, this land was full of hidden talents and formidable powerhouses, but still, a mere second-tier Earth rank injuring a third tier with a single palm strike? It was as if the heavens themselves had been overturned. "Who are you?" Lei Yuanzi demanded, staring at the radiant old man before him, his voice tinged with outrage and a trace of fear. "Young man, don't get ahead of yourself. You're only a third-tier Earth rank. There's nothing to boast about," Gu Feng replied, his composure returning as he spoke with gravity. "You're only a third-tier Earth rank." That sentence landed like a heavy hammer on the minds of everyone present. Just what did it mean to be a third-tier Earth rank? Even Chief Yi Feng, after years of cultivation, had never reached such heights. Grand Elder Yi Yun hadn't even broken through to the second tier. And now, in the eyes of this mysterious, strangely grinning elder, a third-tier Earth rank was nothing worth flaunting? "You're talking nonsense, you old fool. You're just a second-grade Earth-class cultivator. What right do you have to say that?" Clearly, unable to save face, Lei Yuanzi's cheeks flushed deep red, and he bellowed, "I refuse to believe this. Watch me cripple you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lei Yuanzi charged at the old man, his 5 fingers swiftly curling into a fist. In the next instant, a surge of fierce, terrifying energy belonging to a third-grade Earth-class cultivator burst forth from within him. The devastating punch, infused with Earth-class power, swept in like a violent gale, carrying an aura that threatened to destroy everything in its path. With a faint smile, Gu Feng calmly reached into his pocket and drew out a stone. He flicked it lightly toward the onrushing Lei Yuanzi. "Throwing a stone at me?" Lei Yuanzi snorted, his speed unflagging. Instead, he swung his palm, intending to swat the stone away. But the moment Lei Yuanzi's slightly wrinkled hand touched the stone, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within it. The energy crackled and grew unstable, and suddenly, the stone exploded with a thunderous blast. Before he could even reach the old man, Lei Yuanzi's entire body was hurled backward by the explosion. A blast stone? That's a mid-grade artifact. Could this old fellow be a stone alchemist? Yi Yun's weathered face twisted in astonishment, and the words spilled from his lips. What? A stone alchemist? With Yi Yun's outburst, a ripple of excitement flashed through the eyes of everyone present. Of course, Yi Fan was the exception. He was already quite familiar with the old man's tricks. To him, these mid-grade stones were nothing special. He used them as he pleased. As a result, Yi Fan's expression remained utterly calm and unperturbed. No matter how you looked at it, this mysterious old man of unknown origins was clearly helping Yi Fan and his companions. Watching Lei Yuanzi blasted away, Yi Yun realized that today, not only would they fail to kill Yi Feng, but now even their own lives might be at stake. Although Lei Yuanzi had not yet lost, it was plain for any discerning eye to see. This third-grade Earth-class cultivator was no match at all for the smiling, flower-like old man before them. If things continued this way, the outcome would be disastrous. They had no choice but to retreat. Yi Yun, just where do you think you're going? Just as Yi Yun was about to slip away, a sturdy figure blocked his path. Staring at the figure before him, Yi Yun's face changed dramatically. He stammered, Yi Feng, you're supposed to have a broken leg. Then, catching sight of the spent healing stones in Yi Feng's hand, Yi Yun's heart plummeted into despair. How do you have healing stones? Yi Yun cried out in disbelief, his aged face contorted with shock. He hadn't noticed Yi Feng carrying any healing stones before. How did he suddenly have them now? Elder Yi Yun, have you forgotten about me? Yi Fan replied, feigning innocence, his tone almost boyish. Turning his head in haste, Yi Yun saw it was true. Yi Fan was holding an entire handful of healing stones. In that moment, Yi Yun was consumed by a surge of frustration. How had things come to this, and how were they supposed to deal with Yi Feng and the others now? No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't fathom where Li Luo, Yi Kong, Yi Fan, and that mysterious, formidable old man had come from. Damn it, just who were these people? Father, let me lend you a hand. Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, Yi Xing quickly raised his sword and lunged at Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a surge of sword energy rushing toward him. He was already on guard, his immense immortal power gathering, ready to be unleashed the moment the sword drew near. Even questioning spear technique. But then, everything changed. As the sword approached Yi Feng, a golden spear suddenly swept in, knocking the blade from Yi Xing's grasp and sending it flying. Yi Xing instinctively caught himself, his gaze sharpening with caution as he glared coldly at the handsome youth who had appeared before him. So what if things had turned out this way? I have my men surrounding the gates. Even if they're not enough to kill all of you, they'll make sure you suffer plenty. Yi Yun spoke with a chilling calmness. Though he hadn't expected such a turn of events, he had long since stationed a group of soldiers outside, ready to storm in at a signal, just in case. He would never have used such a tactic unless absolutely necessary, as unleashing a horde of soldiers would only announce to everyone that he was making a violent grab for power. Yiving, ignite the signal flare, Yi Yun shouted, startling everyone present. Stop Yi Xing, Yi Feng called out, making to rush forward, only to be blocked by Elder Yi Yun. A single arrow to pierce the clouds, and 1,000 troops will gather at the call. With deft hands, Yi Xing lit a small fire tube, his face contorted in wild excitement as he burst into laughter. Let's see who comes out on top now. Before Yi Fan's web could intercept, the flare shot skyward, streaking into the pitch-black night. Suddenly, a bright signal appeared overhead, shining brilliantly in the otherwise impenetrable darkness. The next instant, the thunderous clamor of troops flooding into Yi Feng's residence was unmistakable. A deafening crash echoed through the compound. Listening to the torrent of footsteps outside, Yi Feng's newly kindled hope was once again snuffed out. Disheartened, he muttered, judging by that noise, there must be hundreds out there. What are we going to do? Don't panic. You have your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to sort things out. Yi Fan tilted his head with a sly grin, though no one could see his expression. Before his words had even faded, Yi Fan was already scaling the wall and slipping outside. No sooner had he climbed out than he saw a large contingent of troops breaking down the main gates. Hey there, fellas. Yi Fan perched atop a rooftop, waving and calling out. Who's that? We're here for Yi Feng. Should we kill him too? The Grand Elder Yi Yun has given the order. Whoever we see, we kill. The guards conferred briefly, then charged straight at Yi Fan. Hey, fellas, are you really trying to kill me? Yi Fan shrugged helplessly as he kept firing webs at the guards who were leaping onto the rooftops. His voice rang out clear and bright in the quiet of the clan chief's residence. 1, 2, 3. Hey guys, don't hurt that beautiful maid. 18, 19. Suddenly, his spider sense tingled. Yi Fan immediately flattened himself forward. Sure enough, a jet-black arrow whooshed past, slicing through the air. Whoa, that was way too close. Yi Fan leapt down from the rooftop and slipped into the clan chief's great hall. After a moment's preparation, he aimed a ball of webbing at the hall's main doors. Right then, the doors were violently kicked open, and the guard tried to storm in all at once. Yi Fan's web shooter unleashed a massive ball of webs that enveloped everyone at the entrance. The guards behind, unaware of what had happened to those in front, rushed in blindly, only to collide headlong into their trapped comrades, forming a tangled mess. Why'd you stop? That hurt like crazy. We didn't want to stop. This sticky stuff's got us all caught up. A chorus of tangled, miserable complaints rose up from the bundle of web. Having dealt with most of the threat, Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smile. He shot a web toward a tall building on the other side, then swung himself up and away. Young man, I told you already, you're no match for me. Gu Feng wore a kindly expression as he continued to pummel Lei Yuanzi, who was already battered and bruised. Damn it, not the face. Lei Yuanzi leapt away from the attack, clutching his swelling cheek and shouting in protest. The memory of being beaten from the very start stoked his fury. With a roar, he unleashed all his immortal power, the sheer force of it so intense that even clan chief Yi Feng and Grand Elder Yi Yun, who were locked in their own battle nearby, turned pale. I'll kill you, you old goat. Lei Yuanzi roared, swinging a leg in a powerful sweep. Wrapped in searing immortal energy, his kick carried the force of utter destruction. Staring at the elder's unchanging, serene smile, Lei Yuanzi only grew angrier and threw even more power into his attack. So impulsive, Gu Feng shook his head exasperated. Raising his withered hand, he paused, then intoned, Supreme Immortal Art, 3,000 shattering fingers. As soon as his words fell, the air around them began swirling violently, and Gu Feng's bony fingers gathered a terrifying force of nature. A deep green aura of immortal energy began to coil around the elder's finger, softly shimmering. With a gentle flick, his index finger collided fiercely with the leg that Lei Yuanzi had kicked toward him. A chorus of sickening cracks echoed through the air. In the next instant, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Lei Yuanzi, clutching the leg that had just struck Gu Feng, was hurled backward, his screams of agony tearing from his lips. His already wrinkled face twisted into a mask of pain and fury. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Scarlet blood kept streaming from his leg, a testament to the fact that it was utterly ruined, the bones inside ground to powder. His pained howls pierced the night, making Yi Yun, who happened to witness the scene, break out in a cold sweat, his scalp tingling in horror. Such blood-curdling screams in the dead of night made all the nearby residents bolt their doors, each one terrified of inviting disaster upon themselves. Not far from the Yi clan patriarch's residence, inside a nearby house, a young girl's timid voice broke the silence. Mom, what's going on over there? I'm scared. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mommy's here. Don't cry, don't cry. With that, the woman, her face pale with fear, hurriedly pulled the window shut, determined to keep out every trace of the violence outside. Back in the rear garden of the Yi clan patriarch's mansion, soft sobs escaped a maid whom Yi Xing had tied up earlier. Her beautiful eyes were wide with terror as she looked at the guard leering at her. Ah, lucky you, beauty. If you'd run into someone else, you'd be dead by now. But you, I'll have my fun first, then kill you. The guard grinned, already unbuttoning his shirt as he moved closer. Hey, buddy, this isn't that kind of party. A voice brimming with Spider-Man's signature humor sounded behind the guard. The guard froze, heart hammering, and as he spun around, a fist crashed into his face. After untying the maid, Yi Fan joked, better stay inside, miss. It's dangerous out here. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man will handle this. Thank you, the maid stammered, still shaken, then quickly slipped back inside. Who the hell are you? The guard Yi Fan had just knocked to the ground, scrambled up, shouting angrily. Didn't I say it already, pal? You're not invited to my party. Go back to sleep. Before the words had even faded, Yi Fan delivered another punch, knocking the guard out cold. He shot a few webs to bind the man, just in case he tried to get up again. There, that freak in the costume, get him. Another guard rounded the corner, spotted Yi Fan, and shouted for backup. Moments later, a whole squad of guards came charging at Yi Fan. Sweet mother of, Yi Fan's eyes widened behind his Spider-Man mask as he let out an exasperated sigh, then unleashed a barrage of webs. One by one, the charging guards were entangled and brought crashing to the ground. A moment later, as he looked at the floor covered with guards ensnared in spider webs, Yi Fan scratched his head. I guess I should go back and help. The clash of metal echoed through the air. Yi Xing, biting her silver teeth, stared intently at Yi Kong before her and declared, You're no match for me. With that, a burst of immortal energy swept forth, sending Yi Kong flying and sprawling on the ground. Glancing at Li Luo nearby, Yi Xing suddenly came up with a plan that could help them escape safely. Father, save me. A girl's clear, nimble voice rang out nearby. Yi Feng, who had been locked in combat with Elder Yi Yun, hurriedly turned his head at the sound. The sight before him made his blood boil with rage. Yi Xing's sword was pressed against Li Luo's smooth skin, and a faint line of blood had already appeared. Li Lu, Ye Ving, you little brat, let go of my daughter, he shouted, his panic and loss of composure laying bare his greatest weakness. Don't anyone move, or I'll draw Li Luo's blood right here, Yi Xing said coldly, the ruthless glint in her dark eyes unwavering. Well done, Yi Xing. Yi Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Just when all hope of escape seemed lost, they saw a new chance. Gu Feng glanced at Lei Yunzi, writhing in pain on the ground with a faint smile, then turned to watch Yixing and the others. Seeing the old man smile, Yixing shuddered slightly. He knew this elder was not to be underestimated and dared not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Yi Kong, with his hands behind his back, secretly used the healing stone that Yi Fan had handed him earlier. A gentle, rosy stream of immortal energy seeped slowly into his skin. He parted his lips and let out a dull, heavy breath, and as he exhaled, his face visibly regained a healthy glow. After a brief pause, Yi Kong, still a bit annoyed, called out, "Yi Xing, you and Elder Yi Yun won't escape today. Give up your resistance." "Rubbish. I, Yi Xing, am the family's greatest prodigy. There will never be a day when I can't escape." Yi Xing was losing all composure now, her face twisted and menacing. "Ye Ving, let my daughter go." Yi Feng erupted, his earth-level aura surging threateningly. "Father, let's go," Yi Xing cried, then dragged Li Luo and made for the door. Seeing this, Gu Feng was about to intervene when suddenly a deliberately youthful voice called out, "Hey, buddy, Li Luo belongs to me." In an instant, two webs of spider silk shot out. One snatched the sword from Yi Xing's hand, the other splattered across her face, blinding her. Reacting quickly, Yi Kong sprang into action. Yi Yin tried to intercept, but was instead blocked by clan chief, Yi Feng himself. Yi Xing glared coldly at Yi Fan standing before her, unwilling to yield. Suddenly, she darted forward, launching a punch. Yi Fan had already anticipated the attack. With a subtle step to the side, no more, no less, he managed to evade Yi Xing's fist perfectly. Seizing the split second before Yi Xing could react, Yi Fan's right hand slashed upward in a swift arc, striking Yi Xing squarely on the chin. Yi Xing tumbled to the ground in a sorry, disheveled heap. "Damn it!" Yi Xing spat out a mouthful of dark, tainted blood, pressing a hand to the ground as he forced himself upright. His hands moved with blinding speed, weaving intricate seals in the air like butterflies flitting among flowers. From between Yi Fan's hands, a ghostly black radiance flickered into existence. Mid-grade immortal art, Ashura Seal. As Yi Fan's voice erupted like thunderclap across the field, a torrent of sinister, jet-black immortal energy burst forth from within him and crashed violently into Yi Xing's abdomen. Blood gushed from Yi Xing as his body convulsed. In an instant, his meridians shattered and he died where he fell. "My son!" Yi Yun, stricken by grief and rage, suffered a sudden surge of blood to the head. His already battered body, wounded earlier by clan leader. Yi Feng could not withstand the shock. In a heartbeat, blood streamed from every orifice, and he, too, collapsed lifeless to the ground. Faced with Gu Feng, who now resembled the very specter of death, Lei Yuanzi's eyes filled with terror. He stammered, I'll give you all the money Yi Yun paid me. All of it, it's yours." "Hey, old fellow, it's far too late for that." Yi Fan's gaze was icy as he looked down at the fallen Lei Yuanzi. Still shaken, Li Luo moved away from the scene. Yi Fan turned, fixing Lei Yuanzi with a chilling stare. His voice dropped to a cold, deadly whisper. "Anyone who bullies my girlfriend must die. You hear that? And you even dared to insult me, old man." Gu Feng gave a helpless sigh, pursing his lips. He raised his hand gently, a glint of deep red flickering through his eyes. A shriek tore through the air, and Lei Yuanzi vanished, swept away like dust before the wind. For a long moment, silence hung heavy over the crowd as everyone struggled to calm their racing hearts. Suddenly, clan leader Yi Feng walked up to Gu Feng and, with a thud, dropped to his knees. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yi Feng spoke slowly, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, wise one, for saving us today. I have nothing to offer in return." Gu Feng looked somewhat embarrassed, glancing at Yi Fan, who simply shrugged, equally at a loss. Seeing this, Li Luo quickly followed her father's example and knelt as well. With solemn sincerity, she said, Li Luo, thank you, sir, for saving my father's life. Your kindness is beyond measure." Little beauty, do you really want to repay me?" Gu Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he interrupted her with a sly grin. Yi Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the old man's odd tone. What is he up to now? "Yes, I'm willing to do anything for you, sir. Even if it means a lifetime of servitude, I would not utter a single complaint." Watching Li Luo's earnest expression, Yi Fan felt a quiet sense of relief. He knew just how much Yi Feng meant to Li Luo, her only family in the world. In that moment, Yi Fan vowed to himself, no matter how dangerous things became, he would never let harm come to them. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng gave a mischievous chuckle and said, "Beasts of burden? That's unnecessary. If you truly wish to repay me, Let my disciple marry you as his wife. At that moment, Yi Fan's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a whole watermelon. Gu Feng's words drifted softly to Li Luo's ears, and she froze for a moment. Then, remembering that Gu Feng's disciple was none other than Yi Fan, a flush of red quickly crept across her lovely face. All right, I'm just teasing. Come on, both of you stand up now. Smiling warmly, Gu Feng helped Yi Feng and the others to their feet. Yi Kong, ever respectful, suddenly spoke up. Elder, I believe you're the one who saved Yi Fan when he fell from the cliff, aren't you? That's right. It seems Yi Fan has already shared his story with you all, Gu Feng replied with a faint smile. Well, he never mentioned having a master, Li Luo noted with a slight pout, casting a glance at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with a hint of displeasure. It was clear Yi Fan hadn't told Li Luo everything, which left her rather disgruntled. Gu Feng gave an awkward laugh and gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Catching the older man's subtle signal, Yi Fan looked back in confusion, his brows knitting. His eyes seemed to say, Aren't you going to apologize to your girlfriend? Look at how upset she is. Yi Fan's brows twitched as he replied, silently with his gaze. Why is she so angry? I don't have to tell her absolutely everything, do I? Watching the two exchange these silent glances, Yi Kong couldn't help but have a strange thought flash through his mind. Could it be Yi Fan has some unusual preferences? Realizing he was overstaying his welcome, Yi Kong quickly said, Clan leader, elder, I'll go help untie the servants and maids. With Yi Feng's nod of approval, he swiftly turned and left. Yi Fan fell silent for a while, then finally sighed and nodded helplessly, gently taking Li Luo by the hand and leading her into the room. Clan leader Yi, Gu Feng called out with a gentle smile. His aged voice interrupted Yi Feng, who had been standing by the door, lost in anxious thought. Elder, what advice do you have? Yi Feng asked, bowing respectfully. I know what's worrying you. Rest assured, my disciple isn't that sort of lecherous. Gu Feng started to pat his chest in reassurance, but suddenly paused. After a moment's thought, he added, Why don't we quietly take a peek from outside the door? Yi Feng, still uneasy, nodded emphatically. Thus, the two elders rather sneakily crouched by the window, poking a hole in the paper and peering inside. Fortunately, nothing untoward was happening. Instead, Yi Fan was confessing his feelings to Li Luo, explaining the entire sequence of events from start to finish. Only then did Li Luo's face light up with joy, and she embraced Yi Fan happily. Afterward, considering that the Yi clan was still short-handed, Yi Feng persuaded all of Yi Yun's former followers to surrender. Once the guards saw Yi Feng carrying the heads of Yi Yun and Yi Xing, they dared not resist and quickly pledged their allegiance. What's that? You're wondering where Yi Chun is? Earlier, he had already been struck down by Yi Fan outside the main gate. Just as a rainbow appears in the sky after a storm, everything gradually returned to normal. Gu Feng, having spent so long in the remote cliffs, found it hard to adjust to life in the town and soon left after only a few days. Meanwhile, all the dirty secrets of Elder Yi Yun and the others were exposed. Of course, in order to secure his own position, Yi Feng attributed several other unsolved misdeeds to Elder Yi Yun and his followers as well. This doesn't mean Yi Feng was sinister at heart. To be a clan leader, one generally needs to be quite shrewd. Such is the way of this world. Regardless of whether your actions are right or wrong, as long as you lack strength, others are free to say what they will about you. Of course, this doesn't include those absurd tales like someone forcing themselves on an old sow, or whose family's aunt got stepped on. As for Yi Fan and Li Luo, they began to enjoy days of leisure, practicing martial arts, and openly showing their affection for each other. One day, Yi Feng summoned Yi Fan into his room, his brows deeply furrowed, looking hesitant and uncertain. Seeing him like this, Yi Fan spoke first. Uncle Yi Feng, if there's something on your mind, please just say it. Ever since he started dating Li Luo, Yi Fan had always addressed Yi Feng this way, feeling it was more natural and less distant. Yi Fan, in a few days, Elder Zhou will be visiting, Yi Feng said, his tone full of resignation. At those words, Yi Fan instantly understood Yi Feng's worries. If Elder Zhou found out that Yi Fan had already chosen another master, would he feel slighted? Offending such a powerful figure could spell trouble for the Yi clan's future. Uncle Yi, I don't think that will happen. Elder Zhou is a very kind person. He doesn't seem like someone who'd lose his temper over such things, the young man replied confidently. Yi Fan, I know that Master Gu is quite impressive, but compared to him, Elder Zhou is someone we cannot afford to offend, Yi Feng reiterated, making his meaning clear. Yi Feng clearly hoped Yi Fan would apprentice under Elder Zhou, thus avoiding any offense. And besides, Elder Zhou was more powerful than Gu Feng and had greater resources. Yi Fan, however, simply smiled to himself. He hadn't told Yi Feng just who Gu Feng really was. In truth, Gufeng was every bit as strong, if not stronger, than Zhou Zheng. In fact, aside from alchemy, whatever resources Zhou Zheng possessed, so did Gufeng. Moreover, Gufeng had the added advantage of experience. He had traveled across much of the fantasy continent, gaining wisdom that even Zhou Zheng, who spent most of his days in the royal capital, could hardly match. Yi Fan smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Yi, you really don't need to worry. Elder Zhou is actually an old acquaintance of my master's. My master told me that if Elder Zhou has any concerns, he would be happy to explain things to him personally." An old acquaintance? A glimmer of surprise flickered through Yi Fang's dark eyes. He hadn't expected that Elder Zhou and Yi Fan's master would be such old friends. However, thinking about it this way, it really does seem possible. Master Zhou has always cherished talent, and in this world, how many people like Gufeng are there, someone at second rank of the Earth level who can so easily defeat Lei Yuanzi at the third rank? Moreover, the burst of immortal power Gufeng displayed earlier was also unfathomable. That kind of aura isn't something you'd expect from someone at the Earth level. Well then, Uncle Yi, you can rest easy now, can't you? Yi Fan handed Yi Feng a cup of water, smiling as he spoke. Haha, I never expected my son-in-law to be so capable. Master Zhou wants to take you as his apprentice, and even Master Zhou's old acquaintances. I've taken a liking to you. No wonder you're my daughter's choice. Such an eye for talent. Yi Feng laughed heartily, his spirits high. All these compliments, it started to sound like he's just praising his daughter. Yi Fan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, and after exchanging a few more warm pleasantries with Yi Feng, he politely took his leave from the Yi residence. No sooner had he stepped out the door than his feet carried him straight toward the back mountain of the Yi clan. Yi Fan moved with sprightly steps, reaching the mountaintop in no time. From there, he caught sight of a beautiful young woman, standing at the summit, slender in figure, with a face as pure as a lotus. She lowered her head with a gentle smile as he approached. "You're late," the girl said softly, her voice light and airy. "It wasn't my fault this time. Uncle Yi was worried I'd upset Master Zhou. If you want to blame someone for my tardiness, blame your father," Yi Fan replied with a sly grin. The girl let out a soft huff, pursing her lips in a slight pout. "In a few days, Master Zhou will be taking you to those top royal academies. I've heard those places are like a half step into the martial world, full of intrigue and plotting. You'll have to be careful when you're there." Yi Fan smiled gently, giving Li Luo's delicate nose a playful tap. "I will. You just focus on your training here. And when you finally make it over there, I'll throw a grand banquet to welcome you." "Umph, that sounds more like it," she replied, her pretty face lifting, the corners of her lips curving into an unconscious smile. Yi Fan's heart warmed at the sight. The two stood together in comfortable silence for a while, until, as if remembering something, Yi Fan suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a manual, handing it to Li Luo. "By the way, here's a mid-grade immortal technique I picked up in Rainbow Town." Li Luo's long, beautiful eyes blinked with curiosity as she accepted the manual from Yi Fan, turning it over in her hands to examine it. It was a fairly new manual, apparently hand-copied, with a blue cover like any other and 3 bold ink characters on the front, "Dancing Serpent Whip." This book is especially designed for cultivators who use whips. It isn't too difficult to get started, but it's not easy to master either. For what I've seen, it should suit your fighting style quite well. Their eyes met for a lingering moment. Gradually, Yi Fan's handsome face drew closer. Li Luo's cheeks flushed, and she gently closed her beautiful eyes. Their lips met in a soft, tender kiss. On the mountaintop, a subtle air of intimacy blossomed between them, quietly filling the space. To help Yi Fan focus entirely on cultivating his immortal arts, Yi Feng deliberately released 5 trial spirit beasts at once for Yi Fan's training. The trial forest within the spatial stone was now filled with the presence of these creatures. Staring at the 5 spirit beasts before him, Yi Fan immediately recognized 2 of them. One was a white snow leopard, and the other was the earthy gray bear he had first encountered, a creature with both strength and versatility. The remaining 3 beasts looked just as fierce and menacing. One was an emperor serpent, known for its terrifyingly high attack power. According to the bestiaries, an adult emperor serpent was already a 4th-rank human tier creature. Only, those raised from infancy would heed human commands, and their venom was so potent that even a 1st-rank Earth-tier cultivator would find themselves in dire straits if poisoned. Another was an armored lion, famed for its formidable defense. Its strength lay in its impenetrable scales, so tough that even a full-force blow from an opponent of the same level couldn't bring it down. The last one was a staff-wielding monkey. Owing to its unique anatomy, this spirit beast could cast long-range spells much like a human, though it only excelled at ranged attacks. Its close combat abilities were lacking. It loved to wield a branch fashioned into a staff as its magical weapon, earning it the name Staff Monkey. Faced with these 5 spirit beasts whose eyes gleamed with savage intent, Yi Fan smiled calmly. In the past, he might not have stood a chance against even one of them. But things had changed. He had grown stronger. In fact, not only did he no longer fear 5 4th-rank human-tier beasts at their initial stage, but even if they were at their peak, he would still stand his ground without hesitation. A cacophony of beastly cries erupted, filling the air with a wild symphony. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps each roar alone sounded imposing, but mixed together, it was as jarring as coffee and tea combined. All he felt was the clash of discordant sounds, nothing more. The white snow leopard lunged at him, swift and silent. But Yi Fan was ready. His right hand snapped forward, 2 fingers pressed together to strike at its belly. "Finger vein sword," he shouted, his voice ringing out as a faint, dark energy surged along his fingertips. This was the power of the Azura seal. Yi Fan could sense that his finger vein sword was now more formidable than ever, but with that strength came a wildness, an unruly force that was hard to control. "Sir, I recommend you avoid overusing the power of the Azura seal," came Jarvis's voice in Yi Fan's mind, the companion unseen for some time now, his tone tinged with concern. "Why? It feels incredible. The power is off the charts, absolutely amazing," Yi Fan replied without hesitation. Even as he spoke, his attack sent the snow leopard flying to the far side of the field. The snow leopard landed hard, tumbling several times before it collapsed, exhausted on the ground. "Sir, the Azura seal's power is extremely unstable. I fear that if you lose control, it could lead you astray," Jarvis warned, his normally even voice colored now by a hint of worry. "Can artificial intelligence evolve on its own?" "Don't worry, Jarvis. I would never do that." The armored lion, enraged by the attack on its companion, charged forward with fury. "Damn, have these magical beasts played King of Glory before? How do they know to send the tank in first?" Yi Fan quickly unleashed his finger pole sword with both hands, his feet moving in a steady yet swift series of phantom steps. With the armored lion leading the charge, an imperial serpent followed close behind. Meanwhile, the celestial staff monkey stood further back, waving its branch, and with a flick, sent a stone imbued with celestial power hurtling toward Yi Fan. The stone shot through the air at astonishing speed, actually catching up to the armored lion as it lunged at Yi Fan. Both attacks arrived at the same time, but Yi Fan was dispersed, leaving the beasts leaping at empty air. These magical beasts, naturally dull-witted, had no way of discerning whether Yi Fan was using phantom steps, making them easy to outmaneuver and spin in circles. Still, Yi Fan didn't grow complacent. He continued weaving phantom steps beneath his feet, instantly conjuring 4 or 5 afterimages. Suddenly, he burst forward, appearing behind the celestial staff monkey, the one most afraid of close combat. Sensing something amiss, the celestial staff monkey spun around, only to meet Yi Fan's finger pulse sword head-on. Blue celestial energy swirled around the sword, but in the blink of an eye, that blue light was replaced by a ghostly black aura, the energy surging dramatically from blade. Sheer terror twisted across the monkey's somewhat ugly face. It watched helplessly as Yi Fan's finger pulse sword grew larger in its pupils, unable to resist. After all, its only trick was hurling enchanted stones from afar. The celestial staff monkey was sent flying, its veins rupturing all at once. Witnessing this from outside, Yi Feng's heart gave a violent jolt. He hurried to bring the monkey out for treatment. Otherwise, its life would be in danger. Yi Fan's celestial power. It felt more like the power of demons. In this fantasy land, there are no dazzling battle auras, no enchanting spells, no wondrous arcane technology. All that exists is the celestial energy born from the natural world itself. Humans can absorb this energy, becoming beings akin to immortals. Cultivating celestial power grants you overwhelming strength and a life that stretches far beyond the ordinary. Those who practice this art are respectfully called cultivators of immortality. Though many have abused this power for evil, the energy they wield is still the miraculous force of nature. But there is another kind, those whom the cultivators call Path of Demons. While they too harness celestial energy, they secretly alter its very essence, turning it into a force that is fierce and terrifying. Yet this corrupted energy is extremely dangerous and difficult to control. What's more, this demonic energy slowly amplifies greed, anger, and obsession within the heart. So, don't ever imagine that anyone can truly control this demonic power. That so-called God from the ancient divine war, who claimed to come from Earth, was someone who practiced such a path. From that self-proclaimed God from Earth, You can see just how terrifying the power of this demonic cultivation truly is. He wielded this immortal force in battle, facing off against countless rank 5 immortals without showing the slightest weakness. Alone, he stood against the greatest masters of the entire Xuanhuan continent. In the end, it was only the overwhelming numbers that brought him down, but his defiant, godlike power was already proven beyond doubt. Yet, with his demise, this demonic immortal energy was left behind at the site of that ancient war. Those who later attempted to cultivate using its lingering remnants inevitably lost themselves to madness. That's why, from then on, anyone who dared to train with such power was treated as a mortal enemy of the world, doomed to be erased. Yi Fan must never become such a person. He is the great hope of the Yi clan. With this in mind, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the wounded Monkey King. Yi Feng let out a sigh and thought to himself, I just hope Yi Fan's immortal force is not of the demonic path. If it is, this world will face true peril. Meanwhile, within the trial forest inside the spatial stone, a bear's massive paw, large enough to blot out the sky, came crashing down toward Yi Fan. Staring up at the descending paw, Yi Fan's expression did not change. A dangerous glint flickered at the corner of his lips as he said, Jarvis, I want to see if my finger pulse sword, infused with Ashuraseal's immortal power, can blast this bear's paw away. Sir, I suggest you dodge. Don't keep using the Ashuraseal's power. Because we're connected by flesh and blood, I can feel it invading your body, Jarvis urged, his voice tinged with anxiety. But Yi Fan paid him no mind. Once again, he unleashed the finger pulse sword straight at the oncoming bear's paw. Dark, shadowy, immortal energy erupted, radiating an overwhelming and unstoppable force. The surge of power rippled outward from the point of impact, sending shockwaves through the forest. Dark waves of energy collided with the bear's crimson aura, sweeping across the land like a storm that threatened to consume everything in its path. Within the trial forest, the storm raged, leaves whipped through the air, and the ground trembled. In the next instant, the earth-gray bear let out a blood-curdling scream. Its massive arm exploded in a spray of blood, and the beast collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Moments later, it was whisked away. What power? How could it be so strong? Staring at his own hand in stunned disbelief, Yi Fan frowned, recalling Jarvis's earlier warning. He waved his hand and requested to exit the spatial stone. Moments later, a beam of light shot down, teleporting Yi Fan away. Yi Fan uppbärdet beside kanan lider Yi Feng. Seeing the stern expression on Yi Feng's face, he asked with some confusion, Clan leader, did you also notice something strange about my immortal power? Yes. Yi Feng's brows remained tightly knit as he nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Yi Fan, for now, try to avoid using the immortal power of your Azure seal. This power is far too mysterious. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, clan leader Yi Feng took Yi Fan by the arm and led him into his room. He searched for a long time among the bookshelves, finally pulling out a book, which he handed to Yi Fan. Yi Fan examined the book carefully, noting that it detailed the origins and historical development of immortal power. Turn to page 88, clan leader Yi Feng prompted. The moment Yi Fan flipped to the page, his heart gave a violent jolt. The chapter heading was written in bold characters, Demonic Path. The demonic path? Wasn't this a world where only immortal power existed? How could there be a demonic path? When Yi Fan had finished reading in silence, clan leader Yi Feng spoke slowly. All the signs point to one thing. Your Azure seal is fueled by immortal power whose nature has been altered by the demonic path. This power is certainly not to be taken lightly. Though Yi Fan had read quietly, inside he felt as if great waves were crashing in his heart. No wonder he had managed to so easily defeat Yi Xing, who was a whole rank above him. No wonder that lately, whenever he saw Li Luo, a strange and wicked fire would rise unbidden in his heart. No wonder he himself had been growing increasingly arrogant, looking down on more and more people. His own minor flaws were slowly being magnified. At this rate, he would eventually become a true scourge to the world. Uncle Yi, is there anything I can do? Yi Fan finally spoke, his face turning a shade paler. You might try to eliminate this power from your body. If that fails, there may be nothing you can do to rid yourself of it. Yi Feng replied, his brow furrowed with worry. Seeing Yi Feng's tense expression, Yi Fan felt a pang of guilt. He knew that Uncle Yi feared this demonic influence would consume him from within. Yi Fan understood what Yi Feng meant. Earlier, Gu Feng had explained that everyone could only learn a limited number of cultivation methods. Only by raising one's level of immortal power could you contain more. If your current level was insufficient, you could use your own immortal power to expel the techniques you had previously cultivated, saving them for later. It wasn't hard to purge one's body of immortal power gained from cultivating certain techniques. As the saying goes, it's difficult to obtain, but easy to discard. After bidding farewell to clan leader Yi Feng, Yi Fan returned to his own quarters and began the process of purging the immortal art. He sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes tightly shut. "Jarvis, did you just say that this Azura Seal's power is invading my body?" he muttered softly. "Yes, sir. I can already sense it spreading throughout your body," Jarvis replied dutifully. "All right, I'm going to deal with it." Yi Fan began forming hand seals, focusing on the immortal power within him. At this moment, Yi Fan sat cross-legged, his hands pressed together as his fingers wove into a peculiar and intricate seal. With a slight shift in his focus, a dark, shadowy light flickered within him, and strands of inky, spiritual power began to coil around his palms. As he entered the realm of darkness within his mind, Yi Fan's figure appeared deep in the recesses of his consciousness. To abolish the immortal arts meant to concentrate and send one's mind into their spiritual world, to obliterate the cultivated immortal energy from within. In the pitch-black void where he couldn't see his own hand before his face, Yi Fan felt a pang of fear, but he knew he had to resolve all of this. "Come out, Asura Seal." His roar shattered the silence, echoing powerfully in the tranquil darkness. He waited for a long time, but not a single trace of the Azura Seal's immortal energy appeared. Something wasn't right. The space around him was shrouded in darkness. If the Azura Seal's dark energy was here, wouldn't it be impossible to see it? But then Yi Fan remembered what Gu Feng had said. A spiritual space should be white. Why was it now shrouded in blackness? Could it be that the energy of the Azura Seal had already taken over this place? If that were true, then at this moment, Yi Fan was already completely enveloped by the Azura Seal. "Damn it! Why are you trying to corrupt my body?" Anger flared in his eyes as his fingertip sword radiated a dazzling light, stabbing fiercely into the darkness ahead. Suddenly, an ethereal yet slightly aged voice sounded from all directions, so that Yi Fan couldn't tell where it came from. "I've given you great power. Not only do you refuse to thank me, but you want to get rid of it." The voice was laced with a twisted, mocking laugh, sending chills down his spine. "Finger vein sword." Again, both of Yi Fan's hands flared with immortal light as he stabbed furiously at the gloom. But his efforts were in vain. The darkness did not recede, and that unsettling laughter continued to echo all around him. "Stop struggling. You can't drive me out. Ha. Did you really think the Azura Seal's power was so great? Great enough for you to leap ranks and kill stronger foes?" Yi Fan's pupils shrank sharply. That was true. Why? The gap between the 5th rank of the human stage and the 1st rank of the Earth stage was enormous. So how had he defeated Yi Xing so easily? And why had Yi Xing's turbulent immortal power shriveled before the Azura Seal, not daring to make a sound? "Who the hell are you?" Yi Fan lost his composure and roared. "Young man, you're far too impatient. Ha. Accept me. I can make you stronger, invincible. In 10 years, I can make you the master of this world." That eerie, ancient laughter echoed from all directions, nearly driving Yi Fan mad. Clenching his teeth, Yi Fan stabbed wildly into the darkness with his fingertip sword. Sword after sword flashed forward in a cold gleam. It was as if all his efforts were futile. Each sword light that shot into the darkness was swallowed up, vanishing into a bottomless abyss, never to return. Bastard. You keep saying you want to make me stronger, but all I see is you using my body for your own gain." Helplessly striking out, Yi Fan lay on the ground, roaring into the darkness. Isn't abolishing immortal arts supposed to be simple? So why has it become such a wretched mess? What on earth is the immortal power of this Azura Seal? Why do you hate me so much? The old, eerie laugh echoed again, its ethereal tone chilling. "Just for that bizarre laugh of yours, I want to beat you to death first and ask questions later. Is that reason enough?" The finger vein sword thrust forward once more as Yi Fan cursed between ragged breaths. Though he had managed to calm himself a little, his rage still burned fiercely. "Young man, you and I are the same kind of people, aren't we?" After a brief silence, the ancient, hollow voice spoke again. "I'm nothing like you. I'm not someone who invades another's body. Get out of me, right now." Yi Fan's face darkened as he shouted in fury. "We come from Earth, you know." He. At these words, Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Earth?" In this pitch-black space where not even one's hand could be seen, terror was thick in the air. The scariest thing in the world isn't danger, you know, but the fear of the unknown. The young man was stunned. Just who did this dark, demonic immortal power belong to? "That's right, aren't we both from Earth?" That ancient, unsettling laugh echoed through the darkness, sending chills down the spine. Could it be that there's another person from Earth in this world? Yifan forced himself to stay calm, recalling the book the clan chief Yifeng had given him. It clearly stated that the demonic immortal power had been created by a self-proclaimed god from Earth. If that's true, could this mysterious elder in the darkness truly be that god? You're the god from the ancient divine war, aren't you? Yifan scratched his head and spoke coldly. Haha, clever young man. Yes, I am that god. The straightforward admission caught Yifan off guard. He thought the other would deny it, even if it were true. Weren't you sealed away? With no way to break free, Yifan simply sat down and addressed the darkness. Haha, I am a god after all. Only my body was sealed. My formidable spirit power still exists in those who cultivate the demonic immortal arts. So what will it take for you to leave? Haha, I have no intention of leaving. Until now, you're the only one who's truly cultivated this immortal power, which finally lets me talk. And pass the time, after thousands of years of loneliness. The old man's words oozed with shamelessness, punctuated by his eerie laughter. No one has ever truly succeeded in cultivating the demonic immortal power. Their strength is less than a tenth of mine. Do you know why no one else managed to master it? Yet you did. I don't want to know, Yifan said coldly. He loathed the darkness before him and had no desire to hear any more of its pointless rambling. So what if it claimed to have once been a god-tier being? Now, it was nothing more than a wisp of lingering soul, its body sealed away by someone else. Yet the elder paid him no mind, continuing with a strange, cackling laugh, because they didn't have watches. Yifan raised an eyebrow, keeping his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. As I thought, when the clan chief told me about the ancient war of gods, I guess you had a watch too. Haha, and your watch transforms you into Marvel superheroes. Now, that is amusing. That raspy, unsettling laugh echoed on and on. Yifan sneered at the remark, replying, So, which Marvel villain do you transform into? Well now, it seems fate has brought us together. I use a Marvel villain myself. Ha, that's right, a villain. But don't think we're anywhere near the same league. Those words left Yifan just a bit unsettled. He curled his lip. Sure, villains are strong, but haven't all of them ended up flat on the ground? So you seem to know a lot about Marvel. The mocking laughter suddenly carried a note of skepticism, which stung Yifan's pride as a diehard Marvel fan. Obviously, I'm a professional Marvel fan, Yifan retorted with a cold laugh. And so, oh come on, weren't you the one who asked me? Oh right. Yifan shook his head in exasperation. Outwardly, he was chatting away, but inwardly, he was already plotting how to expel this presence from his body. Let me put it this way. Even if we were at the same level of cultivation, you'd still be no match for me. The eerie laughter grew even louder and more triumphant. And what makes you so confident? Yifan, distracted from his plotting, couldn't help but chuckle at that. Since arriving in this world, Yifan had always excelled, always managed to leap over barriers, encountering all sorts of dazzling adventures. Cheats, beauties, brotherhoods, there was nothing he lacked. He'd embodied every trait a fantasy novel protagonist should have, to perfection. But come to think of it, was that really true? So why did he always complain he didn't feel like someone who had crossed into another world? With that thought, Yifan's mood lifted ever so slightly. Because I have Galactus. The old voice boasted with a pride that was impossible to miss. Oh, Uncle Galactus? So he's going to die again, is he? I also have the Infinity Thanos. You mean the one the Avengers defeated? I have Apocalypse. The one the X-Men took out. Young man, we have nothing to talk about. There's a generational gap. Didn't you want me to leave? Fine, I'm going. Conversation over. With that, the old man's furious shout truly faded away, and Yifan could once again sense the immortal energy of the Azure Seal. Suddenly, his face lit up with delight, and his eyes sprang open. Azure Seal's immortal energy had indeed vanished from his body. Yifan felt both relief and regret. He was finally free from the threat of being corroded, but the Azure Seal had cost him immense effort to cultivate. Now it was gone, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of loss. Still, somewhat pleased, Yifan hurried straight to the trash bin at the school gate. With a swift toss, he threw the Azure Seal away, cursing under his breath, useless junk. Then, feeling elated, he danced back on his way. As Yifan's sunny, handsome figure gradually disappeared, a slender silhouette approached. The corners of her lips curled into a cold smile as her delicate hand reached into the trash and retrieved the Azure Seal he had discarded. She turned and left, her graceful figure trailing a lingering fragrance behind. Don't miss out as you pass by. Healing stones, everything must go. Healing stones, everything must go. The Jiangnan Stone Refinery is closing down. The boss ran off with all the money and his sister-in-law. Everything's on clearance now. Yifan was in high spirits and decided to start a little business right in the Academy's grove. After all, The talented Yi Fan setting up a stall was already an eye-catching event. Not to mention, he was selling healing stones. In the Yi Clan Academy, healing stones were rarely available. Normally, if anyone wanted to use one, they had to compete in tournaments to get a chance. So at this moment, Yi Fan's stall was absolutely packed with people, not even a pin could drop. Yi Fan patiently answered every question thrown at him by the crowd. Yi Fan, are you a stone refiner? Yi Fan, can you refine anything else? Yi Fan, are you a boy or a girl? Before long, every single healing stone had been snatched up. Looking at his bulging money pouch, Yi Fan grinned with satisfaction. Having money really does feel great. Just then, the crowd that had been blocking the sunlight parted to form a path. Sunshine poured through, landing squarely on Yi Fan's face. Moments later, a graceful figure stepped into the path, blocking the sunlight that had been shining on him. He looked up, and, seeing the elegant young woman before him, grinned, baring his teeth. Li Luo, you're here. So you really can refine stones, huh? Li Luo tilted her delicate face down to meet Yi Fan's gaze. Seeing the skepticism in her expression, Yi Fan pouted and replied, Of course. I told you, I'm much stronger now. Amazing. Li Luo stepped forward and surprised Yi Fan with a bear hug. The sudden wave of affection filled the air with a sweet, ambiguous tension, one that caught everyone off guard and made the onlookers feel like third wheels. Instantly, the crowd sensed their presence was unwelcome and, with various excuses, began to disperse. Look at you, silly girl, you've chased them all away. Pretending to scold her, Yi Fan playfully tapped Li Luo on the nose. Li Luo tilted her head and gave him a mischievous smile. That very afternoon, with nothing much to do, Yi Fan took Li Luo along and wandered around the Yi clan's domain a few times. They enjoyed some food, flew a kite, and indulged in similar simple pleasures. For Yi Fan, perhaps these peaceful and leisurely days were exactly what he had always longed for. Time drifted by quietly until, at last, Yi Fan received an invitation from Elder Zhou, requesting that Yi Fan personally embark on a journey to the academy where Zhou resided. The invitation itself was a white paper card, edged in gold, and in the lower right corner, a bold black address was written with an unmistakable flair. Just listen to that name, so refined and grand. Yi Fan murmured, ruffling his hair before he began packing his things. Elder Zhou had left a note on the invitation, explaining that in order for Yi Fan to truly be tested, he must travel the road alone. He even specifically named Clan Chief Yi Feng and the others, forbidding them from offering any assistance. Elder Zhou's intentions truly ran deep. Whether it was praise or a hint of complaint, Yi Fan's words hung somewhere in between. The next day, with the sun rising and dawn breaking, Yi Fan bid farewell to Clan Chief Yi Feng, Li Luo, Yi Kong, and the ever-present old Wang from next door. With a heart full of anticipation, he set out on his journey. Before he knew it, the young man found himself sitting all alone on the dusty street of a nameless mountain village, utterly empty-handed. He let out a steady stream of sighs, raked his fingers through his hair, and muttered in dismay, I'm about to attend a top royal academy, yet look at me now, down and out and penniless. So, what exactly had happened? As it turned out, just an hour earlier, Yi Fan had caught sight of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, weeping pitifully by the roadside. Though Yi Fan was devoted in his affections, he was not immune to feminine beauty. Devotion and a weakness for beauty are not mutually exclusive. He simply appreciated a pretty face, but would never cross any lines. After a few gentle questions, the beauty claimed to be a princess from Shimen Empire, a distant realm within the fantasy continent. She told him her fortune of tens of millions of celestial coins had been frozen, and pleaded with Yi Fan to lend her 10,000 coins. With this sum, she could unfreeze her assets, and promised to repay him 1 million coins as soon as she did. Who could resist a deal so easy and lucrative? Without hesitation, Yi Fan handed over every last celestial coin and all his valuables to the stunning woman. She told him to wait for her here for an hour. And so, Yi Fan had now been waiting for most of the day. Passers-by, mistaking him for a beggar, had even started tossing coins at his feet. Beauty is a trial. Beauty is a trap. Since ancient times, even heroes have been ensnared by it, he lamented to the sky. With a heavy sigh, he marveled at how sophisticated today's scams had become. Just then, as Yi Fan sat in silent reflection, a melodious and enchanting voice reached his ears. Big brother, I'm back. The voice was as clear and ethereal as a dream, the second most beautiful voice Yi Fan had ever heard. And who holds first place, you ask? Well, that's for you to guess. Drawn by the sound, Yi Fan's star-bright eyes flew open, and he looked up. And there she was, the stunning beauty who had just swindled him out of all his money. Trying to scam me? You picked the wrong guy. Yifan shot to his feet and strode toward the young girl in the purple dress not far away. In that instant, all the frustrations he'd bottled up that afternoon found their outlet. He marched forward, quickening his pace. "Scammer, give me back my money. Do you have any idea how tough my day's been?" The shout startled the girl in the purple dress. She recognized the voice and, a bit flustered, didn't turn to face Yifan. She pressed her lips together, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "How unlucky can I get? I thought he'd left," she muttered under her breath. Spotting a young man coming out the door, her face suddenly lit up with relief. She called out, "Brother, that guy behind me is harassing me." As soon as she finished, she darted into the house. Both Yifan and the young man stood there, momentarily stunned. Even in fantasy realm, they use that word. Noticing the odd glances from people nearby, Yifan glanced at the young man, who seemed to have snapped back to his senses. The man began cracking his knuckles, a menacing glare on his face as he approached. "Seriously? Is there no shame? Hey, let's talk this out, all right? We live in a civilized society," Yifan said, grinning nervously as he slowly backed away. "How dare you harass my sister?" The words had barely left his mouth when a surge of spiritual power exploded from the young man. 5th rank, human stage. "I didn't harass her. She scammed me," Yifan blurted out, squeezing his eyes shut in panic. Just as the young man raised his fist to strike, he stopped abruptly, fist frozen in midair. Realizing he hadn't been hit, Yifan cautiously opened his eyes. "Come with me inside." With that, the young man's expression shifted. He grabbed Yifan and dragged him into the house. "What kind of trick is this? Wait, do people here even know about honey traps? Why did he just believe me like that? Could this stunning beauty be a repeat offender?" Questions popped into Yifan's mind. As soon as they entered, the young man's face darkened. "Yinshuero, get out here." "What is it, brother?" came a sweet voice from inside. The girl in the purple dress emerged, but when she saw Yifan, her smile froze. "Have you been out scamming people again?" Seeing the anger on his face, the girl, Yinshuero, lowered her head and nodded slightly, not daring to say anything more. "Hand over all the money you scammed," the young man demanded sternly, his tone unyielding. "Yifanchiated inyardi. Looks like there are good people everywhere. Who should I give it to, brother?" Yinshuero pouted, clearly a bit disgruntled. "Give it to me," the young man replied, his expression unchanged. "What? Did I hear that right?" Realizing he might not have made himself clear, the young man added, "Then I'll return the money to its owner." Letting out a long breath, Yifan looked up at the bag of gold coins and some of his daily belongings, which the young woman in the purple dress was reluctantly retrieving from her storage space. Honestly, she stole someone else's things and still looks so unwilling to give them back. Yifan shrugged. Though the girl before him was strikingly beautiful, his impression of her had already taken a serious hit. "But, brother, today, go to your room and reflect on what you've done." Just as Yinshuero parted her jelly-like lips to speak, the young man beside her cut her off. With a pout of annoyance on her delicate face, the girl gave a small huff, turned on her heel, and stormed off to her room, slamming the door behind her. What a peculiar girl. Yifan watched in mild astonishment, unable to help but sigh. "Here you go, little brother. Check if everything's here." The young man grinned as he handed Yifan his belongings, adding cheerfully, "My sister's still young. Don't take it to heart. Grown-ups shouldn't hold grudges against kids." Yifan nodded and began to check through the items he'd been swindled out of. 9,000 spirit coins. Yes, all accounted for. 3 healing stones. Those were there too. Dried salted fish. Yep, everything's back. He nodded to the young man, who was covering his mouth and nose to block out the pungent smell of dried fish, and said, "Everything's here." "Brother, really, don't take it to heart. My sister was only thinking of me. I've scolded her so many times, but she's still like this. By the way, I'm Yun-gu. Nice to meet you." The young man smiled warmly in greeting. "Yun-ye. Gu," as in singing a song. "I see." Yifan smiled and nodded. Then, recalling what the young man had just said, he asked, "You said your sister did all this for you?" "That's right. I was seriously ill not long ago, and buying the medicine to cure me cost a fortune, as you can imagine. We had to spend everything we had, and now the debt collectors are after us. That's why Shiwero tried to swindle some money. She was only looking out for me." So there was more to the story than he realized. It seemed he'd misunderstood the beautiful girl in purple. Yifan offered a gentle smile and said, "I don't hold it against her, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll be on my way." With urgent matters pressing, Yifan had no intention of staying any longer. He stored his things in his Dantian space and headed for the door. No sooner had he stepped out than he saw a bald man, flanked by 2 burly thugs, striding menacingly inside. Debt collectors? The thought flashed through Yifan's mind. Could something bad be about to happen? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, decided he'd better take a look. Yifan stepped back into the house. As he reached the doorway, He could already hear the sound of things being smashed inside. Yun Ye, let me tell you, the bald man barked, then, realizing something was off, continued. What's with that tone? Anyway, this is your final deadline. Masterly, please, just give me 2 more days. I promise I'll have the money ready. The young man pleaded, his face stricken with fear. It's too late now. Your sister's a real beauty. The bald man's eyes glinted with a lecherous grin as he stared past Yungu, his gaze hungrily falling on Yun Shuero. Seeing that predatory look, the girl in the purple dress turned pale with terror, clutching desperately at the back of the young man's shirt. Hearing the bald man's words, Yungu dropped to his knees in a panic, bowing his head to the ground over and over. Masterly, I beg you. I'll pay you back, I swear. Too late for that. You two grab the girl for me. The bald man's eyes flashed with a savage light as he barked the order. At once, the 2 burly men stepped forward, closing in without hesitation. Stay away from my sister. Don't you dare touch her. With hope slipping away, Yun Ji's desperation exploded. He leapt to his feet, unleashing the aura of a human rank, 5th-grade cultivator at its earliest stage. But the 2 brutes were cultivators as well, and each let loose the same formidable presence. In the blink of an eye, Yungu was knocked to the ground, helpless. Shuero, run! Yungu shouted with all his might. The moment the words left his mouth, Shuero tried to dash away, but the bald man's thick arm shot out, seizing her with a single swift motion. Let me go! Brother, help me! The girl screamed, pounding her fists furiously against the bald man's muscular arm. Hearing his sister's cries, Yungu struggled to rise, but the 2 thugs pinned him down and rained blows upon him. Such a pretty little thing. She'll fetch a good prize for sure. The bald man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he dragged Yun Shuero away. Let me go. Brother, help me. In a burst of desperation, Yun Shuero bit down hard on the bald man's arm. You wretched brat. The bald man roared in pain and slapped her across the face. His thick palm sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. A loud, sickening smack echoed through the room. For a moment, Yun Shuero was stunned. Her gaze fell on a figure now standing before her, a jumble of emotions in her eyes. She had no idea what had just happened. Who the hell are you? The bald man growled, glaring at the handsome young man gripping his arm. He'd never seen this man before and had no idea what connection he had to the family. Ome Yifan. Remember the name? Came the icy reply, dripping with menace. The bald man stared blankly for a moment, not understanding at first, but then caught on to the insult in the words. His face twisted with rage. Where'd this punk come from, calling himself brother in front of me? You two, teach him a lesson. With the order given, the 2 brutes released Yungu and advanced on Yifan. One of them lunged forward, fist flying straight at Yifan. Watching as the burly man's fist, wrapped in a fierce gale, grew larger and larger in his pupils, the young man remained unhurried. With his right hand, forming a tight fist, he launched a punch with lightning speed, like an arrow shot from a bow, straight toward the fist of the burly man before him. The shockwave from their clash rippled outward from the point where their fists met, spreading rapidly in every direction. A sharp crack of bone echoed from the burly man's arm, and the next instant he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Another burly man was startled by this scene, but quickly regained his senses and charged at Yifan. Finger pulse sword. Yifan shouted. At the very moment Yifan called out the technique's name, the second burly man was blasted backward, sent flying through the air, a faint sword-shaped shadow flickering across his abdomen. This battle, which lasted less than 30 seconds, left everyone else present utterly stunned. In that instant, the bald man's eyes brimmed with wariness and murderous intent. Catching the look in the bald man's eyes, Yifan felt a surge of irritation. He said, "What are you staring at? You think you're in the right here? In this day and age, only those owed money are the real bosses. You little punk, what did you just say? Say that again if you dare," the bald man snarled, jabbing his finger threateningly at Yifan. "Having trouble with your hearing, are you? Baldy, let me say it again. I'm your boss." Yifan's expression remained calm, but his words were sharp and relentless. He ran a hand through his hair, and seeing the bald man grow increasingly enraged, Yifan felt a secret thrill. At last, he understood the sense of accomplishment his master used to feel when infuriating others. "Screw you," the bald man spat. Suddenly, the aura of a 5th-tier human-rank cultivator erupted from within him. The surge of power brought a smug smile to the bald man's face, as if this was his claim to superiority. Yifan responded with a cold snort, quietly unleashing his own aura. The force of it startled both Yun Shuero and her brother Yungu. This boy, who seemed ordinary apart from his decent looks, was actually a 5th-tier human-rank cultivator. Sensing Yifan's power, the bald man frowned. So young, and already at 5th-tier human rank. Not bad at all. There's a lot more you don't know. Yi Fan replied with a cold, crooked smile at his lips. If he still had his Azura mark, he could have taken this man's life in 2 moves. But now, even though his Azura mark was ruined, with the help of his watch, he could still deal with the man before him with ease. That's right, he was just that confident. The radiant evening sun slowly sank, the rosy clouds above weaving golden threads through the sky. In an unknown little mountain village, inside a humble house, the air churned and tore as if ripped by storm winds, howling and roaring through the room. Suddenly, the bald man lunged, throwing a punch straight at the handsome young man before him. There was murder in every ounce of his attack, his fist whistling through the air with fierce intent. This kind of immortal technique is all about brute force, never considering how easy it'd be just to dodge. A cold smirk played at the corner of Yi Fan's lips. With the slightest shift of his body, he effortlessly slipped out of harm's way. The bald man was just about to retort when his pupils suddenly shrank. A slender hand darted toward him, 2 fingers pressed together like a sword. Finger vein sword. The bald man staggered backwards, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. A look of terror flickered in his eyes as he stared at the youth before him. Hurry up and get lost. Yi Fan barked, his voice cold as he unleashed another surge of overwhelming immortal energy. Fear flickered in the bald man's gaze. He grabbed his 2 burly companions and hurried away, but not without a threat hurled over his shoulder. Kid, you remember this. Zhang Yihao will never let you off. Once the bald man and his cronies had fled in disgrace, Yungu slumped to the ground, his face as pale as paper. He murmured to himself, It's over, it's over. We've offended Zhang Yihao. They'll kill us for sure. Hearing this, Yi Fan glanced over at Yun Shiwero, who was crouched in the corner with the same look of misery on her face. He asked quietly, What exactly is this Zhang Yihao? Yungu looked up, sizing Yi Fan up for a moment before scrambling to his feet and bowing repeatedly. Thank you, benefactor. But this isn't your concern. You'd better run while you still can. When Zhang Yihao comes back for revenge, none of us will survive. If I leave, what will happen to you? We'll escape as soon as we can. Just go. Get far away from this place of trouble. Yungu kept repeating his plea for Yi Fan to leave this place of disaster, which left Yi Fan somewhat surprised. Still, he had no desire to linger, so after a few words of comfort to the siblings, he took his leave. Later, after some questioning, Yi Fan learned the truth about this place. It was a remote mountain village, long abandoned because it held no value. No nation or race governed it. It was a lawless land. A gang, having been driven out from elsewhere, stumbled upon this place in their flight. Realizing there was no law here, they took control. They were no different from gangsters, raiding the villagers' homes for food and drink, living without worry. Any money they lent out came with extortionate interest, and they forbade the villagers from lending to one another. Yi Fan had only come here because he'd gotten lost. There were no teleportation zones nearby, so he had to leave on foot. With a crude hand-drawn map given to him by a kind villager, he made his way forward. Though honestly, the map was hardly worth the paper it was drawn on. Leaving the village behind, the youth pressed on through the wild desert. Dust swirled and yellow sand billowed around him, but his voice remained steady, undaunted. Better get out of this cursed place and find some water. There's none left. That was Yi Fan's sole conviction now. He was no celestial of the highest order, no immortal who could go months without food or water. Below the foundation stage, cultivation is, aside from the martial arts and magic, not much different from ordinary life. One still gets hungry and thirsty all the same. Sai, where's my invitation? Suddenly, he remembered that when he fetched the kettle from his Dantian space earlier, he didn't see the invitation. A chill ran through his heart. Oh no, that's something that mustn't go missing. Without the invitation, even the greatest connections wouldn't get you into the Royal Academy. Yi Fan hurriedly opened his Dantian space again and carefully checked through everything. Sure enough, everything else was still there, except for the invitation. Trying to steady his anxious mind, Yi Fan slowly recalled where he last saw the invitation. He remembered seeing it at Yin Shiwero's house. Then there was a fight, and when he left, damn it, Yi Fan cried out, now recalling clearly. The invitation was left on the wooden chair at Yin Shiwero's house. There was no time to think further. Yi Fan broke into a run back to that mountain village. Thankfully, he still remembered the way, or it would have been hopeless. Wind howled past him as he sprinted. Arriving at the village, Yi Fan dashed straight toward Yin Shiwero's home. Just as he jogged up to the doorway, the scene before him made him freeze. Yin Shiwero's front door was wide open, and lying at the threshold was a man covered in blood. It was Yungu. Yi Fan rushed over and anxiously asked, Brother Yin, what happened to you? Yungu was already at death's door. He weakly lifted a trembling hand, in which he clutched a message stone. In a faint voice, he said, "Give this to Shuero. You're a good man. Go, hurry and save her. Don't worry about me." Yifan glanced at the message stone in Yun Ji's hand. These were usually used much like a voice recorder in his previous life. This was likely a final message. To be sure, Yifan checked Yun Ji's pulse. It was chaotic. His life was slipping away. With a heavy nod, Yifan sprinted off in the direction Yungu had pointed with his dying breath. All this over a bit of money. Someone's dead. Zhang Yihal has really become this arrogant? I'll wipe them out myself, he muttered as he ran, his footsteps pounding the ground in a rush as he used the shattered shadow step to speed ahead. Soon, he caught sight of a group of burly men escorting a young girl in a purple dress, tightly bound and struggling to walk. Leading the group were a bald man and another with a cloak and a long scar across his face. Though Yunshiro's mouth was gagged with a filthy cloth, the tears streaming down her lovely face showed just how grief-stricken and furious she was. She must know her brother is dead. Animals. You're all a bunch of animals. Yifan cursed in fury. The next moment, a faint technological chime sounded. Without hesitation, he pressed his watch. A flash of brilliant white light erupted, forcing several alert thugs to turn away in pain, narrowly missing the blinding glare. What's going on? Everyone stopped in their tracks, turning as one to look back. After the flash of light, a strange figure clad in golden red battle armor stood before them. A pair of rectangular goggles glowed an eerie blue as the figure regarded them. The sudden appearance of this bizarre being startled everyone in the room. The bald man, under Scarface's orders, cautiously stepped forward to investigate. "I'll give you a chance," the figure intoned, its voice a chilling mechanical monotone. "Let the girl go, and I'll make sure your boss dies quickly and painlessly." The synthesized voice left the Zhanghe Hall members stunned. Had they ever heard a sound like this in their lives? "What the hell are you?" the bald man called out loudly, keeping his distance. "They call me Brother Yi from the streets," came the reply. Even through the helmet, Yifan's voice carried a glint of icy menace that sent a ripple of fear through the eyes of everyone from Zhanghe Hall. "Boss, that's the guy who just challenged us right in public." The bald man, momentarily stunned, quickly turned to Scarface to complain, exaggerating for effect. Scarface's lips twitched as he heard the bald man's embellished report. With a harsh glare, he barked, "Kill him for me." At his command, the gang of thugs surged toward Yifan. Watching the sudden turn of events, Yunshiro's eyes widened in astonishment. "Jarvis, how's our suit's energy? Do we have enough to take them all out?" Yifan murmured quietly inside his helmet. "Sir, the armor is fully charged. More than enough to deal with this crowd," came Jarvis's mechanical response. "Excellent. Thanks, Jarvis." As soon as he finished speaking, two compact golden machine guns deployed from Yifan's shoulders. "What the hell is that?" one of the thugs gasped, coming to a halt. The guns erupted in a rapid cascade of gunfire. Bullets blazed from the golden barrels, flying straight toward the crowd. In less than half a second, half of them had been riddled with bullets. Cries of agony rang out as the thugs collapsed one after another, writhing in pain. Watching this carnage, the bald man remembered Yifan's earlier show of strength and broke out in a cold sweat. Most of the Zhanghe Hall thugs were ranked between Tier 3 and Tier 4. For half their number to be wiped out so quickly. What kind of monster was this young man? Yunshiro, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking in disbelief, couldn't fathom Yifan's overwhelming power. She remembered how she tried to scam him out of money earlier. Wasn't that just asking for death? Still, his intelligence clearly left something to be desired if he'd fallen for such a weak excuse. "Don't be afraid, brothers. Kill him," the bald man shouted, wiping cold sweat from his brow and rallying the survivors. Spurred on by his words, the remaining thugs roared and charged at Yifan once again, their morale rekindled. "What gives you such courage?" Yifan shook his head in exasperation, then spoke softly. "Jarvis, activate the micro-missiles on my shoulders and arms." Instantly, Jarvis armed the missile systems on Yifan's wrists and shoulders, deploying silver cannons along his forearms and right shoulders. Several miniature missiles, trailing long streams of fiery orange, carved brilliant paths through the evening glow as they roared toward the crowd of burly men ahead. Sensing the lethal threat from the missiles, the scar-faced man cried out in alarm. He barely had time to shout a warning to his men before the blast from Yifan's micromissiles tore them apart, leaving nothing but shattered remains. The gruesome scene of bodies flung through the air and blood spattering everywhere sent a jolt of terror through everyone still alive. What unimaginable destruction! The bald man, already terrified out of his wits, finally lost all control. His pants were soaked. Yet, the scar-faced man nearby showed no reaction at all, standing firm in the face of such carnage. Glaring at the bald man's cowering figure, The scar-faced man spat out a curse. Useless wretch. What do I keep you around for? No sooner had he spoken than he drew the curved blade from his waist. In a swift, merciless motion, glints of steel flashed through the air, and the nearby strongmen's eyes widened in horror. In the very next instant, the bald man's head hit the ground. Then, a powerful aura erupted from the scar-faced man, one that nearly matched the might of a half-step Earth-level warrior. Yi Fan focused, sensing that the man before him was at the pinnacle of human level, 5th rank. His strength and presence were already bordering on the Earth level. Yi Fan recalled that he had once used the Azura Seal to defeat Yi Xing, an Earth level 1st rank. Now, without the Azura Seal, he figured the Iron Man suit should still be enough to overcome this human level 5th rank. Sir, congratulations. The watch has successfully enhanced your Iron Man suit. You can now upgrade it to Mark 42. The Mark 42 Iron Man suit. At this moment, the sunset resembled a bashful maiden, her cheeks brushed with a soft orange hue. The dazzling colors, like a fairy's gown, were mirrored in the meandering river below. Tony Stark, the creator of the Iron Man suits, had designed hundreds of them. There were the Excalibur suit, the Hulkbuster, the suitcase armor, the space suit, and many more. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe alone, over 45 different suits had appeared. Most of these suits were designated by a number. Mark this, mark that. And the Mark 42 that Jarvis referred to was, in the current Marvel films, one of the most powerful yet. This is fantastic. Jarvis, proceed with the upgrade. Suppressing the excitement in his voice, Yi Fan spoke slowly. The idea that his watch could enhance a superhero was nothing short of thrilling. System loading. Mark 42 system upgrade complete. A series of dazzling mechanical chimes rang out, and Yi Fan's Iron Man suit began to reconfigure itself. While the exterior changed only slightly, the gold color becoming a bit more subdued, the array of internal weaponry had become far more diverse. Without even bothering to fight the Scarface man, he excitedly opened up the weapon arsenal in his system. Upgraded electrolyte grenade. Sir, danger! The enemy has already initiated an attack, Jarvis dutifully reminded him. What? Immersed in his own world, Yi Fan snapped back to reality. He stared at the rapidly enlarging fist on the inside screen of his helmet, utterly clueless about what to do next. Yi Fan kept stepping backward. Fortunately, although the punch was powered by explosive energy, the iron armor's sturdy build absorbed the blow, leaving him unharmed. Friend, you've made me angry. The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed from within the helmet, making it impossible to tell if the words were a tease or genuine fury. Get him! Scarface swung his palm forward, issuing his command. The three remaining burly men hesitated, glancing at one another, each seeing terror in the other's eyes. Clearly growing impatient, Scarface drew his scimitar and stabbed it violently into the ground. The three strong men instantly paled at the sight, exchanged nods, and charged ahead together. What are you so scared of? All that muscle for nothing. Big on the outside, but cowards at heart, Yi Fan muttered helplessly inside his helmet. Jarvis, let's give these cowards a taste of the new weapons, Yi Fan sneered, eager to test out his latest gear. Sir, please specify. Jarvis' mechanical voice sounded again, this time tinged with a hint of confusion. Palm repulsor blast. Yi Fan lifted one hand, as the blue glow in his palm shifted to a blaze of red energy. The air around him thrummed and whooshed with power. By now, energy had fully gathered in the metallic palm. Scarlet beams split from his palm, arcing toward each of the strongmen. Red streaks twisting through the air like slithering serpents of light. All three men were struck, sent flying backward through the air. As if on cue, the trio spat out mouthfuls of blood in unison. Witnessing this, Scarface's expression darkened even further. How much energy do we have left in the iron armor, Jarvis? 70%, Jarvis replied after a brief pause. The Mark 42's pulse cannon consumes a tremendous amount of power, so it's best to use it sparingly. Jarvis offered the reminder with professional calm. All right, thanks for the warning, Jarvis. Staring into Scarface's icy eyes, Yi Fan gave a faint smile within his helmet. He yanked the scimitar from the ground, dislodging clumps of soil as the blade was pulled free. Scarface tightened his grip on the weapon, fully aware that this armored figure was no ordinary opponent. He made no rash moves, simply glowering coldly at Yi Fan. He's really putting on a show. Jarvis, let's send him to meet his maker with one blast. Yi Fan had originally intended to mention the Western Paradise, but somehow, channeling Tony Stark's personality, he ended up saying Jesus instead. Should I activate the pulse cannon for a full power strike, sir? Jarvis prompted helpfully. Nodding, Yi Fan replied, Go ahead. Realizing his opponent was about to unleash everything, the Scarface man roared. Inferior immortal technique. King of Blade Slash. That's not an immortal technique. It's a pulse cannon. Yi Fan shouted in response. As their voices faded, Yi Fan's targeting system inside the helmet had already locked onto the Scarface Man as he began his King of Blade Slash. A heavy mechanical sound rang out, solemn and ominous, like the toll of a death knell. Who would be next? To ensure he wouldn't lose in this head-to-head clash, Yi Fan instructed Jarvis to channel the Iron Man suit's entire energy reserve and activate every available weapon. He was ready for an all-out strike. Milky white energy spiraled and gathered at the suit's core, reaching its peak intensity. Every weapon on the suit sprang to life, spraying fire and light in every direction, a dazzling display of technological might. The scar-faced man, dressed all in black with a dark cape trailing behind him, suddenly saw a red appear on his chest. Clearly, Yi Fan's targeting system had him in its sights. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying energy radiating from Yi Fan, the scar-faced man, always so composed, finally betrayed a flicker of shock on his face. The pulse cannon roared forth, colliding head-on with the King of Blades Slash in a blinding flash. Machine guns, micromissiles, and electric grenades followed, bombarding the scar-faced man in rapid succession after the pulse cannon struck. He was sent flying, blood streaming, and crashed to the ground, unconscious. "I'm sorry, sir. Iron Man's suit energy depleted. Iron Man's suit energy depleted," Jarvis repeated several times. In the next instant, the Iron Man's suit broke apart into pieces of titanium alloy, which the watch quickly recalled. A soft, whimpering sound reached Yi Fan's ears. He followed it, and finally noticed Yin Shuero was still tightly bound. He hurried over to untie her and asked, "Are you all right?" To his surprise, the girl was remarkably calm. She said, "My brother's dead. I want to bury him. Can you help me get home?" There was nothing more Yi Fan could say. He simply nodded, and together, they quietly left the scene. Once the two of them had disappeared from sight, the scar-faced man, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to his feet once more. "Damn it," he cursed hoarsely. "That brat ruined my Zhangyi Hall." Cough, cough. Coughing up blood, he barely had time to recover when a graceful figure approached. In a foul mood, the scar-faced man glared up at the newcomer and snapped, "Get lost. Get in my way again, and I'll kill you." A graceful figure appeared, a young woman in a crimson dress. She was tall and slender, her skin pale as snow. Her face, shaped like a delicate oval, bore a hint of allure, and she gazed down lazily from above at the scar-faced man lying on the ground. The scar-faced man suddenly realized that the woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful. Grinning wickedly, he sneered, "Well, beauty, today's your unlucky day. I'm in a foul mood, so I'll have a little fun with you." He had just gotten his feet and lunged toward the girl in red. In the next instant, the girl's fair leg shot out and snapped the scar-faced man's leg bone with a swift, decisive kick. The man cried out in agony, his voice hoarse with pain. "What's wrong with you, woman? Are you crazy? Don't get any ideas about me. I have business with you." With that, the girl in red tossed a few healing stones to the man sprawled on the ground. Her voice was surprisingly melodious and clear, a sound so pleasant that it seemed to soothe the mind and body. After using the healing stones, the scar-faced man's tone grew a bit more polite. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to work with me," she replied, her voice as light as a breeze. "Work with you?" The scar-faced man looked at her, puzzled. "Yes, that's right. Cooperation." At this moment, the girl in red didn't even bother to look at him. Truth be told, she found the scar-faced man repulsive. But since she needed his help, she forced herself to endure his presence. "And why should I work with you?" he scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. She let out a soft, dangerous chuckle, the corners of her lips curling with menace. Suddenly, a surge of energy, Earth Tier, first grade, erupted from the girl in red, flooding the space with power. The force made the scar-faced man shudder. The alluring young woman before him was unbelievably a master of Earth Tier, first grade. "Well, I wouldn't have guessed," he said with a faint, uneasy smile. "There's a lot you don't know," the girl replied coldly. "So, will you accept my offer or not? You'll have to tell me. What exactly do you want me to do?" The scar-faced man asked the crucial question, then picked up his water and took a few gulps. "We share a few enemies," the girl in red answered, her expression unchanged. "Common enemies?" He was startled, but then realization dawned on him. Laughing heartily for a moment, his smile faded as he said coolly, "You mean that boy who destroyed my Zhangyi Hall just now?" "That's right. Him." The girl's red lips curled slightly, and as she spoke, a flash of murderous intent passed through her long, beautiful eyes. "Why do you hate him?" "I'm not about to get into something I don't understand." The scar-faced man was no fool. He wanted to kill Yi Fan as well, but he wasn't about to let himself be used. "Don't you hate him too?" The girl's gaze was icy as she fixed her beautiful eyes on the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man saw a murderous intent as vast as the sea in her eyes and was a little surprised. Then he calmed himself and said, "You really hate him, don't you?" "Of course. He killed my father," the girl in the red dress replied coldly once more. "Who was your father? Why do you need to know so much?" she countered. "I just want to know you better. There are things you shouldn't know. Ask too many questions and you might lose your head." The girl's voice dripped with deadly threat. The scar-faced man knew better than to press further. Clearly, her father's death was an unhealed wound in her heart. After a pause, the scar-faced man stood up and said, "At least tell me your name." The girl in red gave a faint, icy smile as she stood as well. "You can call me Luo Shui," she said, her voice as cold as before. At dawn, the fierce snowstorm finally ceased, though it would be a long while before daylight broke. A few lingering stars peered down, blinking shyly at a world cloaked in shimmering white. Yi Fan and Yun Shiuro, after walking through the night, finally returned to the girl's home just before morning. After tidying up the house for a while, Yi Fan retrieved the invitation letter. Then, together with the girl, he buried Yun Go. The two of them sat in silence before his grave, quietly keeping him company. Yun Shiuro, who had managed to remain composed for so long, finally broke down after a while. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks, and she wept uncontrollably. Watching Yun Shiuro sobbing with her head in her arms, Yi Fan let out a soft sigh. He wanted to cry, too, but the tears just wouldn't come. After all, he had no real connection to these siblings. He was only helping out. When Yun Shiuro eventually calmed down, Yi Fan offered a few gentle words of comfort. Then, remembering the message Stone Yun-gu had handed him before his death, he took it out and passed it to Yun Shiuro. "What's this?" the girl asked, her eyes still rimmed with red as she accepted the message stone. "Your brother Yun-gu gave it to me before he passed," Yi Fan replied quietly. The girl gently channeled a strand of immortal energy into the stone. In the next moment, Yun Ji's voice sounded once again. Hearing that achingly familiar voice, Yun Shiuro broke down in tears all over again. Though Yun Ji's words were weak, there was a force behind them that seemed to sustain him, allowing him to speak with difficulty. "Shiuro, your brother can't be with you any longer. But I hope you won't be sad. Live well. Brother Yi Fan is a good, honest man. I hope you'll find him and live a good life together. I can see it. You'll be better off with him than you ever were with me. He'll never let you come to harm." After hearing these words, Yi Fan was left with a tangled knot of emotions. "Big brother, we barely know each other, setting me up like this, and here I am not crying. I must look completely heartless." Time ticked by, minute after minute. "Where are you going?" Yun Shiuro suddenly fixed her beautiful eyes on Yi Fan and asked. "The Royal First Academy, of course. You're not thinking of following me, are you?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Fan's forehead as he stared at Yun Shiuro in shock. To his surprise, Yun Shiuro admitted it without hesitation. "Could this be some kind of trick? How am I supposed to explain this to Li Luo when I get back? I can't just turn away a homeless girl, can I?" In an instant, countless questions flooded Yi Fan's mind. He felt a bit lost, unsure of what to do next. "Look, big sis, I have a girlfriend. You get what I mean, right? I love her a lot. I can't betray her." Seeing Yi Fan's helpless, almost pitiful look, Yun Shiuro couldn't help but burst out laughing, her mood lightening a little. Then, putting on a serious face, she said, "I rarely listen to my brother, but this time, I want to do as she says, just this once. So let me go with you. I don't care if I'm just a concubine or whatever." "No way. I don't think I made myself clear enough." Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then added, "I just think that marrying multiple wives or taking concubines is really disrespectful to the person you love. So, you know what I mean, right?" The young man scratched his slightly itchy scalp and gave an embarrassed, silly grin. "How about this? Just let me tag along with you. Actually, you don't have to do anything. You don't need to give me money either. I can earn my own keep," the girl compromised, trying to negotiate. Yi Fan could only sigh, scratching his head again. "Earn? I bet you'll just end up stealing on the way." "Well, isn't that how most people make money anyway?" Looking into the girl's innocent, guileless eyes, Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. "Oh well, if she's so stubborn about coming along, I'll just have to teach her some manners as we go. And if she does steal something, well, that's really got nothing to do with me. You win. Let's go. We need to get moving. I'm really pressed for time. I still have to." Yi Fan suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "Wait, I'm heading to the Royal First Academy." "Where are you going?" "I'm coming with you, obviously." The innocent look in the girl's eyes made it clear to Yi Fan that aside from stealing, she probably didn't know much else. So Yi Fan had no choice but to sit down with Yun Shiuro, and they had a close, friendly chat. He ended up telling her the basics of the fantasy continent story. "Good grief, here I am. a traveler from another world, explaining this land to a native. How ridiculous is that? Well, I'll just take the entrance exam too, then. Hearing such a naive and simple response, Yifan couldn't help but smile. If it were that easy, would I have gone through all the trouble to get my invitation back? Oh, the girl looked down in disappointment. What's your current cultivation level? Yifan took a sip of water and asked. Human rank, 3rd grade. Her aptitude was actually a bit lower than Liluo's. Yifan let out a sigh and said, Sis, I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your talent, getting into the Royal Academy is going to be really tough. Yifan wasn't exaggerating. In his own family, only the top-ranked among a 3rd-tier clan could qualify for entry. In an ordinary royal town, you'd have to be in the top 2. For someone like Yin Shuuro, who hailed from a region not even included in the Empire's official territory, admission was simply out of the question. Of course, there was still one option, on-site registration. But that was even harder. Even many members of 1st-tier families couldn't get in that way, which just showed how difficult it was. Hearing this, Yin Shuuro lowered her head in disappointment once again. Forget it. Let's just see what happens when the time comes. Yifan ruffled his hair in frustration, then gathered his things and headed out. Wait for me, Yifan. Yin Shuuro hurried after him. 3 days later, the two arrived at a royal town, intending to rest for a few days before continuing their journey. Along the way, Yifan had kept himself busy crafting a number of healing stones and other low-grade immortal stones to sell for travel expenses. That was the advantage of being a stone refiner. Your skills were always in demand. As long as you could make basic immortal stones, there were business opportunities everywhere. They reached a royal town called Bronze Town, named for its abundant copper resources. It was fairly bustling, and Yifan decided they would rest here for a few days. They found a decent enough inn, but oddly, it was almost empty. The proprietress seemed shifty as well, but Yifan decided to stay anyway. He was quite well off at the moment, so he didn't worry about running out of money. After paying for several days' room and board, he counted his remaining funds, exactly 100,000 immortal coins. He booked 2 adjacent rooms. Seeing that night had already fallen, he quickly went to bed. In the middle of the night, Yifan woke up. He pressed his ear to the door, listening to the sounds outside his room. There had to be something odd about this inn. With such cheap prices, it was strange that no one stayed here. When Yifan entered earlier, he noticed a commoner giving him an odd look. He'd also overheard some people nearby whispering that the innkeeper had a strange reputation. There were rumors he ate human flesh, but since there was no evidence, even the authorities couldn't do anything. What's more, cultivators above the earth rank were not allowed to stay at this inn. The real reason Yifan insisted on staying was because Jarvis had told him he detected the aura of a slumbering magical beast here. And this magical beast seemed exceptionally powerful. Its immortal energy suppressed so skillfully that even Jarvis, as an artificial intelligence, almost missed it. But Yifan had a feeling deep down. There was definitely something to gain from staying at this inn. And even if there wasn't, Yifan was confident he could escape unscathed. Ever since Yifan had gone through so many battles, he had long since become somewhat fearless in the face of death. The only thing he regretted was dragging Yin Shuuro along with him on this dangerous adventure. Yifan hadn't told Yin Shuuro about the strange dangers lurking here. Mostly, he didn't want her to be scared or anxious. He poked his head out of the door, glancing around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, he quietly sealed Yin Shuuro's door next door with his spiritual energy, then slipped downstairs in secret. When he reached a corner, Yifan heard footsteps and quickly crouched behind a large armchair. 2 figures passed by, whispering conspiratorially to each other. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and the lighting was so dim that it was impossible for them to notice Yifan hiding there. Not quite able to catch their words, Yifan inched a little closer. Hurry up and cook those 2 for me later. I haven't tasted human flesh in ages. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water, one voice teased, but it sounded more like a joke than a genuine craving. Still, Yifan couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a sick, twisted freak. Stop joking around. Haven't we always used human flesh just to awaken that magical beast? Once it wakes up, we'll be rich, a light, feminine voice replied softly. Yifan instantly recognized it as the innkeeper's voice, the very same woman who had registered him that afternoon. He thought, damn, so this is actually feeding people to a magical beast. As he pondered this, the woman's voice floated through the darkness once more. That ancient beast, the flesh-eating frost emperor worm slumbering in the basement, only needs 2 more victims to fully awaken. 1,000-year-old magical beast, the flesh-eating frost emperor worm. Yifan had seen this creature in an illustrated compendium before. It was extremely rare, and once it reached maturity, it would enter a deep hibernation. If, during this time, someone fed it 99 humans, it would awaken and become utterly obedient to whoever raised it. A grown Frost Emperor worm possessed the power of a top-tier heavenly class beast. But such worms were so rare that encountering one was about as likely as finding an unfiltered beauty photo in a friend's social media feed. Those two had just said they needed 2 more people, which meant he and Yunshiro were the final targets. That also meant 97 people had already been devoured. People like this deserved death. Yifan could kill them, then slay the slumbering Frost Emperor worm, seizing its beast core and a few rare organs. That would make for a considerable profit. After all, the worm and its keepers had murdered so many. Yifan would be more than justified in ending them. Some might ask why Yifan didn't just tame the Frost Emperor worm and make it his own. First, it had eaten far too many people. Yifan was disgusted by the idea of keeping such a creature around. Second, a beast this rare would draw far too much attention. Parading in public would be begging to get robbed. Third, it was simply too dangerous. The illustrated compendium warned that the Frost Emperor worm was not always obedient. If it was in a bad mood, it might even kill its owner. So Yifan decided he would act as an agent of justice. The moon hung like a silver platter, while stars glittered across the sky, painting a scene of enchanting splendor overhead. Yifan noticed the 2 figures heading toward the room he shared with Yunshiro and quietly trailed after them. The sound of footsteps drew nearer and nearer to Yunshiro's room, coming to a halt right outside her door. A slender, jade-like hand reached out, about to push the door open, but the moment it touched the surface, it recoiled as if shocked by electricity. "What's wrong?" came a low, slightly hoarse male voice. "This door's protected by immortal power." "That really hurt," the woman replied, her light, airy voice tinged with pain. Crouched at the foot of the stairs, Yifan grinned slyly. The moment the innkeeper's wife touched the door infused with his immortal energy, he'd already sensed her cultivation level. 3rd rank, human tier, easy to overwhelm. It seemed these people didn't take cultivation very seriously. "Let me handle it." "Step aside," the hoarse male voice declared with resolve. He raised his palm, gathering immortal energy in the air, then swiftly pressed his hand against the doorknob. A faint surge of energy rippled outward. Yifan's expression grew a touch more serious. This hoarse-voiced man was at the 5th rank, human tier, a much tougher opponent. A barely audible crack sounded. The innkeeper's wife and her companion quickly pushed the door open and rushed inside. Sensing Yunshiro might be in danger, Yifan hurried after them. "No one's here." The innkeeper's wife's light voice brought Yifan to an abrupt halt as he charged forward. "No one." Yifan felt a surge of confusion. Where could Yunshiro have gone? Could she be a swindler? Had she already run off with his money? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a pair of cool hands cover his eyes. Instinctively, Yifan whipped his hand backward. Finger pulse soared. With a silent utterance, he was moments from striking when he caught sight of the person behind him. His gaze froze, and he hastily stopped his hand. "Yunshiro, why are you here?" Yifan asked quietly, his face darkening. "I actually just wanted to see if there was anything worth stealing from my own shop. I didn't expect to catch you sneaking around." The girl tilted her pretty face, flashing a mischievous grin. "I thought you were supposed to be a gentleman, but here you are, out to steal things in the middle of the night." "I wasn't stealing," Yifan tried to explain, but it sounded weak even to his own ears. Turning back, he glanced at the innkeeper's wife and her companion, who were already searching Yunshiro's room, likely hunting for anything valuable. Yunshiro's long, beautiful eyes widened as she glared at the 2 strangers rummaging through her room. Annoyed, she demanded, "What are they doing in my room? Go on, say it. Don't be afraid. They'll eat you alive." Upon hearing this, Yunshiro's delicate face turned pale with fright. She opened her mouth to scream, but Yifan quickly pressed his hand over her mouth, stopping her from making a sound. "Big sister, please calm down. Right now, we have to play along with their scheme," he whispered softly. As he sensed Yunshiro gradually calming down, he slowly loosened his fair-skinned hand. "Yifan, what does play along with their scheme mean?" Yunshiro blinked her beautiful eyes and fixed her attention on him. "Shoo!" Yifan made a gesture, signaling her to keep quiet, his voice barely above a whisper. "Oh!" Yunshiro nodded sensibly, pouting a little as she lowered her head. The proprietress and her companion walked out of Yunshiro's room. The slightly hoarse male voice sounded. "That's strange. In the middle of the night. Where could that woman have gone?" "Let's deal with the man first," the proprietress said after a moment of reflection. "Yifan, why don't you just go up and take care of those 2 scoundrels?" Yunshiro asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. "I still need them to help me find a man-eating Frost Emperor bug," Yifan replied with a sly grin, glancing at the 2 in front of him. "The man-eating Frost Emperor bug? Is that the 1,000-year-old beast that devoured 99 people while it slept?" Yunshiro's eyes lit up with excitement. Yifan smiled faintly at her reaction. I'm surprised you know about it. I thought you didn't know anything, he said. Once, someone from the village brought back a bestiary from outside. I was young and very curious back then. The girl stuck out her tongue with a touch of pride on her face. So you know what I'm planning, don't you? Yifan's voice dropped lower as he cast a cold glance at the proprietress and her companion not far away. Yifan and Yunshiro were positioned on the stairs. If the proprietress and her companion wanted to go downstairs, they would have to pass by here. That meant they needed to stay alert. At the slightest sign of movement, they'd have to make a quick escape. You're not thinking of making the Frost Emperor bug your pet, are you? That thing is hideous. Yunshiro's pretty face was filled with disbelief. Of course not. I want its beast core. It's worth a fortune. Yifan shook his head helplessly, running a hand through his jet black hair. Weren't you off stealing money? How much did you get? Hee, you should praise me. I managed to steal 10,000 celestial coins. There's nothing to brag about, but since those two are hardly decent people, I won't scold you for taking their money, Yifan replied. With the 100,000 celestial coins he already had, plus the 10,000 Yunshiro had stolen, they had more than enough for now. As the two of them spoke, two figures slowly emerged from the room nearby. Strange, where could those two have gone in the middle of the night? The proprietress muttered in confusion, absent-mindedly playing with her long, flowing hair. Yifan pulled out a piece of paper and a calligraphy brush from his pocket. He quickly spread the paper on the ground, then took out the ink box he had picked up downstairs earlier. With practiced efficiency, he opened the box, dipped the brush in ink, and began writing at a rapid pace. When the last stroke was finished, the brush paused in midair. Bold words introducing the man-eating ice emperor worm stood out starkly on the crisp white paper. Without hesitation, he crumpled the sheet into a ball and lightly tossed it at the feet of the proprietress. Now, this should be interesting, Yifan remarked with a faint smile, then gently took Yunshiro's slender hand and began leading her down the stairs. Yunshiro giggled sweetly. Your handwriting is really ugly. What's this? The slightly hoarse-voiced man had clearly noticed the crumpled ball of paper at the proprietress's feet. As the man bent down to pick it up, the proprietress watched him with a look of confusion, her eyes flickering with curiosity. What is it? She asked, her beautiful eyes shining. The man unfolded the paper, and his expression suddenly darkened. Sensing something was wrong, the proprietress quickly pressed, What's the matter? At that moment, a certain realization seemed to strike the man. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and his large hand trembled, though his sleeve hid the movement from view. He forced down his rising anger and, voice quavering slightly, said in a low, tense tone, Take a look. He passed the crumpled note to the proprietress. One glance, and all color drained from her pretty face. The paper detailed the man-eating ice emperor worm, and now it had fallen here, with the two of them nowhere to be seen. This could only mean their target was the ice emperor worm. Perhaps they'd already made their move. The ice emperor worm is still asleep at this hour. If it dies, we're done for, the proprietress whispered anxiously, then hurried toward the basement where the creature was kept. The man, though managing to remain outwardly calm, couldn't hide the gloom clouding his face. He quickly followed after her down the stairs. Hidden in the shadows, Yifan and Yunshiro waited until the pair had passed before quietly tailing them. Their footsteps echoed rapidly down the corridor, and Yifan and Yunshiro kept close behind, careful not to lose them. The proprietress and her companion entered the basement. Not far behind, Yifan and Yunshiro caught sight of a giant worm, its whole body gleaming with an icy, crystalline sheen. The man-eating ice emperor worm lay in a deep, tranquil sleep. Seeing the creature unharmed, the proprietress let out a long, relieved sigh. Thank heavens, it's still here. The man was just about to heave a sigh of relief when a low, cold voice sounded behind them. Thank heavens you made it. At those words, both of them spun around, faces instantly tense. They found themselves staring into Yifan's icy, indifferent gaze and Yunshiro's unusually serious expression. So you two really did come for the man-eating ice emperor worm, the man said first, his already hoarse voice now tinged with unmistakable menace. Something this valuable, and you think I just let you have it? Of course not. Yifan raked his fingers through his jet black hair and spoke coolly. Hearing this, the man merely shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, but he said nothing. Bastard, killed him. The proprietress glared furiously at the young man's cold smile, grinding her teeth in rage. She couldn't believe she'd been used like this. At her words, the man with the hoarse voice clenched his fists. A pale, gray, immortal power began to envelop his body, gradually coalescing into the phantom shape of a wolf's head looming above him. Mid-grade immortal art. Wrath of the Wolf. Seeing the man's transformation, Yifan's expression grew grave. He stepped protectively in front of Yun Shuoro, his fair hands curling slightly as his own immortal power surged forth in a torrent. That phrase echoed loudly in the proprietress's mind, making her lovely face grow more serious. A fifth-tier human rank, definitely not easy to handle. The man lunged at Yi Fan, moving like a ravenous wolf on the hunt. Fast, fierce, ruthless. The overwhelming aura Yi Fan unleashed as a fifth-tier human rank made it clear to the man that this youth was exceptionally talented and not to be underestimated. He dared not hold back and went all out. His fingers curled slightly, and a faint blue glow danced at his fingertips. A word thundered through Yi Fan's mind. Finger vein sword. The two opposing waves of immortal power tore through the air with a fierce whoosh, hurtling mercilessly toward each other. A powerful surge of energy erupted where they collided, radiating outward in a circular shockwave. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a tightness in his chest and coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Within the same tier, a low-grade immortal art truly couldn't compete with a mid-grade one. Seeing the youth falter, the proprietress's eyes flashed with derision and mockery. Is that all you've got? And you dared come treasure hunting? Yun Shuoro's delicate face flushed with anger. Her own third-tier human rank immortal power burst forth as she raised her fist and hurled it toward the proprietress. The hoarse-voiced man was just about to rush to the proprietress's aid against Yun Shuoro. At that very moment, a crisp mechanical beep sounded. A blinding white light flashed, plunging everyone into brief blindness. By now, Bronze Brick Jun Town was bathed in the glow of dawn, the red sun slowly rising above the horizon. Inside the inn, the sounds of battle raged on. After the sudden flash, the man quickly looked up, startled by what he saw. He paused for a split second, then asked, "When did you change your clothes?" Prompted by the question, Yi Fan looked down to see himself dressed in a blue and white outfit from head to toe. Catching sight of the glowing poster on his watch, he smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "Quicksilver." The man was taken aback for a moment, but his murderous intent quickly returned. Ever been kicked at the speed of sound? Yi Fan asked slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. What are you rambling about? Mid-grade immortal art. Wrath of the Wolf. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was once again enveloped in a shroud of gray immortal energy, and faintly, the shadow of a wolf's head appeared atop his body. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Yi Fan, his momentum unstoppable. Too slow, far too slow. With the slightest push from his feet, Yi Fan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the man's path in an instant. What's going on? If you got guts, don't run, Before the man could finish, a leg wrapped in a fierce gale struck him from behind. The force of this explosive blow, infused with immortal power, was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, the man clearly heard the crack of his own spine, and a sharp pain shot through his waist. It all happened so fast that he had no time to react at all. This boy, who was supposedly just another fifth-rank mortal like himself, how could he possibly be this fast? Toppled to the ground, the man quickly retrieved a healing stone from his Dantian space. As the gentle pink immortal energy seeped through his skin and into his body, the pain on his face finally eased a little. Seeing the man defeated in less than a second, the proprietress trembled faintly, her beautiful face frozen in shock. Yin Shuoro, too, stood there stunned. He remembered Yi Fan had some formidable battle armor, but just now, Yi Fan's speed was simply beyond human perception. Clearly, Yi Fan had kept this level of strength hidden all along. Refusing to admit defeat, the man staggered up once more, his eyes burning with venom as he locked his gaze on Yi Fan, ready to make another move. But Yi Fan, irritated by the look on his face, darted forward again, becoming a blur as he landed another kick squarely into the man's abdomen. Once again, swift and silent. Once again, giving the man no chance to defend himself. Despair crept into his heart. How could he be so utterly powerless against someone of the same rank? With this kick, the man was sent flying, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a stop. Suddenly, the proprietress drew a dagger and hurled it at Yi Fan. A cold draft swept behind her, and the dagger missed its mark, embedding itself in the wooden wall instead. Witnessing this, beads of cold sweat trickled down the proprietress's pale forehead. Just as she feared, Yi Fan's voice sounded coldly from behind her. At my speed, you don't pose the slightest threat. Seeing the proprietress in danger, the man struggled to his feet once more and tried to charge at Yi Fan. With a single stride, Yi Fan's hand clenched into a fist and crashed into the man's cheek like a heavy hammer. The blow sent the man's entire body spinning through the air, his head dragging the rest of him along before he crashed down. Husband! The proprietress cried out in terror. It turned out the hoarse-voiced man was none other than her husband, the owner of the place. You two are running a shady business together. Do you really think you're some kind of vegetable garden thugs, or the legendary she-devil? Yifan's mocking voice rang out once again behind the proprietress. Off to the side, Yun Shiuro seemed utterly dazed, and then mumbled, "What does this have to do with me? He can handle both of them by himself." Just then, a figure darted by with incredible speed and slammed Yifan to the ground. "Who's there?" Yifan's face changed dramatically as he shouted. The attack had come so fast. Even with his own supersonic reflexes, he hadn't caught a glimpse of his assailant. Suddenly, everything around them fell eerily still, as if time itself had frozen. No one could move a muscle. At that moment, Yifan saw a mysterious figure in a black cloak, staring at him icily, while slowly approaching from short distance away. Even through the cloak, Yifan could feel the chill in the man's eyes, glinting with a cold, deadly light. "It's you!" Yifan couldn't help but cry out. This was the same mysterious man who'd once called himself the Lightspeed One at the Yi Clan Academy. "That's right, it's me," the man in the black cloak replied, his tone odd and unsettling. "I said I wouldn't show up again for another 10 years, but I've run into some business. Since I plan to destroy the fantasy continent ahead of schedule, I came here to tell you. I'll be back in 5 years, not 10. That's it? You came here just for that and interrupted me?" Yifan knew full well he was no match for this man, but he couldn't help snapping in frustration. "Huh, I just wanted to see if your speed had improved at all. And to tell you the truth, there isn't a single opponent for me on this entire continent." A mocking smile curled at the corners of the black-cloaked man's lips. For him, being invincible had become a kind of boredom, and seeing Yifan only made him want to toy with him for amusement. "You really are full of yourself. I suppose you travel through the rifts in space-time, using your speed, don't you?" Yifan replied coolly. Once a person's speed reaches a certain threshold, they can open rifts in space-time, and through those rifts, travel to other worlds. This so-called Lightspeed One had probably arrived here by exactly that method. "Too bad. You'll never escape the rifts in space-time." The man's lips twisted into a cold, mocking smile, his eyes, hidden beneath his hood, glimmering with pride. "So what? There are plenty of people in this world who are faster than you. Just look at the Flash from the DC universe." Left with no better retort, Yifan could only compare him to DC's Flash. After all, the Flash possessed the Speed Force and could move at speeds far surpassing the speed of light. "You mean Barry Allen?" The man in the black cloak smiled faintly. "You know him?" Yifan's eyes widened in shock, a terrifying thought dawning in his mind. His voice trembled as he spoke. "That kid is interesting. His speed is about the same as mine. But with that speed force of his, I actually suffered quite a loss when I visited the DC universe." Right after, the man in the black robe burst into laughter again and said, "But that kid was actually afraid of friction. No wonder he wore all red. I could tear his clothes apart in an instant, without wasting a single moment. Without his suit to shield him from friction, he was no match for my speed, and his so-called speed force was utterly useless under the influence of my energy. Then I killed him." Yifan's face darkened. If what the speedster said was true, then the Flash really had been utterly defeated. Without a suit to withstand friction, the Flash couldn't even run fast, and worse, he'd lost his speed force. Fortunately, his own Quicksilver and mutant physique were immune to friction. Still, Yifan wished he had the Flash's speed to stand a chance against this opponent. The man in the black robe seemed to be lost in his endless chatter now. "After I killed the Flash, that so-called Justice League kept hounding me," he went on. "Especially that Dark Knight, Batman. He seems to know a lot about speedsters. He got a whole arsenal of gadgets designed specifically for dealing with us. When I tried to slip through a rift in time, he even managed to block me. No wonder the Flash isn't the leader of the Justice League." "Enough talk. Are you leaving or not? I need to take care of these two scumbags first." Yifan had no interest in listening to any more pointless stories, nor did he want to hear about the man's exploits in the DC universe. He only wanted to quietly finish off the shop owner and her husband. If he had any means to deal with a speedster, he would have acted already. But unfortunately, his opponent was a mysterious powerhouse who had even defeated the Flash. Yifan wasn't about to throw his life away. Remember this. 5 years from now, I'll return to destroy the fantasy continent. Unless you can surpass the speed of the Flash, you'll never be able to defeat me. But that's impossible." As the black-robed man's laughter faded, in the very next instant, he turned into a flash of light and vanished into the horizon. "Damn it," Yifan cursed under his breath. In that moment, time seemed to resume around them, and the man lunged at Yifan again. But this time, Yifan had no patience left for games. He only wanted to end it, quick and clean. His sword pulse pierced through the hoarse-voiced man's heart like a razor-sharp blade. Blood spattered. The man's eyes glazed over, never even having seen Yifan strike. Husband, the shopkeeper's wife shrieked, drawing a dagger and lunging at Yifan. But before she could get close, a gust of wind knocked the dagger from her grasp. Her face went ghostly pale. She barely had time to turn before a silver-glinting blade plunged deep into her abdomen. She crashed to the ground, scarlet blood gushing from her wound. So fast, Yunshiro was left wide-eyed and speechless for the entire fight. 2 lives taken had lasted barely half a minute. Everything that had just happened was far beyond Yunshiro's comprehension. It's done. Killing these 2 scum, I've done my part to uphold justice. Yifan said coldly as he wiped the blood from his hands. These 2 were truly unfortunate. The appearance of the Lightspeed one had already sent Yifan into a fury, and he'd been looking for a way to vent it. Yet Yifan still kept his wits about him. If these had been ordinary, decent folks, he would never have killed the innocent. Narrowing his eyes at the empty air, Yifan swore to himself that he would personally destroy him, no matter if this claim about erasing the fantasy continent was real or not. Yifan, this man-eating frost emperor worm. Yunshiro's gentle, lilting voice drew Yifan back to reality. Following the direction of Yunshiro's slender finger, Yifan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The man-eating frost emperor worm had awakened without anyone noticing. Worse still, its entire body was now glowing a furious red. Yifan had seen this state in the Beast Encyclopedia. If it didn't devour 99 people within a certain time, it could mutate, becoming a 3rd-rank Earth-class beast and rampaging out of control. Not only would that drastically reduce its value, but they'd have to fight it all over again. The morning sun was now rising in the eastern sky, stepping lightly as it bathed Bronze Town in golden light. Inside the inn at Bronze Town, the roars of the magical beast echoed through the rooms. A young man in white grabbed the hand of a girl in a violet dress, and the 2 fled in panic, rushing out of the inn. Yifan, didn't you want the beast core of the Frost Emperor worm? The girl asked breathlessly as she ran, her lips trembling. We'll talk about it later. Now that it's rampaged into a 3rd-rank Earth-class beast, we're no match for it. Yifan shot a glance back at the rampaging Frost Emperor worm in hot pursuit. Sensing its overwhelming presence, a cunning idea flashed through his mind. He grinned slyly and pulled Yunshiro's fair hand as they dashed out of the inn. By now, the Frost Emperor worm had naturally chased after them. The streets outside were already packed with townsfolk. People on the fantasy continent were known for rising early. When the Frost Emperor worm burst onto the street with a thunderous roar, panic erupted instantly. People screamed and scattered in every direction, turning the street into utter chaos. A millennial magical beast. Run for your lives. Holy, what a gigantic serpent. A few bold young men, at first startled by the sight of the Frost Emperor worm, soon broke into delighted grins. They realized it was only a 3rd-rank Earth-class beast, obviously in a rampage. They began discussing how to split the spoils. Not far away, a young man and woman crouched in a corner at the intersection, whispering in secret. Yifan, why are we hiding here? Yunshiro poked her little head back, her bright eyes blinking at him in confusion. Gazing into her clear, puzzled eyes, Yifan smiled faintly and said, You'll understand soon enough. After the rampage of the flesh-eating Ice Emperor insect, the tall young men all rushed forward. Yet the creature's cold was overwhelmingly potent. Before they realized it, the strands it spat out instantly froze the young men into blocks of ice. As expected of a heaven-ranked magical beast, its strength truly set it apart from the ordinary. Liefan's mind raced, calculating every possibility. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed as he spotted a large group of people approaching from the distance. Among them, someone was carrying a black banner edged in gold. Emblazoned on the flag was the character Fawn. It was clear this group represented a major power in Bronze Town. Their intelligence was impressive. This Ice Emperor insect had appeared less than 5 minutes ago, yet here they were. Soon after, another group came into view. They too arrived with great fanfare and carried a massive flag, though this one bore the character Sean. Another group? Liafan raised an eyebrow, watching as yet another sizable force drew near from another direction, this time with a flag marked Hong, moving steadily closer. Judging from their posture, none of these 3 factions were easy to deal with. From among the Fong family's crowd stepped a man dressed in golden silk, a slightly portly middle-aged gentleman smiling broadly. Though he wore a kindly smile, his eyes betrayed a shrewd and worldly nature. He glanced at the other 2 factions and walked up with a genial greeting. Master Sean, Boss Hong, your sources are truly impressive. Not as impressive as yours, Boss Fong. You got here so quickly, replied a rugged man with sunken eyes and a stern expression, his calloused hand gripping the hilt of his sword. His words were polite, but his face remained impassive. This man was Sean Bao, known as Master Sean. He ran a martial hall in Bronze Town and was the head of one of the town's 3 great powers. Shan Bao was notorious for his eccentric temper, which was why, over the years, the Hong and Fong families had developed closer ties. Though the 3 great powers of Bronze Town had always been at odds, as time passed, the Fong and Hong families gradually forged an alliance. With that, the Shan family's influence became increasingly isolated. Finding his friendly overtures met with cold indifference, Boss Fong gave an awkward cough, then turned to greet Boss Hong as he approached. "Boss Fong, why don't we join forces to take down this flesh-eating Ice Emperor insect?" Boss Hong was a small, sharp-eyed man, clearly adept at calculations. "Excellent idea. We'll split the beast core and other treasures evenly," Boss Fong agreed without hesitation. Now at the 3rd grade of the Earth rank, this flesh-eating Ice Emperor insect was a top predator in this remote little town. Of the 3 major factions, the strongest was Master Shan, who had reached the mid-stage of Earth rank grade 2. The other 2 bosses were merely at the peak of Earth rank grade 1. Attack now. While Red Boss and Fong Boss were busy exchanging words, Leopard had already ordered his men to move in and slaughter the Ice Devourer Emperor Worm. Far off in a corner, Yi Fan, who had been crouching and peeking, quickly pulled his head back, his face showing clear surprise. What a swiftly decisive leopard. "I hope this won't interfere with my own plans." Yi Fan sighed, then cautiously poked his head out again to observe the unfolding chaos. "Is it really worth going to such lengths for a beast core that's already reached the Earth grade?" Yun Shiro sat to the side, pouting as her beautiful eyes flickered with emotion. "If you're going to follow me, don't distract me. Selling this Earth grade, level 3 beast core could fetch as much as 900,000 celestial coins." The young man shot Yun Shiro a stern look and spoke with gravity. "It would take selling thousands of healing stones to earn 900,000. Given that, Yi Fan would much rather seize this single beast core worth such a fortune." He himself was still in his quicksilver state. As soon as they subdue the Ice Devourer Emperor Worm, he could dash in, snatch the beast core, and make a clean getaway. 900,000 celestial coins. Yun Shiro was clearly stunned by the number. For a moment, she seemed utterly dazed. No wonder Yi Fan was determined to get his hands on that core. "Leopard, you dare make a move?" Fong Boss bellowed, clearly displeased by this turn of events. He and Red Boss exchanged a glance, then both signaled their own men to attack the magical beast. "Fong Boss, there's no such thing as first come, first served here. That beast core is mine today. No one else's." Leopard snorted coldly and in a flash drew the broadsword at his waist, charging straight at the Ice Devourer Emperor Worm. At that moment, Fong Boss, his belly bulging, forced a smile, struggling to hide his mounting anger, a truly comical sight. Faced with an encroaching swarm of humans, the Ice Devourer Emperor Worm grew furious. It flexed its massive, building-sized body, and with a surge of immortal power, instantly froze a swath of people nearby into solid ice. "A level 3 human grade. Impressive," Leopard remarked flatly, then darted away with lightning speed. Red Boss and Fong Boss gave the creature no respite, immediately sending half their forces into the fray. The once bustling street was now littered with ice and streaming with blood. Ordinary folk fled in terror, while cultivators seized the chance to join the battle, each hoping for their share of the spoils. Yet, those without backing were quickly suppressed by the forces of the 3 major powers. Having never witnessed such a brutal melee, Yun Shiro clung tightly to Yi Fan's sleeve from behind. Yi Fan, on the other hand, kept his focus sharp, ready to alter his plans in an instant should the situation shift. This was a skill honed by years spent at home, commanding armies in red alert, a knack for reading crowds and seizing the moment in chaos. With a single sweep of its tail, the Ice Devourer Emperor Worm cleared a swath of attackers, instantly freezing everyone caught in its path into a single massive block of ice. "Beast, meet your end." Shan Bao let out a wild roar, raising his broadsword high. With the force of thunder and lightning, he slashed at the man-eating Ice Emperor Bug. The silvery blade was wreathed in blazing immortal fire, tongues of flame leaping and crackling along its edge. The fierce rush of wind as it cut through the air made the move seem all the more unstoppable. "Shan Bao is already using his signature technique? So soon?" Boss Fong exclaimed in astonishment. This move, known as Fire Soaring Slash, was a mid-grade fire type. Immortal art, renowned for its overwhelming power. Against an ice-type creature like the man-eating Ice Emperor Bug, it should prove especially effective. Prepare to die. Mid-grade immortal art, Fire Soaring Slash. Shan Bao summoned all his strength, bringing the flame-engulfed blade down hard into the flesh of the Ice Emperor Bug. The beast let out a howl of agony. Blue rings of light erupted around it, and with one furious roar, the circles expanded outward, instantly encasing Shan Bao in solid ice. In the blink of an eye, the ice shattered. Shan Bao, injured internally, leapt back to the ground in haste. Seeing this, the Fong and Hong families could not hide their schadenfreude, delighting in his misfortune. With a sly, insincere smile, Boss Fong addressed Shan Bao. Master Shan, the man-eating ice emperor bug isn't so easily dealt with. You'd best be careful. I don't need your concern, Boss Fong, Shan Bao snapped, his face twitching as he struggled to maintain his composure. Boss Fong and Boss Hong exchanged a subtle nod, and in the next instant, both unleashed the full force of their Earth rank power. Moments later, the two leapt into action, charging directly at the man-eating ice emperor bug. Meanwhile, Yi Fan absent-mindedly scratched his head, his eyes narrowing as he watched the blue rings of light swirling around the bug. A number of questions stirred in his heart. Why had such a powerful man-eating ice emperor bug appeared here, in Bronze Town, where there wasn't a forest for miles? Was it brought by that ruthless innkeeper couple? But these bugs were fiercely protective of their offspring and would never let outsiders take their eggs easily. And unless they devoured 99 people, a man-eating ice emperor bug would usually hibernate for 2 years before awakening at Earth rank, 3rd grade. Normally, these creatures only reached Earth rank, not Heaven rank. But even if this one was Earth rank, 3rd grade, judging by this battle, how had that couple, whom he'd killed, managed to take away such a formidable creature without being discovered? The fantasy continent was rife with unsolved mysteries. Yi Fan had no interest in probing too deeply. His only concern was growing stronger. With a sigh, he returned his focus to the fierce battle unfolding not far away. Boss Hong, attack it from behind. Boss Fong called out sharply, raising his fist and swinging it hard at the man-eating ice emperor bug. His punch landed, but not only did it fail to harm the beast, it only further enraged it. The bug spewed a thick mist of freezing air, instantly turning a horde of their followers into blocks of ice. Meanwhile, Shan Bao, having caught his breath, once again drew the broadsword embedded in the ground. Deep within his eyes, a crimson light burst forth. A torrent of fiery battle energy erupted from within him, flames swirling in a brilliant aura all around. Seeing his opponent's state, Yi Fan was taken aback and exclaimed, both fire and ice magic at once? On the bustling streets of Bronze Town, fire and ice clashed in a dazzling spectacle, all kinds of immortal energies weaving together across the battlefield. The man-eating ice emperor bug let out another thunderous roar, sending everyone scrambling backwards to evade. Mid-tier immortal technique. Flaming slash. With another furious shout, Mountain Leopard charged forward like a streak of lightning. His massive blade became instantly engulfed in searing flames, the tip blazing with fiery tongues, as if boiling with power. This time, the man-eating ice emperor bug was on guard. As Mountain Leopard closed in, it dodged swiftly, yet its size was simply too great. Before it could slip away, Mountain Leopard's great blade crashed down upon it with a brutal chop. The monstrous bug crashed to the ground, slamming into the earth with a resounding impact, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. What incredible power! So when magic and technique merge, immortal arts become this much stronger. Yun Shuoro gasped in awe, her delicate mouth agape. Yi Fan chuckled softly and replied, of course, the union of immortal magic and technique brings immense strength to any immortal art. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed Yi Fan's heart. Ever since the Ashura seal was abolished, he had lost the ability to fuse his magic with the seal's techniques. And as for the finger vein sword, he'd never managed to achieve that perfect union of magic and art. It might really have been thanks to help from that other earthling behind the Ashura seal. That god had wanted to help Yi Fan only as a means to conquer this world. Seeing Yi Fan as a fellow earthling, he simply took advantage of the opportunity. Yi Fan, they're about to make a fatal move. Yun Shuoro's slender, fair hand landed gently on Yi Fan's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Following the direction of her snowy white finger, Yi Fan saw Mountain Leopard striking again. The surging immortal energy around him made it clear he was going all out. Yi Fan quickly rose, dropping into a half-crouch, the perfect sprinter's stance, ready to dash forward and seize the beast core. But just then, everything changed. Just as Mountain Leopard should have finished off the man-eating ice emperor bug with a single blow, Boss Fong and Boss Hong joined forces to knock him from the sky. Struck by their combined attack, Mountain Leopard spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Ha! Boss Fong laughed, his greasy face full of mockery as he looked down at Mountain Leopard. Boss Fong, it's time for us to claim the beast core, Boss Hong said, also casting a mocking glance at Mountain Leopard as he spoke slowly. Cough! After spitting blood a few more times, Mountain Leopard forced himself to stand again. This time, his face was twisted and ferocious, and he roared in fury, "You two old thieves! I'll see you dead. Get them!" At his command, Mountain Leopard's men turned to fight the two bosses. Although Mountain Leopard's faction was the strongest among the three major powers in Bronze Town, if the Fong and Hong families joined forces, Mountain Leopard would find himself in grave peril. "Today, I'll wipe the Mountain Leopard Martial Hall off the map of Bronze Town. Kill them for me." Boss Fong sneered coldly, barking orders to his men to attack the members of the Mountain Leopard Martial Hall, while he himself continued to battle the man-eating Frost Emperor Bug alongside Boss Hong. At long last, the man-eating Frost Emperor Bug collapsed from exhaustion and died. As Boss Fong plunged his dagger into the creature's chest, he caught a glimpse of a sparkling, translucent blue beast core. Yet just as a gust of wind swept by, it vanished in an instant. "What?" Both Boss Fong and Boss Hong stared in disbelief at the sight. How could this be? The beast core they'd just seen had disappeared without a trace. "Serves you right." Mountain Leopard managed to force a mocking smile onto his usually stern face as he witnessed the scene. Though Mountain Leopard's smile was a little stiff, in the eyes of Boss Fong and Boss Hong, it was infuriatingly smug. "Let's join forces and finish him off." Boss Hong roared in anger. Boss Fong met his gaze. The two nodded at each other, and then, like arrows loose from a bow, they shot forward, aiming straight for Mountain Leopard, who was already gravely wounded. Yun Shiuro wanted to rush to Mountain Leopard's aid, but Yi Fan's long, slender hand held her back. "Some things are best left alone. This isn't our business." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Fan quietly stowed the man-eating Frost Emperor Bug's beast core into his Dantian space, then led Yun Shiuro on a detour as they searched for another inn to rest for the night. Yi Fan had originally planned to set off for the Royal First Academy tomorrow, but after today's events, he decided it would be wise to rest for a few more days. There was no real rush, after all. After checking into a new inn, Yi Fan asked Yun Shiuro to stay in the room while he went out to sell the beast core. Naturally, he dressed himself from head to toe to avoid being recognized. If anyone saw the beast core and connected it to his face, his days in Bronze Town would be numbered. It's not paranoia if it keeps you alive. Yi Fan made his way to a nearby herbal shop in the territory of a third-tier family on the outskirts of Bronze Town to sell the core. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy at the sight of the man-eating Frost Emperor Bug's beast core, barely able to contain his excitement. He treated Yi Fan with great enthusiasm, and after the transaction, Yi Fan pocketed a hefty sum of 900,000 immortal coins. But as soon as he stepped out of the herbal shop, he felt a pair of eyes fixed intently on his back. Suddenly, Yi Fan whipped around, sharp as a hawk, but saw nothing unusual, just crowds of people bustling by, and no way to tell who might be watching him. Letting out a sigh, Yi Fan raked a hand through his hair, then tucked the 900,000 immortal coins into his Dantian space. This way, if anyone wanted to take the coins, they'd have to take him down first. But as he walked further, Yi Fan could still feel a burning gaze boring into his back. He spun around again, still nothing, no sign of the watcher. "Jarvis, check if there's anyone nearby whose face I saw earlier," Yi Fan murmured inwardly. His eyes swept quickly over the crowd, searching the faces of those around him for a clue. "Sir, about 10 people passed by just now, but I can't determine which of them was following you and which were just passing by coincidence," Jarvis analyzed slowly. "No witties. A mountain man always has his own clever ways," Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, then turned and continued on his way. As Yi Fan began to walk, two shadowy figures behind him quietly followed. One of them had a pitch-black dagger tucked at his waist. Footsteps echoed steadily. When Yi Fan reached a corner, he suddenly slipped into it. The two shadows didn't hesitate and quickly followed him in. But the corner Yi Fan entered was actually a dead end. He pressed himself against the wall and waited for his pursuers to come in. The two figures rushed in, then suddenly glanced at each other. Seeing the dead end, a realization dawned on both of them at the same time. Before they could react, two fists struck them down. The young man's voice was cold as he spoke. "What were you two planning to do?" The two men didn't answer his question. Instead, they scrambled to their feet, warily eyeing the handsome youth before them. "Not talking?" A dangerous smile curved Yi Fan's lips as he took a step closer. At the sight of his expression, both men involuntarily shuddered. "Don't hit our faces. We'll talk. We'll talk." Hearing this, Yi Fan stared coldly at the two men writhing in pain on the ground. "We were sent by Boss Fong," one of them said through gritted teeth, clutching his stomach. "Boss Fong? One of the three major powers in Bronze Town? How did he find his way here? How does he know who I am?" Yi Fan voiced the question in his mind. "Because that couple who raised the Ice Devourer Emperor Bugs were his subordinates. I saw you kill them, but when I saw how skilled you were, I didn't dare to make a move." With those words, everything clicked for Yifan. No wonder. This explained why Boss Fong showed up so quickly, recognized Yifan, and even tracked him down to this place. That couple clearly didn't have the power to control the Ice Devourer Emperor bugs, yet they could raise them. They'd killed 97 people without anyone knowing, all because Boss Fong, the local tyrant, had kept it under wraps. Now it all made sense. The old fox, Boss Fong, wanted to dominate Bronze Town by raising a heavenly tier pet to serve him. Since he couldn't do it personally, he handed the task to those two loyal subordinates. Can we go now? The two men asked weakly. Not so fast. Since you were following me, does that mean Boss Fong already knows where I'm staying? Yifan demanded, grabbing one of the men by the collar. He has eyes everywhere. Of course he knows. The man stammered, clearly frightened by the ferocity in Yifan's gaze. Not good, Yifan muttered under his breath. Without hesitation, he knocked out the two men who had been following him and quickly slipped away, heading back to Bronze Town. At that very moment, Bronze Town was preparing to host a royal auction, and all the major local factions were gathering for the event. This time, the royal auction was set to feature a mid-grade immortal art, a technique rumored to be among the most powerful of its class. Standing outside the inn where Yifan was staying, Boss Fong glanced at a few of his men and said, "You go upstairs and take care of that woman. I'm heading to the auction myself." The three men exchanged glances and nodded, then hurried into the inn. Shortly after Boss Fong left, Yifan arrived outside the inn. As he reached the entrance, he heard a sharp scream from Yun Shiuro's room upstairs and dashed up immediately. The door was kicked open with a bang. Inside, three burly men brandished knives. Without hesitation, the young man's fingertips lit up with a flash of light as he charged forward. Moments later, the three thugs were sprawled out on the floor, defeated. Yifan harshly interrogated one of them, and after learning Boss Fong's whereabouts, he grabbed Yun Shiuero and headed straight for the auction. "Yifan, why are we going to the auction? We can't possibly beat him," Yun Shiuero protested, clearly uncomfortable as Yifan pulled her along. Her lips moved restlessly as she spoke. "You really think the Fong family is the most powerful in Bronze Town?" Yifan replied with a sly grin. This time, he was determined to make a fool of Boss Fong at the auction. "But the Hong family is working with him too," Yun Shiuero argued. "This auction is hosted by the royal officials. As long as I show them my invitation, they'll guarantee our safe departure," Yifan replied with a calm smile. "Invitation? You mean the one you left at our house?" Yun Shiuero teased, making a playful face. With a bright giggle, she added, "No wonder you made a special trip back to get it. After all, anyone admitted to a royal academy was destined to become a senior figure in their family, if not more. The royal officials running this little town would never be foolish enough to offend such promising talents." "We're here," Yifan announced softly as they arrived in front of a lavish, golden building radiating opulence. The sunlight was unexpectedly brilliant, casting a dazzling glow over the grand auction hall in Bronze Town as its doors swung open. A striking young man dressed in white led an extraordinarily beautiful girl in a violet dress inside, moving forward side by side. Just then, the auction was beginning. Under countless watchful eyes, the auctioneer, a stunning woman in a green cheongsam, stepped gracefully onto the stage. Her figure, accentuated by the tightly fitted dress, drew admiring and heated glances from several men in the room. "The host is quite the beauty herself," Yifan remarked, thoroughly enjoying the view from his seat. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand pinched the flesh at his waist, making Yifan twitch in pain. "What was that for?" Yifan whispered, rubbing the part of his waist that had turned red from the pinch. "Didn't you say you had a girlfriend? How could you do this to her?" Yun Shiuero retorted, questioning him in turn. Hearing this, Yifan knew he was in the wrong. He scratched his head and continued to watch the stage. A flirtatious smile played on the auctioneer's beautiful face as she addressed the crowd with a few playful words. The mature allure she exuded was almost enough to ignite a spark in anyone's heart, effortlessly turning up the heat in the atmosphere. "No wonder she's a professional auctioneer." Yifan clicked his tongue in admiration. "She really knows how to work the crowd." Surveying the lively audience with a discreet glance, the stunning auctioneer couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Years of experience had given her a certain mastery when it came to dealing with men. It wouldn't be exaggerating to say that if she picked up a random stone from the ground and talked it up, there would still be people fighting to buy it. A faint smile curved her red lips as her gaze swept across the front of the stage. But when her eyes landed on the handsome young man sitting toward the back, she paused in surprise. Around the young man's neck hung a Shushin stone, which caught her off guard. However, her seasoned composure allowed her to recover instantly. The auctioneer was well aware of the Shushin stone's value. The boy didn't look like someone from a wealthy or powerful family, yet he possessed such a rare artifact. You had to understand, the value of a Shushin stone was already impressive among high-grade immortal stones. In this entire bronze town, it was doubtful anyone could even produce a high-grade immortal stone. For this young man to be wearing one, he clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Though the boy appeared to be watching the stage, his restless, obsidian eyes seemed to be searching for something or someone else. This made the auctioneer realize the young man didn't seem particularly interested in her beauty. Her elegant brows rose in mild surprise, and a hint of displeasure flickered across her face. After all, in Bronze Town, her looks were second to none. Then, her gaze drifted to the girl in the purple dress seated beside the boy. As a woman herself, she couldn't help but admire the girl's beauty. Suddenly, she understood why the boy seemed immune to her charms. With a gentle sigh, she addressed the buyers below with a sense of ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your auctioneer for this round, Lin Yun. Lin Yun will now present the first appetizer for tonight's auction. As soon as she finished speaking, an attendant came forward, placing a box on the table beside Lin Yun. With a cheerful smile, Lin Yun announced, "Next, let me introduce to you." As she spoke, she opened the box, and at once, an immortal stone was revealed to the entire room. The stone glowed with a soft blue light, and even from afar, one could sense the powerful immortal energy radiating from it. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. He was more than familiar with this item. There was nothing about it that could surprise him anymore. After all, the very object up for auction was the enhancement stone crafted by his master, the one he had used continuously during those 3 months. As the crowd stared in amazement, Lin Yun smiled and announced, "This is an enhancement stone, one of the most difficult low-grade immortal stones to refine. For cultivators, below the earth tier, it offers remarkable assistance. Using this enhancement stone can cut your cultivation time in half, as long as you're below the earth tier." The moment she finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. All eyes burned with excitement as they locked onto the small enhancement stone, and the crowd began to rub their hands in anticipation, each person eager to claim it as their own. What a bunch of naive bumpkins, so easily deceived. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that the enhancement stone was nowhere near as miraculous as the beautiful auctioneer claimed. Cutting cultivation time in half, that would require a large supply of enhancement stones. To think a single stone could have the time needed for all progress below the earth tier. What a joke. The starting bid is 1,000 immortal coins, Lin Yun announced casually, though her smile never left her face. In no time, bids flew fast and furious, quickly pushing the price from 1,000 straight up to an astonishing 50,000. Yi Fan glanced at Boss Fong in the crowd below. The man sat calm and composed, clearly aware of exactly what he intended to buy. As the preliminary rounds dragged on, Boss Fong remained unmoved, barely even glancing at the stage. Yi Fan ruffled his hair and shot a look toward Boss Hong, who sat to one side. Those two wily old foxes. This time, Yi Fan was determined to compete with them. Even if he didn't have enough money, he'd bluff and raise the bidding sky high just to make a statement. Time slipped by, and Yi Fan had to admit, this auctioneer, Lin Yun, was truly extraordinary. In her hands, even the most ordinary low-grade immortal stones, spells, or weapons gained a new luster. The way she described them, everything seemed flawless. What a woman, truly remarkable. Suddenly, Lin Yun flashed a mature, alluring smile that made every man in the room swallow hard, all in secret. "And now, we come to tonight's main event," she announced. "This comes from a heaven-tier expert who passed through from afar. It's a mid-grade immortal art, and not just any mid-grade immortal art, but one of the most powerful of its kind." Her words instantly reignited the atmosphere, sending the room into another frenzy. The starting bid is 500,000 immortal coins. With a radiant smile, Lin Yun set an opening price nearly double the usual for a mid-grade immortal art. Yi Fan felt a surge of frustration in his chest. Gu Feng had told him that even the most expensive mid-grade immortal art shouldn't fetch more than 250,000, but this one had started at 500,000 right out of the gate. To enhance the atmosphere of the event, the lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a single beam illuminating Lin Yun's smiling face and the ancient magical tome in her hands. On the cover, golden characters gleamed, the threefold thunderclap technique. Hearing the name, Yi Fan's eyebrows arched with interest, but remembering the state of his wallet, he leaned closer to whisper a few words to Yun Shiro beside him. After their hushed conversation, Yun Shiro nodded and quietly left her seat, deliberately dropping her hairpin near Boss Hong, who was seated below her to the side. With that, the young woman rose and walked over, her movement immediately drawing the attention of the men nearby, who found themselves utterly captivated by her dazzling beauty. Who would have thought that? In this auction house, Lin Yun was not the most beautiful woman present. Feeling the burning stares from those around her, Yunshiro was momentarily taken aback. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she shifted awkwardly, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Her actual intention was to steal Boss Hong's money to use as Yi Fan's bidding funds. In truth, what Yi Fan had whispered earlier wasn't an instruction to steal, but a light-hearted suggestion that, as a master thief, she could at least scout out how much money Boss Hong had. What is this girl up to? Yi Fan muttered in confusion as he watched Yunshiro. He had meant his remark as a joke, never expecting her to take it seriously, and from the way she was moving, it looked like she was doing far more than just scoping out someone's purse. Could it be that Yunshiro really is a legendary thief? Yi Fan could only sigh deeply. After all, he didn't know her all that well, so he turned his attention back to the stage. The price Lin Yun announced sent a ripple of excitement through the audience, though most seemed to be enjoying the spectacle more than seriously considering a bid. But looking at the expressions of Boss Hong, and the other genuine buyers, Yi Fan could tell that the starting bid was already pushing them to their limits. After all, for that price, they could purchase a small spatial stone, the kind Yi Fan had encountered during the Yi clan's forest trials. Soon enough, however, Lin Yun's enchanting smile and graceful demeanor bewitched one distracted young man, who suddenly blurted out, 510,000 spirit coins. Having shouted his bid, the rather unattractive young man then tried to act suave, flashing Lin Yun a practiced smile from the audience. What a sight. It was reminiscent of a scene from a Stephen Chow movie, when the famously homely Ru Hua gives a smile. Lin Yun, completely uninterested in the young man, nonetheless kept her gentle smile and continued in a soft voice. 510,000. Going once, going twice. 600,000, called out a portly middle-aged man. As the bidding soared ever higher, Yi Fan found himself truly astonished. 700,000. 800,000. Suddenly, a young man shouted 60. His unexpected outburst broke the tension in the room, and even Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yun managed an awkward smile and said, Sir, please increase your bid. The young man gave an awkward laugh, then, with a serious face, looked up at the ceiling and shouted, 60. The crowd burst into laughter again, but the young man didn't seem to notice anything amiss. After all, it was his first time at an auction, and he had no idea about the rules. Can anyone throw him out? Lin Yun said with a sweet smile, her fists clenched tightly. Yi Fan smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this young man was probably a plant. Still, the disruption he caused brought Yunshiro back, her face wearing a sly, triumphant grin. Where did you go? Yi Fan asked her quietly. Yunshiro lowered her head, her bright eyes darting around. Seeing that no one nearby was paying attention to her, she stifled her excitement and pulled out a small bag of clinking celestial coins from inside her clothes. What's this? Yi Fan asked, a bit puzzled, looking at Yunshiro in confusion. The girl leaned in close to Yi Fan and whispered in his ear, I got these coins from Boss Hong. Hearing this, Yi Fan was taken aback. This Yunshiro really was a master thief. How much? He asked in a hushed tone, barely able to contain his delight. Praise me, Yunshiro said, tilting her snowy chin with pride. You're amazing. Now tell me, quick. 1,000,000 celestial coins. Her long, beautiful eyes blinked, a delicate brow arched in surprise, and Lin Yun gazed dreamily at the hesitant crowd below. 800,000, going once. 800,000, going twice. Just as Lin Yun was about to call the third time, Boss Fong finally spoke up from the audience, 1,000,000. Hearing that number, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. A mid-grade celestial technique fetching 1,000,000 was a huge profit for their auction house. That figure instantly silenced the entire audience. 1,000,000 celestial coins was no small sum. Not many could afford such a price. What's more, today Boss Fong had joined forces with Boss Hong to wipe out the mountain leopard Marshall Hall. Even the mountain leopard himself had fallen by his hand. To offend him for a mere mid-grade celestial technique now would be utter folly. One's own life might be forfeit. 1,000,000 going once. 1,000,000 going twice. The experienced Lin Yun clearly realized no one would dare bid against Boss Fong for this technique, so she called out the numbers at a leisurely pace. 1,100,000. A slightly hoarse but steady older voice suddenly broke the silence in the room. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, only to see it was Boss Hong, one of the three major powers. Wasn't he supposed to be on Boss Fong's side? If so, why would he undercut Boss Fong at this critical moment? Seeing this, even Boss Fong was taken aback. He had been certain the threefold thunderclap technique, that mid-grade celestial skill, was already within his grasp, only for Boss Hong to snatch it away at the crucial moment. He had thought that, in Bronze Town, he now held sway over everything. That's why he'd only brought 2,000,000 celestial coins with him tonight. But even if it was only 2 million immortal coins, that still amounted to 5 years' worth of his savings. He had to grit his teeth to come up with that sum, and now it seemed there was no way to cut corners anymore. Boss Fong's expression grew increasingly dark as he watched Boss Hong's triumphant look. It was clear to him now that his rival had come fully prepared. This old fox. So this sly old fox has been on guard against me all along, Boss Fong muttered under his breath, sounding almost defeated. His assistant by his side tried to comfort him. Boss, we spent 2 million, 5 years of savings. The Hong family's firm doesn't make money like we do. I don't believe he's got that much cash to spare. Hearing his subordinate's reassurance, Boss Fong's expression softened a little, and he nodded repeatedly. Then, directing his attention to Lin Yin on the stage, he called out 1,500,000. At his words, Boss Hong fell silent for a moment before slowly announcing his bid. 1,600,000. The air grew tense, breaths quickened. Forcing a smile, Boss Fong called out, 1,610,000. What's the matter, Boss Fong? Out of money already? With a business as big as yours, and you only add 1,000 immortal coins? Boss Hong sneered, his face full of cunning delight. Boss Fong's face twitched slightly. He shot Boss Hong a cold, venomous glare, but refrained from firing back. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed darkly on the 3 thunderclap manuals displayed on stage. Yi Fan, too, watched the stage in silence. He was waiting for his chance. He already had 2 million immortal coins on hand, but judging from the way things were going, it looked like the 2 major firms would soon push the price beyond that. I really do want those 3 thunderclap manuals, Yi Fan murmured to himself, ruffling his jet black hair. In his heart, he didn't think the manuals were worth 2 million, but he was in desperate need of a powerful mid-grade immortal technique like this right now. He dearly hoped he could secure them. The true value of such a mid-grade technique was at most 250,000, yet now the price had soared to nearly 2 million. The sheer magnitude of the profit made Yi Fan smack his lips in disbelief. 1,900,000, Boss Hong called out, raising his hand with an air of indifference, clearly losing interest in taunting Boss Fong after receiving no reaction. The hall remained eerily quiet, but with every new bid, you could hear people gasp in shock. A mid-grade immortal technique had been driven up to nearly 2 million. What sort of extravagant wealth did that take? 1,950,000, Boss Hong called again, his tone mocking, his expression a picture of smug satisfaction. 2 million, Boss Fong shouted, teeth clenched. He had now committed all the immortal coins he had left. If Boss Hong raised the price again, he would have no chance of obtaining the 3 thunderclap manuals. A look of smug triumph appeared on Boss Hong's face. Though Boss Fong continued to follow coldly and closely, the forced smile on his face was growing ever more stiff, clear evidence that he was reaching his limit and had almost run out of money. Watching these 2 men almost holding their breath in a battle of wills, everyone in the hall sighed with regret. Even if they had enough funds, they simply didn't have the strength to compete with these 2 powerful merchants. After all, the leaders of these 2 factions in Bronze Town were at least experts of the Earth rank, a level of mastery they couldn't even dream of attaining. 2,100,000. Reclining smugly in his chair, Boss Hong called out, his face beaming with a dazzling smile as he looked at Boss Fong, whose face had turned ashen with anger. Throughout the fierce bidding, Lin Yun maintained her enchanting smile on stage, her gaze at the 2 men as greedy as if she were eyeing 2 plump, delicious morsels within her grasp. Suddenly, Boss Fong's hand trembled violently. The teacup in his hand shattered into powder. The smile finally faded from his face, replaced by a dark, gloomy expression. Deep inside, he swore to himself that he would settle accounts with the Hong family's business one day. Realizing the price had soared too high, Yi Fan could only sigh in resignation, deciding to give up. But just then, something awkward happened. As Boss Hong, flush with triumph, reached for his money, he was startled to discover he only had 1,200,000 left. Where had the remaining 1 million fairy coins gone? He hurriedly searched his seat in a panic. Noticing something was wrong, Lin Yun arched her delicate eyebrows and asked, Boss Hong, is something the matter? At her question, all eyes in the hall turned to Boss Hong in the front row. Seeing his anxious, sweating face, everyone more or less guessed what had happened. Yi Fan suppressed a chuckle. He knew that 1 million was now safely tucked away in his own Dantian space. It seemed he still had a shot at winning the 3-fold Thunder Chan after all. What a relief this was for Boss Fong and his supporters. Boss Fong forced a smile and said with feigned politeness, Boss Hong, could it be you didn't bring enough money? Although Boss Hong didn't bother to hide his distaste for Boss Fong, the truth was he really didn't have enough to buy the 3-fold Thunder Chant. Where could he quickly drum up another million now? That sum represented years of careful saving. If only he'd known, he would have put the money in his Dantian space. But his own Dantian space was already stuffed full, so he brought the fairy coins with him instead. Boss Fong burst out in triumphant laughter, delighted that fate had intervened in his favor at the last moment. Lin Yun's expression grew serious as she announced, "If Boss Hong can't produce the full 2,100,000, then we'll sell the threefold thunder chant to Boss Fong." After searching every nook and cranny to no avail, Boss Hong could only nod in defeat. This day was truly a disaster. He had lost both face and fortune. Not only had he been humiliated, but he lost 1,000,000 fairy coins as well. 2,000,000 going once. 2,000,000 going twice. 2,000,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to call sold for the third time, Yi Fan, who had been silent in the audience all this while, finally spoke up. 2,050,000. A clear, youthful voice suddenly interrupted Lin Yun's graceful call. "Where did you get the extra 50,000? Yun Shuuro whispered from the side. The young man didn't answer, simply watching the stage in silence. As soon as the crowd heard his bid, all eyes shifted to the still calm Yi Fan sitting in the front row, and murmurs of astonishment rippled through the hall. A mere teenager, and he actually has more than 2,000,000. Truly, heroes have always emerged from among the young. Boss Fong turned his head coldly, his gaze at the young man filled with complicated emotions. Staring at Yi Fan, who had become the center of attention not far away, Boss Fong's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. "Humph," Boss Fong snorted. He simply couldn't believe Yi Fan could really come up with 2,050,000. "Oh," Lin Yun's bright, sparkling eyes fixed on the handsome youth, her curiosity about him growing stronger. She had noticed earlier that Yi Fan, who possessed a top-grade immortal technique stone, had kept silent throughout the bidding. At first, she thought he wasn't interested in either her or the auction items. Now, at last, she could set her mind at ease. 2,050,000 going once. Lin Yun was clearly still hesitating, so she deliberately slowed her call, hoping someone might push the price up to 2,100,000. 2,050,000 going twice. She raised her voice for emphasis, but as the crowd exchanged uncertain glances, she could only sigh inwardly and declare, "Sold. 2,050,000. A collective gasp swept through the audience. 2,050,000 for a mid-grade immortal technique? Unbelievable. Boss Fong let out a long sigh. Watching Yi Fan walk onto the stage, he could only hand over his 2,000,000, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. He's only got 2,000,000, so at best we're tied. And I called out first. Lin Yun, too, hesitated as she saw Yi Fan take out 2,000,000. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke. "Mr. Yi, your bid was 2,050,000. I know." With a sly smile, Yi Fan glanced at Boss Fong's stunned expression, then retrieved 500 healing stones from his storage. He spoke calmly. "Each healing stone is worth 100 immortal coins on the market. So these 500 healing stones make up the extra 50,000 exactly." Yi Fan's action left everyone in the room stunned. They looked at each other, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. 500 healing stones? He just brought them out like that? There was only one explanation. This handsome young man was a stone refiner. Lin Yun's face was frozen with astonishment. Her lips parted in shock, and for a long moment, she couldn't close them. This handsome youth before her was actually a stone refiner. In Bronze Town, no stone refiner had ever appeared before. All those immortal technique stones had always been bought in bulk from outside. "Excuse me, may I take the 3 Thunderclap manuals now?" Yi Fan asked softly, his voice directed at Lin Yun, the beautiful auctioneer, who was still frozen in shock. "Of course you may." Though Lin Yun was still basking in surprise, she quickly replied. After all, a stone refiner was not someone to offend lightly. Her attitude toward Yi Fan grew noticeably more respectful as she presented the 3 Thunderclap manuals to him with both hands. Inside that lavish, golden hall, the annual auction of Bronze Town was in full swing. Amidst the lively commotion, Lin Yun stared dazedly at the handsome young man before her. Yi Fan, however, paid no mind to Lin Yun's expression. After a polite bow, he returned to his seat. The crowd's eyes followed the youth as he moved, and when they saw Yun Shiro seated at his side, envy, jealousy, and longing flickered across their faces. Who is this young man, really? He's a stone refiner, wealthy, and has such a stunning woman with him. Isn't this the very picture of a tall, rich, and handsome man? Though the audience continued to discuss Yi Fan in hushed tones, all eyes remained glued to Yun Shuiro. Some of the older men, in particular, allowed their gazes to linger on her chest far too long, their stares growing increasingly inappropriate. Feeling the burning stares from nearby, Yun Shuiro grew uncomfortable, shifting in her seat again and again. Boss Fong's heart lurched with sudden fear. He knew Yi Fan wasn't dead, but he hadn't expected Yun Shuiro to have survived as well. Were those useless lackeys of his good for nothing? To think that after all the scheming and rivalry with Boss Hong, in the end, the mid-tier immortal technique, the threefold thunderclap manual, had ended up in Yi Fan's hands. But with the royal representatives present, he couldn't make a move against the youth here. He'd have to wait until they were outside to settle the score. Watching the young man's departing figure, Lin Yun finally snapped out of her daze and announced with a smile, "That concludes this year's auction." The crowd slowly began to disperse, but just as Lin Yun was preparing to pack up, she noticed that the handsome youth, along with Boss Fong, Boss Hong, and a few others, had yet to leave. Her slender frame trembled slightly. Years of experience warned her that once outside, these three parties would almost certainly clash in a storm of blood. That striking young man was clearly outnumbered, and both of those bosses were key figures in Bronzetown's three great factions, each one a rank 1 Earth-level cultivator. The young man was likely in grave danger this time. With a soft sigh, Lin Yun reminded herself that this was not the auction house's concern. As representatives of the royal family, their presence was the only reason a fight hadn't broken out inside. Though she admired talent and wanted to protect the youth, royal rules forbade interference in local power struggles. Besides, on her own, Lin Yun was merely a rank 4 human-level cultivator. Just then, a staff member hurried over, gently tugging at Lin Yun to usher her off the stage. He, too, could see Lin Yun's intention to shield the youth, and rushed over to stop her before she acted impulsively. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly stood up with a solemn expression and gently led Yin Shuoro toward Lin Yun and the two staff members. This sudden move left Boss Hong, who wore a gloomy face, and Boss Fong, who was forcing a smile, both slightly stunned. They watched the handsome young man walking onto the stage in utter confusion. Is he coming to ask me for help? The thought crossed Lin Yun's mind. She could sense the aura of a level 5 human rank cultivator emanating from Yi Fan, a young man already at the 5th tier. This revelation made her pause in astonishment. What a pity, she thought. With such talent, the boy was still doomed to die here today, and there was nothing she could do. Mr. Lin Yun was just about to advise the striking youth that she was powerless to help him. But Yi Fan calmly reached into his dantian space and slowly drew out a sheet of white paper. Boss Fong and Boss Hong exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. "Please, have a look," Yi Fan said softly, handing the paper over to Lin Yun. The staff member holding on to Lin Yun abruptly released her, staring in shock at the sheet Yi Fan had just offered. The contents of the paper made both Lin Yun and the staff members' expressions change dramatically. In an instant, intense joy surged in their eyes. This scene made the two bosses in the audience frown in deep suspicion. What on earth was happening? A Royal First Class Academy invitation? Lin Yun couldn't help but exclaim. That single sentence sent shockwaves through Boss Fong and Boss Hong, their faces shifting in alarm. What? The two blurted out in unison. The Royal First Class Academy. That was an institution reserved for the nation's future pillars, a place only the most exceptional could attend. And this unremarkable boy, named Yi Fan, actually possessed such an invitation. At last, it all made sense to Boss Fong. Why? When he had opened the heart of the ice-devouring Emperor Bug and glimpsed the beast core for just a second, it had vanished without a trace. A prodigy, a true genius. Boss Hong's mind was suddenly filled with a flurry of titles to describe Yi Fan, but more importantly, he now knew one thing for certain. He must never make an enemy of this youth. Boss Fong, on the other hand, felt the exact opposite. A murderous intent welled up inside him. This handsome young man, Yi Fan, could not be allowed to leave alive. He had already crossed him, and if one day Yi Fan achieved greatness, it would spell disaster for his business. With that chilling realization, Boss Fong's expression grew even darker. He leaned over and whispered a few words to his trusted aide, instructing him to gather all their men at the venue. They must kill Yi Fan. Boss Hong could only sigh with regret and turn to leave at once. He knew that crossing the youth now would be a grave mistake. The sooner he escaped, the better. Seeing Boss Hong depart, Boss Fong quietly slipped out after him. Not only did he intend to kill Yi Fan tonight, but he also planned to eliminate Boss Hong. That way, he could seize complete control of Bronzetown. After watching Boss Hong, Boss Fong, and their people leave, Yi Fan spoke frankly. "Sister Lin Yun, you know they want to kill me. I hope your trading house can protect me, so I can leave Bronzetown safely." Lin Yun fell silent. The handsome young man before her wasn't just a stone refiner, something rare, especially in remote places like Bronzetown on the Mystic Continent. He was also an invited student of the Royal Academy, and to be invited there meant you were among the elite of your family. But most importantly, the invitation bore the name Zhou Zhong. Was it really that Elder Zhou, one of the right-hand men of the Ouyang royal family? If it truly was Elder Zhou's personal invitation, then their auction house was duty-bound to ensure the young man's safety. At the very least, they absolutely couldn't let Yi Fan die in Bronze Town. If Elder Zhou held them responsible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking this, Lin Yun secretly rejoiced. She hadn't expected the youth to be so extraordinary. She exchanged glances with her staff member and nodded slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, the staff member went off to carry out her orders. A faint look of delight blossomed on Lin Yun's elegant face. Thankfully, their auction house hadn't shown Yi Fan any hostility. In the future, if Yi Fan became a renowned stone refiner or a pillar of the nation, their auction house could bask in his reflected glory. It was all gain and no risk, a win in every respect. With this thought, Lin Yun gave Yi Fan a flirtatious, mature smile, so alluring that Yi Fan's whole body tensed in surprise. Heaven help him, if she kept that up. Hurriedly, Yi Fan grabbed his water flask and took several big gulps of cold water to calm himself down. Beside him, Yun Shuro pouted slightly, her lips pursed in displeasure as she looked away. Though Yun Shuro's beauty and figure matched Lin Yun's, she simply couldn't imitate the womanly charm that Lin Yun possessed. The staff member soon returned and quietly reported back to Lin Yun. She smiled and dismissed her with a gesture. Then, with a beaming expression, Lin Yun said, "Mr. Yi, we've prepared a carriage for you, along with 50 of our auction house's guards for your protection as you leave town. In addition, I've assigned my personal bodyguard, who is a second-rank Earth-level expert, to escort you." This arrangement filled Yi Fan with delight. Now he no longer feared for his safety. "Well, are you satisfied?" Lin Yun, skilled at reading people, noticed the shift in Yi Fan's expression and could tell he was overjoyed, so she spoke softly, her lips curving in a gentle smile. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Lin Yun. If I succeed in my studies, I will surely repay your auction house for your kindness," Yi Fan replied with a calm smile. This was exactly what Lin Yun most wanted to hear. She knew how valuable Yi Fan's future could be. An investment made now could bring her riches and honor beyond measure. Gazing at Lin Yun's alluring smile, Yi Fan secretly marveled at the cunning of this woman. Yet he harbored no resentment toward her actions. After all, there were indeed rules, forbidding them from interfering in local power struggles unless someone involved belonged to the royal faction. At that moment, outside the house, Boss Hong's small squad was completely surrounded by Boss Fong's full force, leaving not even a crack to escape. "Boss Fong, what do you think you're doing?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Boss Hong suddenly shouted in protest. "What am I doing? You have the nerve to ask me that." Boss Fong's lips curled into a chilling smile, his murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. "You old fox, how dare you plot against me behind my back?" "The threefold thunderclap technique. We never agreed we couldn't buy it during our partnership," Boss Hong replied calmly. "That may be true, but your attitude leaves much to be desired." With a sly grin, Boss Fong led his men slowly closer to Boss Hong's small group. You want to kill me?" Boss Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Brothers, wipe them out." Without answering Boss Hong's question, Boss Fong's eyes flashed with a murderous glint as he gave the order. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the cries of battle. Blood splattered across the scene as surges of immortal energy erupted from the combatants. Chaos reigned. Outnumbered and outmatched, Boss Hong's men fell one after another. Before long, only a handful remained. Boss Fong lunged forward, aiming straight for Boss Hong, who instinctively leapt back in a desperate attempt to retreat. With a powerful punch, Boss Fong sent Boss Hong crashing to the ground. Staring coldly at Boss Hong, who now lay on the floor, spitting mouthfuls of crimson blood, Boss Fong sneered. "Where's all that arrogance from the auction earlier? What happened to your bluster now?" Soon, all of Boss Hong's men had been slaughtered, leaving only Boss Hong himself sprawled on the ground. Summoning the last of his strength, Boss Hong sprang up and fought back, but once again found himself no match and was swiftly knocked down. "Finish him." Boss Fong's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he signaled his men to move in for the kill. "Don't kill me. I'll give you all the Hong family's money and properties, Boss Fong." Boss Hong fell to his knees, pleading for his life. He was not ready to die. "It's too late. Besides, once you're dead, your wealth will be mine anyway," Boss Fong replied coldly. A chilly autumn wind swept through, brushing past the once splendid and prosperous street before the Grand Pavilion. Now, it was stained with the color of blood. The entire street was littered with corpses, the gleam of blades, and the smell of blood thick in the air. As Boss Fong loomed over him like the gaze of death itself, Boss Hong kowtowed again and again, begging for mercy. "It's far too late. Accept your fate." With a few swift strides, Boss Fong struck out with his palm, a shimmering green aura swirling around his hand, as if tearing through the very sky itself. The explosive blow landed squarely on Boss Hong's head. Blood sprayed as Boss Hong was hurled backward, his entire body drenched in crimson. He hit the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. With a cold snort, Boss Fong turned on his heel and walked away. Stay sharp. The moment that boy and that girl show themselves, seize them at once. His face stern, Boss Fong commanded his men to form a tight ring around the entrance, his gaze icy as he watched the grand doors of the building. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from within the hall. Boss Fong gestured with a wave, his eyes signaling his most trusted men to prepare themselves. His confidant nodded, quietly directing the others to take their positions. All focus was now fixed on the front door. The wooden doors creaked open, emitting a sharp, piercing sound, just as Boss Fong raised his broad hand to give a signal. A beautiful woman stepped out, clad in a form-fitting green cheongsam. The elegant dress hugged her curves, accentuating her alluring figure in all the right places. She was, in a word, stunning. At once, the soldiers stationed along the street couldn't help but let their eyes burn with desire. The woman, surprised by the scene before her, glided gracefully to the front of the doorway and spoke. "Gentlemen, the auction has already ended." Realizing it was Lin Yun, the chief auctioneer and famed beauty of the establishment, Boss Fong was momentarily taken aback. His expression quickly darkened. It seemed Lin Yun, having learned that Yi Fan was heading to the Royal Academy, wanted to curry favor with him and was deliberately helping him make a safe exit. Now things were tricky. Even if Lin Yun opposed him, there was little he could do. After all, she was an envoy sent by the royal family. Should any harm befall someone representing the royal house, it would be seen as an act of rebellion. For Boss Fong, no matter his strength, even if he were at the very pinnacle, the Ouyang royal family could erase him with a mere command. 100 times braver, he still wouldn't dare cross the Ouyang royals. "Miss Lin Yun, might I ask where the young man who purchased the threefold thunderclap manuscript has gone?" Boss Fong composed himself and asked with a smile. Seeing that forced grin, Lin Yun felt nothing but disdain. As rumored, he truly was a ruthless, smiling tiger. Still, Lin Yun knew better than to provoke him without reason, so she returned his smile and replied, "Which young man do you mean?" "Miss Lin Yun, you do like to joke. Of course I mean the one who bought the threefold thunderclap manuscript at the end." Boss Fong clearly knew she was stalling for time, but could only play along. Meanwhile, his hands made subtle signals to his trusted men, instructing them to circle around and guard the nearby exits, lest Yi Fan try to slip out the back. Yet, in all his years here, he'd never even heard of this building having a back door. Of course, this was royal territory, a place rarely entered by outsiders. Even if there were a back door, he wouldn't know about it. "Oh, him? Our charge left through the back door." Lin Yun pretended to realize suddenly, then covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "So he really did leave through the back door. In that case, Miss Lin Yun, I'll take my leave." Boss Fong cut the conversation short, unwilling to waste more words. Just as Boss Fong was about to leave, Lin Yun quickly lowered her voice and said, "But Boss Fong, that young man is from the Royal First Academy. If you hurt him carelessly, how will you explain it?" Hearing this, Boss Fong let out a cold chuckle and replied slowly, "That boy isn't a student of the Royal First Academy yet." "All right, but you'd better be careful with the people around him," Lin Yun said with a half-smile, then turned to leave. "The people around him?" Boss Fong paused for a moment, but his cunning mind quickly caught on. Lin Yun couldn't be talking about Yun Shiuro. She must have sent someone to protect Yi Fan. Now things were getting tricky. Originally, if he got rid of Yi Fan before he officially joined the Royal First Academy, there would be no problem. But now, with royal guards protecting Yi Fan, his own men absolutely couldn't risk harming them. After some thought, Boss Fong flashed a sly grin and dashed into a nearby herbal shop, buying a large supply of sleeping incense. Returning, he mobilized all his men and rushed toward the outskirts of the city. "Don't let that kid leave town. Catch up to him as fast as you can." Boss Fong shouted furiously. His subordinates shot out like arrows loose from a bow. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was sitting inside a carriage, just leaving the royal town. After bidding farewell to Lin Yun's personal bodyguard, he took a different route and departed. As the bodyguard led his group back, they suddenly saw Boss Fong riding at full gallop with a large team. A bad feeling rose in his heart. He just couldn't fathom why Boss Fong would go to such lengths for a mid-grade immortal technique. In truth, this was a matter of Boss Fong's reputation. From a distance, Boss Fong spotted Lin Yun's personal bodyguard and realized Yi Fan couldn't have gone far. He immediately ordered his men to pick up the pace. Seeing the aggressive group approaching, Lin Yun's bodyguard didn't bother with courtesy. Instead, he unleashed the powerful aura of a second-rank Earth-grade expert. Feeling the overwhelming immortal power from the opposite side, and seeing that the royal guards showed no sign of backing down, Boss Fong had no choice but to halt. Isn't this the lovely Lin Yun's personal bodyguard? Boss Fong said coldly from atop his horse, looking down. Boss Fong, why the rush? Where are you off to? The bodyguard replied with a faint smile. He had no interest in a man like Boss Fong. If it weren't for Lin Yun's orders to protect the young man, he wouldn't have wasted words on him at all. Just wait, you'll see soon enough. With a cold smile, Boss Fong's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. A strange, tantalizing fragrance drifted through the air, and the bodyguard, realizing too late that he'd been tricked, felt an overwhelming drowsiness. As he turned to see his companions collapsing one after another, he spun back around and cursed, "You old bastard." But before he could finish, he too slumped to the ground, unconscious. Boss Fong allowed himself a chilly smile. His own men had already taken the antidote long ago. He hadn't laid a hand on the royal soldiers, so no matter how Lin Yun might try to blame him, there'd be no proof against him. We pursue. With a snort, Boss Fong barked the order, leading his men onward. The bodyguard, struggling to his feet, stared blankly as Boss Fong and his group disappeared from sight. Being of Earth Tier, Grade 2, his constitution was naturally far superior to that of ordinary soldiers. The drug could only keep him down for a short while. He staggered over to a nearby stream and plunged his head into the cold water. After a few moments, feeling a bit more alert, he used his spiritual energy to splash water onto his soldiers, trying to rouse them. Wake up! Get up! We have to save them! The bodyguard bellowed, his voice raw with urgency. Spurred by his shouts and the cold water, the soldiers slowly regained consciousness. When they realized they'd been knocked out by a sleeping incense, their anger surged, and they hastened after Boss Fong's group, following the bodyguard's lead. This is great. Having someone as a bodyguard really is wonderful, Yin Shuero exclaimed with delight from inside the carriage. Of course. But right now, I'm your bodyguard. Well, what can I say? You were just born to be a young lady of privilege, Yi Fan teased as he drove the carriage forward. Yin Shuero wrinkled her delicate nose at his mockery, shooting him a plaintive look. How am I like a pampered lady? I still have to earn my own money. That's not earning. That's stealing, Yi Fan replied with an awkward chuckle. Hey, watch your mouth. Who's stealing money here? No, of course not. You'd never steal anything. You're the sweetest there is. Hiya, giddy up. As the two bantered, the thunder of hooves suddenly echoed from behind, mingling with the sound of riders charging forward. What's that noise? Yin Shuero blinked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and poked her head out of the window. She caught sight of Boss Fong leading a large group of men and horses thundering toward them in the distance, and her face instantly turned pale. Yifan, the gate guards are catching up. Yin Shuero ducked back inside, her voice urgent. Zulfust. Startled, Yifan straightened and whipped the reins, urging the horses on at full speed. In a desperate move, Yifan tossed several smoke bombs behind them. The moment the smoke bombs hit the ground, thick clouds of mist burst forth, rapidly spreading and shrouding the area in a dense fog. Whoa! Boss Fong had no choice but to yank his reins, bringing his horse to a sudden stop, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. This boy really is a stone refiner. Boss, what should we do? Do we keep chasing? His trusted aide whispered from the side. Of course we chase. We have to finish that brat off. If we let him return from the Royal Academy, we won't stand a chance against him. With a cold snort, Boss Fong led his men forward, but just then, the bodyguard arrived with his soldiers. You old scoundrel! You dare lay hands on someone from the royal family? Tired of living, are you? The bodyguard shouted, jabbing his finger at Boss Fong's nose. You're mistaken, sir. You shouldn't make baseless accusations without evidence. Boss Fong replied with an icy smile. He had already burned all the incense that could incriminate him. He had survived for so many years by never leaving a single trace behind, so he was sure the bodyguard would find nothing. Realizing how cunning his opponent was, the bodyguard glanced around and saw that Yi Fan and his companion had already slipped away. With a scornful grunt, he turned and left. Let's go, everyone, the bodyguard ordered, and his team withdrew. Boss, are we heading back? His aide asked, stepping up to him. Back? Of course we're going back, Boss Fong replied softly. After a pause, he added, but only to pack up a few things. I must kill that boy. Boss Fong stared at the spot where Yi Fan and his companion had vanished, cursing under his breath, then turned and walked away. Yi Fan, he was destined to die by Boss Fong's hand. After traveling for a full day and night, the young boy found a small cave and decided to rest there. The girl in the purple dress looked around, her gaze complicated, and stood frozen in place. Yin Shuero, what are you doing? Aren't you going to sit and rest? The handsome young man glanced at her, curious about her nervousness. Yi Fan, this cave is filthy. Can we please not stay here? She said, wrinkling her nose and brushing her foot against the ground, sending up a barely visible cloud of dust. Yi Fan replied with a teasing smile. How funny, I didn't know you were afraid of a little dirt. Yunshiro rolled her eyes, protesting with a hint of grievance. Of course I'm afraid of dirt. All right, just don't bother me. I'm going to practice the threefold thunder technique now. With a faint smile, Yifan sat cross-legged and began forming hand seals at lightning speed. Oh, seeing that he was about to begin cultivating, Yunshiro pouted and found a stone to sit on, placing it carefully under herself. Yifan asked Jarvis to scan the threefold thunder technique and relay it directly to his mind. The young man slowly closed his eyes, practicing the moves described in the immortal art. His hands moved swiftly, darting and weaving like butterflies among flowers, while immortal energy gradually gathered between his palms. But the energy summoned by the threefold thunder technique was wild and fierce, so much so that Yifan couldn't control it. Every time he managed to form the energy, it would immediately dissipate. Nevertheless, Yifan did not feel frustrated. If these threefold thunderclap techniques were truly so easy to master, they wouldn't be one of the dominant arts among mid-grade immortal techniques. Besides, if it were that simple, wouldn't Yifan have made a huge loss by spending 2 million plus 500 healing stones on it? All things in the world where there is spirit, there is immortality. The laws of heaven and earth decree it. The thunder god contends for supremacy, and thunder dwells within all things. He muttered the obscure and ancient incantation under his breath. Each phrase, resonant like the tolling of an ancient bell, echoed relentlessly in Yifan's mind. Suddenly, 3 thunderous roars exploded in Yifan's head, reverberating with power. Now is the moment. Seize the thunder. With a thunderous shout in his heart, Yifan's hands moved swiftly, fingers weaving mysterious and complex seals. As the intricate gestures changed with his long, deft hands, a faint blue spark of electricity flickered into existence. According to the teachings of the threefold thunderclap, this immortal art was rather unique. Unlike most techniques, it was neither purely offensive nor simply defensive or evasive. The threefold thunderclap focused on harnessing and transforming thunder into immortal power. The first thunder was blue. It struck the opponent and left them paralyzed for a short time, much like the stun effect Yifan remembered from games in his previous life. The second thunder was yellow, a widespread burst of lightning. It started from a user, radiating outward in all directions. Anyone struck by this yellow lightning, as well as those standing too close to the target, would be affected by its shock. Listening to Jarvis's analysis, Yifan couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary the threefold thunderclap truly was. He was grateful he had actually bought it. This technique perfectly filled the gap left after he had abolished the Shura seal. Jarvis, what about the third thunder in the threefold thunderclap? Yifan asked, curiosity burning in his heart. In response, Jarvis quickly provided the answer. Sir, the third thunder is white, the most powerful of the 3. However, it can only target a single opponent. Still, its might rivals that of your former Shura seal. Rival the former Shura seal. Yifan's eyes flashed wide open. If the third thunder truly matched the strength of his Shura seal, he would no longer have any fear of that boss fawn. Sir, while the third thunder is indeed formidable, it is also the most difficult to cultivate. Moreover, mastering it requires your body to withstand considerable hardship, Jarvis dutifully reminded him. Though his tone was emotionless, he clearly wished to prevent Yifan from courting death through reckless cultivation. I'll focus on mastering the first thunder for now. The rest, I'll deal with when the time comes. As soon as his words faded, the young man once again closed his star-like eyes. His slender, fair hands formed intricate seals, and a stream of strange blue magical energy flowed from his fingertips, seeping through his skin and into his body. Threefold thunderclap technique. First strike. Azure lightning. He roared inwardly, sweat trickling down his forehead. In an instant, the deep blue spiritual power transformed into a surge of thunder and electricity that crashed into his body. Yifan's spiritual veins endured the violent onslaught of this rebellious energy through sheer force of will. Within Yifan's mind, the sound of spiritual power colliding echoed vividly. As the intensity ebbed and flowed, his hands shifted seamlessly through different seals in response. This strike left his entire body tingling with numbness. It was clear that the first strike of the Azure Thunder truly could paralyze a man. Yifan flexed his hands gently, and at once a wave of pins and needles swept through him. More beads of sweat ran down his face. Within the quiet of his mental space, Yifan kept a vigilant watch on the subdued, blue-hued spirit energy before him, as if it might turn unruly at any moment. He sat in silence for a while, and, seeing that the azure energy had finally calmed, he exhaled slowly, then opened his star-bright eyes. A surge of delight lit up his handsome face, and he murmured to himself. After withstanding the power of the Azura seal, something like this is almost child's play. Next up was the second strike of the thunder technique. But first, a break was in order, a chance to strengthen his body. With that thought, Yi Fan proceeded to do several hundred push-ups. Unsatisfied, he switched to a more challenging position. In the coolness of the mountain cave, a striking young figure balanced with nothing but his two index fingers pressed to the ground, his legs parallel to the floor. Relying on the strength of his fingers alone, he raised and lowered his whole body in steady rhythm. Yunshiro opened her beautiful eyes just a crack. Noticing Yi Fan's training, she arched a delicate eyebrow and said, "You're finished cultivating already?" "Of course not." Yi Fan, breathing heavily, continued his push-ups. Even for someone of the 5th rank in the mortal realm, doing push-ups with only 2 fingers was exhausting. "Don't mind me, just focus on your own practice." Drawing a deep breath, Yi Fan pushed on. Yunshiro merely nodded, the corner of her lips curling in a playful smile. Her lovely face full of amusement, she closed her eyes again and resumed cultivating her spiritual energy. Once he felt sufficiently warmed up, Yi Fan quickly sat cross-legged and prepared to train the second strike of the thunder technique. His hands formed seals before him once more, and with practiced ease, the color of the seal began to shift. The deep blue spiritual energy gradually gave way to a dusky yellow energy, which swirled in his palms. Yi Fan could sense the unruly surge within this new force. "Let's see how I tame you this time," Yi Fan muttered with a sly, cold smile. He gathered the dusky yellow energy and guided it into his body. Though it struggled and lashed out within him, its power still fell short of the first strike's blue thunder. So, before long, Yi Fan had absorbed it into his body. But the thing was clearly still defiant. It suddenly burst forth with yellow lightning once more, striking at Yi Fan from every direction. At first, Yi Fan didn't feel a thing. But then, a bolt of yellow lightning shot straight down to his lower half, and a strange, searing pain jolted through his nerves right up to his brain. "Damn it, this lightning!" Instantly, Yi Fan clutched his groin and leapt up, cursing the shamelessness of the 3 thunder techniques at the top of his lungs. His commotion woke Yunshiro. She opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Yi Fan with a hint of annoyance. But when she caught sight of Yi Fan hopping around holding his crotch, Yunshiro quickly guessed what had happened. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. "Yi Fan, has your family line met its end?" "Ew, you're just gloating over my misery." Yi Fan could only squat on the ground in agony, unable to find words to describe how he felt. He lay on the cold floor, utterly defeated, as if all hope had drained from him. But the indignation in his chest wouldn't let him rest. Gritting his teeth, he sat up cross-legged and swiftly formed intricate hand seals. His immortal energy surged within, finally subduing the stubborn yellow force once and for all. This time, his attack was especially fierce. The yellow immortal energy had no choice but to concede, retreating in defeat and finally surrendering. "How dare you attack me, you little pest? I am furious." Yi Fan ruffled his dark hair, venting his anger aloud. Meanwhile, Yunshiro was still beside herself with laughter, completely unrestrained, the sound echoing through the entire frosty cave. Her laughter rang out, clear and unending. The chilly cavern filled with her voice, and although Yi Fan's reason told him he should never hit a woman, his fists clenched tightly in honest frustration. Biting his lip, he waved his fist menacingly at the girl in the purple dress, trying to intimidate her. But she was utterly unfazed, only laughing even harder, her joy spilling over. With no other outlet, Yi Fan could only resort to doing push-ups to vent his grievance. Up and down he went, jaws set with determination, while Yunshiro's laughter still hadn't abated. It felt like this embarrassing incident would give her reason to laugh for an entire year. At last, Yunshiro calmed down, and Yi Fan finally reached his limit. His arms gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, an overwhelming exhaustion spreading from every corner of his body. He took a few healing stones from his Dantian space, and his gentle pink immortal energy flowed into him. His spirit lifted, and his fatigue eased. He sighed, glancing at Yunshiro, who had closed her eyes again to cultivate. The lingering flush on her cheeks, a remnant of her laughter, made Yi Fan smile helplessly. By now, sweat had drenched every inch of Yi Fan's clothes. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, pooling on the stone floor beneath him. "Jarvis, what's the update on that thing I asked you to check earlier?" Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Yi Fan asked calmly. While he was doing push-ups just now, it occurred to him to ask Jarvis for help in cracking the data on the 3rd Thunderstrike, hoping it would make his cultivation easier. "Sir, the data is highly unstable and constantly changing. I don't recommend you proceed, but I can confirm the location where the third thunder will strike, Jarvis replied, ever the diligent assistant. In the practice of immortal arts, knowing exactly where this surge of celestial power would hit inside your body was a significant advantage. Forewarned was forearmed. Yi Fan could channel his own energy to that spot in advance and protect his organs from harm. Sir, I'm afraid it's bad news. The heart, Jarvis said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Somewhere in a slightly desolate forest, there was a cold mountain cave. Inside the cave sat two young people cross-legged. One was a youth in white robes, handsome and serene. A gentle breeze drifted by, setting his jet-black hair dancing. Not far from him, in the corner, was a striking scene, a girl in a violet dress. Her beauty was of the kind that would draw every eye, no matter the place. The handsome youth sat with eyes closed and brow tightly knit, worry etched across his face. Silently, he thought, Jarvis, did you just say the heart? Yes, sir. That's why I advise against learning the third thunder strike right now. Unless you can strengthen your celestial power, or find some protective artifact or elixir, it's too dangerous. At this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. He couldn't craft protective spatial stones himself. Only Gu Feng could manage that. But his master was a world away. Where could he possibly find him? Clearly, relying on his master or his own crafting skills was out of the question. That left only one option, to buy protective pills or celestial stones. But he had just spent everything he had on the threefold thunder incantation. He was penniless. Even if he wanted to buy anything, he couldn't. Besides, here in this remote wilderness, who knew when he'd reach a town? And even if he did, there was no guarantee any town would have what he needed. Still, Yi Fan's hope wasn't entirely extinguished. It seemed that relying on pills or celestial stones for assistance was a dead end. That meant his only chance was to raise his own cultivation to withstand the third thunder strike. Why does this third thunder strike have to be so difficult? Yi Fan sighed deeply, staring up at the icy cave ceiling in a daze. After a night of cultivation, Yi Fan once again set out with Yin Shuero. Studying the map Lin Yun had given him, he was heading toward the next royal township. In truth, he could have taken a shortcut through other clan territories along the way, but those families were notorious for taking advantage of outsiders, assuming strangers were ignorant and in some cases harboring a hint of prejudice. That's why Yi Fan didn't like to take those main roads. He'd rather go the long way around, thinking it could toughen him up a bit more. Still, as much as he told himself this, he couldn't deny how hard it was to deal with Yun Shuero's complaints along the way, and the hunger gnawing at his own stomach was wearing him down too. Old Mr. Zhou, who knows what he was thinking? He gave me a map for the Royal First Rank Academy, but all it says is in the upper region of the fantasy continent. There are so many upper regions. Who in the world knows where it is? Yi Fan grumbled, breathless after a long trek. Seeing his expression, Yun Shuero found it rather amusing. With a gentle smile, she said, I'm sure Mr. Zhou wants to train you, to help you grow stronger on your own. He believes you can find a Royal First Rank Academy yourself. Grow stronger on my own? If you ask me, I think he just wants to leave me to fend for myself. Yi Fan's face fell, and he was nearly in tears. The journey had truly been grueling. He'd been hungry, exhausted, and constantly thrown into battles. No wonder he felt completely drained. By now, Yi Fan couldn't even stand up. He sprawled flat on the ground, greedily gulping down the fresh forest air. Yi Fan, look, there's a little lake over there. The girl's voice rang out, clear and full of delight. Yi Fan lifted his head, following the girl's silhouette. Sure enough, not far ahead, sunlight danced across a small lake. Water! Water! All fatigue vanished from Yi Fan's face, replaced by a surge of pure joy. Clenching his teeth, he forced his aching, overworked body to move. Without even bothering to take off his clothes, he scrambled to his feet and ran straight for the lake, plunging headfirst into its cool embrace. The girl in the purple dress washed her face, laughter shining in her eyes as a refreshing, invigorating feeling spread across her beautiful features. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, his years of vigilance prompting him to scan the area. They were in a small forest clearing, with trees bearing fruit that looked like apples, though he couldn't be sure if they were safe to eat. The scenery was lovely, making it a perfect spot to attempt a breakthrough in his cultivation. After training for some time, Yi Fan had met the requirements to break through to the first rank of the Earth level. He decided, why not go for it right here? He gathered his tranquil spiritual energy, but the moment he started, that energy turned wild and unruly. Suddenly, his body shook uncontrollably as all the energy within him surged violently. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain erupted from his bones, spreading rapidly to every corner of his body. The intensity of the pain made Yi Fan clench his teeth hard, but in his star-bright eyes, a look of wild joy broke across his face. This was the moment he'd been hoping for through all his cultivation. At long last, the breakthrough was within reach. Now was the time to attempt advancing to the next level. Yin Shuero, help me guard this place. Don't let any magical beasts or the like come near me. I'm about to attempt a breakthrough to the Earth rank. Seeing the serious expression on Yi Fan's face and the waves of celestial energy swirling around him, Yin Shuero understood at once that this was no joke. She nodded firmly, her gaze growing sharp as she surveyed their surroundings with heightened alertness. Celestial energy gathered swiftly within her, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation, while Yi Fan began to concentrate the energy into his dantian, preparing for the challenge ahead. To ascend to the Earth rank, one must temper the mortal body to an even higher state of resilience, a process said to be excruciatingly painful. Yet anyone who wishes to reach this level must endure such agony. The breakthrough to Earth rank involves opening the hidden channels within one's meridians. These so-called hidden paths are minute vessels carved out for the flow of celestial energy, delicate, yet capable of bearing immense power. Only with the formation of such a hidden meridian can one truly attain the first tier of the Earth rank. It is through unlocking this secret pathway that one can wield greater and more potent celestial energy in the future. Moreover, the appearance of this hidden channel not only strengthens the celestial power already cultivated, but also allows the body to contain and control far more energy than before. For ordinary mortals, however, this hidden channel does not exist at all. Only after the awakening of the celestial soul can it be sensed, and its barrier is notoriously difficult to break through. Many adults reach the 5th tier of the human rank, yet still fail to pass this hurdle. Indeed, the final barrier of any major advancement is always the toughest, requiring slow and steady cultivation. In fact, breaking through from the 5th tier of the human rank to the 1st tier of the Earth rank is said to be even harder, by half again, than advancing from the 1st to the 2nd tier of the Earth rank. Forming a seal with his hands before his chest, Yi Fan focused on the subtle movements of celestial energy within his body, sweat beading on his brow and running down his face. Under his control, the celestial energy gradually stabilized, but the barrier to the Earth rank remained a formidable obstacle. Even Jarvis could offer little help this time, able only to provide some reference frequencies. Why is the frequency of this hidden channel so chaotic? Yi Fan frowned slightly, questioning Jarvis. Sir, this hidden channel has never been opened before, and neither I nor this watch possess any data on it. We can only scan the area, but I dare not draw any conclusions lightly, Jarvis replied, his mechanical tone tinged with helplessness. With a sigh, Yi Fan realized there was no point in further discussion. Action was the only way forward. He quickly sat cross-legged and directed all his celestial energy toward the first barrier of the hidden channel. A faint, brittle crack sounded quietly from deep within his body. His celestial energy struck the barrier with tremendous force. After the collision of two strange energies, Yi Fan caught a fleeting glimpse of a wondrous light, which vanished as suddenly as it appeared. The first barrier, success. He drew a long, steadying breath. Although he had broken through the first celestial barrier, Yi Fan knew he could not afford any carelessness. He continued to gather his vast reserves of celestial energy, preparing for the next challenge. Because of the thunderclap art, the immortal energy took the shape of a lightning bolt and struck fiercely at the second barrier. A faint, almost imperceptible cracking sound followed, and the flowing immortal energy confirmed one thing. The second barrier, success. He took a quiet moment to rest, following Jarvis's suggestion. This time, Yi Fan began to channel his immortal energy more sparingly, almost stingily. According to Jarvis, the third immortal barrier was deceptively easy to break through. Its true purpose was to trick cultivators into wasting excess immortal energy at this stage, leaving them without enough strength to break through the barriers that lay ahead. A brittle crack rang out quickly, and Yi Fan proved Jarvis right. This barrier was indeed nothing more than an intimidating facade. The third barrier, success. How many barriers are left, Jarvis? Yi Fan asked calmly. Breaking through 3 barriers in a row had left him somewhat fatigued, but giving up now would mean all his efforts had been for nothing. Sir, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Jarvis replied, suddenly resorting to evasiveness at this crucial moment. The bad news, Yi Fan answered without hesitation, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. With your remaining immortal energy, you still won't be able to break through the 4th barrier. Jarvis's mechanical voice intoned slowly. I expected as much. That's why I brought strengthening stones to help me break through. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and spoke with composure. Fortunately, Goofing had given him plenty of strengthening stones earlier, urging him to train well. These stones could reinforce the strength of his immortal energy, making the breakthrough worry-free. And the good news? Yifan arched an eyebrow. Perhaps because you're a transmigrator, my scan shows you have 2 hidden channels. However, you'll only be able to unlock the second one when you reach heavenly rank, 1st grade. At these words, a flash of excitement flickered deep within Yifan's eyes. 2 hidden channels. That meant his capacity for immortal energy would be twice that of others. In a contest between 2 cultivators of equal strength, the one with an extra hidden channel would, without a doubt, emerge victorious. On this fantastical continent, perhaps only that God possessed 2 hidden channels. No wonder he could take on so many experts and endure for such a long time. Although he'd have to wait until he reached the heavenly rank to unlock it, Yifan couldn't help but beam with joy. Sir, please break through right away. Your immortal energy is beginning to dissipate, Jarvis reminded the distracted Yifan dutifully. Snapping back to attention, Yifan grew serious, once again transforming his immortal energy into a thunderous charge aimed at the final barrier. This sound was not loud, but it carried a great, ancient strength. As the ripples of immortal energy spread and the flow of power finally ceased. The final barrier, success. The autumn sun hung high in the sky, casting a gentle golden light across the earth. In a small, nameless forest, a handsome young man suddenly opened his bright, star-like eyes. Nearby, a girl in a purple dress secretly rejoiced at the boy's excitement. As expected, he had succeeded. After lying for a long time on the cold stone ground, Yifan finally caught his breath, hardly able to conceal the joy on his face. He stretched his legs, which had grown numb, and once again sat cross-legged in his cultivation pose. Yifan let out a long breath, smiling as he gazed ahead. For a moment, the two were enveloped in a tranquil silence, yet both their faces were alight with delight. "I finally reached the 1st rank of Earth level," Yifan said, ruffling his jet-black hair in wonder. "You really are a prodigy, unbelievably strong," Yunshiro said, her laughter bright and joyous. That's right, Yifan was about to bask in his own praise when suddenly a rush of pounding hooves swept through the air. Sensing something amiss outside the forest, Yifan and Yunshiro grew instantly alert, slipping behind the trees to stealthily observe the entrance to the woods. Their faces changed with surprise as they watched. Yunshiro's eyes even went blank with shock. Following their gaze, a team of riders came into view, and as they drew nearer, it turned out to be Boss Fong and his men. To their astonishment, his subordinates were dismantling Yifan's carriage. "Damn it!" Yifan cursed under his breath, grabbing Yunshiro's hand and pulling her deeper into the forest. "Yifan, our carriage is still out there. If they destroy it now, there's no way we can outrun them," the girl whispered urgently, her voice light but anxious. Yifan let out a faint laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting into a cold smile. "I never said we were going to run. Now that I've reached Earth level 1, let's set some traps deeper in the forest. I'll make sure not a single one of them leaves alive." Hearing this, the girl's face paled. Not a single one leaves alive. She doubted him for a moment, but, perhaps out of trust in Yifan, she felt a strange sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Boss Fong stared coldly at the dismantled carriage, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he muttered, "Let's see how you escape now." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to his hundreds of men, barking, "Surround this little forest and close in slowly. I don't believe they can get away." His men answered in unison, then squads of them fanned out in disciplined formation, racing to encircle the woods. It was clear they meant to wipe Yifan out completely. Deep in the forest, Yifan and Yunshiro hurriedly set trap after trap. Yifan had already deployed every mystical stone his master had left him. There were explosive stones, smoke stones, and all sorts of strange contraptions. "Yunshiro, close your eyes, hurry." Yifan shouted urgently. Listening to the steady rhythm of approaching footsteps outside, Yifan knew he couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation. He pressed the button on his watch. A brilliant white light flared suddenly. Yunshiro quickly turned her head away. When her beautiful eyes opened again, she was startled to see that the girl in the purple dress was now carrying a quiver, who knew when that had appeared, on her back, and holding a pitch-black bow in her hands. What's more, Yifan's clothes had transformed into a form-fitting outfit of deep violet and black. "Is this a transformation divine art?" the girl exclaimed, her voice thick with astonishment. Yifan simulate faintly. He certainly couldn't reveal the real reason for his transformation, so he simply nodded. "It really is a transformation divine art. That's a top-tier immortal technique," the girl murmured, her delicate lips parted slightly, disbelief written all over her lovely face. Yi Fan gave a helpless chuckle and ran a hand through his hair. The footsteps nearby were growing louder. There was no time to explain. He grabbed Yun Shiuro and pulled her into hiding, quickly knocking a regular arrow to his bow with his right hand. "What's this?" one of the approaching soldiers asked, picking up an explosive stone he just stepped on and showing it to the soldier beside him. A little distance away, another soldier spotted them and shouted, "Run!" But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the two soldiers were obliterated by a violent blast. The soldiers in this area all had immortal power at the second rank of the human tier. Yi Fan could dispatch them with ease. The soldier who had just warned his comrade sighed, turned around, and found himself face to face with Yi Fan and Yun Shiuro. "Over here, there," he didn't finish the sentence. A jet-black arrow whistled through the air, passing straight through his body. Yi Fan swiftly drew another explosive arrow, his star-like eyes coldly fixed on the 4 or 5 soldiers who had been drawn by the commotion and were closing in. A chill flickered in his gaze. "What's going on?" The soldiers had just arrived and were still unsure what was happening. A black arrow grazed the foot of one of them, its tail vibrating furiously. The soldiers gasped, their nerves taut with fear. Just as they thought they were safe, the arrow's tail erupted with tremendous energy. In an instant, the group vanished without a trace. Yun Shiuro covered her rosy lips with her jade-like hand, her face filled with incredulity. "You're amazing, Yi Fan," she couldn't help but exclaim, her beautiful eyes narrowing in awe. "Stay down. There's another group coming," Yi Fan said calmly. Transformed into Hawkeye, his vision had sharpened dramatically. It was as if he had a natural telescope. Spotting several figures in the distance, Yi Fan drew his bow and loosed an arrow. In an instant, the distant soldiers fell to the ground. "So this is where you've been hiding." A sharp, cutting voice rang out from behind Yi Fan and his companion. Instinctively, Yi Fan whipped out his bow, an arrow spun around, and let loose a shot. Behind Yi Fan stood 5 men. The one in the middle caught the arrow with his bare hand, his lips curling into a cold smile. Both Yi Fan and his friend immediately recognized this man. It was the trusted aide who always accompanied Boss Fong. "Mere child's play," the aide scoffed, a surge of powerful energy bursting from his body, the aura of a 5th-grade mortal tier cultivator at its peak. Sensing the man's force, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" The aide glared at Yi Fan, his irritation barely masked. "I'm laughing because you're still just at the 5th-grade mortal tier," Yi Fan shot back coolly, his tone full of biting sarcasm. "You're also only 5th-grade mortal tier, aren't you?" The aide's voice rose, tinged with embarrassment and indignation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan smiled faintly. Suddenly, a torrent of energy exploded from within him. A dreadful, earth-shaking pressure filled the air. Under the weight of this new presence, all 5 of the aide's group felt a crushing heaviness on their chests, their knees growing weak. "Earth tier 1st grade. Already," the aide blurted out in astonishment. Seeing the shock on his opponent's face, Yi Fan's lips curled in satisfaction. "Now you understand why I was mocking you, don't you?" The talent Yi Fan displayed sent a chill through the aide's heart. At last, he understood why his boss was so obsessed with hunting down this striking young man. Anyone capable of entering the Royal First Tier Academy was, without a doubt, someone who defied the very limits of talent. If this boy continued to advance at such a monstrous pace, wiping out their Fong family business after returning from the Royal Academy would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Therefore, this boy must die today. "Brothers, we have to kill him," the aide barked, his voice grave. Seeing their leader's stern expression, the soldiers dared not slack off. They surged toward Yi Fan in a coordinated rush. "Kill me? You can try." Yi Fan swiftly knocked several arrows onto his shadowy black bow, his feet moving in the pattern of the heavy shadow step. As the soldiers charged all at once, each was struck down by multiple arrows, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Incredible aim. The aide was stunned. Just moments ago, the handsome young man seemed to be shooting at random, yet not a single arrow missed his target. Realizing the terrifying skill of his opponent, the aide turned to flee, only to have an arrow thud solidly into his backside. A bloody hole instantly appeared, crimson trickling down. "Damn you, brat." The aide's mood couldn't have been worse as pain and fury flared through him. He spun around and lunged at Yi Fan, desperate to take him down with him. But he struck nothing but air, his head slammed hard against the ground, only then realizing it was just one of Yi Fan's afterimages. "It hurts like hell." Clutching his head, the aide struggled to his feet, only to find the dark, menacing tip of an arrow pointed straight at him. "Big brother, I was wrong." The trusted aide suddenly spoke in a dull, wooden voice, his expression vacant. With a sly grin, Yi Fan lifted his snowy white chin and motioned for him to look behind. Noticing Yi Fan's gesture, The aide felt a chill creep down his spine. He turned around, just in time to see a girl in a violet dress swing his stick. Who knows where she'd found it? Right onto his head. It was as if the toll of a great bell resounded in his mind, echoing through his skull. Then, everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. A flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from behind. Without hesitation, Yi Fan drew 3 arrows and spun around, letting them fly toward the approaching threat. In the next instant, 3 of Boss Fong's soldiers, who had just rushed onto the scene, fell one after another, struck down by Yi Fan's arrows. Throughout it all, the violet-dressed girl gazed at Yi Fan with pure adoration, as if watching her idol in action. The attention made Yi Fan uncomfortable. He ruffled his jet-black hair and said, "If you keep looking at me like that, it's really awkward." "Oh," Yuanshiro replied absent-mindedly, then casually slapped away a soldier who tried to ambush her, sending him flying. Impressive. Yi Fan gave Yuanshiro a big thumbs up. Meanwhile, Boss Fong was slowly closing in with his larger force. Noticing that his trusted aide had yet to return, a hint of puzzlement crept into his heart. All he'd asked was for the man to scout ahead and survey the terrain. Why had he suddenly vanished? A flustered soldier came running up. Seeing the man's anxious expression, Boss Fong scowled and barked, "Speak. What's going on?" "There's an area we just can't break through, sir. The targets are hiding inside. Why can't you get in? Have you all lost your minds? It's just a forest. Don't tell me there are magical beasts helping them." Boss Fong snapped in irritation. "Boss, there aren't any beasts, but that young man is a master archer. He set up traps everywhere. There's no way in. That boy can use a bow." As arrows whistled through the forest, a shadow streaked between the trees, purple and black blending into the gloom. The figure came to a halt before a breathtakingly beautiful girl. When the view drew closer, the purple-black silhouette revealed itself to be a handsome young man, holding a black folding bow, his posture as straight as a spear as he scanned his surroundings. "Yi Fan, I just saw Boss Fong leading a whole group of people into the forest," the girl said, her expression filled with urgency. "Don't worry, I'm ready for them." Yi Fan's long fingers drew several arrows as he replied with a calm smile. "But how do they know we're hiding here?" Yuanshiro scrunched up her delicate face in confusion. "Oh, come on. We made so much noise. Of course they'd come looking. This forest isn't exactly that big." Yi Fan replied with a helpless shake of his head, knocking an arrow to his bow and preparing for what was to come. Yuanshiro pretended to understand, shrugged her shoulders, and turned to inspect the traps that Yi Fan had just set up. "Surround this place for me now." Boss Fong's rough voice echoed from not far away. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of men moved in, encircling the area. Yi Fan and Yuanshiro hid in the tall grass, their eyes peering out warily, scanning every direction. Boss Fong took a few steps closer, scrutinizing the area for a while, but failed to spot Yi Fan or Yuanshiro. "Boss, they're gone. Should I keep pursuing?" A soldier rushed over and asked. Boss Fong shot him a glance and sneered, "I think you're just scared." "No, not at all, boss," the soldier stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back as he hurried to reply. "Not scared. We've got both of them surrounded in here. What? Do you think they'll sprout wings and fly away?" Faced with Boss Fong's sharp questioning, the soldier could only nod awkwardly in agreement, lost for words. Boss Fong had dominated the Bronze Town trading scene for years, undefeated thanks to his cunning and ruthlessness. It was already clear that neither Yi Fan nor Yuanshiro could use any flying techniques. Now that they'd launched such a large-scale search right from the start, there was no way Yi Fan and Yuanshiro could have slipped out, unless they fought their way through. But there had been no reports from the outer guards of anyone breaking through. For that reason, Boss Fong was certain Yi Fan was still somewhere in the forest. "Search carefully. Pull apart every patch of grass. Don't leave a single spot unchecked." Boss Fong roared at his men. Watching the group close in, Yi Fan felt a secret thrill. After all, they'd just stepped into the area where he'd set the most traps. Heavens, luck really is on my side today. Scratching his head with a sly grin, Yi Fan thought, time to enjoy the show. One soldier stepped on a stone, glanced down curiously, and the moment he realized it was an enchanted stone, his face changed. He shouted, "There's some kind of spell." Poor man. The words barely left his lips before an explosion erupted, sending the soldiers nearby into high alert. A cocky soldier muttered, "Child's play. My father's a famous trap master. Setting traps in front of me is like showing off in front of the real deal." With those words, he eyed a few oddly shaped stones ahead, jumped over them with a flourish, and even struck a stylish pose midair. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, an odd noise greeted him. His expression in that moment was nothing short of priceless, as a smile froze, as if silently admitting that fairy tales really do lie. In an instant, the arrogant soldier vanished completely, dissolving into wisps of smoke that drifted away in all directions. Damn it. Arrogant fool. Boss Fong cursed through gritted teeth. He hadn't even caught sight of Yi Fan and his companion, yet his troops were already collapsing one after another. What kind of situation was this? Pick up those small stones and throw them in there. Boss Fong's eyes flickered with sudden inspiration, and he shouted out his order without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan, concealed in the undergrowth, broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Boss Fong was such an old hand. He was cunning to the core. If an ordinary stone struck an explosive stone on the ground, it would still set it off, and this trick could even help pinpoint their hiding spot. The soldiers, catching on, scrambled to grab stones from the ground and hurled them toward the center. Over 60 soldiers threw stones in unison, each one tracing an arc through the air, an impressive and dramatic sight. I've been hit by rocks before. Let me shield you. With these words, the handsome young man sheltered Yun Shiro beneath him, taking the brunt of the stones on his own back. He gritted his teeth and endured the blows, determined not to make sound. One of the explosive stones was struck and detonated. Another blast followed, and soon all the nearby explosive stones were set off in a chain reaction. Yi Fan held the girl tightly beneath him, fulfilling his promise to Yun-gu, Yun Shiro's brother, to protect her from harm at all costs. The crafty Boss Fong let out a cold laugh. The brat's still not coming out? Fine, set the place on fire. Let's see if you can stay hidden then. The soldiers, acting on his orders, quickly struck flints and lit the surrounding trees, creating a ring of fire to trap Yi Fan and his companion within. A thick, acrid smoke filled Yi Fan's nose, making him cough involuntarily. Realizing that their foes had set the forest ablaze, Yi Fan, usually the epitome of calm, couldn't help cursing in his mind. Old devil. How utterly heartless. Yi Fan, what we do? Yun Shiro's lovely face had turned pale, her voice laced with worry. Don't be afraid. There's still a way out. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then gave a faint smile, regaining his composure. He turned and began to crawl away from the brush, moving quietly. Yun Shiro, momentarily at a loss, was about to follow when Yi Fan called back, "Stay there and don't move. Wait for me to return." A sudden urge to cough gripped the girl. She quickly covered her mouth and nose with her delicate hands. A fit of coughing followed. Right now, all Yun Shiro could do was place her trust in Yi Fan. After all, this young man always managed to surprise her. Soon after Yi Fan slipped away, he crept through the undergrowth, crouching low. Producing a flint of his own, he began to ignite a ring of fire around their own position. Outside, a large circle of flames was closing in, while inside, Yi Fan was setting another ring of fire that began to spread outward. After finishing the series of tasks, Yi Fan crawled back to Yun Shiro's side and whispered, "It's done." The girl was a little stunned. She had clearly seen another ring of fire closing in on her. "I just lit another circle of fire. Why did you set another fire? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The girl's voice trembled with tears, but after pausing, she actually regained her composure and said, "Brother, Shiwero will keep you company." Watching Yun Shiwero as she reminisced about her brother Yun-gu, Yi Fan couldn't help letting out a chuckle and said, "Just watch, I'm not going to let you die." Not long after Yi Fan spoke, something miraculous happened. The two rings of fire suddenly vanished completely, and the thick, choking smoke gradually dispersed. What the hell? Why did the fire go out by itself? Boss Fong's pupils shrank as he stared at the scene in utter disbelief. What has happened? Why did the fire rings disappear on their own? Could it be that the youth we're hunting is some kind of chosen one? So much so that even the heavens won't let him die? It's possible. I even heard he's a student at the Royal First Academy. I heard this young man's name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Is that the one who fought his way from the southern Heavenly Gate to Penglai East Road with 2 watermelon knives? A flurry of gossip burst out among the soldiers. In their words, Yi Fan was sometimes a god who ruled the world, sometimes a ruthless killer, and sometimes an adorable girl. Clearly, even in a world of cultivation, the power of rumors remained formidable. Enough! All of you shut up. Boss Fong's bellow thundered out, his fury barely contained. He didn't believe in gods or ghosts, nor did he believe Yi Fan was some heaven-chosen prodigy. If there's no fire, then charge in and kill them for me. With a roar that shook the heavens, Boss Fong's command sent the soldiers scrambling, not daring to hesitate as they rushed headlong into the now empty circle. Meanwhile, hiding in the grass, Yi Fan glanced at the stunned look on the girl's delicate face, his brows knitting slightly. "What's wrong?" "Yi Fan, are you a master above the heavenly rank?" the girl asked innocently. Yi Fan chuckled. "I wish I really were a heavenly rank master. If I were, I could just walk out and take them down one by one. Would we still need to be hiding here?" "Then how did you do it?" Clearly unwilling to let the matter drop, Yun Shiwero pressed on. her curiosity unyielding. Yifan could only scratch his messy black hair in mild exasperation. After hesitating a moment, Yifan explained, when the outer ring of fire closes in, you can light another ring that moves outward. When the two rings of fire meet, they cancel each other out. So that's why the fire disappeared? The girl's beautiful eyes stared wide at Yifan, still in disbelief. Her gaze made him feel a bit awkward, but he nodded anyway. Yes, when two flames clash, they neutralize each other. Actually, there's some scientific principle behind all this, but Yifan hadn't studied properly. He only knew the right words to say, not the theory behind them. Come on, that just didn't exist for him. At that moment, the girl's delicate face was filled with awe. To her, all of this was as incomprehensible as astronomy. Yet Yifan, in her eyes, had somehow gone from being a fool to earning the title of genius. In truth, he had simply picked up these tricks from a video made by an adventurer. Yifan gave an awkward laugh, but just then, he heard the footsteps outside, growing more restless. He quickly readied his bow and arrows, preparing for battle. Yun Shiuro, throw the rest of the blasting stones into the crowd. Okay. The girl took the blasting stones, rose to her feet, and hurled them toward the oncoming group not far away. There they are. This move by the girl in the purple dress gave away both her and Yifan's position to all the soldiers. What's that? A soldier asked, pointing at the stone Yun Shiuro had thrown, now flying through the air. A thunderous explosion erupted deep within the forest. A soldier, standing before Boss Fong, was suddenly blown to pieces. Useless. You're all useless. Kill them for me. Boss Fong shuddered inwardly. The situation had clearly been in his favor, so why was it only getting worse? Realizing things were going awry, he immediately ordered his men to go all out against Yifan and Yun Shiuro. The soldiers hesitated, but under Boss Fong's seething rage, they could only move forward with a murmur. Yun Shiuro, get ready to fight. Even before he finished speaking, Yifan had already drawn 5 arrows and knocked them onto his pitch-black longbow. He was in such a hurry, he didn't even check what kind of arrows they were. The 5 dark arrows shot out with a twang, each finding a separate target among the soldiers. Strange sounds followed one after another. At once, the battlefield was engulfed in thick smoke, and explosions echoed through the haze. Low-grade immortal art, blazing fist. A furious shout rang out behind Yifan. He recognized Boss Fong's voice without a doubt. Yifan darted out of the grass with lightning speed, deftly dodging Boss Fong's attack. Boss Fong's fist slammed into the undergrowth, which instantly erupted into roaring flames. Meeting Boss Fong's icy gaze, with its chilling glint, Yifan could only shake his head and say, all this just because I took a beast core worth 900,000? Isn't that a bit much? You brat. You killed 2 of my men, set my devouring ice emperor bug into a frenzy, and cost me a first-tier heavenly pet. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Boss Fong's self-righteous tone left Yifan exasperated. He retorted, so Boss Fong, you mean? I'm supposed to let your devouring ice emperor bug eat me? Enough talk. Time to die. With a sudden cry, Boss Fong leapt at Yifan, launching himself through the air. There are countless people who want my life. Who do you think you are among them? Boss Fong's fist crashed down with force, but only swept through Yifan's shadow, missing its mark. Shadow step. Boss Fong exclaimed in surprise, momentarily stunned. You recognize that too? A crisp voice sounded behind him. Spinning around swiftly, Boss Fong's right hand moved deftly to block Yifan's incoming punch. With his attack thwarted, Yifan could only leap backward, fixing Boss Fong with a cold, indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, Yun Shiuro was using the remaining explosive stones from Yifan to keep more than 50 opponents at bay. No matter what you do today, you're not getting out of here, Boss Fong said coldly, his words laced with menace. As far as he was concerned, Yifan had already survived longer than expected. His men had the place sealed so tightly that not even a fly could escape, let alone Yifan. A moment later, to demonstrate his power, Boss Fong fully released his celestial energy. The mid-stage aura of a first-grade human rank cultivator swept through the area like a storm. I don't know where you get your confidence, he sneered, but let me inform you. I've reached the first-grade Earth rank. Yifan spoke lightly, and as disbelief and shock flickered across Boss Fong's face, he, too, unleashed his own celestial energy without reservation. It surged forth like a monstrous flood. The collision of 2 Earth-rank auras sent a shudder through every soldier present. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Yun Shiuro lashed out, landing a brutal kick to an enemy's groin. The sharp crack of breaking bones echoed. Though its source was unclear, the soldier's agonized expression left no doubt as to what had shattered. Yifan couldn't help but give a short laugh, inwardly pitying the poor soldier. That was the end of his bloodline, for sure. Lower grade, celestial art. Blazing fist. Boss Fong roared, his bulky figure hurtling forward like a cannonball. Still using a lower-grade technique? Yi Fan darted behind him in a flash. Pausing, he glanced at the soldiers closing in and said coldly, Boss Fong, I think it's time to show you the Thunderclap Triad, the technique you've always wanted to buy from me. Boss Fong's flesh quivered at the words. So soon? As far as he knew, Yi Fan had only acquired this celestial art less than 3 days ago. He never thought Yi Fan would master it so quickly. Mid-grade celestial art. Thunderclap Triad. First Thunder. Azure Blaze. Yi Fan's voice rang out, and a cloak of eerie blue lightning crackled around him. The raw power radiating from the spell was suffocating. Feeling the terror in that energy, Boss Fong was consumed with regret for letting the Thunderclap Triad slip through his grasp. He had known the art was formidable, but not to this extent. Electricity danced and sizzled across Yi Fan's body, and the light in the youth's starry eyes slowly turned into a haunting, deep blue. Suddenly, his pupils widened in shock, and a surge of deep blue immortal energy transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking straight at Boss Fong. The current dragged a tail of bluish light, slicing through the air with a tearing sound, and shot directly at Boss Fong's large belly with unstoppable force. In the next instant, Boss Fong was hurled backward. His face was already frozen in a stiff expression, blood gushing from his mouth. He crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop beneath a tree. In that moment, Boss Fong felt his entire body go numb and paralyzed, unable to move as his lips twitched uncontrollably. The whole scene left everyone in utter shock. What kind of fearsome power could injure a mid-level Earth-class cultivator so severely? Realizing things had taken a dire turn, the soldiers scattered in panic. Even the one kicked in the groin by Yun Shiro hobbled away, clutching himself as he fled. After all, no one wanted to risk their life here. Watching this unfold in weakness, Boss Fong's heart turned ice-cold. Was this the retribution for all his ruthless deeds over the years? It seemed that the nature of the leader was reflected in his followers. Useless, all of you, utterly useless, he muttered, his gaze vacant as he stared up at the sky, repeating the word useless over and over about his subordinates. In that moment, it was as if he could see Boss Hong, Mountain Leopard, and countless others he had wronged over the years, all watching him with cold, indifferent eyes. Trying to run? Not so fast. Yi Fan was never one to take an insult lying down. He believed in repaying every grudge and settling every score. On the continent of fantasy, where only the strong survive, vengeance must be swift and decisive. Thunder chant, second stroke, dusky yellow. Reciting an arcane incantation, Yi Fan's ghostly blue eyes suddenly shifted to an eerie shade of dusky yellow. The currents of blue lightning spiraling around him gradually transformed into yellow arcs. With another thunderous shout, the very air around him seemed to crackle and roar. The yellow lightning surged outward from Yi Fan, splitting into countless smaller bolts that lashed at every fleeing soldier. Screams of agony rang out one after another. A cold, mocking smile curled on Yi Fan's lips. It was nothing more than what they deserved. Yi Fan reserved his gentleness only for those who truly cared for him. For anyone who harbored ill intent toward him or his friends and family, he showed no mercy. When it was time to cut ties, he never hesitated. Serves you right. Still thinking of running. Struggling to sit up, Boss Fong burst into laughter at the sight. He hated these disloyal men so much, he wished nothing more than for them to die on the spot. Watching Boss Fong laugh with twisted pride, even as death loomed over him, Yi Fan's brows knit slightly. He remarked, Boss Fong, you certainly have a refined taste, still finding something to laugh about when even your own survival is in jeopardy. Kid, cough, cough. Boss Fong tried to shout, but instead he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His voice weakened as he continued, Don't get too cocky. Even if I die, there are still others coming for you. Others? Who? Hearing this, Yi Fan looked puzzled. As far as he knew, he didn't have any enemies left. There are two people. Cough, cough. A man and a woman are tracking you. And that woman, she's a monster like you. She's about your age, but already a genius at second-rank Earth level. It all began 5 hours before Boss Fong arrived here. He'd run into a man and a woman, both inquiring about Yi Fan's whereabouts. Crafty as ever, Boss Fong sized up the pair. The man's face was marked by a long scar, and the calluses on his hands betrayed years of fighting and killing. The woman, dressed head to toe in red, was strikingly beautiful, but the cruelty in her eyes rivaled even that of her scar-faced companion. It was clear she harbored deep-seated hatred in her heart. At first, Boss Fong assumed they were Yi Fan's allies and considered striking first. To his surprise, both displayed remarkable strength. The man, though only at the peak of 5th rank, was formidable enough, but the woman at his side radiated an overwhelming force, unmistakably the true power of a 2nd-rank Earth-level cultivator. Realizing these were no ordinary opponents, Boss Fong exchanged a few words, cleverly drawing out their connection to Yifan. When he saw the burning hatred for Yifan hidden in their eyes, an idea sparked in Boss Fong's mind. He planned to invite them to join forces against Yifan. But perhaps he appeared too cunning. The pair clearly didn't trust him and chose to take another route. Staring at Boss Fong's twisted, manic face, Yifan sensed he was telling the truth. Still, a sharp doubt gnawed at him. Who else could be his enemy? And why a man and a woman? Kid, so don't think that just because I couldn't kill you, you're safe. Sooner or later, someone will come for your life. Yifan chuckled coldly, dismissing Boss Fong's warning. Even if someone truly wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy. He strode slowly toward the bloated body, his voice icy. That's a matter for another time, Boss Fong. All you need to know is that I'm here to do what's right. Bastard. Cough cough. Boss Fong spat out more blood, refusing to beg for his life. He knew all too well that Yifan was not someone who would let an enemy go easily. Yifan drew an arrow from behind his back. The tip shimmered with a cold, silvery light as he stepped closer to Boss Fong. Terror twisted Boss Fong's face, but Yifan's grip on the arrow was unyielding. With a swift, brutal motion, he drove it forward. A gaping, bloody hole appeared instantly in Boss Fong's swollen belly. The massive body toppled heavily to the ground, meeting the young man's merciless gaze as his last sight. Boss Fong's earlier provocation sent a chill through Yun Shiuro's beautiful eyes. People like him were truly detestable, so arrogant, even in the face of death. A coldness crept over her delicate face. Clenching her fists tightly, she was just about to step forward when, unexpectedly, Yifan reached out and stopped her, taking the initiative to strike down their opponent before she could. A faint whistling sound cut through the air. Yifan turned his head and saw the same soldier Yun Shiuro had kicked in the groin. A sharp, blade-like smile appeared on Yifan's handsome face. Yun Shiuro, a little surprised, spoke up. You didn't get shocked? I just happened to fall down at the right moment. The soldier, looking sheepish, glanced at Yifan's cold, glinting smile. You two carry on. I'll be on my way. Won't bother you anymore. The soldier forced a grin and started to leave, only to be called back by Yifan's hearty laughter. Oh, you think you can come and go as you please? The soldier's face turned pale at Yifan's words. He looked up at him, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. The last thing the soldier saw was Yun Shiuro walking up to him with a sweet, cheerful smile. Then, everything went black. When he came to, all his valuables were gone. Up ahead should be the next royal town, Lin Yun mentioned, Yifan said, looking at the distant town with a buoyant mood. He didn't plan to worry about his other two enemies for now. Whatever happens, happens. Oomph. I told you, I only steal from bad people. I would never take money from good folks. Yun Shiro huffed, her fair cheeks tinged with red, her urgency clear. But it's still stealing, isn't it? That logic is just like those scholars who say stealing books doesn't count as theft. Stealing is still stealing, Yifan replied, a helpless smile touching his features. He really didn't know how to set Yun Shiuro straight. I don't understand a word you're saying. Anyway, I'm not a thief, Yun Shiuro insisted, glaring at Yifan with those bright, fierce eyes. Meeting her fierce gaze, Yifan could only clear his throat awkwardly. Faced with this spirited little princess, he was at a loss for what to do, so he simply kept his eyes fixed on the distant town. At last, they drew near. The stone monument at the entrance bore two bold characters, Yuanxian. So this was the renowned Yuanxian town. Yifan recalled Gu Feng's stories about this place, its beautiful scenery, its reputation as a paradise for stone refiners, its abundance of rare herbs, and that it was one of the premier royal towns. Gu Feng had also mentioned that one could take the stone refiner's qualification test here. Yifan couldn't help but feel a stir of anticipation. Yun Shiuro, however, was utterly baffled. What's the point of taking that stone refiner's test? You're already amazing as it is. You might not understand this, he explained, but when a stone refiner comes to take the test, the Ouyang royal family will take notice of you. And anyone who earns the title of stone refiner can receive a hefty sum of immortal coins every year. Whether you're a stone refiner, an alchemist, or even a weaponsmith, the royal family will value your skills. As long as you hold that certification, it will be recorded in your identity stone file. What's more, you'll receive a large annual allowance of immortal coins. To put it simply, even the most basic stone refiner gets 2 million immortal coins each year, a sum Li Fan would have to sell tens of thousands of healing stones to earn. And that's not all. To encourage the stronger stone refiners and alchemists, the nation offers a special perk. Anyone who passes the advanced exams can have their creations sold at the National Auction House. No need to search for buyers themselves. Oh, Yunshiro nodded thoughtfully, lost in her own musings. Li Fan didn't bother figuring out if she truly understood. Instead, he strode into the small town. There was no denying it. The town was just as enchanting as the old tales claimed. The scenery was breathtaking, and the peach blossoms were in full, exuberant bloom, making it feel like stepping into a land straight out of a fabled utopia. This place really does feel like a hidden paradise, Li Fan murmured, taking a deep breath of the crisp, fresh air as he wandered down the street. Yunshiro seemed to share his delight, humming a tune Li Fan couldn't recognize and skipping playfully ahead, her arms swinging with carefree grace. Many passers-by cast curious glances at them, their attention drawn irresistibly to Yunshiro's striking beauty. Sighing in resignation, Li Fan remarked, "As expected, walking around with a beautiful woman instantly makes you the center of attention." The girl continued on her way, and Li Fan quickened his pace, worried she might get lost in the crowd. Watching her violet silhouette move ahead, it suddenly struck Li Fan that Yunshiro had been wearing the same outfit all along. Without hesitation, he took her by the hand and led her toward a nearby tailor shop. Together, under the gaze of numerous onlookers, they stepped into the tailor's. With Yunshiro now out of sight, the older men who had been staring at her finally dispersed. Li Fan glanced around the shop and quickly noticed its popularity. There were at least 7 or 8 other customers. The moment the owner saw the pair, both remarkable in appearance and bearing, he realized he might be dealing with distinguished clients. He promptly instructed his apprentice to send off the remaining customers. Soon, only Li Fan and Yunshiro remained in the shop. The owner approached with a beaming smile. "Are the two of you here to buy ready-made clothes, or would you like something custom-tailored?" Li Fan didn't reply directly. Instead, he gestured for Yunshiro to browse and see if anything caught her eye. The owner, quick on the uptake, began showing Yunshiro a range of exquisite and costly garments. Unfortunately, not a single one appealed to her. At last, Li Fan smiled gently and said, "Let's have something made to order then." All right, all right." The shop owner echoed with a bright smile, then called over his apprentice to take notes on Yunshiro's clothing requirements, pen and notebook in hand. Once the owner finished recording everything, Li Fan smiled and asked, "About how much will it cost, sir?" "The fabric Miss Yun picked is silk, plus some detailed workmanship. Altogether, that'll be 100,000 celestial coins," the owner replied cheerfully. For some reason, Li Fan winced at the price. He could believe that 10,000 might buy spellcraft or a spellstone, but a single garment costing 100,000? That was hard to swallow. Still, he had promised to have clothes made for Yunshiro, and he couldn't go back on his word. He patted his pouch, realizing there was less than 10,000 celestial coins left. Li Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Sometimes, even a hero can be stumped by money troubles. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Sir, payment is upon delivery, right?" "Yes, of course. Is there a problem?" The owner nodded and looked at him curiously. "No, nothing at all. Goodbye, sir." Li Fan managed a faint smile, then gently took Yunshiro's hand and left the tailor's shop. "Let's find somewhere to stay first. I've only got about 10,000 celestial coins left," Li Fan said helplessly, patting his nearly empty pouch again. 10,000 celestial coins, and you still ordered custom clothes?" Yunshiro exclaimed in disbelief. "I can't let you keep wearing the same outfit forever. As for the money, I'll think of something else. I wonder if this year's stone refiner examination has begun yet." Li Fan figured that if he registered, with his skills he could easily qualify as a regular stone refiner. Then he'd be eligible for that 2 million coin bonus. With 2 million coins, he'd have no trouble buying Yunshiro new clothes. "Let's go check this place out." They walked into an inn, but the prices were so high they had to turn right back out. The second one. Let's have a look. In this inn, the hygiene was appalling. There were even mice throwing a party in the room, so they had no choice but to leave again. "Yifan, are you seriously going in there?" Yunshiro raised her delicate brows. "What's wrong? This place doesn't seem bad," Yifan said, eyeing the inn, which looked decent from the outside. "I have a feeling the owner of this inn isn't right in the head," the girl said softly, her voice ringing clear. "How can you tell?" Yifan stared at Yunshiro, his eyes wide with curiosity. The girl replied fiercely, "Are you blind? He's standing right in front of you." Yifan looked closer and saw a man in front of him, dancing ballet, while wearing nothing but underpants. Ballet? In a place like this? Yifan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He turned to Yunshiro, curiosity piqued. "How can you be sure he's the owner?" The girl didn't answer. She simply pointed with her slender hand, and following the direction she indicated, Yifan spotted a wooden sign next to the dancing man. It read, "Handsome Owners Dance, special performance for guests." "Oh my, Upon seeing the words, handsome guy, Yi Fan immediately looked up at the man dancing in his underwear. With those looks, what? Does he have some unresolved issues with the world? That face of his manages to nimbly sidestep any possible connection to the word handsome. As expected, there's something wrong here. Let's try somewhere else. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan tugged Yun Shuero along and turned to leave. Hearing Yi Fan's comment, the dancing shopkeeper scoffed in disdain. You just don't know how to appreciate true beauty. My God, if we don't leave now, I'm going to be sick, Yi Fan muttered quickly, pulling the delicate hand of the young woman as they hurried forward. Exactly. Talk about rolling the dice on looks. It's not his fault he's ugly, but coming out in his underwear to scare people? That's on him. At last, they managed to find a more suitable inn. By this time, night had fallen, and the two packed up their things and settled in for the night. Over the next few days, Yun Shuero spent most of her time in cultivation, while Yi Fan busied himself gathering information about the stone refiner's examination. His efforts finally paid off. He learned the test would be held in a few days. Relieved that he'd arrived in Yuanxian town, neither too early nor too late, Yi Fan went to sign up. We've arrived. As soon as he spoke, Yi Fan turned to gaze at the sea of people stretching to the horizon and laughed aloud. My master always said Yuanxian town was full of stone refiners. It truly lives up to its reputation. Several hours later, Yi Fan finally squeezed his way into the registration office. Smiling at the staff member before him, he said, "Hello, I'm here to register." The staff member gave Yi Fan a quick once-over, then immediately lowered his head to stare at his watch, as if looking at Yi Fan any longer would make him uncomfortable. With a frosty tone, the staff member asked, "Your age?" 23. "When did you awaken your immortal soul?" 23. The staff member shook his head at this, his tone growing colder. "Your immortal power rank." "Earth grade, first rank." Though the staff member's attitude irked Yi Fan, he kept his composure and answered with a smile. "What? You reached Earth grade, first rank in just 1 year." The staff member's head snapped up, his face filled with astonishment as he stared at Yi Fan. In Yuanxian town, the peach blossoms were in various stages, some just opening to the wind, smiling softly, some still in bud, half hidden, half revealed, and most were fuzzy, white, and dotted with crimson tips. At that moment, the youth's clear voice brought instant silence to the registration hall. People glanced at one another, then all looked at the young man, as if he were some kind of anomaly. Scratching his head, Yi Fan felt a little awkward under all those stares and said, "Honestly, it's nothing special. Honestly, it's nothing special. Honestly, it's nothing special." As those words echoed in everyone's minds, you could almost hear the collective sharp inhale. In a flash, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Awakening his celestial soul at 23, a useless nobody? Yet within a year, he reached Earth level, first rank. What on earth is he? And you still call this nothing? Mother, father, your son is unfilial. I failed to beat that show-off to death. What a prodigy he is. The staff's previous cold indifference had completely vanished, now replaced by utter astonishment. In that instant, the staff realized just how extraordinary the young man was. Their attitude did a complete turnaround, and they now treated Yi Fan with utmost respect. At last, when registration was over, Yi Fan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though he didn't care much for the staff, after all, they seemed to bully the weak and fear the strong. He didn't dwell on it. There was no deep grudge between them. After all, back at the inn, Yi Fan focused his attention on cultivating his stone refining skills. At this point, he could master most of the basic lower-grade celestial stone techniques with ease. Time flowed quietly by like water. In the blink of an eye, the stone refiner's examination was almost upon him. As Yi Fan packed his things, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up to find Yun Shuero slumped over the table, her gaze vacant and fixed on him. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked with curiosity, stowing his belongings into his Dantian space. "I've played enough outside lately, and I'm bored of the scenery," Yun Shuero replied with a plaintive sigh, her head drooping and her lovely face clouded with gloom. "Oh, come on. If you want to come with me to the stone refining exam, just say so," Yi Fan replied with a teasing smile. "You know exactly what I want, so why even ask? Well, will you let me come or not?" No sooner had she finished than the girl suddenly leaned in close, her fragrance washing over him. The sweet scent left Yi Fan momentarily breathless. All right, you win, little ancestor. I'll take you with me," Yi Fan said, backing away a few steps, catching his breath. He touched his own flushed cheeks and shook his head with a wry smile. He wasn't a saint. Faced with a beautiful girl, anyone would feel a bit tempted. If his heart hadn't already belonged to Li Luo, perhaps he wouldn't be able to resist her right now. But then Yi Fan reconsidered. This place was beautiful, and the town itself was lively and prosperous. He remembered how Luo had mentioned wanting to see peach blossoms. Next time, he promised himself he would bring her here. "This will do for now," Shiro murmured, pouting slightly before striding out of the room. As she turned her back to Yi Fan, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously in a smug little smile. There was a hint of helplessness on the youth's handsome face, but he could only follow along at a leisurely pace. The Royal Stone Refining Examination was held in a massive plaza. No one except the participants was allowed inside. Everyone else could only watch from distance. Under Shiro's plaintive gaze, Yi Fan slowly made his way forward. In the square, there were rows of long tables, each with a slip of paper bearing a name affixed to it, and on every table sat an identical alchemical cauldron. As part of the royal examination, participants were strictly forbidden from using their own cauldrons. This was the ultimate test of a stone refiner's fundamental skill. Only those truly outstanding could maintain a high success rate when forced to use a completely unfamiliar cauldron. For most ordinary stone refiners, the risk was too great to attempt lightly, but those with real ability hardly spared it a second thought. Whether refining stones or concocting medicines, a powerful fire-based cultivation technique was essential. Yi Fan glanced helplessly at the pale yellow flame flickering in his palm. Was the devouring fire technique really as marvelous as his master claimed? And could it truly evolve as he'd been told? Even if it could, that would only make this technique a late-game powerhouse, like a hero who only shines at the end of a game. But the world of the Xuanhuan continent was nothing like a game. To cultivate immortality here meant struggling against the heavens, fighting for ground against the earth, and above all, racing against time itself. So, even if the devouring fire technique did become unimaginably powerful in the later stages, Yi Fan remained skeptical about its true worth. The materials for this round of stone refining had also been set out on a special table dedicated to ingredients. This table was not only broad, but also infused with immortal energy, which preserved the herbs and kept them fresh. In truth, Yi Fan thought this was much like a refrigerator in his previous life. Yi Fan was participating in the ordinary stone refiner's examination, so most of the ingredients weren't particularly rare. Still, the basic materials for a low-grade immortal technique stone were all provided. The examination itself consisted of 3 rounds. The first round was straightforward. Each participant had to refine a single-use healing stone. The second round required refining a one-time antidote stone, known as the 100 Herb Stone. The third round was open-ended, challenging participants to refine a low-grade immortal technique stone of their own choosing. Stone refiners were ranked in 3 tiers: ordinary, advanced, and supreme. Each tier was further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. On the Xuanhuan continent, supreme-level stone refiners were exceedingly rare. Although Yi Fan couldn't guess exactly what level Gufeng had reached, he was certain his master skills were at least at the lower end of the supreme tier. At the front of the square sat 3 examiners. Flanking the sides were 2 seasoned, ordinary upper-grade stone refiners, while the elder in the center, dressed in hemp robes, was himself an advanced lower-grade stone refiner. The entire scene was solemn and dignified, prompting Yi Fan to wonder if each stage of the examination would feel like the elementary, middle, and college entrance exams from his previous life. It was said that every round was ranked, and the immortal technique stones crafted by each participant would be graded by those 3 examiners. The sum of the scores from each round would determine the final ranking. Those who placed near the top would receive a 3-mouthed cauldron as a reward. Yi Fan was already quite bored with his own 2-mouthed cauldron. With that, Yi Fan found a table bearing his name and took his place, standing at the ready. The solemn atmosphere made Yi Fan somewhat apprehensive. As he watched the elderly man in hemp robes, seated among the 3 in the front row not far away, slowly rise to his feet, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The elder in hemp robes spoke slowly. "The ordinary stone refining master assessment begins now." Yi Fan had expected a thunderous roar of excitement to erupt nearby. Yet, to his astonishment, everything remained eerily quiet. The entire examination hall was so silent that one could probably hear a pin drop. Only after several deep breaths did Yi Fan finally slip into a state where he was utterly absorbed, forgetting both himself and his surroundings. Having fetched some basic medicinal ingredients needed for refining healing stones, Yi Fan returned to his spot and fell into deep contemplation. The cauldron before him was unfamiliar. He'd never used it before. He couldn't simply start refining recklessly. Memories of Gu Feng's first lesson on stone refining surfaced in his mind. Yi Fan gently placed his hand on the cauldron, channeling a stream of immortal energy from his devouring fire technique into its depths. He closed his eyes lightly, focusing all his senses on the cauldron's every detail. Just as Yi Fan was immersed in sensing the cauldron, a sudden explosion echoed through the hall. From the last row, a plume of black smoke rose. Someone's cauldron had burst. Eliminated. A staff member swiftly walked over and slapped a slip of paper bearing the word eliminated onto the contestant's table. Afterward, they escorted the eliminated contestant out of the hall, likely to avoid disturbing the others. Refining stones is really that terrifying, huh? Yunshiro cupped her cheeks in her hands, her voice tinged with lazy curiosity as she lounged in her chair, her bright eyes fixed on Yifan. The first round of the competition was only 30 minutes, and already 20 had passed. Yifan still hadn't made a move, while one contestant after another had been eliminated. The three examiners exchanged puzzled glances at Yifan. The elderly man in the center even had an assistant bring over Yifan's file for repeated scrutiny. Yifan sat in the second row. Normally, contestants with talent were placed in the first 3 rows, yet this so-called talented contestant hadn't made a single move. Time ticked by once again, with only 5 minutes remaining. Out of the original 500 contestants, perhaps because healing stones weren't considered very difficult to refine, only 100 have been eliminated so far. What's Yifan doing? Why isn't he starting yet? Yunshiro grumbled, her face filled with frustration at his apparent lack of urgency. Finally, as if he had heard her complaint, Yifan began to move at last. In truth, this was all part of his strategy. Thanks to Gufang's strict tutelage, Yifan had long since reached the level where he could refine a healing stone in under 3 minutes. So he had spent all this time familiarizing himself with the cauldron. Once he fully understood it, he wouldn't need to waste effort on its nuances in the next 2 rounds. Meanwhile, those contestants who had rushed into refining their healing stones would only start studying the cauldron in the second or even third round. But the later rounds allowed no margin for error. That was why Yifan didn't want to be distracted by the cauldron's intricacies when the most crucial stages arrived. When the time was up, the referee blew the whistle. In an instant, dozens of staff members hurried onto the field to collect the healing stones, carefully attaching name tags to each one. Once the inspectors had finished examining the stones, the examiner finally announced that all of the remaining 400 contestants had passed. Although Yifan's recent string of actions had completely captivated the audience's attention, those who had been eliminated were burning with jealousy, convinced that Yifan's display was nothing but an act. What a useless show-off, all bark and no bite. He thinks he's something, but all he ever does is put on a front. That guy Yifan is sure to get knocked out in the next round. He's asking for trouble. With all that showing off, lightning's bound to strike him sooner or later. It was obvious these eliminated contestants couldn't accept the outcome. Their jealousy was now aimed at those still in the competition, especially anyone they found particularly grating. The sharp, biting jeers of this group made Yunshiro, standing nearby, seethe with anger. As she passed by, she quietly relieved these sorry losers, not only of their dignity, but also of their remaining valuables, leaving them with nothing. A bunch of keyboard warriors, that's all they are. Yunshiro muttered smugly to herself as she moved to another seat. The term keyboard warrior was something Yifan had taught her. It described people who did nothing but insult others while being utterly useless themselves. Truthfully, although the meaning was close, there was still a subtle difference. Golden sunlight poured down, flooding the endless green waves, and even gave a touch of color to the monotonous pink peach blossoms. On the plaza of Yuanshan Town's Stone Refiners Assessment Conference, the second round of stone refining quietly began. For the second round, 100 Herb Stone, begin refining. As the old man in the hemp robe barked out in his raspy voice, the contestants surged forward to select their materials and get to work. Among them, a handsome youth dressed in white walked slowly to a table laden with herbs, his expression hesitant, murmuring to himself all the while. 100 Herb Stone, a low-grade immortal technique stone, effective against ordinary poisons. Immortal energy seeps in through the skin. Detoxification stones must balance 3 yin and 2 yang energies. He dared not select ingredients at random. Though he knew well which herbs could be used for the 100 Herb Stone, if he wanted to earn a higher score, he would have to craft a stone with even better effects. His fair, slender hand hovered over a deadly poisonous crow dipper herb. After a brief hesitation, he picked it up. As the rest of the field began refining their stones, the youth in white continued to select his herbs with great care. Naturally, this behavior once again drew the ire of the eliminated contestants, who hurled fresh insults his way. Look at him, showing off again, what a jerk. He knows he's going to lose, so he's just putting on a performance. Not far away, a pair of beautiful eyes was also fixed on the youth in white. The owner of those eyes was a lovely young woman dressed in purple. Why is Yifan taking so long to choose his ingredients? The young girl muttered anxiously. Although she didn't understand the profession of stone refining, She could see that the other contestants had all picked their materials quickly and decisively, while this white-robed youth seemed so hesitant. After carefully selecting for quite some time, Yifan finally brought his choices back to his workstation. Yet the items he chose left many in the audience, those who knew a thing or two about stone refining, utterly stunned. Crane's crown red, crow's spirit flower, starfield grass. When people saw Yifan had selected 3 highly poisonous herbs, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. These toxic ingredients were typically reserved for the final round, when stone refiners would craft poison stones. No one expected Yifan to pick such dangerous materials in only the second round. Useless is as useless does. He can't even tell poisonous herbs apart. Does he really think he's so impressive? Maybe he's just trying to end it all in style. A chorus of laughter and mocking jeers erupted from all sides. Yun Shiro clenched her jade-like hands, struggling to restrain her urge to teach these people a lesson. Yet while the audience outside was brimming with ridicule, the 3 examiners seated in the front row remained remarkably calm. In fact, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in each of their eyes. The 3-yang refining method. The elder in coarse robes at the center suddenly narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. Could it be the legendary 3-yang technique that's been lost for ages? The examiner on the right twitched at the corner of his mouth, his voice tinged with disbelief. It certainly seems to be. To think the 3-yang technique would reappear in this world. It's almost impossible to believe, the examiner on the left protested, his tone full of doubt. Both examiners on either side turned to look at the elder in the center. It was clear that he was their authority. This should indeed be the 3-yang refining method, the elder muttered, a touch of awe in his voice. The 2 other examiners nodded, equally at a loss. The reappearance of the long-lost 3-yang refining method was a cause for excitement among stone refiners everywhere. The examiner on the left, still not fully understanding the significance, questioned the elder once more. Is this 3-yang method really as formidable as people say? At this, the elder gave a mysterious smile and asked in return, have you heard of the ancient clan? The ancient clan, the very one that fell in the great war of the gods. The examiner on the left shuddered at the realization. That's the one, the elder replied with a faint smile, though there was a flicker of reverence deep in his eyes. I've heard the ancient clan was a family of stone refiners. 8 out of every 10 clan members practiced the craft. Could it be the 3-yang method was created by them? As he spoke, the examiner on the left startled himself with his own conjecture, for he had heard tales of the legendary 3-yang refining method. This refining method is exceptionally difficult, unless one is a once-in-a-lifetime genius in stone refinement. Learning it is as hard as reaching the heavens. Moreover, the 3-yang refinement method is unlike any ordinary technique. Not only does this cultivation method allow one to turn highly poisonous medicinal ingredients into detoxifying remedies, but the healing stones and detoxification stones crafted from these toxic materials are more than twice as potent as those made with ordinary immortal techniques. Many stone refiners have long wondered why this method can transform deadly poisons into exceptional antidotes, but to this day, it remains a mystery. Seeing the confusion written all over the examiner's face, the old man in hemp robes gave a faint smile and said, indeed, it was created by the ancestors of the ancient clan. Suddenly recalling something, the old man continued. However, even within the ancient clan, only a handful ever managed to master this technique. But didn't this method become lost after the fall of the ancient clan? In this world, I've never heard of anyone besides them using it. You're only half right, the old man replied, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Half right. The examiner looked even more bewildered. After the ancient clan's downfall, there was still one survivor, Gufeng. Gufeng alone inherited the legacy of his people. He dedicated himself to cultivation, a prodigy with a terrifying gift, the old man said, his expression growing solemn. As the sole heir of a royal lineage, Gufeng received the court's special attention. He lived up to every expectation, reaching the heavenly rank at 25 and ascending to the immortal rank by 40. To reach the immortal rank at just 40 years old. What a prodigy. The examiner knew all too well how difficult it was to break through to that level. He himself, at 40, was still only a second grade of the earth rank. Wait, could it be that Gufeng mastered the 3-yang refinement method? After a long pause, the examiner on the right finally asked. The examiner on the left, hearing this, also turned to the old man in the middle, his face filled with doubt. That's right. Gufeng truly brought the 3-yang refinement method to its absolute pinnacle. What? Both examiners exclaimed in unison. The old man seemed unfazed and went on. Gu Feng is the only person in the world to have ever mastered this technique, but he vanished 20 years ago. He vanished. An immortal rank expert, gone without a trace. That sounded almost absurd. What sort of strength would it take to make someone of that level disappear? But what they didn't know was that Gu Feng had chosen to retreat into seclusion of his own accord. With a sigh, the old man's face showed a trace of sorrow, for in his heart, Gu Feng was nothing short of an idol. And so, it was only after Gu Feng's disappearance that the 3-yin and 3-yang refinement method was truly lost to the world, the old man explained further. At this moment, the other two examiners instantly understood. Gu Feng had been missing for many years, and might even be dead, yet the legendary 3-yin, 3-yang alchemy method had now appeared in the hands of an ordinary young boy. But how can you be certain that contestant is actually using the 3-yin, 3-yang alchemy method? The elder on the left asked again, still puzzled. Are you dense? No one in our world has ever used highly poisonous herbs to refine a healing-type immortal stone. The examiner on the right snapped angrily. Once again, the three focused their attention on Yifan. The boy was carefully refining, a tiny yellow flame flickering in his hand. The yellow flame looked so fragile, trembling with every breath of air, as though it might be snuffed out at any moment. Seeing this, the elder in hemp robes furrowed his brow. The boy's using the 3-yin, 3-yang method. All right, but his fire elemental immortal art seems a bit. I agree. It looks even weaker than an average low-grade immortal technique. Is his family really that poor? The examiner on the right frowned as well. As mentors, they naturally hoped these promising youths would be as outstanding as possible, especially this Yifan, who had surprised them all today. How could someone who'd mastered and could wield the 3-yin, 3-yang method possibly be mediocre? If this kid was using a mid-grade or higher fire elemental immortal art, he'd be the undisputed champion today. But now it's hard to say, the elder in hemp robes said slowly. The other two examiners nodded in agreement, a sense of pity in their gestures. Just then, Yifan swiftly raised his palm, gathering his powerful immortal energy and slamming it down onto the alchemy cauldron. The flames of his devouring fire art surged into the vessel like a multitude of fiery red serpents. Sensing the moment was right, Yifan drew from his Dantian space a manual heat obtained from Boss Fong's Dantian, the Blazing Fire Fist. During this time, he had already mastered the Blazing Fire Fist. Now, he wanted to see whether the devouring fire art could actually consume and absorb another fire elemental technique to evolve. Closing his eyes tightly, he urged the devouring fire art to collide its immortal power with that of the Blazing Fire Fist within him. A faint explosive sound echoed inside Yifan's mind. The two strands of immortal power clashed, both transforming into flames, evenly matched in their struggle. Could it be that Master lied to me? It doesn't look like the devouring fire art can absorb the Blazing Fire Fist after all, the boy murmured to himself. But in the next instant, Yifan's brows shot up and his expression changed dramatically, disbelief written on his face. He could feel the immortal power of the Blazing Fire Fist slowly being devoured by the devouring fire art. As the Blazing Fire Fist was absorbed, the flames of the devouring fire art grew noticeably stronger. It really works. Yifan Starbright, eyes flew open. Without hesitation, he slammed his other palm down onto the cauldron, and an unusual, dazzling firelight flared into existence. How strange. The old man in sackcloth, who had been watching the young man's every move, muttered in confusion. After a pause, he added, incredulity lacing his voice. His fire elemental immortal technique has grown significantly stronger. It's already one of the most powerful among the lower-grade immortal arts. This young man was drawing the old man's attention more and more. First, he had mastered the long-lost 3-yin, 3-yang refining method, and now he could suddenly elevate the tier of his own immortal techniques. What other secrets could this young man be hiding? With a sigh, the old man marveled at how, in this day and age, such a peerlessly gifted individual could exist. He had already reviewed Yifan's background. The youth had only awakened his immortal soul at the age of 23, a late start by any measure, and, he had thought, with little promise. Yet, in less than a year, the youth had ascended to the first rank of the Earth tier. Such a terrifying, heaven-defying talent. Most people take the slowest path, starting from scratch to cultivate their immortal power. 4. Some, even reaching the Earth tier by the age of 30 is rare, and many cultivators only attain the human tier by the age of 50. With a burning gaze, the old man stared at the young man in white standing in the distance. In him, he seemed to glimpse the aura of his idol, Gu Feng. Back in the day, the old man had merely been a minor attendant at Gu Feng's side, following him for years. Gu Feng had often refined stones, and by observing, the old man had picked up some of the craft himself. It was only after Gu Feng's disappearance that the old man underwent the assessment and became a stone refiner in his own right. Now, seeing Yi Fan's technique and demeanor as he refined stones, the old man couldn't help but be reminded of Gu Feng. His eyes grew distant and unfocused, and he whispered to himself, "It's uncanny. Far too similar." Yi Fan's hands moved swiftly, stoking the flames within the cauldron ever higher, until sweat dripped from his brow under the searing heat. From the vents of Yi Fan's cauldron, wisps of white medicinal vapor streamed out, gathering above the furnace in a cloud that resembled auspicious clouds. By all rights, he should have been as proud and arrogant as the others who had already succeeded in their alchemy. Yet, Yi Fan was a rare exception. Though success was within his grasp, his expression was calm and steady, with not even a hint of arrogance between his brows. A truly promising talent, the old man could not help but exclaim in admiration. Furnace exploded, eliminated. One by one, the remaining 400 contestants were knocked out of the competition. Indeed, the 100-herb stone was far more challenging to refine than the healing stone. As the minutes ticked by, the old man glanced at the time slip. Time was up. He blew his whistle, and everyone halted their work. Yi Fan retrieved his completed 100-herb stone, its deep green hue standing in stark contrast to the pale green stones produced by almost everyone else. The second round had finally ended, and of the more than 400 contestants, only 50 remained. For the third round, competitors would be free to refine anything they wished, except for the healing stone and 100-herb stone. As soon as the whistle sounded, everyone rushed to grab medicinal ingredients. Deep in thought about what to refine next, Yi Fan moved forward, step by steady step. The young man then selected a large number of medicinal herbs before returning to his seat. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He had already thoroughly studied the high-grade Immortal Technique stone and the energy-storing stone in his possession. Since this was the Grand Assessment Tournament, and he aimed for the championship, why not attempt to craft a low-grade Immortal Technique stone that no one had ever seen before? For instance, a low-grade energy-storing stone. Heavens! Yi Fan was startled by his own daring thought, his expression showing a hint of surprise. Then, a golden fire seemed to blaze in his eyes. He licked his lips, his excitement barely contained. Without hesitation, Yi Fan hurried back to the table filled with herbs, his hands moving quickly as he began picking ingredients anew. Originally, he had only planned to refine a simple smoke stone. But now everything had changed. He wanted to astonish the entire hall. If he was to claim the championship, he had to create an unprecedented low-grade Immortal Technique stone. There was no need for further words. Yi Fan swiftly gathered herbs with complementary or opposing properties and returned to his place. There, he lit the alchemy cauldron and began tossing in ingredients, his hands conjuring steady flames as he worked with careful precision. The elder in hemp robes swept his gaze across the hall, when suddenly something caught his eye. He was visibly taken aback. He saw one young man's hands weaving a series of intricate and unusual hand seals, each one drawing forth a fine stream of immortal energy. With each layered gesture, the immortal energy before him grew, overlapping again and again. At first, these accumulated energies seemed to do nothing at all, but as more and more hand seals were formed, a terrifying aura began to emanate from the buildup. "Isn't that the technique of the shadow stepping form?" The elder murmured in surprise, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan, who was now performing the shadow stepping form with his hands. This technique had been reworked by both Yi Fan and Gu Feng. They had discovered that if the unpredictable changes of the shadow stepping form were applied to stone refining, not only would it make it impossible for others to discern what you were crafting, but the surplus immortal energy generated could be transformed into phantom shadows, preventing the cauldron from exploding. Using the shadow stepping form in refining Immortal Technique stones turned out to be astonishingly effective. Watching the youth's actions, the elder found himself repeatedly impressed. This young man had brought him surprise after surprise. What a load of trash, still putting on airs. Is that the shadow stepping form? Never heard of anyone using the shadow stepping form for stone refining. Has he lost his mind? A chorus of laughter erupted from the group of eliminated troublemakers, each making a show of disdain. Yet, as they watched Yi Fan's performance, one by one they fell silent. Despite their words, they all knew Yi Fan had advanced through the first 2 rounds, and of course they noticed the elder's keen and sustained interest in him. There was nothing they could do about it. Such people always scoffed at those who strove for progress, even as they refused to improve themselves. Mystery of darkness, yet not darkness. Mystery of light, yet not light. The blazing fire is like a song, refining flames, turning stone to magic. Muttering the obscure incantation under his breath, his hands never ceased their busy work. Suddenly, as a wisp of black smoke curled up from the alchemy cauldron, Yifan realized something was amiss. Refining stones demanded tremendous mental focus, for the process itself relied heavily on one's spiritual strength. The stronger your spirit, the more precisely you could control the fire. Only through such precise control over the flames could you hope to succeed in forging a magical stone. Now, with black smoke seeping from Yifan's cauldron, it was clear that something had gone wrong in his refining process. A flicker of worry crossed Yifan's mind, but he quickly composed himself, focusing intently on the situation inside the cauldron. This was his first attempt at crafting a magical stone of the lowest grade, something never before achieved. He knew full well the difficulty, but that was precisely why he wanted to try. Only those bold enough to challenge the impossible could ever hope to succeed. He wove intricate hand seals, transforming the excess fire within the cauldron into shimmering echoes of the magical stone. As time ticked by, beads of cold sweat trickled steadily down Yifan's brow. He dared not relax for a moment, pouring every ounce of attention and willpower into his task. The three examiners, who had been watching the youth closely all this while, now exchanged looks, their expressions shifting. Did he fail after all? The examiner to the left asked, with a hint of a chuckle, though his voice betrayed more uncertainty than amusement. Have either of you noticed? His refining technique doesn't resemble any known type of low-grade magical stone, the elder in coarse robes. Observe his words cutting straight to the heart of the matter, showing no concern for the black smoke issuing from Yifan's cauldron. I noticed that too. Just what is this boy trying to create? The examiner on the right raised his brows in curiosity. Look at that cocky brat, someone in the crowd called out. All eyes turned toward Yifan, and suddenly they saw that the black smoke above his cauldron had vanished, replaced by wisps of azure vapor curling serenely upward. Everything continued with meticulous order. In Yifan's palm, a pale yellow flame danced joyfully within the cauldron, now and then letting out soft, spirited whooshes. The elder in coarse robes seemed deeply impressed by Yifan's performance. The furrows on his brow gradually smoothed, and he broke into hearty laughter. A genius, truly a genius. Using discarded herbs as fuel for the flame. This boy is too clever by half. Nearby, several competitors who had already finished their own attempts frowned upon hearing this, turning their attention to Yifan as the elder had indicated. At that very moment, Yifan tossed in a raw magical stone. He sensed two currents of dark blue liquid moving ever closer to the stone he had just thrown in. A faint, enchanting aroma began to waft through the air. Condense, stone. Condense. The young man cried out in his heart, eyes tightly shut, feeling every subtle change within the magical stone. However, just as the two streams of deep blue liquid approached the arcane stone, they suddenly recoiled and retreated. Yifan sensed everything that was happening, and cold sweat began to trickle down his cheeks. Something was still missing, just a tiny bit more. What exactly was it? Growing slightly anxious, Yifan ran his fingers through his hair. Then, in a flash, an image of a medicinal ingredient surfaced in his mind. What was missing was a beast core, one that could fuse these two currents of celestial energy together. With a beast core, he could merge the two forces and then infuse the core into the arcane stone. Yifan sprang to his feet and dashed over to the table of ingredients. He grabbed the highly defensive beast core of a mystic turtle demon and hurried back to his place. This young man is truly remarkable. He knows that beast cores have the property of absorbing and neutralizing celestial power. Using a beast core to fuse medicinal ingredients with conflicting properties is the best approach. The elder in the hemp robe watched Yifan with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly in praise. With a thought, Yifan channeled his spiritual energy into the beast core, which instantly enveloped the two streams of deep blue liquid. Their internal structures and forms became crystal clear in his mind. Yifan began to carefully control the flames, slowly adjusting their temperature and intensity. He meticulously distributed the fire evenly to every part of the two substances, letting any excess celestial energy dissipate harmlessly like afterimages. Time slipped quietly by. Yifan wiped the sweat from his brow, his face breaking into a relieved smile. Suddenly, the cauldron let out a low hum, and then, astonishingly, the lid lifted itself into the air. Yifan reached out quickly to catch it, then swiftly retrieved a thoroughly deep blue arcane stone from within the cauldron. This was the lower-grade celestial energy storage stone he had just refined. Its function was identical to that of a typical celestial energy storage stone, though its properties had deviated slightly. A regular celestial energy storage stone would also inflict damage on its user, but this particular arcane stone could absorb any attack below the earth rank, and then rebound the attack at double its original strength, all without the user suffering any harm. This was the stone's most terrifying feature. The user would not be injured in the slightest. Of course, it had its limitations. It could only block attacks below the earth rank. Yi Fan's original intention was to craft a stone that minimized harm to the user, but to his surprise, the result exceeded even his own expectations. The assessment is over. A sharp whistle pierced the sky, instantly commanding the respect of everyone present. Staff members came forward to collect all the arcane stones. All the contestants waited anxiously for the results. After more than an hour, the 3 examiners finally entered the hall together. They ascended the high platform. The elder in the hemp robe looked down at the candidates, his voice quivering with suppressed excitement as he announced, "This year, all 50 remaining ordinary stone refiners have passed." A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd. Realizing they had become certified stone refiners, the contestants each heaved a long sigh of relief. The elder in the hemp robe continued, "Silence, everyone. Now, I will announce the results of this assessment. The first and second rounds each account for 20 points, while the third round carries 60 points, for a total of 100 points. Now, let's reveal the score for the 10th place. Tian Bing, 15 points in the first round, Healing Stone. 15 points in the second round, 100 Herbs Stone. 40 points in the third round, Smoke Stone. That's a total of 70 points. 9th place, Wong Kong. 16 points in the first round, Healing Stone. 14 points in the second round, 100 Herbs Stone. 45 points in the third round, Wind Stone. Now, moving on to third place. The hemp-robed elder cleared his throat with a few raspy coughs, then announced, Xiao Qing Shui, 20 points in the first round. Healing Stone. 18 points in the second round, 100 Herbs Stone. 52 points in the third round, Green Source Stone. The total score is 90 points. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. Clearly, this score was already quite impressive in his eyes, and the pressure he felt immediately intensified. He looked over and saw that the one called Xiao Qing Shui was a young woman dressed in blue. Her name suited her perfectly, Qing Shui, clear water, for she was indeed as fresh and luminous as a mountain spring. She wore a lake blue dress, covered by a sapphire blue cloak, her entire presence delicate and radiant, almost dewy with youthful charm. Sensing someone's gaze, the girl turned her face ever so slightly, her eyes meeting Yi Fan's directly. She seemed a bit surprised, but a gentle, kind smile appeared on her face. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Yi Fan responded with a polite nod and smile of his own. Next, the announcement of second place ahem. The elder's voice grew raspy, and just as the examiner on his left reached out to assist, the elder handed the amplifying stone to the examiner on his right. The examiner on the left awkwardly withdrew his hand, casting an embarrassed glance at the audience below. I now announce the second place. Yao Dao. 20 points in the first round, Healing Stone. 19 points in the second round, 100 Herbs Stone. 58 points in the third round, Gathering Chi Stone. The total is 97 points. At these words, the crowd collectively drew a sharp breath, the sound of astonishment rippling through the hall. Yao Dao is practically a legend in Yuanxian town, someone whispered. That's right. They say his father is a master stonemason here, and his mentor is an expert of the heavenly rank. With talent like his, and he's not even first? Just how strong is the one who took first place? You don't suppose first place is that Yi Fan? Impossible. Yi Fan's a nobody. How could he possibly compare to Yao Dao? A young man sneered. He paused, suddenly searching his pockets, and then cried out in alarm, Hey, where's my money? My money's gone. Upon hearing the anxious outcry behind her, Yun Shiuro flashed a mischievous smile. That's what you get for calling Yi Fan useless. Yi Fan turned his attention to the young man, with blood-red short hair, not far away. The youth wore a crimson robe and was strikingly handsome, though a fierce, simmering aggression lurked deep in his eyes. His hands were calloused, a clear sign that he was no stranger to battle. Yi Fan had quite an appreciation for this young man. Despite the boy's rugged and hardy appearance, he had managed to achieve such impressive results in stonecraft, a discipline requiring the utmost care and attention to detail. That was truly remarkable. Now, I will announce the first place winner. The examiner's voice rang out, clear and commanding, instantly silencing the buzz of conversation across the hall. First place goes to Yi Fan. 20 points for the first round's Healing Stone, 20 points for the second round's 100 Herb Stone, and 60 points for the third round's Spirit Reservoir Stone. A perfect score. As soon as the results were announced, the crowd fell into stunned silence. People glanced at one another, each seeing the same shock reflected back in their companions' eyes. A moment later, realization dawned, and a collective gasp swept through the crowd, followed by an eruption of chatter. How was that possible? A perfect score? That can't be real. Yeah, is there some kind of inside deal? There's no way that show-off could be number one. Oh, come on. How could this happen? What on earth? The Spirit Reservoir Stone? Isn't that a top-grade magic stone? This is just a standard stonecrafter's exam. Exactly. Everyone report him. Report him. Report him. Demon Blade clenched his fists tightly. Witnessing this scene, his face grew dark and stormy. He had always been fiercely competitive and simply could not bear the thought of Yi Fan surpassing him. Silence. The old man in the hemp robe cleared his throat and coughed a few times to quiet the crowd. After a pause, he continued, I know what you're all thinking. The Spirit Reservoir Stone isn't a top-grade magic stone, is it? No, the crowd answered in unison. But this isn't an ordinary Spirit Reservoir Stone, the old man replied calmly. Demon Blade's expression grew even colder. Not a Spirit Reservoir Stone? Demon Blade, hear me out. I'll give you an explanation that will satisfy you, even if you have to admit defeat, the old man said with composure, fully understanding Demon Blade's pride and competitive spirit. The magic stone Yi Fan crafted is a miniature Spirit Reservoir Stone. It can absorb any attack below Earth rank, double its force, and send it back at the attacker, without any side effects. At these words, everyone stiffened in shock. No side effects. On the fantasy continent, whether it was elixirs or magic stones, there was no such thing as something without side effects. Admittedly, such a feat was not truly impossible, but only a handful of supreme stonecrafters or alchemists could achieve it. So what? How could the Spirit Reservoir Stone be considered a basic magic stone? Are you saying he invented it himself? Demon Blade growled, fist still clenched. Demon Blade, you've hit the nail on the head. The old man gave a mysterious smile. You mean, he really did invent it? For a fleeting moment, astonishment flashed across Demon Blade's face. If this was truly his own invention, then Yi Fan's talent was simply unparalleled. Yes, it's his own creation. As far as I know, there's never been a cultivator stone like this on the entire fantasy continent. A low-grade immortal technique stone, the elder in the hemp robe said calmly. The Demon Blade loosened his tightly clenched fists. Though he still felt a bit unwilling, he had to admit that Yi Fan's immortal technique stone seemed superior to his own. He had originally thought his own spirit gathering stone would win the championship, since it could instantly raise a user's cultivation level by 1 tier, and he'd managed to reduce its side effects to almost nothing. But he hadn't expected that. As the saying goes, there's always someone better out there. Yi Fan had actually crafted an immortal technique stone with no side effects at all. In fact, Yi Fan's stone could have reached the middle grade, the elder continued. But unfortunately, it can only absorb attacks below the first rank of the earth level, so it can only be considered the peak of the low-grade stones. The elder's explanation gradually led the entire audience to accept the fact that Yi Fan was destined to take the championship. Then, a clear and lively voice broke through the air. Yun Shiwaro shouted, Yi Fan, you're the best. Yi Fan scratched his dark hair in embarrassment, smiling sheepishly. Next, the elder in the hemp robe walked over personally to place a medal around Yi Fan's neck and awarded him a 4-chambered alchemy cauldron. Yi Fan rejoiced inwardly. Finally, he could save the money he would have spent on a cauldron. The elder hesitated for a moment, then asked in a mild tone, Yi Fan, do you have a master? At those words, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't understand why the elder would ask such a question. But Gu Feng had warned him repeatedly, never reveal his secret, not even to Elder Zhou. Scratching his head, Yi Fan quickly answered, No, I don't. Oh. The elder nodded meaningfully, a glint in his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Fan asked if he could collect his 2 million spirit coin prize for the stone forging contest. After a brief hesitation, and because he had taken a particular liking to Yi Fan, the elder agreed. Yi Fan waited patiently, and soon the elder returned with a pouch of 2 million spirit coins. Thank you. Yi Fan took the coins with both hands, storing them in the space within his dantian, and thanked the elder repeatedly. After bidding the elder farewell, Yi Fan took Yun Shiro's slender, delicate hand, regardless of her protest, and, with everyone watching, led her away. This public display of affection earned them a chorus of exasperated and envious looks from the crowd. Where are we going in such a hurry? Yun Shiro pouted, her tone playful. To pick up the custom-made clothes I ordered for you. I've got money now, 2 million spirit coins. Yi Fan explained it cheerfully. I've got money too, Yun Shiro replied, blinking mischievously. You do? Yi Fan didn't slow down. In fact, he walked even faster. Of course I do, Yun Shiro said, lowering her head and sticking out her tongue. And where did you get your money? From the contest just now. I stole it from everyone who was bad-mouthing you. Yi Fan scratched his head, uncertain whether he should criticize her or not. The two of them arrived at the tailor shop. Yi Fan gently pushed open the door and called out, "Boss, I'm here to marry my wife." Just as the door swung open, he was greeted by the awkward face of the shopkeeper. Their eyes met, and Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, quickly correcting himself. "Sorry, I'm here to pick up the clothes." "I've got everything ready for you," the shopkeeper replied with a friendly smile, instructing his apprentice to bring out the garments. Ever since he received their order, the shopkeeper had been keeping these two important customers in mind. After all, Yi Fan and Yun Shiwero were among the most strikingly attractive people in Yuanxian town. Hard to forget. When the apprentice emerged carrying the clothes, both Yi Fan and Yun Shiwero's eyes lit up instantly. The dress was uniquely designed and especially beautiful. "Wow!" Yun Shiwero couldn't help but exclaim in delight. "This is the best piece I've ever made in my life," the shopkeeper said proudly, beaming with satisfaction. Years of experience had taught him to read his customers' expressions, and from the way Yi Fan and Yun Shiwero looked at the dress, it was clear they loved it. "All right, boss, let me pay you," Yi Fan said, just as he was about to take out his yen coins when suddenly a clear, confident voice interrupted them. "Hold it! That dress belongs to my Liener." Yi Fan turned around to see a seductive young woman nestled in the arms of a youth dressed in ornate robes. The youth wore an arrogant expression, while the young woman coyly pounded her dainty fists against his chest, pouting, "If you don't buy me that dress, I'll just keep hitting you like this." Yi Fan couldn't help feeling a wave of disgust, and thought to himself, how is it that even after crossing worlds, people still say things like this? He cast a cold gaze at the arrogant young man before him. The youth's fine clothes and expensive accessories left no doubt. He was the scion of a powerful family. Besides the beauty in his arms, the young man was accompanied by several bodyguards, making it clear he hadn't come with good intentions. At the sight of the youth, the shopkeeper's face went pale. He hurried over and greeted him with extra respect. "Young Master Lung, what brings you here today?" Glancing at the shopkeeper's suddenly obsequious face, the arrogant youth smiled smugly and said coldly, "Shopkeeper, my darling wants that dress." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned and was about to reply, but the shopkeeper quickly interjected. "Young Master Lung, this dress was custom ordered by these customers. If Miss Liener would like one, I can make another for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant youth looked down at the girl in his arms, clearly seeking her opinion. The girl shook her head in dissatisfaction. "I want it now." "You heard her." The arrogant youth glared at the shopkeeper. His shout made the shopkeeper's body tremble. He glanced nervously at Yi Fan, his eyes pleading with him to give up the dress. "Yi Fan, just give it to him," Yun Shiwero gently said as she grasped Yi Fan's arm. Yi Fan lowered his head to meet Yun Shiwero's clear, bright eyes and sighed. "All right, we don't need the dress anymore." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Fan took Yun Shiwero by the hand and headed for the door, thinking that sometimes it's better to avoid trouble if possible, as long as that arrogant young master didn't push things too far. "Young Master Lung, let Miss Lien have this dress," the shop owner said with a sycophantic smile, respectfully presenting the garment to the young man with both hands. The young man smirked coldly, casting a glance at Yi Fan, who was about to step out the door, and barked, "Hold it right there." Just as he was about to step outside, Yi Fan halted, his voice flat and emotionless. "What is it? You wasted 10 seconds of my time. That means you owe me 10 kowtows. Right here and now," the young man sneered, the corners of his mouth curling in contempt. "I've been out all day, and my shoes are filthy," the girl named Liener chimed in languidly. "Why not have him lick them clean for me?" "Great idea. Come on, boy, lick Liener's shoes," the young man jeered, his lips twisting with mockery as he looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, Yun Shiro clung tightly to his arm, her delicate brows arching in displeasure as she fixed a cold, defiant stare on the arrogant pair across from them. Yi Fan gave a faint, cool smile, which only deepened the young man's irritation. He snapped, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupidity," Yi Fan replied calmly. He paused, then added with a chuckle, "Isn't it hilarious?" "Ah." The young man's face turned instantly grim, his tone icy as he ordered, "Teach him a lesson." At his command, 3 nearby bodyguards nodded and started moving toward Yi Fan. "And you call yourselves bodyguards with only 4th-tier mortal strength?" Yi Fan scoffed. In the next instant, a surge of immortal energy exploded from within him. "He's at the 1st tier of the Earth rank," the arrogant young man blurted out in alarm, suddenly realizing that his 3 bodyguards were no match for Yi Fan. He quickly set the girl beside him on her feet and unleashed his own formidable power. Yi Fan arched an eyebrow. "5th-tier mortal, is it?" His words had barely landed when his hands formed a series of intricate gestures, condensing a terrifying wave of immortal energy. The three bodyguards lunged at Yi Fan all at once. Thunderclap technique. Second strike. Yellow lightning. Yi Fan roared inwardly, and arcs of dusky yellow electricity began to coil and crackle around his body. One of the bodyguards, his hand clawing down like an eagle's talon, managed to seize Yi Fan's shoulder, only to be jolted by a numbing current that shot through his arm. With a sharp yelp, he instantly withdrew his hand. Careful! His immortal arts are no joke, the arrogant young man called out, before clenching his fist and launching a fierce punch. Release! Came Yi Fan's clear, commanding shout. In a heartbeat, the yellow lightning swirling around him split into countless serpentine bolts, lashing out at the young man and his entourage. The young man hurriedly dodged a bolt of lightning, but the other three bodyguards weren't so lucky. They were struck down, their bodies charred black as coal. Bastard! The arrogant youth roared furiously, grabbing Lianer and making a dash for the door. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, a cold voice echoed threateningly from behind. Count out to me 10 times, and I'll let you go. The arrogant youth turned back to see Yi Fan, surrounded by an aura of ghostly blue lightning, staring at him with an overwhelming presence. Yi Fan, I've been standing here so long that my shoes are filthy. Why not make him lick them clean for me? Yun Shuuro drooped her head, her delicate face gazing up at Yi Fan with a pitiful look. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. He pointed at the arrogant youth. Lick her shoes clean, and I'll let you walk free. You. The arrogant youth jabbed a finger at Yi Fan, seething, but there was nothing he could do. He was no match for him. Do you even know who I am? The arrogant youth sneered, glaring coldly at Yi Fan. Why should I care? Yi Fan replied with a dismissive smirk. You. The arrogant youth was clearly not expecting such contempt. His hand trembled with rage. Our young Master Lung's mentor is the son of Yuanxian Town's richest man. Lianer's eyes widened as she shouted in anger. More rich merchants and their guilds? Why do I always end up at odds with people like these? Yi Fan scratched his head in resignation, his tone icy. And what of it? So if you dare cross us today, do you really think you'll leave Yuanxian Town alive? The arrogant youth said slowly, threateningly. Honestly, I was ready to let you go, but your words and actions are just too much, Yi Fan replied calmly. What's that supposed to mean? The arrogant youth trembled all over, his voice shaking. Threefold thunderclap. First strike, azure thunder. Yi Fan's shout burst through the tailor's shop like a thunderclap that shook the very walls. The arrogant youth was blasted backwards, his body blackened as if struck by a raging storm. His eyes went vacant as he spat a mouthful of bright red blood and collapsed to the ground. You, aren't you afraid you'll never get out of Yuanxian Town alive? Liena Astamo, her lips twitching. I'll be staying in Yuanxian Town for a while. I'll be waiting for you, Yi Fan said coolly. With that, he snatched the dress from Lianer's hands, took Yun Shuuro by the arm, and strode out. If you dare, leave your name. The girl called out after him, her voice trembling. Yi Fan didn't so much as glance back as he walked out the door. Yi Fan, what now? We've just made another enemy in this town. Yun Shuuro frowned slightly, her worry evident. Yi Fan similed faintly. Let's gather our things, pick up some more herbs and supplies, then we'll leave. Besides, I heard the Royal First Academy, the one we need, is right here in Yuanxian Town. What's the name of your school? Nebula Academy. Yi Fan glanced at the invitation in his hand as he spoke. There are 3 Royal First-Class Academies, Nebula, Moonlight, and Sunwind. Each of these academies is top-tier, even surpassing the prestigious family-run institutions of the previous level. However, they are known to be extremely strict. Each academy maintains its own ranking list, and every month, the bottom 5 students are expelled. Every academy implements a point system. You can earn points by completing tasks assigned by the academy. These points can be exchanged for various medicinal herbs, magical techniques, and even weapons, spiritual tools, or even legendary artifacts. After spending a certain amount of time at the academy, you are eligible to graduate. Once you do, graduates are highly sought after and fiercely competed for across the world. In short, anyone who graduates from one of these first-class academies is destined to become an outstanding pillar of the nation. The royal Ouyang family places immense value on these 3 premier academies. The teachers at these academies are all personally selected by the royal household, each one a supreme master. It's said that even the weakest among them holds power at or above the celestial level, a testament to the academy's formidable strength. That's why almost no one would ever dare cause trouble here. Moreover, the principals of all 3 academies are experts of the immortal tier. Only someone with a death wish would dare challenge the authority of these royal academies. Even in the farthest corners of the Xuanhuan continent, an immortal-level master is a figure who commands awe and respect. Yi Fan couldn't help but run his fingers through his hair. The gap between himself and them felt immeasurably vast. After returning to the inn, Yi Fan tidied up his belongings, then sat cross-legged on the bed and once again entered cultivation. Since he started practicing the threefold thunderclap technique, he could feel his body constantly being battered by its celestial power. Because he had yet to master the third strike of the thunderclap, the entire technique was unstable within him. If Yi Fan truly wished to control this power, or even achieve unity with the celestial arts, he had to master the third and final strike. However, at the moment, his body couldn't withstand the force of the third strike. If only the third thunderclap targeted a stronger area of his body instead of the heart, Yi Fan could attempt it right away. Unfortunately, the third strike attacked his heart, forcing Yi Fan to proceed with utmost caution. He knew there was no room for the slightest mistake. Otherwise, his journey through this world would come to an abrupt end. Often, the most tragic fate is not dying at the hands of an enemy, but falling victim to one's own misstep. That, truly, is the saddest end of all. Holding his breath, Yi Fan shut his eyes tightly, his fingers moving swiftly through a series of hand seals. A faint blue aura of celestial energy began to radiate around him. Watching Yi Fan's focused expression, Yun Shuoro also began her own cultivation. Suddenly, the young woman's brows arched in surprise, then immediately relaxed, replaced by a surge of joy. She was about to break through to the 5th rank of the human tier. Yi Fan, I'm about to advance in my cultivation. Lend me your strength. The young woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, speaking urgently. Yi Fan slowly opened his star-like eyes, nodded, and moved to sit cross-legged behind her, gently placing his hands on her delicate shoulders. A stream of pale blue, celestial energy slowly flowed from Yi Fan's palms into her. Feeling Yi Fan's support, the girl gave a faint smile, then began channeling her own purple celestial energy, attempting to break through to the 5th rank of the human tier. Minute by minute, time slipped by. Yun Shuoro had already broken through 2 barriers in a row. Shuoro, don't give up. You can do it. Sweat streamed down Yi Fan's face, yet he still found time to encourage the girl softly. Facing the 3rd and final celestial barrier, the girl bit her rosy lips, sweat continuously trickling down her forehead. Don't rush. Advancing in cultivation requires patience. Stay calm, steady, and take it slowly. Once he finished standing guard, Yi Fan noticed the girl's forehead was drenched. He picked up a towel from the table and gently wiped away her perspiration, offering her a gentle smile. At that moment, Yi Fan faintly heard a powerful, earth-shaking sound rise from deep within Yun Shuoro. In the next instant, a radiant joy blossomed across the girl's flawless face. At the same time, Yi Fan sensed a surge of powerful celestial force erupting from her. Yi Fan, I did it! Yun Shuoro's pretty face was full of delight. Yi Fan smiled and nodded, still holding the towel as he carefully wiped her forehead again. How about we go out and treat ourselves to a good meal to celebrate? Yes. Yun Shuoro nodded enthusiastically, just like a little chick pecking at grain. Without further words, Yi Fan packed up their things and led Yun Shuoro outside. As they stepped out, Yi Fan caught sight of a small group of people in black approaching from distance. A faint sense of danger pricked at him, but he shook his head and walked on. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Yi Fan thought to himself, running a hand helplessly through his hair before heading off. Later, the two of them dined at a small seafood inn specializing in magical beasts, enjoying a delicious feast. Though the menu was full of names Yi Fan didn't recognize, like Sea Bin Dragon, which, to his mind from his previous life, was just crayfish, except imbued with celestial energy. There was also the so-called Deep-Sea Scissor King. Wasn't that just a giant crab? And something called Pulu Moth. Seriously? Were there people from northeast China in this fantasy realm? Wasn't that just a butterfly? Yi Fan spent most of the meal complaining, but there was no denying the seafood dishes were truly delicious. With their bellies full and spirits high, they laughed and joked all the way back to the inn. But as they reached the entrance, Yi Fan's face darkened in an instant at the sight before him. Isn't that our luggage? Following Yi Fan's gaze, they saw some everyday items, quilts, cups, and the like, strewn at the inn's doorstep, all of which belonged to the two of them. This, Yun Shuoro covered her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe what she was seeing. She hurried inside with Yi Fan. As soon as they stepped through the door, they saw the innkeeper pacing anxiously back and forth inside. Innkeeper, what's going on here? Yi Fan demanded, anger in his voice. My honored guests, it's not that I wanted this to happen. I was left with no choice, truly. The innkeeper was so nervous that he began to stammer. Hold on, slow down, and tell me exactly what's going on. Yi Fan tried to calm the innkeeper, his gaze icy as he watched him. My honored guest, did you offend the Lung family? The innkeeper stuttered out. How do you know? Though Yi Fan spoke the words, He had already guessed who was behind his belongings being thrown out. So, that young Master Lung had come looking for revenge. To tell you the truth, my honored guest, this belongs to the Lung family. I can't afford to cross them. The innkeeper grew more agitated as he spoke, his stuttering making him harder and harder to understand. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. We'll leave right now. Yi Fan nodded gently, then went upstairs to see if he'd left anything behind. After gathering their things, he prepared to leave with Yin Shuero. Yi Fan felt a surge of sympathy for the innkeeper. He didn't want to act like some arrogant hero in a novel, leaving behind a trail of innocent helpers doomed after he departed. Yi Fan was no saint, but he understood the hardships of people like the innkeeper. In his previous life, he hadn't started out as a homebody. He'd run a small phone shop. Unfortunately, he'd offended the wrong person, the son of a powerful man. That man's father happened to be the CEO of the phone brand Yi Fan sold. Overnight, Yi Fan found himself blacklisted from the entire industry. So he didn't want to make things any harder for the innkeeper. He decided to leave quietly. But just as he reached the door, the innkeeper blocked his way. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he realized what was happening. So, they told you to keep me here, didn't they? The innkeeper nodded miserably, his tone full of helplessness. My honored guest, I truly have no choice. I have elders above and children below to care for. Yi Fan cut him off sharply. And you think you can stop me? I've already given you enough leeway. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan gently brushed the innkeeper aside. The man, unskilled in cultivation, stumbled and fell straight to the floor. Yi Fan glanced at him, tossed a healing stone his way, then took Yin Shuero's delicate hand and strode out the door. The door slammed shut behind them. Yi Fan immediately set off in search of another inn. He couldn't leave this place just yet. This city was a paradise for stone refiners, overflowing with precious herbs. Yi Fan needed to stay here a few more days before moving on. Moreover, Yi Fan was nearly ready for the third surge of thunder in his threefold thunderclap technique, so it made no sense to leave this paradise overflowing with rare herbs at such a crucial moment. These herbs would allow Yi Fan to prepare various strengthening and healing stones in advance, protective talismans that could help him withstand the third thunderclap. As evening approached, the sky was awash with the burning hues of sunset in the west, painting the world in twilight. Yi Fan had already tried several inns in a row, but, curiously, each one greeted him with warm smiles at first, only for the innkeepers to suddenly blanch and their faces darken with suspicion the moment they saw him. In the next instant, they drove Yi Fan and his companion away without hesitation. It seems the Lung family really wields a lot of power here in Yuanxian Town. Most of the inns don't dare offend them. Yin Shuero remarked quietly, a hint of loneliness in her tone. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, then spoke in a low voice, and more than that, the Lung family has already put out a bounty on us. Every innkeeper in town knows who we are. Pausing for a moment, Yi Fan continued, but after all, the Lung family isn't royalty or a military force. They're merchants. So all they do is kick us out. They can't do much more. After walking for quite some time, Yin Shuero kept rubbing her delicate feet, weariness etched on her face. Eventually, after several hundred more meters and arriving at a more secluded spot, they came upon a humble-looking inn. It was simple, but noticeably clean and well-kept. Yi Fan, don't you think this place seems nice? Yin Shuero suddenly said, her face lighting up with delight. It does look decent, but be prepared. We might still be refused. Yi Fan replied quietly, clearly having lost hope of finding a place to stay. Relax. This place is so out of the way. There's no way the Lung family could have their hands in everything here, Yin Shuero said, unable to wait any longer as she tugged Yi Fan toward the entrance at a brisk trot. Just to be safe, Yi Fan put on a face mask, then tied Yin Shuero's long hair up into a bun, a skill he'd picked up from helping his ex-girlfriend in the past. Yin Shuero was a little curious, never having wore her hair in a bun before, and she seemed quietly pleased with the new look. Pushing open the inn's front door, Yi Fan glanced around. Though the place was indeed rough around the edges, it was surprisingly clean and tidy. Is anyone here? Yi Fan called out in a gentle voice. A door creaked open with an ear-piercing screech, revealing a narrow gap. From behind it, the head of a middle-aged man appeared. He glanced at Yi Fan and Yin Shuero, his expression irritable. Who's there? He grumbled. Are you the owner? We'd like a room for the night. Yi Fan replied politely, flashing a courteous smile. The middle-aged man finally stepped fully into view, his upper body bare and clad only in shorts. With his rugged eyebrows and rough demeanor, he looked every bit the working man. Pay up front, 1,000 CN coins per room. The innkeeper barked suddenly, his tone as fierce as a lion demanding tribute. Hey, you old swindler, are your rooms gilded with gold? Yin Shuero was the first to shout, her voice ringing out. Stay or don't, it's up to you. The middle-aged proprietor replied with a sneer, just as he was about to turn and head back inside. "We'll stay." Yi Fan's clear, steady voice sounded, halting the proprietor in his tracks. The man's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned back, his tone laced with mischief. "Now it's 2,000 spirit coins per room." Yun Shiro trembled with indignation, about to unleash a barrage of insults, but Yi Fan reached out to signal her to stay silent. Yi Fan fixed the proprietor with a cold stare, a faint smirk on his lips. "You really do know how to do business, don't you? I imagine you know who we are." The proprietor responded with a dismissive smile. "Aren't you just the two youngsters who crossed the Lung family?" Yi Fan thought to himself that his guess had been right. The reason this man dared to jack up the price so brazenly was precisely because he knew the two of them had nowhere else to go tonight. "Aren't you afraid of offending the Lung family?" Yi Fan asked, his tone slow and measured. "I'm not scared of the Lung family, not one bit. The only thing I fear in this world is being broke. Everything else, nothing frightens me," the proprietor declared with a heavy, resolute voice. "People risk their lives for wealth, and birds for food. Boss AO, I agree to pay 2,000 per room, and I want 2 rooms. But you have to guarantee we make it through the night safely." As he spoke, Yi Fan drew out 10,000 spirit coins from his core space and placed them on the table nearby. He smiled quietly. "If you can ensure our safety tonight, the rest is your protection fee." Glancing at the stack of coins on the table, the proprietor gave a cold chuckle. "I do like money, but what makes you think I can protect you?" Yi Fan met his gaze calmly and answered, "Because you're a 4th-tier Earth-ranked master." At Yi Fan's words, Yun Shiro's body jolted. She stammered, "He's a 4th-tier Earth rank?" I couldn't sense a trace of spirit power from him. The middle-aged man's interest was piqued. He burst out laughing. "That's the best joke I've heard in ages." "Isn't it true?" Yi Fan maintained his confident smile. Clearly, he was sure of himself. In truth, this was Jarvis's doing. Jarvis's mastery over spirit energy had grown ever more precise. From the man's speech alone, Jarvis had detected the spiritual power that the proprietor had so carefully sealed away. Yi Fan couldn't help but grumble internally. How had Jarvis picked up on a trace of spirit energy just from conversation? Had he somehow sniffed it out, like catching the man's bad breath? Though Yi Fan couldn't understand why the proprietor would suppress his power, there was no doubt. This man was indeed a 4th-tier Earth-ranked expert. "How did you figure out?" The proprietor's face grew serious as he asked. Gazing at the middle-aged innkeeper, whose face was grave with concern, Yi Fan offered a faint, knowing smile. Of course, he wasn't about to reveal that he had his own AI butler, Jarvis. Besides, even if he told the innkeeper, the man wouldn't understand. At that thought, Yi Fan smiled again and said, "I have my own tricks on my sleeve." Hearing this, the innkeeper let out a soft chuckle as well. "You're a clever one, but I swore long ago never to use my mortal power again." "Huh? What?" Yun Shiro blinked her bright, clear eyes, curiosity shining in them. With a long sigh, the innkeeper tossed 2 keys onto the table and picked up the 10,000 immortal coins Yi Fan had placed there. "Some things are better left unasked. Here are 2 keys for your rooms." With those words, the innkeeper turned and headed straight back to his room. At the doorway, he paused and added, "I may not be able to protect you, but rest assured, the Lung family won't dare trouble me." Yi Fan scratched his head helplessly, picked up the 2 keys, and set off to find their rooms according to the numbers engraved on them. Once they found their rooms, Yun Shiro dashed into Yi Fan's room and quickly closed the door behind her. "What's wrong? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep?" Yi Fan suddenly spoke, eyes still closed. Startled, Yun Shiro complained, "You nearly scared me to death, Yi Fan. How did you know I was here without even opening your eyes?" "The fluctuation of immortal energy," Yi Fan replied, still keeping his eyes shut, his voice calm and slow. "You're amazing." Yun Shiro gave him a playful smile, raising her fair hands to give Yi Fan a thumbs up. "So what's up? Is there something you want to talk about?" Yi Fan slowly opened his star-bright eyes. "Don't you think the innkeeper is a bit strange?" Yun Shiro cupped her face in her white hands, her tone thoughtful. "Well, he is a little odd," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, taking a sip from the cup beside him. And then what? That's all you're going to say? Just he's a little odd?" Yun Shiro widened her beautiful eyes, pressing him for more. "What else should I say?" Yi Fan blinked at her, genuinely puzzled. "Why aren't you thinking about it more?" Yun Shiro's look was almost exasperated, like she wished she could knock some sense into him. "Thinking about what?" "The innkeeper first tried to extort us. Then, after you revealed you knew his true strength, he tried to cover it up. What's he really after?" "Don't worry. Are you afraid he might harm us?" Yi Fan teased, giving her nose a gentle flick. "That's right," Yun Shiro replied, blinking her large, worried eyes. "He's genuinely a 4th-rank, Earth-level cultivator. If he meant us harm, we wouldn't be alive right now. Yi Fan explained earnestly, feeling again that, around Yin Shiwero, he always ended up playing the part of the responsible elder. You have a point, Yin Shiwero admitted. But maybe he has his reasons and just hasn't made a move against us yet. Watching the young woman analyze things so thoroughly, Yi Fan could only spread his hands helplessly and say, that's possible, but let's not overthink it for now. Just let things happen as they will. He spent a long time comforting Yin Shiwero, and only after much reassurance did the girl return to her room, still half in doubt, to finally get some sleep. The next morning, as the sun slowly peeked over the horizon, its crimson rays spilled across Yuanxian town, bathing the land in dazzling light. Yi Fan stretched as he got out of bed, letting out a contented sigh. It's a blessing just to have a place to sleep, he said as he climbed down from the bed. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and taking care of other morning routines, Yi Fan stepped out of his room. He saw the middle-aged innkeeper downstairs, sitting alone and quietly sipping wine. Casting a glance at Yin Shiwero's tightly closed door, he let out a sigh before slowly making his way down the stairs to join the innkeeper for a drink. Awake already, the innkeeper remarked, draining the wine from his cup in one swift motion. Yi Fan nodded slightly, picked up a cup, and poured himself some wine. Drinking to drown your sorrows only brings more sorrow, Yi Fan said, raising his cup and downing it in one go. The innkeeper chuckled. Didn't know you could quote poetry, he said, topping up his own cup as well. And so, the two of them sat together, drinking cup after cup as time passed. Gradually, the innkeeper became tipsy, mumbling a name under his breath. Yi Fan could barely make it out, so he asked softly, what did you say? Lianea. Lianea. Hearing the name, Yi Fan's body gave an involuntary jolt. Where had he heard that name before? After pondering for a moment, realization dawned on him. Isn't she the girlfriend of that young master from the Lung family? How do you know? The innkeeper slurred, clearly drunk. What happened to you? Why have you sealed your immortal powers and chosen to run this in? Taking advantage of the innkeeper's drunken haze, Yi Fan seized the chance to ask the questions that had been on his mind. The reason Yi Fan had come down to drink with the innkeeper was to try and learn what he really wanted, to figure out his intentions. But the innkeeper seemed not to have heard Yi Fan's questions. He simply hiccuped and took another swig from his cup. Yi Fan frowned slightly. This innkeeper clearly harbored secrets. If he could uncover what had happened, perhaps he could find a way to escape from Yuanxian town. By now, Yi Fan suspected that the Lung family's men must be patrolling the area outside, searching for him and Yin Shiwero. So, if he wanted to escape, he would have to rely on the innkeeper. But to gain his help, Yi Fan first needed to help him resolve whatever weighed on his heart. After all, the seal on the innkeeper's immortal powers was something only he could break. Not long after, the door to Yin Shiwero's room opened. The young woman emerged, dressed in the custom-made dress Yi Fan had ordered for her. Her graceful figure, complemented by the beautiful dress, made her look even more enchanting. Joy radiated from her delicate, porcelain-like face. It was clear she was very fond of the dress. Humming a little tune, Yin Shiwero stepped outside, intending to head over to Yi Fan's door. But as she glanced casually downstairs, she caught sight of Yi Fan already thoroughly drunk so early in the morning. Immediately, her elegant brows drew together in a frown. She walked down the stairs, and the middle-aged innkeeper, noticing her, gave Yi Fan a gentle pat. Yi Fan opened his eyes and asked, "What's going on?" "Over there," the innkeeper said quietly, nodding toward the stairs. Following the innkeeper's gesture, Yi Fan looked over and saw Yin Shiwero. He grinned and called out, "Yin Shiwero, come on, join me for a drink." As she approached, a delicate fragrance surrounded Yi Fan, helping to sober him up a little. Yin Shiwero pressed a healing stone into Yi Fan's hand, helping him dispel some of the effects of the alcohol. Feeling much clearer, Yi Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. I almost forgot we need to pack up and get ready to leave today." "So, you do remember we're supposed to leave? Look at the state you're in." Yin Shiwero scolded, annoyance in her voice. After apologizing several more times, Yi Fan dashed upstairs to gather their things. Once everything was packed and left downstairs, he pulled Yin Shiwero aside and whispered, "There are cold family men everywhere outside. We can't leave just yet." "What?" Yin Shiwero's face paled, her expression shifting in alarm. She hesitated, then asked, "What should we do?" "We'll have to get the innkeeper even drunker. Who knows, maybe he has an idea." Yi Fan's words gave Yin Shiwero a clue as to his intentions. She nodded subtly to him, understanding. "Remember one name, Lianer," Yi Fan reminded her quietly. "Lianer? That's the girlfriend of the Cold family's young master, isn't it?" Yin Shiwero said in disbelief, her lips parting in surprise. "That's right, her." Yi Fan nodded, running his hand through his black hair. The two of them returned to the middle-aged innkeeper, ready to continue drinking with him. Raising his glass, Yi Fan took a hearty swig. Yun Shiwero shot him a look and said deliberately, "The Cold family really is despicable." "Exactly despicable," Yi Fan echoed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The innkeeper, who had been on the verge of dozing off, perked up at the mention of the Cold family. He cursed, "That rotten Cold family. They stole away my Lianer." "What happened, boss?" "Lianer was taken," Yi Fan asked gently, testing the waters. "That Cold family, always flaunting their wealth. My Lianer was actually seduced away by the Cold family's young master, Cold Fei." At this point, the middle-aged proprietor slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine glasses to rattle and spill some of their contents. "A girl like Lianer, who values money above all else, is hardly worth your trouble," Yi Fan continued. But he hadn't expected that this single remark would enrage the proprietor, who burst out, "How dare you speak of my Lianer like that? She's my daughter. No wonder you're a bit older. I thought Lianer was your kept woman." Yi Fan spread his hands helplessly and said, "So, you don't actually want Lianer to marry that young master from the Lung family. Why is that? Isn't it obvious?" Yun Shiro rolled her eyes, paused, then continued, her lips moving quickly. "We've all seen what that Lung family young master is like. Do you really think Lianer would have a good life if she marries him?" "That's not the whole reason," the middle-aged proprietor said quietly. After a brief pause, anger flashed across his face as he added, "Lianer's mother, my wife, was driven to her death by the Lung family." "What? Then why haven't you taken revenge?" "Ye finally claim it." "Because Lianer never believed me. She insisted that it was I who killed her mother, and from that day on, she wouldn't even look at me. She left with the Lung family's young master." "Then why did you seal away your cultivation?" Yin Shiro asked eagerly. "After my Lianer was taken from me, I swore never to use my powers again." "But you could have used your strength to rescue her, and taken your revenge," Yi Fan said calmly. "No." Lianer's mother left a final wish. She didn't want us seeking vengeance, and she wanted me to give up cultivation and live as an ordinary man. "But what about Lianer?" Yun Shiwero pressed quickly. Yi Fan glanced at the girl, then said with a sigh, "Lianer has already given her heart to someone else. She'll never come back to acknowledge her father. She's always believed her mother died because of him. Clearly, that Lung family young master has been whispering in her ear. No, that's not the real reason. I was once a bounty hunter," the middle-aged proprietor said suddenly, his voice tinged with bitterness. "What? A bounty hunter?" Yi Fan and Yun Shiwero exclaimed in unison. Shock was written plainly across the faces of both the young man and the girl. In the fantasy realm, being a bounty hunter was far from an honorable profession. Bounty hunters in this world didn't just track down criminals for money. Here it was a dog-eat-dog world without justice or law. A bounty hunter could be an assassin or play any role as long as the price was right. As long as the job didn't endanger themselves, there was little they wouldn't do for coin. That's why bounty hunters made a lot of money, but they were also widely despised. What's more, the job made enemies everywhere, so unless you were truly skilled, no one would willingly become a bounty hunter. So, it's because of this identity that the middle-aged boss is looked down upon by his own daughter, isn't it? Yi Fan thought to himself. He ran his hand through his jet-black hair and asked, "Then why was your wife forced to her death by the Lung family?" At these words, a surge of anger swept over the middle-aged boss's face. He said, "Because I was once hired to kill Lung Fei's grandfather, who was the previous head of the Lung family. And while I was there, Lianer's mother was actually working as a maid. We fell in love at first sight. Later, when the Lung family found out, they wanted to kill her, but I saved her. I took her in and vowed to avenge her." Yi Fan hadn't expected the story to be this tangled. He found himself pondering a while. The mother of Miss Lianer must have been torn between her benefactor and her beloved. And what happened after that? Yin Shiwero blinked her eyes, eager for more. Later, Lianer's mother said the Lung family had shown her kindness, and she wouldn't allow me to take revenge. She made me promise never to use my mortal power again, and to live as an ordinary person. At first, I refused, and then she said, seeing the sudden sorrow on the boss's face, Yi Fan finished the sentence for him. "She told you she was pregnant, didn't she?" The boss nodded lightly. After a pause, he continued, "After that, the three of us, with Lianer, lived in poverty, but we still had moments of family happiness." "And then? What happened to change everything?" Yin Shiro asked, entirely absorbed in the story. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Clearly, the young woman was hooked on the tale. "Later, the damned Lung family found us. Lianer wasn't home at the time. They wanted to kill both me and her mother, but I was a fourth-rank Earth-tier cultivator. If they forced a fight, it would have been mutual destruction. The Lung family would never make such a foolish move. Instead, they used the debt of gratitude owed to Lianer's mother by their ancestors to force her into giving them an explanation. Leonor's mother didn't know what else to do. She could only take her own life to atone, making me swear I'd never use my immortal power again. Only then did the Lung family leave in peace. But outside, Leonor happened to run into Lung Fei, the young master, who seduced her with sweet words and stole her heart. She even ended up believing it was my enemies who brought about her mother's death. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged boss grabbed the wine jug and drank deeply. Seeing his haggard appearance, the simple-hearted Yin Shuuro finally burst into tears. Yifan couldn't very well sit there crying with her, so he led Yin Shuuro back to her room. After coming downstairs again, Yifan said to the already slumbering boss, "I'll help you bring Leonor back." Just now, Yifan had recorded everything the boss had said with a messaging stone. All he needed to do was let Leonor hear it. Afterwards, Yifan disguised himself and went out. Along the way, he gathered information about Lung Fei's dirty dealings and recorded them all. And the more he asked, the more he discovered just how many filthy deeds Lung Fei had committed. For instance, he actually enjoys eating young women's menstrual blood. Now, isn't that disgusting enough? On top of that, he never washes his underwear, insisting on wearing the same pair every single day. And as if that weren't enough, this bastard even likes to pit his subordinates against each other in deadly duels. The winner lives to serve him another day, while the loser is left for dead. But what really infuriated Yifan was the fact that this man had 10 maids bathing him every day. That alone was reason enough for him to die. Yifan slipped quietly over the tall walls of the Lung family estate. His gaze swept the surroundings, and when he spotted several patrolling guards, he crouched down and hid among some ornamental rocks. Once the patrol moved on, Yifan began searching room by room for Miss Leonor. Yet, as he searched, he couldn't help but worry. Leonor seemed utterly devoted to that young master of the Lung family. He wasn't even sure he could persuade her to leave. After a long and fruitless search, Yifan reached a garden, let out a disappointed sigh, and was about to leave when he heard a noise nearby. Instinctively, he ducked into a patch of tall grass. Peeking out carefully, Yifan saw 2 maids passing by. All the maids here wore their hair in 2 little braids and dressed in identical green uniforms. One of the maids spoke up, "Why don't we sit over there and take a break? If we keep wandering around when there's nothing to do, the steward will just find chores for us." "I wish we could," the other replied, "but young Master Lung Fei told me to bring snacks to Miss Leonor. The estate is huge, and who knows, Miss Leonor might have more orders for me when I get there." The maid pouted, rubbing her sore shoulders as she complained. "Miss Leonor is such a spoiled lady. She's a nightmare to serve." Hiding nearby, Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. An idea was already forming in his mind. Just then, one of the maids glanced at the large schedule posted in the courtyard, and her face turned pale. "No time. I have to hurry," she exclaimed. With that, she rushed off, while the other maid, relieved that she didn't have to serve Miss Leonor, strolled away in high spirits. Yifan quietly followed the maid who was delivering snacks to Miss Leonor. Along the way, he managed to steal a set of servants' clothes and changed into them. When they reached a secluded, maze-like part of the grounds, he walked right up to her and greeted her. "Hi there, I'm Yifan, the new house servant," he said, introducing himself. "Who are you? Are you really new?" the maid asked, eyeing him suspiciously. "That's right. The steward sent me to get familiar with the place and to get to know everyone," Yifan replied with a friendly grin. The maid gave him a quick once-over. "You're quite handsome, but I've got things to do. Let's chat another time," she said, her tone hurried, clearly worried about upsetting Miss Leonor. "Oh, by all means, go ahead," Yifan said. "But just a heads up, since we'll be working together in the future, don't go to Miss Leonor's room." His clear, ringing voice echoed behind her as she walked away. The maid stopped in her tracks and turned back, puzzled. "Why? I just came from over there," Yifan began, "and I saw a maid who accidentally pressed too hard while massaging Miss Leonor's back. She made her kneel at the door as punishment. What's more, it looked like other nearby maids got dragged into trouble as well." Observing the girl's earlier actions and words, he could tell she was already exhausted from a day's work. And from the conversation between the 2 maids, it was obvious just how difficult Miss Leonor was to serve. So Yifan deliberately spun this lie. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the girl suddenly felt a pang of unease. She knew Leonor's temperament all too well. What Yifan described was entirely possible. After a whole day's work, the thought of having to go over and kneel was just unbearable. Her eyes darted with hesitation as she looked at Yifan, suspicion flickering in her gaze. "Then why weren't you punished?" she asked, her face full of doubt. "I happened to be with the housekeeper at the time," Yifan replied, scratching his jet black hair and flashing a bright, sunny grin. "The housekeeper said I still had work to do, so that's how I escaped Miss Leonor's punishment." Just then, sunlight filtered through the leaves of a nearby tree, casting dappled shadows across Yi Fan's handsome face, making him seem all the more trustworthy. The maid let out a sigh and suddenly looked up. So why are you telling me this? I just think you're beautiful, sister. I don't want to see you get punished. Besides, I want to get along with you all, Yi Fan replied, widening his eyes and feigning innocence. The old Yi Fan could never have pulled off such a performance. This was all learned from Li Luo. Now he realized just how useful these tricks could be. You're such a sweet talker. The maid pursed her lips, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, clearly pleased by Yi Fan's words. I really mean it, sister, Yi Fan said, imitating the earnest expression of a Korean drama heartthrob. With a bright smile, the maid nodded, showing she believed him. But she sighed again, her face falling. These pastries. I was actually supposed to deliver them to Miss Leonor. It's just my luck. How about I deliver them for you? Yi Fan got straight to the heart of the matter. The maid's face lit up at his suggestion. Really? Yi Fan nodded emphatically. But why would you help me? Once again, suspicion crept into her expression. Oh, come on, sister. Didn't I just say? I think you're beautiful, and I want to be friends. That's why I want to help you, Yi Fan replied, putting on a look of wounded innocence. Then, a hint of displeasure crossed his handsome face as he pouted slightly. If you don't believe me, I guess I'm just being warm to someone who's cold to me. No, I believe you, the maid quickly replied with a bright smile. Yi Fan let out a dismissive hum and said, Forget it. As soon as the words left his mouth and he was about to turn and leave, the maid hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Sister, I was wrong. Please, help me just this once, and I'll treat you to something tasty in return, she pleaded, glancing anxiously at the time slip, watching the seconds tick away. She had no intention of taking a risk herself. Whether Yi Fan was telling the truth or not, Miss Leonor was notoriously difficult to serve. Better to avoid trouble when possible. After some coaxing, Yi Fan finally pretended to agree reluctantly and set off to deliver the snack. Following the directions the young maid had given, Yi Fan walked over to Miss Leonor's room and knocked politely on the door. From inside came a woman's clear, gentle voice. Come in. Yi Fan carried the tray of pastries inside, set them on the table, and after glancing at Leonor as she sipped her tea, announced softly, Miss Leonor, here are your pastries. Leonor's voice was tinged with resentment as she scolded. What's wrong with you, you worthless servant? Why are you so slow? Yi Fan kept his head bowed, just about to explain, when Leonor's suspicious tone suddenly rang out. It's always women who deliver my pastries. Why is it a man today? Her brows furrowed in a deep frown as she regarded the young man in blue livery standing before her. It's always women who bring me pastries. Why has it suddenly changed to a man? She pressed again. At her words, Yi Fan bowed and explained, the others had things to attend to, so I came in their place. Things to attend to? What could possibly be more important? Leon snapped sharply. They just have things to do. Yi Fan muttered helplessly, scratching his jet-black hair, his head still lowered. How dare you fidget in front of me? Leonor slammed her palm on the table in anger, clearly provoked by Yi Fan's casual gesture. Raise your head and look at me, she demanded sternly. A cold smirk crept onto Yi Fan's lips as he kept his head down. Then, suddenly, he looked up. In the next instant, Yi Fan produced a towel from his dantian space, strode forward, and pressed it firmly over Leonor's mouth. Leonor's face turned pale in shock. She tried to call out, You're Yi Fan? Help, MMPH. Quiet, Yi Fan snapped. Before she could finish, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of immortal power, sealing her mouth. Then, with a wave of his right hand, also charged with immortal energy, the door swung shut with a decisive bang. He used a quilt to bind the struggling girl and said coldly, Let me tell you, I can't stand spoiled, greedy heiresses like you. MMPH. Leonor struggled desperately. But with only a third-rank human-level cultivation, she had no hope of breaking free from Yi Fan's first-rank Earth-level bindings. I'm going to remove the seal from your mouth now. Promise me you won't scream, and I'll let you go. Deal, Yi Fan said coldly. Seeing Leonor nod desperately, Yi Fan flicked his finger and released the seal from her lips. No sooner had the seal been lifted than the young woman cried out at the top of her lungs, Help! Before she could finish, Yi Fan swiftly restored the seal, rage flaring in his eyes. If it weren't for the sake of the middle-aged boss, Brother A.O., he'd have dealt with someone like Leonor long ago. Grabbing the blanket that bound her, Yi Fan made a threatening gesture, as if he was about to assault her. The girl was so terrified, she could only sob and whimper in panic. I can't lose my purity. If I do, young Master Lung Fei won't want me anymore. That thought only made Leonor weep all the harder, tears streaming down her face. Once he saw she was thoroughly frightened, Yi Fan said coldly, I'll remove the seal again, but if you dare make a sound, I'll do exactly what you fear, and then throw you outside without a stitch on. Let's see what those maids you bullied think of you then. At those words, Leonor blanched, her face drained of color, and she continued to sob in terror. With another deft motion, channeling his immortal energy, Yi Fan released the seal from her mouth. This time, the girl dared not make a sound. From the fact that Yi Fan had openly injured young Master Lung Fei, she understood there was nothing he wouldn't do. She realized that with a reckless man like this, she'd best not resist. Seeing that Leonor had finally stopped struggling, Yi Fan reached into his Dantian space and produced a message stone, the very one he'd used to secretly record his conversation with the middle-aged boss. What's that? Leonor eyed the immortal artifact warily, suspicion in her voice. Relax. It won't hurt you. Just listen. Yi Fan infused the message stone with a trace of immortal energy. At once, his conversation with the middle-aged boss echoed out, word for word. Later, that damned Lung family came after us. Leonor wasn't home at the time. They wanted to kill both me and her mother. But I'm a fourth-rank Earth-tier cultivator. If the Lung family had fought me outright, both sides would have suffered heavy losses. The boss's voice burned with intensity, each word striking Leonor's heart. Her face now grave, Leonor listened to her father's words. Gradually, she couldn't take it anymore. She cried out in anguish. That's impossible. Father never told me any of this. He didn't want you to become blinded by hatred, Yi Fan replied coldly. And there's more. With that, Yi Fan took out another message stone, this one containing evidence of young Master Lung Fei's wrongdoing, and played it for Leonor. I came today to help you reunite with your father, Yi Fan said quickly, as he heard footsteps approaching from the distance. I don't know. Miss Leonor was overwhelmed by the flood of information and stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the wooden door to the room swung open. Yi Fan quickly slipped under Leonor's bed to hide. Young Master Lung Fei strode in, a sly grin on his face. Did you like the pastries I sent, Leonor? I haven't eaten them yet, the young girl replied, snapping back to her senses. Lung Fei glanced at the untouched pastries on the table and frowned, his brow creasing. Try one. I made them myself. All right. Leonor grabbed a piece and took a big bite, chewing loudly. It's delicious. Hidden beneath the bed, Yi Fan listened intently for any sign of danger, worried that Leonor might betray him and give him away at any moment. Leonor, how about we share a little excitement on the bed together? Lung Fei's eyes gleamed with mischief as he slowly approached her. I told you, not until the day you marry me, Leonor blurted out, her voice urgent. Oh, let's see how long you can hold out, Lung Fei sneered, his gaze lingering on her. Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. A sinking feeling twisted in his chest. Could Lung Fei's words mean? Suddenly, Leonor felt her body burning up. Her chest heaved as she gasped for breath. Ew, what did you put in the pastries? Her voice grew weaker, her strength draining away. Before she knew it, her body went limp and she collapsed. Lung Fei caught her in his arms with practiced ease, a wicked smile curling on his lips. It's just a touch of soft fragrance powder. You shameless girl, always denying me. Once I'm done with you, you'll be nothing to me. As Leonor heard this, tears streamed helplessly down her beautiful face. She couldn't believe how wrong she'd been about him. Regret and self-loathing surged within her. She had turned against her own father for this beast. The thought filled her with anguish, but the cruelest thing was her utter helplessness. She could only let Lung Fei lay her on the bed. Just as Lung Fei was about to do something despicable, a terrifying surge of immortal energy suddenly filled the room. Young Master Lung, not so fast. There's a score to settle between us. A clear, cold voice rang out behind Lung Fei, chilling the air. Lung Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He turned slowly to find Yi Fan's handsome face staring him down. Yi, what are you doing here? Lung Fei stammered, fear twisting his words. Guards, he barely got the word out before a sealing spell flashed through the air, binding his mouth shut. Lung Fei's immortal energy flared at the 5th rank of Immortal Stage, but Yi Fan instantly unleashed a surge of Earth Stage power, suppressing him with overwhelming force. Take this. Yi Fan tossed a Baichao stone to Leonor, the antidote to the soft fragrance powder. After Miss Leonor had the poison removed, her body finally regained its strength. Go outside and stand guard for me. I'm going to deal with this young Master Lung once and for all, Yi Fan said coldly. Hearing this, young Master Lung Fei's expression changed dramatically. Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing? Somebody help. Yi Fan gave a frosty smile and tossed out a sound-absorbing stone, a mid-grade immortal artifact he'd bought that morning for 500,000 immortal coins. He'd originally intended to use it for sneaking about, but today, it fit the occasion perfectly. The sound-absorbing stone could create a hemispherical barrier for a short time, muffling all sound from reaching outside, those sound from outside could still enter. By now, Miss Leaner had lost all hope in Lung Fei. She quickly stepped out and closed the door behind her. Lung Fei froze in terror, then started shouting desperately for help. Unfortunately, no one could hear him now except Yi Fan. Realizing that no matter how loudly he screamed, no one would come to his rescue, Lung Fei rushed to break out through the door. But before he could, Yi Fan's immortal power sealed it shut, faster than Lung Fei could react. His hand barely touched the door before snapping back as if shocked by a jolt of electricity. Liana, I was wrong. Don't leave me in here with this madman. At this point, Lung Fei was frantically pounding on the door, his face deathly pale. He no longer cared about the pain from the sealing spell. He just kept battering the door in a panic. Miss Leaner, is something happening inside? I thought I heard young Master Lung Fei's voice, the butler asked as he passed by outside. Hearing the butler's words, Lung Fei perked up, slapping the door with all his might. Butler, I'm here. Help me. There's nothing wrong. You must have misheard. And by the way, where are my pastries? They still haven't been brought up. Liana replied, feigning annoyance. Haven't the maids brought them to you? The butler's attention was successfully diverted. No, they haven't. Why don't you hurry up and check? Leaner said, her tone sharp. Yes, Miss Leaner. I'll see to it right away. The butler hurried off. Butler, I'm here. Don't go. As Lung Fei heard the butler's voice fading into the distance, a chill crept into his heart. Stop wasting your breath. I paid $500,000 for this sound-absorbing stone. If your voice leaked out, where'd I put my pride? Yi Fan sneered, the corners of his mouth turning up in a cold smile as waves of immortal power began to swirl around him. Gradually, a ghostly blue aura enveloped Yi Fan, and the overwhelming power of a first-tier Earth-level immortal, fused with the terrifying might of the triple thunderclap technique, filled the room. The aura of utter destruction from the triple thunderclap technique seemed to consume every inch of the chamber. Nature's forces, after all, were always formidable. And lightning. Lightning was one of the most powerful forces in existence. I'll fight you to the end. Realizing he could rely on no one but himself, Lung Fei mustered every ounce of his 5th-grade human-level power, ready to stake everything on this desperate struggle. A strange blue light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, and the same eerie blue immortal energy gathered in his palms. Threefold thunderclap. First move. Azure blue. Yi Fan roared inwardly, and lightning burst forth from his hands. A streak of ghostly blue lightning shot out, winding through the air like a thunder dragon, heading straight for Lung Fei. Lung Fei charged to meet it head-on, and the two surges of immortal energy collided with a violent crack. A powerful wave of energy rippled out, but thanks to the sound-absorbing stones in the room, all of it was contained, keeping the outside world unaware. Lung Fei was thrown backwards, blood pouring from his mouth. The once immaculate floor of the gilded, opulent room was now stained with fresh blood. Staring down at the unmoving body on the ground, devoid of any trace of immortal energy, Yi Fan knew instantly that Lung Fei, the young master of the Lung family, was dead. The wooden door of the room creaked open. Miss Leaner stepped in, her delicate steps soft and graceful, but her face froze in shock at the sight of Lung Fei's corpse on the floor. It's over. Let's go back and see your father, Yi Fan said quietly, lifting his head to look at her. All right. Leaner nodded absently, clearly still reeling from the day's events. With a sigh, Yi Fan took her hand and led her out, locking the door behind them. He slipped once more into the guise of servant, following Leaner as they left. Wait, the steward. Leaner suddenly turned to Yi Fan, just as he noticed the steward himself approaching, carrying a tray of pastries. Yi Fan quickly hid himself. Someone like the steward would know every servant and maid in the residence by heart. He could not risk being recognized. Fortunately, the Lung family estate was lavishly decorated, with flower beds, artificial rocks, and ornamental ponds everywhere. Yi Fan darted behind a decorative boulder, watching the steward from his hiding place. Steward, Leaner called out quickly. Miss Leaner, what brings you here? I was just bringing you some pastries, the steward replied, raising his head in surprise. Oh, just leave them here. I'll have them now. Leaner's eyes darted around and landed on a stone table nearby. She pointed at it hastily. Ah, very well, very well. But the kitchen said the pastries young Master Lung Fei made for you were already sent over, though you never received them. So I brought fresh ones. As for those special pastries the young master made himself, perhaps one of the maids snuck a taste. At that, Leaner's face clouded with anger. Snuck a taste? Those maids, how dare they touch what's mine? Steward, why haven't you investigated? I want them punished severely. The sight of her anger left the steward flustered, and he nodded repeatedly, not daring to protest. What are you waiting for? Go, Leaner demanded, hands on her hips. Is, Miss Lin. I'll look into it at once, the steward stammered, hurrying away and disappearing from Yi Fan and Lianer's view. Let's go. Yi Fan poked his head out, saw the coast was clear, and quickly slipped out from behind the fake rock. As the butler passed by Miss Lianer's room, he felt something was amiss. What had Lianer been up to just now, acting so mysteriously? The kitchen had reported that a maid had already come by to deliver something. Could it be, was it really a maid who stole the food? Everyone knew what kind of temper Miss Lianer had. Which maid would have the nerve to risk her wrath by sneaking food from her? He hesitated for a moment, still feeling uneasy, then decided to walk over with light steps. He knocked on the door 3 times, but there was no response. Glancing around once more to make sure the coast was clear, he quietly opened the wooden door to the room. His furtive manner was because Miss Lianer disliked others entering her room. Unless it was for cleaning, she would fly into a rage if anyone so much as set foot inside. The butler gently pushed open the wooden door. The moment he saw the blood splattered across the room, and Lung Fei's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, he shuddered from head to toe. He stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before him, then suddenly let out a loud cry. Help! Murder! Young Master Lung Fei has been killed. Help! Murder! His voice rang out with startling clarity through the quiet manor, drawing every servant and maid rushing over to see what had happened. Amid the ensuing chaos, Lianer and Yi Fan managed to slip away from the Lung residence. Shocked as he was, the butler immediately thought of Miss Lianer. A realization struck him, and he cried out, Miss Lianer! It must have been Miss Lianer. Someone, go find a master. A curious servant in the crowd asked, but Miss Lianer is only 3rd rank, while the young master was 5th rank. How could she possibly have overpowered him? How should I know? Just hurry up and notify the master, the butler shouted anxiously, then paused and added, seal off the Lung residence at once. Don't let a single soul escape. Yes, sir, the guards at the gate responded with a resounding shout, then swiftly moved to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Miss Lianer were already halfway back to the inn run by the middle-aged proprietor. I still don't know how I'm going to face my father, Lianer said, her expression grave. Seeing the pallor in her face, Yi Fan could only scratch his head helplessly. He had no words of comfort. Today's ordeal had been a devastating blow for Lianer. A twinge of sympathy stirred in Yi Fan. Yet, as the saying goes, those who are pitiful often have themselves to blame. There was no one else to fault for all of this. When they returned to the inn, Yi Fan dashed inside and saw the middle-aged innkeeper still nursing his wine, while Yun Shuuro sat anxiously by his side. Yi Fan, Lianer! Yun Shuuro cried out in surprise, her face lighting up with pure joy. Yi Fan nodded, pulling Miss Lianer over to the inebriated innkeeper. Lianer! The innkeeper lifted his brows slightly. Uncertain, he rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing that it truly was Lianer, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. He stood up and embraced the stunned young girl before him. Lianer, caught off guard by the hug, stammered with trembling lips, Father, I was wrong. Wonderful. Yun Shuuro beamed, her hands gently cradling her cheeks as she watched the scene unfold. Yi Fan smiled softly, taking in this heartwarming reunion. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught his ear. He frowned, then dashed out the door. What's wrong? Yun Shuuro, puzzled by Yi Fan's abrupt movement, asked with concern. Yi Fan stepped outside, took one look, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're fast. What is it? Yun Shuuro, already guessing the situation, still pressed him with a furrowed brow. The Lung family is here, with reinforcements. Yi Fan steadied himself and spoke in a low voice. Following Yi Fan's gaze, they saw a slightly aged middle-aged man leading a group of soldiers, rushing toward them. Clearly, this was no friendly visit for tea. The news that the Lung family had come to kill sent a shiver through Lianer. Her heart turned to ice, and her lips quivered uncontrollably. Lung Fei's father, the head of the Lung family, Lung Jie, has come? Lung Jie, the middle-aged shopkeeper repeated the name slowly. Memories from years past flooded his mind. Lung Jie, once a formidable master at the early stages of Earth rank, 3rd grade, had led a group to his home and driven Lianer's mother to her death. When it came to Lung Jie, the shopkeeper felt nothing but hatred. Yet he had promised Lianer's mother he would never again use his immortal powers. Everyone inside, Yi Fan barked, ducking back into the house and slamming the door shut behind him. The two of you, hide yourselves, he instructed the shopkeeper and Lianer. No, you're doing this for me. How could I possibly hide while you face them? The shopkeeper's face darkened as he spoke slowly. Hurry, they're almost here. Yun Shuuro stamped her foot in anxious urgency. Boss, if you're grateful for what I've done, then get upstairs and hide. I'm seeing this through to the end, Yi Fan said coolly. Father, let's go upstairs first, Lianer tugged at her father's hand. How can you be so selfish? The shopkeeper lashed out at Lianer angrily. It'll be fine, just go hide now, Yin Shuuro urged, pushing both the shopkeeper and Lianer up the stairs before she hurried back down herself. Yin Shuuro, Yifan called coldly, not turning from the doorway. What is it? Yin Shuuro replied, confused. Get upstairs. No, I'm staying with you. Yin Shuuro retorted, her brows knitted in defiance. I promise your brother I'd keep you safe. Yifan turned to her, his expression grave. For a moment, Yin Shuuro was at a loss, words failing her completely. Yifan barked out another sharp command, forcing Yin Shuuro to hastily run forward. Hearing the rapid rush of footsteps and the wind whooshing outside, Yifan grabbed a nearby feather duster and pretended to be cleaning. The door was kicked open with a loud bang, and an older-looking man strode in, leading a group of people. Surround this place, the man ordered in a commanding tone. What's going on here? What are you doing? Yifan shouted, his voice rising in protest. The man shot Yifan a glance and demanded, Who are you? I'm just a worker, Yifan replied. A worker? Where are Ao Gu and Lianer? Lung Jie snapped, his face clouded with anger. From this, Yifan quickly deduced that the middle-aged boss's name was Ao Gu, and he responded without missing a beat. Boss Ao just stepped out. Looks like he's run off with Lianer. Damn it, he's caused my son's death. Lung Jie's fury erupted, his voice trembling with rage as he pointed to a small squad. Go after them. Now! The soldiers rushed out the door, leaving Yifan to continue his act, tidying up as if nothing had happened. Lung Jie observed for a moment, then prepared to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yifan's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble, and before he could say anything, Lung Jie turned to stare intently at him. After a tense pause, he said coldly, You don't seem nervous at all. Because Yifan's mind raced, and he blurted out, That boss Ao is way too harsh, and he pays me peanuts. I can't stand him. So, what does that have to do with you not being nervous? Lung Jie pressed, his voice icy. It's got everything to do with it, Yifan replied, putting on a serious face. And what's the connection? Leng Ye demanded. Think about it. I hate boss Ao, and it's obvious you've come for revenge. Frankly, I can't wait to see you take him down, Yifan explained, even managing to look as though he truly despised Ao Gu. But, why do you look so familiar? Lung Jie began to scrutinize Yifan's face more closely. I have no idea, Yifan replied, forcing himself to stay calm. Did you ever show up when our Lung family was hiring servants? I was standing next to the steward back then, and I swear you look familiar, Lung Jie added in a chilling tone. Yes, I did go to the Lung residence looking for a job, but you didn't hire me. That's when I caught a glimpse of your impressive presence, Boss Lung. Yifan answered quickly, seizing the opportunity to play along. Nonsense. Who are you, really? I have never once attended our family's servant hiring. Lung Jie roared, his anger boiling over.